3 years ago, the person I loved the most personally sent me to prison. 3 years later, when I returned in glory, I found my parents reduced to living on the streets, dependent on each other, and my father had even been beaten into a vegetative state. Filled with rage, I swore to make all those who had harmed me pay in blood. But when I faced that former fiancée of mine, I realized things weren't so simple. My name is Shen Ye, once the king of the southern territories during Great Xiao's reign. Now, I've just walked out of a terrifying prison called 9 Dragons Terrace. 9 Dragons Terrace is guarded by 100,000 elite soldiers, imprisoned 9 peerless monarchs, and I was one of them. 3 years ago, my fiancé Lin Meng was nearly raped by the young master of the Wang family. In my fury, I broke that man's leg. I had assumed that after Lin Meng testified in court, I would be acquitted, but she betrayed me, claiming she had been willing. As a result, I was imprisoned for intentional assault and spent 3 years behind bars. Even though I am the king of the southern border, someone who could kill without consequence, the sovereign's words, "It's for your own good," forced me to compromise. Now that I'm out on parole, there are some things I must clear up. The stretched Lincoln limousine gradually disappeared into the distance, and my face darkened. I was going to visit my parents at the old family home, to see how they had been doing these past 3 years. Half an hour later, I arrived in the old district of Qingzhou, which no longer resembled the place in my memories, only a construction site remained. I stopped a worker to ask about the whereabouts of my parents, Shen Ye, and their family. The worker's face showed a look of pity as he delivered the devastating news to me. 3 years ago, after I was imprisoned, my parents were deceived by my so-called future daughter-in-law, Lin Meng. She transferred the house to her own name without their knowledge. What's even more unforgivable is that my father, Shen Ye, was beaten into a vegetative state, and my mother, Li Fengmei, cried herself blind because of it. Now, they have long been left homeless and can only live under a bridge in the west of the city. Hearing all this, my heart felt as if it were being sliced apart, and a surge of overwhelming killing intent radiated from within me. 10 minutes later, I found that foul-smelling bridge underpass. My mother, Li Fengmei, her eyes hollow, was breaking a scavenged steamed bun into small pieces to feed my father lying beside her. "Changqing, we met a kind soul. He gave us a few steamed buns. Have some first," mother murmured to herself. My eyes burned red, murderous intent surging. Lin Meng, betraying me was one thing, but to scheme against my parents with such malice, I swear I'll make you long for death but find it unattainable. "Mom," I choked out. Mother trembled all over, her hand shaking as she reached out to grope my face. "Is Lure back?" Tears streamed down her face. "It's me, I'm sorry, Mom. It's all my fault you've suffered." I tightly grasped her hand. "Silly child, why apologize to your mom? My eyes are fine, but your dad, he was beaten into a vegetative state." Mother's expression darkened with sorrow. "Mom, don't worry. In prison, I met an elder who taught me miraculous medical skills. I can cure both your and dad's illnesses. I'll take you to the hotel first. You can take a shower and have a meal, then we'll start the treatment," I said. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Hey, you 2 old relics, still alive? If you're not dead yet, pay up for renting the bridge arch." I slowly turned around, my expression freezing to its coldest. Arriving were 5 or 6 burly men, led by a fierce-looking brother tiger. "Are you even human? They're in this state, and you're still thinking about collecting rent?" I suppressed my fury with effort. "What do you think you are, daring to meddle in my business?" Brother who recognized me, his face full of mockery. "Ha, who do we have here? Isn't this Shen Ye, the guy who got cuckolded by our young master 3 years ago?" Brother who and his gang burst into laughter. "I heard young master Wang say he's a good-for-nothing. He was engaged to Lin Meng for over a year and never even touched her, so our young master Wang got himself a bargain," one of the lackeys gloated. My eyes turned ice-cold in an instant. I grabbed the lackey by his collar and lifted him off the ground. "What did you say? Say it again," I demanded. "I said Lin Meng has been taken by young master Wang." The little brother was so scared by me that he stammered his words. Bang! I slammed the little brother hard onto the ground. "Damn it, you're asking for death. Now, immediately, right away, kneel down and kowtow to apologize," brother who roared furiously. "If you kneel down now and kowtow to apologize to my mom, I might consider sparing your life," I said coldly, staring at them. "You're asking for death." Tiger brother swung his fist at me, but I dodged to the side, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. "Tell me, where is Lin Meng?" I asked. "Lin Meng lives in Villa number 105 at the Fuzzy Yuan Villa complex." Brother who struggled to utter these words. I threw Hugu aside and said coldly, "Kneel down and apologize to my mom." Brother who and his gang lost their earlier arrogance completely, quickly dropping to their knees and kowtowing to beg for mercy. "My mother is magnanimous, but I'm not so quick to forgive. Cut off one of your own arms, then get the hell out." My gaze turned icy as I stared them down. Tiger and his gang shot me a resentful glare before slinking away in defeat. I settled my parents in a hotel, bought them new clothes, and ordered delicious meals for them. After the meal, I took my father's pulse. His condition was more severe than I had anticipated, but with my exceptional medical skills, just a few sessions of acupuncture and some herbal medicine would suffice to wake him up. Mother's eye condition was easier to treat, just one acupuncture session restored her sight. Unfortunately, I didn't have any acupuncture needles on me, so I decided to go to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy a set, while also seeing if I could purchase medicinal herbs for my father's illness. I walked into a traditional Chinese medicine shop and, seeing no one at the counter, went straight upstairs to the second floor. The second floor was crowded with many people, apparently because some VIP was receiving treatment. With an attitude of learning, I stood by the doorway. I saw an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor inserting needles into a white-haired old man. After watching him insert just 2 needles, I quickly lost interest. This old doctor's skills were too poor. This set of needle insertions would only harm the old man. Where did this quack of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner come from? His set of acupuncture needles is practically lethal. I spoke up to warn. Shut up. Physician Xia is the foremost medical expert in the country. How dare a greenhorn like you question him? A middle-aged traditional Chinese doctor roared furiously. A stunningly beautiful woman nearby also shot me an angry glare, warning me not to talk nonsense. You call him a miracle doctor, but I think he's worse than a quack, I said bluntly. No need, let him stay and watch. Divine Dr. Xia stopped the crowd. He wanted to prove his medical skills right in front of me. Soon, Divine Dr. Xia inserted all the silver needles into the old man's body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Phew, it's finally done. In a few more hours, he'll wake up. Dr. Xia breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the words were spoken, the elderly man on the bed trembled slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, Dr. Xia, for saving my grandfather. The beautiful woman immediately expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It's just that some young people, probably having learned a bit of medical skill, become complacent and dare to show off their meager abilities in front of me, even questioning my expertise. Dr. Xia shot me a scornful glance. Chapter 4, The 7-Point Needle. Grandpa, you're finally awake. You scared Cora to death. I thought I'd never see you again. The young woman threw herself joyfully into the old man's arms. Kiki, don't worry. Grandpa's got a strong constitution. The old man patted the young woman's back affectionately, smiling warmly as he spoke. After speaking, he turned to look at Master Healer Xia with gratitude, offering a wry smile. Master Healer Xia, you've worked so hard. If not for you, I might not have made it through this ordeal. Mr. Zhao, there's no need for such formalities. It's our duty as healers to treat illnesses and save lives, Dr. Xia replied with a modest bow. Dr. Xia truly lives up to his reputation as our nation's foremost physician. Not only does his medical skill rival Hua Tuo's, but his medical ethics transcend the mundane. Old Zhao praised. Hearing the praise, Master Physician Xia's face lit up with satisfaction. He couldn't resist casting a smug glance toward Shen Ye standing by the door. Grandpa, that despicable man just questioned Master Dr. Xia's skills. He called him a quack and cursed that you'd be killed by his treatment. As Zhao Ke finished speaking, all eyes turned to Shen Ye, who was leaning against the doorframe. None noticed that old Master Zhao's face had suddenly turned deathly pale. Put. A mouthful of black blood spurted forth, and old Zhao plunged back into a deep coma. Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare Cor. Dr. Xia, please check. What's wrong with my grandfather? Why did he vomit blood and pass out again? Zhao Cor hurriedly pulled Dr. Xia over, asking urgently. At that moment, even Master Healer Xia was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Miss Cor, please calm down. Let me assess the situation. As he spoke, Master Healer Xia took old Zhao's wrist to take his pulse. But soon, his brow furrowed deeply into a worried frown. He discovered old Zhao's condition had worsened. Even he was now at a loss. How could this be? Not only has old Master Zhao's condition failed to improve, it has actually worsened. Dr. Xia muttered to himself, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Master Physician Xia, what's wrong with my grandfather? Hearing the doctor's mutterings, Zhao Ke's eyes welled up with tears as she urgently pleaded. I'm truly sorry, Miss Ke. I'm powerless now. I've said it before, his acupuncture technique not only fails to save lives, it actually endangers them. Quack. At that moment, Shen Ye walked in slowly, his arms crossed over his chest. Bull. This only proves old Master Zhao's illness is too stubborn. Master Xia's medical skill is undeniable. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in a white coat fiercely countered Shen Ye. Is it so hard to admit your own mediocrity? Blaming it on old Zhao's stubborn illness? If I were treating him, 7 needles would cure him completely. Shen Ye swept a disdainful glance over the group of white-coated practitioners before speaking slowly. Who doesn't know how to brag? You look so young, you probably haven't even mastered the art of acupuncture yet. And you're already out here bragging? The other doctors glared at Shen Ye and retorted. Whether it's bragging or not, why don't we find out? Shen Ye sneered dismissively before walking to the hospital bed. He patted Zhao Ke's shoulder and said, if you don't want your grandfather to die, get me a set of silver needles right now. You really can save my grandfather? Zhao Ke turned back, her voice tinged with disbelief. Besides me, who else dares claim they can save old Zhao? Shen Ye swept his gaze over the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, including Master Xia, and said indifferently. A flicker of despair crossed Zhao Kor's eyes. She clenched her jaw. It seemed she had no choice but to try this desperate measure. Master Physician Xia, might I borrow your silver needles to try? Zhao Kor addressed the Master Physician. Why not? I'm eager to see what he's capable of. Daring to call me a quack in front of me. Divine Dr. Xia declared defiantly, placing a set of silver needles before Shen Ye as he spoke. Shen Ye swept his hand, and 7 silver needles appeared in his grasp. With practiced precision, he inserted the first needle into the center of Zhao Lao's forehead. The second needle struck the Baihui acupoint, followed by the third. At that moment, Divine Physician Xia, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. As the saying goes, a master's skill reveals all. Shen Ye's needle-holding posture, the force and precision of his insertion all sent waves of astonishment crashing through Master Xia's mind. This array technique left even him, a veteran TCM practitioner of over 70 years, feeling utterly outmatched. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Dr. Xia's gaze toward Shen Ye shifted to one of profound admiration. Shen Ye's acupuncture technique seemed to be the long-lost 7 absolute needles. Master Xia had heard his own master speak of the 7 absolute needles, describing them with awe-inspiring reverence. His master claimed that when the 7 absolute needles were deployed, even those summoned by the King of Hell himself could be instantly revived, a testament to their extraordinary power. Soon, Shen Ye had placed all 7 silver needles into old Zhao's body. Huff! Shen Ye took a deep breath, his work complete. Young friend, was that the 7 extinction needle you just used? Seeing Shen Ye finish, Master Healer Xia asked respectfully from the side. I hadn't expected your medical skills to be lacking, yet you still possess some insight recognizing my 7 absolute needles? Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but regard Master Healer Xia with newfound respect. Upon hearing Shen Ye's affirmative answer, Master Physician Xia's face lit up with excitement. Who would have thought that I, Xia Zhongwen, would witness the legendary 7 severing needles in my lifetime? Heaven has been kind to me. Hearing the divine doctor's words, several white-robed Chinese medicine practitioners nearby were dumbfounded. The 7 severing needles? What are those? Why had they never heard of them? Why did the divine doctor hold them in such high regard? Young friend, I was blind to your true worth earlier and offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Xia Zhongwen clasped his fists in front of Shen Ye, his face filled with remorse. To acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Though your medical skills are lacking, your attitude in admitting your error is commendable. When I have time, I'll offer you some guidance. Your medical practice still has considerable room for improvement. Shen Ye looked at Master Xia with satisfaction and nodded. Hearing this, Xia Zhongwen's face lit up with joy. He immediately dropped to his knees and exclaimed, Are you saying you'd take me as your disciple? Master, please accept this disciple's bow. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Had the renowned physician Xia truly knelt before a young upstart to become his disciple? Chapter 5, Confronting Lin Meng. Master Xia, I only said I'd offer guidance, I never mentioned taking you as a disciple. You're of such advanced age, yet you call me master? Isn't that taking advantage of me? Shen Ye looked utterly speechless. Cough. Just then, old Zhao, lying on the hospital bed, suddenly began coughing violently. A stream of foul-smelling, black blood spurted from his mouth. Seeing this, Zhao Kor, standing nearby, was terrified. She hurriedly asked Master Xia. Master Xia, what's wrong with my grandfather? Why is he coughing up blood again? Xia Zhongwen rose from the floor, glancing at the pool of dark blood before turning his gaze to old Master Zhao, whose face had regained some color. His expression shifted instantly, his face lighting up with surprise and delight. Zhao. Old Zhao is fine. That black blood he coughed up was stagnant blood that had accumulated in his body for years. Now that it's out, he'll be all right. At that moment, old Zhao slowly opened his eyes. Though his body still felt weak, his complexion was noticeably more vibrant than before. Master Healer Xia, you've saved me once again. Hearing this, Master Healer Xia looked deeply ashamed. He pointed to Shen Ye beside him and said, Master Zhao, I am ashamed to say it was my master who saved you. Old Zhao followed the direction of Dr. Xia's finger and froze upon seeing Shen Ye. He thought, Dr. Xia is over 70, yet his master looks barely 20? Master Zhao is still quite weak and needs several days of rest. Only after another acupuncture session in a few days will he fully recover. We should leave now to avoid disturbing his recuperation. Shen Ye spoke, then led the way out of the ward. The others quickly followed suit, exiting the room in haste. Master Xia, would you be so kind as to lend me a set of silver needles? Shen Ye asked Xia Zhongwen once they were outside. Certainly. Xia Zhongwen promptly fetched a brand new set of silver needles and handed them to Shen Ye. By the way, do you have any 7-field grass or soul-restoring grass? Shen Ye inquired. These 2 herbs were needed to treat his father. No, Xia Zhongwen replied. Those herbs are extremely rare and precious. I doubt you'd find them anywhere in Qingzhou. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye nodded and turned to walk toward the door. Wait. Just as he reached the doorway, Zhao Kor caught up to him. What is it? Is there something else? Shen Ye asked, frowning. I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't realize your medical skills were so advanced, Zhao Kor said apologetically. Oh, that's all? I'd already forgotten about it. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Shen Ye said indifferently. Also, thank you for saving my grandfather. Could you give me your phone number? I'd like to find you again in 3 days to have you perform acupuncture on him. Zhao Kor hurriedly added. Sure, no problem. Shen Ye nodded, gave Zhao Kor his phone number, and walked away without looking back. Watching Shen Ye walk away without a second glance, Zhao Kor stomped her foot in frustration. Am I really that bad? He won't even spare me a look? Back home, Shen Ye couldn't wait to begin treating his mother, Li Fengmei's, eyes. 20 minutes later, the acupuncture session concluded, and Su Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then fetched a roll of gauze, wrapped it around his mother's eyes, and instructed. Mom, I've treated your eyes with acupuncture. Remove the bandage tomorrow morning, and you'll regain your sight. Until then, try to rest and don't take it off yourself. Hearing this, Li Fengmei was deeply moved, but she didn't forget her husband. She said, Ye, you don't need to worry about me. Go check on your father, will you? I've already checked on Dad. His condition is more serious than yours and requires several special herbs for treatment. You rest well here. I'll go find these herbs, and then we can save Dad. Shen Ye said. Alright, go find them then. Li Fengmei nodded in agreement. Soon, Shen Ye emerged from the hotel once more. This time, he had 3 things to do. First, confront Lin Meng and demand to know why she had treated him and his parents this way. Second, go to the clinic his master had left him and search for herbs that could save his father. Third, buy his parents a house. Living in a hotel wasn't a long-term solution. A few minutes later, Shen Ye arrived at the entrance of Villa 105 in the Fuzzy Yuan residential complex. At that moment, in the villa's courtyard, a woman was watering the flowers. This woman was none other than Lin Meng's mother. Tell Lin Meng to come out and see me. Before coming here, Shen Ye had already investigated. The reason Lin Meng's family could afford this villa was entirely due to the compensation money from the demolition of his parents' old house. That vicious woman had used her family's old house to move into a villa, yet she let her own parents live under a bridge and even sent people to collect rent from them periodically. She was utterly heartless. Oh, isn't this Shen Ye? Out of prison already? The woman's face twisted into a sneer when she saw him. I'm here for Lin Meng. Get her out here to see me, Shen Ye said coldly. Ha! You're looking for our Meng Meng? Don't you dare look down on her. You're just a convict. Do you really think you're worthy of my Meng Meng? If you know what's good for you, get lost. The woman sneered. Hearing her words, Shen Ye's heart burned with rage. Bang! Shen Ye delivered a powerful kick to the villa's massive iron gate, sending it crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he strode straight into the villa. The woman was so terrified by Shen Ye's kick that she froze in place, unable to react for a long moment. Just as he reached the entrance to the villa's grand hall, a woman dressed provocatively, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, emerged from the villa. This was none other than Lin Meng, Shen Ye's former fiancée. Shen Ye! Lin Meng froze upon seeing Shen Ye, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Shen Ye stared at Lin Meng for a long moment before speaking in a flat tone. Lin Meng, it's been 3 years. Don't you owe me an explanation? I broke Wang Yang's leg for you back then. Why did you betray me? Why did you testify in court that it was voluntary? Why did you make me spend 3 years in prison? Chapter 6, The Eerie Alley. In Shen Ye's heart, Lin Meng had always been a kind, unmaterialistic girl. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly changed like this. Was it because the king had threatened her into doing this? He was waiting for Lin Meng to give him a reasonable explanation. Humph. Yet, a look of contempt flickered in Lin Meng's eyes. She gave a cold chuckle and said, Shen Ye, you want an explanation, do you? Then let me tell you this, in the 3 years we've been together, what have you ever given me? Have you ever given me any precious gifts? You can't give me the life I want because you're just a poor soldier. Shen Ye's heart trembled at Lin Meng's words. So that's what it was all about? Ha! Shen Ye sneered bitterly to himself. Yes, Shen Ye was a soldier, but he wasn't a poor soldier. He was a soldier extraordinaire, a war god, the foremost of the great Xia Empire's 4 great war gods, and the only one ever granted the title of king. And here's something else to really sting you, that incident 3 years ago? I did it on purpose. It was all to break up with you. But I never expected you'd get out so soon. Lin Meng continued. Her face was etched with contempt as she spoke, seemingly unafraid of Shen Ye's anger. But your release is timely. In 3 days, I'll marry Prince Wang. I refuse to let any stain tarnish our union. Therefore, I require you to sign these divorce papers. With that, Lin Meng turned and walked back into the villa. Moments later, she emerged holding a pre-written annulment agreement, which she handed to Shen Ye. Shen Ye glanced at the contents of the document. Truthfully, he felt no sorrow or heartache. His 3 years in prison had prepared him for every possibility, helping him come to terms with many things. Without hesitation, Shen Ye took the pen from Lin Meng's hand and signed his name on the document. I hope you never come to regret this day. After signing the document, Shen Ye looked at Lin Meng and said calmly, "What a joke. Breaking off our engagement and marrying young Master Wang will be the most correct decision I've ever made in my life. Only after being with young Master Wang will I truly understand what life among the upper class is like. As for you now, you don't even have the qualifications to tie my shoes." "Me regret?" Lin Meng sneered at Shen Ye with utter contempt. Shen Ye nodded, his face twisted in mockery. "Would you kindly inform me where you and young Master Wang will be holding your wedding in 3 days? I'll be sure to send you a grand gift." Shen Ye emphasized the word gift heavily. Lin Meng naturally caught the implication and sneered. "I advise you not to come and humiliate yourself. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Now, get out of here. Young Master Wang will be here soon, and I don't want him to see this misunderstanding. We'll see about that." With that, Shen Ye turned and walked away without a moment's delay. Once Shen Ye was out of sight, Lin Meng's mother approached. Her face twisted with contempt as she stared in the direction he departed. He should take a good look at himself. If my daughter ever married someone like him, she'd regret it bitterly. But who knows how they'd react if they ever discovered Shen Ye's true identity. After leaving the Lin family's villa, Shen Ye glanced back at the stylish little house, his expression unusually cold. This villa had been obtained at the cost of his parents living under a bridge, traded for the Lin family. The thought sent a surge of rage coursing through his chest. If you crave this much superficial glory, I'll strip you bare and make you taste the life of living under a bridge. With that resolve, Shen Ye strode away from the scene. After leaving the Fuzzy Yuan Villa district, Shen Ye headed straight for the small clinic his master had left him. Half an hour later, following the address, Shen Ye arrived at a narrow alleyway. The narrow alley wasn't long, housing only 3 shops in total. Shen Ye felt inexplicably bewildered by the sight of these 3 shops. The clinic his master had entrusted him with was situated right in the middle of the 3 shops. To its left and right, however, were 2 undertakers' shops, each displaying several dark, ominous coffins at their entrances. Had his master intended to compete with the King of Hell for souls by opening the clinic here? Shen Ye shook his head helplessly and began walking toward the clinic. The moment he stepped into the alley, Shen Ye sensed something off. The owners of the 2 coffin shops were staring at him with eerie, unsettling expressions. Most significantly, Shen Ye sensed the air temperature within the alley felt noticeably colder than outside, carrying an eerie chill. Yin energy was overwhelming Yang. Suddenly, Shen Ye felt a hand clap onto his shoulder. His instincts kicked in, propelling him several meters forward. He spun around to find a beggar standing before him, disheveled, hair-matted, and filthy from head to toe. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. He knew his own abilities well. This was the first time anyone had ever appeared silently behind him without him noticing. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, the beggar grinned foolishly, holding out a tattered bowl toward Shen Ye, seemingly begging for food. Shen Ye stared intently at the beggar before him, pulled a 20 yuan note from his pocket, and tossed it into the tattered bowl. "Thank you. Thank you." The old man withdrew the bowl with a delighted expression, expressing his gratitude to Shen Ye. Yet, the smile on his face seemed strangely unsettling. After muttering his thanks, the beggar turned and walked away. Watching the beggar disappear, Shen Ye turned with a heavy heart, ready to continue toward the clinic. "Young man, fancy buying a coffin?" Shen Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw the owner of a coffin shop staring at him with an even more peculiar smile. "You're sick." Shen Ye spat out the words and ignored the coffin shop owner. He was annoyed. What coffin shop owner would actively try to sell someone a coffin? Wasn't that like cursing them? Yet, as Shen Ye approached the clinic entrance, he spotted another coffin shop owner, this one too wearing an eerie grin, who slowly spoke up. "Young man, buy a coffin. You'll need it." At that moment, Shen Ye's anger flared up. What kind of professional ethics is this? Who actively asks people to buy coffins? Isn't that cursing them or their family to death? No thanks. Keep your coffins for yourselves. Shen Ye snapped, his voice dripping with contempt. Back in the southern frontier, anyone who spoke to Shen Ye like that would be courting death. Yet, upon hearing Shen Ye's words, the owners of both coffin shops showed no sign of anger. Instead, they continued to stare at him with eerie grins. Damn it, what a bunch of lunatics. Seeing this, Shen Ye muttered angrily under his breath before pulling out his keys, unlocking the clinic door, and rushing inside. Chapter 7, Longquan Number 1. The moment he stepped inside the clinic, a musty stench hit him, and tattered spider webs hung everywhere. Shen Ye covered his nose, walking while waving his hand to brush away the cobwebs. Reaching the medicine cabinet behind the counter, Shen Ye braced himself against one side before suddenly channeling his internal energy into a powerful shove. Boom! A half-meter thick stone wall slid open slowly. Stepping into the hidden chamber, he switched on the light inside. In an instant, Shen Ye was stunned. Inside the chamber stood row upon row of shelves, each laden with precious medicinal herbs. The 7-leaf grass and soul-restoring grass he sought were clearly among them. The other herbs held no use for him. Taking only one 7-leaf grass and one soul-returning grass, he exited the chamber and carefully closed the stone wall behind him. Upon exiting the clinic, Shen Ye deliberately observed the 2 coffin shops. To his astonishment, the 2 eerie proprietors had vanished, replaced by 2 honest, simple-minded old men. One sat at the shop entrance smoking a pipe, while the other hammered away at a coffin. Moreover, the air temperature had returned to normal, no longer carrying that previous eerie chill. Shen Ye lingered no longer. Locking the clinic door, he departed. After leaving the clinic, Shen Ye headed straight for Longquan No. 1, the most expensive residential complex in Qingzhou City. Those who could afford homes in Longquan No. 1 were invariably either wealthy or influential. Shen Ye's intention was straightforward, to purchase a villa here for his parents, as a way to make amends for the 3 years they had lived under a bridge because of him. Stepping into the Longquan No. 1 sales office, he saw small groups of prospective buyers trailing sales agents around the model display area. At the front desk, several idle sales agents chatted among themselves, with no clients in sight. Ding dong! Welcome to the Longquan No. 1 sales center. Hearing the automated greeting, the sales agents instantly perked up, scrambling to greet the new customer. But when they saw Shen Ye enter, their faces fell with disappointment. Ugh, what a bummer. Finally someone comes to look at a place, and it's just some broke loser. I'm not dealing with this. You guys handle it. One saleswoman looked at Shen Ye with utter contempt. No way am I going. Just look at his outfit, he doesn't look like he can afford a place. Let him wander around on his own. He'll leave soon enough. Another saleswoman chimed in with equal disdain. If neither of you wants to go, I'll handle it. I'm just sitting around anyway. Might as well use the time to familiarize myself with the business. A timid voice chimed in. It belonged to a new employee who had only been at the sales office for a few days. Fine, you go then. But remember, under no circumstances show him the high-end units. One saleswoman instructed. Why? The new employee asked, completely baffled. You just don't get it. Look at that cheapskate's outfit, it probably cost less than $200 total. If you take him to the high-end model area, it'll seriously drag down the prestige of our premium Longquan No. 1 community. The saleswoman said smugly. Oh. Though the new employee disagreed with the saleswoman's reasoning, she dared not voice her objections. After all, she was just a newbie and would need the seasoned staff to teach her the ropes of selling homes. The new saleswoman then approached Shen Ye with a welcoming smile. Sir, you're here to look at properties, right? Shen Ye nodded. Yes, I'm looking to buy a unit. Sir, please follow me. I'll show you around our Longquan No. 1 properties. The new employee said politely. After finishing her sentence, she prepared to take Shen Ye to see the cheapest units at Longquan No. 1. Actually, I'll pass. I don't know much about real estate. Do you happen to have any oceanfront villas here? Shen Ye replied. Shen Ye genuinely knew little about real estate, but he firmly believed in the adage, you get what you pay for. People might not recognize quality, but money certainly does. Therefore, Shen Ye had already made up his mind, he wouldn't settle for anything less than the most expensive option. The pricier, the better. We do have them, the new sales agent replied. However, regarding oceanfront villas, I'm not sure if the price would be within your budget. The lowest starts at 30 million. Money is no issue. Just show me your most expensive villa here. Shen Ye declared. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the new sales agent was startled, then her heart raced with excitement. Did I step in dog poop this morning? How did such a big client show up, demanding to see the most expensive villa right off the bat? Sir, please follow me. The most exclusive villa at Longquan No. 1 is undoubtedly the Grand Villa No. 1 at Yunding Mountain, truly the pinnacle of luxury villas. Saying this, the new sales agent led Shen Ye toward the center of the model exhibition hall. Xiaolu, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to show him our cheapest units at Longquan No. 1? At that moment, several sales ladies gathered at the counter chatting saw the new employee leading Shen Ye toward the center. Their faces immediately darkened with displeasure as they approached and scolded the newcomer. But he wants to see our most expensive villa, the new employee exclaimed excitedly. Lu Fongfong, did you get your head stuck in a door? Just because he says he wants to see it? Do you have any idea how much Longquan No. 1 villas cost? A whopping 2 billion yuan. Does he look like someone who could afford to drop 2 billion on a house? The saleswoman spoke while giving Shen Ye a disdainful once-over. Her voice wasn't exactly low, and it immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. They scrutinized Shen Ye's attire, their faces brimming with contempt and disdain. Well, it really is true that in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. My husband's company makes tens of millions a year, and I wouldn't dare casually mention wanting to see the Longquan No. 1 villas. Yet this guy, a typical broke loser, has the audacity to say he wants to see the 2 billion yuan villa king? TSK, admirable courage. A stylishly dressed, sexy-looking socialite glanced at Shen Ye and sneered. Young lady, you're far too naive. You actually believe this loser? I guarantee that scumbag is preying on your innocence. He's deliberately tricking you into thinking he wants to see the Villa King. Once he's seen it, he'll demand to buy it, but only if you sleep with him first. A pot-bellied middle-aged man, smugly convinced of his own wisdom, addressed Lu Fangfang with these words. Hearing the pot-bellied man's words, Lu Fangfang was startled, a wave of dread washing over her. She knew the sales office had such unspoken rules many saleswomen sold their bodies to close deals. Chapter 8, Peculiar Tastes. Forget it, I'm not looking at Villa King anymore. Shen Ye's face darkened at their words. Did he really look like such a sleazy person? See? I told you so. The lie was exposed, and now he's embarrassed. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the pot-bellied middle-aged man immediately wore a smug expression. Shen Ye's blood boiled at the remark, and he shot a vicious glare at those mocking him. What if I just go ahead and buy Villa King outright? Ha! If you can buy Villa King, I'll eat. The pot-bellied middle-aged man burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. I'll eat 2s. The saleswoman who had questioned Lu Fangfang chimed in. Well, I'll be damned if I don't see you two actually eat it later. Shen Ye sneered coldly. As he finished speaking, he pulled out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Fangfang, saying, Miss, would you mind calculating the total cost for purchasing Villa King? Just swipe this card. Hearing Shen Ye's words and seeing the black card he offered, Lu Fangfang was momentarily stunned. Could she really be getting incredibly lucky? At that moment, Lu Fangfang's heart raced with excitement. After all, this Villa King had sat unsold for 2 whole years, and now she, a new employee, might actually be the one to sell it. Most importantly, the boss had explicitly stated that whoever sold this Villa King would receive a 5 million yuan commission. Her hands trembling, Lu Fangfang took the black card Shen Ye offered and stammered. Sir, shall I show you the villa first? No need to see it. Just process the paperwork and swipe the card, Shen Ye replied indifferently. Oh, you're really putting on airs now. I've never seen a bank card that's black. You wouldn't happen to be a membership card from some hair salon, would you? Can it even withdraw money? The saleswoman said with a sneer. Ha ha. The saleswoman's words immediately drew roaring laughter from the onlookers, none of whom had ever seen a black bank card either. At that moment, the sales manager from the upstairs office heard the commotion below and rushed downstairs. He confronted his subordinate. What's going on? Why all the commotion? The saleswoman, seeing the manager descend, pointed at Shen Ye with utter contempt and declared. Manager, you're just in time. Some broke loser is trying to buy our Dragon Spring No. 1 villa with some membership card from who knows what hair salon. How ridiculous is that? Yeah, that black card Lu Fangfang is holding. The manager glanced at Lu Fangfang's hand. Upon seeing the black card in her grasp, his pupils instantly contracted and his expression changed dramatically. Smack! The manager turned around and delivered a hard slap across the saleswoman's face. The slap stunned not only the saleswoman but also the onlookers, who were left bewildered and confused. Manager, why did you hit me? The saleswoman clutched her stinging cheek, her face twisted with hurt as she asked. That's the least of it. How dare you offend our most esteemed guest? I could kill you. The manager roared at her, his face twisted with fury. Manager, are you out of your mind? How could he possibly be our most esteemed guest? He's nothing but a broke loser, the saleswoman retorted defiantly. Smack! Immediately, the manager delivered another resounding slap. You stupid woman with long hair and short sight. You're going to get me killed, you know that? This black card is a limited edition card sold by the bank for a hefty price. There are fewer than 20 of them worldwide. Do you even know what that means? This represents a symbol of status. Anyone who possesses such a black card is invariably a tycoon whose wealth rivals nations and whose power is unmatched. Hearing the manager's words, everyone present was stunned. They never imagined that such a small black card could be so intimidating. Even Shen Ye was momentarily stunned. Li Wuying had given him this card upon his release from prison. He'd assumed it held no more than a few hundred billion in deposits. But he never imagined this card would carry such immense prestige with fewer than 20 issued worldwide. Looks like next time he visits prison, he'd better make sure the warden adds a chicken leg to Li Wuying's meal. No, he should add a chicken leg to every single one of Li Wuying's meals. Good day, sir. I'm the manager here, just call me Xiao Zhang. My deepest apologies for my staff's misconduct. I sincerely hope you'll forgive them. Of course, to earn your understanding, we'll offer a sincere gesture. I understand you're interested in purchasing our Longquan No. 1 Villa King? How about this? I'll give you 3 years of complimentary security services. Hearing Manager Zhang's words, Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction and said, since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you. Manager Zhang visibly relaxed at Shen Ye's words, and even the saleswoman behind him breathed a silent sigh of relief. But their relief was short-lived. Shen Ye suddenly pointed at the pot-bellied middle-aged man, then at the saleswoman, and said coldly, but he and she just said that if I buy Villa King, they'll eat feces. Especially that one from your sales department, he has to eat 2 piles. I hope Manager Zhang can help me make sure that happens later. Sir, rest assured, I will see to it. Manager Zhang nodded hastily in agreement. Manager Zhang then turned back, his expression turning icy as he glared at the middle-aged man and the saleswoman. Who knew you two had such peculiar tastes? Well, it would be rather unkind of me not to grant your request. With that, Manager Zhang summoned the security guard, pointed at the two individuals Shen Ye had named, and ordered. Take them to the restroom. They enjoy eating feces satisfy their craving. Anyone who dares to hold back will be fired. Hearing Manager Zhang's order, the security guards froze for a moment before suppressing their laughter as they approached the pair. They grabbed the two men and dragged them toward the restroom. Manager, I know I was wrong. Please, no. The saleswoman begged for mercy. At that moment, she regretted her actions so deeply she could have turned green. Being dragged off to eat feces was a minor issue. The 5 million yuan commission from selling that villa to Mr. Wang was the real problem. If she hadn't looked down on Shen Ye earlier and greeted him warmly, that 5 million commission would have been hers for the taking. I'm your client. How dare you make me eat? I'll sue you, the pot-bellied middle-aged man shouted, his face twisted with terror. Chapter 9, Moving into the Villa. Manager Zhang paid no heed to their pleas and threats. Manager Zhang then instructed Zheng Fangfeng to swipe the card for payment. With a beep, the payment went through, and Shen Ye became the owner of Villa King at Longquan No. 1. Afterward, guided by Manager Zhang and Zheng Fangfeng, Shen Ye toured the Villa King. And it was true, you got what you paid for. The swimming pool alone covered at least 2 acres. The interior decoration was equally impressive, gilded and magnificent, with top-tier furnishings and every conceivable amenity. After touring the villa, Shen Ye headed straight back to the hotel. Upon returning, he found his mother, Li Fengmei, already asleep. He then retrieved his silver needles and began administering the 7 extreme needle technique to his comatose father, Shen Changqing. After completing the treatment, Shen Ye went straight to the hotel kitchen. He gave the chef a small tip and asked him to boil the 7-leaf grass and soul-returning herb into a medicinal decoction. Half an hour later, the decoction was ready. Shen Ye carried it back to the room and began feeding it to his father. After ensuring Shen Changqing had consumed every drop, Shen Ye booked another room in the hotel to sleep. Early the next morning, Shen Ye returned to his parents' room. By then, Li Fengmei had already regained consciousness. Mom, how are you feeling? Yeah, when I woke up this morning, my eyes felt warm and a little itchy. Li Fengmei replied. Hearing this, Shen Ye felt relieved. It was a sign of her eyes recovering. Mom, this means your eyes have healed. Once I remove the bandages, you'll be able to see again. With that, Shen Ye began removing the bandages from Li Fengmei's eyes. Mom, try opening your eyes. Can you see anything? After removing the bandages, Shen Ye gestured for Li Fengmei to open her eyes. Li Fengmei nodded and slowly tried to open her eyes. I can really see. Li Fengmei exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Cough, cough. At that moment, Shen Changqing, who had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly let out a few coughs. Hearing his cough, Li Fengmei was overjoyed. She hurriedly leaned closer and whispered softly into his ear, Changqing, it's wonderful. You've finally woken up. As Li Fengmei's words fell, Shen Changqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly before his eyes slowly opened. Fengmei. The first person Shen Changqing saw was Li Fengmei, and he called out softly. Ha! How long have I been unconscious? It feels like I've been out for ages. Shen Changqing asked, his face full of confusion. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shen Changqing spotted Shen Ye beside him. Startled, he exclaimed, Xiao Yi, weren't you sentenced to 3 years in prison? How come you're out so soon? Did Lin Meng testify for you and clear your name? Shen Changqing had been unconscious for 3 years, but he himself didn't know how long he'd been out. He thought it had only been a few days, which is why he spoke like that. Changqing, Ye has been released after serving his sentence. Do you realize you've been asleep for 3 whole years? Thankfully, our Ye is a skilled doctor and saved you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to go on living alone. Li Fengmei explained to Shen Changqing. She then recounted the major events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. After hearing her account, Shen Changqing grasped the major events of the past years. He then turned to Shen Ye and said, Xiao Yi, now that you're out of prison and have mastered such exceptional medical skills, why not open a clinic? Your mother and I will assist you. Nothing matters more than our family living in peace and harmony. As for Lin Meng, it seems fate hasn't favored you too. It's best to let her go. A woman like that doesn't deserve to be part of the Shen family. Shen Ye felt a warm glow in his heart at his father's words. Father, there's something I must confess. Remember when I enlisted years ago? In truth, 3 years prior, I had already become the war god of the southern frontier. The sovereign even bestowed upon me the title of king of the southern frontier. So from now on, we'll never have to endure those days of poverty again. Then why were you sentenced to 3 years in prison 3 years ago over a minor Wang family matter? Shen Changqing asked, his face filled with confusion. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he realized he'd said too much and quickly shut up. Shen Ye wasn't stupid, he could easily discern the unspoken meaning behind Shen Changqing's words.
A minor royal family? If Shen Changqing were truly just an ordinary person, would he dare utter the phrase a minor noble house?
After all, the Wang family held considerable standing in Qingzhou, with assets exceeding tens of billions. But since Shen Changqing refused to elaborate, Shen Ye naturally wouldn't press him further. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get the answer he wanted.
No one could have locked me up unless I chose to go, Shen Ye declared with pride etched across his face.
His words were also a declaration of his resolve. Emerging from prison this time, witnessing the immense suffering his parents endured because of him, his heart ached. From now on, no one would ever put him behind bars again. Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei didn't believe Shen Ye's words.
Who would willingly choose prison?
They assumed he was just trying to comfort them.
Oh, right, Mom and Dad, I just bought an apartment today. After breakfast, let's move in.
Soon after, guided by Shen Ye, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing arrived at the grand villa within Longquan No. 1.
Xiao Yi, this villa must have cost a fortune, right?
Shen Changqing mused, eyeing the swimming pool that covered over 2 acres in the villa's courtyard.
Not expensive at all, just a little over $1 million. Shen Ye bluffed.
True, Li Fengmei agreed.
It's not downtown, after all.
So remote, surrounded by mountains and the sea, property prices must be cheap here. Li Fengmei beamed with delight, thoroughly pleased with the villa.
Most importantly, it wasn't expensive, just over $1 million.
Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Shen Ye found himself at a loss for words.
He felt she made perfect sense, yet somehow it seemed utterly nonsensical. Still, Shen Ye didn't bother explaining. Her understanding suited him just fine. That said, Shen Ye did appreciate Manager Shang's professionalism.
At least 7 or 8 bodyguards had been stationed inside and outside the villa, and Shen Ye could tell these guards were rigorously trained. After settling his parents into the villa, Shen Ye immediately left the premises and headed into the woods surrounding the estate. You've been following me this whole time. Come out. Chapter 10, The Female General. The words had barely left his mouth when a heady scent of perfume wafted from behind him.
Shen Ye's lips curved slightly as his body swiftly sidestepped.
Simultaneously, a graceful figure embraced thin air where he had stood moments before.
Ouch. You're so annoying. Big bro, it's been 3 years. What's wrong with giving me a hug? It won't hurt you.
Soon, the sudden figure materialized, a stunningly beautiful, curvaceous beauty with an absolutely gorgeous complexion. Stomping her foot and swaying her hips, she pouted coquettishly. Shen Ye turned his head, gazing directly at the beauty before him. His expression remained stern as he said, "Mao Tu, I've warned you countless times, no perfume on your person. If this were a mission, it would easily give away your cover." The fiery beauty before him was none other than Mao Tu, one of Shen Ye's subordinates in the southern frontier and a commander of the 12 Zodiac. Don't be fooled by her delicate beauty, she's dangerously skilled at hiding her true nature, capable of killing without a trace.
Oh, come on, it's been years since I last saw you, big brother.
That's why I only sprayed a tiny bit of perfume. Mao Tu clung to Shen Ye's arm, pouting.
That won't do. Don't you know perfume can leave a scent? Your specialty is concealment.
If you're marked by perfume, that skill will become your deadliest weakness, Shen Ye said with a dark expression.
Fine, fine. I won't spray it next time.
Mao Tu pouted, looking utterly aggrieved.
Shen Ye, spill it. How did you end up here? Mao Tu, Shenlong sent me to help you.
He knows you didn't return to the southern frontier after getting out of prison. It must be because of what happened 3 years ago. Mao Tu, if it weren't for letting you, big brother, take revenge personally, we would have killed those bastards 3 years ago.
Shen Ye nodded upon hearing this. Shen Ye was thoroughly satisfied with Qianlong.
Among the 12 Zodiac commanders, he was the most level-headed and also possessed the greatest combat prowess. It was precisely because Qianlong was in the southern frontier that Shen Ye could rest assured.
In 2 days, they'll hold their wedding. Find out the location for me, then prepare a grand gift for them. Shen Ye commanded.
As you command, Southern King. Receiving the order, Mao Tu's eyes flashed with a ghostly smile before he vanished into the shadows. After Mao Tu departed, Shen Ye walked back to the villa with his hands behind his back. Little did Shen Ye know, news of his purchase of the Dragon Spring Villa No. 1 had already spread throughout Qingzhou.
Did you hear?
That 2 billion yuan Longquan No. 1 Villa King sold yesterday.
Wow, 2 billion yuan. How could anyone not have heard?
And I also heard that the buyer of Longquan No. 1 Villa King is none other than Li Wuying, the murder king from 5 years ago.
That's right.
When Shen Ye purchased the villa, due to his unique status, he used Li Wuying's card for the transaction. Therefore, he specifically instructed the manager to register the villa under Li Wuying's name.
That afternoon, Shen Ye received a call from Zhao Kur.
What Shen Ye never expected was that Zhao Kur told him her grandfather, old Zhao, had suddenly coughed up blood and lost consciousness shortly after lunch. After hanging up, Shen Ye was puzzled. Logically speaking, after administering the 7 extinction needle, Zhao Lao's condition should only improve. It was completely impossible for him to vomit blood and lose consciousness.
Shen Ye didn't have time to dwell on it, as he had promised Zhao Kor he would cure her grandfather's illness. Fortunately, Zhao Kor and her family were currently residing in the Longquan No. 1 villa complex. As soon as he arrived at the villa where Zhao Kor lived, he saw her pacing anxiously back and forth outside the main gate. Spotting Shen Ye, Zhao Kor hurried over and led him inside the villa. Shen Ye, why is this happening? Didn't you say that after administering the 7 severing needles to my grandfather, he would recover? How could he still be vomiting blood and losing consciousness? Zhao Kor asked anxiously as she hurriedly led Shen Ye toward the villa. I need to examine your grandfather's condition first to know the answer. Shen Ye replied. Soon, Shen Ye followed Zhao Kor into the villa's grand hall, where a crowd had gathered. Master Healer Xia was among them, along with the same group of middle-aged traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from last time. Besides them, there was a beautiful woman who bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Kor. This woman radiated an overbearing aura. With just one glance, Shen Ye could tell she was military personnel. Kor, is this Shen Ye, the one who treated grandfather? The moment the beauty spotted Shen Ye beside Zhao Kor, her face turned icy cold. A sharp aura swept toward Shen Ye. Yes, sister, that's Shen Ye. Zhao Kor nodded. This beauty was none other than Zhao Kor's elder sister, Zhao Shui. She had enlisted at 16 and by 20 had already attained the rank of junior general, earning numerous distinguished military honors for the great Xia nation. Shen Ye, you'd better pray my grandfather is unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you off lightly. Zhao Shui fixed Shen Ye with an icy stare and said coldly. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Shen Ye felt inexplicably unsettled. Could it be that he had made a mistake while treating her grandfather? I reckon he just got lucky last time. He stuck needles all over old Zhao haphazardly, calling it some 7 absolute needles technique. When old Zhao woke up then, it was most likely a sign of a deathbed recovery, a middle-aged traditional Chinese medicine practitioner said to Shen Ye. Exactly. A wet-beard brat like him dares question the medical skills of our esteemed Dr. Xia? Absolutely laughable, another physician sneered at Shen Ye. At this moment, even Zhao Kor, standing nearby, began to doubt Shen Ye's medical skills after hearing these practitioners' words. Otherwise, how could she explain her grandfather vomiting blood and falling unconscious again? Among those present, only one person remained steadfastly convinced of Shen Ye's abilities, Master Xia himself. He knew of the 7 extremities needle technique and had heard from his own master about its formidable power. Master, I've examined old Zhao. It's the same condition as last time, but this time it seems more complicated. Master Physician Xia approached Shen Ye, bowing respectfully and addressing him as master. He then shared his diagnosis. Master Xia, don't let that yellow-haired brat fool you. He's just a fraud who knows nothing. How can you still call him master? A middle-aged TCM practitioner warned Xia Shen Ye. Indeed, Master Xia, he's a fraud with no real skills. How can you still call him master? This will ruin your reputation as a divine physician. Another practitioner, equally concerned for Master Xia, spoke up. Chapter 11, Pulling Someone Back from the Brink of Death. Hearing their words, Shen Ye frowned slightly but offered no explanation. He walked directly toward old Zhao's hospital bed. Swish! The sound of a sword being drawn. Before Shen Ye reached old Zhao's bedside, Zhao Shui beside him had already drawn her sharp sword and pressed it against his throat. If you dare take one more step forward, I swear I'll make you bleed 3 feet. Zhao Shui's icy voice rang out. To Zhao Shui, Shen Ye was merely a young man her own age. Even if he'd studied medicine since birth, his skills couldn't be that great. Now, her grandfather's illness had even stumped the renowned physician Xia. How could some greenhorn possibly help? The first female general of Great Xia truly lives up to her reputation. Fine blade. Shen Ye remarked calmly, showing no sign of panic despite the blade pressed against his throat. Shen Ye recognized Zhao Shui before him, the youngest general of Great Xia, its sole female general, and an idol revered by countless young people across the realm. If you know who I am, why did you dare come to my home to deceive people with fake treatments? Zhao Shui retorted, her face brimming with arrogance. Who have I deceived? Did I charge your Zhao family exorbitant medical fees for treating your grandfather? Or did I impose any conditions on your family? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Originally, Shen Ye had held quite favorable impressions of Zhao Shui. Rising to the rank of major general in the military at such a young age, he had even considered transferring her to the southern frontier upon his return, believing with proper cultivation, her future prospects would be limitless. But after meeting Zhao Shui in person, Shen Ye's regard for her plummeted. She was far too arrogant and self-assured. It seemed that rising too quickly wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Shui was speechless. After all, Shen Ye hadn't taken a single penny from the Zhao family. If this were 3 years ago, you'd be dead already for daring to put a knife to my throat, Shen Ye said coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. You're asking for death. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Shui's eyes turned cold, and she was about to attack him. Miss Shui, please calm down. If you kill my master, there truly won't be anyone left in this world who can save your grandfather. At that moment, the divine physician Xia hurried over to restrain Zhao Shui. A mere arrogant fool. Do you truly believe he can save my grandfather?
Zhao Shui snapped at the divine physician Xia, her face flushed with fury. Had he not intervened, the sword in her hand would have drenched Shen Ye in blood on the spot. Miss Shui, I swear on my reputation as a divine physician my master can absolutely cure old Master Zhao.
Dr. Xia declared solemnly, vouching for Shen Ye.
Seeing Master Xia like this, the other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners nearby all shook their heads helplessly, feeling pity for him. They couldn't understand how Master Xia had fallen for the swindler Shen Ye's tricks and trusted him so completely.
Since divine physician Xia vouches for you, I'll spare your life for now. But if you fail to cure my grandfather's illness, I'll still kill you. Zhao Shui glared coldly at Shen Ye. You should be grateful that Master Xia saved you this time. You. Arrogant.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Shui was about to explode with fury. But just then, Shen Ye had already grabbed old Master Zhao's wrist to take his pulse. She could only force herself to swallow her anger.
After taking old Zhao's pulse, Shen Ye's brows furrowed deeply.
It wasn't because he doubted his ability to cure old Master Zhao's illness. Rather, it was because after undergoing his 7 extreme needle treatment, the condition should not have relapsed let alone worsened. This could only mean one thing: someone was trying to harm old Zhao.
Shen Ye then drew out his silver needles and immediately inserted them into old Zhao's Dazui acupoint, Suqi acupoint, and several other points. Guh.
After the needles were inserted, the unconscious old Zhao suddenly jerked his head back with a retching sound, vomiting all over the floor before collapsing back into unconsciousness. Seeing this, everyone in the room gasped in shock.
Master Healer Xia. How dare you vouch for him using your reputation as a divine healer? Look at him, he doesn't know the first thing about medicine. This is pure recklessness. He's made old Master Zhao vomit from his botched treatment. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner exclaimed anxiously to Master Healer Xia. Just as I suspected, someone is trying to harm old Zhao. Shen Ye pointed at the vomit on the floor and said calmly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the others finally calmed down and followed to examine old Master Zhao's vomit. Master, have you discovered something?
After examining it closely for a moment and finding nothing unusual, Master Xia asked Shen Ye curiously.
See that red residue?
That's Western red grass. Shen Ye pointed to a fragment of crimson debris within the vomit and explained to Master Xia. Upon hearing this, Master Xia immediately fetched a pair of tweezers, picked up the red residue, and examined it closely. His expression changed dramatically upon closer inspection. It was indeed Western region red cloth grass.
So what if it's red clothed grass? Does that somehow prove you're not a fraud? An acupuncturist nearby retorted impatiently.
Shut up! Dr. Xia snapped, then began explaining the nature of the red rope grass. Red clothed grass poses no harm to healthy individuals. However, for someone gravely ill like old Zhao, consuming it immediately stimulates viral growth within the body and triggers viral mutation. And it was precisely because old Zhao consumed this red-clad herb that his old ailment flared up again, even worsening his condition. Hearing Master Xia's words, the others finally understood. They recalled the harsh words they had just hurled at Shen Ye, and suddenly felt their old faces burning with shame. As for Zhao Shui and Zhao Kur, their expressions darkened instantly upon hearing this. They never imagined anyone would dare to secretly harm their grandfather right under their noses. Master, is there any hope for old Zhao? Master Healer Xia asked Shen Ye. Hearing the divine doctor's question, Zhao Kur and Zhao Shui both turned their gaze urgently toward Shen Ye, desperate for his answer. Shen Ye nodded. Yes. He then picked up his silver needles and began inserting them into old Master Zhao's body. Once again, he employed the 7-extremity needle technique. However, this time it was more complicated, requiring Shen Ye to channel his internal qi energy to force the mutated toxins out of old Master Zhao's body. After completing the 7 absolute needles technique, a layer of blackish toxins oozed from every point where the needles had pierced Zhao Lao's body. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners watching nearby were left speechless. They had never witnessed such a method of treatment before. This time, they were utterly convinced by Shen Ye's medical skill. Cough, cough. Old Zhao coughed a few times before slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Shen Ye before him, the awakened Zhao Lao's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, young Shen, he said. You've pulled me back from the brink of death once again. No need for thanks. You and my master share a connection, it's only right. Here is a letter my master asked me to deliver to you. Shen Ye handed the letter his master had given him before his imprisonment into old Zhao's hands. Chapter 12, The War God of the Southern Frontier. Truthfully, before meeting Zhao Shui, Shen Ye hadn't realized that old Zhao was the Zhao Qianlong his master had spoken of. Earlier, Shen Ye had investigated Zhao Shui's background, so upon meeting her, he naturally knew her grandfather was named Zhao Qianlong. The letter had been given to Shen Ye by his master upon his release from prison, with instructions to deliver it to Zhao Qianlong when they met. As for its contents, Shen Ye remained unaware. He hadn't read it and felt no curiosity. Who is your master? Old Zhao asked curiously as he took the envelope from Shen Ye's hand. My master forbids me from mentioning his name in front of others. You'll understand once you've read the letter, Shen Ye replied. Hearing this, old Zhao nodded, then opened the envelope and took out the letter inside to read. The moment he read it, a delighted smile spread across old Zhao's face. So you are his disciple. No wonder your medical skills are so extraordinary.
It all makes perfect sense now.
After finishing the letter, old Zhao gazed at Shen Ye with such delight, as if he were looking at a precious treasure, growing more and more fond of him with every glance.
Seeing the old man's utterly delighted gaze, Shen Ye couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had his master written in that letter? Why did the old man look at him so differently after reading it? Why is old Master Zhao looking at me like that? Shen Ye voiced the question on his mind. Ha ha! From this day forward, you are the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Suddenly, old Master Zhao burst into laughter, uttering words that left everyone present utterly bewildered. Shuer, hurry! Take Shen Ye to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. Old Master Zhao turned to Zhao Shui, who stood beside him looking equally bewildered, and said excitedly. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I go with him to register our marriage? Hearing the elder Zhao's words, Zhao Shui's icy expression flushed crimson as she pouted at him. Because this is grandfather's order. Are you going to disobey grandfather? Old Zhao's expression darkened as he addressed Zhao Shui with stern seriousness. At this moment, Shen Ye, who had been standing nearby, was a bit confused. He addressed Old Master Zhao, Old Master, while I saved you without expecting anything in return, does that mean I have to suffer the consequences? And now I'm getting dragged into this too? Ha ha! My dear son-in-law, this isn't my doing, it's your master's decision. See for yourself. Laughing heartily, old Zhao handed the letter to Shen Ye, showing no signs of having recently recovered from a serious illness. Joy brings vitality to the spirit, perhaps that saying was meant for this very situation. Shen Ye took the letter with a puzzled look. On it were written several bold characters, Marry Zhao Shui to Shen Ye. Signed by his master. Damn it, setting up his disciple. Shen Ye then turned his gaze to Zhao Shui standing nearby, her face frozen in icy composure. Though undeniably beautiful with a stunning figure, her overly proud nature made her far from his type. Meanwhile, Zhao Kor stood nearby, her face etched with profound desolation. Truth be told, she developed feelings for Shen Ye back when he cured her grandfather. His aloof attitude only fueled her competitive spirit, and she'd secretly vowed to win over this arrogant man. Now, her grandfather suddenly wanted Zhao Shui to marry Shen Ye? This guy was suddenly going to be her brother-in-law? Zhao Kor found it hard to accept. Even if that were the case, you couldn't just decide to get married like that. At the very least, you'd need to cultivate some feelings first, right? Shen Ye sighed inwardly, deciding to find some excuse to stall for now. He'd ask his master about the situation later. This wasn't how you set up your apprentice. He was right. They did need to build some feelings first. Hearing Shen Ye's words, old Zhao nodded in deep agreement, causing Zhao Shui beside him to feel overjoyed. But before her joy could fully blossom, old Zhao continued addressing her. Shuer, call your unit now and request a few days' leave. During this time, you're not going anywhere. Wherever Shen Ye goes, you go. Focus on building your relationship. In 3 days, I want to see your marriage certificate with Shen Ye. Shen Ye was utterly speechless at old Zhao's words. Was the old man being overly hasty? Was he worried his granddaughter wouldn't find a husband? Indeed, old Zhao was extremely anxious. But his worry wasn't about his granddaughter not finding a husband. Rather, he feared that a man as exceptional as Shen Ye might be snatched away by someone else. After all, Shen Ye was his disciple. Zhao Lao had to act fast to prevent any complications and ensure his precious granddaughter didn't snatch away his prized son-in-law. 10 minutes later, Shen Ye emerged from the Zhao family villa, followed by a reluctant Zhao Shui. She had no choice, her grandfather had ordered her to accompany Su Mo to strengthen their bond. Don't get cocky. I absolutely refuse to marry you, Zhao Shui muttered irritably shortly after leaving the villa, trailing behind Shen Ye. Shen Ye was speechless. Where did she see him gloating? You don't want to marry me? I don't want to marry you either. The moment my sister told me you cured my grandfather's illness, I had people investigate you. You were born into an ordinary family. After dropping out of school at 16, you enlisted in the southern frontier. 4 years of military service yielded nothing remarkable, you remained just a lowly private. 3 years ago, you returned from discharge only to find your fiancée had cheated on you. She even framed you, landing you in prison for 3 years. You were only released from jail a few days ago. Zhao Shui recounted all the information she'd uncovered about Shen Ye, though what she'd discovered was precisely what Shen Ye had intended her to find. As for his true identity, only the high-ranking officials of the southern frontier and the sovereign knew the truth. Quite thorough, your investigation, Shen Ye remarked indifferently. Do you really think someone like you is worthy of me? Of course, I admit I misunderstood you before. Your medical skills are exceptional, and you did save my grandfather's life. But thinking you can marry me, Zhao Shui, based on that alone? Impossible. Zhao Shui declared with icy arrogance. I never said I wanted to marry you.
Faced with Zhao Shue's haughty demeanor, Shen Ye felt a twinge of irritation and retorted. At least you have the self-awareness to know your status makes you unworthy of me. Zhao Shui assumed Shen Ye's words stemmed from his realization of the gap between them. Hearing Zhao Shue's self-righteous words, Shen Ye nearly laughed in exasperation. He asked with amusement. Then I'd like to ask you, noble lady general, what kind of status would be worthy of a lady general like you? Zhao Shui froze at Shen Ye's question, then her eyes lit up with admiration as she slowly replied, have you heard of the war god of the southern frontier? Shen Ye froze. Wasn't that himself? Shen Ye nodded, acknowledging he had. He enlisted at 16, just like you. His valor was unmatched, his martial prowess peerless enemies trembled at his name. By 20, he was already revered as the war god of the southern frontier. At 21, the sovereign crowned him prince of the southern frontier. In this world, only a man like him is worthy to be my Zhao Shue's man. Chapter 13, The Lifesaver. Shen Ye chuckled inwardly at Zhao Shue's words. If she knew that the southern frontier war god she idolized was none other than Shen Ye, the very man she now looked down upon, what would she think? Have you ever met him? Shen Ye asked with amusement. Zhao Shui shook her head. Though I've never seen him, I've heard countless tales. A man and his sword alone routed tens of thousands of enemy troops, leaving them in disarray. A man born into this world should be like him, charging across the battlefield, defending his homeland, and standing tall as a true hero. Zhao Shui spoke with admiration, then turned and shot Shen Ye a slightly disdainful glance before adding. Though you joined the army at 16 like him, the gap between you two is like heaven and earth. Never mind, I won't say more, you're not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. Hearing Zhao Shue's words, though meant to disparage Shen Ye, he felt no anger. After all, the him she spoke of was none other than Shen Ye himself. Sounds pretty impressive. Shen Ye chuckled and nodded. Alright, I won't talk about him anymore. Since you saved my grandfather twice, I'll give you 2 chances to ask for my help. As long as it's not something that violates heaven and earth, I'll assist you. Zhao Shui suppressed the admiration on her face and addressed Shen Ye coldly. Forget it. I doubt I'll even need those 2 favors, Shen Ye replied. Joking aside, as the esteemed prince of the southern frontier, would he really need Zhao Shue's help? They'd be grateful just to avoid seeking his assistance. Zhao Shui froze at Shen Ye's words. His response caught her completely off guard. Setting aside the influence of the Zhao family in Central Plains, she, Zhao Shui, was the youngest general in the entire Great Xia. Countless people offered her hefty sums for her assistance, and she still refused. But Shen Ye, standing before them, actually claimed he didn't need either of those chances? 3 years ago, you were framed by Lin Meng and Wang of the Wang family, leading to your 3-year imprisonment. Don't you want revenge? Zhao Shui asked. At her words, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. Do you really think I'd let them off so easily? Shen Ye retorted with a cold laugh. If you wish, I can help you trample them underfoot at their wedding ceremony. Of course, if you still wish to marry Lin Meng, I can also make her come back and beg you on her knees. Zhao Shui declared triumphantly. Forget it. I can handle my own affairs. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. As for your grandfather insisting we marry, just find someone to make a fake marriage certificate to fool him. Shen Ye couldn't be bothered with that arrogant woman. With that, he turned and strode toward the villa atop the mountain. So ungrateful. She deserves to be cuckolded. I wonder what the old man was thinking, forcing her to marry such a weakling. The moment Shen Ye departed, a woman in military attire leapt down from a roadside tree and landed beside Zhao Shui. Her gaze fixed on Shen Ye's retreating figure, she spoke with utter contempt. This woman was Lu Yao, Zhao Shui's capable subordinate in the military department. Yao, don't speak nonsense. After all, he did save my grandfather's life. Zhao Shui retorted, though her expression held no trace of reproach, clearly agreeing with Lu Yao's assessment. Miss, I just can't stand the sight of him. A worthless man who betrays even his own fiancée. What gives him the right to act so arrogant in your presence? What's most infuriating is that even when you offered to help him, he showed no gratitude. Instead, he claimed he could handle it himself. What a joke! If he were truly capable, would he have ended up sentenced to 3 years in prison? Lu Yao vented indignantly on Zhao Shui's behalf. He probably values his pride too much to openly ask for my help. Lu Yao, make preparations. In 2 days, I will erase the Wang family from Qingzhou entirely. Zhao Shui declared. Miss, he's already refused your offer. Are you still going to help him? Lu Yao asked, clearly annoyed. Consider it repaying the favor he did by saving my grandfather. He said he could handle it himself, so let's just wait and see how he manages it. Lu Yao said, clearly reluctant. This is my order. Carry it out immediately. Zhao Shui's expression turned cold as she commanded. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Yao dared not say more and promptly saluted with a stiff salute. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Ye was immediately pulled aside by Li Fengmei, who insisted he take the couple to find their benefactor. After some explanation, Shen Ye finally understood. During the time Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing had been living under the bridge, a kind stranger had consistently brought them food. Without this benefactor, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing would have starved to death beneath the bridge long ago. Li Fengmei had chatted with the person many times and learned her name was Tang Duoduo. Her family ran a medical clinic called Huichun Hall in Qingzhou. Soon, Shen Ye led Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing to the entrance of a clinic called Huichun Hall. Not a single patient was inside. Only a middle-aged man and a young, beautiful girl sat at the front desk, both looking deeply troubled.
Tang Duoduo?
Li Fengmei entered the clinic with a flushed expression, tentatively addressing the beautiful girl. Hearing her name called, Tang Duoduo lifted her sorrowful face and looked toward the source of the voice. The moment she saw her, she froze, then a delighted smile spread across her face. Auntie Li? How is it you? Your eyes. It really is you, Tang Duoduo. I never imagined you'd be so beautiful. My eyes are healed now. I can see again. Li Fengmei joyfully stepped forward, gripping Tang Duoduo's hands tightly as she exclaimed. Is that Uncle Shen? He's actually awake? Tang Duoduo quickly noticed Shen Changqing beside them, staring at him in disbelief as she asked. Yes, he's your Uncle Shen. By the way, when I first arrived, you looked so troubled. What happened? Li Fengmei asked with concern. Hearing Li Fengmei's question, Tang Duoduo's expression darkened once more. Tang Duoduo sighed heavily and said, Oh dear, our family clinic might not be able to stay open. Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Li Fengmei grew anxious. After all, Tang Duoduo had done her a great favor. She hurriedly asked. What happened? Tang Duoduo, a few days ago, a patient took the medicine prescribed by our clinic and for some reason, both legs became paralyzed. Tang Duoduo, now the patient's family comes to our clinic every day causing trouble. Because of this incident, our clinic's medical license has been revoked. Oh my! That's so serious? Is there no way to salvage the situation? Li Fengmei frowned as she asked. Sigh, unless we can cure that patient's legs, the clinic will have to shut down for good. Tang Duoduo sighed. Chapter 14, The Drama Queen Takes the Stage. Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Li Fengmei's eyes lit up. She turned to look at Shen Ye behind her and asked. Ye, could you help Tang Duoduo cure that patient's paralysis? Shen Ye nodded. As long as there's a breath left in them, there's no illness I can't cure. Before Li Fengmei or Tang Duoduo could respond, Tang Wenshan, seated nearby, snorted coldly and remarked with displeasure. You're young, but you sure talk big. It was hardly surprising that Tang Wenshan would say this. After all, Shen Ye looked barely over 20. Who would believe his medical skills were anything special? Tang Duoduo's eyes also flashed with displeasure upon hearing Shen Ye's words. She mentally labeled him a braggart, her favorability toward him plummeting. Just as Li Fengmei was about to explain, a group of people stormed into the clinic, carrying a stretcher with a young man lying on it, his legs paralyzed. Quack! Give me back my son's legs. A woman in her 40s stormed in and immediately yelled at Tang Wenshan. Though her voice was fierce, Shen Ye detected no trace of genuine sorrow or rage over his son's legs being ruined by treatment on her face. With just one glance, Shen Ye could tell these people weren't the patient's family at all, they were actors hired for the scene. Shen Ye suspected that once these people had made enough of a scene, the person who had hired them would make an appearance. Therefore, Shen Ye decided to hold back for now, waiting for the real mastermind to emerge and see what his true intentions were. Faced with the aggressive mob, Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo dared not speak, merely watching as the crowd proceeded to smash everything inside the clinic. Quack! If you don't give my son his legs back today, I'll take you to court. I'll make sure you rot in jail. The woman feigned fury as she confronted Tang Wenshan. Hearing her words, both Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo paled. If those people actually took him to court, Tang Wenshan would almost certainly end up behind bars. Auntie, please calm down. We deeply regret what happened. To show our sincerity, we're willing to compensate you financially. What do you think? Tang Duoduo pleaded earnestly with the woman. No. My son's legs aren't something money can fix. Either you cure my son's legs, or get ready to go to jail. The woman's tone was firm. Hearing her resolute words, Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo instantly turned ashen, their faces etched with despair. Ye, didn't you say you could heal his legs? Please help them. If it weren't for Duoduo, your father and I would have starved to death long ago. Li Fengmei, standing nearby, grew anxious and rushed to Shen Ye's side, pleading urgently. Mom, don't panic. Just wait a little longer. Shen Ye said. No sooner had Shen Ye finished speaking than a young gentleman walked in from outside. Duoduo, what's going on here? The young gentleman clearly recognized Tang Duoduo and asked her, deliberately feigning ignorance. Seeing the young man, Tang Duoduo's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd grabbed a lifeline while drowning. Young Master Zhang, you've come at the perfect moment. Isn't your master the renowned Dr. Xia? Please ask him to help me. Otherwise, my father will end up in jail. Tang Duoduo pleaded earnestly. Hearing her words, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes. Yet he deliberately feigned ignorance and asked. Dodo, calm down. Tell me exactly what happened so I can figure out how to help you. Tang Duo then recounted the entire story from beginning to end to Zhang Xiao in meticulous detail. After listening, Zhang Xiao's face clouded with difficulty.
Duo, asking my master for help might be a bit tricky, he said. After all, he's the divine physician of Great Xia. He doesn't treat just anyone. But he's your master, isn't he? Can't even you persuade him? Tang Duo asked, her disappointment evident.
If it were my own family member who fell ill, my master would certainly help.
But if it's you, well, my master definitely wouldn't intervene. After all, we're not related. Unless.
At this point, Zhang Xiao deliberately paused, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Unless what? Tang Duo pressed urgently. Unless you marry me and become my wife. Only then would my master lend a hand. Zhang Xiao declared. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Tang Duo fell silent. Duo, please don't misunderstand. I'm not actually asking you to marry me.
I'm just saying that's the only way my master will help.
Don't worry. I've studied medicine under my master for so long, I might be able to help. Let me check his condition first.
With that, Zhang Xiao walked straight over to the stretcher and began examining the person lying there with a show of professionalism.
Soon, Zhang Xiao's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to Tang Duo and said, Duo, I've examined him and found his condition is far worse than I anticipated. I'm helpless. I reckon only my master could heal his leg. I must admit your acting is top-notch. You'd be wasting your talent not pursuing a career in it. But those actors you hired? Utterly unprofessional.
At that moment, Shen Ye stepped forward and addressed Zhang Xiao with a cold smile.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Xiao's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He feigned confusion and asked, What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean.
At that moment, Tang Wenshan, Tang Duo, and Shen Ye's parents all looked at Shen Ye with equally puzzled expressions, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words.
Don't understand?
Then let me put it more plainly.
Truth is, they're all actors you hired. And that paralyzed man?
If I'm not mistaken, you made him drink some kind of poison that crippled his legs. Your goal was simple, to force Tang Duo into marrying you, hoping she'd agree in exchange for your master's help with her illness. I know you'd never admit it, but unfortunately for you, you've run into me today. Your plan won't work because I can cure his legs. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Xiao burst into laughter as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world.
Ha! If I'm not mistaken, you must be some kind of doctor, right?
That's why you're so full of yourself. If you can really cure his legs, I'll call you Dad.
Chapter 15, Drink the Poison. I never had a son like you. Shen Ye said indifferently. You.
Zhang Xiao's face flushed crimson with rage at Shen Ye's words.
Let's get practical. If I can cure his legs, how about you drink the poison you gave him yourself? Shen Ye said. Fine. If you can't cure him, you drink it.
Yet Shen Ye remained silent, his face twisted into a mocking expression as he stared at Zhang Xiao. Meanwhile, Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo blared at Zhang Xiao with murderous intent. Only then did Zhang Xiao realize he'd let something slip.
Damn it, stop slandering me. I don't even have that kind of poison.
Zhang Xiao scrambled to explain.
Whether Tang Duo believed him or not didn't matter to him anymore.
As long as he denied it to the end, that was all that mattered. By now, Zhang Xiao had already harbored hatred toward Shen Ye in his heart, scheming on how to exact revenge. I don't understand what you're saying, but if my son's leg isn't fixed today, I'll make sure that quack doctor goes to jail.
At that moment, the woman spoke up.
Hearing her words, Zhang Xiao silently gave her a mental thumbs up, thinking he'd have to tip her extra later.
Miss Tang, could you fetch me a set of silver needles? Oh, and a sterilized scalpel too.
Shen Ye merely smiled at the woman's outburst before turning to Tang Duo.
Are you really capable of this?
After witnessing what had just happened, Tang Duo's impression of Shen Ye had shifted slightly. Yet she still doubted he could heal that man's legs.
Besides trusting me, do you have any other choice? Shen Ye asked.
Hearing his words, Tang Duo froze for a moment before fetching a set of silver needles and a scalpel, handing them to Shen Ye.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Taking the needles and scalpel, Shen Ye walked straight to the patient and began inserting needles into his body.
He already understood the patient's condition inside out. I thought you might have medical training.
Looks like I overestimated you, starting to stick needles randomly without even a basic diagnosis. Watching Shen Ye proceed without hesitation, Zhang Xiao smirked triumphantly. Even Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo beside him couldn't help but frown, realizing how rash they'd been to trust Shen Ye could cure the patient so easily.
Hey! Do you even know how to treat people?
If you cause my son any harm, I'll kill you, the woman yelled at Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye paid no heed to Zhang Xiao or the woman's words. He swiftly inserted the silver needles into the patient. After securing the needles, Shen Ye rolled up both of the patient's pant legs and made a clean incision along each calf with his scalpel. As the incisions opened, a stream of dark blood gushed out.
Ah! Pain!
At that moment, the man lying on the stretcher finally felt the pain and couldn't help but cry out. Hearing the cry of pain, Zhang Xiao was startled.
Could Shen Ye truly heal the man's paralyzed legs?
After all, the fact that he was screaming meant his legs had regained sensation.
Tang Duo and Tang Wenshan, standing nearby, were both shocked and overjoyed. It worked! It actually worked!
Shen Ye had actually managed to cure the man's paralyzed legs. Only now did Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo realize that Shen Ye hadn't been bragging earlier. He genuinely possessed this ability. Yet what baffled Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo beyond comprehension was this: Shen Ye appeared barely in his early 20s, so how could his medical skills be so profound? Even the actors Zhang Xiao had hired were now staring in stunned silence. They never imagined this young man could casually perform a series of impressive maneuvers and actually cure the patient's paralysis. They all knew the man's legs were paralyzed because he had ingested an extremely difficult to detoxify poison. At that moment, Zhang Xiao urgently signaled to the man with his eyes, urging him not to stand up. As long as he remained seated, it wouldn't prove his legs had been cured. Shen Ye naturally noticed Zhang Xiao's signal, but he remained completely unconcerned. Seeing that the blood flowing from the man's legs was no longer black, Shen Ye turned to him with an icy expression and declared,
"You chose to abandon your humanity and follow those who commit such heinous crimes. Today, I will rid the world of this menace by ending your life." With that, Shen Ye raised the scalpel high in his hand and thrust it toward the patient's chest. Ah! The patient turned deathly pale with terror, let out a blood-curdling scream, and somersaulted off the stretcher onto the floor. He scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the clinic entrance. His paralyzed legs are cured. Seeing this, Shen Ye smirked triumphantly and declared. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Xiao's face darkened to the extreme. He glared at Shen Ye with hatred. "You just wait, you bastard. I won't let this slide." With that, Zhang Xiao turned to storm out. "Hold on. Did I say you could leave?" Shen Ye asked coldly. What else do you want?" Zhang Xiao turned back, sneering at Shen Ye. "Don't forget our wager. Now that I've healed that man's legs, isn't it time for you to drink that poison?" Shen Ye said coldly. "I told you I don't have it. Whether you say you did or not doesn't matter. I'll know once I search you." Shen Ye sneered coldly. With that, Shen Ye strode directly in front of Zhang Xiao. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Shen Ye merely reached out and casually tapped Zhang Xiao. Before Zhang Xiao could even register the touch, the vial of poison on his person had already appeared in Shen Ye's hand. "Here. Drink it." Shen Ye uncapped the vial and held it to Zhang Xiao's lips. "You're crazy." Zhang Xiao roared in rage, launching a punch straight at Shen Ye. Shen Ye merely shifted his body slightly to dodge the punch. Instantly, he seized Zhang Xiao's throat, forcing his mouth open. Shen Ye then poured the poison directly into Zhang Xiao's mouth. Gulp! Struggling to breathe, Zhang Xiao swallowed the poison in one gulp. "Ah! I'll kill you. You just wait. My master is the legendary Dr. Xia. If he finds out what you did to me, he'll never let you off." Zhang Xiao's face drained of color as panic-stricken rage erupted from his mouth. "Fine. Then bring your master here right now. I'm quite curious to see how he teaches his disciples." Shen Ye replied coldly. Chapter 16, The Divine Physician Kneels. Thud. It must be said, young Master Shang's poison was potent. Within minutes of drinking it, his face twisted in agony. His legs went numb, and he collapsed with a thud. Seeing Zhang Xiao collapse, the actors he had hired proved remarkably conscientious. They swiftly lifted him off the ground and placed him onto the stretcher they had prepared earlier. The scene was utterly absurd. Originally, that stretcher was meant for one of the actors playing a paralyzed character. Yet now, young Master Zhang lay upon it himself, while the actor who was supposed to be crippled was running about as lively as ever. Maybe you should just fix his legs properly. Otherwise, when his master shows up and sees his legs like this, you're in for big trouble. At that moment, Tang Duo approached from the side, her face filled with concern as she addressed Shen Ye. Yes, his master is none other than Master Healer Xia. Countless influential figures in the country curry favor with him. Offending Master Healer Xia would have unimaginable consequences. Tang Wenshan, standing nearby, also wore a worried expression as he chimed in with Shen Ye. Hearing Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo's words, Zhang Xiao, lying on the stretcher, wore a smug look on his face. "You heard me? If you know what's good for you, fix my legs right now, then get down on your knees and apologize. Maybe I'll consider letting you off. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you'll all die." Smack! The moment Zhang Xiao finished speaking, Shen Ye delivered a vicious slap across his face. The force of that slap made even Tang Duo and Tang Wenshan's hearts flutter. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to suffer more, hurry up and stop stalling. Shen Ye said coldly. "Fine, you're done for. Just wait and see how my master deals with you when he gets here." Zhang Xiao snarled, his face twisted in fury. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and dialed his master's number. "Master, hurry over. They forced poison down my throat at Huichun Hall Clinic and now my legs are paralyzed. You have to stand up for me.
The moment the call connected, Zhang Xiao immediately adopted a pitiful tone. "Didn't you tell him you're my disciple, Xia Zhongwen?" came the voice of the renowned physician Xia over the line. "I did," Zhang Xiao replied. "But he didn't take you seriously at all. He even told me to call you over immediately so he could see how you teach your disciples." "Humph, rest assured, apprentice. I can cure your legs. I'm coming over now. I'll see just who's so arrogant does he think he gets to dictate how I teach my disciples?" Dr. Xia's furious words echoed through the phone before it hung up. After tucking his phone away, Zhang Xiao looked at Shen Ye with smug satisfaction, his voice dripping with malice. "Just you wait. My master will be here any minute. I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me 100 times. After finishing his threats to Shen Ye, Zhang Xiao turned his gaze to Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo, declaring, "And you too. It's an honor for Tang Duoduo to have caught my eye. Now I'll give you two choices, either Tang Duoduo marries me, or you, Tang Wenshan, will never practice medicine again. My master is Master Dr. Xia. With just one word from him, you'll never survive in the medical field. Despicable. Vile. Shameless." Seeing Zhang Xiao's true colors, Tang Duoduo turned pale with rage and spat at him in disgust. 10 minutes later, a stretch limousine pulled up outside the clinic. The doors opened, and two middle-aged men stepped out first, followed by Xia Zhongwen, his face stern. At a glance, Shen Ye could tell the two men accompanying Xia Zhongwen were no ordinary individuals, they were yellow rank 5 martial artists. At that moment, Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo also spotted Xia Zhongwen and the two middle-aged men beside him. Their expressions instantly changed drastically. They hadn't expected Xia Zhongwen to bring these two along. It seemed today's matter wouldn't end peacefully. "Auntie Li, you must take uncle and your son out the back door immediately. The two men Xia Zhongwen brought are martial artists. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Tang Duoduo urgently urged Li Fengmei, urging her to take Shen Ye away. Li Fengmei was also deeply frightened by Tang Duoduo's words. She immediately turned her gaze to Shen Ye, urging him to leave. Zhang Xiao, lying on the stretcher, sneered coldly at the suggestion. "Think you can just walk out? Not a chance." Then, Zhang Xiao directly shouted towards Xia Zhongwen at the door, "Master, you finally arrived. You absolutely must avenge your disciple." Outside the door, Xia Zhongwen saw Zhang Xiao lying on the stretcher inside the clinic. His face darkened to a terrifying shade, his eyes blazing with rage. Xia Zhongwen hurriedly entered with two middle-aged men, approaching the stretcher with genuine concern. "Disciple," he asked tenderly, "who did this to you? Tell your master, and I will see justice served today." "Oh, Master Healer Xia, you're quite the formidable figure." Shen Ye's tone was icy. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Master Healer Xia startled. That voice sounded so familiar, didn't it resemble his own master's? "What are you all standing around for? Can't you see someone showing disrespect to my master?" Zhang Xiao's face twisted into a cold smile as he barked at the two martial artists accompanying Xia Zhongwen. The moment Zhang Xiao finished speaking, the two martial artists' eyes turned cold. They immediately charged toward Shen Ye at blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. "See if you can survive this." Zhang Xiao's face beamed with smug satisfaction as he thought this. Yet the next second, that smug grin froze on Zhang Xiao's face. He watched in shock as the two warriors, who had charged forward so swiftly, returned even faster, flying backward through the air. "Stop!" Only then did Xia Zhongwen snap back to his senses, shouting a command to halt. But it was too late. The two fighters he had brought were already being flung to the ground by Shen Ye, writhing in agony and wailing in pain. This scene left everyone in the clinic utterly stunned. No one could have imagined that Shen Ye, this young man, possessed not only extraordinary medical skills but also extraordinary martial prowess. The two martial artists had charged forward, yet before anyone could even grasp what had happened, they had been sent flying. "Dad, did I see that wrong? How did I see those two martial artists get knocked flying?" Tang Duoduo gaped in disbelief, turning her head in disbelief as she asked Tang Wenshan. "You're not seeing things. I saw it too." Tang Wenshan was equally dumbfounded. Xia Zhongwen stared at the two martial artists sprawled near him, equally dumbfounded. He glanced at Shen Ye, then at his own two men lying on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. Thud. Xia Zhongwen knelt directly before Shen Ye. Since he didn't know what to say, he'd kneel and apologize first. Otherwise, if he angered his master and the master refused to teach him medicine, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. What was happening? The legendary physician Xia had actually knelt before that young man? Chapter 17, The Pact. "Master, I was wrong." Xia Zhongwen addressed Shen Ye with sincere humility. This time, the entire clinic erupted in shock. "Master? I was wrong?" The legendary Dr. Xia actually kneeling before a young man barely in his 20s, calling him master, and admitting fault? At that moment, everyone felt their brains couldn't process it all. What was happening was simply too absurd for them to wrap their heads around. "Master, you must be confused. He's just a greenhorn, not your master." Zhang Xiao, lying on the stretcher, shouted anxiously at Xia Zhongwen. Smack! The moment Zhang Xiao finished speaking, Xia Zhongwen delivered a sharp slap across his face.
Shut your damn mouth, you good for nothing. Xia Zhongwen was furious. He's my master, and your great-grandmaster.
You ungrateful bastard, daring to provoke your own great-grandmaster.
You should count yourself lucky he didn't kill you. No.
From this moment on, you are no longer my disciple, Zhang Xiao.
I expel you from my lineage. From now on, you and I have no connection whatsoever.
Xia Zhongwen hastily distanced himself from Zhang Xiao. He couldn't let this bastard ruin his chance to learn medicine from his master. Hearing Xia Zhongwen's words, Zhang Xiao's face instantly drained of color, turning ashen with terror. His current status and influence were entirely due to his identity as the disciple of the legendary physician Xia. Previously, whenever people learned he was the divine Dr. Xia's disciple, they would go out of their way to curry favor with him. Countless individuals offered him beautiful women, vast sums of money, and company shares. The wealthy and powerful feared death, dreading the possibility of falling ill someday and needing the divine Dr. Xia's treatment. Thus, they felt compelled to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Xiao beforehand. But now, Xia Zhongwen intends to expel Zhang Xiao from his master's tutelage.
This is tantamount to stripping Zhang Xiao of his former status.
From now on, when others see him, they will only mock him with cold sarcasm, or even kick him while he's down.
Master, no. I didn't know he was the Grandmaster. Please don't expel me from the sect. I'll apologize to the Grandmaster. I'll kneel and beg for forgiveness, won't that suffice?
As he pleaded, Zhang Xiao struggled to push himself up with both hands. His paralyzed legs knelt on the ground, and he leaned forward until his entire body was pressed against the floor. He then banged his head repeatedly toward Shen Ye.
Grandmaster, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. I beg your forgiveness, Grandmaster. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt nothing but irony.
Not long ago, young Master Zhang had been brazenly demanding Shen Ye kneel and apologize to him. Yet now, in such a short time, he himself was kneeling and bowing to Shen Ye in apology. The reversal came all too quickly. Shen Ye ignored Zhang Xiao entirely, fixing his gaze instead on Xia Zhongwen, who was also kneeling on the ground. I thought your medical skills were merely lacking, but it seems your character is equally deplorable.
Taking a beastly disciple under your wing, and now you dare to back him up?
Hearing Shen Ye's words, cold sweat poured from Xia Zhongwen's forehead.
In his mind, he cursed Zhang Xiao's ancestors to the 18th generation.
He had no idea what this bastard had done to make Shen Ye speak to him like this.
Master, I'm innocent.
I have no idea what that bastard did. I took him on as a disciple precisely because he seemed honest and showed promise in medicine. Xia Zhongwen protested vehemently, feeling utterly wronged.
He was right.
In front of Xia Zhongwen, Zhang Xiao had always presented himself as honest and kind-hearted, which was how he had deceived Xia Zhongwen into taking him as a disciple. That's precisely why, the moment Master Xia received Zhang Xiao's call, he immediately assumed someone was deliberately bullying his apprentice. Furious, he rushed to defend his protégé. After piecing together the truth, Xia Zhongwen finally grasped just how despicable this bastard Zhang Xiao truly was.
Rage made his weathered face tremble.
You bastard! You pretended to be so honest and straightforward in front of me, yet behind my back, you committed acts worse than a beast. A scumbag like you, worse than a beast, deserves not only expulsion from my school but also to be driven out of the medical profession. Now, this instant, get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Hearing Xia Zhongwen's words, Zhang Xiao's face darkened to the extreme. He knew that no amount of begging or apologizing would help him now. Instead, he shot Shen Ye a venomous glare before signaling the actors he'd hired to carry him away. Master, I truly had no idea that bastard would stoop so low.
I was deceived by him too. Please forgive me, Master.
After Zhang Xiao left, Xia Zhongwen pleaded with Shen Ye.
Ignorance is no excuse. I won't hold this against you this time.
But if I ever discover such scum among your disciples again, don't blame me for turning my back on you.
Shen Ye replied coldly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Xia Zhongwen was overjoyed.
By the way, Tang Duo from Huachuntang did my parents a favor. With your standing in the medical world, it shouldn't be too hard to help Huachuntang get their revoked medical license reinstated, right?
Shen Ye said.
No problem at all. I'll have someone bring over Huachuntang's medical license right away.
Xia Zhongwen nodded hastily and said so, then pulled out his phone to make a call, instructing someone to rush over with Hui Chunhal's medical license. Meanwhile, Tang Duo and Tang Wenshan stood by, utterly stunned. The renowned divine physician of Great Xia was actually showing profound respect to a young man barely in his 20s, even addressing him as master. Next, Master Physician Xia consulted Shen Ye on numerous medical conundrums and rare diseases.
Shen Ye patiently explained each one in detail.
Even Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo listened in, secretly astonished by Shen Ye's insights.
No wonder Master Xia addressed Shen Ye as master.
It turned out Shen Ye's mastery in the medical field had long transcended the mundane, placing him in a league of his own. Half an hour later, Master Xia departed with the two martial artists.
Shen Ye, I can't thank you enough.
If not for you today, our family clinic would have been shut down for sure.
My father might even have ended up in jail.
After Master Xia left, Tang Duo expressed her gratitude to Shen Ye.
It was nothing. I should be thanking you.
If not for you persistently bringing my parents food every single day all these years, they might have starved to death long ago.
Shen Ye smiled back at Tang Duo and replied. Hee, Dodo, do you remember that promise we made before?
Li Fengmei approached at that moment, her face lit up with a mischievous grin as she asked Tang Duo.
A promise? What promise, Auntie Li? Tang Duo looked utterly confused.
Back then, under the overpass, I told you that if you hadn't found a partner before my son was released from prison, you'd marry him once he came out.
You agreed to it, didn't you? Li Fengmei said. Chapter 18, The Wedding Begins. Ah! Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Tang Duo's pretty face instantly flushed crimson.
She stole a quick glance at Shen Ye standing before her, then hastily averted her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered.
Aunt Li, you can't take that seriously. I only agreed back then to comfort you, to make you feel better.
Well, I don't care about that, Li Fengmei replied.
I took it seriously.
You're a kind-hearted girl, and you're beautiful too.
I genuinely like you. Shen Ye, what do you think of Duo? Li Fengmei turned to ask Shen Ye.
Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Shen Ye paused for a moment before replying sincerely.
She's fine. Pretty and kind-hearted. Girls like her are rare these days.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo's face flushed even redder, while a hint of secret delight stirred in her heart.
Duo, I agree. Since you've made a promise, you shouldn't break it lightly. Why don't you and Shen Ye give it a try?
At that moment, Tang Wenshan chimed in with a perfect assist. Having witnessed Shen Ye's medical skills and martial prowess, Tang Wenshan now saw him as a precious treasure. If his daughter could marry him, it would be nothing short of a blessing from heaven.
Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?
Hearing her father's words, Tang Duo blushed even more, wishing she could just disappear into a crack in the ground.
Her father was really something. Just because the guy was outstanding, he couldn't be so eager to push her into marriage. Dad! Duo, you're not a child anymore. You're at the age where marriage is a natural topic. What's there to be shy about? I think Shen Ye is a fine young man. I'm very pleased with him. Tang Wenshan continued. Dad, how could you say that? I'm ignoring you. Tang Duo was overcome with embarrassment.
She stamped her foot, stole a bashful glance at Shen Ye, then dashed straight up the stairs to the clinic's upper floor.
Watching Tang Duo's bashful expression, Shen Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl is just too adorable. After Tang Duo went upstairs, Li Fengmei saw hope in her reaction. She walked straight up to Tang Wenshan and started chatting with him enthusiastically. Their conversation revolved entirely around Shen Ye and Tang Duo's marriage, discussing when to pick an auspicious date for the banquet, how much dowry was needed, and how the wedding should be arranged. Watching this scene, Shen Ye and Shen Shangqing exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't this all happening a bit too fast? The conversation went on for quite a while, lasting until dusk. If not for Shen Shangqing pulling Li Fengmei away, she would have been reluctant to leave, eager to take Tang Duo home with her right then and there. Before leaving, however, Li Fengmei managed to get Tang Duo's phone number from Tang Wenshan. She also left Shen Ye's number with Tang Wenshan. On the way back, Li Fengmei kept trying to persuade Shen Ye. She kept urging him to step up his game, insisting he had to win over that girl Tang Duo. They were eager to hold a grandchild, she repeated, until Shen Ye felt his ears were practically calloused from hearing it. After dinner back at the villa, Shen Ye walked straight out to the poolside. Hands clasped behind his back, he declared, "Come out." As Shen Ye's words fell, a stunningly curvaceous beauty slowly emerged from the darkness. It was Mao Tu. Big brother, the task you assigned me is complete. They're holding the wedding at the Imperial International Hotel. Mao Tu addressed Shen Ye's back with respectful deference. Shen Ye nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, then turned and walked back into the villa. The Wang family. In a luxurious room, a man and a woman lay drenched in sweat on the bed, clinging tightly to each other. Big hammer, guess who I saw yesterday? Lin Meng murmured, tracing circles lightly on Wang Dachui's chest with her finger. Who? Wang Dachui asked curiously. Shen Ye. Wang Dachui froze at Lin Meng's words, then a look of contempt spread across his face. What? Did that loser come looking for you after getting out of prison? Yeah. I told him the truth about what happened 3 years ago, and he didn't react at all. Lin Meng said, feeling quite annoyed. Logically, Shen Ye should have been furious upon learning the truth. What a wimp. Ha! He really is a wimp. Wang Dachui scoffed with contempt. But he said he'll attend our wedding and even mentioned bringing us a big gift, Lin Meng added. Hearing this, Wang Dachui's eyes flashed with even more contempt as he smugly remarked. He's such a pathetic sucker. You're about to marry me, and he still won't give up. Now he wants to give us a gift? Talk about desperate. From the way he sounded, it didn't seem like he genuinely meant to give us a gift. I'm worried he might cause trouble at our wedding, Lin Meng said with concern. Ha! I'd be more worried he wouldn't show up. 3 years ago, he really went all out, broke my leg clean off. And all he got was 3 years in prison? That's way too lenient for him. If he dares show up on our wedding day, I'll make sure he loses all dignity. Then I'll break both his legs and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Wang Dachui's face darkened, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Hee, brother Dachui, you're so wicked. You've already slept with me, and you still aren't satisfied? I'm his fiancée, you know. How could you not be satisfied? Lin Meng giggled. That just proves he's a worthless piece of trash, a loser who can't even keep his own woman. Every time I think about you being his fiancée, it turns me on. Damn it, let's do it again. Wang Dachui declared, pinning Lin Meng beneath him once more.
And Lin Meng shamelessly responded, giggling, then let's give him another reason to wear that green hat.
2 days later. Emperor International Hotel.
The Wang family, led by Wang Dachui, was considered one of Qingzhou's prominent clans. At this moment, the parking lot outside the Imperial Hotel was already packed with luxury vehicles of every kind.
The Wang family's wedding drew many prominent figures from Qingzhou.
Qingzhou Deshan Precision Machinery Company, Limited presented a cash gift of 999,999 yuan, along with a banner inscribed with perfect match. Qingzhou Zhongyuan Real Estate Company, Limited presented a gift of 666,666 yuan, along with a pair of premium jade bracelets. At the hotel entrance, the gift-receiving steward beamed as he loudly announced the gifts brought by the guests. Chef Wang and Lin Meng, dressed in the groom's formal attire and the bride's gown, greeted guests inside the hotel with beaming smiles. As Lin Meng heard the steward announcing the monetary gifts, she felt immense satisfaction, further confirming how right she was to abandon Shen Ye and marry Wang Dachui instead.
Shen Ye, a wall clock.
At the hotel entrance, the steward's voice rang out once more.
Chapter 19, You look down on soldiers?
Hearing the butler's words, every guest inside the hotel couldn't help but change their expression.
Who gives a wall clock as a wedding gift? Giving a clock? That's like giving a funeral gift. Isn't that a clear omen of death? Shen Ye, you're courting death.
Wang Dachui's face darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
At that moment, Lin Meng's face was equally grim.
Halt! A furious voice echoed from outside the hotel. Everyone turned to see the front desk clerk, who was now chasing after a young man with a furious expression.
Young Master Wang, I'm terribly sorry.
I tried to stop him from entering, but he forced his way in.
I couldn't hold him back. The butler rushed inside and immediately began explaining upon seeing Wang Dachui's grim expression. Wang Dachui waved his hand at the butler, signaling him to leave. Shen Ye, you actually had the nerve to show up at my wedding to Lin Meng?
Wang Dachui sneered at Shen Ye, who had barged in.
Heh, I came to deliver your grand gift. Why wouldn't I dare? Shen Ye replied coldly. A wall clock, that's the grand gift you speak of? Lin Meng's face flushed with anger as she confronted Shen Ye.
This is merely an appetizer.
The main gift is still on its way. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Alright, I'll see what grand gift you can offer me. Don't you dare disappoint me. Wang Dachui's face was cold and grim as he gritted his teeth.
With that, he turned to Brother Bin in the hotel, his face twisted in mockery. Clapping his hands to silence the crowd, he announced.
Quiet, everyone. Let me introduce you all. This brother here is Shen Ye, my wife's fiancé from 3 years ago. Ha! I know him well.
3 years ago, our young master Wang made him wear a green hat and sent him to prison for 3 years.
What a complete fool.
Hearing Wang Dachui's words, one of his henchmen immediately caught on and shouted loudly. So it's that good for nothing.
Ha! Who'd have thought he'd have the nerve to show up at the wedding? Another henchman chimed in. Wang Dachui's goal was simple, to humiliate Shen Ye in front of everyone present.
Hearing Wang Dachui and his minions' words, the hotel guests began pointing fingers at Shen Ye, murmuring with contemptuous expressions.
So it's that loser. He couldn't even keep his fiancée.
If I were him, I'd just find a block of tofu and end it all.
Ha! I agree. What a pathetic loser, not only useless but stupid too. 3 years in prison taught him nothing.
How dare he show up and disrupt young Master Wang's wedding?
Wang Dachui listened to the guests' whispers with satisfaction. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Wang Dachui waved his hand again, signaling for silence. He then turned, wrapped his arm around Lin Meng's slender waist, and asked with a wicked grin, My darling wife, could you tell me why you chose me over him back then? Hearing Wang Dachui's words, Lin Meng felt no shame whatsoever.
Instead, she took pride in it, her face beaming with confidence as she declared. He was just a poor soldier. If I'd married him, I'd have been doomed to a life of hardship and toil. I must have been blind to even agree to marry him.
Anything else?
Wang Dachui shot a challenging glance at Shen Ye and pressed on.
And that's because brother Dachui, you're better than him? In what way am I better than him? Oh, brother Dachui, you're so annoying. You know exactly what I mean.
Lin Meng pouted playfully, lightly punching Wang Dachui's chest a few times. Seeing this, the hotel guests weren't fools.
They instantly understood what aspect Lin Meng was referring to and burst into laughter. From the sound of your words, you look down on us soldiers?
Just then, a voice as cold as ice drifted in from outside the hotel. Everyone turned toward the voice, their expressions instantly changing. The speaker was Zhao Shui, the youngest general of the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhao Shui strode into the inn, her military uniform making her look sharp and imposing. Beside her was Lu Yao, also dressed in full military gear.
Upon seeing the arrivals, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng turned ashen-faced, their expressions turning utterly grim.
They never imagined Zhao Shui would appear at the wedding, and Lin Meng's remark about poor soldiers had been overheard.
Smack!
Zhao Shui walked up to Lin Meng and delivered a resounding slap across her face.
I asked you. Do you look down on us soldiers? I didn't. I was only referring to Shen Ye. And General Zhao, you're a general, not a soldier.
Lin Meng was on the verge of tears, forcing herself to hold back as she explained.
Smack!
Immediately after, Zhao Shui delivered another slap to the other side of her face. Even if I'm not a soldier, soldiers aren't something alike you can insult.
These 2 slaps are a lesson for you.
If I ever hear you insulting soldiers again, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. Seeing Lin Meng struck twice in quick succession, not a single person present including Wang Dachui dared to speak up for her. Who would dare? The one striking Lin Meng was Zhao Shui, a general of the Great Xia. With that, Zhao Shui turned and walked toward Shen Ye with Lu Yao. Once beside him, she whispered, if you ask for my help now, I can destroy the Wang family. I'll toss that adulterous couple straight into the sea to feed the fish. I appreciate your offer, Shen Ye replied, but I can handle my own affairs.
I don't need anyone's help.
Stubborn as a dead duck. Miss, you came here with good intentions to help him, yet he doesn't appreciate your kindness at all.
Let's not get involved in this matter. We'll just sit back and watch the show.
I'm curious to see how much he can really do and what he can possibly do to the Wang family. Before Zhao Shui could respond to Shen Ye's words, Lu Yao beside her shot him a cold snort, her face twisted with displeasure. Zhao Shui also felt deeply annoyed by Shen Ye's words, but she said nothing more.
Instead, she simply led Lu Yao to find a random seat and sat down.
She was waiting for Shen Ye to come begging her for help. Zhao Shui was certain this moment would come soon enough. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, who had been slapped twice by Zhao Shui, dared not vent her grievances on Zhao Shui.
Instead, her resentment toward Shen Ye only deepened.
If not for Shen Ye, she never would have uttered those words, and certainly wouldn't have been slapped by Zhao Shui in front of so many people.
Big Hammer, it's all that Shen Ye's fault.
If not for him, I wouldn't have said that, and I wouldn't have been hit by Zhao Shui. Later, break a couple more of his fingers for me. Lin Meng glared at Shen Ye with resentment and said to Wang Dachui beside her.
Rest assured, I won't let him off that easily.
Wang Dachui shot a cold, murderous glare at Shen Ye in the distance as he spoke.
Chapter 20, 3 grand gifts for you. Shen Ye, I've waited this long. Where's the grand gift you promised? If it hasn't arrived yet, I'll give you one first.
Wang Dachui stared at Shen Ye with a cold expression, his voice booming. Ha! Since you're in such a hurry, I'll grant your wish.
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
Then, Shen Ye pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said 3 in different words.
Present the gifts. What are you doing?
No sooner had Shen Ye hung up than the butler's furious voice erupted outside the hotel.
Ah!
Immediately after, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted outside the hotel. Several burly men, carrying 2 pitch-black coffins, stormed into the hotel with heavy strides. They slammed the coffins down forcefully, landing them directly in front of Wang Dachui and Lin Meng.
Ah!
Lin Meng screamed in terror at the sight of the coffins. The guests inside the hotel were also deeply shaken. This was the first time anyone had ever seen coffins carried into a wedding venue. What chilled them even more was the portraits of Wang Dachui and Lin Meng draped over the coffins.
Shen Ye, you're asking for it. Wang Dachui's face darkened to the extreme as he snarled at Shen Ye.
Heh, don't get ahead of yourselves.
This is just the first gift I'm giving you. There's still a second one to come.
Shen Ye replied with a cold chuckle.
No sooner had Shen Ye finished speaking than Wang Dachui's phone rang. But at that moment, Wang Dachui couldn't be bothered with the ringing phone. All he wanted was to kill Shen Ye. Just then, a young woman dressed as a secretary rushed into the hotel, her face flushed with panic. She shouted urgently at Wang Dachui, "Young Master Wang, it's bad news." Spit it out. Wang Dachui snapped impatiently.
I don't know what happened today, but our Wang Group's stock hit the limit down. We've lost 300 million yuan, the secretary exclaimed in panic.
Hearing this, Wang Dachui's expression darkened. Just then, his phone rang again.
He pulled it out to see it was a major client the Wang Group had been working with for years.
Wang Dachui pressed the answer button.
A cold voice immediately came through, effective immediately, our company unilaterally terminates all cooperation with your Wang Group.
You're on your own. Beep, beep, beep.
Hearing the words, Wang Dachui felt as if struck by lightning. He froze in shock. Before he could process it, his phone rang again. He saw it was another client. He answered, only to hear the same demand to terminate the partnership. Before Wang Dachui could utter a word, the caller hung up. Over the next few minutes, Wang Dachui received over a dozen calls, each repeating the same message: their companies were terminating their partnerships.
Did you do this? Wang Dachui's face turned ashen. He glared at Shen Ye with venom, his teeth clenched. Heh, just your second big gift. Can't handle it already? Shen Ye asked with a cold laugh. No, it can't be him. He's just a...
Lin Meng started to say Shen Ye was a penniless soldier, but she quickly caught herself, covering her mouth in horror.
Absolutely not him. He's just a penniless nobody, he doesn't have that kind of clout.
Lin Meng corrected herself.
Hearing Lin Meng's words, Wang Dachui finally calmed down a bit. Thinking about it, he knew Shen Ye inside out, he simply didn't possess that kind of influence.
At that moment, Wang Dachui seemed to remember something.
His gaze shifted toward Zhao Shui.
Earlier, he had seen her approach Shen Ye, and the two appeared to have exchanged words. Miss Zhao Shui, Wang Dachui addressed her, his face devoid of any hint of disrespect. How has my Wang family offended you?
What do you intend to do to us? Don't look at me. I haven't done anything to your Wang family yet.
Zhao Shui replied coldly. Even Zhao Shui herself was now filled with questions. She had indeed planned to target the Wang family, but so far, she hadn't taken any action.
So what was happening now?
He had investigated Shen Ye's background. Shen Ye simply didn't possess the power to orchestrate this.
Could all this be mere coincidence? Had the Wang family offended some formidable figure? Miss, what's going on? We haven't made a move yet. Lu Yao, standing beside Zhao Shui, asked in confusion.
It must be coincidence, Zhao Shui explained. Perhaps the Wang family offended some powerful figure who just happened to retaliate against them at this exact moment.
I knew it.
That good-for-nothing Shen Ye couldn't possibly have such immense power.
In that case, that big shot ended up doing Shen Ye a huge favor without even knowing it. Oh well, no drama to watch.
I was really looking forward to seeing Shen Ye make a fool of himself.
Lu Yao sighed in disappointment. Not necessarily. Remember, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This will only enrage Wang Dachui further. Don't forget, his family supports quite a few martial artists. Dealing with a mere Shen Ye is no problem at all.
Zhao Shui replied.
That's absolutely fantastic.
I can't wait to see the Wang family's servants watching Shen Ye go berserk.
Who does he think he is, refusing your kindness, miss? Lu Yao exclaimed excitedly.
At that moment, Wang Dachui shared Zhao Shui's suspicion this entire affair likely stemmed from the Wang family inadvertently offending some powerful figure who was now exacting fierce retribution.
Shen Ye, stop flattering yourself. You simply don't possess that kind of influence.
The only explanation is that our Wang family inadvertently offended some powerful figure, and all this is the work of that person, Wang Dachui said to Shen Ye. Hearing this, Shen Ye chuckled inwardly.
Wang Dachui's imagination was truly vivid.
The facts were right before his eyes, yet he still refused to acknowledge them. But whether Wang Dachui admitted it was Shen Ye's doing or not, Shen Ye couldn't care less.
What he intended to do today was to utterly annihilate the Wang family.
Heh, since you insist on thinking that way, I'll give you something even more thrilling to taste.
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
He pulled out his phone again, dialed a number, and spoke calmly into it. Send the third gift.
Less than 2 minutes after Shen Ye hung up, Wang Dachui's phone rang again. He answered it. Young Master Wang, it's bad.
The Tax Bureau and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau are here auditing our group. If they uncover anything, our group is finished, came a panicked, terrified voice over the line. Hearing the news, Wang Dachui's face instantly drained of color, turning ashen with despair. He knew their group's accounts inside out, they couldn't withstand scrutiny.
If they were audited, the Wang family would be declared bankrupt and shut down for good.
Chapter 21, Lin Meng's thoughts.
Brother Dachui, what's wrong? What happened?
Seeing Wang Dachui slumped on the ground, his face etched with despair, Lin Meng grew alarmed and rushed to ask with concern.
It's over. Everything's over. The Administration for Industry and Commerce and the Tax Bureau are auditing our Wang group. Once they start digging, our Wang group is finished for good.
Wang Dachui muttered under his breath. Hearing his words, Lin Meng's face turned pale. After all, she had abandoned Shen Ye for Wang Dachui precisely because of the Wang family's wealth. Now, with this incident, the Wang family would not only go bankrupt but also face legal troubles.
If that happened, wouldn't Lin Meng's dream of becoming a wealthy family's wife shatter instantly? At that moment, the hotel guests, hearing Wang Dachui's words, wore expressions of dismay. Everyone was speculating, just what terrifying entity had the Wang family offended to be plunged into utter ruin in less than half an hour? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck them. If the Wang family had angered such a powerful figure, and they themselves were now attending the Wang family's wedding, might they inadvertently provoke the wrath of that formidable entity?
Young Master Wang, I forgot to turn off the gas at home.
I must return immediately.
Suddenly, a guest addressed Wang Dachui with these words.
Before Wang Dachui could respond, the guest hurriedly departed. Young Master Wang, my wife is giving birth. I must go to the hospital. Young Master Wang, my 18-year-old girlfriend asked me to go shopping with her. I have to go. Young Master Wang. One after another, the guests at the hotel made up all sorts of lame excuses and left. Mr. Liu, the gift money can't be refunded. Hey, Mr. Liu, why are you grabbing it? Mr. Wang, stop hitting him. I'll just return the gift money to you. Soon, the butler at the hotel entrance let out a wretched cry. Those who had left under various pretexts now demanded their gifts back from the butler to completely distance themselves from the Wang family and protect their own interests. If refused, they resorted to snatching them. Hearing the butler's wails outside the hotel, Wang Dachui's face wore an indescribable look of desolation. When the guest leaves, the tea grows cold. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. That's exactly what this was. Wang Dachui turned his gaze to Shen Ye. This time, he believed. All of this had been orchestrated by Shen Ye, the very man he had always looked down upon. If it had been coincidence before, what about now? Could it be coincidence again? Impossible. There couldn't be that many coincidences in this world. The only explanation was that all this was Shen Ye's revenge against him. Shen Ye, you've won. I beg you to show mercy and spare the Wang family a path to survival. Wang Dachui didn't want to admit defeat, but he had no choice. Brother Daihui, what nonsense are you spouting? He's just a penniless nobody. Do you really think he orchestrated all this? Lin Meng shot Shen Ye a look of utter disdain before addressing Wang Dachui. Smack! However, the moment Lin Meng's words fell, Wang Dachui's powerful slap landed hard across her face. It's all your fault, you. If you hadn't seduced me back then, I wouldn't have gotten involved with Shen Ye. You're nothing but a damn curse. After slapping her, Wang Dachui still felt unsatisfied. He grabbed her neck with both hands and shouted furiously. You better go apologize to Shen Ye and beg for his forgiveness, damn it. Otherwise, I'll chop you to pieces today and feed you to the fish in the sea. With that, Wang Dachui released his grip on her throat. Lin Meng's face was deathly pale. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. What shocked her even more was that Wang Dachui, who had always been completely devoted to her, had actually struck her and choked her. In that moment, Lin Meng was filled with regret. Upon careful reflection, the Wang family's sudden misfortune might indeed be connected to Shen Ye. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? This thought stirred Lin Meng's mind once more. She believed Shen Ye must still love her. Otherwise, why would he choose the very day of her marriage to Wang Dachui to strike against the Wang family? He must have wanted to prove his superiority over Wang Dachui right in front of her, hoping to win her back. It had to be. Lost in this thought, Lin Meng felt an immense sense of triumph welling up inside her. Yet, she put on a pitiful expression and trotted towards Shen Ye. Shen Ye, the truth is I've always loved you. I only chose Wang Dachui because he was rich. But let bygones be bygones. Now that you've brought down the Wang family, you must be wealthier than them. I'm willing to return to your side and be your devoted wife and mother. As she spoke, Lin Meng lunged toward Shen Ye, ready to throw herself into his arms. Shen Ye saw this and quickly sidestepped. Lin Meng missed her mark, lost her balance, and landed flat on her face. Ouch! Shen Ye, why did you dodge? Don't you want to hold me anymore? Lin Meng adopted a pouty, aggrieved expression as she spoke. You're disgusting. Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing this, Lin Meng's expression flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Shen Ye, I know you still love me. Everything you did today was to win me back. You've earned the right to marry me now. Pull me up quickly, or I'll get angry. Shen Ye found her words amusing. Shen Ye, I'm more than worthy of you. But do you think you're worthy of me now? Lin Meng, I regret it, Shen Ye. Please give me another chance. I'll love you wholeheartedly. Shen Ye, regret? Shen Ye, a few days ago, when I warned you not to regret it, how did you respond? Shen Ye, you said being with Wang Dachui was the best decision you'd ever made in your life, and you wouldn't regret it. Lin Meng, but now I truly regret it, Shen Ye. You still love me, don't you? Shen Ye, love? You don't deserve it. To me, you're nothing but a whore who sleeps with anyone. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lin Meng's face darkened instantly, a flash of venom crossing her eyes. If you had only betrayed me, I might have spared your life. But you absolutely shouldn't have stolen my parents' house and left them to live under a bridge for 3 years. You deserve to die. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lin Meng dropped all pretense. She scrambled to her feet, glared at Shen Ye with pure venom, then turned to Wang Dachui and declared. Brother Dachui, we don't need to beg him, he'll never show mercy. Our only way out now is to kill him. If he's dead, maybe there's still a chance to salvage everything. Wang Dachui's eyes lit up as Lin Meng's words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Right. Killing him will solve everything. Ha ha. Shen Ye, you're such a fool. Coming alone to disrupt my wedding? I want you dead. Wang Dachui roared with laughter. Chapter 22, Martial Arts Master. Guys. Kill Shen Ye for me. Whoever does it gets a reward of 500,000. As Wang Dachui's words fell, a large group of people burst into the hotel from outside. Each wielded knives or clubs, and at Wang Dachui's signal, they charged viciously toward Shen Ye.
Seeing this, Zhao Shui and Lu Yao, seated nearby, instantly broke into smug smiles.
Miss, this Shen Ye is so foolish. Coming here alone?
He'll definitely come crawling to you for help now, Lu Yao said eagerly. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhao Shui's lips curled slightly upward, her face equally smug.
She was waiting for Shen Ye to come begging her.
However, just as the knife and club-wielding men were about to reach Shen Ye, a figure suddenly appeared at the hotel entrance. Moving with blinding speed, she dashed inside in the blink of an eye and positioned herself in front of Shen Ye. A stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery physique stood there, a long sword in hand. She met the charging attackers head-on, and with every swing of her blade, another man fell. This man was none other than the rabbit of the southern frontier's 12 zodiac commanders. Zhao Shui's eyes narrowed sharply at the sudden appearance of the rabbit, her expression turning grave. Zhao Shui could sense that the suddenly appearing beauty possessed formidable strength.
Miss, Shen Ye's luck is unbelievable.
Just when he needs it, someone shows up to help him, Lu Yao said with obvious displeasure.
It's not luck.
This woman is likely Shen Ye's comrade from the military,
Zhao Shui stated.
Meanwhile, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng watched the suddenly appearing beauty with grim expressions, their faces filled with anxiety. They could tell their hired thugs stood no chance against her. Realizing the situation, Wang Dachui quickly pulled out his phone and called his father, demanding he immediately dispatch all the martial arts experts from their family. The moment Wang Dachui hung up, the thugs he'd hired were all knocked to the ground by the woman, writhing and groaning in pain. Witnessing this scene, both Wang Dachui and Lin Meng's expressions darkened considerably. But what truly sent chills down Wang Dachui's spine was that after knocking down all the thugs, the woman actually started walking straight toward him.
What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare do anything rash. My father is already on his way with our Wang family's experts.
If you dare harm me, my father won't let you off the hook, Wang Dachui said, his face twisted with terror. But Mao Tu paid no heed to Wang Dachui's threats. The long sword in her hand swung directly toward his legs.
Ah! Wang Dachui tried to dodge, but the opponent's speed was too swift.
Before he could react, Mao Tu's sharp blade severed the tendons in his legs.
A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wang Dachui.
He stumbled and collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Seeing Wang Dachui's pitiful state, Lin Meng turned deathly pale with fright. No, no!
As Mao Tu's icy eyes locked onto her, Lin Meng screamed in terror. She tried to turn and flee, but Mao Tu's sword was already swinging toward her.
Ah!
Lin Meng screamed in terror. Her legs, like Wang Dachui's, had their tendons severed, covered in blood.
But just then, Wang Dachui's father, Wang Fugui, stormed in with a group of people.
When Wang Fugui saw his son lying on the ground with severed tendons, his eyes blazed with fury.
Now this should be interesting.
For Yellow Tier 6th rank practitioners, 1 Yellow Tier 9th rank, and 1 Mystic Tier 6th rank, no matter how formidable that woman was, she couldn't possibly hold them off now, right? Lu Yao's excitement surged upon seeing Wang Fugui arrive with 5 or 6 martial arts experts.
It's hard to say.
That woman might only appear to be yellow rank 9th grade, but I sense her true strength is far beyond that.
She might be hiding something. Zhao Shui frowned deeply. Even if she is hiding something, so what?
That old man Lu Fugui brought is a 6th rank Xian tier expert.
In Qingzhou City, he's considered one of the top masters.
I refuse to believe that woman's strength could surpass a 6th rank Xian tier,
Lu Yao declared.
Hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhao Shui nodded.
Perhaps she really was overthinking it.
Miss, just wait and see. It won't be long before that woman gets beaten down by Wang Fugui's men. Then Shen Ye will definitely come begging you for help. But miss, you absolutely mustn't show mercy then. Even if she doesn't kneel to beg for help, you must never agree.
We absolutely must clip his wings.
Lu Yao reminded Zhao Shui with a smug look.
Who's Shen Ye? Come out and die.
Wang Fugui swept his gaze across the hotel patrons, his voice brimming with arrogance.
I am Shen Ye. But expecting me to die with just these minions you brought? That seems rather unlikely.
Shen Ye walked to Wang Fugui's opposite side, his face brimming with disdain. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the martial arts experts accompanying Wang Fugui immediately darkened their expressions, glaring at Shen Ye with hostility.
Bold words indeed. Let me see what you're made of.
Suddenly, a middle-aged man among Wang Fugui's group let out a cold snarl and charged straight at Shen Ye.
I am your opponent.
The Mao Tu long sword drew from its sheath, striking out with a single slash that severed the middle-aged man's arm clean off.
Ah!
The man let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling on the ground in agony.
Sneak attacks? What kind of heroics is that?
A yellow rank 9th grade expert among Wang Fugui's men snorted coldly and advanced toward Mao Tu.
I'm just a woman, hardly a hero or a warrior.
Mao Tu dodged the man's attack while speaking, then drove her knee into his chest.
Snap! A crisp snap of breaking bone echoed. Ah!
The yellow rank 9th grade expert let out a piercing scream, spitting blood as he flew backward.
Witnessing this, Wang Fugui's face darkened.
He bowed his fist toward an old man he had brought along and said,
Master Li, I implore you to step forward and avenge my son.
Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within.
Cut off your own hands, and I may spare your life.
The old man, his face brimming with arrogance, strode before Mao Tuesday. With a look of contempt, he addressed him. Old man, considering your advanced age and the few years you have left to live, leave now and I'll spare you this once.
The old man was mad, but Mao Tu was madder. You're courting death.
The old man's rage boiled over. As his words fell, he swiftly channeled his internal energy and struck out with a palm strike toward Mao Tu.
Seeing the old man strike, Lu Yao, watching nearby, wore an amused expression.
She turned to ask Zhao Shui.
Miss, how many moves do you think that girl can last against the old man? Chapter 23, Zhao Tialong's acting.
Yet, the moment Lu Yao finished speaking, her eyes suddenly narrowed in disbelief. For she witnessed the woman casually flick her sword, forcing the old man to abruptly withdraw his strike. Before he could adjust his stance, her blade was already pressed against his throat.
I'll give you one more chance. Leave now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you die.
Mao Tu pressed the sword against the old man's throat, her voice icy. Witnessing this, Wang Fugui, Wang Gachui, and Lin Meng's expressions paled. This old man was a 6th-rank Xian stage expert.
How could he be so easily subdued by a woman?
He was their last hope.
Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. I'm no match for him.
The old man turned back, his face filled with despondency.
He clasped his fists in a salute toward Wang Fugui and spoke.
With his words finished, he turned and walked straight out of the hotel.
Master Li.
Wang Fugui tried to call out to old Master Li, but the old man didn't respond. He walked straight out of the hotel and vanished.
Do you have any other tricks up your sleeves? If so, bring them on. If not, I'll declare the Wang family utterly destroyed.
Shen Ye glared coldly at Wang Fugui and Wang Gachui.
Shen Ye, don't get too cocky.
Our Wang family has stood strong in Xinzhou for decades.
How could a wet behind-the-ears brat like you just declare our downfall?
Wang Fugui retorted, his face flushed with anger. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao, the boss of Qingzhou's Black Dragon Gang. Tai Long, the leader of the Qingzhou Black Dragon Society.
Brother Long, the Wang family is in trouble. We need your help to sort this out.
Alright, I'll be waiting at the Emperor Hotel.
Hurry up.
Wang Fugui quickly ended the call, then shot a smug glance at Mao Tu before addressing Shen Ye.
You've heard of Zhao Tai Long, the Black Dragon Society's boss, right?
If you know what's good for you, kneel down right now, bang your head on the ground 10 times, then cut off your own hands.
I might consider sparing your life. Zhao Tai Long?
Shen Ye froze upon hearing Wang Fugui's words.
Wasn't Zhao Tai Long one of his own men in the southern border?
3 years ago, he'd left the military after a major family tragedy.
He never imagined that in just 3 years, the man had risen to become a major figure in Qingzhou? So you've heard his name too. If you know what's good for you, do as I say. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even know how you died. Seeing Shen Ye repeat Zhao Tialong's name, Wang Fugui's face lit up with smug satisfaction, convinced Shen Ye was intimidated. Oof. I'd love to see how you plan to kill me. Shen Ye was also curious. After 3 years apart, would Zhao Tailong still recognize him as the war god? 10 minutes later, Zhao Tailong arrived in full force, accompanied by dozens of his men. The moment Zhao Tailong appeared, Wang Fugui rushed over with a flurry of smiles plastered across his face. Brother Long, I'm terribly sorry to trouble you. The Wang family has run into serious trouble. In Qingzhou, someone actually dares to cause trouble for the Wang family? But let me make one thing clear: I can handle this for you, but this year's protection fee will be doubled. Zhao Tailong declared to Wang Fugui. Of course. Wang Fugui readily agreed. So, who's got the guts to mess with us? Zhao Tialong's words trailed off abruptly. For he saw Shen Ye in the hotel, and at that moment, Shen Ye was also smiling at him. South. Zhao Tialong's face instantly filled with reverence. He was about to address him as the prince of the southern frontier, but Shen Ye shot him a warning glance, and he promptly shut his mouth. Brother Long, it's this Shen Ye. You absolutely must help me kill him. Wang Fugui pointed at Shen Ye, his face twisted with malice. Smack! Yet before Wang Fugui could finish his sentence, Zhao Tailong executed a swift, elegant turn and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Brother Long, what's this for? Wang Fugui clutched his stinging cheek, utterly bewildered. Not only was Wang Fugui bewildered, but even Zhao Shui and Lu Yao, sitting nearby, looked utterly stunned. Why would Zhao Tailong suddenly strike Wang Fugui out of nowhere? Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I control my own body all of a sudden? Zhao Tailong feigned a look of terror as he spoke. After finishing his line, he delivered another hard slap to Wang Fugui's other cheek. You have to admit, Zhao Tailong had a natural talent for acting. His expressions were spot on. Wang Fugui, who had just taken another slap, was terrified and scrambled to the side, completely bewildered. Mr. Wang, run! I can't control my body. Zhao Tailong immediately gave chase, shouting dramatically as he pursued. Thud! A heavy fist slammed down hard on Wang Fugui's head, sending stars flying before his eyes as he crashed to the ground with a thud. Ah! I can't control my body. Thud.
Zhao Tailong shouted this as he unleashed a barrage of punches on the prone Wang Fugue, beating him into a bloody, unrecognizable mess before finally stopping.
Ah, I can't control my own body.
After getting up, Zhao Tailong shouted this and sprinted straight out of the hotel.
Once outside, Zhao Tailong finally returned to his normal self.
Patting his chest, he muttered to himself, still shaken.
Damn it, good thing I got out fast. Otherwise, I'd have been beaten to a pulp by the Southern King. That damn Wang Fugue. How dare he provoke our Southern King and even send someone to kill me? Does he think I'm immortal?
At that moment, the group of brothers Zhao Tailong had brought with him also rushed out. They looked at Zhao Tailong with anxious expressions and said,
Brother Long, are you possessed? Should I find a shaman to perform an exorcism and drive out the evil spirits?
Thud. Zhao Tailong smacked the subordinate hard on the head.
Ghost my ass. You big sandbag. Did you see that guy inside just now? The one named Shen Ye? Yeah, did he want us to go in and deal with him? The underling asked.
Thud. Zhao Tailong smacked him hard on the head again.
Take care of my ass? You'd better remember this guy clearly. From now on, seeing him is like seeing me.
Whatever he orders you to do, you must obey unconditionally.
Otherwise, you'll face gang discipline. Zhao Tailong snapped irritably. Inside the hotel,
Shen Ye shot a cold glance at Wang Dachui and Lin Meng before ordering Mao Tu, stuff those two adulterers into a pig cage and toss them into the sea.
Yes.
Mao Tu acknowledged the order, then turned and signaled to the men who had carried the coffin in earlier. They understood immediately and moved toward Wang Dachui and Lin Meng.
No. Please, no. I don't want to die. Shen Ye, I'm sorry. Please don't put me in a pig cage and throw me into the sea. I beg you, I don't want to die.
Terrified beyond words, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng lost control right then and there. A stream of yellow liquid flowed from between their legs as they pleaded in sheer terror.
Chapter 24, The Pig Cage. Stop.
Just as those men prepared to drag Wang Dachui and Lin Meng away, Zhao Shui, who had been seated all along, stood up and shouted coldly.
Seeing Zhao Shui intervene, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng rejoiced.
They were certain that with Zhao Shui's protection, they would surely be safe.
What? You want to stop me?
Shen Ye turned his head, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhao Shui.
I won't interfere with your actions against the Wang family.
They may be wicked, but their crimes don't warrant death. Even if they truly deserve to die, it should be the law that punishes them, not you.
Zhao Shui slowly walked up to Shen Ye and said coldly. What if I insist?
Shen Ye retorted coldly. Try me, Zhao Shui replied icily. Hearing this, Shen Ye gave a subtle signal to Mao Tu.
Zhao Shui was too arrogant.
Let Mao Tu knock some sense into her. Catching Shen Ye's signal, Mao Tu immediately understood, thrusting his sword directly at Zhao Shui. If you want to meddle, you'd better prove you've got the skills. I admit you have some skill, but remember there are always those more skilled than you. It's not too late to sheathe your sword now.
Zhao Shui's face remained icy as she addressed Mao Tu. Above the heavens, beyond the skies? Above the heavens, beyond the skies? That line should be mine to say to you. Do you really think being a female general of the Great Xia Kingdom makes you so special? Mao Tu sneered coldly.
Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Shui barked coldly, her form darting like lightning straight toward Mao Tu's. Her speed was extreme, leaving only a faint afterimage in her original spot.
Humph. You're just in time.
Let me see what this youngest female general of Great Xia is really made of. Mao Tu snorted coldly, blocking Zhao Shui's punch with her sword held horizontally across her chest. With a flick of her blade, she forced Zhao Shui to stumble back half a step. At that moment, Zhao Shui's expression turned grave. Though they had exchanged only one move, she already sensed that the woman before her might well be her equal in skill.
Miss, catch the sword. Lu Yao, watching nearby, instantly grasped the situation and hurled a sword toward Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui caught the sword. Clang! The blade slid from its scabbard. Again!
Zhao Shui let out a low shout, then swung the sharp blade in her hand toward Mao Tu's. Her swordplay was fierce and relentless, each strike aiming straight for Mao Tu's vital points. Soon, the two clashed in a blinding flurry of steel, their movements reaching the very limits of speed. Zhao Shui grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. She never imagined that within the Great Xia Kingdom, a woman could possess strength comparable to her own.
Shen Ye watched their battle with indifference.
Zhao Shui was no match for Mao Tu's. The reason they were trading blows evenly was that Mao Tu was holding back. This wasn't because Zhao Shui lacked strength, but because Mao Tu was simply too formidable otherwise, she wouldn't have earned her position as the commander of the 12 Zodiac Generals.
Miss, hang in there. Lu Yao, however, couldn't maintain Shen Ye's composure.
Her fists clenched tightly, she stood by the sidelines, her face etched with tension as she cheered Zhao Shui on. The youngest female general of the Great Xia Kingdom, and her strength is nothing special.
I'm done playing.
Mao Tu's voice carried a hint of mockery. As the words left her lips, the sword in her hand surged with renewed ferocity, slashing viciously against Zhao Shui's blade. The immense force sent a jolt of pain through Zhao Shue's chest, forcing her body to stumble back 2 steps. Zhao Shue was enraged. Never since joining the military had she suffered such humiliation. Just as she regained her composure and prepared to fight again, Mao Tu's sword was already pressed against her throat. In that instant, a flicker of desolation passed through Zhao Shue's eyes. She was defeated. And utterly defeated. From the power Mao Tu had just displayed, it was clear he hadn't been using his full strength before. "Who are you?" Zhao Shue demanded. Hearing Zhao Shue's question, Mao Tu turned her gaze toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye nodded at Mao Tu, signaling her to reveal her identity to Zhao Shue. Mao Tu. Seeing Shen Ye's nod, Mao Tu calmly stated her name to Zhao Shue. Mao Tu? The Mao Tu, one of the 12 zodiac commanders of the southern frontier? Hearing this, Zhao Shue gasped in shock. Precisely. With that, Mao Tu produced his commander's token and held it before Zhao Shue's eyes. In that instant, Zhao Shue understood everything. No wonder Shen Ye possessed such immense power he could destroy the Wang family in the blink of an eye. It turned out the rabbit of the southern frontier had intervened. Yet, she still couldn't accept it. She refused to believe she would lose to a woman her own age. To her, it was an immense humiliation. Why are you helping Shen Ye? Zhao Shue demanded, her voice laced with confusion. Because he was a soldier under my command, once taking a bullet for me. Mao Tu said this. Regarding Shen Ye's true identity, Shen Ye had long instructed her not to disclose it carelessly. Upon hearing Mao Tu's words, Zhao Shue nodded. So that's how it was. Are you still going to stop me from killing now? Mao Tu asked with a cold smile. That won't be necessary. Those from the southern frontier have the authority imperial permission granted. Zhao Shue replied. But don't get too cocky, Zhao Shue added to Mao Tuesday one day, I will defeat you. With those words, she turned and walked out of the hotel with Lu Yao. As they departed, Zhao Shue silently vowed to herself, once back, she would train even harder. She would surpass Mao Tu. Seeing Zhao Shue defeated, the glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Wang Dachui and Lin Meng's eyes dimmed once more. Soon, several people dragged Wang Dachui and Lin Meng out of the hotel. They arrived at a seaside cliff overlooking the boundless ocean, its surface churning with raging waves. On the cliff, several men carried a large pig cage. Inside were Wang Dachui and Lin Meng. No! Please, no! I don't want to die. Lin Meng screamed, her voice wrenching at the heart. Humph! You adulterous couple! Drowning in a pig cage is the perfect fate for you. A burly man uttered coldly, then shoved the iron cage toward the cliff's edge. Ah! Ah! 2 terrified screams pierced the air. Plop! The pig cage plunged into the sea. Seeing the pig cage completely submerged, the group exchanged knowing smiles, clapped their hands, and turned to leave. But not long after they left, a speedboat raced in from the distance and stopped where the pig cage had sunk. 2 old men with eerie expressions stood on the speedboat. They lowered a hook tied with a rope into the sea. In moments, the sunken cage was hauled up by the hook. Inside, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng had long since lost consciousness. Had Shen Ye been present at that moment, he would have recognized the 2 old men on the speedboat as the eerie coffin shop owners he had encountered during his last visit to his master's clinic to collect medicine. No, to be precise, they weren't the coffin shop owners at all. After leaving the clinic, Shen Ye had seen neither of them again. The coffin shop owners were entirely different people. Chapter 25, S-Class Most Wanted. Miss, this Shen Ye really has a lucky streak. He even took a bullet for Commander Mao Tu while serving in the army. No wonder he refused your help earlier. But I still look down on him. A grown man needing help from a woman? Pathetic. On the way back, Lu Yao recalled today's events and felt deeply unsettled. She vented her frustration to Zhao Shue. It's fate, pure and simple. He earned Mao Tu's help by risking his life to shield her from a bullet. That's what he traded his life for, no arguments there. But after Mao Tu helped him today, that debt is settled. Zhao Shue said. No sooner had Zhao Shue finished speaking than her phone rang. Pulling it out, she saw it was a call from her superior. She pressed the answer button and greeted him respectfully. Old son. Sun Lao's voice came through the phone. Zhao Shue, where are you now? There's an urgent mission. Hearing Sun Lao's words, Zhao Shue's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked. What kind of mission? Breaking news, the world's S-Class fugitive, nicknamed Flying Eagle, has entered our Great Xia territory. According to intelligence analysis, Flying Eagle has likely already reached Qingzhou territory, the voice on the phone stated. Zhao Shue's expression turned alarmed as she repeated, Flying Eagle? Yes, Flying Eagle. Your mission is to apprehend him at the lowest possible cost. But, you're implying you're no match for Flying Eagle, right? The voice on the line cut her off. Well, Flying Eagle is a world-class S-level fugitive. Her strength is unfathomable. I might not be her match. Zhao Shue had long heard of the Flying Eagle's reputation. Honestly, if she faced her, she'd have less than a 50-50 chance of capturing her. We're stretched thin right now. Those who could help are already assigned to their own missions. We simply can't spare any capable backup. So for the task of capturing Flying Eagle, you'll have to find your own help, old son said.
Where am I supposed to find help? Zhao Shui asked with a wry smile.
If all else failed, she'd have to go alone.
You can go to Villa Wang at Longquan No. 1 and find Li Wuying, old son said.
Zhao Shui froze at Sun Lao's words.
But wasn't Li Wuying arrested 5 years ago and sent to our nation's most secretive prison? Has he been released?
Yes. The latest news is that the Villa King at Longquan No. 1 sold for 2 billion yuan, and the buyer was none other than Li Wuying, old son said.
Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Zhao Shui hung up the phone, her voice brimming with excitement. Strictly speaking, Zhao Shui had once been a devoted fan of Li Wuying. Even as a child, she'd heard countless tales about him.
That was back when she was very young.
At the time, Great Xia was weak, and its martial arts factions were no exception, lagging far behind other nations. Back then, martial artists from other nations frequently came to Great Xia to challenge its major martial arts factions. The Eastern Kingdom was particularly notorious. Their fighters not only challenged Great Xia's martial arts groups but also rampaged across the country, indiscriminately killing martial practitioners. It was during this era that Li Wuying emerged. From his very first appearance, he demonstrated peak prowess, utterly defeating the overseas martial artists who came to provoke them. Finally, Li Wuying, armed with only his sword, single-handedly stormed into the Eastern Kingdom, forcing countless martial arts masters there to kneel and beg for mercy. From that moment on, Zhao Shui became Li Wuying's devoted admirer. As for why Li Wuying ended up imprisoned, Zhao Shui had no idea. Miss, perhaps we should seek help from that Mao Tuesday. With her strength, working alongside you, we could surely capture Flying Eagle, Lu Yao suggested from the side. Hearing this, Zhao Shui shook her head and said, Mao Tu is the commander of the southern frontier. Her duty is to protect the southern border from foreign invasion.
Her mission is far more crucial than mine. Come on, let's buy some gifts and head to Longquan No. 1.
Maybe we can persuade Li Wuying to help me capture Flying Eagle, Zhao Shui declared, then led Lu Yao off to purchase the gifts. At that moment, Shen Ye and Mao Tu had just exited the Imperial Hotel.
Brother, now that matters are settled, should we return to the southern frontier? Mao Tu asked Shen Ye.
No, Shen Ye shook his head. With Qianlong and Yu Zodiac commanders in charge of the southern frontier, I have complete peace of mind. His reluctance to return stemmed from deep concern for his parents. He refused to let past tragedies repeat themselves. But the brothers all miss you terribly, Mao Tu said, his face filled with disappointment. Once things stabilize here, I'll find time to visit you all, Shen Ye replied. Alright then, big brother. You must remember to come back and see us. I will miss you, Mao Tu said. With that, Mao Tu turned and left immediately, hurrying back to the southern frontier. After Mao Tu departed, Shen Ye hailed a taxi and headed straight back to his home. Upon arriving home, he found neither Li Fengmei nor Shen Changqing there. Shen Ye knew without thinking that they must have gone to Huichun Hall again. And they'd gone to discuss his marriage to Tang Duoduo with Tang Wanshan. These past few days, Shen Ye had been so worn down by Li Fengmei's nagging that his ears were practically calloused. She kept insisting that as a man, he needed to take the initiative to spontaneously invite Tang Duoduo to movies or shopping trips whenever he had free time. Suddenly, Shen Ye's ears twitched. He sensed a cold aura within the villa. Stop lurking around like a ghost. Come out. Shen Ye stared in one direction, his voice cold. As soon as Shen Ye finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 40s materialized directly within his line of sight. I didn't expect you to be so alert. You actually sensed my presence. The man grinned darkly at Shen Ye. Fei Ying? Seeing the man, Shen Ye froze in shock. Wasn't this the world's S-class wanted criminal? How had he ended up in his own home? Fortunately, his parents were at Huichun Hall. If they had been home, it would have been dangerous. It seemed he'd have to find some skilled fighters from the southern border soon. That way, if he ever had to leave, they could protect his parents. Suddenly, an idea lit up Shen Ye's mind. This Fei Ying, as an international S-class fugitive, possessed formidable strength. If he could win him over and keep him at his villa, he'd make an excellent bodyguard to watch over the place. Seems you have some sense after all, recognizing me as Flying Eagle. I hereby declare this villa belongs to me, Flying Eagle. As for you, considering you've provided me with such a splendid villa, I'll spare your life. You shall become my male servant, responsible solely for my daily meals and personal care, Fei Ying declared with smug satisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Ying noticed something off about Shen Ye's gaze. Why was there not a trace of fear in those eyes? Instead, they seemed almost excited, like a hunter who had finally caught his prey? Chapter 26, Taming Fei Ying. Hey, kid, have you no manners? I'm an internationally wanted S-class criminal. You should be afraid of me, not look at me like that. Please show some respect for my position, will you? Fei Ying's expression darkened as he addressed Shen Ye thus. Hearing Fei Ying's words, Shen Ye merely replied indifferently. I'll give you 3 choices. First, become my family's bodyguard and ensure my parents' safety. Second, I beat you to death, ridding the country of a menace.
Third, I cripple you and hand you over to the authorities in exchange for a hefty bounty.
Fei Ying's face darkened instantly at Shen Ye's words, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
I had intended to spare your life, but it seems you don't know how to value it. Since that's the case, don't blame me.
With that, Fei Ying's eyes blazed with icy fury. His claw-like hand shot out, aiming straight for Shen Ye's throat. Seeing this, Shen Ye's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile.
With Fei Ying's claws less than 10 centimeters from Shen Ye's throat, Shen Ye moved.
His hand shot out like lightning, swiftly seizing Fei Ying's arm and pinning it immovably.
Fei Ying was stunned. He realized Shen Ye's grip was incredibly powerful. No matter how hard he struggled, his seized hand couldn't budge an inch. In that instant, Shen Ye's other hand shot out, yanking the eagle's hair violently. He slammed its face into the ground, grinding it back and forth. No matter how hard Fei Ying fought, he couldn't break free. Fei Ying was utterly shocked.
He never imagined such a young man could possess such terrifying strength.
Let go. I choose option 1.
Fei Ying suppressed his resentment and rage, pleading for mercy.
Why didn't you just choose this option earlier?
Shen Ye released his grip the moment he finished speaking. Fei Ying scrambled to his feet, gasping for fresh air before flexing his limbs.
He was readjusting his state.
He realized that the reason Shen Ye had pinned him down and rubbed him back and forth earlier was because he had been careless. After moving his limbs and sensing he'd reached peak readiness, a cold gleam flashed in Fei Ying's eyes.
Die!
A cold gleam suddenly appeared in Fei Ying's hand, darting toward Shen Ye's chest at astonishing speed.
I knew you wouldn't submit so easily.
A smirk reappeared on Shen Ye's lips, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
With a flick of his finger, Shen Ye deflected the dagger as it came at him. Clang!
Instantly, Fei Ying felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, numbing it and causing him to lose his grip on the dagger. The blade flew straight out of his hand. But Fei Ying had no time to spare. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he slammed it fiercely toward Shen Ye's face.
Yet his seemingly powerful punch was instantly caught by Shen Ye's hand, immobilizing him completely. Suddenly, Shen Ye yanked his arm with brutal force, yanking Fei Ying into the air before slamming him hard into the ground. Thud!
Fei Ying made intimate contact with the ground, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Before he could scramble to his feet, Shen Ye grabbed him by the waistband and hoisted him up like a small chicken. Next, Shen Ye drove his knee hard into Fei Ying's chest, sending him flying several meters high until he slammed into the ceiling.
With a thud, he crashed back down.
Without pause, Shen Ye took 2 steps forward and delivered another kick to the prone Fei Ying. The immense force sent Fei Ying skidding across the floor at breakneck speed.
Thud! The deafening crash echoed as Fei Ying slammed into the wall, shaking the entire villa to its foundations. At that moment, tears welled up in Fei Ying's eyes and streamed down uncontrollably. Not from the pain of his injuries, but from the humiliation and injustice. Fei Ying, who had been in the game since his debut, had never been pinned down and humiliated like this before. What kind of monster was this young man? So young, yet he had left this internationally wanted S-class criminal without even a chance to fight back. It was terrifying. Spit! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fei Ying hastily pleaded. Stop! I'll be your servant. Spare me, big brother. Yet Shen Ye only responded with a cold sneer. He stepped before Fei Ying, crouched down, and delivered another brutal punch straight to his chest. Ah! The excruciating pain made Fei Ying cry out in agony. In the very instant Fei Ying cried out, a black pill appeared in Shen Ye's hand and was forced directly into Fei Ying's mouth. Then, Shen Ye swiftly pressed several acupoints on Fei Ying's chest. Gulp! Fei Ying swallowed the black pill uncontrollably. Instantly, terror washed over Fei Ying's face. What did you give me? Merely a poison I concocted myself. Once you've swallowed this toxin, you'll need an antidote every fortnight. Otherwise, the poison will devour your internal organs, tearing your liver and intestines to shreds. Shen Ye stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and sneered coldly. You! Hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying was utterly shocked, his face filled with panic. No need to panic. As long as you obediently serve as my family's bodyguard and ensure my parents' safety, I'll provide the antidote on schedule. Of course, you're welcome to seek out the world's greatest physicians and see if they can undo my poison. Shen Ye had absolute confidence in the poison he'd concocted. In this world, aside from that master locked away in prison, there was likely no one who could counteract this venom. Fei Ying's face darkened at Shen Ye's words. He dared not doubt whether the poison Shen Ye had administered was truly as potent and incurable as claimed. After all, Shen Ye's strength was undeniable. Fei Ying himself was undoubtedly one of the world's top masters, yet he had still been thoroughly humiliated by Shen Ye. One could only imagine how terrifying Shen Ye's power was. It had surpassed Fei Ying's comprehension. For such a man to concoct a poison that was truly incurable was hardly surprising. Greetings, master. Bowing to Shen Ye's overwhelming might, Fei Ying could only respectfully address him as master. Very well. From this day forward, your duty is to guard this villa and ensure the safety of my parents. Shen Ye nodded in satisfaction at his words. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, someone rang the villa's front doorbell.
Go see who's at the door, Shen Ye instructed Fei Ying in a calm tone.
Yes, sir. Fei Ying responded respectfully before turning and heading toward the villa's entrance.
At the villa's entrance, Zhao Shui stood beaming with excitement, clutching several large gift bags. Beside her, Lu Yao pressed the doorbell. The thought of soon meeting her childhood idol filled Zhao Shui with overwhelming excitement.
Chapter 27, Shouting Until Your Throat Rips. Just then, the villa's heavy doors slowly swung open.
Fei Ying, dressed in ragged clothes and bruised and battered, came into Zhao Shui and Lu Yao's view.
Miss, so this is what Li Wuying looks like? This is too.
Seeing Fei Ying's battered face inside the villa, Lu Yao mistakenly thought he was Li Wuying. She walked over to Zhao Shui and whispered into her ear. At that moment, Zhao Shui was equally bewildered. Fei Ying's battered appearance made him unrecognizable to her.
That doesn't look like Li Wuying, but he seems vaguely familiar. Could he be that internationally wanted criminal?
Zhao Shui stared at Fei Ying before whispering uncertainly to Lu Yao. Suddenly, Zhao Shui's expression changed, and she exclaimed.
I remember now. He's that international S-class fugitive, Flying Eagle. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Lu Yao's expression instantly darkened.
She drew her service pistol, pointed it at Fei Ying's head, and stood ready for battle. Oof. I hate it when people point guns at my head.
Fei Ying's voice was icy cold.
Having been pinned down and humiliated by Shen Ye earlier today, he was seething with pent-up rage. With a cold snort, his figure flickered, instantly appearing before Lu Yao. He delivered a direct punch straight to her chest.
Thud. Ah! Lu Yao was no match for Flying Eagle.
Hit squarely by the punch, she screamed in pain and flew backward 5 or 6 meters.
Ah, that hurts.
Lu Yao sat up on the ground, rubbing her sore buttocks and grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Zhao Shui was startled. She quickly drew her gun, pointing it at Flying Eagle's head, and barked coldly, hands up.
Don't move.
I am Zhao Shui, Major General of the Great Xia Nation.
I am arresting you under superior orders.
Huh, so you're the Great Xia Kingdom's top female general.
But if you want to capture me, we'll see if you've got what it takes.
Fei Ying let out a cold laugh and charged straight at Zhao Shui at breakneck speed.
Bang!
Without hesitation, Zhao Shui pulled the trigger of her pistol, a thunderous crack echoing through the air. Yet the bullet was effortlessly dodged by Flying Eagle. Seeing this, Zhao Shui swiftly holstered her pistol, simultaneously taking several steps back. She then extended her body and charged toward Flying Eagle.
Bang!
In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, their movements so rapid that Lu Feng, watching nearby, couldn't make out their actions. Amidst the fight, both were secretly shocked by the other's strength. Zhao Shui, in particular, could clearly see that Fei Ying was now severely wounded. Yet, she still couldn't gain the upper hand, which left her feeling deeply frustrated. Indeed, she truly lived up to her reputation as the Great Xia's foremost female general. Her prowess was formidable. Fei Ying couldn't help but praise her as he continued to exchange blows. Suddenly, a grimace of pain flashed across Fei Ying's face.
The intense movements had aggravated the chest wound inflicted earlier by Shen Ye.
Seeing this, Zhao Shui's heart leapt with joy. Seizing the moment, she slammed a fist into Fei Ying's chest.
Thud! The punch landed squarely on Fei Ying's chest.
Combined with his previous injury, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But Fei Ying proved himself a true international S-class fugitive. As he was about to be sent flying backward from Zhao Shui's punch, he swept out a kick that struck her neck. The force jerked her head to the side, sending her stumbling several steps to the side. Inside the villa, Shen Ye had naturally heard the gunfire outside. He made his way to the top floor to watch the show. Seeing Fei Ying, despite being severely wounded by his own hand, still holding his own against Zhao Shui, filled Shen Ye with satisfaction. The stronger Fei Ying proved himself, the safer Shen Ye's parents would be. Outside the villa, both combatants paused briefly to recover from their injuries.
Zhao Shui's expression darkened considerably.
She hadn't anticipated that Fei Ying, despite his severe injuries, could still inflict wounds upon her.
This realization filled her with growing anxiety.
She knew all too well that, given Fei Ying's formidable strength, capturing him would be impossible if she had to rely solely on her own efforts.
With this thought, Zhao Shui turned to glance at the villa's entrance.
She reasoned that since Fei Ying had emerged from the villa already gravely wounded, it was highly probable that his injuries had been inflicted by the villa's owner, Li Wuying.
This realization sparked a flicker of hope in Zhao Shui. Turning to Lu Yao, who was sitting on the ground nearby, she urged, "Quickly, go fetch Senior Li Wuying.
I fear I won't be able to subdue him alone." Hearing this, Lu Yao scrambled to her feet and headed toward the villa's entrance. The villa's gate had automatically closed and locked after Flying Eagle's exit, leaving Lu Yao unable to enter.
"Senior Li Wuying, are you inside?"
"My mistress is Zhao Shui, the Great Xia's female general. I implore you to come out and assist her in apprehending the internationally wanted S-class criminal, Flying Eagle."
Lu Yao frantically pressed the villa's doorbell while shouting at the top of her lungs toward the building.
Shen Ye, perched on the villa's rooftop, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Yao's words. There was no Li Wuying here. Shouting herself hoarse would be utterly futile. Meanwhile, Flying Eagle and Zhao Shui had both readjusted their stances, and the two clashed once more. This time, both recognized their opponent's formidable strength and wielded their signature weapons. Zhao Shui still wielded her icy cold long sword. Fei Ying wielded a long blade radiating savage energy. Watching them clash, Lu Yao grew increasingly anxious. Yet her own strength was no match for theirs. She couldn't intervene. This frustration nearly brought tears to Lu Yao's eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Ye on the villa's rooftop watched their fight for a while before growing bored and preparing to return to his room for sleep. Just as Shen Ye turned away, Lu Yao took a few steps back. Through the villa's high wall, she caught sight of that figure retreating from the rooftop. What was going on? Why did that silhouette look so much like that good-for-nothing Shen Ye? Lu Yao wondered, her face filled with confusion. Impossible. This is Senior Li Wuying's villa. I must be seeing things. That good-for-nothing Shen Ye doesn't even have the right to enter this villa. Lu Yao explained to herself in her mind. The fight between Flying Eagle and Zhao Shui had lasted a full 10+ minutes. By now, both bore wounds, though thankfully none were critical. Zhao Shui, huh? I remember you. You got lucky this time. I'm badly injured. Once I recover, I'll come back for you. By now, Flying Eagle was struggling to hold on. The wounds Shen Ye had inflicted were simply too severe. He spat out a threat at Zhao Shui before swinging his long blade fiercely at her, forcing her back. He then plunged into the dense woods beside the road and fled. Zhao Shui, forced back by Flying Eagle, did not pursue. She knew clearly that even if she caught up, she couldn't capture him. In the end, it would only result in both sides being badly injured. Chapter 28, Living Under Another's Roof. Miss, are you alright? Seeing Fei Ying escape, Lu Yao hurried over to Zhao Shui's side, her face filled with concern and urgency. I'm fine, just minor injuries. Zhao Shui said, glancing at the few bloody cuts on her body. What kind of senior is this Li Wuying? It's a shame you idolized him since childhood, Mississippi. I shouted myself hoarse, but he never came out. After confirming Zhao Shui's injuries weren't serious, Lu Yao pouted, her face full of displeasure. Lu Yao, don't speak of Senior Li Wuying that way. If he hadn't already severely wounded Flying Eagle beforehand, I might have lost my life here today. It's my own incompetence. Even with Flying Eagle severely weakened, I still couldn't take her down. Zhao Shui scolded Lu Yao. Hearing Zhao Shui's rebuke, Lu Yao pouted. Though she said nothing more, her heart remained unsettled. Oh, miss, I just saw a figure on the villa's rooftop. It looked like that good-for-nothing Shen Ye, Lu Yao reported. Impossible. This is Senior Li Wuying's villa. How could Shen Ye possibly be here? You must have seen things wrong, Zhao Shui said, her face brimming with disbelief. I thought so too, Lu Yao nodded. So, miss, shall we head back now? Though your injuries aren't life-threatening, they need prompt attention to prevent scarring. Since we're already here, I still want to see if I can catch a glimpse of Senior Li Wuying, Zhao Shui declared. With that, Zhao Shui called out toward the villa. Senior Li Wuying, it's Zhao Shui. Could you please come out to see me? I have something I need your help with. However, long after Zhao Shui's words echoed, not a single sound came from the villa. Miss, let's go. I don't think this Li Wuying is all that capable. Otherwise, with all that commotion earlier, he wouldn't have stayed inside. Lu Yao said. Lu Yao, stop talking nonsense. Senior Li Wuying managed to wound Flying Eagle like that. It proves his strength is extraordinary. Since he refuses to meet me, we should return for now. We'll simply pay another visit to Senior Li Wuying later, Zhao Shui declared. After speaking, Zhao Shui addressed the villa loudly. Since Senior Li Wuying declines to meet, Zhao Shui will take her leave for now. We shall visit again another time. With that, Zhao Shui turned and began walking away with Lu Yao. However, they had barely walked 10 meters when the sound of the villa's front door opening echoed behind them. Instantly, Zhao Shui's face lit up with delight. She spun around to look, but the moment she saw who it was, her expression froze in shock. Shen Ye? How could he be coming out of Li Wuying's residence? Zhao Shui quickly turned around with Lu Yao and retraced their steps, coming to Shen Ye's side. She asked curiously, Shen Ye, how did you end up leaving Senior Li Wuying's villa? Seeing Zhao Shui and Lu Yao before him, Shen Ye froze in surprise. He had thought they had already left. He had just received a call from Zhao Kor, asking him to help check on old Zhao's health and give her grandfather another acupuncture session to clear all the toxins from his body. Li Wuying and I were cellmates, so I'm staying here temporarily, Shen Ye explained. Which prison were you incarcerated in? Zhao Shui asked curiously. Shen Ye nodded. Hearing this, Zhao Shui and Lu Yao finally understood. But at that moment, Lu Yao looked down on Shen Ye even more. A full-grown man, yet he's staying at someone else's place, living off others. How utterly pathetic. Then could you take me to meet Senior Li Wuying? Zhao Shui hurriedly asked. Shen Ye's face clouded with reluctance. There was no Li Wuying in this villa. How could he possibly introduce Zhao Shui? Forget it, Shen Ye said flatly. He doesn't seem particularly eager to meet you. Besides, why should I do you this favor? You. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Shui's expression darkened.
She hadn't expected him to be so dismissive. Her anger nearly boiled over. Alright, I still need to treat your grandfather. With that, Shen Ye walked right past Zhao Shui and Lu Yao, heading down the mountain toward the villa where old Zhao resided. What's with the attitude? You're living under someone else's roof, and now you're acting all high and mighty? Watching Shen Ye's receding figure, Lu Yao muttered with obvious disdain. Meanwhile, Zhao Shui's eyes flickered uncertainly as she watched Shen Ye's retreating figure, as if deep in thought. Miss, where should we go now? Back to the villa where the old master lives, or return to the military base? Lu Yao asked Zhao Shui. Back to the base. I'm injured now and don't want to worry the old man. Zhao Shui replied. With that, she led Lu Yao to the car and drove away. Shen Ye, you're here? As soon as Shen Ye arrived outside the villa where old master Zhao resided, Zhao Kor, who had been waiting outside, came to greet him. As Zhao Kor approached, a distinctively feminine fragrance wafted toward him. Today, Zhao Kor wore a form-fitting pink dress, making her look incredibly adorable. Shen Ye gave a slight nod. Let's go. I'll take you to see my grandfather. Zhao Kor said. Soon, Shen Ye followed Zhao Kor up to the second floor of the villa. Zhao Qianlong's complexion looked much better, far more rosy than it had been in recent days. Spotting Shen Ye, Zhao Qianlong's face lit up with a broad smile as he asked. Xiao Yi, how's the wedding arrangement with our Shuier coming along? Hearing Zhao Qianlong's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Why was this topic coming up again? It seemed that once he finished his current tasks, he absolutely had to return to the prison and ask his master why he was being forced to marry Zhao Shui. We've already obtained the marriage certificate. Zhao Shui must have told you, right? Shen Ye assumed Zhao Shui must have obtained a fake marriage certificate to deceive old Zhao, so he responded accordingly. Zhao Qianlong's smile grew even brighter at Shen Ye's words. I can't trust that girl Shui. Only when you tell me yourself can I believe it. Old Zhao, seeing how well you've recovered these past few days, I'll give you another acupuncture treatment today. Your condition should be completely cured. Shen Ye said. With that, Shen Ye took out his silver needles and began the acupuncture treatment. This session was considerably easier than the last, as the residual toxins in Zhao Qianlong's body were minimal, eliminating the need for Shen Ye to force out the poison with his qi energy. After completing the 7 absolute needles technique on Zhao Qianlong, his complexion grew increasingly rosy, and even his breathing had returned to that of a perfectly healthy person. Old Zhao, I have a question. You and my master must have been quite familiar. I'd like to ask you what kind of person was my master really? After finishing the acupuncture, Shen Ye turned to old Zhao with genuine curiosity. Though Shen Ye had known his master for 3 years in prison, during that time, the master had only taught him skills, never mentioning a word about his identity. Chapter 29, Lin Meng's cousin. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Qianlong froze, seemingly unable to believe Shen Ye would ask such a question. Your own master, and you're asking me? Zhao Qianlong retorted. Shen Ye's expression turned slightly awkward. He scratched his nose and replied. I've been his disciple for 3 years. He only taught me skills. As for his own affairs, he never mentioned a single word to me. Zhao Qianlong nodded in understanding. I see. That explains it. But I don't know much about your master either. The only reason I know him is because he saved my life 20 years ago. Shen Ye's face flashed a hint of disappointment at Zhao Qianlong's words. He nodded and said. All right. Grandpa Zhao, your illness is no longer a concern. All you need now is to focus on nutrition and rest for a while to fully recover. Also, be wary of those who might try to poison you again. At that moment, Zhao Kor interjected, rest assured, after your warning last time, someone now specifically monitors everything my grandfather eats. Nothing is served to him until it's confirmed safe. Shen Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. With that settled, I'll take my leave. Xiao Yi, stay for dinner. I'll call Zhao Shui back, Zhao Qianlong suggested. No need. Zhao Shui is on a mission. She probably won't have time to come back for dinner. Shen Ye knew Zhao Shui hadn't come along precisely because he was injured and didn't want Zhao Qianlong to see him and worry. With that, Shen Ye turned and left Zhao Qianlong's room. After Shen Ye departed, Zhao Qianlong's beaming smile instantly faded. He let out a heavy sigh. Ah! Grandpa, you were fine just now, why are you sighing all of a sudden? Zhao Kor hurriedly asked with concern. It's all because of your sister's disobedience. Does she really think she can fool me with a fake marriage certificate? Haven't you noticed Shen Ye still calls me old Zhao to this day? Zhao Qianlong said irritably, his face betraying his disappointment. Hearing this, Zhao Kor felt a surge of secret delight. If that was the case, did it mean she still had a chance? Oh, Grandpa, I'll go see Shen Ye off. Zhao Kor tossed out the words and immediately rushed out after Shen Ye. Seeing this, a trace of relief flashed across Zhao Qianlong's face. He could easily see through Zhao Kor's thoughts. After all, both Zhao Shui and Zhao Kor were his granddaughters. If Zhao Kor could win Shen Ye over, that would be just as good. His only concern was that Shen Ye's master had explicitly named Zhao Shui as the bride in his letter. If Zhao Ke were substituted instead, he wondered if it might provoke the master's displeasure. Shen Ye, wait for me. Shen Ye had just stepped out of the villa when Zhao Ke's voice called from behind him. What? Is there something else? Shen Ye turned back, asking in confusion. Nothing much. I just wanted to thank you for saving my grandfather's life. Would you mind if I treated you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude? Zhao Ke deliberately put on a calm and composed expression as she spoke, but a faint blush had already flushed across her cheeks. That doesn't seem quite right. Shen Ye was about to refuse, but his stomach was genuinely growling. What's wrong with that? You're a grown man, are you worried I'll eat you or something? It's settled then. Wait here for me while I go get the car. Zhao Ke hurriedly said, her face lighting up with delight as she dashed off to the garage to fetch the car. Roar! Soon, the roar of a sports car engine echoed from the garage. Moments later, a sleek red Ferrari slowly emerged from the garage. It was a Ferrari 458, priced at over 4 million yuan. Hop in. Zhao Ke parked beside Shen Ye and smiled at him. Hearing this, Shen Ye immediately opened the passenger door and climbed in. Roar! The moment Shen Ye sat down, Zhao Ke slammed her foot on the accelerator. The engine roared deafeningly as the car shot down the mountain. You and my sister didn't get a marriage certificate, right? That marriage certificate of hers must be fake, right? Zhao Ke said to Shen Ye with a satisfied smile while driving. Hearing Zhao Ke's words, Shen Ye froze for a moment before hurriedly saying, nonsense, how could it be fake? Hee, no need to pretend. I already know everything. Zhao Ke's face couldn't hide her delight as she said triumphantly. A few minutes later, the red Ferrari pulled into the parking lot outside Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was peak dining time, and the restaurant was packed to the brim. Nearly every table in the main hall was occupied, business booming. Shen Ye, this Drunken Immortal Pavilion is the most famous restaurant in Qingzhou. The food is absolutely top-notch. Don't hold back on the bill, later order whatever you want. It's on me. Stepping out of the car, Zhao Ke explained to Shen Ye. Hearing you talk about it makes my stomach growl, Shen Ye replied with anticipation. Then, the two walked into Drunken Immortal Pavilion. What Shen Ye didn't know was that the moment he stepped inside, the general manager had spotted him on the surveillance feed. Night King! General Manager Wang exclaimed, his face frozen in shock. Night King was Shen Ye's title from that mysterious prison. Wang recognized Shen Ye because their boss, Li Wuying, had distributed Shen Ye's photo to all managers of his enterprises, instructing them to treat Shen Ye as if he were Li Wuying himself. Wang immediately summoned his secretary. Quick! Prepare a supreme VIP card. Ground floor counter, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Miss, do you have any private rooms available? Zhao Ke politely inquired at the front desk. Good evening, ma'am. We only have one VIP private room left at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, it has a minimum spending requirement of 58,888 yuan. Would that be acceptable? The cashier replied politely. Yes, that's fine. Zhao Ke nodded. To her, 58,888 yuan? Was that even money? Just then, a stylish young couple rushed in, shoving aside Shen Ye and Zhao Ke who were already at the counter. Give us a VIP room. The man in the designer suit demanded rudely at the cashier. I'm sorry, sir, but our last VIP room has already been reserved for this gentleman and lady. The cashier pointed politely toward Shen Ye and Zhao Ke as she addressed the man. Hearing this, the couple turned their gaze toward Shen Ye and Zhao Ke. Oh, isn't this Mr. Cuckold Shen Ye? The man in the suit's girlfriend spotted Shen Ye and immediately flashed a contemptuous smile, her words dripping with disdain. Seeing the woman, Shen Ye's gaze turned cold. She was Lin Meng's cousin, and back when Shen Ye and Lin Meng were dating, she had never missed an opportunity to mock him. Chapter 30, VIP Privileges. So this is the Shen Ye you mentioned earlier, the one cuckolded by your cousin and sent to prison? The man in the suit clearly knew Shen Ye's story. He shot Shen Ye a mocking glance and asked. Yep, that's him. Look at himself, a poor soldier who actually thought he could marry my cousin. What a toad trying to eat swan meat. Lin Meng's cousin, Li Xia, looked at Shen Ye with utter disdain and contempt. Overhearing their exchange, several diners in the restaurant turned their gaze toward Shen Ye, their faces twisted into mocking grins. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Have you no manners? Hearing their words and feeling the strange stares directed at Shen Ye, Zhao Ke's face immediately darkened. Hey, what kind of language is that? Did you eat manure this morning? Why are you spewing filth everywhere? Hearing Zhao Ke's words, the man in the suit turned his gaze toward her. The moment his eyes met hers, a look of astonished admiration flashed across his face. Oh, so that's how you afford to dine at a high-end restaurant like Drunken Immortal Pavilion? You've hooked up with a little rich girl, huh? Li Xia, seeing Zhao Ke's striking beauty, felt a pang of jealousy and immediately labeled her as a gold digger. Hearing Li Xia's words, Zhao Ke's pretty face flushed crimson with both shame and anger. Watch your mouth, or I'll slap you, Zhao Ke snapped, pointing an accusing finger at Li Xia. Oh, you want to slap me? Come on, I'll put my face right here. If you don't dare to hit me, you're not a real woman.
Hearing this, Li Xia laughed and thrust her face right up to Zhao Ke's, her tone brimming with arrogance. You. Seeing Li Xia like this, Zhao Ke turned pale with fury, unable to speak. Smack. Before Zhao Ke could react, Shen Ye, standing nearby, delivered a hard slap across her face. I've never seen anyone make such a despicable demand. If I don't grant it, people would say I lack gentlemanly manners. Put. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Ke, who had been seething with rage, suddenly lost her composure and burst out laughing. How dare you hit me? Li Xia touched her stinging cheek, glaring at Shen Ye in disbelief. You made that pathetic request yourself. I just granted it. Shen Ye shrugged indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Xia's eyes nearly shot flames. Honey, are you just going to stand by and watch your woman get treated like this? Li Xia whined at the man in the suit. Hearing this, the man in the suit glared at Shen Ye with a vicious expression, his voice icy cold. You're asking for it. You even dare to hit my girlfriend. With that, he swung his fist toward Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye caught the punch mid-air. With a casual kick, he sent the man flying several meters, slamming him hard into a nearby dining table. Honey, are you okay? Seeing this, Li Xia gasped in alarm, rushing over to help the man up as she asked with concern. You dare hit me? You're finished. The man scrambled to his feet, his face twisted in fury as he glared at Shen Ye, grinding his teeth. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Manager Qian, is your restaurant even going to stay open? I'm your VIP client, spending at least 2 million yuan here every year. Now I've been beaten up in your establishment. What are you going to do about this? Not long after the call ended, Manager Qian stormed down from the second floor with 7 or 8 security guards in tow. Who dares to assault our VIP customer here at Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Manager Qian descended the stairs with an arrogant demeanor, his face flushed with rage. He swept a glance over Shen Ye and Zhao Ke before declaring imperiously. Earlier, when he answered the call, Manager Qian had been in a private room passionately engaged with a shift supervisor, right in the thick of things. Then that man's call came through, leaving him seething with frustration. Seeing Manager Qian arrive with 7 or 8 security guards, the man in the suit instantly wore a smug look. He pointed a large finger at Shen Ye and declared, "It's this green-haired turtle. So it was you. You have some nerve, attacking our esteemed VIP client right here in Drunken Immortal Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and kowtow 100 times to young Master Lu to beg his forgiveness. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking both your legs." Manager Qian shouted furiously at Shen Ye. On what grounds? They were the ones who started it with their filthy mouths, hurling insults at us. Zhao Ke retorted angrily at Manager Qian. Why? Because he's our VIP at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Because he spends no less than 200 million yuan annually here. Is that good enough? Manager Qian raised an eyebrow, his tone arrogant. So by your logic, anyone who spends enough money at Drunken Immortal Pavilion can bully people here with impunity? Zhao Ke retorted. Exactly. If you don't like it, then spend a few million here yourself, upgrade to VIP status at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and enjoy the same treatment as me. But do you even have that kind of money? The man in the suit, known as young Master Lu, said with a smug look on his face. Put. A restaurant like this? Spend millions here? I'd have to be insane. Zhao Ke retorted. If you can't afford it, just say so. Why pretend? Manager Qian, cut the nonsense. Break both his legs. Lu Xiao ordered arrogantly. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Manager Qian gave a subtle signal to the 7 or 8 security guards behind him. The guards, receiving the signal, flashed vicious looks and charged straight toward Shen Ye. Stop. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed down the stairs from the second floor, urgently calling out to the security guards about to attack. Mr. Wang. Manager Qian recognized the newcomer and immediately bowed respectfully, addressing him as Mr. Wang. Wang Jinha's expression was grim, dark and ominous. He shot Manager Qian a cold glance before shifting his gaze to Shen Ye. A flattering smile spread across his face as he started to approach Shen Ye, only to be stopped by young Master Lu. Mr. Wang, you're just in time. I am a VIP customer of your Drunken Immortal Pavilion, correct? Hearing Lu Xiao's words, Wang Jinha nodded. Absolutely. But as your VIP, I was beaten up in your very own Drunken Immortal Pavilion. And the one who hit me is him. As your VIP, I demand you break both his legs. That's only fair, right? Lu Xiao shot Shen Ye a defiant look, his face beaming with smug satisfaction, before continuing to Wang Jinha. By all rights, it should be possible. Wang Jinha nodded in agreement. Hearing Wang Jinha's words, Lu Xiao's expression grew even more smug. But, Chapter 31, Supreme VIP. But what? Lu Xiao demanded. But he's our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's Supreme VIP, a rank higher than yours. Wang Jinha stated. Hearing Wang Jinha's words, Lu Xiao froze in surprise, thinking he must have misheard. Mr. Wang, did I hear that correctly? He's a Supreme VIP? Lu Xiao asked incredulously.
You heard correctly. He is indeed our drunken immortal pavilion's supreme VIP. Wang Jinha nodded.
Hearing Wang Jinha's words, Lu Xiao and Li Xia exchanged glances before bursting into laughter.
Ha! Mr. Wang, you must be mistaken.
Shen Ye is just a poor soldier.
How could he possibly be your drunken immortal pavilion's supreme VIP?
If I recall correctly, to become your Zuixinlu's top VIP, the minimum annual spending requirement must be no less than 50 million yuan, right?
And Shen Ye?
Forget spending 50 million a year at your place. If he hadn't hooked up with that rich woman, he'd never be able to afford a meal there in his entire life.
Li Xia laughed heartily. Hearing Li Xia's words, Wang Jinha's face darkened instantly. Miss, do you realize the consequences of insulting our Zuixinlu's supreme VIP like this?
Wang Jinha said coldly. I've already said it, she absolutely cannot be your drunken immortal pavilion's top VIP.
You must have made a mistake.
Li Xia retorted nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the shock and icy coldness that had frozen Wang Jinha's expression. Wang Jinha shot Li Xia a cold glance before pulling out a supreme black card from his pocket.
He then bent at the waist, approaching Shen Ye with utmost deference. Mr. Shen, this is our drunken immortal pavilion's supreme VIP card. With this card, you may enjoy complimentary dining at our establishment for life.
Shen Ye stared at the supreme VIP card Wang Jinha respectfully presented, his face filled with confusion.
He thought to himself, is something wrong with this place? Not only did I beat up their VIP customer, but now they're giving me a supreme VIP card? One that grants free meals for life, no less.
At that moment, Lu Xiao, Li Xia, and Manager Qian beside him were all dumbfounded.
What was going on?
Why is Mr. Wang giving that kid a supreme VIP card, one that even grants lifetime free meals?
What on earth has gotten into Mr. Wang? Has he lost his mind?
Mr. Shen, our boss's surname is Li.
Seeing Shen Ye's puzzled expression, Mr. Wang whispered the clarification. Hearing Wang Jinha's words, Shen Ye instantly understood.
So this drunken immortal pavilion was actually under the ownership of that kid Li Wuying. No wonder Wang Jinha was offering him a supreme VIP card out of nowhere. It all made sense now. That kid Li Wuying sure knows how to show his appreciation. Next time I visit the warden to see my master, I'll make sure he adds a chicken drumstick to every meal. No, better yet, a chicken wing too.
Is your boss Wang out of his mind? Giving a green-shelled turtle a supreme VIP card for no reason?
Li Xia couldn't hold back, turning to ask the stunned Manager Qian beside her.
Hearing Li Xia's words, Manager Qian turned pale with fear.
After all, at Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Mr. Wang ruled with an iron fist. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Xia's words, a flash of anger crossed Mr. Wang's eyes.
He turned back and coldly ordered the 7 or 8 security guards, "What are you standing around for?
These two dared to offend our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's supreme VIP.
Beat them up and throw them out."
Hearing Mr. Wang's words, Lu Xiao and Li Xia were shocked.
"Mr. Wang, I'm your VIP."
Lu Xiao hurriedly protested.
"So what if you're a VIP?
You've offended our supreme VIP," Wang Jinha said coldly. With that, the security guards charged at Lu Xiao and Li Xia. After beating them black and blue, they dragged them out of Drunken Immortal Pavilion like dead dogs and tossed them onto the street.
"Mr. Shen, is this resolution satisfactory?" Wang Jinha asked Shen Ye with a fawning expression.
Not bad. But this manager of yours? I find him utterly unsettling." Shen Ye nodded, fixing his gaze on Manager Qian.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Manager Qian's face turned pale. He immediately dropped to his knees before Shen Ye with a thud.
If he couldn't grasp the situation at this moment, he'd have wasted all those years as the hotel's manager.
"Mr. Shen, I apologize.
I failed to recognize your stature.
Please forgive me. Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Just because that so-called young Master Lu is your VIP client, you'd blindly try to break my legs?"
Shen Ye retorted coldly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Wang Jinha's face turned ashen. This was unacceptable.
That dog of a manager, Qian, had actually threatened to break Mr. Shen's legs.
"You bastard, you really have some nerve." Wang Jinha's rage boiled over.
He bellowed at Manager Qian, then turned to the security guards who had just returned, beat him senseless and throw him out. Without hesitation, the security guards who knew better than to cross the wrong people charged straight at Manager Qian.
"No! Please don't!"
Manager Qian screamed in agony, begging for mercy. Wang Jinha paid no heed to Manager Qian's pleas. He turned to Shen Ye with utmost respect and said, "Mr. Shen, please ignore this scum. I'll take you to our Zuixinlu's finest VIP private room for your meal." Then, turning to the Zuixinlu staff, General Manager Wang ordered, "Prepare every single one of our finest dishes and send them to Mr. Shen's private room." Soon, Wang Jinha led Shen Ye into the Zuixinlu's supreme private room.
"Mr. Shen, I wish you a most enjoyable meal in advance. Should you have any needs during your dining experience, simply have the staff summon me.
I shall attend to you immediately and resolve any concerns." After entering the private room, Wang Jinha respectfully delivered his message before withdrawing.
"Shen Ye, I was planning to treat you to dinner, but now it seems like you're the one treating me. Zhao Kor said with a touch of embarrassment. Shen Ye, could you tell me why Drunken Immortal Pavilion gave you a Supreme VIP card? I don't even have one. At that moment, Zhao Kor was filled with curiosity about Shen Ye's background. Nothing much.
The owner of Drunken Immortal Pavilion is probably, well, he was my cellmate.
Shen Ye didn't elaborate. Outside the main entrance of Drunken Immortal Pavilion,
Lu Xiao and Li Xia, who had just been beaten up by security and thrown out, looked utterly miserable.
Honey, we can't just let this slide. I've never been treated so unfairly in my entire life. You're buddies with one of Zhao Tielong's men, right? Call him immediately.
I'm going to tear this place apart today and beat that green-haired bastard Shen Ye into a cripple.
Otherwise, I'll never get this rage out of my system.
Li Xia glared at Lu Xiao with venom in her eyes.
Chapter 32, Zhao Kor's speculation.
Hearing Li Xiao's words, Lu Xiao's face darkened with concern.
Anywhere else might be manageable, but the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? That's going to be tricky.
Hearing this, Li Xia snapped.
What's so difficult about it? It's just the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and that penniless soldier Shen Ye. Lu Xiao, what do you know? The real owner behind Drunken Immortal Pavilion is Li Wuying.
At the mention of Li Wuying's name, Li Xia's brows furrowed involuntarily.
She tentatively asked, wasn't Li Wuying arrested? There shouldn't be much to fear, right? Let me make a call first. Lu Xiao wasn't entirely sure either.
As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number for Brother Hu, one of Zhao Tielong's men.
Hey, Brother Hu. I got beaten up at Drunken Immortal Pavilion.
At that point, Lu Xiao paused.
He wanted to gauge Tiger Brother's reaction. Which bastard dares to hit my little brother Fei?
Wait where you are, I'll bring men over immediately.
Hu Ji's rough voice came through the phone.
Brother Hu, the ones who hit me were from Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and there was also some useless piece of trash.
Lu Xiao asked tentatively. A silence fell on the other end of the line.
If it was someone from Drunken Immortal Pavilion who beat you up, this is going to be a real pain to handle. Brother Tiger's voice finally broke the silence after a long pause. Hearing Brother Tiger's words, Lu Xiao didn't feel disappointed. Instead, his face lit up with delight. Since Brother Hu only said it was tricky, that meant it was still doable. It just depended on whether they knew the rules. Brother Hu, rest assured. I won't let my brothers work for nothing.
After this is settled, I'll give you $1 million.
I'll need your help dividing it up then, Lu Xiao said.
Ha, in that case, I'll thank Brother Xiao Fei on behalf of the brothers. Wait there, I'll bring the guys over right away. Brother Tiger's hearty laughter echoed through the phone. In the VIP suite of Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At that moment, the restaurant's signature dishes were already laid out on the table.
Wang Jinhai had even arranged for 2 bottles of red wine worth hundreds of thousands to be delivered. Surveying the table laden with delicacies and those 2 bottles of expensive wine, Zhao Kor grew increasingly curious about Shen Ye's true identity.
Shen Ye, could you secretly tell me what your background is? Why is the general manager of Drunken Immortal Pavilion fawning over you like this? Zhao Kor asked Shen Ye, her face brimming with curiosity.
What identity could I possibly have? I'm just a convict who served a few years in the military 3 years ago and then spent another 3 years reforming in prison. Shen Ye casually brushed off the question while savoring the delicacies.
Still won't tell me, huh? Then let me guess. See if I'm right.
You served in the military, so I bet you're some kind of war hero.
But you don't want anyone to know your background, so you deliberately hid it, right? Zhao Kor said.
Shen Ye froze inwardly at Zhao Kor's words.
Damn, this girl's guess was spot on. Outwardly, Shen Ye remained utterly composed.
He picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, took a leisurely bite, and said nonchalantly, your imagination is quite vivid.
Tell me if I'm right. I've been reading a lot of war god novels lately.
The protagonists in those stories are just like you. They return quietly, discover their families being bullied, then step in forcefully to humiliate the villains who dared to mess with their loved ones. Your situation is just like those war god novels. By this point, Zhao Kor felt increasingly certain her guess was correct.
Hearing Zhao Kor's words, Shen Ye felt nothing but admiration. Don't overthink it. If I were truly a god of war, how could I have been framed by my own fiancée and languished in prison for 3 years? Shen Ye retorted. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Kor's previously confident expression instantly crumbled. She replied with a sigh of disappointment, yeah, right. If you were really a war god, how could you possibly be framed by a villain and imprisoned for 3 years? Then let me guess again.
You must have met some powerful figure in prison. He took you as his disciple, taught you skills, and then you became the kingpin behind bars, keeping all the big shots locked up in line. Finishing her sentence, Zhao Kor still wore an adorable expression as she muttered to herself, that must be it.
Definitely. Hearing Zhao Kor's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but glance up at her.
Inside, he was utterly impressed. This girl had guessed both possibilities correctly. Shen Ye was thoroughly impressed.
I think you should write novels. With your imagination, whatever you write is bound to be a huge hit, Shen Ye remarked.
Cut it out, don't change the subject.
Just tell me if I guessed right. Zhao Kor said, looking at Shen Ye expectantly. You know those scenarios you guessed are all from novels. Can reality possibly match fiction? Shen Ye countered. True. Reality is harsh. Where would you find all those beautiful plotlines from novels? Zhao Kor nodded, silently dismissing her own guesses. Then let's change the subject. What do you think of my sister? Is she pretty? Is she your type? Zhao Kor changed the subject, looking at Shen Ye expectantly. Not really. She became famous too young, so she's too proud and arrogant. Not my type, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Kor felt a surge of joy. So if you were to look for a girlfriend or a wife, what kind of person would you want? Zhao Kor asked again. Shen Ye thought for a moment before answering. First, she must be respectful to both sets of parents and elders. Second, kind, adorable, and gentle, definitely not the overbearing type. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Kor felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She felt Shen Ye was describing her perfectly kind, adorable, and nothing like her domineering older sister. At this thought, Zhao Kor's face flushed slightly, her heart pounding wildly. Earlier he acted all aloof and indifferent toward her, turns out he was just playing hard to get. Man. Bang. Just then, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. This sudden commotion made Zhao Kor's body tremble violently. As the door swung open, Lu Xiao and Li Xia strode in, their faces dark and sinister. Behind them trailed a large group of menacing-looking individuals. Brother Hu, this is the piece of trash. You must break both his legs for me. Li Xia pointed at Shen Ye with venomous hatred the moment she entered, her expression screaming a desire to flay him alive. Green-haired turtle, if you know what's good for you, kneel down right now and bang your head on the floor 100 times. Maybe I'll consider letting you suffer a little less. Lu Xiao said smugly to Shen Ye. Chapter 33, Gun-Shaped Lighter. Zhao Kor turned deathly pale at the sight of the menacing mob and frantically pulled out her phone to call for help. But just then, Wang Jinha arrived with a large contingent of security guards. Wang Jinha had anticipated Lu Xiao wouldn't let the beating go unpunished. He'd been monitoring the surveillance feed from his upstairs office. The moment he saw Lu Xiao leading his men in, he'd immediately rallied every security guard at Drunken Immortal Pavilion to follow. Lu Xiaofei, you dare bring people to attack our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's supreme VIP? Looks like you've had enough of living. Wang Jinha stormed into the private room, his face twisted with fury as he confronted Lu Xiao. Wang Jinha, open your dog eyes and see clearly who that man beside me is. Lu Xiaofei showed no fear at Wang Jinha's words. He pointed to Brother Hu beside him and sneered. Li Hu? Seeing Brother Tiger beside Lu Xiaofei, Wang Jinha's expression darkened. Clearly, he had heard of Brother Tiger's reputation. Now you're scared? Seeing Wang Jinha's expression, Lu Xiaomai's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Li Hu, Mr. Shen is our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's supreme VIP. Are you sure you want to side with Lu Xiaofei and go against our Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Wang Jinha ignored Lu Xiaofei, the clown, and turned his grim gaze toward Brother Tiger. Wang Jinha, you're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Let me be clear, I brought Brother Hu here not just to teach Shen Ye a lesson, but to destroy your Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Before Brother Hu could respond, Lu Xiaofei cut in. Wang Jinha's expression darkened further at Lu Xiaofei's words. Li Hu, you'd better think this through. The owner of our Drunken Immortal Pavilion is none other than Li Wuying. Wang Jinha brought Li Wuying into the conversation, hoping to intimidate Li Hu. Li Wuying? If I recall correctly, he was arrested 5 years ago. You're trying to scare me with a convict? Do you really think I'm easily intimidated? Li Hu sneered. With that, Li Hu pulled over a chair, plopped down, and propped his legs up on the table, swinging them back and forth. Take your stinking feet off the table. At that moment, Shen Ye set down his chopsticks and stared at Li Hu with an icy expression. But before Shen Ye could finish, Li Hu pulled a gun from his waistband and pointed it squarely at Shen Ye's head. You dare talk to me like that? You want to die? Li Hu sneered arrogantly. Ah! Seeing Li Hu draw a gun, Zhao Kor beside him screamed in terror. Hearing her scream, Li Hu finally noticed Zhao Kor beside him, a flash of astonishment and admiration crossing his eyes. Well, little lady, you're quite the looker. How about this, you pay me back with a night in bed, and we'll call it even. What do you say? Hearing Brother Hu's words, Lu Xiao and Li Xia beside him immediately broke into mocking grins. Haha, Shen Ye, you green-horned turtle really are pitiful. Not only did your fiancé sleep with Wang Dachui, but now that you finally hooked up with a rich girl, our Brother Hu is about to sleep with her too. Does that mean you're green from head to toe? Lu Xiao laughed mockingly. Ha ha. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, the group of underlings Li Hu had brought along immediately joined in the laughter. You're playing with fire. Zhao Kor said, her face darkening. When had the esteemed heiress of the Zhao family of Central Plains ever endured such humiliation? Li Hu paid no heed to Zhao Kor's threatening words. He merely shot Shen Ye a dismissive glance and said, So this is your pretty boy? TSK. Pretty boys like him may look good, but they're all show and no substance. You'd be better off considering me. Look how robust I am. I guarantee I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. I told you to put your foot down. I won't repeat myself a third time. Shen Ye's icy voice rang out once more. You're asking for it, aren't you? You think I won't blow your head off? Li Hu's eyes flashed with cold fury as he pointed his gun at Shen Ye and roared. Go ahead, shoot me if you've got the guts. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Li Hu froze at Shen Ye's words. What? Afraid to pull the trigger? Or is it because this gun isn't even real? Just a lighter shaped like a pistol? Shen Ye asked coldly. Shen Ye was the war god of the southern frontier. He'd handled more guns than Li Hu had eaten meals. He instantly recognized the gun in Li Hu's hand as a fake, nothing more than a lighter. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Hu laughed. He pulled the trigger once. Sure enough, a flame shot out from the muzzle. Heh, you know your stuff, kid. Now guess, is this one real or fake? As he finished speaking, Li Hu produced another pistol and pressed it directly against Shen Ye's forehead, his face twisted in a cold grin. At the same moment, outside the gates of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a stretched Mercedes-Benz pulled up slowly. The automatic doors slid open, and Zhao Tailong stepped out of the vehicle. Well, quite the lively scene. So many people. As soon as Zhao Tailong stepped out, he saw the large group of henchmen Li Hu had brought guarding the entrance to Drunken Immortal Pavilion, prompting him to exclaim in surprise. Boss Long. At that moment, the entire group of men guarding the entrance bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Boss Long. Who do you work for? Zhao Tailong asked, taken aback. Boss Long, we're under Tiger Brother, the underling answered. Is Tiger here too? Where is he? Zhao Tailong inquired. Boss Long, brother who went up to the top-tier VIP room on the second floor, the subordinate answered. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tailong nodded and walked straight into Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Second floor VIP suite. Shen Ye stared at the black muzzle pointed at him, his expression icy cold. In my entire life, I've hated nothing more than having a gun pointed at me. Shen Ye said coldly. Heh, then I'll just keep pointing it at you. What are you gonna do about it? If you know what's good for you, you'll let your little rich girl spend the night with me. Otherwise, watch out, I'll blow your head off. Li Hu sneered coldly, completely unaware he'd already stepped one foot into his own grave. A flash of icy murderous intent flickered in Shen Ye's eyes. His hand moved like lightning. Before Li Hu could even react, the gun in his grasp was snatched away, spinning twice between Shen Ye's fingers. Bang! The bullet slammed into Li Hu's thigh. Ah! Li Hu let out a terrified scream, snarling at Shen Ye, "Uing." Bang! Another shot rang out, striking Li Hu's other thigh. Bang! With both legs shot, Li Hu could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees. At that moment, Lu Xiao, Li Xia, and all the henchmen Li Hu had brought with him were utterly stunned. None of them had expected Shen Ye to actually shoot Li Hu. After all, Li Hu was Zhao Tielong's top lieutenant, and Zhao Tailong was the undisputed boss of all Qingzhou. Chapter 34, Cleaning House. Damn it! Kill him! Li Hu's face twisted into a savage grimace as he barked orders at his henchmen. But just as his men lunged toward Shen Ye, the gun in Shen Ye's hand was already pointed squarely at Li Hu's head. Stop! Li Hu, his face frozen in terror as the black muzzle pressed against his temple, frantically waved his hands at the henchmen poised to charge, signaling them to hold their ground. Shen Ye, you've got some nerve. Tiger Brother is Zhao Tielong's top lieutenant. If you dare shoot him dead, Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society won't let you off. Lu Fei threatened Shen Ye. That's right, young man, don't be impulsive. My boss is Zhao Tailong, the head of the Black Dragon Society. If you dare shoot me, he'll definitely slaughter your entire family to avenge me. Don't ruin your own future. Li Hu cried in terror. Zhao Tailong? Is he that formidable? Even if he were here, I'd still shoot you dead right in front of him. Shen Ye sneered coldly. The wind's blowing hard outside, you're blowing hot air. If the boss really were here, you'd be begging for mercy on your knees, Lu Xiao remarked. Tiger, who's crossed you that you're actually pulling guns? Just then, Zhao Tielong's voice echoed from far outside the private room. Zhao Tailong had heard the gunshot while climbing the stairs, thinking Li Hu was shooting someone. Hearing Zhao Tielong's voice from afar, Li Hu beamed with delight. He turned to Shen Ye and declared, "You're finished. My boss, Zhao Tailong, is here." No sooner had Li Hu finished speaking than Zhao Tailong appeared at the door of the private room, accompanied by several underlings. Entering the room, Zhao Tielong's first sight was Li Hu kneeling on the floor, blood flowing freely from his thigh. Seeing Li Hu with both legs shot through, Zhao Tielong's rage boiled over. In Qingzhou City, someone actually dared to cripple his top enforcer like this. But as his gaze swept around the room and landed on Shen Ye, the rage that had just surged within him receded like a tide, replaced by a look of sheer panic. Boss Long, you couldn't have arrived at a better time. If you'd been just a few seconds later, your top lieutenant Tiger would have been shot dead by that green-haired turtle. Lu Xiao's face lit up with joy as he spoke to Zhao Tailong. Boss, you must avenge me. He shot both my legs. You have to tear him to pieces and get me revenge. Li Hu pointed at Shen Ye with a ferocious expression, demanding of Zhao Tailong. Bang! Smack! But before Li Hu could finish his rant, Zhao Tailong slapped both Lu Xiao and Li Hu across the face. Boss, why are you hitting me? Li Hu looked utterly bewildered. Yeah, Boss Long, you've got the wrong guys. You should be hitting that green-haired turtle, not us. Lu Xiao chimed in, equally aggrieved. Thud. Before Lu Xiao could finish speaking, Zhao Tailong delivered a vicious kick straight to his midsection, sending him flying backward. Mr. Shen. After sending Lu Xiao flying, Zhao Tailong hurriedly approached Shen Ye, bowing his head and stammering in terror. I shot your man. Aren't you angry? Shen Ye stared at Zhao Tailong with a cold smile. Mr. Shen shot him because he deserved it. Zhao Tailong hastily explained. Seeing Zhao Tailong's trembling state, Li Hu, Lu Xiao, and Li Xiao were all dumbfounded. Is this really Zhao Tailong, the boss of Qingzhou's Black Dragon Society? Why was he so afraid of Shen Ye? A chill crept into Lu Xiao and Li Xiao's hearts. They sensed trouble was brewing. At that moment, Lu Xiao and Li Xiao were genuinely terrified. What kind of person was Shen Ye? Why would even a big shot like Zhao Tailong fear him so much? Deal with your own men yourself. Shen Ye said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over the gun in his hand. Yes. Zhao Tailong snapped to attention, snatching the gun from Shen Ye's grasp and pointing it squarely at Li Hu's head. Boss, no. Seeing this, Li Hu was horrified, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his pant leg. Li Hu, don't blame me. Blame yourself for messing with Mr. Shen. Next time you're reincarnated, remember to keep your guard up. Zhao Tailong stared at Li Hu with an icy glare. Hearing Zhao Tailong's words, Li Hu broke out in cold sweat. His face twisted with terror as he turned to Shen Ye, begging, Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. I didn't know who I was messing with. Please forgive me. But Shen Ye simply turned his head away in response to Li Hu's pleas. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tailong fired a bullet straight into Li Hu's head. Watching Li Hu slowly collapse to the ground, Lu Xiao and Li Xiao beside him turned deathly pale, trembling violently as a yellow liquid trickled down their trouser legs. Shen Ye, please don't kill me. For my cousin Lin Meng's sake, spare my life. Li Xiao knelt down with a thud before Shen Ye, begging for mercy. Seeing her kneel, Lu Xiao quickly followed suit. Shen Ye, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a green-haired turtle. I deserve a slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiao swiftly slapped his own face, hoping to earn Shen Ye's forgiveness. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out as Zhao Tailong fired directly, killing both Lu Xiao and Li Xiao. Shen Ye was the war god of the southern frontier, the only one ever granted the title of king. To provoke him was a capital offense. Mr. Shen, are you satisfied with this outcome? Zhao Tailong asked nervously. Hearing this, Shen Ye stood up, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, and said, Tailong, don't forget your former position. Keep your people in line. If I ever catch your men bullying others again, I'll have to deal with you. Zhao Tailong stiffened at Shen Ye's words, straightening his posture immediately. Certainly, sir. I will ensure my men are properly disciplined upon my return. That's best. After finishing his words, Shen Ye turned to Zhao Kuo and asked, Are you full? If you are, let's go. MHM. Zhao Kuo nodded obediently, then rose and followed Shen Ye out of the private room. Long after Shen Ye had left the private room, Zhao Tailong realized his back was soaked through with cold sweat. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhao Tailong turned to his men and declared, Pass this along, anyone who dares to break the rules again won't have to blame me, Zhao Tailong, for showing no mercy. Shen Ye, why is Zhao Tailong so afraid of you? Could you tell me what your identity really is? Inside the red Ferrari, Zhao Kuo grew increasingly curious about Shen Ye's true identity. She even felt her earlier suspicions might have been correct all along. Chapter 35, The Art of Disguise. Back when I served in the northern frontier, I was a squad leader. Several years ago, Zhao Tailong was under my command, Shen Ye explained. Impossible. If you were just a squad leader back then, Zhao Tailong would have already left the military. There's no way he'd be so afraid of you now. Zhao Kuo didn't believe Shen Ye's words. Believe it or not, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's response, Zhao Kuo curled her lip but didn't press further. By the time Shen Ye returned home, Li Fengmei and Shen Shangqing had already come back. Yair, come here. I need to talk to you, Li Fengmei called out the moment she saw him, beckoning him over. Mom, what is it? Shen Ye sat down beside Li Fengmei and asked. Have you been in touch with Tang Duo these past few days? Li Fengmei inquired. Of course I have. The moment he heard her question, Shen Ye felt his head spin. He lied. You haven't contacted her at all. I asked Duo today, and she said you never reached out. Li Fengmei retorted. Well, I don't even know what to say to her, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei playfully tapped him lightly on the head. Do I need to teach you how to talk as a mother? Of course you talk about love. I can tell that Dodo definitely has feelings for you.
Plus, I've studied her carefully. Dodo's got a big butt, so she'll definitely bear sons.
You better hurry up. Your dad and I are waiting to hold our grandkids.
Li Fengmei said with exaggerated expression.
Alright, I got it. I'll go back to my room and call her right now.
With that, Shen Ye hurried toward the stairs, practically fleeing the scene. The moment he returned to his room, Shen Ye spotted Fei Ying sitting cross-legged on the floor, channeling energy to heal his wounds.
Master. Feeling someone enter, Fei Ying opened his eyes.
Spotting Shen Ye, he immediately called out respectfully. Shen Ye nodded, then pulled out a black pill from his pocket.
He tossed it into Fei Ying's hand and said, "Take this pill." Fei Ying stared at the dark pill in his hand, hesitating.
He feared it might be another toxic pill.
It's for healing. Taking it will help you quickly repair the injuries inside your body. Shen Ye could see Fei Ying's worry and explained. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying finally relaxed.
He shot Shen Ye a grateful glance before tilting his head back and swallowing the black pill. Shen Ye then took out his silver needles and began treating Fei Ying's injuries.
After just a few needles, Fei Ying immediately felt his body ease considerably.
Though his internal injuries weren't fully healed, they had been significantly repaired. Feeling his internal injuries rapidly mend, Fei Ying was utterly astonished. He never imagined such advanced medical skills existed in this world. Fei Ying knew exactly how severe his injuries were. If left to recover on his own, it would take at least half a month to fully heal. Yet Shen Ye had merely given him a xiao pill and applied a few needles, and his injuries were now nearly 7/10 healed. With 2 more days of careful recuperation, he would be fully restored.
Fei Ying, the 2 elders downstairs are my parents. Your duty is to protect their safety.
They must not suffer even the slightest harm.
Do you understand?
After putting away the silver needles, Shen Ye addressed Fei Ying with a stern expression.
Yes, I understand.
But I've already caught the attention of Zhao Shui, the female general of the Great Xia Kingdom. If I can't resolve this issue, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect them properly.
Fei Ying voiced his concern.
Indeed, Zhao Shui had already set her sights on Fei Ying. It was likely she would come looking for trouble frequently from now on. If she happens to cause trouble for Fei Ying just as Shen Ye's parents are in danger, that would be a major problem.
Shen Ye nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Here's what we'll do, I'll alter your appearance. That way, Zhao Shui won't recognize you. My appearance can be altered? Fei Ying stared at Shen Ye in disbelief. Of course it can. Shen Ye replied.
He then gathered the materials needed for the transformation.
Once everything was prepared, Shen Ye began altering Fei Ying's appearance. Half an hour later, Fei Ying stood before the mirror, staring at his reflection in utter disbelief.
The man reflected back was so unfamiliar even to himself, as if he'd been given a completely new face.
At that moment, Fei Ying was utterly convinced of Shen Ye's abilities. Not only was Shen Ye immensely powerful, but his medical skills were also extraordinary.
Now, his disguise technique proved to be nothing short of masterful.
The next day,
after eating breakfast prepared by his mother, Li Fengmei, Shen Ye stepped out of the villa. Today, he planned to return to the mysterious prison in Qingdiuzu to see his master. He wanted to ask his master why he had been made to marry Zhao Shui. As soon as Shen Ye opened the villa's front door, he saw Zhao Shui and Lu Yao standing at the entrance.
Seeing the 2 of them, Shen Ye couldn't help but frown.
Lu Yao, standing beside Zhao Shui, also flashed a look of disdain upon seeing Shen Ye. She promptly turned her head away, refusing to look at him.
What are you doing at my doorstep again? Shen Ye asked indifferently.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lu Yao immediately grew displeased. She turned her head and sneered at him.
You really have no shame. You're just staying at Senior Li Wuying's place, and you actually think this is your home?
Zhao Shui remained silent, but her expression clearly showed she was equally annoyed by Shen Ye's remark. We're here to see Senior Li Wuying.
Go relay a message for me. Zhao Shui declared haughtily. Seeing Zhao Shui's haughty expression, Shen Ye felt irritated. Was this the proper attitude when asking someone for a favor? Why should I help you?
You? Zhao Shui's face stiffened at Shen Ye's words.
I warn you, I have urgent business with Senior Li Wuying. This concerns a critical mission I'm currently executing. If you delay my progress, you won't be able to bear the consequences.
Zhao Shui's face remained stern as she spoke coldly.
Poof. It's just a mission to capture an international S-class fugitive, isn't it? You can't even handle a minor Eagle faction member, yet you need Li Wuying's help? What exactly do you have to be so arrogant about in front of me?
Shen Ye offered Zhao Shui no quarter, his voice dripping with scorn. You? Zhao Shui was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Lu Yao, standing nearby, immediately felt annoyed by Shen Ye's words. She shot back sarcastically. Oh? You're not exactly a powerhouse, but you sure talk big. You call the internationally wanted S-class criminal Flying Eagle a petty little Flying Eagle? If you think you're so great, why don't you go capture Flying Eagle for us?
Chapter 36, The Stranger. Catching Flying Eagle is your mission, not mine.
Why should I help you capture him?
Shen Ye retorted with a laugh. If you don't have the guts, just say so. What are you pretending for? If Flying Eagle were here, forget capturing him, you'd probably have already scared yourself silly. Lu Yao assumed Shen Ye was backing down and sneered. I've already killed Flying Eagle. Since he's dead, your mission is naturally cancelled. You can go back now. Shen Ye didn't want to see these two blocking his door every time he went out, so he simply said this. However, as soon as Shen Ye finished speaking, Zhao Shui and Lu Yao both shot him a look of utter disbelief. Their expressions made it clear they didn't buy a word of it. Oh, so you killed Fei Ying? Would you die if you didn't brag every single day? Someone like you wouldn't even be worth a single finger to Fei Ying. There really are all kinds of people out there, bragging about anything and everything. Lu Yao said in a sarcastic tone. Believe it or not, I don't have time to waste on you lot. With that, Shen Ye strode out the villa gates, ready to leave. Oh, and I should warn you, Li Wuying hates intruders in his home. With that, Shen Ye strode toward the main gate of Longquan No. 1 without looking back. What kind of person makes up such ridiculous lies? If it weren't for saving Miss Xiao's grandfather's life, I'd have slashed him to pieces with a single sword strike. After Shen Ye had walked far away, Lu Yao shot a look of utter contempt in his direction before turning to Zhao Shui and her companion with irritation. Enough. Why bother arguing with such a lowly insect? Zhao Shui replied indifferently. At that moment, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing emerged from the villa's main gate. When Li Fengmei spotted Zhao Shui standing guard at the entrance, her eyes lit up. She found Zhao Shui exceptionally beautiful. Her mind immediately became active, conjuring up all sorts of imaginative scenarios. She wondered inwardly, could this beauty be waiting at our gate for my son? Perhaps she's one of his admirers? Beautiful lady, are you waiting for our Shen Ye? He just stepped out. Didn't you see him? Li Fengmei hurriedly said with a beaming smile. Waiting for Shen Ye? Does your Shen Ye even deserve me? Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Lu Yao instantly grew displeased, responding with disdain. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Li Fengmei raised an eyebrow, her face clouding with displeasure. Hey, young lady, why so sharp with your words? How is our Shen Ye not worthy? If you weren't waiting for him, why are you standing guard at our door? You really aren't family not under the same roof. No wonder Shen Ye is so shameless, bad apples rot the barrel. What's this? Your whole family's staying in someone else's house and acting like you own the place? You've even started treating their home as your own? Lu Yao said with utter contempt. Lu Yao, don't be rude. Zhao Shui scolded Lu Yao. Though she too despised the shamelessness of Shen Ye's family, these two before her were elders after all, one couldn't speak too disrespectfully. Hey, young lady, what's that supposed to mean? This villa was bought with 1,000,000 yuan by my son. How are we staying in someone else's house? Li Fengmei retorted, clearly displeased. Ha! 1,000,000? Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Lu Yao burst into laughter as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Li Fengmei snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. I'm laughing at your backwardness. This villa is the crown jewel of Longquan No. 1, worth 2 billion yuan. You claim your son bought it for 1,000,000? Would 1,000,000 even buy a single brick of this villa? Lu Yao sneered. I think you're the hick. 20 billion? Do you think this villa is made of pure gold? Li Fengmei retorted. Auntie, this villa is genuinely worth 20 billion. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone. Zhao Shui declared. Really? Seeing Zhao Shui's earnest expression, Li Fengmei found herself starting to believe it. Whether it's true or not, you can find someone to ask and see for yourself, Zhao Shui said. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Li Fengmei remained skeptical. Just then, an elderly man exercising nearby jogged toward them. Li Fengmei promptly called out politely. Sir, could I ask you something? What is it? The old man stopped, looking quite helpful. I'd like to know how much this villa is worth. This villa? It's something else, the crown jewel of Longquan No. 1. Not long ago, someone named Li Wuying bought it for 20 billion yuan, the old man said with a sigh. Hearing this, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing were utterly stunned, their mouths agape. They never imagined a villa could be worth 20 billion yuan. Wasn't that robbery? Thank you so much, sir. Li Fengmei expressed her gratitude to the old man. The old man then continued on his jog. See? Now you know who the real bumpkin is, right? Lu Yao beamed with smug satisfaction. Shut up. Zhao Shui snapped at Lu Yao before turning to Li Fengmei. Auntie, you must know Li Wuying. Could you please go inside and pass on a message for me? Tell him Zhao Shui wants to see him. Would that be okay? Zhao Shui's tone felt much more pleasant to Li Fengmei. I don't know any Li Wuying, she replied. But yesterday, someone I didn't recognize did come to the villa. He looked about 40 years old. I don't know if he's the Li Wuying you're talking about. Yes, that's him. Auntie, could you please pass that message along to him? Zhao Shui's expression brightened as she hurriedly added. Oh, so it really is him? Wait here a moment, I'll go tell him. Li Fengmei said. With that, Li Fengmei turned and headed back into the villa. She found Fei Ying and addressed him politely. Mr. Li, someone's here to see you. Mr. Li? Fei Ying froze at the address. He didn't bear the surname Li. Could this be a new name his master had deliberately given him to conceal his identity?
Soon, Fei Ying followed Li Fengmei to the villa's main entrance, where he saw Zhao Shui and Lu Yao waiting. The moment Fei Ying laid eyes on Zhao Shui, a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
Zhao Shui, upon seeing Fei Ying, looked utterly bewildered. This man was a complete stranger, not Li Wuying at all. Humph. You dare show up again? Think I can't handle you? Fei Ying roared, charging straight at Zhao Shui.
Seeing this stranger attack her head-on, Zhao Shui froze, her mind filled with question marks.
Humph. Overestimating your abilities. You think you're worthy of facing our young mistress?
Lu Yao snorted coldly, stepping directly in front of Zhao Shui, ready to teach Fei Ying a harsh lesson.
Chapter 37, No Tigers in the Mountain.
Thud. Yet Lu Yao's words had barely left her mouth when Fei Ying's ferocious fist slammed straight into her chest.
Put.
Lu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her face drained of color as her body flew backward 5 or 6 meters.
Trash.
Fei Ying sneered at Lu Yao as she lay sprawled on the ground. Hearing Fei Ying's words, Lu Yao's pretty face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with humiliation.
Mr. Li, why would you suddenly attack someone out of nowhere?
Only then did Li Fengmei snap out of her daze, her voice laced with urgency. Sis Li, go inside first.
You don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Fei Ying turned back and warned Li Fengmei. With that, Fei Ying launched another punch toward Zhao Shui.
Seeing this, Zhao Shui narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. She swung her fist forward, colliding directly with Fei Ying's punch. Boom! The two fists collided. Zhao Shui's expression instantly changed, and his body involuntarily staggered back 5 or 6 steps. In that moment, Zhao Shui was utterly shocked. He never imagined the person before him could be so formidable, even surpassing yesterday's Fei Ying by several degrees. Yet Fei Ying gave Zhao Shui no time to process this. His feet swept sideways as he closed the distance once more. His fist transformed into a claw, lunging toward Zhao Shui's throat. Zhao Shui gasped in shock and darted aside. Though she managed to dodge the blow to her neck, Flying Eagle's claws still tore into her shoulder, ripping a large chunk from her clothing and leaving 5 distinct bloody claw marks on her pale skin. Miss! Lu Yao, witnessing the scene, scrambled to her feet and drew her sword, slashing directly at Flying Eagle. Get out of my way! Fei Ying roared in fury, deftly dodging Lu Yao's slashing sword before countering with a punch that slammed into her chest. Instantly, Lu Yao's face drained of color. Blood spurted from her mouth once more as she was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and falling unconscious. Lu Yao! Zhao Shui cried out in alarm, rushing to Lu Yao's side. She lifted the unconscious girl and fled swiftly into the distance. Truthfully, Zhao Shui didn't want to flee. The very notion of retreat felt like utter disgrace to her. But she had no choice. She had suffered severe injuries yesterday and couldn't even muster 70% of her peak strength now. Moreover, she sensed that this stranger was at least as strong as Flying Eagle, if not stronger. Even if she hadn't been injured, she might not have been a match for him. After carrying the unconscious Lu Yao a considerable distance and seeing the stranger hadn't pursued, Zhao Shui finally exhaled in relief and slowed her pace. At that moment, Zhao Shui felt utterly humiliated. As the esteemed first female general of the Great Xia Kingdom, she had never endured such degradation, defeated by 2 different opponents within 2 consecutive days. This was something the proud Zhao Shui found difficult to accept. She made up her mind, once she returned, she would retreat into seclusion. She would not emerge until she had broken through to the next realm. Meanwhile, after exiting Longquan No. 1, Shen Ye hailed a taxi and headed straight for the mysterious prison in Qingyu Province. Qingyu Province, within the mysterious prison. As the saying goes, when there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkeys become king. This saying perfectly described Li Wuying. Ever since Shen Ye's release, Li Wuying's life had resembled that of an ancient emperor. The other prisoners were completely under his thumb, spending their days solely massaging his shoulders and rubbing his feet. At that moment, Li Wuying reclined comfortably in his chair, a large chicken drumstick in hand. He took occasional bites, his expression radiating pure contentment. Before him, 2 inmates crouched, one holding each of his legs while massaging his feet. Harder! Haven't you eaten today? Li Wuying barked at them. Hearing this, they immediately increased the pressure in their hands, though they dared not apply too much force, afraid of hurting Li Wuying. Several other prisoners huddled in a corner, their faces clearly displeased. Man, I suddenly missed the Night King, one sighed softly. You're telling me. Back when Night King was around, we'd get beaten to a pulp, but at least we didn't have to massage people's backs and legs. We had some dignity. But now? Night King's gone, and Monkey's running the show. He beats us, makes us massage his back and legs. It's pure humiliation, another prisoner chimed in. Who's calling him monkey? Li Wuying had sharp ears. Though the men were complaining in hushed tones, he still caught their words. At Li Wuying's words, the group shuddered in fear, falling silent. Before, I feared Night King because my cultivation hadn't broken through. But just a few days ago, I made a breakthrough. Now, even if Night King comes back, I dare say I could beat him into a cowering rat.
Li Wuying declared with swagger, confident Shen Ye wouldn't return, hence his bold words. Cut the bull. If Night King comes back, you'll be groveling, one of them retorted defiantly. Exactly.
You're just showing off in front of us because you know the Night King won't return.
Another chimed in. Bull. If the Night King dares return, he'll be nothing but my personal masseuse. Li Wuying bellowed. Oh. At that very moment, a cold voice echoed from outside. Hearing that voice, the prisoners' faces lit up with joy, for they knew it was Shen Ye's voice. Li Wuying's face paled instantly, beads of sweat the size of beans forming on his forehead. He sprang to his feet, standing ramrod straight.
Soon, Shen Ye walked in slowly.
Who just said they wanted me to rub their back and knead their legs? Step forward.
Shen Ye swept his gaze over the group, his voice cold.
Him.
No sooner had Shen Ye's words fallen than all fingers pointed in unison toward Li Wuying, who stood rigidly upright.
Ha, Night King, don't listen to their nonsense. How could I possibly say such a thing?
Li Wuying's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a flattering smile and addressed Shen Ye thus.
Stick out your foot.
Shen Ye ignored his words and said indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's demand, Li Wuying's face drained of color.
He took 2 quick steps back, panic in his voice. And Night King, what are you doing? Didn't you ask me to massage your legs? I'm helping you. Quick, stick your feet out.
Shen Ye said, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes.
No. I'll massage your feet instead. Li Wuying waved his hands frantically.
As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly dragged over the chair he had been sitting on and reverently placed it beneath Shen Ye's buttocks.
Li Wuying, don't chicken out. Didn't you just brag that even if Night King came back, he'd still have to obediently let you massage his back and legs?
Seeing Li Wuying like this, the others couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, taking the opportunity to taunt him with their words. Chapter 38, The Wang Clan of Central Plains. Bull. I clearly said that even if the Night King returned, I'd still massage his back and knead his feet. Hearing those words, Li Wuying broke out in a cold sweat. He glared fiercely at the speaker and hastily explained.
Put. Hearing Li Wuying's words, the others couldn't help but flip him the bird, but Li Wuying pretended not to notice. I heard you say something different, didn't I? I clearly heard you boast that your cultivation had recently broken through, and that even if I returned, you could beat me into a cowering retreat? Shen Ye sneered coldly.
Li Wuying's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at Shen Ye's words.
Ye. Cut the nonsense.
Since you claim to have broken through, let me test your skills.
Shen Ye cut Li Wuying off.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying inwardly groaned in despair. While it was true his cultivation had indeed advanced these past few days, he knew full well that even with this breakthrough, he wasn't a match for the Night King.
Go! Li Wuying, don't chicken out. Show us that ambition you had earlier.
The others nearby watched with glee, their eyes fixed on Li Wuying as they urged him on, their hearts bursting with delight. Hearing their words, Li Wuying gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could flay them alive.
Night King, I'd better massage your feet for you.
Night King forced a smile onto his sullen face, fawning over Shen Ye.
Get lost.
Out of gratitude for Li Wuying's black card gift, Shen Ye chose not to dwell on the insult. However, the extra chicken drumsticks and wings he'd planned to reward him with were now off the table. With that, Shen Ye turned and walked out of the prison, heading toward the cell where he had been imprisoned earlier. For Shen Ye's master was imprisoned in that very cell. But when Shen Ye arrived at that prison, he discovered his master wasn't there at all.
Shen Ye turned back and asked Li Wuying and the others behind him. Where's that old man who was imprisoned with me earlier? Hearing Shen Ye's question, Li Wuying and the others looked utterly perplexed. What old man? This prison has always only had you in it, right? Yeah, we've never seen any old man.
In an instant, Li Wuying and the others began chattering all at once, each insisting they'd never seen any old man.
Hearing their responses, Shen Ye was now the one left baffled. How could that be?
The old man had been imprisoned alongside him all this time, how could they possibly not have seen him? Shen Ye carefully recalled the situation and suddenly realized the old man had never spoken to anyone else in the prison besides himself. Even during meals, he never ate with the others. Could it be that from the very beginning, the old man had come to the prison solely to teach him those astonishing skills? And once Shen Ye was released, the old man would simply leave too? But why would he do that? It seemed the only way to uncover the truth was to seek out the king. The ruler had once told Shen Ye that imprisoning him was for his own good. Perhaps he knew something about the old man. He might as well ask the ruler why locking him up was supposedly for his own good. With that thought, Shen Ye turned and headed straight for the prison exit. Night King, where are you going? Seeing Shen Ye about to leave, those who had been tormented by Li Wuying grew visibly anxious and urgently asked him. Back home, of course. Shen Ye replied indifferently. No. Instantly, the prison erupted in a chorus of wails. When Shen Ye was released from prison before, they cheered and rejoiced, practically beating drums and gongs. But now, as Shen Ye prepared to leave after his brief return, they wailed in despair. They knew that once the Night King departed, Li Wuying would undoubtedly intensify his cruelty toward them. You bastards!
Do you actually want the Night King locked up for another few years?
Li Wuying barked at them, thinking to himself, you bastards just wait until Night King leaves. I'll show you what I've got. Hearing Li Wuying's words, the others fell silent, unsure how to respond.
Could they really suggest keeping Shen Ye locked up for years more, protecting them from within prison? If they actually said that, they probably wouldn't even live to see Li Wuying's revenge. Shen Ye would cripple them first. Li Wuying.
Shen Ye turned his head, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixed it on Li Wuying.
Night King, whatever you command, anything you desire that I possess, I shall deliver without hesitation.
Li Wuying hastily flattered him.
You're forbidden from bullying them anymore. If I find out you've harmed them again, I'll make sure to loosen your joints when I return.
Shen Ye watched Li Wuying with a cold smile. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying's heart lurched.
Though utterly unwilling, he still agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, Night King. The Night King is mighty. Night King, mighty. The others immediately rejoiced.
After leaving the prison, Shen Ye hailed a taxi straight to the airport and boarded a flight bound for Zhengzhou. Shen Ye had purchased a first-class ticket. After boarding, he discovered that the seat next to him was occupied by a stunningly beautiful woman. She wore a low V-neck dress, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin at the neckline. Just as Shen Ye settled into his seat beside her, several more people entered the boarding gate. Leading the group was a handsome man dressed in a crisp white suit. Following behind the handsome man were several martial artists exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The well-dressed man in the white suit boarded and immediately began scanning the cabin, seemingly searching for someone. Finally, his gaze settled on the beautiful woman beside Shen Ye. She must be the person he was looking for. The beauty beside Shen Ye, upon seeing the handsome man in the white suit, immediately wore an expression of deep fear. The man in the white suit's lips curled slightly, revealing a wicked smile as he strode directly toward Shen Ye.
Move aside. I want this seat. Standing before Shen Ye, the man in the white suit spoke coldly and arrogantly.
Hearing his words, the woman beside Shen Ye looked panicked. She quickly wrapped her arms around his arm and pleaded with him. Sir, please, help me.
Don't give him your seat.
By shouting's plea, the man in the white suit shot Shen Ye a dismissive glance before sneering at her.
By shouting, do you really think some random trash can help you?
You're seriously overestimating him. I told him to give up his seat for me. Did he dare refuse? Finishing his words, the man in the white suit turned his contemptuous gaze toward Shen Ye and declared coldly. Kid, I'm Sun Xiaotian of the Sun family from Zhengzhou.
I advise you not to meddle in this. Otherwise, you won't get off lightly. Sun Xiaotian was certain that upon hearing the name of the Sun family of Central Plains, Shen Ye would immediately yield his seat. Chapter 39, The Sun Family is the Law. Upon hearing Sun Xiaotian's declaration of lineage, the other passengers in first class instantly wore expressions of terror. The Sun family of Zhengzhou? This was one of Zhengzhou's premier clans, wielding staggering power and influence. Moreover, they'd heard tales of the Sun family's vicious and brutal nature, people killed on a whim, with countless victims falling to the hands of their descendants. Young man, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Sun family isn't someone you can afford to provoke. You should move seats immediately. A middle-aged man cautioned Shen Ye, though his primary motive was to curry favor with Sun Xiaotian. Yes, young man, move along now before you get burned, chimed in a woman dressed in expensive gold-trimmed garments. Sun Xiaotian's expression brimmed with smug satisfaction at their words. Yet what Sun Xiaotian never anticipated was that after hearing his words, Shen Ye paid him no mind whatsoever. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and began to rest. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Sun Xiaotian's eyes. Kid, are you looking to die? This is my seat. Letting you have it was a favor, refusing is my right. Shen Ye said indifferently, his eyes still closed. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the other passengers in first class were stunned. Was this kid just a reckless fool? Knowing full well Sun Xiaotian was from the Sun family of Zhengzhou, he actually dared to speak to him like that? Did he think he was immortal? Sun Xiaotian's face darkened, his expression turning ominously grim. Shen Ye's words had struck a nerve, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. I don't care about your so-called loyalty or duty. If you don't want to die, hand over your seat to me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die in the most painful way possible, Sun Xiaotian declared. Just because I refuse to give up my seat, you want me dead? Are all of you Sun family members this domineering? Do you have no regard for the law whatsoever? Hearing this, Shen Ye slowly opened his eyes, narrowing them into slits as he coldly fixed Sun Xiaotian with a stare. Sun Xiaotian reacted as if he'd heard the funniest joke. He turned back to his men with amusement, then turned back to Shen Ye with unbridled arrogance. Ha! The law? You're lecturing me about the law? Well, let me tell you this, in the Great Xia, the Sun family is the law. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? What kind of hero do you think you are, trying to rescue the damsel in distress? Shen Ye found Sun Xiaotian's words amusing. How dare this man declare his family was the law in the presence of the southern frontier king? Where did that leave him? At that moment, the passengers in first class stared at Shen Ye as if he were already dead.
To them, Shen Ye had dared to refuse Sun Xiaotian's face a move that could only mean certain death. Besides, Shen Ye, by shouting, trembled with fear at Sun Xiaotian's words. She knew all too well the Sun family's terrifying power. Because she had refused to marry Sun Xiaotian, the Sun family had destroyed her own Bai family overnight, leaving her Bai Xiaoting as the sole survivor. Now, Bai Xiaoting was filled with regret. She regretted asking Shen Ye for help earlier. It was tantamount to condemning him to death. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but the Sun family is truly not something you can afford to provoke. You must move to another seat immediately. Don't let me be the reason you lose your life. Bai Xiaoting said to Shen Ye, her face filled with self-reproach. Hearing Bai Xiaoting pleading for Shen Ye to move, Sun Xiaotian's expression grew even more smug. He watched Shen Ye with a look of triumph, eager to see what choice Shen Ye would make. But deep down, Sun Xiaotian had already made up his mind. Whether Shen Ye gave up his seat or not, he was going to kill him. After all, Shen Ye had shown him such utter disrespect earlier. Miss Bai, you needn't blame yourself. Even if you hadn't asked for my help today, his attitude alone would have made me refuse to give up my seat, Shen Ye reassured Bai Xiaoting. Then, Shen Ye turned to Sun Xiaotian with a cold smile. The Sun family sure is formidable, isn't it? Daring to claim your family is the law. Looks like your family has no reason to exist anymore. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the other passengers in first class instantly paled. Has this guy lost his mind? How dare he say the Sun family has no reason to exist? What kind of audacity does it take to utter such words? At that moment, everyone believed Shen Ye was as good as dead. Not only him, but every last member of his family would meet the same fate. Ha! So by your logic, you want to annihilate our Sun family? Sun Xiaotian roared with laughter. Seems you can understand human speech after all, Shen Ye said coldly. You're asking for death. Sun Xiaotian roared with rage, launching a punch straight at Shen Ye's face. Seeing this, Shen Ye's lips curled slightly. He swung his fist forward, meeting Sun Xiaotian's punch head-on. Boom! Snap! The two fists collided, instantly producing a crisp sound of cracking bones. In an instant, Sun Xiaotian's face drained of color, his eyes filled with excruciating pain. Ah! Sun Xiaotian screamed in agony, clutching his other hand tightly to his chest as tears streamed down his face from the pain. Kill him! Sun Xiaotian's face contorted with fury as he barked orders at the elite martial artists he'd brought alone. Hearing Sun Xiaotian's words, the martial artists behind him immediately unleashed their aura, causing every passenger in the first-class cabin to turn pale. Their faces twisted with savagery as they charged toward Shen Ye. Their speed was blinding. Passengers could only see streaks of motion hurtling toward him. Seeing so many experts attacking Shen Ye, the passengers all believed he was doomed. Even Bai Xiaoting was so terrified she closed her eyes, unable to watch. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Sun Xiaotian's bodyguard returned even faster than he had gone, flying backward through the air before crashing hard onto the floor, blood trickling from his mouth. In that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Shen Ye in disbelief. No wonder he showed no fear towards Sun Xiaotian. His strength was truly formidable. But even if Shen Ye was powerful, so what? He had only defeated a few of Sun Xiaotian's bodyguards. The Sun family still possessed numerous martial arts experts, especially the revered master they had hired at great expense, a powerhouse ranked 5th on the Great Xia Empire's Tiger List. Even if Shen Ye was exceptionally powerful, could he possibly surpass a Tiger List expert? Sun Xiaotian's expression darkened further as he watched his bodyguards get knocked flying by Shen Ye. You're finished. You dared break my hand, now face the wrath of the Sun family. I'll make sure your entire family pays with their lives. Sun Xiaotian snarled, his face twisted with fury. Sun Xiaotian's words were outrageous, yet no one present doubted his threat. After all, exterminating entire families had always been the Sun family's modus operandi. Chapter 40, 5th on the Tiger List. At Sun Xiaotian's words, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. In that instant, Shen Ye resolved to kill. Sun Xiaotian should never have threatened Shen Ye with his family. That was Shen Ye's Achilles heel. Shen Ye rose slowly from his seat. Seeing Shen Ye rise, Sun Xiaotian mistakenly believed fear had finally gripped him, his smugness reigniting. Scared now? Thinking of giving up your seat? Too late. Even if you did, I'd still your entire family. Ha! Shen Ye let out a cold laugh. Who said I was giving up my position? Shen Ye walked coldly towards Sun Xiaotian. What do you think you're doing? Don't you dare make a move, or I'll make sure your entire family is wiped out. Seeing the cold smile lingering at the corner of Shen Ye's mouth, Sun Xiaotian was terrified. He immediately backed away while threatening Shen Ye. But Shen Ye paid no heed to the threats. He drove his foot down hard into Sun Xiaotian's knee. Snap! Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from Sun Xiaotian's mouth. Sun Xiaotian's leg bent at a 7-shaped angle, sending a chill down everyone's spine and making their hair stand on end. He's gone mad! He's gone mad! Even Bai Xiaoting beside him turned pale, her face frozen in terror. She never imagined Shen Ye would be so ruthless, not only defeating Sun Xiaotian's bodyguard, but actually breaking Sun Xiaotian's leg. Sir, you absolutely mustn't.
This will bring utter ruin upon yourself. By shouting, feared Shen Ye would continue and urgently pleaded. This mess started because of him. She didn't want Shen Ye to suffer the same fate as her, losing everything. The petty Sun family? They don't have the power to bring utter ruin upon me, Shen Ye said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down on Sun Xiaotian's other leg. Snap! Ah! Sun Xiaotian let out another piercing scream of agony. You'll die a miserable death. The Sun family won't let you off. Sun Xiaotian snarled at Shen Ye, gritting his teeth against the agony. If you don't want to die, call your family and tell them to wait at Zhengzhou Airport, Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Sun Xiaotian's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected Shen Ye to be so foolish as to give him the chance to call his family for help. Then it wouldn't be his fault. Sun Xiaotian trembled as he fumbled for his phone and dialed his father, Sun Tianzheng. Dad, help me. I'm on the flight back to Zhengzhou. Some guy broke both my legs and threatened to wipe out our Sun family. Hurry and bring all the family's top fighters to Zhengzhou Airport. I want him dead. The Zhengzhou Sun family. After hanging up, Sun Tianzhen's face darkened to a terrifying shade of grim. He never imagined anyone would dare break his son Sun Xiaotian's legs. It was an outright slap in the face to the entire Zhengzhou Sun family. It seemed the Sun family had been dormant too long, allowing the world to believe they were finished. How dare someone break his son's legs and threaten to annihilate the Sun family? Old Wang, immediately assemble every available expert from the family and come with me to the airport. Sun Tianzheng summoned manager Wang, ordering him to gather the family's elite warriors at once. Oh, and bring Elder Shui along too. Old Shui was the 5th-ranked martial artist on the Tiger list, hired by the Wang family at great expense. 10 minutes later, dozens of martial arts experts from the Sun family gathered at the family's training ground. Among them were over a dozen Shen-level masters, including 2 who had reached the 9th tier of Shen-level cultivation. At this moment, every martial expert was brimming with excitement and fervor. It had been a long time since the Sun family head had gathered all the family's masters at once. The last time they had assembled all their masters was 5 years ago, when the Sun family was striving to break into the ranks of first-tier families. That time, they had directly annihilated a first-tier family, propelling the Sun family into the ranks of second-tier families. 5 years later, the patriarch's renewed summons of all Sun family masters led them to believe the clan was now preparing to challenge the forefront of the top-tier families to devour other elite clans. Shortly after, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire arrived at the training grounds. This elder in traditional Chinese attire was none other than the Sun family's supreme combat power, Elder Shui, whose strength had reached the terrifying second tier of the Earth realm. Seeing the Tang-style clad elder, the martial experts grew even more certain an assault on another top-tier family was imminent. Why else would the clan's most elite fighter be present? Head of the family. Shui Lao approached Sun Tianzheng, clasped his fists, and addressed him as such. Master Shui, we're counting on you to lead this expedition. Sun Tianzheng returned the fist salute. Head of the family, which top-tier family are we preparing to attack? Elder Shui inquired curiously. Sun Tianzheng froze at Shui Lao's words. When had he ever mentioned attacking a top-tier family? Old Shui, you've misunderstood. I summoned you not to attack any clan, but because my son had both legs broken by some punk on the flight from Qingzhou back to Zhengzhou. Xiao Tian said the brat's got some skills. His bodyguards didn't stand a chance against him. Worse, the punk threatened to wipe out our Sun family. He ordered me to bring men to the airport to confront him. Sun Tianzheng explained. Hearing Sun Tianzheng's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Old Shui's eyes. As a formidable Tiger List expert ranked 5th, he was deeply annoyed that Sun Tianzheng would summon him for some lowly nobody. The bodyguards around Xiao Tian were all yellow-tier martial artists, with the highest being only at the first stage of the Xian tier. Any second-stage Xian tier martial artist could easily overwhelm them without giving them a chance to fight back. Is it really necessary to mobilize every skilled fighter in the clan just to deal with some nobody? Shui Lao asked. Old Shui, I know your points are valid, Sun Tianzheng replied. But mobilizing the entire clan this time is merely to flex our muscles. Otherwise, our Sun family has been dormant too long. Others might think we've lost our strength. Now even an unknown nobody dares break my son's legs. Rest assured, Shui Lao. I won't let you come for nothing. After this, I'll give you 20 million. Just go and save face for us. No need for you to lift a finger. Sun Tianzheng declared. Hearing the figure of 20 million, Elder Shui's mood lifted slightly. Very well then, he said. Let's set out. Sun Tianzheng then led dozens of martial arts experts from the Sun family toward Zhengzhou Airport. Sun Xiaotian, aboard the plane, naturally received the updates from his father. Learning that his father had even summoned Old Shui, he was overjoyed. With Old Shui stepping in, there could be no mishap. Shen Ye would die. Chapter 41, Confronting the Sun Family. You're finished. My father has mobilized every martial arts expert in the Sun family to ambush you at Zhengzhou Airport, including our family's revered elder, Shui Lao. What good is your fighting prowess? Do you really think you can defeat Shui Lao? Sun Xiaotian snarled at Shen Ye, his face twisted into a hideous grimace.
Shen Ye's expression remained utterly unruffled by Sun Xiaotian's words, but the other passengers in the cabin paled visibly.
Master Shui, is that Shui Qingyang, ranked 5th on the tiger list? Someone asked, their voice trembling with fear.
Seeing the shock on their faces and hearing the question, Sun Xiaotian beamed with smug satisfaction.
That's right. It's none other than Shui Qingyang, ranked 5th on the tiger list. After speaking, Sun Xiaotian looked triumphantly at Shen Ye, hoping to see fear in his eyes. But he was disappointed. Shen Ye's face showed no flicker of emotion. He's faking it. He must be faking it. Deep down, he's probably panicking like crazy.
Kid, if you know what's good for you, get down on your knees right now and bang your head on the ground 100 times.
Then cripple yourself. If you do that, once we get to Zhengzhou Airport, I might even give you a quick death. Sun Xiaotian barked at Shen Ye.
Young man, just do as he says.
Even if you do, you'll still die, but at least your family won't be dragged into this, someone kindly advised Shen Ye.
Yeah, kid. Your parents raised you with so much effort. Now that you've crossed young master's son, you're as good as dead.
Don't drag your parents down with you, another chimed in. Sun Xiaotian, this is all my fault.
I'll kneel and kowtow to you, please spare him.
Bai Xiaoting, standing beside Shen Ye, declared.
With that, she rose from her seat, preparing to kneel and prostrate herself before Sun Xiaotian. Bai Xiaoting was consumed by guilt. If not for her, this gentleman beside her would never have crossed Sun Xiaotian, nor faced this mortal peril.
Hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, Sun Xiaotian felt immensely smug, but he would never agree to her kneeling and kowtowing on Shen Ye's behalf. You don't need to kneel for me. It's useless. Only he himself will kneel before me.
Sun Xiaotian declared, his eyes dark and menacing as they fixed on Shen Ye.
I can marry you, but you must promise to spare him. To protect Shen Ye, Bai Xiaoting was willing to go all out. I want to marry you, that's me showing you respect. Do you even have the right to make demands? Sun Xiaotian declared. Shut up. Smack.
Shen Ye snorted coldly, then delivered a vicious slap across Sun Xiaotian's face, leaving 5 vivid red handprints.
If you don't want to die, shut your mouth this instant. Think I'll kneel before you? I doubt you're tough enough to survive that. After being slapped by Shen Ye, Sun Xiaotian dared not speak.
Yet in his heart, he vowed silently, once they reached Zhengzhou Airport, he would make Shen Ye wish he were dead. After a long while, Bai Xiaoting still couldn't shake her unease. She turned her head, about to speak, but Shen Ye cut her off.
Just call me Shen Ye.
Mr. Shen, once we land at the airport, push your way through the crowd when disembarking.
You might slip out undetected, Bai Xiaoting whispered to Shen Ye. Why would I need to slip away? Shen Ye asked indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting grew frantic. Are you stupid? Sun Xiaotian is from the Sun family, and Shui Qingyang is the 5th ranked expert on the tiger list. If you don't slip away quietly, you're as good as dead. The petty Sun family? I couldn't care less, Shen Ye retorted. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoting nearly exploded with rage. She'd never seen anyone so stubbornly arrogant. Facing imminent death, he still refused to budge. Truly, he wouldn't learn until it was too late. Bai Xiaoting gave up on trying to reason with Shen Ye. She'd realized it was pointless. Even if she talked herself hoarse, he wouldn't listen to a single word. 3 hours later, the plane touched down smoothly at Zhengzhou Airport. As soon as the plane touched down, Sun Xiaotian hurriedly ordered his bodyguards to carry him off the aircraft. Just before stepping off, Sun Xiaotian shot Shen Ye a sinister glare. Come with me now. Bai Xiaoting rose from her seat, grabbed Shen Ye's hand, and without a word, began pulling him toward the crowd. Being dragged along by Bai Xiaoting, Shen Ye couldn't help but find it amusing. The narrow aisle leading off the plane was barely wide enough for one person to pass through, let alone accommodate a crowd. If the Sun family's martial arts experts couldn't even spot this, then they were fit only to raise pigs back home. The moment they stepped out of the cabin, they saw dozens of martial artists with formidable auras standing at the bottom of the aircraft stairs. Sun Xiaotian, whose legs Shen Ye had broken, was among them. Sun Xiaotian glared at the cabin door with a dark, menacing gaze. Oh no, they'll definitely be spotted when they descend the stairs. Spotting the aircraft stairs, Bai Xiaoting's face paled instantly. Her voice trembled as she spoke. But before she could finish, Shen Ye had already started walking down the stairs. She reached out to grab him, but it was too late. Dad, it's him. He's the one who broke my legs and vowed to destroy our Sun family. Sun Xiaotian pointed at Shen Ye descending the stairs, his face dark with malice as he spoke to his father, Sun Tianzheng. When Sun Tianzheng followed Sun Xiaotian's pointing finger and saw Shen Ye, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately signaled to a martial arts expert beside him. The expert understood the gesture and sprang forward, closing the distance in a few leaps to stand directly before Shen Ye. This is Sun family business. All non-essential personnel, clear the area immediately. As the words fell, panic erupted on the aircraft's boarding ramp. Everyone scrambled frantically toward the bottom of the stairs. Some young men even leaped over the railing, plunging headfirst down the stairs, one of them breaking his leg in the fall. Boy, you're the one who shattered our young master's legs and vowed to destroy the Sun family? The martial arts expert sneered at Shen Ye. But before the martial artist could finish his sentence, Shen Ye delivered a kick straight to his chest, sending him flying backward. If you want to fight, just fight. Enough with the nonsense. Shen Ye swept his gaze across the Sun family members and continued, I don't want to waste time. Come at me all together. Sun Tianjing's face darkened to the extreme at Shen Ye's words. This was a blatant slap in the face to the entire Sun family. Kid, you're courting death. Sun Tianjing's eyes darkened as he fixed a menacing glare on Shen Ye, his body radiating murderous intent. Chapter 42, You're not qualified to take me as your disciple. By now, a large crowd had gathered around Shen Ye and the Sun family members. Wasn't that Sun Tianzhan, the head of the Sun family? And who was that dashing young man on the gangway? Who gave him the audacity to confront the head of the Sun family head-on? Never seen him before. He can't be a scion from one of Zhengzhou's top families. Not a scion of a top family? Then where did he get the nerve to confront the head of the Sun family? Did Liang Jingru give him the courage? A young bull fears no tiger. Perhaps he thinks he has some skill and doesn't hold the Sun family in high regard. Hearing the last speaker's words, the others nodded in deep agreement. Go teach him a lesson. Remember, don't kill him outright. I need to keep him alive to torture him slowly. Sun Tianjing turned to a 9th tier Xian level expert beside him and ordered. Upon hearing this, the 9th tier Xian level expert nodded and slowly approached Shen Ye. Boy, cut off your own hands. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you suffer every torment imaginable, the Xian level 9 expert sneered with utter contempt. Does your Sun family fight with words alone? All talk and no action? Shen Ye sneered in mockery. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Xian grade 9th tier expert's expression darkened. You're asking for death. As the words left his mouth, his body left a trail of afterimages behind, charging toward Shen Ye at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Yet the moment he reached Shen Ye, the latter seized his throat with one hand, hoisting him up like a chicken, his feet completely off the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers stared as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces frozen in disbelief. A 9th tier Xian level expert had been lifted by the throat by that young man. Sun Tianjing's expression darkened further. He hadn't anticipated Shen Ye being this formidable. Even a 9th tier Xian level expert was no match for him. Earlier, he had held back from ordering the Sun family's experts to attack together out of concern for the family's reputation. But now, it was clear that a coordinated assault was necessary. All of you, attack. Break his arms and legs first. Sun Tianjing turned back, his face dark and ominous, barking orders at the Sun family experts. Hearing Sun Tianjing's command, the dozens of Sun family experts charged at Shen Ye without hesitation. Seeing the entire Sun family force mobilized, Shen Ye's lips curled slightly. He tossed the Sun family expert he was holding into the air, then delivered a sweeping kick that struck the man squarely in the chest. The immense force sent the Sun family expert flying sideways toward the charging attackers at breakneck speed. Those charging forward paled at the sight. They tried to dodge, but it was too late. 5 or 6 were instantly knocked down by the flying expert, sent tumbling backward and crashing to the ground, badly injured. The remaining attackers charged relentlessly toward Shen Ye, only to be sent flying by his punches and kicks. Within 20 seconds, dozens of Sun family experts lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were stunned. Who was this young man? How could he be so formidable? Could he be a master from the tiger list? At that moment, Sun Tianjing's face darkened to the extreme. He glared at the Sun family masters writhing on the ground and spat out a low curse, useless trash. Sun Tianjing turned to the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire standing nearby, his face twisted into a bitter smile as he said, Old Shui, it seems you must step in this time. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Master Shui was Sun Tianjing's last hope. Yet even he now harbored the thought that perhaps not even Master Shui could match Shen Ye. Are you questioning my abilities? Or do you think I'm too old? Old Shui's expression darkened at Sun Tianjing's words. Not at all. Seeing Shui Lao's displeasure, Sun Tianjing hastily retorted. Have you heard of anyone so young ever making it onto the tiger list? Master Shui inquired. Without hesitation, Sun Tianjing shook his head. Since you haven't, it proves his skill is still insufficient for the tiger list. If he isn't a tiger list expert, why would I lack confidence in defeating him? Master Shui declared with haughty disdain. Hearing Shui Lao's words, Sun Tianjing pondered inwardly. It was indeed true. If that youngster wasn't even a tiger list expert, how could he possibly defeat Shui Qingyan, ranked 5th on the list? With this thought, Sun Tianjing felt much more at ease. Seeing Sun Tianjing's realization, Shui Qingyan regained his serious demeanor. He strode confidently to the gangway, then looked down with disdain at Shen Ye on the steps and declared. Boy, I recognize your talent in martial arts and feel inclined to nurture it. If you're willing to take me as your master, I can intercede on your behalf with the Sun family head. In that case, you'd only need to kneel and kowtow to him a few times, admitting your mistake. What do you say?
Before Shen Ye could respond to Shui Lao's words, by shouting behind him beamed with delight. She promptly nudged Shen Ye's back and urged, "Mr. Shen, you must agree to him. If you agree, you'll save your life. With his credentials, he wants to be my master? He's not qualified," Shen Ye said coldly. Old Shui's expression darkened at Shen Ye's words, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Young man, I value talent, which is why I'm giving you this chance. Don't be ungrateful. A mere 5th-ranked Tiger List cultivator dares to boast about taking me as his disciple? Wait until you've ascended the Dragon List, then you might have the slightest qualification to become my apprentice," Shen Ye sneered coldly. Shui Qingyang's face darkened to the extreme at Shen Ye's words. "Arrogant? Then let me see what you have to back up your arrogance." With that, Shui Qingyang stomped the ground violently, launching himself toward Shen Ye like a cannonball. The ground beneath his feet cracked and shattered instantly. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in shock. How intense was that? Cracking the ground with a single stomp? What kind of power could possibly do that? This was the power of a Tiger List expert. That kid was as good as dead today. Amidst their stunned silence, Shui Qingyang and Shen Ye clashed palms. The impact sent sparks flying through the air, followed by a thunderous boom. A colossal surge of energy radiated outward, whipping up dust that swirled through the sky. The instant his palm met Shen Ye's, Shui Qingyang's face paled, his eyes wide with shock. His body flew backwards 7 or 8 meters uncontrollably. Only when his feet touched the ground did the immense impact force him to stumble back several steps, finally dissipating that colossal force. Wherever Shui Qingyang stepped, the ground cracked beneath his feet. Seeing Shui Qingyang actually get knocked back by Shen Ye's single palm strike, the onlookers' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes widened, their mouths gaped open, as if they had seen a ghost. What was happening? The 5th-ranked expert on the Tiger List couldn't even hold his own against that young man? Who exactly was this young man, and why was he so brutally powerful? Chapter 43, Dignity in Life. At that moment, Sun Tianzhang and Sun Xiaotian witnessed the scene, their faces frozen in disbelief, fear flickering in their eyes. After all, Shui Qingyang was their Sun family's last hope. If even he fell in battle, they were finished. "Young man, I was careless earlier and underestimated you. From now on, I'll give it my all. I hope you can withstand my wrath," Shui Qingyang said, feeling deeply humiliated after regaining his footing. Hearing Shui Qingyang's words, the onlookers finally relaxed. So it was Shui Qingyang who had been careless and hadn't used his full strength. "Ha! Whether you give it your all or not, the result will be the same," Shen Ye sneered. Shui Qingyang hadn't gone all out, and neither had Shen Ye. "Arrogant!" Shui Qingyang roared in fury, his body blurring into a trail of afterimages as he charged toward Shen Ye. As he closed in, a cold gleam flashed in his hand. A dagger, radiating a chilling light, appeared in his grasp. He thrust it straight toward Shen Ye's chest. Just as the dagger neared Shen Ye's chest, Shen Ye's foot struck first, connecting squarely against Shui Qingyang's chest. Thud! Suddenly, Shui Qingyang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers were once again dumbfounded. If the first time had been due to carelessness and holding back, what about now? Sun Xiaotian and Sun Tianzhang now wore expressions of utter despair, their faces ashen. This was just too incredible. Standing behind Shen Ye, Bai Xiaoting beamed with delight. She never imagined that randomly asking for help on a plane would lead her to someone this formidable, someone who could even overpower Shui Qingyang, the 5th-ranked master on the Tiger List. Shen Ye walked slowly, hands behind his back, toward Shui Qingyang, who lay on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He sneered coldly, "Still want to take me as your disciple? No. I'll take you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple." At this moment, Shui Qingyang finally faced reality. Shen Ye's strength far surpassed his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Not even the top-ranked expert on the Tiger List could achieve such a feat. "I told you before, only when you reach the Dragon List will you have the slightest qualification to be my disciple. As for now, you're still unworthy," Shen Ye declared coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Shui Qingyang's face darkened to the extreme, convinced Shen Ye was deliberately humiliating him. Shen Ye paid no further attention to Shui Qingyang, instead turning his icy gaze toward Sun Xiaotian and his father. As Shen Ye's icy gaze fell upon them, Sun Tianzhang and Sun Xiaotian instantly paled with panic, stumbling backward. What do you want? What do I want? Have you forgotten what I said earlier? I said I would destroy your Sun family," Shen Ye declared coldly. "What right do you have to destroy my Sun family? Even if we've wronged you, you broke my son's legs. Isn't that punishment enough?" Sun Tianzhang retorted bitterly. "Oof. That was only because I was strong enough. If I hadn't been strong enough, wouldn't you have killed me anyway? Even slaughtered my entire family?" Shen Ye chuckled inwardly as he spoke. "No, even if you weren't strong enough, we'd only beat you up as a lesson, never kill you," Sun Tianzhang argued. "Mr. Shen, don't believe his lies. If you weren't strong enough, they would have slaughtered your entire family. Our Bai family is the perfect example. Just because Sun Xiaotian from the Sun family fancied me and wanted to marry me, and I refused, the entire Sun family wiped out my Bai family overnight.
Do you really think someone like that can be trusted?
Bai Xiaoting stormed forward, her face flushed with fury, denouncing the Sun family's beastly actions. Hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, Shen Ye's expression grew even colder. He hadn't realized the Sun family was so tyrannical, wiping out an entire family just because someone refused to marry Sun Xiaotian. It seemed he must take justice into his own hands today and eliminate this cancerous Sun family.
Is what she said true? Shen Ye asked Sun Tianzheng, his gaze icy. Shut your filthy mouth, you.
Sun Tianzheng roared at Bai Xiaoting. After yelling at Bai Xiaoting, Sun Tianzheng hurriedly explained to Shen Ye.
Mr. Shen, please don't listen to his nonsense. Who knows what the Bai family did to incur such wrath?
They were wiped out. We Sun family won't take the blame for that. Bull. When you came to propose marriage and I refused, you immediately plotted to wipe out our entire Bai family. That very night, several martial arts experts stormed into our home and slaughtered everyone. 13 lives were mercilessly taken, all but me. Bai Xiaoting declared, her face twisted with grief and fury. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xiaoting hurriedly scanned the dozens of martial arts experts from the Sun family, searching for the culprits responsible for slaughtering her family that night.
It was them. Those 5. They entered our Bai family that night and slaughtered my entire family.
Bai Xiaoting pointed at the 5 figures lying on the ground, her voice filled with grief and anger. Shen Ye's icy gaze swept over the 5 figures before turning back to fix Sun Tianjing and his son with a cold stare.
Any last words? If not, I'll proceed. You can't kill us. If you kill us, you won't survive either. Do you really think the Sun family rose to become one of Zhengzhou's top clans with just this little trump card? Sun Tianjin exclaimed in terror. Oh? From the sound of it, you still have cards up your sleeve? Then lay them all out. I'll settle this once and for all. Shen Ye declared.
Young man, I advise you not to get too cocky.
Know your limits.
Otherwise, it won't end well for you, Sun Tianjing said, his voice thick with menace. Judging by your tone, you must have some powerful backers, Shen Ye remarked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Sun Tianjing and his son thought he was cowering in fear, their faces immediately lighting up with smug satisfaction.
Now you're scared? It's not too late to back down.
Just kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and we'll call it even.
Otherwise, if you force me to play my final card, you'll die a miserable death.
Sun Tianjing said with a hint of smugness. Of course, he dared not push Shen Ye too far, for his final trump card was something he was reluctant to use lightly. The cost would be enormous.
At that moment, the onlookers firmly believed Sun Tianjing's claim about his ultimate trump card.
They understood that for a family to rise to first-rate status in Central Plains, it must have the backing of someone with immense power and influence. Otherwise, why would the members of these top-tier families, even when committing murder, escape proper punishment? At this moment, everyone believed Shen Ye would choose to kneel and kowtow in apology. The cost seemed trivial, merely setting aside his dignity. Compared to one's life, dignity was utterly insignificant. Chapter 44, Turning the Tables. At this moment, Bai Xiaoting's expression darkened. As a native of Zhengzhou, she knew all too well that every top-tier family had a terrifyingly powerful patron lurking in the shadows. If Sun Tianjing truly summoned his powerful protector, Shen Ye would face certain death. Though she yearned for Shen Ye to kill Sun Tianjing and his son to avenge the 13 lives of her Bai family, she knew she couldn't be so selfish.
If Shen Ye truly killed them, a dead end awaited him. Mr. Shen, Sun Tianjing speaks the truth.
If he truly plays his final card against you, it would be better to heed his words, kneel and kowtow 3 times. After all, dignity pales in comparison to your life. Bai Xiaoting pleaded with Shen Ye.
Don't you want to avenge those who died for the Bai family?
Shen Ye turned to look at Bai Xiaoting and asked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting's eyes reddened, her large, watery eyes clouded with tears.
I do. I dream of it.
Bai Xiaoting said, clenching her teeth.
Then why are you trying to dissuade me? If I kill them, wouldn't that avenge your family? Shen Ye countered.
I do want revenge, but I can't be so selfish. I can't drag you, Mr. Shen, into an inescapable abyss just to satisfy my own vengeance.
Bai Xiaoting declared. Shen Ye nodded upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's words.
It was clear Bai Xiaoting was a kind-hearted girl. But others mistook Shen Ye's nod for submission, thinking he was about to kneel and bow to Sun Tianjin and his son.
Sun Tianjing and his son thought the same. Especially Sun Xiaotian, he never forgot the agony of having his legs crushed by Shen Ye. Merely forcing Shen Ye to kneel and kowtow wouldn't even begin to satisfy his hatred. Dad, we can't let him off so easily. He broke both my legs. I don't need his life, but he must break his own legs, kneel before me, and apologize with a kowtow. Otherwise, this won't end here. Sun Xiaotian declared to his father. Sun Tianjing, having seen Shen Ye nod earlier, assumed fear had overcome him. A smug satisfaction filled his heart. He believed Shen Ye would surely agree even if he added the condition of breaking his legs. Thus, he declared. That's right. You broke my son's legs, so you'll have to have yours broken too. Otherwise, this isn't over. Hearing Sun Tianzhong and his son's words, Shen Ye found it amusing. He hadn't even said anything yet, and they already thought he was afraid of them? How dare they add conditions? Heh, you might as well play your final card. Otherwise, you'll die today. As the words left his mouth, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. Sun Tianzhong froze at Shen Ye's words. This was bad, he'd pushed the man too far. We won't break your legs, Sun Tianzhong conceded reluctantly, but you must kneel and kowtow to apologize. That's my absolute bottom line. Seems you didn't catch my meaning? I told you to reveal your final trump card immediately. This is your last chance. Any more nonsense, and you die. Shen Ye said coldly. A shadow flashed across Sun Tianzhong's eyes as he replied in a deep voice, you forced my hand. If that's the case, then let's destroy everything. With that, Sun Tianzhong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Old Chen, it's Sun Tianzhong. I'm in trouble here and need your help. If not, the Sun family is finished. In the heart of Zhengzhou, within an imposing edifice, a man nearing 60 set his phone aside and turned to face another man of authority, around 40, seated in the room. This middle-aged man, even without uttering a word, exuded an aura of commanding presence simply by sitting there. Your Excellency, Sun Zhengtian has called seeking aid, the elder reported respectfully. Help? Having offended the Southern King, who in this world could possibly save him? Go. The Sun family has overstepped far too much these past years. It's time to clean house and send a warning to the other clans, the middle-aged man declared. Both men were already well aware of the events unfolding at the airport. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the elder nodded and spoke into the phone. Sun Tianzhong, wait where you are. I'll be there shortly. With that, the elder hung up and walked out of the room. Sun Tianzhong, having just ended his call, wore a smug expression. He had assumed that making this distress call would require sacrificing at least half of the Sun family's assets to secure Old Chen's assistance. To his utter astonishment, Old Chen had made no demands whatsoever and agreed to come immediately. You're as good as dead, kid. Once Old Chen arrives, I'll tear you limb from limb. Sun Tianzhong declared smugly to Shen Ye. Old Chen? You mean that Old Chen from the War Department of our great Xia nation? Hearing Sun Tianzhong's words, the onlookers were stunned. If it really was that Old Chen, it would be a huge deal. He was the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia War Department, holding immense power and influence. Rumor had it his martial prowess had long reached the Grandmaster realm. Were it not for his disdain for fame and fortune, his formidable power would easily secure him the top spot on the dragon list. This young man was as good as dead. With Old Chen himself coming for him, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Within 10 minutes, a stretched Lincoln limousine pulled up beside the airport. As the electric doors slid open, the elder Chen, clad in simple black robes, stepped out of the vehicle. The moment he descended, the entire airport felt an overwhelming aura wash over them. Seeing Old Chen approach, Sun Tianzhong's face lit up with relief. He had finally arrived. While waiting, Sun Tianzhong had been constantly worried that Shen Ye might kill him before Old Chen arrived. Now, however, he could finally relax. Shen Ye was far too arrogant, truly believing himself invincible. That arrogance had given Sun Tianzhong this opportunity to wait for reinforcements. Now that Old Chen had arrived, he intended to make Shen Ye wish he were dead. Soon, Old Chen approached, accompanied by several others whose auras were equally formidable. Old Chen, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel not only broke my son's legs but also vowed to wipe out our Sun family. Had you arrived any later, he might have killed me already. Sun Tianzhong put on a pitiful act, turning the tables to portray himself as the victim. After speaking, he shot a meaningful glance at his son, Sun Xiaotian. Yes, Old Chen, you must stand up for me. That Shen Ye, all I asked was for him to give up his seat on the plane. If he didn't want to, that's one thing, but he broke both my legs and even threatened to wipe out our Sun family. Sun Xiaotian quickly added, his voice choked with tears and snot. Chapter 45, Malice. Old Chen, don't listen to their nonsense. They're twisting the truth. It was clearly Sun Xiaotian who rudely demanded Mr. Shen give up his seat first. He even threatened Mr. Shen, saying he'd die if he didn't comply. When Mr. Shen refused, Sun Xiaotian attacked him. That's why Mr. Shen broke his legs. By shouting rushed to defend Shen Ye, terrified Old Chen might believe the lies of Sun Tianzhong and his son. However, Sun Tianzhong and his son showed no sign of panic at Bai Xiaoting's defense. They knew that no matter what, Old Chen would definitely side with them. They even shot Shen Ye a defiant look. So you're their backer? Shen Ye stared at Old Chen with a cold gaze, his voice icy. Shen Ye recognized this Old Chen, but he never imagined the old man would be the protector of such vermin as the Sun family. This left him deeply disappointed. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the onlookers' expressions changed drastically. This Shen Ye really had no fear of death. Was he actually questioning Old Chen? What was Old Chen's standing? He was the commander-in-chief of the War Department, a man of immense power and influence. If he displeased him, a single word could decide Shen Ye's fate.
Shen Ye, you have the audacity to show disrespect to Elder Chan.
Do you even know who stands before you? Sun Xiaotian roared at Shen Ye, eager to impress Elder Chen. That is.
Just as Sun Tianzheng was about to speak, Old Chen shot him a vicious glare and cut him off.
Shut your filthy mouths, you two dogs. Do you really think I'm unaware of the shady deals your Sun family has been pulling these past years? At Old Chen's words, Sun Tianzheng and his son's expressions shifted, panic flickering across their faces. Why did Old Chen seem to be here not to back them up? Even the onlookers hadn't anticipated Old Chen would berate the Sun family like this.
Young friend, Old Chen turned to Shen Ye, I believe you've misunderstood me.
I am not their patron. In any other setting, given their respective ranks, Old Chen would have been required to bow to Shen Ye. After all, Shen Ye held the title of king, while Old Chen was merely the commander of the war department, a position without a noble title. But to conceal Shen Ye's identity, Old Chen could only address him as young friend and refrain from bowing. Heh, Shen Ye scoffed coldly. Then why have you come?
Naturally, to rid the people of this scourge, to eradicate the Sun family, this malignant tumor. Old Chen replied with a smile. His words finished, Old Chen's expression darkened. He turned to stare coldly at the Sun family father and son.
Sun Tianzheng, 5 days ago, the massacre of the Bai family in Central Plains was that you're doing? Hearing Old Chen's words, Sun Tianzheng's heart sank.
Old Chen was settling accounts with him.
It's over. It's all over. No, it wasn't me. Sun Tianzheng stammered, trembling. Ha!
Old Chen snorted coldly and continued, stop trying to wriggle out of it.
Do you really think you could hide your deeds from my eyes?
Ever since your Sun family rose to become a top-tier clan, I've seen every deed you've committed. The lives lost at your hands number in the dozens, if not hundreds. Given this, your Sun family has no reason to exist any longer.
Perish!
Boom! Sun Tianzheng and his son were struck as if by a bolt from the blue, their faces instantly contorted with despair and terror. Even the onlookers never imagined that Old Chen had come not to support the Sun family, but to destroy them. Execute Sun Tianzheng, his son, and every martial arts expert in their clan with blood on their hands right here and now.
Yes.
Hearing this, the men immediately drew their guns, aiming them at the Sun family and the other martial arts masters.
No, Elder Chen.
I swear the Sun family will behave properly from now on and never commit such heinous crimes again.
Please, Elder Chen, give us a chance. Sun Tianzheng pleaded, his face twisted in terror. I don't want to die, Dad. I really don't want to die.
Sun Xiaotian was equally terrified, his fear causing him to wet himself.
Old Chen ignored Sun Tianzheng's pleas entirely. Bang! 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 Bang!
As a series of gunshots rang out, the Sun family father and son, along with the Sun family's martial arts experts, fell to the ground one after another, their lives extinguished.
Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaoting beside them couldn't help but cry.
Heaven had finally opened its eyes, the villains had received their just punishment. What Bai Xiaoting didn't know was that the Sun family's downfall was largely due to Shen Ye. Had Shen Ye not appeared, the Sun family might have faced punishment, but certainly not at this moment. At that moment, the onlookers all assumed the Sun family had been brought down because their evil deeds had piled up so high that even the war division could no longer tolerate them. Young friend, Old Chen addressed Shen Ye, your act of bravery in protecting Miss Bai, the sole surviving heir of the Bai family, is a great service.
You deserve commendation. Come with me now to receive your reward.
Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, Shen Ye nodded. He understood clearly that the reward was merely an excuse Old Chen had concocted on the spot. The real purpose was to bring him to meet the sovereign. Upon hearing that Elder Chen intended to reward Shen Ye, Bai Xiaoting's face lit up with joy, genuinely happy for him.
Mr. Shen, thank you.
Bai Xiaoting said to Shen Ye, her face radiant with gratitude.
It's nothing, Shen Ye replied with a smile.
Just remember, no matter what happens in the future, always keep a kind heart.
Yes, I will.
Bai Xiaoting nodded firmly.
Upon hearing this, Shen Ye nodded and walked directly toward Old Chen's Lincoln.
Watching Shen Ye approach the vehicle, Old Chen swept his gaze over the gathered crowd and stated calmly, I don't want a single word of what happened here today to be leaked. Otherwise, it will be treated as a breach of confidentiality. Though his voice was low, every person present heard him clearly. With that, Old Chen turned and walked toward the Lincoln. Inside the Lincoln, Shen Ye's eyes were cold as he asked Old Chen, speak. Why are you giving these top-tier families protection? King of the southern frontier, Old Chen replied respectfully, have you heard the saying that all crows are equally black? Shen Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Forget Zhengzhou, take the entire Great Xia. Which family doesn't have some dark secrets? Especially those major clans which one hasn't stained its hands with blood? Evil is fundamentally impossible to eradicate completely. All we can do is minimize it as much as possible. As long as they don't go too far, we choose to turn a blind eye. Take the Sun family, for instance. As one of Zhengzhou's foremost clans, if I were to eliminate them now, could you guarantee that the newly risen first-rate family would behave themselves? Power and wealth easily corrupt human nature. Once someone gains influence, the evil within them is unleashed.
Few can remain true to their original selves. Chapter 46, Master Lao Lu.
Hearing old Shen's words, Shen Ye found them somewhat reasonable yet couldn't fully agree. Still, Shen Ye refrained from further comment. After all, this concerned the governance of a nation, an area where his expertise lay far beyond his grasp. His true mastery resided in the art of commanding troops, a realm distinct from statecraft.
Since he didn't understand it, he wouldn't overstep his bounds by commenting on others' areas of expertise.
I have an idea, Shen Ye proposed. I sense that Bai Xiaoting of the Bai family possesses a kind heart. I wish to support her in becoming a rising first-rate family in Central Plains. Given her nature, I believe she would never commit any evil deeds. Your Highness, old Shen interjected, even if you wish to elevate her to the highest echelons of nobility, it hinges on her own capabilities. Without them, even if you propel her upward, she may not be able to hold her ground. Shen Ye nodded in agreement upon hearing Elder Chen's words, finding them reasonable.
What was Bai Xiaoting's family's standing in Central Plains before? Shen Ye inquired.
Barely scraping into the third-tier families, old Chen replied.
After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ye looked up and declared.
When the time comes, I'll have her take over the Sun family's assets. I hope you can provide some covert assistance, but you must gauge the extent of that help carefully.
Ultimately, it will depend on how much she can swallow. If she manages to absorb over 30% of the Sun family's holdings, it will prove she has the capability. At that point, I will personally elevate her to lead a first-tier family. Shen Ye intended this as an experiment. If Bai Xiaoting were elevated to head a first-tier family, would her true nature change? Would she, like others before her, unleash inner darkness once power and influence were attained?
If Bai Xiaoting retained her kindness after gaining power, Shen Ye could then seek out more capable individuals with good hearts and elevate them all. This, he believed, would significantly improve the lives of ordinary people. Old Shen was no ordinary man, he could easily discern Shen Ye's intentions. We can test her, old Shen remarked.
If she can swallow over 30% of the Sun family's assets with minimal assistance from us, that alone proves she possesses considerable skill.
It must be understood that with the Sun family's downfall, other clans in Central Plains would swiftly learn of it, triggering a frenzied scramble for their assets. If Bai Xiaoting could, with only minimal assistance from old Chen, secure 30% of the Sun family's assets against the other clans, it would be ample proof of her capabilities.
A few minutes later, Shen Ye and old Chen arrived at the imposing building.
The middle-aged man had already brewed tea at the table and been waiting for quite some time. The moment Shen Ye entered, the middle-aged man lifted his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Shen Ye.
After a long moment, a faint smile touched his lips as he addressed Shen Ye, "Sit."
At his words, Shen Ye walked directly to the seat opposite the middle-aged man and sat down. After locking you away for 3 years, you must hate me quite a bit, right? The middle-aged man began.
Enough of that.
I came here today mainly to ask you a few questions. Shen Ye changed the subject.
Ask away. Whatever I can tell you, I will. That old man in prison, you deliberately arranged that, didn't you?
It wasn't that I deliberately arranged it, the middle-aged man replied. He came to me on his own initiative, saying you were in mortal danger and needed to be locked up in that prison for 3 years.
So that's why you insisted on locking me up for 3 years? Shen Ye said.
The middle-aged man nodded.
Alright, then I'll ask you the second question. What's the deal with this old man? Where is he now? I don't know that either.
Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Shen Ye stared straight into his eyes for a full 5 seconds, concluding he didn't seem to be lying. Disappointed by this answer, Shen Ye rose abruptly and headed for the door. Shen Ye stood up immediately and started walking toward the exit. Won't you sit down and have a cup of tea with me? The middle-aged man asked. No thanks, Shen Ye replied flatly.
Your master left a message for you. What message?
Shen Ye turned back, asking curiously. He told you to keep a low profile these years.
Your danger hasn't passed. Someone might already be watching you, the middle-aged man said.
Hearing this, Shen Ye froze. It reminded him of those strange individuals he'd encountered earlier outside his master's small clinic.
Anything else? Shen Ye inquired.
And this, he told you about Zhao Shui. Your master insists you marry her as soon as possible, the middle-aged man stated. Hearing this, Shen Ye felt his head spin.
That woman again? Why did his master insist he marry her?
Honestly, Shen Ye didn't care much for Zhao Shui, she was far too arrogant.
Reason? Shen Ye asked flatly. You'll have to ask your master for the reason.
I'm merely relaying the message, the middle-aged man stated.
Shen Ye said nothing more, simply turning and walking away. Shen Ye was utterly baffled by his master's underhanded tactics.
He wanted Shen Ye to marry Zhao Shui, yet refused to explain it personally or even offer a reason. Classic old six behavior. As for his master's demand that he marry Zhao Shui, Shen Ye decided to ignore it for now. Stepping out of the imposing building, Shen Ye immediately spotted a red Porsche sports car parked at the entrance. Just then, the Porsche's door opened, and Bai Xiaoting stepped out. So, what reward did old Shen give you? Bai Xiaoting asked curiously. Just a verbal commendation. Shen Ye replied.
Hearing his response, Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but pout. Seriously? A figure as important as old Shen only gave you a verbal commendation? No tangible reward? How's your family's business? You should have taken it over by now, right? Shen Ye changed the subject. Why are you asking that? Bai Xiaoting inquired, puzzled. Do you want your Bai family to become a top-tier family in Central Plains? Shen Ye asked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting froze for a moment before replying, of course I want that. I dream of it every night. But our Bai family barely scraped into the third-tier families. The gap to the top tier is like heaven and earth. If you want it, then you should take action. Go back and consolidate your resources. Now that the Sun family has fallen, it all depends on how much of their assets you can swallow up, Shen Ye said. I'd love to seize the Sun family's assets too, Bai Xiaoting sighed helplessly. But we're only a third-tier family. What right do we have to compete with so many major clans? Given your family's plight, Elder Chen deeply sympathizes and has offered to provide some assistance, a token of compensation for your family's suffering. So proceed boldly. How much of the Sun family's assets you ultimately seize will depend entirely on your own capabilities. Shen Ye declared. Chapter 47, Grandfather's Critical Illness. Really? Old Master Chen actually said that? Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting was overjoyed. Yes. If you don't believe me, you can call Old Master Chen yourself. Shen Ye then gave Bai Xiaoting Old Master Chen's phone number. After receiving the number, Bai Xiaoting hurriedly took the phone and stepped aside to call Old Chen. 2 minutes later, Bai Xiaoting returned with her phone, her expression agitated. She looked at Shen Ye gratefully and said, Mr. Shen, thank you. Why thank me? I know that if you hadn't put in a good word for me with old Chen, he wouldn't have agreed to support me in seizing the Sun family's assets. Bai Xiaoting said. Hearing this, Shen Ye smiled. Seems this girl's pretty sharp after all. Mr. Shen, do you have a girlfriend? As the words left her lips, Bai Xiaoting's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness creeping across her face as she lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers. Startled by her question, Shen Ye replied, not yet. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoting felt a surge of secret delight. She stole a glance at Shen Ye, thinking he was not only powerful but also very handsome. Most importantly, though he seemed a bit cold and aloof, his character was sound. If he could be her boyfriend, that would be wonderful. Like Mr. Shen, I'm currently single. When my parents were alive, I never thought being single was a bad thing. But ever since they passed away, I've really wanted someone to lean on. Her face flushed even redder as she finished speaking. Bai Xiaoting's words were quite explicit. She was hinting that Shen Ye could pursue her as a girlfriend. Hearing her words, Shen Ye studied Bai Xiaoting closely. Her large, bright, clear eyes arched willow brows, long lashes fluttering slightly, and a cherry-red mouth as delicate and vibrant as a flower petal. Her looks easily scored above 95, a true beauty. With looks like yours, finding a boyfriend should be a breeze, Shen Ye remarked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting inwardly cursed his cluelessness. She'd hinted so obviously, yet he still didn't get it. After flying for hours, you must be hungry. Let me treat you to dinner. Consider it. Thanks for helping me out today, Bai Xiaoting said, changing the subject. Now that you mention it, I am actually a bit hungry. Let's go. Shen Ye didn't hesitate to accept Bai Xiaoting's offer. After all, he'd done so much for her, accepting a meal was only fair. Soon after, Shen Ye climbed into Bai Xiaoting's car as they headed toward a nearby restaurant. After dinner, Shen Ye and Bai Xiaoting exchanged phone numbers. Then Bai Xiaoting drove Shen Ye to Zhengzhou Airport, where he boarded a flight back to Qingzhou. By the time Shen Ye arrived home, night had already fallen. As soon as Shen Ye entered the villa, he saw his parents sitting in the living room watching TV. Li Fengmei's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Even Shen Changqing wore a gloomy expression. Noticing Li Fengmei's reddened eyes, Shen Ye immediately turned his gaze to Fei Ying standing nearby, wanting to ask him what had happened today. Fei Ying approached Shen Ye and quietly recounted today's encounter between Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing with Zhao Shui. After hearing Shen Changqing's explanation, Shen Ye thought to himself, that doesn't make sense. Even if Li Fengmei discovered this villa wasn't bought for $1 million, she shouldn't be crying over it, right? Unable to make sense of it, Shen Ye simply walked over and sat down beside Li Fengmei, asking her, Mom, what's wrong? Your grandfather, he's not going to make it. As she spoke these words, Li Fengmei's tears once again flowed uncontrollably. Shen Ye froze at her words. Grandfather? The term felt utterly foreign to Shen Ye. From childhood to adulthood, his parents had never once mentioned that he had a grandfather. My grandfather isn't dead? They're still alive? Shen Ye looked at Li Fengmei questioningly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Shen Changqing glared at him and snapped, Young man, how dare you speak like that? Startled by his mother's sharp rebuke, Shen Ye quickly corrected himself. Mom, why have you never told me I have a grandfather? Year. Li Fengmei then explained the entire story to Shen Ye. It turned out that when Li Fengmei married Shen Changqing, her parents had strongly opposed it. They disapproved because Shen Changqing's family was poor, with no parents to support him and no siblings to help.
Faced with such strong opposition from her family, Li Fengmei had no choice but to elope with Shen Changqing, leaving Jizhou for Qingzhou. After arriving in Qingzhou and marrying Shen Changqing, Li Fengmei never contacted her family again, unable to face her parents. But today, while out shopping with Shen Changqing, Li Fengmei encountered a fellow Ji Prefecture native, a former neighbor from her hometown. This neighbor informed her that his father had been gravely ill and bedridden for half a month, likely not surviving much longer. After hearing Li Fengmei's words, Shen Ye finally spoke to comfort her. "Mom, please don't cry. If grandfather is only seriously ill, I can help cure him." Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei's eyes lit up. Yes, her son possessed such extraordinary medical skills, even the renowned divine physician of the Great Xia Kingdom had sought him as a master. Surely he could cure her father's illness. "Are you sure?" Li Fengmei asked, still feeling uneasy. "Yes." Shen Ye nodded earnestly. "Then let's go. We'll head to Jizhou right now to treat your grandfather." With that, Li Fengmei immediately rose from the sofa and headed to her room to pack her belongings, preparing to return to Jizhou. After Li Fengmei left, Shen Changqing looked at Shen Ye with concern. "Xiao Yi, you don't even know what illness your grandfather has. How can you be so certain you can cure him?" Shen Changqing's concern stemmed from his interactions with Li Fengmei's family. Aside from Shen Ye's grandfather, the rest of them were notoriously difficult to deal with. What if Shen Ye went there and failed to cure his grandfather? Then Li Fengmei's family might blame Shen Ye, even accusing him of causing his grandfather's death. "Dad, you can rest assured. As long as Grandpa still has a breath left in him, I will cure him." Shen Ye was deeply confident in his medical skills. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Shen Changqing merely nodded, saying nothing more. Yet the worry etched on his face remained unshaken. To save time, Shen Ye called ahead to book flights to Jizhou. 2 hours later, Shen Ye arrived in Jizhou with Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, landing in an affluent residential villa district. Chapter 48, The Li Family. Arriving at the gate of a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters, Li Fengmei pressed the doorbell after a brief internal struggle. After about a minute, a middle-aged man emerged from the villa, his expression unsettled. When the man saw Li Fengmei at the door, he didn't recognize her at first glance, though she seemed vaguely familiar. But soon, he did recognize her, and his face darkened instantly. "Li Fengmei, you have the nerve to show your face here? You failed at life out there and now you're back begging for handouts?" Hearing the man's words, a flicker of guilt crossed Fengmei's eyes. She lowered her head and called out, "Big brother. Don't call me big brother. I don't have a sister like you," the middle-aged man snapped. This middle-aged man was Shen Ye's maternal uncle, Li Fengmei's elder brother, Li Jianguo, acting head of the Li family, a third-tier clan in Jizhou. "I heard father is critically ill, with only days left to live." "Is that true?" Li Fengmei asked with concern. Hearing her words, Li Jianguo's eyes flashed with cold realization. "So that's why you've cut off contact with the family for decades and suddenly show up now you heard the old man is dying and want to come back to divide the inheritance, right?" Li Fengmei shook her head painfully and explained, "Brother, you've misunderstood me. I didn't come back to divide the inheritance. I brought my son back to help treat our father's illness. My son is so skilled that even renowned doctors call him master. His medical expertise is extraordinary, he might just cure our father's illness." Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Li Jianguo glanced at Shen Ye, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Li Fengmei, couldn't you come up with a better excuse? Your son looks barely over 20. Even if he studied medicine, how good could he really be? I think you just want to come back and divide the family inheritance. Big brother, please believe me. My son's medical skills are truly exceptional. Even that renowned divine doctor from our great Xia Kingdom would have to call him master." Li Fengmei defended. "You mean the divine physician Xia, right?" Li Jianguo said with a sneer. Yes. It's divine physician Xia. He even calls our Xiao Yi master. Xiao Yi, quickly call your great uncle. Tell him is divine physician Xia your disciple?" Li Fengmei urged, pulling Shen Ye forward to address the man. "Uncle." Shen Ye politely addressed Li Jianguo. Though his tone toward Li Fengmei was less than cordial, it was only natural after all, she had vanished without a trace for so many years. Anyone would be cold toward her. "You know Master Xia?" Li Jianguo asked Shen Ye coldly. "Yes, I do," Shen Ye nodded. At this, a flicker of contempt crossed Li Jianguo's face. He coldly retorted, "Such a young age and already so deceitful. What kind of lies do you dare to spin? What sort of person is Master Yi? Do you really think someone like him would associate with small fry like you? And you claim even Master Xia calls you his master? Does that sound credible?" "Brother, I was just saying. Enough. Since you're here, go inside and see the old man one last time. But let me make this clear, the old man has only days left. Once he's gone, don't even think about getting a single penny of the family fortune." Li Fengmei tried to protest, but Li Jianguo cut her off. With that, Li Jianguo opened the villa's front door and led Shen Ye's family inside. Soon, Shen Ye's family followed Li Jianguo to the room of Shen Ye's grandfather. Even from a distance, a strong medicinal scent wafted out from the room. The room was spacious, measuring 70 or 80 square meters. In the center stood a bed, surrounded almost entirely by medical equipment. Lying on the bed was an elderly man with a sallow complexion, reduced to skin and bones. He wore an oxygen mask over his face, his eyes slightly closed. A large crowd of people, young and old, stood gathered around the bed. Jianjun, who are they? A lavishly dressed, white-haired elderly woman noticed Shen Ye's family entering the room and asked Li Jianguo with some confusion. Mom, look at her again. Li Jianguo pointed at Li Fengmei and urged the elderly woman. Hearing this, the old woman wiped her eyes and looked again, her expression changing instantly. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, She's Fengmei. Mom! Li Fengmei cried out in alarm. Don't call me mother. I'm not worthy of that title. The elderly woman clearly harbored resentment, turning her face away and speaking curtly. Mom, I know I've wronged you. Li Fengmei said, her face filled with remorse. As soon as she finished speaking, she knelt down with a thud before the old woman. Only when Li Fengmei knelt did the old lady soften slightly. You may return, she said. But the bastard child you bore with that man, and that man himself, our Li family will never accept them. After all, Li Fengmei was flesh of the old woman's flesh. No matter what, she would still acknowledge her as her daughter. But as for Shen Ye and Shen Changcheng? That was out of the question. Mother, Shen Ye is my own flesh and blood, your own grandson. How can you speak of him like that? Hearing the old lady call Shen Ye a bastard, Li Fengmei's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Don't even mention him as my grandson. I won't acknowledge him. Our Li family can't afford such disgrace, the matriarch declared. Humph. You were so proud back then, running off with that penniless man for decades. What now? Can't make ends meet anymore, so you want to crawl back to the Li family, a middle-aged woman sneered, her face twisted with bitterness. This middle-aged woman was Li Jianguo's wife, Shen Ye's aunt by marriage. Exactly. If you chose to leave with that penniless man back then, you should have stuck to your guns. Even if you starved to death out there, you shouldn't have come back. Another middle-aged woman shot a contemptuous glance at the three members of the Shen family and sneered. This woman was Shen Ye's second uncle's wife, Li Jianjun's spouse. I think there's been a misunderstanding. My mother and I returned to seek treatment for my grandfather, not to rely on your Li family. Seeing so many members of the Li family publicly humiliating his family, Shen Ye could no longer hold back his anger. His voice grew heavy as he spoke. Oh, right, Li Fengmei mentioned earlier that her son is quite remarkable, being the master of our great Xia kingdom's renowned physician, Xia Sheni. Li Jianguo added. Hearing Li Jianguo's words, the Li family members froze for a moment. Then, their gazes toward the Shen family grew even more contemptuous. Well, it really is true that in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. To actually brag about being the apprentice of the divine physician Xia, such a young upstart. If he truly were the divine physician's master, I'd gladly give him 50% of the Li family's fortune. Auntie Li sneered. Chapter 49, Beyond Hope. Ha! Since my sister-in-law is being so generous, I'll make a statement too. If this bastard is Master Xia's teacher, I'm willing to give him 50% of the Li family's assets. Hearing her words, second aunt burst into laughter and chimed in. The Li family has only 2 sons and 1 daughter. If we exclude Li Fengmei, after the Li elders pass away, the Li family's assets will indeed be split evenly between these 2 sons. Jianguo, didn't you spend a fortune pulling strings to bring Master Healer Xia all the way from Qingzhou to treat our father? He should be arriving soon, right? Auntie Li said with a smug look. This remark was deliberately aimed at Shen Ye's family, implying, just wait, Master Healer Xia is on his way. He'll expose your lies soon enough. Well, our Longer has already driven out to pick him up. He should be here in just a few minutes, Li Jianguo replied. Weren't you bragging that even Master Xia would have to call this bastard master? Master Xia will be here soon. When he arrives, I'll see if he dares call this bastard master. Auntie Li declared triumphantly. No sooner had Auntie's words fallen than a voice echoed from the staircase outside. Master Xia, this way please. My grandfather is in the room upstairs. It was the voice of Li Jianguo's son, Li Changlong. He's here. Master Xia has arrived. Come on, everyone, let's go greet him. Li Jianguo declared. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged everyone in the room to hurry and welcome Master Xia, fearful of showing him any disrespect. However, much to Li Jianguo's annoyance, everyone in the room headed outside to greet Master Healer Xia except for Shen Ye's family, who remained standing motionless in the room. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and come with me to greet Master Healer Xia. Do you really think you're his master? If he gets upset because of you and refuses to treat my father, I won't forgive you. Li Jianguo glared and shouted angrily at Shen Ye and the others. If I personally go to greet him, then Dr. Xia might genuinely get angry. Shen Ye replied coldly. Shen Ye is Master Dr. Xia's teacher. If Master Dr. Xia finds out the Li family insisted Shen Ye greet him, he'll be furious. You fools! If you anger Master Xia, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Li Jianguo dared not waste any more time. Furiously flinging his sleeves aside, he hurried outside to greet Master Xia.
Master Physician Xia, we've finally managed to bring you here. With you here, my father has a chance. Li Jiangluo's fawning voice echoed outside the room. Soon, surrounded by the Li family members, Master Physician Xia entered the room. When he saw Shen Ye inside, he paused, puzzled. He wondered why the Li family had gone to such lengths to invite him when they already summoned his own master. Seeing the divine doctor staring blankly at Shen Ye, the Li family members' expressions immediately turned grim. They feared he was angry at seeing someone still hadn't come to greet him. Li Jianguo hastily explained, Master Physician Xia, please don't take offense. These people aren't even part of my Li family. I sent them to greet you, yet they're still standing around showing off. I'll have them removed immediately so they don't disturb you, Master Physician Xia. Li Jiangluo's words proved disastrous. As soon as he finished speaking, they watched in horror as Dr. Xia's expression darkened completely, his face now radiating an icy chill. Master Healer Xia, I'll have security beat them up and throw them out right now. Li Jianguo, thinking Master Healer Xia was displeased with his earlier suggestion to just kick them out, hastily offered to have them punished. But this time, Master Healer Xia flew into a rage. How dare you! Hearing the divine doctor's furious shout, the Li family members were startled. His aunt snapped at Shen Ye, look at the mess you've made. I told you to go greet Dr. Xia, but you didn't. Now you've angered him. I want to see how you're going to explain this to us. At that moment, every member of the Li family glared at Shen Ye and his companions with fury, as if they wanted to skin them alive. But just as Li Jianguo couldn't hold back any longer and was about to lay hands on Shen Ye, Master Healer Xia spoke up. How dare you all be so insolent? How dare you treat my master this way? I refuse to treat your old man's illness. Find someone else. I'll have the money transferred back to you shortly. With that, Master Healer Xia turned to Shen Ye and addressed him with utmost respect. Master, I had no idea they would treat you this way. Had I known, no amount of money could have persuaded me to treat the Li family patriarch. Hearing Master Xia's words, everyone from the Li family was stunned. What was going on? Master Healer Xia actually called that bastard his master. How could that be? How old is Master Xia? And how old is that bastard? How could he possibly be Master Xia's teacher? We must have misheard. Master, I'm leaving immediately. If they dare treat you this way, don't expect me to treat a single member of the Li family. Fearing Shen Ye would blame him, Master Xia hastily made this declaration. With that, he turned and started walking toward the exit. Dr. Xia, please don't leave. If you go, our old master truly has no hope. Seeing Master Xia truly about to leave, Li Jianguo panicked. He rushed forward to grab Master Xia's sleeve, his face pleading. Humph. After treating my master this way, you still have the nerve to hold me back? Master Xia flicked his sleeve, gave a cold snort, and continued toward the exit. This infuriated Li Jianguo. He spun around and snapped at Li Fengmei, what are you standing there for? Tell your son to beg Dr. Xia for mercy. Do you really want our father to die from his illness? Hearing Li Jiangluo's words, Li Fengmei immediately turned to Shen Ye, please beg for your uncle's mercy. I'll intercede, Shen Ye replied to Li Jianguo, but you must treat my mother better from now on. No more cold sarcasm like today. Fine. If you can get Master Healer Xia to treat my father, I'll agree to anything. Li Jianguo hastily agreed. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye finally addressed Xia Zhongwen, in that case, stay and treat my grandfather. Shen Ye had asked Xia Zhongwen to stay and treat her grandfather partly because she wanted to see just how skilled he truly was. So the patient is your grandfather? I shall certainly do my utmost to treat him. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Master Physician Xia paused in surprise before hastily responding. He understood Shen Ye was testing his skills. Given the circumstances, he had to perform well. He couldn't let his master think his medical abilities were subpar. Xia Shen then walked directly to the bedside and began examining the person lying there. As he diagnosed, his expression darkened. He discovered the patient was terminally ill, advanced liver cancer, beyond any hope of cure. He believed even his master's personal intervention couldn't save him. Chapter 50, Medical Miracle. Master, your grandfather is in the terminal stage of liver cancer. He's beyond saving. He likely won't last more than 2 hours. Xia Zhongwen said to Shen Ye, his face filled with guilt. Hearing the divine doctor's words, the Li family members' expressions turned ashen. Especially Li Fengmei. The moment Xia Zhongwen declared there was no hope, tears streamed down her face. She collapsed onto Shen Ye's grandfather's bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Shen Ye's grandmother, the elderly woman with snow-white hair, also lost control of her emotions. She walked straight to the hospital bed, grabbed her husband's hand, and couldn't help but cry. Dr. Xia, is there truly no hope at all? Li Jianguo asked, his eyes reddened. Sigh. Xia Zhongwen sighed heavily and shook his head. At that moment, Shen Ye walked behind Li Fengmei, patted her back, and said, Mom, don't cry. Grandpa can still be saved. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei's face lit up with hope. She quickly turned her tear-streaked face toward him, clutching his hand tightly as she asked anxiously, can you really save your grandfather? Yes, Shen Ye nodded. Master, this is late-stage liver cancer. There's no way he can be saved. Xia Zhongwen stepped forward and addressed Shen Ye. Who says late-stage liver cancer is untreatable? Shen Ye asked calmly. It's the consensus of the medical community.
Not just in our great Xia, but anywhere in the world no one possesses such advanced medical skills, Xia Zhongwen declared with unwavering conviction. Though he knew his master possessed extraordinary medical skills, he didn't believe he could cure a patient with late-stage liver cancer. It seemed as difficult as climbing to the heavens. If medical skills are lacking, then admit it. Don't hide behind so-called consensus. Shen Ye said indifferently. With that, Shen Ye produced silver needles from his robes and addressed Xia Zhongwen. Since you call me master, I'll teach you some skills. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate this needle technique only once. Whether you master it depends on your own comprehension. With that, Shen Ye grabbed the silver needles and began treating his grandfather. Ashi Point, Fenglong, Gongsun, Xingzhan, Yinlingquan. The technique Shen Ye employed wasn't the 7 deadly needles, but another method his master had taught him, one remarkably effective for treating cancer patients. The Li family members watching nearby were filled with dread. Shen Ye was inserting an astonishing number of needles, over 200 now, densely covering every part of the patient's body. And judging by his demeanor, he showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, they even doubted whether Shen Ye truly possessed medical skill. Even Xia Zhongwen, standing nearby, frowned deeply. In his many years as a TCM practitioner, the most needles he typically used were around 20, and even at his most extensive, he rarely exceeded 100. Yet Shen Ye had already inserted over 200 needles and showed no sign of stopping. You bastard! Do you even know medicine? If you keep this up, Dad won't die from his illness, he'll be killed by all these needles. Auntie couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at Shen Ye. Yet Shen Ye merely turned and shot her a cold glance. She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. Even she found it inexplicable. That single glance from Shen Ye had sent a wave of panic through her heart, plunging her entire being into a chilling abyss. That suffocating sensation was something she never wanted to experience again. Finally, after over an hour, Shen Ye inserted the last needle into her grandfather's temple, concluding the acupuncture session. Phew! After inserting the final needle, Shen Ye exhaled a heavy breath, his face already showing signs of exhaustion. At this moment, over 500 silver needles were densely embedded across Shen Ye's grandfather's body, a sight so thick and dense it made one's scalp tingle. Did you remember all the points I inserted needles into? Shen Ye turned back and asked Xia Zhongwen. I remember them, but will this really work? Xia Zhongwen nodded, his voice uncertain. Go diagnose my grandfather again now. Shen Ye ordered. Hearing this, Xia Zhongwen approached with a mix of skepticism and doubt, beginning the diagnosis anew. The result of this examination brought a look of delight to Xia Zhongwen's face. He discovered that both the patient's pulse and heartbeat had improved significantly compared to before. Though still somewhat weak, this was nothing short of a miracle. Master, your grandfather's condition seems to have improved dramatically. Xia Zhongwen turned back to Shen Ye, his face filled with disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Zhongwen hurriedly brought in various precision instruments for monitoring cancer, all of which were available in the room, and proceeded to conduct a detailed examination of the patient. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. Through the sophisticated equipment, he observed cancer cells within the patient's body visibly dying off slowly, yet undeniably. A miracle! I've witnessed a miracle in medical history today. Xia Zhongwen exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Hearing Xia Zhongwen's words, the Li family members rejoiced as well. What they never could have imagined was that Li Fengmei's son truly possessed medical knowledge and such profound expertise at that. It utterly astonished them. Shen Ye then fetched paper and pen, scribbled a prescription, and handed it to Xia Zhongwen. Gather the herbs listed here, he instructed. Boil them into a decoction and feed it to my grandfather. By tomorrow morning, he'll be awake. Remember, not a single silver needle must be removed until he regains consciousness. Not one. Alright, I'll go get the herbs right away. Xia Zhongwen took the prescription and immediately turned to leave. Mom, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's find a hotel to stay at for the night. Grandpa will definitely wake up by tomorrow morning. You don't need to worry. Shen Ye turned to Li Fengmei, who was equally beaming with joy. Yeah, if you're tired, just pick any room in this villa to rest. I want to stay with your grandfather. Li Fengmei said. The Li family doesn't have any spare rooms for you to sleep in. Upon hearing Li Fengmei's words, Auntie Li raised an eyebrow and retorted. Hearing her aunt's words, Shen Ye sneered inwardly. Such is human nature. He had just cured his grandfather, yet they wouldn't even spare him a room. Humph. Dad, what about you? Shen Ye ignored his aunt and turned to ask Shen Changqing's opinion. I'll stay here with your mother, Shen Changqing replied. Shen Ye nodded in understanding before leaving the Li family villa. He found a hotel nearby and collapsed into bed. Today's acupuncture session for his grandfather had drained Shen Ye's energy considerably. 2 a.m., Li family villa, Li Jianjun's room. Jianjun, what if Dad really wakes up tomorrow?
What are we going to do?
Second auntie said anxiously to Li Jianjun, who had already closed his eyes and was preparing to sleep.
Chapter 51, Someone removes the needles. What kind of talk is that? Are you implying you want Dad to die?
Li Jianjun opened his eyes at her words, glaring at his second aunt, Zheng Dongmei, a flash of anger crossing his face.
Jianjun, let me finish. Why the rush? Think about it. Dad always loved Li Fengmei the most. If his illness really gets cured by that bastard son of hers, Dad will definitely favor Li Fengmei's family even more.
Then they might just take a third of our Li family's assets.
Zheng Dongmei said. Hearing Zhang Dongmei's words, Li Jianjun's brow furrowed deeply.
He found her reasoning compelling.
What do you mean then? Li Jianjun asked. Think about it.
Even if Dad's illness is cured, at his age, he won't live much longer. But if he wakes up tomorrow, we'll get a lot less of the family fortune.
So I was wondering, could we maybe not let Dad wake up? A venomous gleam flashed in Zhang Dongmei's eyes. But how could that be possible? He's my own father. Li Jianjun's eyes widened in protest.
The same scene was playing out in Li Jiangluo's room. Early the next morning, Shen Ye awoke in the hotel, last night's exhaustion completely washed away, feeling refreshed and energetic. After a quick morning routine, Shen Ye headed straight for the Li family villa. Upon arriving at his grandfather's room, Shen Ye saw Li Fengmei, Xin Changqing, and Xia Zhongwen all present. Their expressions made it clear they had kept vigil all night. "Yeah, I watched over your grandfather all night, but he hasn't shown any signs of waking up at all," Li Fengmei asked with concern as Shen Ye entered. Hearing this, Shen Ye walked to the hospital bedside and gently lifted his grandfather's eyelids. The sight left him stunned. His grandfather's eyes were completely bloodshot. Shen Ye immediately grabbed his grandfather's wrist to check his pulse. What he found was a pulse so faint it could vanish at any moment. Seeing Shen Ye's face turn pale, the others nearby immediately tensed up, especially Li Fengmei, who was on the verge of tears.
"Yeah, what's going on? Don't scare your mother," Li Fengmei exclaimed anxiously. Shen Ye didn't rush to answer Li Fengmei's question.
Instead, he looked at the silver needles on his grandfather's body. Upon inspection, he discovered the problem: one acupoint was missing a silver needle.
"Did any of you three leave this room together last night?" Shen Ye turned to ask the others.
Before leaving last night, Shen Ye had explicitly instructed that the silver needles must not be removed until the patient regained consciousness. Li Fengmei, Xin Changqing, and Xia Zhongwen would certainly not have touched them. That left only one possibility: someone else had entered during that time and removed one of the needles.
"No, we stayed here the entire time last night," Li Fengmei declared. "Then has anyone come in and removed a silver needle from my grandfather?" Shen Ye pressed. "No one. Shortly after you left, the others went back to sleep."
"No one came here," Li Fengmei replied.
Shen Ye frowned upon hearing Li Fengmei's words.
If it was truly as she said, then the missing silver needle from grandfather's body couldn't have vanished without reason.
"Mom, think carefully. Did anyone step away even briefly?" Shen Ye pressed.
Shen Ye's words made Li Fengmei pause thoughtfully. Soon, she recalled something.
"I remember now," she said. "Last night, Master Xia went out to gather herbs and hadn't returned yet.
Your father was worried I might be hungry, so he went out to buy me a late-night snack. Right then, I needed to use the restroom, so I went for just 3 or 4 minutes.
Hearing this, Shen Ye understood. Someone must have entered the room during those 3 or 4 minutes and pulled a silver needle from his grandfather's body.
Shen Ye could roughly guess the motive behind this act: someone didn't want his grandfather to wake up. As for who it might be, Shen Ye had his suspicions, but without concrete evidence, he couldn't say for certain.
"Yeah, what happened? Tell me quickly. You're driving your mother crazy," Li Fengmei urged anxiously. "Someone pulled out one of Grandpa's silver needles while you were in the bathroom," Shen Ye stated. That can't be possible. Everyone staying in this villa is family.
You specifically instructed that no one remove the silver needles until Grandpa wakes up.
Who would do such a thing?" Li Fengmei said, struggling to believe it. Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Shen Ye didn't say much more.
It just showed how simplistic her view of human nature was. Just then, several people entered the room: Shen Ye's grandmother, his first and second uncles, and their wives.
"Has Dad woken up?"
As soon as she entered, his first aunt glanced at the patient on the bed and asked Li Fengmei.
"Not yet,"
Li Fengmei replied, her expression grim.
"Didn't your bastard son say last night that Grandpa would wake up first thing this morning? Was he lying? He doesn't know medicine at all. Sticking all those needles into Grandpa last night, is that something a human being should do?"
Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Auntie's expression darkened instantly as she began berating Shen Ye. "I suspected yesterday that he knew nothing about medicine. Poor Dad, suffering like this even as he lay dying. Hundreds of needles stuck into his body. How much pain he must have endured."
"No way. We won't let this bastard off the hook.
If you don't give us a proper explanation today, don't blame us for turning our backs on you,"
Second auntie said in a sinister tone.
"The reason Dad never regained consciousness is because someone came in last night and pulled out one of the silver needles from his body. Li Fengmei hurriedly explained.
Li Fengmei, what do you mean by that? Are you implying we all wanted Dad dead?
Auntie raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp.
Exactly. You'd better be responsible for your words. Besides, weren't you the one keeping watch by Dad all night? If anyone pulled that needle, it could only have been you. Second aunt chimed in. I did go to the bathroom last night, and the room was empty during that time.
Li Fengmei defended herself.
Stop making excuses. Your son knows nothing about medicine. He probably can't even remember how many needles he stuck into Dad last night. Now that Dad won't wake up, you come up with this excuse about someone pulling out the needle? Absolutely ridiculous. Auntie Chen declared. Enough, Li Fengmei. I demand an explanation.
At that moment, Shen Ye's grandmother snapped, her voice filled with fury as she addressed Li Fengmei.
I said last night that I'd wake grandfather this morning, and I will. Why the rush?
As for whoever pulled the needles, I'll find a way to track them down, Shen Ye replied coldly.
Chapter 52, Li Changfeng wakes.
After finishing her words, Shen Ye swept her gaze across the Li family members, seeking any trace of panic in their eyes. But everyone hid it well, showing no signs of panic. Shen Ye showed no urgency. He turned and walked to the hospital bed, then began removing the silver needles from his grandfather's body one by one. Once all needles were removed, the heart monitor beside the bed displayed a sharp, cliff-like drop in the previously steady curve. Beep. A series of rapid beeps sounded, and the line on the monitor flattened completely. This signaled that the patient's heart had stopped beating. He was dead. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Li Fengmei and Shen Ye's grandmother, in particular, were overcome with grief. Dad! Chang Feng! Mother and daughter cried out in shock, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt before the hospital bed. You bastard! You're finished! You killed my father! You're responsible for this! Aunt Xian Shufen immediately began assigning blame to Shen Ye. Didn't you swear last night that my father would wake up this morning? And what happened? He's dead. You bastard, you're finished. The Li family won't let you off the hook. Zheng Dongmei, her face twisted with fury, hurled insults at Shen Ye. Calm down, everyone. I examined your old man yesterday. His life force was already gone. Even without my master's treatment, he wouldn't have made it through last night. Master Heya hurriedly spoke up, defending Shen Ye. Your claim that my father wouldn't survive last night is just your speculation. Many people diagnosed with terminal illnesses, told by doctors they have less than a month to live, end up surviving for years. Li Jianguo retorted. What are you arguing about? Did I say my grandfather was dead? I said I'd wake him up this morning, and I will make it happen. Shen Ye barked coldly. His heart has already stopped beating. How can you say he's not dead? Zheng Dongmei retorted, pointing at the flat line on the heart monitor. Who told you that a stopped heart means death? Shen Ye stared coldly at Zheng Dongmei. That's common knowledge, isn't it? Zheng Dongmei arched an eyebrow. If you don't understand anything, then shut your mouth and stop interfering with my treatment of my grandfather. Shen Ye said coldly. Bastard! I never imagined your heart could be so cruel. Your grandfather is already dead. Do you intend to torment him even in death? Li Jianjun's eyes widened with fury as he confronted Shen Ye. Exactly. He's already dead, and you're still messing with his body? That's utterly disrespectful. Second aunt snapped. Yer, perhaps you should stop this. We've done all we can. Hearing the other's words, Li Fengmei also urged Shen Ye to give up. After all, she'd never heard of anyone bringing the dead back to life. I vouch for my master. If he says he can revive someone, he absolutely can. Master, he stepped forward to guarantee Shen Ye's claim. Last night, he witnessed his master's medical skill firsthand. If someone hadn't pulled out a silver needle, the patient would have woken up long ago. That's why he now firmly believes, if his master says he can save him, he absolutely can. Master Xia, death is the ultimate matter. My father is already gone. If I let him continue to disturb my father's body, that would be unfilial of me, Li Jianguo said to Master Xia. If you were truly filial, you'd be trying every means to cure the old man, not obstructing me from treating my grandfather. Unless you don't want him to wake up, in which case, I suspect you were the one who pulled the silver needles from his body last night. Shen Ye stared coldly at Li Jianguo, his voice icy. At Shen Ye's words, Li Jianguo's expression darkened. He snapped back, don't make baseless accusations. If you claim you can save your grandfather, then tell me, what if you fail? What then? Whatever you say. Shen Ye retorted. Fine. I'll give you one more chance. But let me make this clear, if you fail to save your grandfather, I'll bury both you bastard and your grandfather alive. Li Jianguo declared. Hearing Li Jianguo's words, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, standing nearby, grew frantic. They urgently pleaded with Shen Ye, Xiao Yi, let's call it quits. Your grandfather is beyond saving. Don't throw yourself into this. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Shen Ye said. Turning to Li Jianguo, he added, deal.
With that, Shen Ye walked directly to his grandfather's side and began administering acupuncture. This time, no one dared to interfere. If anyone tried to stop him now, they would be accused of wanting to kill the old man, a charge none of them could bear. This acupuncture session was much easier than last night's. This time, Shen Ye was performing the 7-point needle technique, requiring only 7 needles inserted into 7 specific acupoints on his grandfather's body. Humph. I bet he doesn't know medicine at all. Last night he stuck hundreds of needles into our dad, and today he only uses 7 silver needles? This is just nonsense. Second Auntie Zhang Dongmei declared. Ugh.
However, no sooner had Li Fengmei finished speaking than Li Changfeng, who had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly let out a sound of retching.
Hearing this sound, everyone froze, their faces frozen in disbelief.
This man, whose heart had stopped beating, had actually been revived by Shen Ye. Li Fengmei was so overjoyed tears streamed down her face. She hurriedly called out, "Dad." Then she sat at the bedside, propping up Li Changfeng's head so he could vomit onto the floor. Guh. Li Changfeng retched again, and immediately, a stream of foul-smelling, black blood spewed from his mouth.
Changfeng, can you hear me?
Shen Ye's grandmother approached with trembling emotion, urgently asking Li Changfeng. As Wu Liping finished speaking, Li Changfeng's tightly closed eyelids suddenly fluttered several times before slowly opening. His eyes filled with confusion as he scanned the room.
I'm not dead, he asked blankly. Dad, you're not dead. You're alive and well. You'll surely live to be 100.
Li Fengmei wept with joy, clutching Li Changfeng's hand as she spoke through her tears.
You're Fengmei?
Seeing Li Fengmei before him, a flicker of joy crossed Li Changfeng's eyes as he spoke.
Yes, Dad. I'm your daughter Fengmei. I've come back to see you. I'm sorry I was so selfish before.
Li Fengmei cried, her voice filled with remorse.
To see you one last time before I die.
I can die with peace in my heart. A look of relief spread across Li Changfeng's face.
Dad, you won't die. My son, Shen Ye, can cure your illness.
You woke up now because Yi treated you, Li Fengmei hurriedly explained. Hearing her words, Li Changfeng finally turned his gaze toward Shen Ye.
You're my grandson?
Li Changfeng asked, his voice trembling with emotion.
Chapter 53, Unmasking the Needle Pull.
Seeing the emotional look in Li Changfeng's eyes as he looked at him, Shen Ye knew his efforts to save him hadn't been in vain. The entire Li family seemed to hold little regard for the Shen family members, but grandfather was the exception. His expression was filled with emotion when he saw Shen Ye.
Grandfather, it's me. I'm your grandson, Shen Ye. Shen Ye nodded and addressed him as grandfather.
Good, you're such a good kid. You've had it tough all these years, child.
Li Changfeng was thoroughly pleased with Shen Ye.
As he finished speaking, a flicker of guilt crossed Li Changfeng's eyes.
Truth be told, it's my fault, he said.
Decades ago, I was too stubborn. Because I disdained your father's poverty, I vehemently opposed your mother marrying him. That drove her to elope with your father, leaving our Li family for decades.
Looking back now, it's laughable. Could the esteemed Li family really not support the three of you? Why was I so stubborn, insisting my daughter marry someone of equal standing? Money is but a fleeting thing, you bring none into this world and take none out. As long as our family can be together, that's worth more than anything.
Child, now that you've returned, stay with us in the Li family.
This is your home too.
Hearing the old man's words, Shen Ye felt a warm glow in her heart. Beside her, Li Fengmei and Shen Shangqing both beamed with smiles. But joy for some meant sorrow for others. The Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun families both turned grim upon hearing Li Changfeng's words. Their worst fears had materialized. With the old man insisting Shen Ye's family stay, they knew the Shen family would inevitably receive a share of the inheritance when the estate was divided. To them, this felt like money being taken straight from their own pockets. Grandfather, you've only just recovered from your illness.
Please don't talk so much. You should lie down and rest properly.
Shen Ye said with relief.
Child, did you truly cure my illness?
Li Changfeng asked, half believing, half doubting.
Yes, grandfather. Though your illness has subsided, your body remains weak.
You'll need a period of careful recuperation to fully recover, Shen Ye nodded.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Changfeng's face lit up with relief. He never imagined his grandson's medical skills were so advanced even someone with late-stage liver cancer like himself could be cured.
Soon, Li Changfeng closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep.
Grandpa is still weak and needs rest. Let's all step outside so we don't disturb his sleep.
Shen Ye finished speaking and led the way out of the room. The moment they stepped outside, Shen Ye's expression turned cold. Now that grandfather's condition was stabilized, it was time to uncover who had removed the silver needles from his body last night. Descending to the ground floor hall, Shen Ye finally turned back. His icy gaze swept over the Li family members as he declared coldly, "Whoever pulled out grandfather's silver needles last night, I expect you to step forward voluntarily. Otherwise, if I have to find you myself, don't blame me for sending you to prison for a few years." Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Li family members immediately bristled.
Stop making baseless accusations. Li Jianguo snapped, glaring at Shen Ye. We're all the old man's closest relatives. How could any of us commit such an unfilial act? Exactly. We're all the old man's closest relatives. We want him to recover more than anyone. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent a fortune bringing Master Xia from Qingzhou to treat him, Chen Shufan added. Oof. Since none of you will admit it, how am I supposed to find the culprit? If I'm not mistaken, that silver needle that was pulled out must be hidden somewhere near this villa. Once I find it and have its fingerprints tested, I'll know exactly who pulled it out, Shen Ye declared. After speaking, Shen Ye scanned the expressions in everyone's eyes and noticed a flicker of panic in his second aunt's gaze. Shen Ye sneered inwardly but held back from exposing her immediately. I'll go out now and find 100 of them, he declared. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find that silver needle. With that, Shen Ye strode straight out of the villa. After exiting the villa, Shen Ye lightly touched the ground with his toes. With a few leaps, he was already on the villa's rooftop. The cat and mouse game was about to begin. Inside the villa, upon seeing Shen Ye leave, his aunt feigned stomach pain, claiming she needed to use the bathroom in her own room. She hurried back to her quarters. Hearing Shen Ye declare he would gather 100 people to search high and low for that silver needle sent her heart racing. After all, she was the one who had pulled it out, and it was hidden right in her room. She had to rush back to her room and find a way to destroy it. Back in her room, Zheng Dongmei hastily grabbed the quilt, pulled out a slender silver needle, and rushed toward the bathroom, intending to flush it down the toilet. Trying to destroy the unlicensed needle? But just then, a cold voice echoed through the room, sending a chill down her spine. The silver needle slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Turning toward the source of the voice, her expression instantly turned ashen. She saw Shen Ye holding a phone, its camera pointed directly at her, having just leaped through the open window. Panicked but not panicked, Zheng Dongmei quickly regained her wits and threatened Shen Ye, I advise you to delete that recording right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even know how you died. Heh, Shen Ye sneered coldly. Is that a threat? You can think of it that way. Zheng Dongmei retorted. Oof. Well, you're in for a disappointment. I hate being threatened more than anything. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for sending you to rot in prison for a few years. With that, Shen Ye leaped deep into the night and vanished through the window. Soon, Shen Ye returned to the grand hall of the Li family villa. At that moment, everyone from the Li family was present except Zheng Dongmei, including Shen Ye's parents. Weren't you going to find 100 people and dig up the earth to find that silver needle? Li Jianguo sneered as Shen Ye returned. I've found the person who pulled out grandfather's needle. Here's the proof. With that, Shen Ye flung his phone directly into Li Jianguo's hands. When Li Jianguo saw the video footage, his face darkened to the extreme. He shot a vicious glare at Li Jianjun. Brother, why are you glaring at me? I didn't do anything. Li Jianjun looked utterly innocent. See for yourself. Li Jianguo thrust the phone into Li Jianjun's hands. After watching the footage, Li Jianjun's expression changed drastically. He never imagined Zheng Dongmei would go and pull out the life-saving silver needles from his father's body. Chapter 54, The Conspiracy. Last night, Zheng Dongmei had indeed mentioned to him that she didn't want the old man to wake up, but Li Jianjun had refused. After all, this was his father, he couldn't bring himself to do it. But he never imagined Zheng Dongmei would go and do it herself. Not only that, but she'd been caught red-handed. This was extremely detrimental to him. It might even mean he'd get a smaller share when the family estate was divided later. Zheng Dongmei, get out here! Li Jianjun bellowed furiously at Zheng Dongmei's door. As soon as his words fell, Zheng Dongmei opened the door and stepped out. Seeing her emerge, Li Jianjun charged forward without a word and delivered a hard slap across her face. Instead of reflecting on her actions, Zheng Dongmei glared at Shen Ye with venom in her eyes. She believed that if not for Shen Ye, no one would have known she was responsible for this. It was all Shen Ye's fault. Second brother, you owe us all an explanation for this. Li Jianguo declared, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing his eyes. As the eldest son of the Li family, he had always resented the old man's decree that upon his passing, the family fortune would be split evenly between the two brothers. Now he'd finally found a weakness in second brother's family. With this, he could secure a much smaller share of the inheritance for them. Hearing Li Jianguo's words, Li Jianjuan's face instantly darkened. He understood perfectly well what the eldest brother meant. He was essentially demanding that he agree to a smaller share of the inheritance. He shot Zheng Dongmei a vicious glare. It was all this foolish woman's fault. If not for her, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. Big brother, that's not fair, Zheng Dongmei retorted, raising an eyebrow as she pointed at Chen Shufan. I didn't steal those silver needles alone, my sister-in-law helped too. I pulled the needles inside the room while she kept watch outside. Hearing Zheng Dongmei's words, Li Jianguo's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Chen Shufan. She immediately lowered her head. Seeing Chen Shufan's reaction, Li Jianguo knew in his heart that Zheng Dongmei was telling the truth. Chen Shufan had been involved too. What a sin! What a sin! As events reached this point, the elderly woman who had sat silently all along was overcome with fury. Now that the culprits have been identified, I shall fulfill my earlier promise, send you both to prison for several years. Shen Ye declared coldly. With that, he pulled out his phone to call the police. Seeing this, Zheng Dongmei and Qian Shufen's faces paled. They knew full well that their actions were tantamount to endangering lives. If Shen Ye made that call, they would each face several years in prison at the very least. Shen Ye, no, please don't. I know I was wrong, just don't call the police. Zheng Dongmei rushed over, grabbing Shen Ye's hand holding the phone, her face pleading. Yes, my dear nephew. We've recognized our mistake. We were just momentarily blinded by greed. But we thought that after you saved your grandfather, you'd share the inheritance with us. That's why we committed such an unfilial act. But now we deeply regret our mistakes. We're willing to divide the Li family's assets into 3 shares, one for you. Please, don't call the police. After all, we are your aunts, aren't we? Qian Shufen also pleaded urgently, her face pleading for mercy. Hearing their words, Shen Ye sneered inwardly. It was only because he now held the evidence against them that they were acting so submissive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so obedient. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Your Li family's measly fortune? I wouldn't even bother with it. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Qian Shufen and Zheng Dongmei felt contempt in their hearts, but they forced smiles onto their faces, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Regardless of your motives, your actions constitute attempted murder. I must report this to the police and ensure you face proper punishment. Shen Ye declared coldly. As he finished speaking, he raised his phone again to dial the emergency number. Thud. Thud. This terrified the 2 women. They immediately dropped to their knees before Shen Ye. Dear nephew, please don't call the police. We truly regret our actions. We're kneeling before you, please forgive us. We promise nothing like this will ever happen again. After pleading, they feared Shen Ye might still remain unmoved. Crawling on their knees, they approached the old woman and begged, Mom, we truly understand our mistake. Please speak for us. If we really end up in jail, what will become of your grandson? Sigh. Hearing their pleas, the old lady sighed heavily, her face edged with helplessness. On one side stood her husband, with whom she shared every day and night, on the other, her daughter-in-law. She didn't know how to choose. Shen Ye, hold off on calling the police. Wait until your grandfather wakes up and see how he handles it. The old lady addressed Shen Ye in a cold tone, her voice still devoid of any warmth toward him. Hearing this, Shen Ye reluctantly put his phone away. After all, this was the Li family's own affair, leaving it to his grandfather to handle seemed reasonable. Shen Ye then took Li Fengmei and Shen Shangqing back to the hotel. The 2 of them had stayed up all night watching over his grandfather and were utterly exhausted. As soon as they returned to the hotel, they collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. For the next few days, Shen Ye's family stayed at the hotel, visiting his grandfather daily. His condition improved steadily, and by the afternoon of the 2nd day, he was already able to get out of bed and walk unaided. To avoid disturbing his recovery, they decided not to tell him about Zheng Dongmei and Qian Shufen for the time being. They planned to wait until he was fully recovered, fearing the shock might trigger another health setback. On the 3rd day, Shen Ye received a call from Old Chen. He informed Shen Ye that Bai Xiaoting, with only limited assistance from Old Chen, had managed to swallow up nearly 40% of the Sun family's assets in just 3 or 4 days. The Bai family had now squeezed its way into the ranks of Zhengzhou's 2nd-tier clans. Though they occupied the very bottom of that tier, it was no small feat for Bai Xiaoting, a woman, to achieve this. No sooner had he hung up with Old Chen than Bai Xiaoting's call came through. Without needing to be told, Shen Ye knew she was calling to share good news. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude over the phone, insisting that without Shen Ye, she would never have achieved what she had today. Meanwhile, the Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun families gathered at a coffee shop in Jizhou. Seeing the old man's health improve day by day, both families could no longer sit idly by. Today's meeting was arranged specifically to devise a plan against the Shen family, preventing them from inheriting the Li family's assets. Chapter 55, Family Fortune Dispute. Brother, father's health has nearly fully recovered. I suspect mother will tell him about what we did tomorrow. What if he insists on sending us both to prison? Zheng Dongmei said to Li Jianguo with deep concern. Hearing Zheng Dongmei's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Jianguo. Li Jianguo simply lifted his coffee cup, took a careful sip, pursed his lips, and said, Don't worry. The old man won't send you to prison. Brother, how can you be so sure? Zheng Dongmei asked. Because the old man wants to keep the Shen family members in our Li family. He also intends to give the Shen family a share of our Li family's assets, Li Jianguo explained. So what? What does that prove? Zheng Dongmei was completely baffled. If the old man were truly intent on sending you to prison, do you think he could then keep the Shen family members here and give them a share of the inheritance? Do you think we brothers would agree to that? Don't forget, during the years the old man was ill, Li family assets were managed solely by me and Jianjun. Do you really think he could have given the Shen family a share of the inheritance without our consent? Li Jianguo said.
Hearing Li Jiangwo's words, the others suddenly understood the situation. Now that they knew they wouldn't be going to jail, the weight on their hearts finally lifted. Yet they still felt resentful. Why should the Li family's assets be shared with the Shen family? Why should the Li family's assets be shared with them? Zheng Dongmei asked, unwilling to accept it. Big brother, isn't there a better solution? Hearing Zhang Dongmei's words, Li Jianjun's anger flared instantly. He glared at her and snapped, "It's all your fault. You went and pulled the silver needles out of the old man's body without permission. Second brother, what good does it do to bring that up now? We should focus on figuring out how to ensure the Shen family gets nothing," Shen Shufan said. "For now, we have no choice but to agree to the old man's demand and promise to give the Shen family a share of the inheritance. Once this is settled, we'll figure out how to ensure they get nothing," Li Jianguo said. "If you ask me, why make things so complicated? Once the old man agrees to let us off, we should just find someone to take care of the entire Shen family. That would solve everything," Zheng Dongmei said, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. She could never forget kneeling before Shen Ye, begging her not to call the police. The humiliation was unbearable, kneeling before a bastard child. "I agree. With our Li families standing in Jizhou, disposing of a few people is no big deal," Shen Shufan chimed in. "It depends on whether they know their place. If they insist on clinging to our Li family's inheritance and refuse to let go, even if they were my own sister or my own grandchild, I wouldn't show mercy." A cold gleam flashed in Li Jiangwo's eyes as he spoke icily. Early the next morning, Shen Ye, Li Fengmei, and Shen Changqing arrived at the Li family villa. As soon as they entered the villa's courtyard, Shen Ye saw his grandfather practicing Tai Chi in the garden. His vibrant complexion and radiant glow made it clear his health had fully recovered. "Little Yi, you're here. Honestly, you shouldn't be staying in a hotel, just move right in here. There's plenty of room." Li Changfeng's face lit up with a smile as he saw Shen Ye and the others enter, addressing them warmly. "Grandpa, how are you feeling today?" Shen Ye steered the conversation away from that topic. I feel excellent. There's an indescribable sense of comfort throughout my entire body." As he spoke, Li Changfeng stretched his arms and legs. "That's good to hear." Shen Ye nodded. Shen Ye then followed Li Changfeng into the villa and sat down in the living room to chat. Not long after, Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun arrived with their entire families, along with Shen Ye's grandmother. "Changfeng, I need to discuss something with you." Seeing that Li Changfeng had fully recovered, the old lady prepared to reveal what Zhang Dongmei and the other woman had done, leaving it to Li Changfeng to decide how to handle them. "What is it? Why so serious?" Li Changfeng asked, puzzled. The elderly woman then recounted in meticulous detail the actions Zheng Dongmei and Qian Shufan had taken against the old master. After hearing the old lady's words, Li Changfeng's face immediately darkened, his body trembling slightly with anger. After a long silence, Li Changfeng sighed heavily and said, "Since it's all over now and I'm fine, let's just let it go. But I hope both of your families can show some magnanimity. My recovery is entirely thanks to Xiao Ye's treatment. Without him, I likely wouldn't be here today. Therefore, I propose allocating 30% of the Li family's assets to Li Fengmei. I trust you won't object?" Having spoken, Li Changfeng turned his gaze directly toward Li Jianguo and Li Jiangjun. At Li Changfeng's words, a barely perceptible chill flickered in the eyes of both Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun. "Father, if we refuse, I'd like to know what you intend to do?" Li Jianguo spoke first. At Li Jianguo's question, the old man's expression darkened once more. He remained silent, only fixing Li Jianguo with a cold stare. An eerie awkwardness settled over the room. After a full 10 seconds of this standoff, Li Jianguo spoke up. "Dad, Li Fengmei is, after all, my sister and Jianjun's sister. How could we possibly disagree?" Hearing this, Li Changfeng nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Jianjun. "What about you?" "If my elder brother agrees, I naturally have no objections either," Li Jianjun replied. "What choice do we have? Are we really going to let the old man send his own wife to prison? I object." However, at that very moment, Shen Ye's grandmother voiced her objection. Hearing the old lady's words, the others immediately felt a surge of relief. If she opposed it, then they wouldn't be the ones to blame. "What are you objecting to? Isn't Li Fengmei your daughter? Can you just stand by and watch her suffer out there?" Li Changfeng's expression darkened as he confronted the old lady. "The moment she eloped with Shen Changqing, I ceased to regard her as my daughter," the old lady declared coldly. "Your objection is invalid." Li Changfeng fumed, his beard bristling with rage. "Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. We came back primarily to treat your illness. As for our family's business, I never even considered taking it." Seeing the two on the verge of a full-blown fight, Li Fengmei quickly interjected. Chapter 56, Shell Company. "Fengmei, I know you couldn't care less about the Li family's assets, but as your father, I can't help but fight for them. This is my decision, and you'll listen to me. No one's objections matter," Li Changfeng declared firmly. "Father, since third sister has no interest in our Li family's assets, why force the issue?" Zheng Dongmei interjected. "Shut your mouth. What right do you have to speak here?" Li Changfeng glared fiercely at Zheng Dongmei, who immediately lowered her head, daring not to say another word. Father, I have no objection to giving third sister a third of the Li family's assets, Li Jianguo said. But I worry she lacks the capability to manage the portion we allocate to her.
What do you mean by that? Li Changfeng asked coldly. Dad, don't misunderstand. Third sister has never been involved in business. She has absolutely no experience in commerce. Even if we give her 30% of the assets, she lacks the capability to manage them. In the end, the assets allocated to her will inevitably face the risk of bankruptcy. Li Jianguo explained. Upon hearing Li Jianguo's words, Li Changfeng pondered carefully. It made sense. He asked, then what do you suggest? What I mean is, let's start by giving third sister a small company. We'll see if she has the capability to manage it properly. If she can run that small company well, it proves she has the ability. Only then should we give her that 30% share of the business. Li Jianguo said. Li Changfeng found this approach reasonable. If Li Fengmei proved incapable of managing it, he could simply give her a lump sum of money later. So which company should we give Fengmei to practice with? Li Changfeng asked. Don't we have a pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou? Let's assign that one to third sister first and see how she handles it. Li Jianguo suggested. Li Changfeng frowned at Li Jianguo's suggestion. He knew that pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou had been losing money year after year. Handing that company over to Li Fengmei to run was definitely not a good idea. No way. That pharmaceutical company's been bleeding money year after year, and your third sister has no experience in that field. It's too much to ask, Li Changfeng countered. Dad, why the rush? Why don't we see what third sister thinks? Li Jianguo said, turning to Li Fengmei and asking, Third sister, what do you think? I've never been involved in business before. I don't understand these matters, Li Fengmei said, looking somewhat flustered. If asked whether Li Fengmei truly wanted a share of the business, her answer would undoubtedly be yes. After all, Shen Ye had just been released from 3 years in prison and was currently unemployed. As parents, they naturally worried about their child. Her desire for a share of the business stemmed entirely from wanting to provide Shen Ye with a better life. But if it wasn't possible, she wouldn't insist. Mom, would you like to try? Shen Ye asked Li Fengmei. Li Fengmei was, after all, a member of the Li family. Even though she had eloped with his father back then, she remained Li blood and held the right to inherit Li family assets. Originally, Shen Ye had no desire for the Li family's wealth, finding it beneath him. But after witnessing how the Li family treated his own family, he changed his mind. If Li Fengmei wanted it, he would help her fight for it. If the Li family treated them with even a shred of kindness, Shen Ye possessed the capability to elevate the Li family to the pinnacle of Ji province or even the entire Great Xia kingdom. Yet from the moment they met Li Fengmei, they had been cold and sarcastic, even going so far as to insult Shen Ye and his father. This left Shen Ye deeply displeased. I don't know anything about medicine either. Li Fengmei declared. It doesn't matter if you don't. I understand it. I can help you. Shen Ye replied. Then I'll give it a try? Li Fengmei's interest was piqued. Yes. Shen Ye nodded. Hearing Li Fengmei's words, both Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun's families were overjoyed. They knew better than anyone that the pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou was losing millions annually. Turning it profitable seemed impossible. If Li Fengmei agreed to take on this challenge, the Li family's business would be saved for sure. Dad, since third sisters agreed, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Li Jianguo said. Li Changfeng ignored Li Jianguo and turned to Shen Ye and Li Fengmei. Fengmei, Xiao Yi, you must think this through carefully. That pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou has been losing money year after year. Even Zhang Wo and the others couldn't turn things around. They've already decided to give up on that company. Grandfather, I know you mean well, but we've made our decision. We'll take that company as our first venture. And I'm confident I can turn it profitable within a month, Shen Ye declared. For Shen Ye, even if you handed him a company losing hundreds of millions annually, he could turn it profitable within a day. After all, Shen Ye was the king of the southern frontier. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Changfeng tried to dissuade him further, but Shen Ye's resolve was unshakable. Seeing this, Li Changfeng reluctantly agreed. Shortly after, Li Jianguo brought the contract. Once Li Fengmei signed her name, that pharmaceutical company in Qingzhou would officially belong to her. Soon, Li Fengmei signed her name on the contract. As she put pen to paper, her expression grew visibly emotional. After signing the contract, Shen Ye and his family had lunch at the Li residence before heading straight to the airport by car. They then boarded a flight back to Qingzhou. That same evening after their return to Qingzhou, the Li Jianguo and Li Jianjun families gathered together once more. Now, both families wore smug smiles. They truly hadn't expected the Shen family to be so foolish. Even after the old man had explicitly stated that the pharmaceutical company had been operating at a loss year after year, they still presumptuously agreed to take it on as a practice ground. Zhangwo, doesn't that pharmaceutical company still have a few clients? See if you can call them and get them to stop sourcing from that Qingzhou company. Switch them over to our Li family's other pharmaceutical companies. Zheng Dongmei suggested to Li Jianguo.
She was determined to make it impossible for Li Fengmei to keep that pharmaceutical company afloat. Ideally, it would be saddled with massive debt, forced into bankruptcy, and shut down. Only then would she be satisfied.
Certainly.
Li Jianguo gave a cold chuckle, then immediately pulled out his phone to call the clients of the Qingzhou pharmaceutical company, instructing them to cease all cooperation with that firm. Within minutes, Li Jianguo had secured agreements from all the clients, who readily complied.
Done.
Li Jianguo declared triumphantly to the others after finishing his calls.
Wasn't that bastard so confident he could run that pharmaceutical company well? Now it's just an empty shell. Let's see what he can do to make it profitable within a month.
Zheng Dongmei said with a vicious look on her face.
Chapter 57, The Arrogant General Manager. By the time he returned home from Jizhou, dusk was already settling in. After dinner, Shen Ye went to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, Shen Ye left the villa with Li Fengmei and Xin Shanqing, heading to inspect the pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical company wasn't far from Longquan No. 1, only about 5 or 6 kilometers away. After leaving, Shen Ye and the others hailed a taxi and arrived at the pharmaceutical company's entrance in under 10 minutes. Huawei Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. What puzzled Shen Ye was seeing Tang Duo standing at the entrance of Huawei Pharmaceuticals, looking around nervously. Her gaze quickly locked onto the taxi Shen Ye had taken. Why was Tang Duo here?
Shen Ye turned his gaze to Li Fengmei, suspecting she might have called Tang Duo over.
Did we dare take on this pharmaceutical company?
Your father and I know nothing about it, and while you understand medicine, you're still a man.
You certainly don't have a woman's attention to detail.
That's why I called her last night to come help.
Li Fengmei explained. Shen Ye understood Li Fengmei's meaning perfectly well.
She had essentially brought Tang Duo to work at this company to create more opportunities for Shen Ye to interact with her. But it worked out perfectly.
Shen Ye didn't have much time to manage the company anyway. Handing it over to Tang Duo would give him some peace of mind.
Duo, sorry to keep you waiting. Li Fengmei stepped out of the taxi, her face beaming as she walked toward Tang Duo.
Auntie Li, I just arrived too, Tang Duo replied.
As she finished speaking, Tang Duo glanced toward Shen Ye standing behind Aunt Li. The moment their eyes met, her pretty face flushed slightly. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet Shen Ye's stare. Seeing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but pause in surprise. This little girl was a bit too shy, wasn't she? Blushing just from a glance?
Duo, this is my son, Shen Ye. You met him last time.
From now on, this pharmaceutical company will be managed by the two of you together.
You must work in harmony and run our family company well. Li Fengmei emphasized the words our family with deliberate emphasis.
Tang Duo, standing nearby, understood perfectly the implication in Li Fengmei's words. Her face flushed even redder, and she lowered her head slightly. After a few seconds, Tang Duo finally gathered her courage and reached out her hand, preparing to shake Shen Ye's.
Mr. Shen.
Shen Ye, I look forward to working with you.
Seeing Tang Duo's adorable little expression, Shen Ye couldn't help but smile. He reached out, shook her hand briefly, then withdrew his own with a laugh. Then I'll be relying on you, Miss Tang. Just call me Duo.
Tang Duo murmured in a voice barely audible to herself.
Exactly.
Calling her Miss Tang sounds so formal.
From now on, we'll just call her Duo, that's much more intimate. Li Fengmei chimed in.
After that, the group walked straight into Huawei Pharmaceutical Company to inspect the company's operations.
Upon entering the company, they immediately noticed the employees' lackadaisical attitude.
They were gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Spotting the unfamiliar faces, the employees turned to Shen Ye and his group with puzzled looks.
A male employee spoke up. What are you doing here? We're the new owners of this company. Where is your manager?
Shen Ye stepped forward and addressed the man.
At Shen Ye's words, the employee's expressions froze. Our general manager is in the office on the 2nd floor.
I'll take you there, the employee said.
Shortly after, Shen Ye and his group followed the employee to the door of the general manager's office on the 2nd floor. Knock. The employee knocked lightly on the door. There was no response from inside, but instead, a woman's coquettish laughter drifted out. Hearing the woman's laughter from inside the office, the employee's face flushed with embarrassment. It didn't take a genius to figure out what the general manager was doing in there. You can go back to work now, Shen Ye said.
Upon hearing this, the employee headed back downstairs.
Knock.
Shen Ye pounded on the door again with force. The force of his blows made the door rattle loudly. Finally, the people inside heard the knocking, and the woman's giggles fell silent.
Who is it? A man's angry voice echoed from inside the office. Your new boss.
Shen Ye replied coldly. As Shen Ye's words fell, the sound of clothes rustling could be heard from inside the office.
After about 2 minutes, the office door finally opened.
The one who opened it was a woman dressed provocatively, with dyed yellow hair. Her face was flushed, and though her blonde hair had been styled, it still looked somewhat disheveled.
Come in. The woman glanced at Shen Ye and the others, her face full of disdain. What kind of attitude is that? We're the new bosses of this company. Is this how you treat your new bosses? Seeing the woman's attitude, Lin Meng immediately grew displeased and snapped at her. Yes, new bosses. Please follow me inside. Her tone was tinged with impatience. With that, she turned and strode straight into the office. No wonder this company's been losing money year after year. With employees like this, it's no surprise they're in the red. Lin Meng muttered irritably. With that, the group followed her into the office. Upon entering the office, they saw a fat man with a large head and ears sitting at his desk, sipping goji berry tea from a cup. The man shot Shen Ye and the others a dismissive glance and said, "New owners, I wonder what brings you to my office." This general manager had received a call from Li Jianguo yesterday, instructing him to make things difficult for Shen Ye's family and prevent them from smoothly taking over the pharmaceutical company. You must be the general manager of this pharmaceutical company? I'm Lin Meng, the new owner of this company, Lin Meng stated. Oh, I see. Is there anything else? The fat man said indifferently. Hearing the fat man's words, Lin Meng was stunned. How could this general manager act more arrogant than her, the actual owner? How dare he tell her to leave? What kind of attitude is that? As your company's new owner, shouldn't you at least brief me on the company's situation? Lin Meng retorted irritably. Why should I report to you? Do you even understand how a pharmaceutical company operates? Even if I were to report, it would be to General Manager Li. You're just here for a formality. Do you really think you're the boss? The fat man raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with contempt. Li Jianguo had already briefed him, this company was only temporarily under Lin Meng's control. If she couldn't turn it profitable within a month, it would revert to the Li family. And turning this pharmaceutical company profitable within a month? Utterly impossible. Chapter 58, Appointing the General Manager. Shen Ye's face instantly turned cold at the fat man's words. He strode directly before the fat man, a wicked smile playing on his lips. What do you want? The fat man barked, watching Shen Ye approach. Shen Ye didn't answer his question. Instead, he reached out, grabbed the fat man's hair, and yanked it downward with force. Thud. The fat man's head slammed hard against the desk. Ah! Uing. Thud. Thud. The fat man let out a wail of pain, about to spit out some threat, but Shen Ye didn't give him a chance to speak. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the desk several more times. Just those few blows left the fat man bleeding profusely from his head. Seeing Shen Ye suddenly strike out, Lin Meng, Shen Changqing, and Tang Duoduo were all shocked. Xiao Yi, don't act impulsively. Assaulting someone could land you in jail. Shen Changqing hurried over, grabbing Shen Ye's arm as he spoke. Shen Changqing and Lin Meng were worried Shen Ye would end up locked up for years again because of assault. Dad, don't worry about me. As long as I don't want to go, no one can drag me away. Shen Ye declared. You bastard. How dare you hit me? I'm the general manager of this pharmaceutical factory. Just you wait. I'll have security deal with you right now. If I don't break both your legs today, I'll take your surname. The fat man, freed from Shen Changqing's grip on Shen Ye's arm, pointed at Shen Ye with rage. Did you get your head stuck in a door? Can't you see what's going on? Aunt Li is the real owner of this company. What gives you, a mere general manager, the right to act so arrogant? Tang Duoduo couldn't stand the fat man's behavior and spoke up. Calling yourself the boss when you only get to be the boss for a month? The fat man sneered with utter contempt. Even if it's just one day, she's still your boss, your direct superior. So you think being general manager is so great, huh? Well, let me tell you this, you're fired. Starting today, you're no longer part of this company. Pack your things and get out. Shen Ye said coldly. Fire me? Who do you think you are? You think you can fire me? The fat guy sneered. Smack. No sooner had the fat man finished speaking than Shen Ye's hand came down hard across his face. The blow was so forceful it knocked out one of the man's front teeth. Ah! The fat guy let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding mouth as he slurred. You bastard, you hit me? I'm calling Mr. Li right now. I'll have him settle this for me. With that, he dialed Li Jianguo's number. But before he could finish, a figure entered the office, none other than Li Jianguo himself. Spotting Li Jianguo, the fat man's face lit up with joy. He rushed over to Li Jianguo, pointing at Shen Ye and the others with a menacing expression. Mr. Li, you have to stand up for me. Not only did they hit me, but they also threatened to fire me. Seeing the fat man's bloodied mouth, Li Jianguo's expression darkened. He turned to Shen Ye and said, Shen Ye, no matter what, he is the general manager of Huawei Pharmaceuticals. He's been with me for over a decade, it's no exaggeration to call him a veteran of Huawei. You laid hands on him. That was wrong of you. I don't care what your reasons are, apologize to general manager who immediately. Shen Ye found Li Jianguo's words laughable. I don't care if he's a veteran of this company. My mother is the boss now. If he dares to disrespect the boss, beating him up is the least I could do, Shen Ye retorted. As for you, uncle, we signed the contract yesterday.
For the next month, this pharmaceutical company belongs to my mother.
How we manage the company's personnel is none of your business, is it?
Li Jiangwo's expression darkened at Shen Ye's words, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Shen Ye to show him not even a shred of respect.
Li Fengmei, is this how you raised your son? I'm his uncle. Where's the basic respect he owes his uncle?
Li Jiangwo snapped at Li Fengmei. Shen Ye smiled at Li Jiangwo's words.
Respect?
Shen Ye was the esteemed prince of the southern frontier. If one were to apply such logic, Li Jiangwo didn't even have the right to stand and speak before him, he was only fit to kneel.
My son is absolutely right.
The contract for this company has already been signed.
Within a month, it will be mine.
How we manage our people is entirely our business.
If you, big brother, insist on meddling, you're the one in the wrong. Li Fengmei declared. Fine. Very fine indeed.
Hearing Li Fengmei's words, Li Jiangwo gritted his teeth in fury. I'll be damned if I don't see how you turn this loss-making company profitable within a month. But let me make this clear, if you fail, you won't get a single penny of the Li family's assets.
With that, Li Jiangwo flung his hand dismissively and stormed out of the office. After Li Jiangwo left, Shen Ye fixed his gaze on the overweight general manager and coldly ordered, "Aren't you going to get out of here? Fine, you're ruthless. We'll see about that.
If you dare fire me, I'll be watching to see how you run this pharmaceutical company." The fat man said angrily, then followed him out. Once the fat man was gone, Li Fengmei voiced her concern. "You fired the general manager.
Who will manage this company now? None of us have any management experience. Didn't you bring Duo over to help? Let her take over as general manager."
Shen Ye replied. To Shen Ye, management experience didn't matter. What was most important was integrity.
As long as someone had integrity, that was enough. Ha? You want me to be the general manager? No way. Absolutely not.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo shook her head like a rattledrum.
I believe you can do it, so you absolutely can.
Shen Ye smiled gently at Tang Duo. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo froze, thinking to herself, so Shen Ye actually thinks highly of me. Since he thinks so highly of me, I must work hard and not let him down. I'll give it a shot. I'll do my absolute best to handle the general manager's duties.
Tang Duo declared earnestly.
Shen Ye then instructed the overweight woman with dyed hair, his female secretary, to gather all the company's management for a meeting.
This served to announce Tang Duo's appointment as general manager. After the announcement, Tang Duo quickly immersed herself in her new responsibilities.
After over an hour of frantic work, she discovered that this pharmaceutical company had no clients left whatsoever. Moreover, the warehouse was piled high with unsold pharmaceutical products, yet there was no market for them. She then informed Shen Ye of the situation, seeking his advice on how to resolve the current predicament. If the company couldn't find any cooperative clients, it would inevitably face bankruptcy.
Chapter 59, By Any Means Necessary.
Upon hearing Tang Duo's report, Shen Ye showed no surprise. This outcome had been entirely within his expectations. Li Jiangwo, unwilling to see Li Fengmei succeed in running the pharmaceutical company, would naturally sabotage it behind the scenes, poaching all its original clients. But this posed no challenge to Shen Ye. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xia Zhongwen's number. Xia Zhongwen answered, his voice brimming with excitement. This was the first time his mentor had ever initiated contact, leaving him both flattered and overwhelmed. Shen Ye then informed Xia Zhongwen that he had just taken over a pharmaceutical company, but it lacked any cooperative clients, leaving its manufactured drugs without a market. After hearing Shen Ye's explanation, Xia Zhongwen pounded his chest in assurance, promising Shen Ye that he would handle the matter personally and guarantee the pharmaceutical company's products would be in high demand. After hanging up, Xia Zhongwen immediately sprang into action. He began calling the directors of hospitals large and small across Qingzhou, instructing them that starting today, all medical supplies for their hospitals were to be sourced exclusively from Huahui Pharmaceutical. Xia Zhongwen was renowned as a master physician in the medical community of Great Xia, commanding extraordinary status and influence. Naturally, the hospital directors readily agreed upon receiving his calls. That afternoon, Tang Duo sat in her office with a worried frown, pondering where she should go to bring in some clients for the company. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Tang Duo called out, looking up. The door swung open from the outside, and a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase stepped inside.
"Hello, Ms. Tang. I'm the procurement manager from Qingzhou Huaka Hospital."
After entering, the man introduced himself and stated his purpose. He was there to purchase medical supplies for the hospital.
Hearing his words, Tang Duo was instantly delighted. Wasn't this exactly what she'd been hoping for? She never imagined a client would come knocking on her door. Soon, Tang Duo engaged in a smooth conversation with the man.
Their discussion centered on the medications he needed to purchase, the names of various medical supplies, and pricing. The two hit it off quickly, signing a 3-year supply contract with very favorable drug pricing.
What surprised Tang Duo even more was that the moment she saw the man off, another buyer from a different hospital arrived. Throughout the entire afternoon, Tang Duo received at least 7 or 8 procurement officers from major hospitals across Qingzhou, signing 7 or 8 contracts in the process. This left Tang Duo grinning from ear to ear. Yet throughout the entire afternoon, Tang Duo remained in a state of bewilderment. She couldn't fathom why representatives from all these hospitals would proactively seek her out, demanding to partner with her company.
Meanwhile, in Jizhou, Li Jianguo received a call from his mole at Huawei Pharmaceuticals. Upon learning that 7 or 8 companies had approached Huawei Pharmaceuticals that afternoon seeking partnerships, his expression darkened considerably. Li Jianguo knew full well that with those 7 or 8 hospitals as clients, Huawei Pharmaceuticals would quickly become profitable. The demand from hospitals was enormous, and this was precisely what he didn't want to see. Seeing his father's troubled expression, Li Chenglong spoke up beside him. "Dad, there's no need to worry. I have a way to make all of Huawei Pharmaceuticals' clients cancel their partnerships." Hearing this, Li Jianguo perked up and asked eagerly, "What method?" "Dad, tell me," Li Chenglong said with a sinister grin, "what do pharmaceutical companies fear most?" "Of course, it's when patients experience adverse reactions after taking the drugs, and then it gets exposed by the media," Li Jianguo replied. After speaking, Li Jianguo froze, then seemed to grasp something. "You mean we'll make sure someone gets sick from Huawei Pharmaceuticals drugs, then bring in the media to blow it up?" Li Jianguo asked. "Exactly," Li Chenglong affirmed. "But Huawei Pharmaceuticals drugs are flawless. Unless someone with a specific allergy accidentally takes the wrong medication, and doctors always do skin tests before prescribing for such allergies," Li Jianguo countered. "Dad, that's too by the book. Otherwise, our Li family would have long since become a second-rate family in Jizhou or even a first-rate one. We should stop at nothing to achieve our goals," Li Chenglong said grimly. Hearing his son's words, Li Jianguo's expression shifted several times. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "Perhaps you're right. To get things done, one must be ruthless. I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure it's handled flawlessly." "Dad, trust me. I'll handle this flawlessly," Li Chenglong declared, pounding his chest emphatically. Over the next few days, Shen Ye was quite busy, spending his days at the pharmaceutical company. His main task was refining the formulas for their medications. Having taken over the pharmaceutical company, he intended to treat it with utmost seriousness. He was determined to make Huawei Pharmaceuticals' products superior to those of other companies. Only then could Huawei Pharmaceuticals outpace its competitors. After several days, Shen Ye had completely overhauled the formulas for all the commonly used drugs. The modified versions, once produced, proved to be at least 10 times more potent than the original formulations. The reformulated drugs quickly entered mass production and hit the market. Users couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. These past few days, Tang Duo had been grinning from ear to ear. Every day, different hospitals sought her out for partnerships. By now, Huawei Pharmaceuticals products were showing signs of supply falling short of demand. That morning, Tang Duo sat in her office contemplating whether to add more production lines. Just then, someone rushed into the office. It was Shen Ye's newly assigned assistant to Tang Duo. The assistant looked panicked. As soon as he entered the office, he blurted out to Tang Duo, "President Tang, it's bad news." Hearing this, the smile vanished from Tang Duo's face. She urgently asked, "What happened?" "Miss Tang, there's a problem with Huawei's medication. A patient went into a coma after taking it and is currently in critical condition at the hospital," the assistant reported frantically. Tang Duo's face turned pale. She stood up immediately and declared, "We must go to the hospital right away to see the patient. No matter the cost, we must save him. Then we must stabilize the situation and prevent him from making a big fuss about this." "Ms. Tang, it's too late. This incident has already made headlines on major news outlets. It's blown up big," the assistant said. Hearing this, Tang Duo's face instantly drained of color. She frantically pulled out her phone and opened the trending news to check the reports. Chapter 60, Expired Medication. Shocking. Unscrupulous pharmaceutical company uses expired drugs, sending patients into comas and ICU. Outrageous. Huawei Pharmaceuticals used expired drugs, nearly killing patients. Tang Duo opened the news headlines to find eye-catching headlines dominating the top spots all about their own Huawei Pharmaceutical Company. How could this be? Every medicine leaving our company undergoes multiple layers of inspection. Expired drugs are all sent for destruction. How could expired drugs still be entering the market? Tang Duo exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Exactly. Every medicine leaving our warehouse undergoes multiple layers of quality control. It's impossible for expired drugs to enter the market. Her assistant frowned, equally incredulous. Let's go to the hospital first. No matter what, we have to save that person and do everything possible to gain their understanding. Tang Duo said, heading out of the office. Seeing this, the female assistant hurried after her, asking, Miss Tang, should we notify Mr. Shen? The Mr. Shen the assistant referred to was, of course, Shen Ye.
No need. He's been busy improving the company's drug formulas these past few days and must be exhausted. Let's go check the situation first. If we can handle it ourselves, we will. Only if it's truly beyond our control should we notify Mr. Shen.
Tang Duo replied. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the hospital's emergency room. The hospital's procurement officer was also present, a middle-aged man in a suit. As the person responsible for procuring the hospital's medications, she bore undeniable responsibility for the current crisis. She had remained stationed at the ER entrance, praying for the patient's recovery. The moment he saw Tang Duo, anger surged within him. He charged forward, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted furiously, "How could I have trusted your company so much? You used expired drugs to harm me." Finishing his rant, he turned to the patient's family gathered outside the ER door and shouted, "It's her. The expired drugs came from their company." The moment his words fell, the patient's relatives all turned to glare at Tang Duo with murderous intent.
A middle-aged woman even lunged forward, trying to grab Tang Duo's hair.
Tang Duo and her assistant had never encountered such a scene before. Terrified, they scrambled to dodge while explaining, "Ma'am, please calm down.
I didn't want this to happen either. But since it has, even if you beat me to death, it won't solve anything, right? Rest assured, our company will cover all medical expenses. As for compensation, we can discuss that once the patient recovers." Hearing Tang Duo's sincere words, the woman's anger subsided somewhat. She glared at Tang Duo and said, "If anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay with your life." Hearing the woman's words, Tang Duo turned pale with fear. She turned to the hospital's procurement officer and demanded, "What's going on? Every medication leaving our warehouse undergoes multiple layers of inspection. How could expired drugs possibly reach your hospital? So you're implying I'm framing your company?" The procurement officer glared at Tang Duo angrily. "That's not what I meant. I just can't understand how expired drugs could have entered your hospital." Tang Duo explained. "Humph. You have the nerve to ask me? Look for yourself, isn't this your company's medicine?" The procurement manager pulled a medicine box from his pocket and thrust it into Tang Duo's hands. Tang Duo took it and saw it was indeed a drug produced by Huawei Pharmaceuticals. She then checked the production date and expiration date. It was indeed expired. "What else can you say now?" the purchasing manager demanded. I don't know how this happened. We have professionals overseeing every step of the process," Tang Duo said, shaking her head. Just then, the emergency room doors swung open. Instantly, everyone rushed over to ask the doctor about the patient's condition. "Doctor, how is my son?" the woman asked the doctor. The doctor's face showed a hint of regret as he addressed the middle-aged woman. "I'm sorry. After over 2 hours of resuscitation, the patient is out of danger, but he may never wake up again. I'll kill you." Hearing this, the woman instantly lost control, lunging forward and clamping her hands tightly around the doctor's throat. "Ma'am, please calm down and let go." Seeing this, several nurses rushed over in alarm, working together to pry the woman's hands away. "You heartless drug dealer. I want you dead. Pay for my son's life." At that very moment, a middle-aged man pulled a kitchen knife from his waist and charged straight at Tang Duo, raising the blade high above his head, ready to bring it down on her. "Ah!" Seeing this, Tang Duo turned deathly pale, screamed in terror, and closed her eyes, too frightened to even think of dodging. Just as the blade was about to strike Tang Duo's face, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her. It was Shen Ye. With a forceful grip, he made the man wince in pain, causing him to drop the knife with a clang onto the ground. Shen Ye immediately pulled Tang Duo behind him. Only then did the terrified Tang Duo open her eyes. When she saw Shen Ye standing before her, she screamed, "Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of here! Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of my way!" The moment Shen Ye released the middle-aged man's wrist, the man roared at Shen Ye, his face twisted with rage. "Bullying a defenseless woman is no feat. I'm the owner of Huawei Pharmaceuticals," Shen Ye declared to the middle-aged man. "Oh, so you're the owner of that heartless pharmaceutical company? I'll cut you to pieces today." Hearing Shen Ye's words, the middle-aged man's rage flared up even more. He bent down to pick up the kitchen knife lying on the ground. "If you don't want your son to become a vegetable, I advise you to calm down." Chapter 61, He's my master. "What the hell are you talking about? My son is already a vegetable. It's all your fault, you bastard." The middle-aged man roared at Shen Ye, his emotions boiling over. Just then, a spry old man approached. The emergency room doctor, upon seeing the old man, immediately greeted him respectfully, "Master Healer Xia, what brings you here?" Shen Ye had actually arrived with Xia Zhongwen, but he feared Tang Duo might face danger dealing alone with the patient's family. So after getting out of the car, he had come over by himself. Shen Ye had learned about the incident at Huawei Pharmaceuticals through a call from Xia Zhongwen.
After all, such a major incident had occurred, and since Huawei Pharmaceuticals had been recommended to the hospital by Xia Zhongwen, the hospital staff would certainly notify him immediately. The middle-aged man had undoubtedly heard of the renowned Dr. Xia. The moment he heard someone call out old Dr. Xia, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He promptly knelt before Xia Zhongwen with a thud, pleading tearfully and snot-nosed, "Divine Dr. Xia, it's such a blessing to meet you here. I beg you, please save my son. He's still so young, barely in his 20s. His entire future life would be confined to a hospital bed. Stand up first." Xia Zhongwen hurriedly helped the man to his feet. "I won't get up until you agree to save my son," the middle-aged man declared. "Get up. We will save your son," Xia Zhongwen assured him. Hearing Xia Zhongwen's words, the middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. He scrambled to his feet. As long as Master Healer Xia agreed, there was hope for his son. "Shen Ye, why are you here?" Only now did Tang Duo find the chance to ask Shen Ye. "With something this serious happening, how could I not come?" Shen Ye shot Tang Duo a disapproving look. If he hadn't arrived in time, she truly would have been in danger. "I'm sorry. I don't know why this happened either. I had people checking every step when those drugs left the warehouse." Tang Duo thought Shen Ye was upset about that and hurried to explain. "That's not what I'm talking about. Do you have any idea how dangerous it was for you to come alone today? If I hadn't arrived in time, what would have happened? Remember this, no matter what happens, you must notify me immediately, especially if it involves risk," Shen Ye said firmly. Tang Duo was her mother's lifesaver. If something happened to her because of his company's affairs, Shen Ye's conscience wouldn't let him rest. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo couldn't help but freeze, her heart pounding wildly. Was he worried about me? Tang Duo felt a warm glow inside. This feeling of being cared about was truly wonderful. "Oh, I understand." Tang Duo nodded obediently, perhaps because of the sweetness in her heart. She even stood on tiptoes as she spoke. Hearing this, Shen Ye finally turned back and said to Xia Zhongwen, "Let's go in and check on the patient first." Seeing the renowned Dr. Xia enter the emergency room, the doctors and nurses hurriedly followed. This was a rare chance to witness the legendary Dr. Xia in action, an opportunity they naturally wanted to treasure, to observe how he saved lives and treated patients. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Master Physician Xia was the nation's foremost doctor. Witnessing him treat a patient firsthand would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for these observing doctors. The patient's family members also hurried inside, deeply concerned for their child. Inside the emergency room, they saw a young man of about 20 lying on the treatment table. His face was deathly pale, his eyes slightly closed, and he lay motionless on the stretcher. Shen Ye gave Xia Zhongwen a subtle nod. Xia Zhongwen immediately understood and walked directly to the patient to begin his examination. After a moment, Xia Zhongwen's brow furrowed. He turned to Shen Ye and explained, "The patient suffered cerebral hemorrhage and subarachnoid hemorrhage due to exposure to expired medication, resulting in permanent coma." Shen Ye nodded in acknowledgement before stepping forward to conduct his own brief examination. The diagnosis matched Xia Zhongwen's assessment exactly. "Are you confident?" Shen Ye turned to ask Xia Zhongwen. Xia Zhongwen shook his head awkwardly. "At most 30%. "Then I'll handle it," Shen Ye declared. With that, he drew silver needles from his waistband, preparing to treat the patient. Seeing this, the doctors, nurses, and the patient's family nearby paled. They rushed to stop Shen Ye. "What are you doing?" the patient's father demanded, his face flushed with anger. "What else could I be doing besides saving your son?" Shen Ye retorted. "Get out of here. We have Master Physician Xia here. What use are you?" the middle-aged man snapped. "Unrelated parties, please wait outside." At that moment, the doctor also approached, attempting to pull Shen Ye out of the emergency room. "Stop right there!" Xia Zhongwen barked. "If you kick him out, who will treat the patient?" Hearing Dr. Xia's words, both the patient's family and the doctors froze in surprise. "Dr. Xia, weren't you the one who was supposed to handle this? What the hell? Wasn't I clear enough just now? I only have a 30% chance." Xia Zhongwen was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. "Master Healer Xia, if you only have a 30% chance, anyone else would stand even less of a chance," the doctor interjected. "You know nothing. He's my master. If he can't do it, I certainly can't either." Hearing Master Xia's words, the resuscitation room erupted in disbelief. This young man was Master Xia's master? How could that be? But since Master Xia had spoken, they had no choice but to let Shen Ye try. Who could defy Master Xia's words? Shen Ye then began inserting needles into the patient's head. With each insertion, those nearby trembled in fear, dreading that Shen Ye might kill the patient. Jizhou, Li family mansion. "Dad, it's done. Check the top news story on your phone," Li Chenglong said to his father, Li Jianguo, with obvious pride. Hearing this, Li Jianguo looked at Li Chenglong with a hint of admiration in his eyes and said with satisfaction, "I've already seen the news. You did an excellent job. It was absolutely flawless." Hearing his father's praise, Li Changlong grew even more smug, his face darkening as he said, "After this, the Shen family will never recover. That pharmaceutical company will surely be shut down soon, and the Shen family members will be sentenced to at least 3 to 5 years for this."
Li Jianguo nodded, his face equally twisted in a sinister grin. Indeed.
This time, the Shen family has no chance of recovery. It's their own fault for coveting the Li family's business.
I want to know, how did you pull this off? Chapter 62, Handling the Patient.
I bribed the hospital's procurement officer, Li Changlong said smugly. Then I gave him a batch of expired drugs, the kind formerly produced by Huawei Pharmaceuticals, and told him to figure out how to get that shipment into the hospital's inventory.
Inside the emergency room,
the gathered doctors stood speechless, stunned by what they witnessed. They realized Shen Ye's every needle placement was precise, whether in acupoint accuracy or insertion depth. His technique was masterful. In their eyes, Shen Ye's acupuncture technique required at least 50 to 60 years of experience to master.
Yet Shen Ye appeared to be only in his 20s. Even if he had begun learning acupuncture from the womb, he couldn't possibly be this skilled. Of course, their astonishment centered on Shen Ye's needle insertion technique. As for his medical knowledge, they remained skeptical. They noticed that every acupoint Shen Ye selected seemed to contradict their medical knowledge, as if he were randomly inserting needles. A few minutes later, Shen Ye placed the final needle. Phew! Done!
Shen Ye exhaled a breath of stale air, stretched his limbs, and remarked with a relaxed expression.
However, in stark contrast to Shen Ye's calmness, the faces of the other onlookers turned pale. They noticed that after Shen Ye's final insertion, black blood began seeping out from the patient's eyes, nostrils, and ears.
The patient's family members, in particular, were horrified by the sight.
"You bastard! You turned my son into a vegetable and still aren't satisfied.
Now you pretend to be a doctor and make him bleed from all 7 orifices.
I'll fight you to the death."
The patient's father, his face twisted with rage, finished his words and lunged at Shen Ye once more.
"The patient's finger twitched," exclaimed a nurse in astonishment.
Hearing the nurse's words, everyone froze, including the father, and immediately turned to look at the patient's hand. They saw the patient's fingers slowly curling inward.
Unlike the others' excitement, Shen Ye remained utterly calm.
This entire situation was under his control. As for the patient's bleeding from the 7 orifices, it was merely Shen Ye using silver needles to force out the blood clots in the patient's brain. Once the clots were expelled, the patient would soon regain consciousness. Sure enough, after the patient's fingers twitched slightly several times, his eyelids began to flutter. Soon, his eyes opened with great effort.
"My son is awake."
"Thank goodness, my son is awake," the woman cried out in joy. Seeing the patient regain consciousness, everyone in the emergency room rejoiced except for one person whose expression remained dark and unsettled. That person was the hospital's procurement officer. This scene did not escape Shen Ye's notice. Taking advantage of the collective shock and joy, the procurement officer slipped out and hurried to a secluded spot.
He pulled out his phone and made a call. The call connected quickly. The procurement officer spoke urgently. "Young Master Li, it's bad news.
That patient who became a vegetable after using expired drugs has been cured by a young man." On the other end, Li Changlong froze upon hearing the news and asked, "Who cured him?"
"His name is Shen Ye."
Even Master Xia, the renowned physician, addresses him as Master. Hearing this, Li Changlong finally recalled Shen Ye's extraordinary medical skills. He had even saved his grandfather from late-stage liver cancer.
Treating a vegetative patient should be no challenge. But what difference did Shen Ye's skill make? Even if he cured that vegetative patient, what could be done?
The fact that Huawei Pharmaceuticals sold expired drugs was already public knowledge. After extensive media exposure, Huawei Pharmaceuticals would certainly be unable to continue operating.
It doesn't matter.
Even if he brings the patient back, Huawei Pharmaceuticals is beyond saving, Li Changlong said before hanging up. After the call ended, the procurement manager hurried back to the emergency room, careful not to arouse suspicion.
At that moment, the doctors and nurses in the emergency room all looked at Shen Ye with changed expressions of admiration.
They never imagined that the comatose patient, whom even the renowned Dr. Xia had only a 30% chance of reviving, had been effortlessly brought back to consciousness by Shen Ye. The younger nurses, in particular, were flushed with excitement, their eyes fixed on Shen Ye with a dreamy gaze. Secretly, they wished he could be their boyfriend. Subsequently, the doctors conducted a series of tests on the patient, confirming he had fully recovered and all vital signs were within normal ranges. Next, Tang Duo and the patient's family began negotiations regarding compensation.
Since the patient was now fully recovered, the family's attitude softened considerably.
They didn't make exorbitant demands, requesting only 10,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress and having Huawei Pharmaceuticals cover all hospital treatment costs. With that, the matter was settled. After leaving the hospital, Tang Duo looked deeply remorseful as she said to Shen Ye, "I'm sorry. It was my oversight in management that led to such a major mistake by the pharmaceutical company."
"It's not your fault."
"I suspect someone deliberately framed our pharmaceutical company," Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo froze, then asked, but I inspected that batch of drugs. They were definitely produced by our company.
Medicines produced by Huawei Pharmaceutical aren't exclusively in our possession, Shen Ye replied. Tang Duo wasn't stupid.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, she immediately thought of the Li family.
After all, this pharmaceutical company had originally been the Li family's business.
They must still have drugs produced by Huawei Pharmaceuticals in their possession.
Are you suspecting?
Shoo! Shen Ye made a shushing gesture. Without evidence, we shouldn't speak recklessly.
Be careful, someone might overhear and sue you for defamation. It's enough that we know the truth. Ugh, what do we do now? With something this big happening, the authorities will definitely come to shut down our pharmaceutical company.
Tang Duo sighed, her face filled with worry.
Go back to the company first and calm the employees down. Leave the rest to me. These people want to shut down the pharmaceutical company? They haven't asked for my permission.
Shen Ye's face flashed a hint of coldness.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo naturally didn't believe he had the capability to revive Huawei Pharmaceuticals.
She took it as him just trying to comfort her. Still, she didn't press the matter. With a brief nod, she hailed a taxi and headed back to the company.
As soon as Tang Duo left, a black Toyota Alphard minivan pulled up beside Shen Ye. The window rolled down. The driver was Mao Tu. Get in, boss. As the words fell, the van's electric door slid open automatically.
Shen Ye stepped straight inside.
Chapter 63, Flying Eagle's Intentions.
Greetings, King of the Southern Frontier. As Shen Ye stepped inside, he saw 4 others seated within. Dressed in military uniforms, they radiated the distinctive aura of soldiers. They bowed respectfully to Shen Ye, addressing him as the Prince of the Southern Frontier.
Shen Ye nodded and sat down. Mao Tu, why are you here again? Shen Ye asked. Of course I missed you, big brother. Did you miss me too? Mao Tu turned back and teased Shen Ye playfully. Shen Ye's expression turned stern. Nonsense.
Just as Shen Ye was about to scold Mao Tu, she interrupted him.
Oh, big brother, you really don't know how to take a joke.
Chen sent me. We saw the news your company's in trouble.
He asked me to help you handle it.
After all, you're the king of the South. Those lowly fish and rotten shrimp aren't worthy of your personal attention.
Mao Tu explained.
The Southern Frontier needs you more.
Shen Ye replied concisely.
Big brother, rest assured. With your divine might, those border scum wouldn't dare invade the Southern Frontier even if they had 100 times the courage. And if any blind fool dares to violate our borders, we still have Chen and the others, Mao Tu said. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, the neighboring countries had long been cowed by his presence, never daring to challenge the southern borders of Great Xia.
Moreover, each of Shen Ye's 12 zodiac commanders was a capable leader in their own right.
Should any misguided nation dare to invade the southern frontier, any one of the commanders like Chen could handle it single-handedly. This was precisely why Shen Ye could return to the city for such an extended period without worry. Now that Mao Tu was here, it suited him just fine. Truth be told, Shen Ye found it beneath him to personally deal with such insignificant pests. With Mao Tu present, these matters could be left to him. You may remain by my side, Shen Ye stated, but from this day forward, you must conceal your identity.
No one must know you hail from the southern frontier.
Shen Ye's master had instructed the king to relay a message to him, keep a low profile, as someone was already watching him.
Therefore, even Mao Tu must conceal his identity. Ah, so I'll need a new face too? Mao Tu asked. Yes. First, let's return to my home. I'll alter your features, give you a new face. Shen Ye nodded. Big bro, can you make my face into your favorite type? Mao Tu asked hopefully. Shen Ye didn't respond.
Feeling unamused, Mao Tu pursed her lips and focused on driving. Soon, Shen Ye arrived back at the villa at Longquan No. 1. His parents were watching TV in the living room. When they saw Shen Ye enter with Mao Tu, their eyes lit up instantly. This girl is quite a looker, isn't she? Not only is her face beautiful, but her figure is absolutely stunning. If Shen Ye could marry her, he'd never have to worry about feeding his family in the future. Young lady, you're truly beautiful, and your figure is lovely too. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. Li Fengmei walked straight over, took Mao Tu's hand, and asked with a warm, friendly smile. Hearing Auntie Li Fengmei's praise, Mao Tu felt a surge of delight and quickly replied, Auntie, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Then what do you think of our Shen Ye? Li Fengmei's eyes lit up at the question, and she promptly pointed at Shen Ye as she asked Mao Tu. Mao Tu shot Shen Ye a smug glance before feigning shyness toward Auntie Li Fengmei. Auntie, I've actually always liked your son, but he just doesn't see me that way. Boo-hoo, it's so sad. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Shen Ye felt a headache coming on. With her saying this, Auntie Li Fengmei would surely start nagging him non-stop, urging him to hurry up and win Mao Tu over. Enough with the nonsense. Get upstairs with me now. Shen Ye's expression darkened as he barked at Mao Tu. Scolded by Shen Ye, Mao Tu responded with a pouty face before following her upstairs. Ye, why are you being so harsh with that girl? Don't scare her. You're such a handful, never giving your mother a moment's peace, Li Fengmei scolded Shen Ye's retreating back.
Fengmei, you're just bored. You were the one pushing Xiao Yi and duo together before. Now you see another woman and suddenly want to matchmake again?
Shen Changqing retorted.
I'm just anxious. Don't you want to hold your grandson sooner?
Li Fengmei rolled her eyes at Shen Changqing.
Being anxious doesn't mean you can just randomly pair people off. How is this fair to duo?
Shen Changqing retorted. Shen Changqing's words made Li Fengmei pause, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes.
You're right. Duo has done us such a great favor.
I should stand firmly by her side.
I can't stay here.
I need to go upstairs and keep an eye on Ye.
I can't let him do anything to hurt duo.
With that, Li Fengmei hurried toward the stairs.
Can't you just relax? Our Ye is old enough now.
He knows his own limits. Besides, who he chooses in the future is his own business. Shen Changqing held Li Fengmei back.
Oh. Li Fengmei replied, settling back down to watch TV.
After going upstairs, Shen Ye asked Mao Tu to wait in the living room while he went to find disguise materials. The moment Shen Ye left, Fei Ying emerged from his room. His gaze sharpened when he spotted Mao Tu in the living room. He could sense the formidable power emanating from the woman before him. Ever since Fei Ying had been soundly beaten by Shen Ye and forced into servitude, he'd been seething with resentment, a fire burning inside him with no outlet. To think that he, a notorious international S-class criminal, had been reduced to serving as someone else's servant. The very thought filled him with seething resentment. When Shen Ye brought Mao Tu home, Fei Ying naturally assumed she was another maid Shen Ye had acquired, believing his master had a penchant for collecting servants. Since this was a maid brought back by his master, Fei Ying felt it was imperative to establish his own position. Unable to assert himself before his master, he set his sights on Mao Tu instead. Even if he was to be a servant, he demanded to be the leader among servants. He could sense the woman before him was formidable. Persuading her to acknowledge his leadership through words alone was impossible. Thus, he resolved to subdue her by force, compelling her submission and recognition of his authority. From this day forward, I am your leader, Fei Ying declared arrogantly as he stepped before Mao Tuesday. I know you may resist, but I will beat you into submission. Hearing Fei Ying's words, Mao Tu froze momentarily. She appraised him from head to toe, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she asked, Are you sure? Chapter 64, The Stubborn Mute. Cut the nonsense. You're a woman, I'll let you strike first. Fei Ying boasted. So you look down on women? Mao Tu's gaze grew even colder. I can sense your formidable strength, but you are still a woman. Your strength. Just as Fei Ying was about to say women weren't as strong as men, a dark shadow streaked toward his face. His heart raced in alarm, but it was too late to dodge. Thud. Mao Tu's fist landed squarely on Fei Ying's face, sending stars dancing before his eyes as he staggered back several steps. Fei Ying shook his head violently to clear the dizziness, his face flushed with rage as he shouted at Mao Tu, Damn it! You're not following the rules of combat, that was a sneak attack. Didn't you tell me to strike first? Mao Tu sneered coldly. As the words left her mouth, her body lunged forward, launching another attack at Fei Ying. Fei Ying was startled. He could tell Mao Tu's attacks were extremely tricky, and every move radiated immense power. Fei Ying scrambled to counter, but the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This woman was significantly stronger than Zhao Shui, the female general of the Great Xia Kingdom. After only a few exchanges, Mao Tu seized Fei Ying by the hair, slammed his head against the ground, and began grinding it with brutal force. In that moment, Fei Ying's spirit shattered. He silently vowed that once this matter was settled, he would shave his head bald so no one could ever grab his hair again. First his master had grabbed his hair, and now this woman was doing the same. Before long, Fei Ying could endure no more. He cried out in surrender, I'm sorry. You're my boss now. Please stop. You look down on us women, don't you? Today I'll show you just how formidable a woman can be. Mao Tu said coldly, her hands never stopping. She grabbed Fei Ying like he was a rag doll, slamming him here and there. Master, save me. Fei Ying screamed for help. Just then, Shen Ye had gathered all the materials for his disguise and stepped out of his room, only to hear Fei Ying's pitiful cries for help. What the hell is going on? Shen Ye was bewildered. How had these two started fighting in the brief time he'd been in his room gathering supplies? Only when Shen Ye appeared did Mao Tu release Fei Ying's hair and recount the entire incident to him. After listening to Mao Tu's account, Shen Ye felt both amused and exasperated. He cast a pitying glance toward Fei Ying, who lay on the ground panting heavily. Fei Ying was now a bloody mess, his face bruised and scraped raw. Thankfully, it was only superficial damage. Mao Tu hadn't gone all out. Behave yourself from now on. You really think you're so tough? Shen Ye remarked. Yes, master. Fei Ying scrambled to his feet and bowed respectfully. At that moment, Fei Ying felt his master was nothing short of a monster. How could he casually bring home a maid who could pin him to the ground and grind him into the floor? In that instant, Fei Ying even began to doubt the validity of his own status as an internationally wanted S-class criminal. Fei Ying stormed back to his room in a huff.
Shen Ye then began altering Mao Tu's appearance. About half an hour later, the transformation was complete. Mao Tu now looked like a completely different person. Though still beautiful, her face bore no resemblance to her previous one, even she felt unfamiliar when looking in the mirror. Bro, so this is the type of beauty you like? Mao Tu teased Shen Ye. Shen Ye rolled his eyes at her words, choosing not to engage. For convenience's sake, he said, you can have Qianlong arrange an urban position for you under this new identity. Yes. Mao Tu responded before pulling out her phone to call Qianlong. At 8 o'clock that evening, a black Alfa Romeo business van slowly entered a residential complex. The procurement manager of Huaji Hospital resided in this very complex. At that moment, the procurement manager was at home, enjoying a candlelit dinner with a woman dressed in a sexy, revealing outfit. Bang! Suddenly, the front door burst open with a loud bang as it was kicked in from the outside. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman entered with several others in tow. Ah! The sexy woman let out a startled scream. Who are you? Trespassing is illegal. I could call the police to arrest you. You must be Lu Cheng'an, the woman asked coldly. Yes, I am. Who exactly are you? Lu Cheng'an asked, his face filled with terror. Good. You're the one we're looking for, the woman said coldly, then turned to the people behind her and ordered, take him away. Hearing her command, the men she brought with her wasted no time. They walked straight up to Lu Cheng'an, grabbed him, and escorted him out of the house. Who are you? What right do you have to take me away? Lu Cheng'an shouted. But his captors offered no reply. Soon they had him downstairs, shoving him into a black Alfa Romeo. So it was you. Pushed into the car, Lu Cheng'an quickly spotted Shen Ye seated in the back row. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. If you don't want to die, spill everything about your dealings with Li Changlong, Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lu Cheng'an was startled inside, but he still put on a blank expression and said, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know any Li Changlong. Let me go immediately, or else I'll call the police, and you'll be in big trouble. So you want the police to handle this? Go ahead, call them. Shen Ye gave a nod to the men holding Lu Cheng'an, who immediately released him. Lu Cheng'an didn't call the police. He dared not. He knew that if his deeds were uncovered, he'd face jail time. What's the matter? Afraid to call the police? Shen Ye sneered coldly at Lu Cheng'an. Mr. Shen, I truly don't know who this Li Changlong is. Please just let me go. Lu Cheng'an pleaded. Smack. You're ungrateful, aren't you? No sooner had Lu Cheng'an finished speaking than the disguised Mao Tu, standing nearby, delivered a vicious slap across his face. I really don't know who Li Changlong is. Lu Cheng'an stubbornly denied, knowing this was something he absolutely couldn't reveal. If he did, he'd be finished. Still playing dumb? 3 days ago, why did Li Changlong transfer 500,000 from his bank account to yours? Mao Tu asked coldly. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Lu Cheng'an's face drained of color. He hadn't expected Shen Ye and the others to have traced his bank transfer records. I don't know. I've never even heard of Li Changlong. Why would he transfer money to my account? Maybe he transferred it to the wrong account. Lu Cheng'an protested. He knew that even if he were beaten to death, he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he'd be finished. Chapter 65, Buried Alive. Take him out. Break both his legs first. Shen Ye ordered. Hearing Shen Ye's command, the men immediately grabbed Lu Cheng'an and dragged him out of the car. Oh. No, I really don't know Li Changlong. Lu Cheng'an shouted in panic. Bang. Snap. Ah. A man swung a club as thick as an arm directly at Lu Cheng'an's leg. The sound of bone snapping echoed instantly, followed by Lu Cheng'an's heart-wrenching scream. The man then proceeded to break Lu Cheng'an's other leg. I really don't know Li Changlong. Let me go. Even with both legs shattered, Lu Cheng'an refused to budge. Still talking tough, huh? Then there's nothing more to discuss. Load him into the truck. Find a deserted spot, dig a hole, and bury him alive. Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lu Cheng'an was so terrified he wet himself, a stream of yellow liquid flowing from beneath his buttocks. Lu Cheng'an was truly terrified. He didn't doubt for a moment that Shen Ye would actually bury him alive. After all, his legs had been broken just like that. If I spill the beans, you won't call the cops? Lu Cheng'an asked Shen Ye, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his legs. You have no right to bargain with me, Shen Ye said coldly. I'll talk. 3 days ago, Li Changlong approached me. He wanted me to use Huawei Pharmaceutical Company's name to stockpile a batch of expired drugs in our hospital's inventory. He transferred 500,000 yuan directly to me. Lu Cheng'an then recounted his entire deal with Li Changlong to Shen Ye. Call Li Changlong now. I don't care what excuse you use, just lure him over here, Shen Ye ordered. I wouldn't dare. If I lure him here, Li Changlong will kill me. Lu Cheng'an was horrified. Though the Li family wasn't a top-tier clan, they were still a third-rate family in Jizhou. Killing someone was child's play for them. If you don't do this, I'll bury you alive right now, Shen Ye said.
Hearing this, Lu Cheng'an dared not say another word. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Li Changlong.
Young Master Li, it's me. Manager Lu, what's the matter? Li Changlong's voice came through the phone. Come to Qingzhou immediately.
Our business might be exposed, Lu Cheng'an said.
Hearing Lu Cheng'an's words, Li Changlong's heart sank.
He cursed inwardly, thinking, useless fool good for nothing but causing trouble.
What's going on?
Explain yourself clearly.
Li Changlong demanded. Here's the situation.
When you approached me about the deal last time, some local punks overheard our conversation.
Now they're blackmailing me, demanding 5 million yuan. If I don't pay up, they'll expose our entire operation.
I'm keeping a close watch on them right now. You need to bring your men over immediately and take care of these guys. Otherwise, if this blows up, it won't be good for either of us.
Lu Cheng'an explained. Hearing Lu Cheng'an's words, Li Changlong's heart tightened.
His voice grew grave. Keep a close watch on them. Don't let those guys slip out of your sight. I'm flying over with my men right now. With that, Li Changlong hung up.
Mr. Shen, can you let me go now?
Lu Cheng'an pleaded, his face filled with desperation as he addressed Shen Ye.
Go? Where to? Shen Ye asked coldly. Let me go home. You dare do something like this and still expect to go home? Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lu Cheng'an's face turned ashen. He deeply regretted that he shouldn't have done this for 500,000 yuan.
Now, with both legs broken, he might even be arrested and locked up for several years.
Changlong, where are you taking these men?
Li Jiangui of the Jizhou Li family saw Li Changlong hurrying by with several men and asked. Li Changlong then relayed the contents of Lu Cheng'an's call to Li Jianguo. After listening, Li Jianguo fell deep in thought. After a long moment, he looked up at Li Changlong and said, something's fishy.
Dad, what do you mean by that?
Li Changlong asked, puzzled. I just checked the news headlines on my phone and noticed all the negative reports about Huawei Pharmaceuticals have vanished. They're completely gone.
Even searching for them yields nothing.
I suspect the truth has already surfaced. If you go there now with your men, you'll only be walking into a trap, Li Jianguo explained.
Hearing this, Li Changlong was startled.
He quickly pulled out his phone to check the headlines and discovered that all the negative news about Huawei Pharmaceuticals had vanished. He tried searching again, only to find that no negative news about Huawei Pharmaceuticals could be found at all.
How is that possible?
The Shen family couldn't possibly wield enough influence to make all major news outlets delete the story simultaneously, Li Changlong said, his face filled with disbelief. Those deleted news articles? Naturally, Mao Tu used the new identity Chen Long gave her to force the media outlets to remove them.
It's strange, Li Jianguo frowned.
If what you did had been exposed, the news would have been trending long ago.
Yet there's not a single mention of it.
Even if there were no news coverage, the police should have come to arrest you.
But none of that happened. It's hard not to suspect something fishy.
He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out the problem. Dad, what do you suggest we do? We can't just sit here and wait for trouble to find us.
Li Changlong panicked.
Alright, go recruit a few martial arts experts from the family.
Have them accompany you to investigate the situation.
Even if things turn sour, it won't be difficult for the family's martial artists to bring you back safely. I'll arrange for someone to contact those news outlets and ask why they deleted the reports about Huawei Pharmaceutical. Li Jianguo paused thoughtfully before looking up and saying this.
All right.
Hearing his father's words, Li Changlong felt considerably reassured. If he could bring several martial arts experts along, he'd be able to handle any trouble that arose. After acknowledging the plan, Li Changlong immediately went to the family compound, gathered several martial arts experts from the clan, and boarded a flight bound for Qingzhou. 3 hours later, Li Changlong arrived at the residential complex where Lu Cheng'an lived, accompanied by several martial arts experts from the Li family. When Li Changlong saw Lu Cheng'an lying on the ground outside the car, his legs broken, he couldn't help but startle. Thankfully, his father had the foresight to have him bring several martial arts experts from the family. Otherwise, his fate would have been far worse than Lu Cheng'an's.
Lu Cheng'an, you bastard, you really were deceiving me. Thankfully, I came prepared.
Otherwise, I'd have met the same fate as you or worse. Li Changlong, accompanied by several martial arts experts, stood tall and walked up to Lu Cheng'an.
Chapter 66, Overwhelming with Might. Upon reaching Lu Cheng'an, Li Changlong glanced into the black Alfa Romeo minivan and immediately spotted Shen Ye seated in the back row.
A cold gleam flashed in Li Changlong's eyes upon seeing Shen Ye. Perfect timing, he'd brought several martial arts experts from home.
Might as well go all out and eliminate Shen Ye now, cutting off any future trouble. Spotting Li Changlong, Shen Ye stepped out of the van.
His gaze was icy as he coldly demanded, "Give me a reason.
Why are you doing this?"
Shen Ye knew exactly why Li Changlong was doing this, but he wanted to hear it from Li Changlong's own mouth.
"Ha!" Li Changlong sneered, his face darkening.
"You should know exactly why. You're nothing but the bastard child of Li Fengmei and Shen Chongqing.
What right do you have to claim our Li family's inheritance?"
Ha!
And because of that, you commit such heinous acts? Do you realize those expired drugs could kill people? They're all innocent.
Shen Ye sneered, his eyes flashing with cold fury.
So what? They're just a bunch of ants. If they die, they die.
Li Changlong spread his hands, his tone brimming with arrogance.
Humph. Ants?
Shen Ye sneered at Li Changlong's words.
To Shen Ye, wasn't Li Changlong just as much of an insect? Bastard, what are you laughing at? Do you really think breaking Lu Chang'an's legs makes you some kind of big shot? See those men behind me?
They're martial arts masters from the Li family.
Guys like you? One of them could take on 20 of you. Li Changlong said. You're asking for death. Mao Tu, who had been watching Li Changlong speak to Shen Ye with such insolence, was already boiling with rage. He leaped off the car and delivered a kick that sent Li Changlong flying. Ah! Li Changlong scrambled to his feet, face contorted in rage. You dare kick me, he snarled at Mao Tu. What are you standing around for? Tie that woman up. Tonight, I'll make her beg for mercy. Li Changlong barked at the martial arts experts he'd brought along. Hearing Li Changlong's words, the martial artists grinned lewdly and charged straight at Mao Tu, intending to bind her.
Li Changlong eyed Mao Tu up and down, his gaze burning with lust. Seeing the lecherous grins on their faces, a look of disgust flashed in Mao Tu's eyes. With a cold snort, she charged straight at them. These martial arts experts from the Li family were merely yellow grade practitioners, with the highest ranked among them only at yellow grade 7. For Mao Tu, they were no match at all. With just a few punches and kicks, Mao Tu sent all of Li Changlong's men crashing to the ground, writhing in pain and wailing. Li Changlong's face turned ashen at the sight. He never imagined that the seemingly delicate beauty possessed such formidable strength. Now, he was filled with regret. If only he had brought a few Xian-level experts from home. Big brother, what should we do with these men? After defeating all of the Li family's experts, Mao Tu turned to ask Shen Ye. Break both his legs. Then, together with Lu Chang'an, call the authorities. Let the magistrate's office bring him to justice. Shen Ye declared. You bastard, you dare. Hearing Shen Ye threaten to break his legs, Li Changlong panicked instantly and shouted at Shen Ye. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? Get moving. Shen Ye sneered coldly. I'm your cousin. If you break my legs, my father and grandfather won't let you off. Li Changlong threatened. Upon hearing Li Changlong's words, Mao Tu turned her gaze toward Shen Ye. After all, Li Changlong and Shen Ye were relatives. She feared that if she really broke Li Changlong's legs, Shen Ye would have a hard time explaining it to his uncle. Therefore, he still needed to ask Shen Ye's opinion. Seeing Mao Tu's hesitation, Li Changlong's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Don't worry about it. Shen Ye told Mao Tu. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Mao Tu nodded. She then picked up the arm-thick wooden stick and stepped toward Li Changlong. Only when Mao Tu approached did Li Changlong's face twist into genuine terror. He was truly afraid. Shen Ye, I'm your cousin. You can't hit me. Bam! Ah! Before Li Changlong could finish his protest, Mao Tu swung the club with brutal force, smashing it directly into his leg. A sharp crack echoed as bone shattered. Li Changlong let out a heart-wrenching scream and immediately dropped to one knee. Thud! Mao Tu struck Li Changlong's other leg with another blow, shattering it completely. Now kneeling on both knees, Li Changlong struggled to rise but found himself utterly unable to stand. After breaking both of Li Changlong's legs, Mao Tu took out his phone and called the authorities, instructing them to send men to take Li Changlong and Lu Chang'an back to the Yamen for legal punishment. 10 minutes later, the magistrate's carriage arrived, led by a deputy magistrate named Zhou Dalin. Upon seeing Zhou Dalin, Li Changlong's face lit up with delight. Zhou Dalin was his university classmate, and Li Changlong had certainly showered him with favors over the years. Zhou Dalin clearly saw Li Changlong, whose legs had been broken. His expression immediately darkened, and he shot a cold, piercing glance at Shen Ye and his companions. Did you people beat him like this? Zhou Dalin strode up to Shen Ye and his group, his official authority radiating from him as he demanded. Captain Zhou, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I was the one who called the police. These two scumbags, one is the hospital's procurement manager, the other the heir to the Li family of Jizhou, colluded to frame Huawei Pharmaceuticals with expired drugs. The evidence is irrefutable. I request you take them into custody for legal punishment. Mao Tu declared. Enough with the excuses. I'll ask you this, did you break both their legs? Captain Zhou's face darkened as he barked the question. Hearing Captain Zhou's words, Li Changlong's face lit up with smug satisfaction. So what if we did? Mao Tu replied coldly. Your admission makes things straightforward. Zhou Dalin declared. Turning to his men, he ordered, arrest them and take them to the precinct. Ha! You bastard, didn't expect this, did you? Captain Zhou is my classmate. We're close as can be. You dared break my legs? Well, get ready for jail time. Li Changlong roared with a savage grin. Zhou Dalin's subordinates, upon hearing his orders, immediately advanced toward Mao Tu and his companions, intending to arrest them. Seeing this, the group accompanying Mao Tu immediately stepped in front of Shen Ye and Mao Tu, facing off against Zhou Dalin's men.
What? Are you resisting law enforcement? Zhou Dalin asked, his expression icy. So you intend to bully people with your official position? Mao Tu retorted, his expression equally icy. Chapter 67, Grandfather's Plea. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Zhou Dalin's face twisted into a sneer. So what if I use my position to intimidate people? What are you going to do about it?
Hearing this, Mao Tu turned and shared a knowing smile with Shen Ye.
Intimidate people with your official position? Who could possibly overpower Shen Ye, the prince of the southern frontier?
Then, Mao Tu pulled a golden token from his robe and tossed it into Zhou Dalin's hand.
Open your dog eyes and look closely. Zhou Dalin caught the token without much thought, giving it only a cursory glance.
Yet that single glance was enough to make his expression change instantly. Engraved upon the token were the words, Deputy Commander of the Qingzhou Garrison Forces. In that instant, Zhou Dalin's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was merely a lowly squad leader in the magistrate's office, while Mao Tu had summoned the deputy commander of the garrison army a rank far above his own. The irony was that he had just boasted about using his official position to intimidate others. Captain Zhou, what's wrong? Li Chenglong noticed Zhou Dalin's pallor and asked.
Hearing Li Chenglong's words, Zhou Dalin's heart burned with rage. It was all this bastard's fault he'd caused Zhou to confront the deputy commander of the city guard. Arrest him! Zhou Dalin barked.
Li Chenglong assumed Zhou Dalin was targeting Shen Ye and his group, a smug look spreading across his face. Even Zhou Dalin's own men thought he was targeting Shen Ye and his group, nearly coming to blows with Mao Tu's men.
What are you doing? I ordered you to arrest him.
Zhou Dalin shouted in panic, glaring at his misguided men before pointing his finger at Li Chenglong. Seeing Zhou Dalin point at Li Chenglong, his men froze in surprise.
Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough.
After a few seconds of stunned silence, they immediately rushed over and lifted Li Chenglong up like a little chicken.
Zhou Dalin, what the hell? Why are you arresting me? Li Chenglong looked utterly bewildered. What? You've committed such a heinous act, who else should I arrest if not you? Zhou Dalin retorted irritably.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Dalin forced a smile and turned to Mao Tu, pleading, Deputy Commander, I apologize. I failed to recognize your importance. I hope you can overlook my mistake and give me a chance to make amends.
Hearing Zhou Dalin address Mao Tu as Deputy Commander, Li Chenglong's heart sank.
He knew he was finished.
Still, Li Chenglong refused to accept it.
He couldn't fathom how Shen Ye could have such incredible luck, actually befriending such a high-ranking figure.
Humph. A petty squad leader in a minor bureau, lowly in rank yet high in arrogance. You are utterly unworthy of serving in the government.
By virtue of my position as Deputy Commander, I hereby dismiss you from your post as Deputy Commander of the Bureau.
Mao Tu declared coldly.
Hearing Mao Tu's words, Zhou Dalin's face drained of color.
He immediately dropped to his knees with a thud before Mao Tu, begging for mercy. Deputy Commander, please. I had no idea of your status. Please be magnanimous and let me off like a fart. Mao Tu retorted with a cold laugh, if my status weren't higher than yours, would you have spared me? Hearing Mao Tu's retort, Zhou Dalin's face fell into utter despair. Realizing Zhou Dalin was now useless, Li Chenglong quickly pulled out his phone and called his father, Li Jianguo. He recounted every detail of the situation to Li Jianguo, pleading for him to find a way to rescue him. Otherwise, once he was arrested and sentenced by the authorities, it would be too late. Upon receiving Li Chenglong's call, Li Jianguo immediately sought out Shen Ye's maternal grandfather, Li Changfeng. He knew clearly that in this dire situation, only Li Changfeng's intervention could save Li Chenglong. Upon learning of Li Chenglong's actions, Li Changfeng trembled with rage. He unleashed a torrent of curses at Li Jianguo, declaring that Li Chenglong had brought this upon himself and deserved whatever punishment came his way. Dad, no matter what, Chenglong is still your own grandson. Can you really bear to watch Shen Ye send him to prison? Chenglong is still young. If he gets sentenced to years behind bars, his whole life will be ruined.
Dad, just call Shen Ye and ask him to let Chenglong off. When he comes back, I'll discipline him properly and make sure he never does anything like this again. Li Jianguo played the emotional card. If you want to call him, you call him yourself. I won't stoop to that level, Li Changfeng snapped, his beard bristling with fury. Dad, you know as well as I do if I call Shen Ye pleading for Jackie, he won't grant me that favor. Only you can save him now. Li Jianguo insisted. After hearing Li Jianguo's words, Li Changfeng remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, this is the only time. If there's a next time, I won't intervene again. Li Changfeng had no choice. After all, Li Chenglong was his own grandson. He couldn't just stand by and watch his grandson go to jail, could he? With that, Li Changfeng took out his phone and dialed Shen Ye. On the other end, Shen Ye recognized the caller's identity the moment the phone rang. He knew exactly why Li Changfeng was calling, yet he still pressed the answer button. Little Yi, I know what Chenglong did was wrong. But he is my own grandson. I'm begging you to give him a break.
Do me this favor and let him off the hook. Besides, he's still your cousin. Blood is thicker than water. Give him one more chance to turn over a new leaf.
Li Changfeng's voice came through the phone.
Grandpa, do you even know what he did? Shen Ye asked. I know. Your uncle told me everything.
Xiao Yi, just do me this favor and let him off this once. When he comes back, I'll make sure to discipline him strictly so he never does anything like this again.
Li Changfeng pleaded. All right.
Since you're personally pleading for him, I'll give him another chance.
But if he dares do something like this again, I won't show any mercy. Shen Ye replied. There's no choice. After all, the one pleading for him is Shen Ye's grandfather Li Fengmei's father. If he refuses to show any leniency, it would put Li Fengmei in an awkward position.
Rest assured, if it happens again, even I won't have the face to plead for him.
Li Changfeng said. After hanging up, Shen Ye instructed Mao Tu, release Li Changlong. As for Lu Chengyan and Zhou Dalin, send them straight to the magistrate's office. Let the law handle them. With that, Shen Ye turned and walked back to his car. The moment Shen Ye turned away, a cold, sinister glint flashed in Li Changlong's eyes. Shen Ye sparing him this time meant nothing to him. He swore silently that he would tear Shen Ye limb from limb. Otherwise, his hatred would never be appeased. Chapter 68, Movie Date. By the time Shen Ye returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Early the next morning, after breakfast at home, Shen Ye headed to Huawei Pharmaceutical Company. Stepping into Tang Duoduo's office, he immediately noticed her bloodshot eyes, likely from sleepless nights worrying about company matters. Didn't sleep well last night? Shen Ye walked over and asked with a smile.
Yeah, Tang Duoduo replied, her face clouded with worry.
With what happened at the company, how could I possibly sleep soundly? I bet the relevant authorities will come to seal it off today. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. How could nothing happen? Yesterday's incident made headlines across all major news outlets. With things blown up this big, our company is definitely going to be shut down. Tang Duoduo rolled her eyes at Shen Ye, finding it unbelievable how carefree he could be. With such a major incident at the company, he still had the nerve to smile. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just check the news on your phone right now. Shen Ye said.
Seeing Shen Ye speak with such conviction, Tang Duoduo pulled out her phone with a mix of skepticism and curiosity to check the news. To her delight, she discovered that all the negative reports about Huawei Pharmaceuticals from yesterday had vanished. Instead, several headlines about Huawei being maliciously framed now dominated the top spots. Tang Duoduo clicked on the articles and read that Huawei Pharmaceuticals had been maliciously framed. The person who framed Huawei Pharmaceuticals for using expired drugs had already been arrested by the authorities. Strange. The reports only mentioned that a certain hospital's procurement manager had accepted a bribe of 500,000 yuan and deliberately stocked expired drugs in the hospital's inventory. They didn't reveal who the mastermind behind the scheme was. Tang Duoduo quickly spotted the discrepancy in the reports and asked in confusion. Who knows? As long as our pharmaceutical company gets cleared, that's all that matters. Shen Ye replied. He knew the real reason, of course. It was because he'd spared Li Changlong out of respect for his grandfather, which is why the news didn't name him. If they had, Li Changlong would have been arrested for sure after all. This was front page news. True. As long as the truth comes out, our company can remain unscathed. That puts my mind at ease. Tang Duoduo nodded in agreement. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shen Ye said, turning to walk away. Shen Ye! Tang Duoduo called out suddenly. Shen Ye turned back to look at Tang Duoduo, noticing her cheeks flushed and her face blushing shyly. What's gotten into this girl? Why is her face flushed all of a sudden? Shen Ye wondered inwardly. What's wrong? Shen Ye asked, puzzled. That. Tang Duoduo stammered, lowering her head so low her face was flushed bright red. What's going on? Shen Ye was completely baffled. Taking a deep breath, Tang Duoduo gathered her courage, lifted her head, and looked at Shen Ye. Are you free tonight? There's a new horror movie opening, and I really want to see it. But I'm scared to go alone. I was wondering if you could accompany me? Shen Ye froze upon hearing Tang Duoduo's words. So that's what it was about? Why was she so embarrassed to say it? Of course I can. But why would a girl like horror movies? If you're scared, why not just skip it? Shen Ye asked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duoduo gritted her teeth in frustration, silently cursing him as a hopelessly clueless straight guy. Still, she was overjoyed that Shen Ye had agreed. So it's settled then. I'll call you after work. We'll grab dinner first, then head to the movies. My treat. Tang Duoduo said. Alright, call me when you finish work. With that, Shen Ye turned and walked away. At that moment, Li Changlong lay in a hospital bed in Jizhou, both legs encased in casts. Dad, this can't just be left at that. I'll make Shen Ye pay dearly for this. I'll avenge my legs, Li Changlong said grimly, glaring at Li Jianguo standing by his bedside. Li Jianguo's face was equally grim and terrifying. He never imagined that Shen Ye, that bastard, could be so ruthless, breaking his son's legs without a shred of regard for family ties.
Chenglong, you say Shen Ye knows some big shot, a deputy commander? Li Jianguo asked. If it were just Shen Ye alone, he wouldn't worry at all. He could crush Shen Ye like squashing an ant. But if a deputy commander was backing Shen Ye, that would be a different story. Yeah, Li Changlong replied. That deputy commander is a woman, and she's incredibly powerful. The martial arts experts I brought from our family?
She took them all down with just a few punches and kicks.
If that's the case, we'd better not provoke Shen Ye for now. We don't want to end up with a mess on our hands before we even deal with him. Li Jianguo said. Dad, when did you become so timid?
Shen Ye is just a bastard, a nobody. I suspect the deputy commander is helping him solely because of his medical skills. He must have treated her family or her personally. Her support is purely repaying a favor. But once she's done helping him this time, the favor will be repaid.
The deputy commander won't have any reason to keep backing him, Li Changlong stated.
Upon hearing Li Changlong's words, Li Jianguo nodded in agreement, finding his analysis plausible. He had looked into Shen Ye's background and knew the boy had no possible connection to such a high-ranking figure as the deputy commander.
The only possibility, as Li Changlong suggested, was that Shen Ye's medical skills were exceptional.
He must have treated the deputy commander herself or her family, and her assistance was purely to repay that personal favor.
Your analysis makes sense. In that case, I won't let that bastard off the hook.
He dared to break your leg, I'll make him pay tenfold, 100-fold for it. Li Jianguo said grimly. With that, Li Jianguo pulled out his phone and dialed a Xian-level martial arts expert within the family.
Leave immediately for the airport. Fly to Qingzhou.
I'll send you an address and several photos.
Eliminate every person in those photos.
Li Jianguo had already discovered that Shen Ye was staying in Villa Wang at Longquan No. 1. At 1:30 p.m., a passenger plane flying from Jizhou to Qingzhou touched down at Qingzhou Airport. As the cabin door opened, a middle-aged man wearing a black cap stepped out.
A palpable aura of menace radiated from the man.
Passers-by felt inexplicable unease merely walking near him, hastening their pace to distance themselves. Stepping out of the airport, he hailed a taxi and climbed inside.
Longquan No. 1 Villa King, Drive. Chapter 69, Isn't It Better to Live? 20 minutes later, a taxi pulled up before the gates of Longquan Villa No. 1.
The middle-aged man in the black cap stepped out, his gaze cold as he surveyed the villa. This man was the martial arts expert sent by the Li family to eliminate Shen Ye's family Zhang Shilong. His combat prowess reached the 5th tier of the Xian grade, ranking him 3rd among the Li family's elite fighters.
Zhang Shilong pulled out his phone and composed a text message, I've arrived at the location. Awaiting your instructions. He then sent it to Li Jianguo. In the hospital, Li Jianguo received the message.
A faint smile touched his lips as he addressed Li Changlong, who lay in the hospital bed. Changlong, Zhang Shilong has arrived at the location.
Good news should be coming through in a few minutes.
Hearing Li Jianguo's words, a flash of hatred flickered in Li Changlong's eyes.
He growled, Shen Ye, you dare break both my legs?
I'll your whole family. After sending the message, Zhang Shilong tucked his phone away, preparing to sneak into the villa and kill. But the moment he looked up, he found a cold, piercing gaze fixed on him. Zhang Shilong's heart skipped a beat. He was certain no one had been nearby moments ago. How could someone have appeared before him without a sound, just after sending that message? A chill ran down his spine. He knew without a doubt that the man before him possessed strength far surpassing his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared right in front of him without Zhang Shilong noticing. Brother, the figure asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Shilong, the killing intent radiating from you is intense.
Have you come here to kill?
This man was Shen Ye's servant, Flying Eagle.
No, no.
Zhang Shilong stammered in alarm. Your stammering speech tells me you're no good.
You're asking for a beating.
Fei Ying barked coldly, grabbing Zhang Shilong by the hair and slamming his head into the ground, grinding it back and forth.
Fei Ying was an internationally wanted S-class criminal, his strength undeniably formidable.
Zhang Shilong, merely at the 5th tier of the Xian realm, had no chance to resist. He could only endure as Fei Ying held his head, grinding it back and forth against the ground. After grinding Zhang Shilong's face against the ground for a while, Fei Ying felt an intense sense of satisfaction. Earlier, when Shen Ye and Mao Tu had pinned his own head to the ground and rubbed it back and forth, he'd felt utterly humiliated. Now, doing the same to someone else, he felt an immense sense of release and satisfaction.
In just a moment, Zhang Shilong was reduced to a pitiful state, his face scraped bloody. Get lost. If I catch you loitering around here again, I'll take your life.
After grinding Zhang Shilong into the dirt for a while, Fei Ying delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying far away. With a single leap, Fei Ying returned inside the villa. Only after Fei Ying was gone did Zhang Shilong stagger to his feet, dizzy and disoriented. He scanned the area, finding Fei Ying long vanished. The frustration welling up inside Zhang Shilong was identical to the agony Fei Ying had endured when pinned to the ground and ground into the dirt. He never imagined such a formidable expert could be residing within the Longquan No. 1 villa district. Terrified, he wiped the blood from his face and hurried back down the path he'd come, planning to return at night to kill. If that man caught him again, he feared his life would end right here. Meanwhile, Li Jianguo waited anxiously at the hospital, growing increasingly impatient when Zhang Shilong failed to deliver good news. He sent Zhang a text message inquiring about the situation. Naturally, Zhang Shilong wouldn't share such an embarrassing failure with Li Jianguo. He simply replied, "Situation changed. We'll move after dark," and then went silent. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, Shen Ye received a call from Tang Duoduo. They agreed to meet at the Heo Zalai restaurant near the company in half an hour. Half an hour later, Shen Ye arrived at the entrance of Heo Zalai restaurant but saw no sign of Tang Duoduo. After waiting over 10 minutes, a taxi finally pulled up and stopped by the roadside. The taxi door opened, and Tang Duoduo stepped out. Tang Duoduo had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing light makeup. Even Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a flash of admiration in his eyes. Tang Duoduo caught that look of admiration in Shen Ye's eyes, and it made her heart swell with delight. "Sorry, I'm a bit late. Shall we go inside?" Tang Duoduo approached Shen Ye, her expression tinged with shyness. "It's fine. I only waited about 10 minutes. Not too long," Shen Ye replied. Hearing his words, Tang Duoduo flushed slightly, muttering inwardly, "What a straight guy, not the least bit gentlemanly. Even if I was 10 minutes late, couldn't you just say you'd only just arrived?" Just as Tang Duoduo and Shen Ye were about to step into the restaurant, a red Ferrari sports car parked in the distance instantly caught Tang Duoduo's attention. "Wow, what a gorgeous sports car! If I could own one like that, I'd be smiling in my sleep at night," Tang Duoduo exclaimed enviously. Sure enough, women are powerless against flashy sports cars. "Like it? If you do, I'll get you one later." Shen Ye glanced at the red Ferrari and said indifferently, "No thanks. That thing must cost at least 4 or 5 million. I'll probably never be able to afford something that expensive in my lifetime," Tang Duoduo replied. Tang Duoduo didn't believe Shen Ye could afford such an expensive gift for her. Although his family now owned a pharmaceutical company, it was still in its infancy and hadn't turned a significant profit yet. Still, hearing Shen Ye say that made her heart flutter with delight. Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Shen Ye knew she didn't believe he could afford the sports car, but he didn't explain anything. Just as they spoke, the red Ferrari had pulled up to within 5 meters of them and stopped. When the door opened and the occupant stepped out, Shen Ye's expression turned icy. For there stood Wang Dachui and Lin Meng, the very individuals who had supposedly been drowned in a pig cage and sunk to the ocean floor. Shen Ye had no doubt in the competence of his own men. That left only one possibility: Wang Dachui and Lin Meng had been rescued shortly after being sunk into the sea. Wang Dachui and Lin Meng clearly spotted Shen Ye too. A smug grin spread across their faces as they strode toward him. "Hey, isn't that green turtle Shen Ye? Surprised we're still alive?" Wang Dachui sneered coldly at Shen Ye. "Since you're not dead, you should cherish your lives and stop provoking me. Isn't it better to be alive?" Shen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing coldly at the two men as his figure radiated icy detachment. What are you pretending for? Last time, it was only because you saved Commander Mao Tu's life that she helped you deal with us. But that debt of gratitude should be paid off by now, shouldn't it?" Lin Meng sneered at Shen Ye. Chapter 70, Bullying the Weak. "Heh, if that's how you see it. But I warn you, don't come looking for trouble." Shen Ye's voice was laced with cold derision. With that, Shen Ye turned to Tang Duoduo. "Let's go inside." "Oh? Could this be your new girlfriend? She's pretty enough, but judging by her clothes, she's probably just like you, not exactly from a wealthy family. Better watch out, she might end up cuckolding you just like I did." Seeing Tang Duoduo beside Shen Ye, Lin Meng flashed a look of contempt in her eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, as if cuckolding Shen Ye were some glorious achievement, "I'd never make her wear a green hat. You think everyone's as shameless as you?" Tang Duoduo turned around, her face clouded with displeasure as she addressed Lin Meng. But the moment the words left her mouth, she realized something. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Hadn't she just admitted she was Shen Ye's girlfriend? How embarrassing. She stole a glance at Shen Ye, then snatched her gaze away as if electrocuted, lowering her head. Through Lin Meng and Shen Ye's conversation, Tang Duoduo naturally knew that Lin Meng was Shen Ye's former fiancée. Li Fengmei had told her all about it. "You dare call me shameless? Do you even know who I am? I'm the daughter of Yang Yishan, the current head of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's most prestigious clans. Believe me, with just one word from me, I could destroy your entire family." "Do you believe that?" Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Lin Meng's face darkened instantly. She turned to Tang Duoduo, her tone a mix of boastfulness and threat. Indeed, after Lin Meng and Wang Dachui were saved by those two mysterious old men, no one knew how they managed it. The head of Qingzhou's premier Yang family had taken Lin Meng as his adopted daughter. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui had been adopted as the son of the current head of another top-tier family in Qingzhou, the Zheng family. It could be said that both of them had turned misfortune into fortune. After all, the Wang family had previously been so insignificant in Qingzhou that they didn't even rank as a third-rate family. Hearing Lin Meng's words, Tang Duoduo's expression shifted involuntarily, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. After all, both the Yang and Zhang families were top-tier clans in Qingzhou. Moreover, both were martial arts families teeming with experts, entities she could never hope to provoke. Shen Ye, let's go. We shouldn't stoop to their level. Tang Duoduo, overcome with fear, hurriedly pulled Shen Ye toward the restaurant. If you can't beat M, can't you at least avoid M? You think you can just walk away after offending me? Try leaving without my permission, if you dare, Lin Meng said coldly, her face icy. Hearing Lin Meng's words, Tang Duoduo shuddered violently. A wave of dread washed over her, and she froze in place, unable to take another step forward. What do you want? What will it take for you to let us go? Tang Duoduo turned back to ask. Now you're scared? Lin Meng smirked triumphantly. Kneel before me. Then kowtow 3 times, loudly declaring I have no shame 100 times. Hearing Lin Meng's words, Tang Duoduo's face darkened. She was furious inside, but dared not show it. Let's go inside to eat. Ignore this trash. Shen Ye grabbed Tang Duoduo's hand and pulled her toward the restaurant. To Shen Ye, Lin Meng was nothing but a clown. He couldn't be bothered to give her a proper glance. Tang Duoduo's body trembled as Shen Ye suddenly took her hand. Glancing down at their joined hands, her lovely face flushed slightly, her heart pounding wildly with delight. She let Shen Ye lead her, following him into the restaurant. Try walking away. Lin Meng arched an eyebrow, her tone dripping with menace. Turn around and look at your car. Shen Ye turned his head and said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lin Meng turned to look at her red sports car. The sight sent a chill down her spine. A jeep was barreling straight toward her vehicle. Crash! A thunderous crash echoed as the SUV slammed into her red Ferrari, severely denting and deforming the vehicle. Seeing this, Lin Meng's face darkened to the extreme. She immediately strode toward the SUV, intent on confronting the driver. But just then, the SUV's door swung open. The disguised Mao Tu leaped out of the vehicle. Is this your car? Mao Tu snarled, her face twisted with fury as she confronted Lin Meng, who was striding toward her. You crashed into my car, and you dare speak to me like that? Lin Meng retorted arrogantly, glaring at Mao Tu. But what met Lin Meng was a sharp slap from Mao Tu. Smack! How the hell did you park? Look what you did to my car. Mao Tu shouted, pointing at her damaged front bumper after slapping Lin Meng. Struck by Mao Tu's slap, Lin Meng felt deeply wronged. Her car had clearly been parked in a designated spot by the roadside. She had driven into it herself, yet now she was being blamed and slapped. How could Lin Meng accept this? Rage boiled within her. She was now the adopted daughter of the head of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans. She was the one who bullied others, not the other way around. Do you even know who the hell I am? Lin Meng snapped. Tell me then. Mao Tu sneered coldly. I'm the adopted daughter of the head of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans. You dare hit me? You're dead meat. With that, Lin Meng pulled out her phone, ready to call her godfather. Smack! Is being the adopted daughter of the Yang family head so great? But Mao Tu delivered another resounding slap across her face, sneering with utter contempt. The blow left Lin Meng momentarily dazed. This wasn't how the script was supposed to play out. Logically, after revealing her status, the other party should be terrified, begging for mercy on their knees. Why was she being hit? You're finished. I'm telling you, you. Smack! Another resounding slap landed on Lin Meng's face, leaving one side of her cheek slightly swollen. Forget that you're just the adopted daughter of the Yang family head. Even if the Yang family head himself showed up, I'd still beat you without hesitation, Mao Tu sneered coldly. With that, Mao Tu held up a golden token right before Lin Meng's eyes and coldly ordered, open your dog eyes wide and see clearly what's written here. Lin Meng glanced at the token and gasped in shock. Engraved upon it were the words, Deputy Commander of the Qingzhou Garrison Forces. Only upon recognizing the inscription did panic finally spread across Lin Meng's face. This was the deputy commander of the city defense forces, someone she couldn't afford to provoke. My car was clearly parked in a designated spot. You rammed into it yourself. Are you really going to bully me now? Lin Meng's face twisted with indignation as she prepared to reason with her. Seeing Lin Meng's aggrieved expression, Mao Tu found it rather amusing. Didn't she enjoy bullying others? Well, Mao Tu would treat her just as she treated others. Chapter 71, That Woman Again. Don't lecture me with all that high-minded nonsense. I hate people trying to reason with me, because I am the reason. Now, you either kneel down, kowtow 3 times, shout I'm a worthless woman 100 times, and compensate me for the car damage, then this is settled. Otherwise, I won't mind making you suffer a little. Mao Tu declared imperiously. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Lin Meng's expression darkened. Why did this sound so familiar? Hadn't she said something like this to Tang Duoduo before? Could I just pay you back? I'll compensate you more if needed. Lin Meng said in a conciliatory tone. No.
Mao Tu replied coldly. Isn't this a bit excessive?
Lin Meng frowned, forcing back her anger.
Seems you refuse to do as I say. Then I'll just have to teach you a lesson. Mao Tu said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand toward the car. The doors of the jeep swung open, and several men leaped out, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces. Seeing them emerge, Lin Meng's face drained of color. She immediately dropped to her knees before Mao Tu with a thud, then banged her forehead 3 times on the ground. I'm a worthless person. I'm a worthless person. Haven't you eaten? Your voice is so faint? Mao Tu sneered.
I'm a worthless person. I'm a worthless person. Lin Meng raised her voice, almost shouting.
Standing at the restaurant entrance, Tang Duoduo felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction witnessing this scene.
Just moments ago, Lin Meng had been so arrogant, demanding he kneel, kowtow, and shout I'm shameless 100 times. Yet in less than a few minutes, Lin Meng was forced to kneel, kowtow, apologize, and shout I'm a lowlife 100 times by someone even more formidable. Tang Duoduo even wondered if that woman had come specifically to vent her anger on her behalf. But she only entertained the thought briefly. She didn't truly believe that Mao Tu was helping her get revenge. After all, she didn't even know Mao Tuesday. The other party had no reason to help her get revenge. Soon, Lin Meng finished shouting I'm 100 times. Then she transferred several 100,000 yuan to Mao Tu to compensate for the damage to her car.
Remember not to park carelessly next time. Otherwise, I won't be so lenient.
After receiving the transfer, Mao Tu dropped a parting remark before getting into the car with her companions and driving off.
Once Mao Tu was gone, Lin Meng shot Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo looked filled with venomous resentment. She blamed Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo for everything.
If not for them, she wouldn't have parked there in the first place, and certainly wouldn't have been hit by that deputy commander's car.
She blamed Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo for everything. Facing Lin Meng's venomous glare, Shen Ye chose to ignore it completely. He turned and pulled Tang Duoduo inside the restaurant. I won't let you off that easily.
I'll make you pay with your lives. Watching Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo's retreating figures, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Meng's eyes as she spat venomously.
What are you planning to do?
Wang Dachui approached, his face dark and sinister.
Run them over.
Lin Meng said with a sinister smile.
I say we do it.
Last time he stuffed us both into a pig cage and tossed us into the sea. I haven't forgotten that humiliation.
Even running them over wouldn't be enough to ease the hatred in my heart. Wang Dachui nodded as he spoke.
With that, Wang Dachui pulled out his phone and made a call, instructing the Zhang family to send him a vehicle. He planned to use that car to wait for Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo as they left the restaurant, then drive straight at them to run them over. Half an hour later, Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo finished their dinner and walked out of the restaurant, heading toward the cinema. Boom! Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed behind them. A black SUV charged toward Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo, who were walking along the roadside, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed.
Shen Ye and Tang Duoduo, walking along the road, naturally heard the noise.
Turning around, they saw the black SUV hurtling toward them. Ah! Tang Duoduo's face drained of color in terror. She immediately closed her eyes, a trembling cry escaping her lips. Yet, the very moment she closed her eyes, she felt herself being tightly embraced by a pair of strong arms. Instantly, her feet left the ground. The wind whistled past her ears as if she were being rapidly transported. Crash! A thunderous crash followed. The black SUV missed its target entirely, slamming headlong into the guardrail beside the road ahead. Tang Duoduo tentatively opened one eye, only to find herself tightly held in Shen Ye's embrace. Shen Ye, meanwhile, was glaring coldly at the black SUV that had crashed into the guardrail. Thank you. Tang Duoduo murmured, her face flushing with embarrassment. Her heart was racing wildly. This was the first time she'd ever been held so tightly by a man. Damn it, how did he dodge that? Wang Dachui sat inside the SUV, slamming his fists hard on the steering wheel. Damn it, he growled, his face twisted with frustration. Just moments ago, he was driving less than 2 meters away from Shen Ye. He could have easily plowed right into them and sent them flying. Yet, things had taken an unexpected turn. Suddenly, everything before his eyes blurred, as if something had darted out from in front of his vehicle. Naturally, his vehicle slammed into nothing but air. I didn't see it clearly either. It was just like their figures blurred, and they dodged out of the way, Lin Meng said, her face still pale with shock. Forget it. I refuse to believe there are ghosts. Wang Dachui declared, revving the engine again to turn around and ram Shen Ye once more. But just as he started the engine and began backing out to turn, a Jeep SUV roared toward him from the distance, crashing straight into his SUV. Crash! The immense impact sent Wang Dachui's SUV flying into the air. It spun 360 degrees mid-air before crashing back down, landing on its roof. All 4 wheels scraped along the ground, sending sparks flying in a trail of fire. The SUV skidded another 20 or 30 meters before finally coming to a halt. Soon, the doors swung open. Wang Dachui and Lin Meng, both disheveled and streaked with blood, struggled to climb out. Just as they were about to erupt in anger, demanding to know who the blind driver was, they spotted the parked jeep not far away.
Instantly, they fell silent. Inside, both cursed their luck. How had they run into this unreasonable deputy leader again?
At that moment, the jeep's door swung open. Mao Tu, radiating a murderous aura, stepped out and walked steadily toward Wang Dachui and Lin Meng.
Chapter 72, The Eerie Old Man.
Seeing Mao Tu approach them with murder in his eyes, Lin Meng and Wang Dachui were overcome with terror.
What do you want?
We weren't parked illegally this time, you crashed into us. Lin Meng stammered, her voice trembling. Even now, Lin Meng still believed the woman was simply unreasonable. She thought Mao Tu had only confronted her because her reckless parking had caused Mao Tu's car to crash into it.
Right.
We accidentally hit the flower bed while backing up, and you just plowed into us. It's not our fault.
Wang Dachui added, equally panicked.
He could feel the murderous intent radiating from Mao Tu. She was clearly intent on killing them.
Mao Tu said nothing, her expression icy cold.
Her eyes stared at Wang Dachui and Lin Meng as if they were already dead. These two dared to deliberately drive into her brother, a capital offense. Swish! A cold sword materialized in Mao Tu's hand. Raising it high, she swung it down toward Lin Meng and Wang Dachui. Seeing the blade in Mao Tu's grasp, Wang Dachui and Lin Meng turned ashen with fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably.
No, no!
The pair cried out in terror, their eyes snapping shut, unable to bear the sight. But at that very moment, Shen Ye, standing not far away, suddenly felt a twitch in his brow.
He sensed an eerie aura emerging around him.
Immediately, he saw a familiar, eerie old man appear behind Mao Tuesday. The strange old man turned to look at Shen Ye, a faint, unsettling smile curling the corners of his mouth.
Wasn't this the very same eerie old man he'd seen at the coffin shop? Watch out!
Shen Ye's heart jolted. He immediately shouted at Mao Tu while charging toward the eerie old man. At that very moment, the eerie old man hurled a filled container. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, instantly blinding Shen Ye with a searing white light that made his eyes sting shut and his head spin.
Flashbang grenade.
By the time Shen Ye's vision gradually cleared, the eerie old man, Lin Meng, and Wang Dachui had vanished without a trace.
Fortunately, the strange old man hadn't ambushed Mao Tuesday.
Now blinded by the flashbang, Mao Tu rubbed his stinging eyes like a blind man. It took nearly half a minute for Mao Tu to recover. Scanning the area, he saw Lin Meng and Wang Dachui were gone. Filled with self-reproach, he turned to Shen Ye and said, "Brother, I'm sorry.
That old man took them away. Investigate. I want every detail on that old man."
Shen Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke calmly. "Yes, sir."
Mao Tu responded respectfully before turning and getting back into the car, driving away. "Shen Ye, are you okay?"
Tang Duo, who had finally recovered nearby, hurried over. She scanned Shen Ye's body, relieved to find no injuries, and asked with concern.
Shen Ye shook his head. "I'm fine."
But right now, Shen Ye was deep in thought, his mind completely occupied by that eerie old man. Shen Ye suspected that the strange old man might have been the one who rescued Wang Dachui and Lin Meng after he had them thrown into the pig cage and tossed into the sea. But Shen Ye couldn't fathom why the strange old man would save Lin Meng and Wang Dachui. Furthermore, what were the identities of those two eerie old men he'd seen earlier at the two coffin shops? Could they be the ones his master had warned were already watching him? "Can we still go see the movie?" Tang Duo asked. After all that had happened, Tang Duo worried Shen Ye might not be in the mood to accompany her to the movies. "Of course we can watch it," Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo beamed with delight. Then the two headed straight for the nearby movie theater. Tang Duo had bought tickets for the 8 p.m. showing of the latest zombie flick. At the cinema entrance, Tang Duo asked Shen Ye to wait while she dashed off. Moments later, she returned clutching 2 bottles of Coke and a large bucket of popcorn. A movie without popcorn and Coke is soulless. Tang Duo said to Shen Ye with a cheerful smile. Shen Ye returned her smile, took the popcorn and soda from her hands, and they walked into the theater together. By the time Shen Ye and Tang Duo entered the theater, the movie was about to start. The audience waiting inside consisted mostly of young couples. Shen Ye and Tang Duo found their seats according to the numbers on their tickets, a corner seat in the very last row that Tang Duo had specifically chosen. Not long after they sat down, the movie began. The opening scene was terrifying, causing Tang Duo to immediately clasp Shen Ye's hand tightly. Shen Ye could even feel which hand Tang Duo was holding, trembling slightly. She seemed genuinely terrified. But horror movies like this didn't faze Shen Ye in the slightest. Back when he served in the southern border, he'd seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Scenes far more terrifying than anything in this film never scared him. "I really don't get it," Shen Ye said puzzledly. "If you're so scared, why did you even choose to watch this kind of horror movie?" Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo rolled her eyes at him, silently cursing, "You clueless male, you blockhead. Don't you know to pull me into your arms at a time like this?" Tang Duo glanced around and noticed all the young girls had snuggled into their boyfriend's arms. A pang of envy stung her heart, and she shot Shen Ye a resentful glare.
Shen Ye naturally caught Tangwood's resentful glare. He was baffled. We're just watching a movie. Why are you giving me that look? Ah!
Suddenly, an even more terrifying scene appeared on screen. A girl sitting right next to Shen Ye and Tang Duo let out a startled scream and burrowed into the arms of the man beside her. The guy wore a smug look as he held her tightly, his hands already wandering over her body. They eventually slipped right inside her collar. "Oh my, you're so naughty, groping me," the young woman pouted playfully, though her tone held no trace of anger.
Tang Duo witnessed the entire scene, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson with embarrassment.
Her mind even began to fantasize about Shen Ye treating her the same way that man treated her. The thought stirred a faint flicker of anticipation within her.
No, Tang Duo, how could you even think such things? It's too shameful.
She shook her head several times, trying to banish those improper thoughts from her mind, and began watching the movie attentively.
Chapter 73, Normal Reaction.
The scene showed the protagonist hiding under a bed while a zombie bounced around the room, searching frantically. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the protagonist's perspective from beneath the bed. A zombie's head abruptly appears from under the mattress, its eerie eyes staring straight at the protagonist. Combined with the chilling voiceover, it instantly amps up the terrifying atmosphere to the max. Ah! The entire theater erupted in simultaneous screams from the female audience, Tang Duo included. She let out a shriek before burrowing into Shen Ye's embrace, unable to contain herself.
In that moment, Shen Ye was stunned. Tang Duo felt the warmth radiating from his back and felt a surge of joy. This blockhead finally got the hint. Suddenly, Tang Duo felt a wave of heat between her thighs. She quickly sat up straight in Shen Ye's arms and pouted at him, "Rogue." Hearing Tangwood's words, Shen Ye's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He felt utterly frustrated inside. "Maybe we shouldn't watch this after all," Shen Ye stammered awkwardly. He was genuinely worried that some shocking scene might appear, causing Tang Duo to burrow back into his embrace. He was a man in the prime of his youth. He feared he might not be able to resist and do something worse than a beast. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo felt immensely smug inside. She knew exactly why he suddenly wanted to leave, but how could she possibly agree? This was exactly the outcome Tang Duo wanted. "No way, I want to watch it all," Tang Duo declared. From then on, every time a terrifying scene appeared in the movie, Shen Ye was left utterly embarrassed. And every single time, Tang Duo wore a triumphant smirk, giggling like a victorious conqueror, driving Shen Ye to the brink of frustration. So Shen Ye silently vowed to himself, if Tang Duo dared to burrow into his arms again, he would teach her a lesson she couldn't be allowed to get so cocky. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, another terrifying scene appeared on screen, and Tang Duo was once again scared into burrowing into Shen Ye's embrace. This time, Shen Ye refused to play the gentleman. His arms tightened around Tangwood's slender waist. Feeling her slender waist tightly encircled, Tang Duo panicked. She tried to struggle, but Shen Ye's strength far surpassed hers, leaving her utterly unable to break free. Her face flushed with panic as she looked up at Shen Ye, only to find him grinning mischievously at her. Moreover, Shen Ye's face was drawing closer and closer to hers. In that moment, Tang Duo felt her heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap from her throat. She was terrified, yet deep down, a faint thread of anticipation stirred within her. As Shen Ye's face drew nearer, she could even feel the warm breath escaping from his nostrils against her skin. "No, please don't." Tang Duo let out a soft scream as her eyes slowly closed. But just then, she felt the arms wrapped around her waist loosen. Still, she dared not open her eyes. After a long while, sensing nothing unusual, curiosity finally prompted her to slowly open her eyes. She discovered Shen Ye's face had already returned to a normal distance from hers. Shen Ye was now looking at her with an amused expression. "Scared out of your wits, huh? See if you dare crawl into my arms again. Consider this a lesson learned," Shen Ye said with amusement. Hearing Shen Ye's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tangwood's heart. She stubbornly retorted, "I doubt you'd dare do anything to me." She didn't know why she'd blurted that out. It was like putting him on the spot, practically forcing Shen Ye to do something to her. "Then try it. If you dare crawl into my arms again, watch out, I'll take care of you right then and there," Shen Ye retorted, refusing to be outdone. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo was startled. "Take you to task right here?" There were still so many people around. Sure enough, Shen Ye's words worked like a charm. No matter how terrifying the movie got after that, Tang Duo didn't dare snuggle into Shen Ye's arms again. At most, she would tightly grip his hand, clutching it as if her life depended on it. The movie played for nearly 2 hours. When it finally ended, Shen Ye let out a heavy sigh. Though it was supposed to be a horror film, the scene inside the theater had Shen Ye burning with desire. The young couples weren't watching the movie at all, they were either kissing or groping each other. Especially the couple in the farthest corner. Under the cinema's dim lighting, they were openly doing things too explicit to describe. The woman even let out occasional moans that made your ears tingle. After leaving the theater, a subtle shift seemed to occur between Shen Ye and Tang Duo. Tang Duo kept her head down, her face flushed with embarrassment. She walked with a bouncy, almost skipping gait, clearly in high spirits. Shen Ye, however, was flushed with embarrassment. Every time he recalled how he actually looked up at Tang Duo in the theater, he wished he could sink into a hole. Your mom seems really keen on me becoming her daughter-in-law, huh? Tang Duo suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence between them. Oh, Shen Ye replied indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's mere "oh," Tang Duo gritted her teeth in frustration. What did "oh" even mean? Just then, a red and yellow Ferrari convertible sped past them. Wow, Chen Xiao, look! A beauty! A young playboy with dyed yellow hair in the backseat exclaimed, his face lit up with admiration as he pointed at Tang Duo walking by the roadside. Hearing this, the driver referred to as young Master Chen looked in the direction the playboy pointed. His eyes lit up instantly, and he inwardly exclaimed, stunning. Such a gorgeous woman, but too bad she already has a boyfriend, the yellow-haired playboy lamented regretfully. So what if she has a boyfriend? If she catches this young master's eye, he'd better hand her over willingly. Otherwise, I'll make sure he doesn't even know how he died. Chen Xiao shot a dismissive glance at Shen Ye beside Tang Duo and said indifferently. Chapter 74, Offering Up a Head. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the blonde playboy nodded in agreement. True. If Miss Chen takes a liking to his girlfriend, that's his good fortune. He should just clean her up properly and deliver her to your room. At the blonde playboy's words, Chen Xiao's face lit up with smug satisfaction. He immediately reversed the car and pulled up beside Tang Duo. Whistling at her with an air of arrogance, he declared. Hey, beautiful, where are you headed so late? Let me give you a ride. Tang Duo shot Chen Xiao a disgusted look from inside the car and coldly replied, no thanks. Hearing her reply, Chen Xiao refused to give up. He pulled the car to a stop, jumped out, and strode quickly toward Tang Duo, blocking her in Shen Ye's path. Hey, gorgeous, with looks like yours and a body like that, why waste time with some broke loser who can't even afford a car? Dump him and be my girlfriend. How about I pick you up in a luxury car every day? As he spoke, Chen Xiao shot Shen Ye a contemptuous glance. Shen Ye's eyes instantly turned cold at Chen Xiao's words. Speaking like this right in front of him meant Chen Xiao was treating him like he wasn't even there. At that moment, the yellow-haired playboy stepped out of the car and approached Tang Duo, coaxing her, exactly, beautiful. With your figure and looks, only our Chen Xiao is worthy of you. Look at your boyfriend, what kind of trash is he wearing? Cheap knockoffs bought from a street vendor for a few bucks, right? Our Chen Xiao comes from one of Qingzhou's top families, he's the sole heir to the Chen patriarch. If you go with him, you'll live in luxury, buying whatever you desire. Shen Ye, let's go. Ignore them. Tang Duo feared Shen Ye might take their words to heart, especially since his family background wasn't particularly well off. She quickly grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away. Hey, don't go. Chen Xiao grabbed Tang Duo's hand, preventing her from leaving. Let go of me. Tang Duo blared at Chen Xiao with an icy expression. Whoa, feisty little thing. I like that. I bet once I get you in bed, a spicy girl like you would be a lot of fun to play with. Chen Xiao said with a lecherous grin. Didn't you hear her? She told you to let go. Shen Ye yanked Tang Duo behind him, his eyes fixed coldly on Chen Xiao. Who the hell do you think you are? Me taking an interest in your girlfriend is doing you a favor. If you know what's good for you, clean your girlfriend up and deliver her to my hotel. If you don't, I'll make sure you can't survive in Qingzhou. Chen Xiao roared at Shen Ye, then reached out to pull him away. Facing Chen Xiao's outstretched hand, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. He seized Chen Xiao's wrist and twisted it with a slight jerk. Ah! Chen Xiao's face turned ashen with pain, his body bending backward as his arm twisted. Let go of me, you bastard. Watch my back, or I'll kill you. Chen Xiao roared. Watch your mouth, or I'll tear it off. Shen Ye released Chen Xiao's arm and said. Once freed, Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with malice as he snarled, you're asking for it. Before the words had even finished echoing, a fist shot straight toward Shen Ye's face. Before his fist could land, Shen Ye's kick connected squarely in Chen Xiao's midsection, sending him flying backward. He hit the ground, curling up like a shrimp, his face contorted in agony. You dare hit young Master Chen? You must be tired of living. The blonde-haired young master exclaimed in shock, pointing at Shen Ye and shouting. Smack! But his response was met with a resounding slap from Shen Ye, sending stars dancing before his eyes. His body staggered several times, nearly collapsing. Let's go. I'll walk you home. Shen Ye turned to Tang Duo, finished speaking, and immediately grabbed her hand, turning to leave. At that moment, Chen Xiao and the blonde-haired young master dared not try to stop them. They realized they were no match for Shen Ye, better to cut your losses than suffer defeat. Chen Xiao, that brat doesn't give a damn about you. We have to teach him a harsh lesson. After Shen Ye left, the blonde playboy hurriedly helped Chen Xiao up from the ground and said this to him. Humph. This isn't over. I'll make that brat pay dearly. And that girl, she likes to play innocent, huh? I'll not only have my way with her, but after I'm done, I'll sell her off to a nightclub.
Shen Xiao glared venomously in Shen Ye's departing direction, his voice dripping with malice. Since Tangduo's home wasn't too far away, Shen Ye dropped her off at her building within 10 minutes.
Shen Ye, thank you for tonight. Thank you for watching the movie with me, and thank you for stepping up when I was in trouble. Tangduo stopped, turned to face Shen Ye, and said earnestly. It's nothing. Just doing what I can. No need to thank me. Shen Ye replied.
However, the moment Shen Ye finished speaking, Tangduo suddenly stood on tiptoe and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek, light as a dragonfly skimming water. After kissing Shen Ye, Tangduo's face flushed instantly. She turned and dashed upstairs, waving at Shen Ye without looking back as she ran. Take care. See you tomorrow. Shen Ye was a bit dazed. When Tangduo kissed him just now, he felt an electric shock run through his body. The sensation was pleasantly comfortable, even a little lingering. He touched the spot on his cheek where she kissed him, still warm to the touch. Are girls this forward these days? Shen Ye shook his head, then turned and hailed a taxi, heading back to his home. Upon reaching Longquan No. 1 Villa District, he found that due to the community's regulations, no non-resident vehicles were permitted entry after midnight. Thus, Shen Ye had no choice but to alight at the entrance. He mused to himself that it was high time he bought a car, otherwise, this was far too inconvenient. Meanwhile, high up in the branches of a large tree beside the road leading to the mountain villas, Zhang Shilong glanced at his wristwatch. The time displayed was already past midnight. He figured the man who had attacked him earlier that day would be fast asleep by now. With that thought, he prepared to climb down from the tree and head to Villa King to kill him. But just then, he spotted a figure approaching along the road below. Though it was Shen Ye and the light was dim, as a martial arts expert, he could clearly make out the man's face. The figure seemed vaguely familiar, strikingly similar to one of the men in the photos Li Jianguo had sent him. He pulled out his phone to check. No mistake, this was Shen Ye, the man Li Jianguo had ordered him to kill. This was truly a case of heaven offering a path but him refusing to take it, while hell had no gate yet he came knocking. In his eyes, Shen Ye's appearance at this moment was nothing short of delivering himself on a platter. Chapter 75, Reward for Meritorious Service. Watching Zhang Shilong leap down from the tree, Shen Ye's face betrayed no flicker of emotion. He had sensed Zhang Shilong hiding in the tree from a great distance. Zhang Shilong clearly noticed Shen Ye's composure, and a wave of confusion washed over him. If it were anyone else, suddenly having someone leap out in front of them in the dead of night would have scared the living daylights out of them. Yet this Shen Ye before him showed absolutely no reaction. Kid, you're not afraid of me? Zhang Shilong asked. Why should I be afraid of you? Shen Ye retorted with a cold sneer. I'm here to kill you. We've never met, have we? Tell me, Shen Ye demanded, wanting to know who had sent him. Who ordered you to kill me? Hearing Shen Ye's question, Zhang Shilong thought Shen Ye had finally shown fear. A smug look flashed across his face as he retorted, if you want to know who wants you dead, go ask the king of hell. With that, Zhang Shilong lunged straight for Shen Ye's throat. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. He shifted his body slightly, dodging Zhang Shilong's grasping hand. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Zhang Shilong's wrist and twisted it with force, causing Zhang Shilong to yelp in pain as his body jerked backward. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed. Simultaneously, Shen Ye grabbed Zhang Shilong's head and slammed it violently against the ground, grinding it. In that instant, Zhang Shilong broke. Having his arm twisted off was one thing, but being pinned to the ground and dragged back and forth like this, only he could truly grasp the depth of that humiliation. No, Fei Ying must have felt it too. Zhang Shilong was utterly shocked. He never imagined Shen Ye's strength could be so formidable, not one bit weaker than that Fei Ying from this afternoon. And what was with them? Why did they all enjoy grinding people's faces into the dirt? After grinding Zhang Shilong into the dirt for a while, Shen Ye hoisted him up like a dead chicken and demanded coldly, now can you answer my questions properly? If I tell you, will you let me go? Zhang Shilong asked, his face twisted with terror. Depends on my mood. Shen Ye replied coldly. Yes, it was Li Jianguo. He ordered me to kill your entire family. Zhang Shilong blurted out. Hearing Zhang Shilong's words, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. This Li Jianguo was truly vicious, sending a martial arts expert from his own family to try and kill her entire family. After all, Li Fengmei was his own sister. How could he be so heartless? I've already told you, can you let me go now? Zhang Shilong pleaded. Get lost. Shen Ye released his grip. To Shen Ye, Zhang Shilong was merely a small-time mercenary who took money to eliminate troubles. Having taught him a lesson, she naturally saw no need to take his life. If I ever find out you're still using your abilities to commit crimes, I'll take your life. Shen Ye added. I won't dare. I'll never do it again, Zhang Shilong hastily replied. With that, Zhang Shilong scrambled away, scrambling and crawling down the mountain path. No sooner had Zhang Shilong gone a short distance than his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Li Jianguo calling. Seeing Li Jianguo's name flash on the screen, Zhang Shilong gritted his teeth in fury. That damn bastard had sent him to kill such a terrifying man, clearly treating his life as worthless.
Well then, he wouldn't be held responsible for breaking his promise. He pressed the answer button. Li Jiangwo's furious voice blared through the phone. Zhang Shilong, what the hell is going on? I told you to kill Shen Ye's entire family. It's almost 1 a.m. now, and you still haven't succeeded? You're useless. Hearing Li Jiangwo's words, Zhang Shilong nearly lost his temper and cursed him out. But upon reflection, he realized that would be giving him too much satisfaction and would also be detrimental to himself. After all, he was only the third-ranked expert in the Li family. If he provoked Li Jiangwo, the first and second-ranked experts might be sent to take his life. A sudden idea struck him. He spoke into the phone. Master, I'm terribly sorry. I've run into my mortal enemy here. After years apart, his cultivation has skyrocketed. Not only did he defeat me, but he crippled my entire cultivation base. Master, you can't abandon me. Please send someone to escort me back for recovery. Hearing Zhang Shilong's words, Li Jiangwo's face turned ashen with rage on the other end. He thought bitterly, Shen Ye really has some luck. Your entire power is gone. What use are you to me now? The Li family doesn't keep useless people, Li Jiangwo spat angrily before slamming the phone down. Watching Li Jiangwo hang up, Zhang Shilong's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Useless? Well, I'll be damned if I don't see whether you, Li Jiangwo, are a useless piece of trash yourself. When you face Shen Ye, I'll bet you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Zhang Shilong deliberately didn't mention Shen Ye's formidable strength precisely because he couldn't stomach Li Jiangwo calling him a useless piece of trash. He was certain Li Jiangwo wouldn't give up. When the time came and Li Jiangwo witnessed Shen Ye's formidable power, he'd see if he still thought of himself as a good-for-nothing. When Shen Ye returned home, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing had already retired to their rooms. Only Fei Ying remained awake. He told Shen Ye that today he'd spotted a man radiating murderous intent lurking suspiciously outside the villa. Fei Ying even boasted about how he'd pinned the man to the ground and rubbed him into the dirt. After hearing Fei Ying's report, Shen Ye nodded. Thankfully, he'd had the foresight to recruit Fei Ying and keep him at home to protect his parents. Without Fei Ying, Zhang Shilong might have already attacked his parents. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Master, I finally understand why you used to enjoy pinning me down and rubbing me back and forth. That feeling really is incredibly satisfying, Fei Ying said, still relishing the memory. Don't get cocky. That guy was just average. If you faced someone much stronger, could you handle it? So you still need to focus on improving yourself, Shen Ye said. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying's face instantly turned sour. Master, my cultivation has been stuck at this level for 5 or 6 years now. I haven't made any progress at all. I guess this is as far as I'll ever go in my life. Shen Ye assessed Fei Ying's cultivation level Earth grade, 5th tier. With this strength, he was almost within reach of the dragon rankings. This level of strength was neither particularly strong nor weak. To better enable Fei Ying to protect his family, Shen Ye resolved to help him enhance his strength. Considering your service in protecting my parents today, I'll help you strengthen your abilities, Shen Ye declared. Fei Ying froze at Shen Ye's words, finding it hard to believe. He knew well that a martial artist's progress depended entirely on innate talent and gradual, diligent cultivation. He didn't believe any shortcuts existed beyond talent and hard work. Chapter 76, Zhao Shui's Strength Enhancement. Master, cultivating strength isn't that simple. I've trained relentlessly for 5 or 6 years without making any progress. I'm probably stuck at this level for life. Maybe I'll improve a bit later, but that requires time to build up. Fei Ying said. What do you think cultivation talent is? Shen Ye inquired. After a moment's thought, Flying Eagle replied, talent is innate. It's predetermined by heaven and cannot be altered. Shen Ye smiled at Fei Ying's words and said, it seems you don't quite grasp the nature of talent. Then let me share my perspective. I believe talent consists of 2 parts, one is a person's comprehension ability, their intellect, and the other is their physical constitution. Take cultivation as an example. Someone with high intelligence and strong comprehension will naturally progress rapidly. This is like hardware, it's predetermined and unchangeable. Beyond intellect, the meridians within one's body also influence cultivation. Consider a river. If severely blocked, the overflowing water would cause the lower reaches to dry up. But if we clear the blockage, the situation changes entirely. Therefore, I liken the human meridians to software. Consider a computer. Since we cannot alter its hardware, we focus on upgrading the software instead. This approach can yield significant results. Master, are you saying that simply clearing or even widening my meridians could significantly accelerate my cultivation progress? Fei Ying asked, his expression filled with excitement. Shen Ye nodded. Exactly. Receiving this definitive answer, Fei Ying grew even more excited, his body trembling uncontrollably. But his joy was short-lived as a grave concern struck him. Theoretically, clearing and widening meridians could accelerate cultivation, yet he'd never heard of anyone attempting it. Even if possible, the execution must be incredibly difficult. Shen Ye could read Fei Ying's thoughts and replied, since I said I'd help you enhance your cultivation, I have absolute confidence in it. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying suppressed his inner excitement and asked, "Is it truly possible?" "Absolutely," Shen Ye replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. Shen Ye then led Fei Ying to his room. Using silver needles, he pierced various acupoints along Fei Ying's meridians. With each needle thrust, Fei Ying was nearly overcome by agony. Yet, driven by his desire for greater cultivation, he gritted his teeth and endured. Several times, the agony nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Fortunately, after half an hour, Shen Ye finished the treatment. By then, Fei Ying's skin was covered in a layer of sticky, black substance utterly repulsive. This substance was impurities forced out through Shen Ye's silver needles, expelled from Fei Ying's pores. "Wow, I feel this incredible, indescribable clarity throughout my entire body, something I've never experienced before," Fei Ying exclaimed, his face aglow with wonder. "Go take a shower right away. After that, start cultivating immediately. Your cultivation has stagnated long enough. Now that I've altered your constitution, with just a little practice tonight, you'll definitely break through to the next level." With that, Shen Ye walked straight out of the room and returned to his own room to sleep. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying rushed into the bathroom. After scrubbing off the sticky residue covering his body, he couldn't even bother to put on clothes. Instead, he eagerly sat on his bed and began his cultivation practice. The moment he began circulating his cultivation technique, he discovered with astonishment that his absorption of surrounding spiritual energy was now 3 or 4 times faster than before. In that moment, Fei Ying's admiration for Shen Ye surged like an unstoppable torrent, like the Yellow River in flood, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Fei Ying even felt that serving as Shen Ye's servant wasn't so bad. He considered it an immense honor. At the very least, Shen Ye could help him clear and widen the meridians within his body, something no one else could do. Fei Ying was also convinced that if others knew Shen Ye possessed such a unique skill, they'd likely beg on their knees for Shen Ye to take them as servants. Sure enough, after practicing for a while, Fei Ying's cultivation base suddenly loosened. Immediately afterward, his cultivation advanced as naturally as water flowing down a channel, directly breaking through to the Earth Realm's 6th tier. The newly advanced Fei Ying was beyond thrilled. After 5 or 6 years of stagnation, his cultivation had finally broken through. Overjoyed, he bounced around the room like an excited child. After celebrating for a while, Fei Ying silently vowed to himself, this lifetime, he would cling tightly to his master's leg. Even if his master tried to kick him away, he would never let go. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain range brimming with spiritual energy, Zhao Shui, seated cross-legged amidst the wilderness, slowly opened her eyes. A sharp gleam flashed briefly within them. A flicker of delight crossed Zhao Shui's face. On the 7th day of her rigorous seclusion and cultivation, her cultivation base finally broke through, reaching the 5th tier of the Earth realm. "Miss, you've broken through?" Lu Yao, who had been nearby, noticed Zhao Shui opening her eyes and hurried over with a delighted expression. "MHM." Zhao Shui nodded. "Wonderful. Now we can finally avenge our previous defeat," Lu Yao exclaimed joyfully. Hearing Lu Yao's words, a flicker of anticipation passed through Zhao Shui's eyes. During her previous battles against Flying Eagle and that Mr. Li, she had clearly sensed that her strength was only a hair's breadth away from theirs. Yet that tiny gap had caused her to fall to both of them in successive defeats, even sustaining significant injuries. But now, her cultivation had surged through a minor realm. She was utterly confident she could crush both Flying Eagle and that so-called Mr. Li beneath her feet. Zhao Shui was unaware that Fei Ying and the so-called Mr. Li were actually the same person. The man calling himself Mr. Li was merely Fei Ying in disguise. "Miss, now that your cultivation has advanced, you should be able to handle Fei Ying on your own, right?" Lu Yao inquired. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded. "Yes. I fought him before and sensed his cultivation was at Earth grade 5th tier. Even then, at Earth grade 4th tier, I wasn't far behind him. Now that I've broken through, I can easily take him down." "That's wonderful. We'll never have to beg that annoying Shen Ye to introduce us to Li Wuoying again," Lu Yao exclaimed. Chapter 77, The Dragon List Storm. "Let's go." Zhao Shui stood up and headed toward the mountain's base. Lu Yao hurried after her, her voice trembling with excitement. "Are we going to seek revenge on Flying Eagle or that Mr. Li?" "Revenge can wait. I have something more important to attend to now," Zhao Shui replied. "What is it?" Lu Yao asked, puzzled. "The Dragon List," Zhao Shui stated calmly. Hearing this, Lu Yao's spirit soared. Right. Now that the young mistress had broken through in strength, the urgent task was undoubtedly to challenge the masters on the Dragon List and earn a place upon it. After all, ascending the Dragon List had always been Zhao Shui's ultimate goal. Once she secured her place, Zhao Shui's name would once again shine brilliantly across the Great Xia Kingdom. Early the next morning, explosive news spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. It was that the Great Xia's foremost female general, Zhao Shui, had challenged Zhao Chengfeng ranked 10th on the Dragon List the previous night. After 100 rounds of fierce combat, Zhao Shui had defeated Zhao Chengfeng and successfully ascended to the 10th position on the Dragon List. News reports flooded the headlines of every major media outlet. Truly worthy of being our Great Xia Kingdom's foremost female general. What fierce talent! Barely in her 20s and already a dragon list master. Awesome. Goddess is mighty. Goddess is awesome. If only Goddess Zhao Shui could be my girlfriend. Pfft, with your looks? You want Zhao Shui to be your girlfriend? Look in the mirror and see what you look like. Do you even deserve her? Exactly.
In my opinion, the only one in our great Xia kingdom worthy of Goddess Zhao Shui is that southern frontier king. In an instant, Zhao Shui's name was on the lips of countless admirers across the entire great Xia kingdom. Some even dared to fantasize about her being their girlfriend, only to be swiftly and thoroughly humiliated. Everyone agreed, in the great Xia kingdom, the only one worthy of Zhao Shui was the southern frontier king.
Master, may I request a day off? Early the next morning, Fei Ying approached Shen Ye cautiously and asked. Leave? For what?
Shen Ye asked, puzzled.
Well, after you cleared my meridians yesterday, my cultivation broke through to Earth Realm Tier 6 overnight. I want to challenge the experts on the dragon list and see if I can get on it. Fei Ying explained. Seeking fame? Shen Ye inquired. Fei Ying nodded.
Fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions.
Don't fixate on them. Focus on your cultivation instead, Shen Ye advised. Master, but I truly wish to try. One must have aspirations in life.
I promise you whether I succeed or fail in the dragon list, I will return to protect your parents.
Fei Ying insisted. Seeing Fei Ying's stubbornness, Shen Ye could only nod. If you insist on competing for that dragon list, Shen Ye said, then you can't just aim for the bottom. You must at least secure 9th place.
I can't afford the embarrassment, after all, you are my servant. Fei Ying's face lit up at Shen Ye's words.
Thank you, master.
I'll do my utmost to secure 9th place and not disgrace you.
Alright, go. Shen Ye nodded.
With that, Fei Ying turned and hurried away, heading straight for the airport to catch a flight to Zhongzhou. The 9th-ranked figure on the dragon list was a revered elder from one of Zhongzhou's premier clans.
No sooner had Fei Ying departed than Mao Tu approached. Big brother. So, did you find out anything about that old man? Shen Ye asked. Mao Tu shook his head solemnly.
Brother, we found something, but it's not the whole picture. Shen Ye frowned at Mao Tu's words.
What does that mean?
I found out that old man is a guest-honored elder of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans.
However, he only became their guest-honored elder 10 days ago.
As for any information about him before that, I couldn't find a single thing, Mao Tu explained. Shen Ye froze upon hearing Mao Tu's words.
10 days ago? Wasn't that the very day he first saw those two eerie old men at the coffin shop?
Not only that, but the Zhang family, another top-tier clan, also hired a guest scholar 10 days ago.
Just like the old man we saw yesterday, he radiates an eerie aura from head to toe. Mao Tu added. Got it. Keep a close eye on them. I want to know every move those two old men make. Shen Ye nodded. Yes. Mao Tu responded before immediately exiting.
Because Fei Ying had taken leave to challenge the dragon list, Shen Ye feared Li Jianguo wouldn't give up and might send men to kill his parents.
So he stayed guarding his family villa all day, not leaving once.
At 3 in the afternoon, Fei Ying, disguised beyond recognition, arrived at the gates of the Yi family, one of Zhongzhou's premier clans. Fei Ying was a ruthless man, not one for words. He fought his way straight into the Yi family compound, knocking dozens of their martial arts experts to the ground.
Finally, the Yi family's 9th-ranked dragon list expert was forced to intervene.
After battling Fei Ying for dozens of rounds, he was struck in the chest by Fei Ying's palm, spitting blood as he flew backward. With that, Flying Eagle successfully claimed the 9th rank on the dragon list. However, he did not use his alias Flying Eagle, instead adopting the name Li Yi. After all, he was a wanted criminal. The Yi family's revered expert, meanwhile, dropped down to 10th place on the dragon list. Consequently, Zhao Shui, who had just ascended to 10th place, was immediately knocked off the dragon list. Upon learning of her fall from the 10th position while in Central Plains, Zhao Shui turned pale with rage. After all, she had only ascended the dragon list last night, only to be pushed out by this afternoon. Her name on the dragon list had been as fleeting as a morning glory. How laughable. Li Yi, where did this guy even come from? He's clearly targeting you, miss. You just reached 10th place last night, and he challenges the 9th rank to push you out. Lu Yao, standing beside her, voiced Zhao Shui's grievance. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhao Shui's face darkened with a terrifying gloom. Little did he know that Li Yi, the one who had pushed him out of 10th place on the dragon list, was actually Fei Ying, the very man who had injured her twice and moreover, the servant of Shen Ye, whom she held in utter contempt. Zhao Shui see that inwardly, immediately dispatching word that she would challenge Li Yi. This news spread throughout Central Plains. Unfortunately, Flying Eagle, who had successfully claimed the dragon rank, had already boarded a plane back to Qingzhou. He had no way of knowing about Zhao Shui's challenge. After waiting anxiously at home all afternoon, Zhao Shui, seeing Li Yi hadn't come to accept her challenge, had no choice but to abandon it. That very evening, she went directly to the Yi family, intending to challenge their revered master and reclaim the 10th position on the dragon list. Chapter 78, The Marriage Alliance. The Yi family's revered elder possessed Earth Realm's 6th tier strength.
Though not as powerful as Flying Eagle, the gap was negligible. When Zhao Shui approached the Yi family's revered elder to challenge him for the 10th position on the dragon list, the revered elder flew into a rage. Earlier that day, he had already been challenged and defeated by Li Yi, another Earth Realm 6th tier cultivator, a humiliating blow to his pride. Now, to top it off, a mere Earth Realm 5th tier cultivator like Zhao Shui dared to challenge him. The Yi family's guardian possessed a minor realm higher cultivation than Zhao Shui. Fueled by his raging fury, each of his strikes was exceptionally vicious. Within just a few exchanges, he overwhelmed Zhao Shui, who could barely defend herself. Finally, a single palm strike sent Zhao Shui flying. Zhao Shui, sent flying by the Yi family's revered expert, looked utterly grim. At the same time, she realized that once again, she would miss her chance at the dragon list. Yet Zhao Shui clenched her teeth in resolve, convinced that one day she would ascend the dragon list, perhaps even claim its very top spot. With this resolve, Zhao Shui resolved to settle for the next best thing, seeking out the so-called Mr. Li and the Flying Eagle to exact her revenge. Little did Zhao Shui know that Flying Eagle, Mr. Li, and Li Yi, who had already ascended the dragon list, were all one and the same person. That evening, Tang Duo returned home from work. As she approached her doorstep, she spotted a black Maybach parked outside. The moment she saw the Maybach, her pretty face instantly paled. For this car belonged to her heartless mother. Tang Duoduo's mother was the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, one of Qingzhou's most prominent clans. Her father, Tang Wenshan, had been a son-in-law who married into the family, looked down upon by the Chens. Even Tang Duoduo's mother despised him, believing he was nothing but a quack doctor, a worthless man beyond redemption. Unable to endure the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Cheng family, Tang Wenshan ultimately chose to divorce Tang Duoduo's mother. After her parents' divorce, Tang Duoduo resolutely chose to go with Tang Wenshan. To force Tang Duoduo back to her side, Tang Duoduo's mother imposed financial sanctions, freezing all her bank cards. But Tang Duoduo didn't yield. Instead, she found the daily life of following Tang Wenshan to treat and save lives deeply fulfilling. Now, however, seeing her mother's car parked below her apartment building, Tang Duoduo felt a sense of foreboding. Her expression darkening, Tang Duoduo walked toward her home. The moment she pushed open the door and stepped inside, she saw her father sitting on the sofa, his expression grim. Her mother, Chang Wenjing, sat across from Tang Wenshan, arms crossed over her chest. Dressed in a professional office outfit, she exuded the aura of a powerful career woman. Beside Tang Duoduo sat a well-dressed, handsome young man. His entire demeanor radiated arrogance, clearly marking him as the scion of a prominent family. "Dodo, you're back. Come sit next to me." Seeing Tang Duoduo enter the room, Chang Wenjing's face lit up with a delighted smile as she hurriedly beckoned her daughter to sit beside her. The young master beside Chang Wenjing, upon catching sight of Tang Duoduo's appearance, lit up with a flash of greed in his eyes. His gaze roamed unabashedly over her body, finally settling on her prominent curves. Disgust flashed in Tang Duoduo's eyes. She turned her head away and addressed her mother, Chang Wenjing, with a sour expression. "This is my home. Please leave." Chang Wenjing's expression shifted slightly, displeasure flickering in her eyes. She turned to Tang Wenshan, who stood silently with his head bowed. "What good are you, you useless piece of trash? Can't even raise your own daughter properly? How dare she speak to her mother like that? Dad, don't be afraid of her. You're divorced from her now. You're no longer the son-in-law of the Chang family. She has no right to lecture you." Tang Duoduo turned back and said to Tang Wenshan. Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Tang Wenshan glanced at her, then at Chang Wenjing, but still lacked the courage to counter her accusations. "Look at you, such a wimp. I must have been blind to marry you." Seeing Tang Wenshan like this, Chang Wenjing's eyes filled with contempt. She thought he was utterly unmanly. "And Chang, I'm not interested in your family drama. Get to the point." The young master beside her spoke impatiently. "Young Master Yi, please calm down. I promise Duoduo will marry you." Hearing the young master's words, Chang Wenjing immediately forced a smile and flattered him. Then, Chang Wenjing turned serious, her expression stern as she looked directly at Tang Duoduo. "Duoduo, I've come to take you back to the Chang family. We've decided to marry you to young Master Yi Junlin of the Zhengzhou Yi family." The very young Master Yi standing beside me. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duoduo's face turned pale. Her large, bright eyes filled with tears of grievance. She never imagined her own biological mother would arrange her marriage to a stranger without her consent. Was this truly her mother? "I won't go back with you, and I certainly won't marry some so-called young Master Yi. This is my home. Please leave immediately." Tang Duoduo's face was set in stubborn defiance as she issued her order to leave. "Tang Duoduo, let me make this clear, I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to inform you. Whether you agree or not, you have no choice in the matter. This marriage between you and young Master Yi concerns the survival of our entire Chang family. It's not up to you." Chang Wenjing said sternly. "Get out. Get out of here. I'd rather die than marry him. I already have someone I love. Give up on this idea." Tang Duoduo burst into tears, weeping bitterly.
From Chang Wenjing's words, it was clear to Tang Duo that her mother saw her merely as a tool for the Chang family to secure a profitable marriage alliance.
You have someone you love?
If I'm not mistaken, it must be Shen Ye from the company you work at now.
I've looked into him.
He served in the military for a few years, then got thrown in jail for 3 years after his fiancée betrayed him. He was just released recently. A worthless lowlife like that, a convict that he's completely beneath you. As Tang Wenjing spoke these words, her expression was filled with utter contempt.
Chapter 79, The Young Master of the Yi Family. Who I like is none of your business. Don't forget you have no right to control me. Tang Duo retorted.
Even if I divorce your father, you, Tang Duo, will always be my daughter, a piece of flesh that fell from my body, Chang Wenjing.
How could I not have the right to manage you?
Chang Wenjing retorted sharply.
Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, a mocking expression flashed across Tang Duo's face. Enough. I'm not wasting my breath on you. I'll ask just one thing, are you coming home with me? Chang Wenjing snapped impatiently. I won't. Tang Duo's eyes reddened, her face set in determination. It's because of that Shen Ye, isn't it? I advise you to come back to the Chang family obediently.
Then we'll pick an auspicious day for you to marry young Master Yi. Otherwise, with our families standing in Qingzhou, making a mere Shen Ye vanish from the face of the earth would be as easy as pie. A cold gleam flashed in Chang Wenjing's eyes.
Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duo's face paled. Tang Duo knew Chang Wenjing well. She was a woman who meant what she said.
In that moment, Tang Duo felt utterly crushed, her face etched with despair.
You're threatening me?
Tang Duo demanded, her eyes red. Facing Tang Duo's accusation, Chang Wenjing remained silent, but her expression spoke volumes. At that moment, young Master Yi stood up, his expression cold and arrogant as he declared, Your mother is doing this for your own good. That Shen Ye is nothing but a reformed criminal. His family is dirt poor. If you marry him, he won't be able to provide you with a decent life. As for me, Yi Junlin, I am the young master of the Yi family, one of Zhangzhou's foremost clans. Whether in status or wealth, I outshine him by a mile. If you marry me, I will ensure you enjoy a lifetime of unparalleled luxury and privilege. Moreover, our family's honored guest is none other than the 9th-ranked expert on the dragon list. Little did Yi Junlin know at that moment that their family's dragon list 9th-ranked expert had already been defeated by Shen Ye's servant, Flying Eagle.
His current ranking on the dragon list had plummeted to 10th.
I couldn't care less about your Yi family, Tang Duo retorted.
Do you care about Shen Ye's life?
Yi Junlin sneered coldly.
Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Tang Duo's expression changed dramatically. How about I have someone bring Shen Ye here right now?
Then, right before your eyes, we'll flay him alive, cut by cut.
How does that sound?
Yi Junlin said with a look of amusement on his face.
No need.
I'll just go back to the Chang family with you. Tang Duo said, her face filled with despair. To prevent them from harming Shen Ye, Tang Duo had no choice but to agree. Just as the words left her lips, a single crystal-clear tear rolled down the corner of her eye. At that moment, Shen Ye remained unaware of what was unfolding with Tang Duo. Fei Ying had already returned from Zhangzhou and now stood before Shen Ye, his face filled with reverence.
How does it feel to be on the dragon list? Does it bring an unprecedented sense of fulfillment?
Shen Ye had already seen on his phone that Fei Ying had defeated the Yi family's revered expert from Zhangzhou and ascended to 9th place on the dragon list.
Hearing Shen Ye's question, Fei Ying shook his head and replied. No, master.
I thought reaching the dragon list would bring me immense satisfaction, but in truth, I didn't experience the exhilaration I imagined after achieving it.
Shen Ye nodded in understanding. Fame is fleeting, mere empty glory. One shouldn't cling to it too tightly. Yes, I understand. From now on, I will focus solely on training by your side and protecting your parents. Fei Ying nodded firmly.
Shen Ye was pleased with Fei Ying's words and said, As long as you fulfill your duty to protect my parents, I will not treat you unfairly. With that, Shen Ye turned and walked straight into his room. The next day, the sun was high in the sky when Shen Ye finally emerged from his room and descended to the ground floor hall. Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing had already finished breakfast and were sitting on the sofa watching television. Xiao Yi, you can't just sit around doing nothing all day. Even though your mother's company is now managed by Duo, you can't be so passive. After all, it's our family business. You need to take an interest. Shen Changqing scolded upon seeing Shen Ye rise so late. I know. After breakfast, I'll head to the company to take a look, Shen Ye replied. After breakfast, Shen Ye bid farewell to Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing and prepared to head to the company. Just as he stepped out of the villa, Shen Ye spotted a red sports car approaching head-on. He recognized the vehicle. It belonged to Zhao Shui. The car pulled up beside Shen Ye. Zhao Shui and Lu Yao pushed open the doors and stepped out. Zhao Shui was fine, but the moment Lu Yao saw Shen Ye, a look of contempt flashed across her face. How shameless. Even if Senior Li Wuying was his cellmate, he's got some nerve staying at Senior Li's place all this time, Lu Yao sneered at Shen Ye. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Zhao Shui also looked at Shen Ye with utter disdain.
She couldn't fathom what her grandfather was thinking, forcing her to marry such a good-for-nothing man. Shen Ye's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't done anything to offend Lu Yao, had he? Yet she acted as if he'd murdered her parents, hurling scornful remarks at him every time they met. Shen Ye, if you truly have nowhere to stay, I suppose I could buy you a villa at Longquan No. 1 out of gratitude for saving my grandfather's life. But you're a grown man, can't you show some ambition? Staying with a former cellmate day in and day out, dragging your parents along too? Don't you feel ashamed? Zhao Shui spoke up. Chapter 80, The Dragon Tiger Ranking? I couldn't care less about competing for it. Mind your own damn business. Shen Ye shot the two women a withering glance. Since they insisted on tormenting him daily, he saw no need for politeness. He continued. Instead of wasting time meddling in my affairs, you'd be better off focusing on your own cultivation. Don't end up climbing to the bottom of the dragon list only to get pushed off again, becoming a laughingstock in the end. Shen Ye was already aware of Zhao Shui's rise to the dragon list and subsequent displacement by Flying Eagle. Sure enough, as soon as Shen Ye finished speaking, Zhao Shui's face darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with anger. Lu Yao, however, was filled with fury upon hearing Shen Ye's words. She snapped at him angrily. Our young mistress at least made it onto the dragon list. What right does a good-for-nothing like you have to mock her? If you're really so capable, go make it onto the tiger list and show me. Don't make me look down on you. The dragon and tiger rankings are nothing but trivial. I wouldn't stoop to competing for them. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Truthfully, if Shen Ye, with his status as the Southern Realm King, were to compete for the dragon tiger rankings, the war gods of the other three realms would laugh themselves silly if they heard about it. If you don't have the guts, just admit it. Why pretend? A useless piece of trash like you? If you dared challenge someone on the tiger list, they'd crush you with a single finger, Lu Yao retorted. Just then, a dark figure darted out of the villa and landed directly before Lu Yao. Smack! The figure was none other than Flying Eagle. The moment he appeared, he delivered a vicious slap across Lu Yao's face, sending her flying backward. You've got a filthy mouth. Fei Ying glared at Lu Yao, who was sprawled on the ground, his face twisted with fury. Originally, Fei Ying had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing Lu Yao verbally insult his master in such a manner, he simply couldn't stand it. Lu Yao, who had been knocked flying by Fei Ying's palm strike, looked utterly grim, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It's you! Zhao Shui recognized Fei Ying immediately. It was that Mr. Li from last time. It is, Fei Ying replied, shooting Zhao Shui a dismissive glance. But I suggest you first gauge your own strength. Are you truly my opponent? Hearing Fei Ying's words, Zhao Shui's face immediately darkened. Being defeated by her last time had left her feeling utterly humiliated. Her purpose in coming here was to avenge that defeat. Last time I lost to you because my training was still too short, nothing compared to your years of practice. But today, you won't be so lucky, Zhao Shui declared, her voice heavy with resolve. In the past, Fei Ying would have been shaken by Zhao Shui's words. After all, his talent truly lagged behind hers. But now, after Shen Ye had unblocked his meridians, he no longer believed his talent lagged behind hers. Hearing her words, the corners of his mouth even curled slightly, revealing a smug expression. From the sound of it, your cultivation has advanced further these past few days? Zhao Shui cut straight to the chase, her voice cold as ice. She launched her attack directly at Fei Ying. Boom! Fei Ying showed him no mercy, slamming a palm forward. As their palms collided, the air itself warped from the force. The instant their palms met, Zhao Shui's expression changed drastically. She realized Fei Ying's strength had grown significantly since their last encounter. In stark contrast, Fei Ying wore a smug expression, pressing his advantage relentlessly. Again! Soon, they clashed again, their movements reaching extreme speeds. But Zhao Shui was clearly no match for Fei Ying. She was forced back step by step, her face growing paler and paler. Finally, blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yao, watching from the sidelines, stared in utter disbelief. She never imagined that even after her young mistress's breakthrough in cultivation, she still couldn't match Fei Ying's power. Thud! Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Flying Eagle delivered a crushing blow to Zhao Shui's abdomen, sending her flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Fei Ying was about to pursue her relentlessly when Shen Ye's piercing gaze halted him. To Shen Ye, Zhao Shui was merely a bit arrogant, nothing more. A little lesson would suffice. Miss! Are you okay? Lu Yao hurried over and helped Zhao Shui up from the ground. Zhao Shui, now standing, glared at Fei Ying with pure resentment. You dare leave your name, she spat. Mark my words, I will find you. I will wash away today's humiliation. Fei Ying paid no heed to Zhao Shui's words, confident his strength would always keep her at bay. So you still don't know my name? But you should have heard of it because it was my name that knocked you off the dragon rankings. Fei Ying said with a smug grin. Hearing Fei Ying's words, Zhao Shui's expression darkened. She never imagined that the so-called Mr. Li was none other than Li Yi, the very man who had pushed her off the dragon list. Li Yi, I remember you. One day, I will repay every bit of the humiliation you've inflicted upon me. Zhao Shui glared at Fei Ying, her face twisted with resentment. I'll be waiting, Fei Ying replied. But I doubt you'll get the chance. Hearing Fei Ying's words, Zhao Shui's expression darkened to the extreme, her teeth grinding in fury. She could only vow silently within herself to trample Li Yi underfoot. Zhao Shui shot Li Yi a piercing look, then glanced at Shen Ye before turning to Lu Yao. Let's go. Don't get too cocky. Zhao Shui's talent far surpasses yours. If you let a few successes go to your head, she'll still trample you underfoot someday. Seeing Fei Ying's smug expression, Shen Ye immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Fei Ying instantly plastered on a smile and flattered Shen Ye. Master, I believe that as long as I follow you unwaveringly, you will never let me face the day when Zhao Shui tramples me underfoot. Shen Ye nodded with satisfaction at Fei Ying's words. As long as Fei Ying devoted himself wholeheartedly to protecting his parents without wavering, Shen Ye would certainly not shortchange him. Chapter 81, Shen Shangqing's Worries. Arriving at Huahui Pharmaceutical, Shen Ye first headed to Tang Duoduo's office. Finding her absent, he inquired with her assistant and learned she hadn't come to work today. Shen Ye found this odd. Normally, if Tang Duoduo had something preventing her from coming to work, she would definitely call him to let him know. But she hadn't? Shen Ye pulled out his phone and called Tang Duoduo, but no one answered. At the Chang residence, Tang Duoduo stared at the caller ID on her phone. How desperately she wanted to answer it. Yet she knew she couldn't be so selfish. If she took Shen Ye's call, she would endanger his life. At that moment, Yi Junlin of the Yi family stood beside her. He had already warned Tang Duoduo, if she dared contact Shen Ye again, he would send men to kill him without mercy. A toad dreaming of swan meat. Yi Junlin stared with utter contempt at Shen Ye's incoming call on Tang Duoduo's phone, his voice dripping with scorn. Don't you dare speak of him that way. He's no toad. Tang Duoduo retorted, her expression darkening. Hearing Tang Duoduo defend Shen Ye, a flash of anger crossed Yi Junlin's face. Seems he holds quite a place in your heart. Well then, I can't keep him around any longer. With that, Yi Junlin turned to gather men and eliminate Shen Ye. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I'd rather die than marry you. Seeing this, Tang Duoduo grew frantic and shouted. Hearing this, Yi Junlin's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold, sinister smile. In that case, he would cripple Shen Ye first. As long as he spared his life, he wasn't afraid Tang Duoduo wouldn't marry him or submit. Meanwhile, Shen Ye had called Tang Duoduo several times in a row, only to get no answer. This made him realize Tang Duoduo was likely in trouble. Shen Ye immediately called his mother, Li Fengmei, explaining the situation and urging her to contact Tang Wanshan to find out what was happening. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei immediately grew anxious. After hanging up, she immediately dialed Tang Wanshan's number. After speaking with Tang Wanshan, Li Fengmei was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined Tang Duoduo was actually the daughter of the Cheng family, one of Qingzhou's top-tier clans. What alarmed Li Fengmei even more was that the Cheng family intended to marry Tang Duoduo off to a top-tier family in Zhengzhou. This news sent Li Fengmei into a panic. After all, she had been treating Tang Duoduo as her future daughter-in-law. She had intended to relay this news to Shen Ye immediately, urging him to devise a plan, but Shen Shangqing intercepted her. Why are you stopping me from telling Ye about this? She's my future daughter-in-law. I can't just stand by and watch her get snatched away by that so-called young Master Yi. Li Fengmei demanded, her face flushed with panic as she glared at Shen Shangqing. Honey, if you tell Xiao Yi this, you'll be harming our son. That's a top-tier family in Zhengzhou with immense power and influence. We're just an ordinary family, how could we possibly compete with the Yi family? Besides, the reason Duoduo followed Chang Wenjing back to the Cheng family and agreed to marry Yi Junlin was because she feared that if she refused, the Chengs and Yi family would come after our Xiao Yi. Shen Shangqing explained with a grim expression. Shen Shangqing cared deeply for that girl, Tang Duoduo. His heart ached more than anyone's, yet he hadn't lost his reason. He weighed the stakes carefully. Hearing Shen Shangqing's explanation, Li Fengmei's face also turned pale. What can we do then? We can't just stand by and watch Duoduo marry that Yi Junlin. Li Fengmei demanded. Sigh, what can we do? It's our fault as parents for being powerless. Shen Shangqing sighed heavily, his face filled with helplessness. Hearing his words, Li Fengmei paced the room like a caged animal, utterly flustered and at a loss. What they didn't realize was that with Shen Ye's standing, he could turn not just any top-tier family in Zhengzhou upside down, he could turn the entire region inside out if he chose to. After pacing the room dozens of times, Li Fengmei finally resolved to keep it from Shen Ye for now. She called him and told him that Tang Duoduo had been feeling down lately and had gone abroad for a trip. But Shen Ye was no ordinary man. How could he not detect Li Fengmei's lie? First, if Tang Duoduo truly felt down and wanted to travel abroad, she would have called Shen Ye to tell him. She wasn't the type to be so inconsiderate. Second, Li Fengmei's tone during the call was off hesitant, stuttering, and clearly lying. But Shen Ye didn't call her out. If she wouldn't tell him the truth, she must have her reasons. Yet from Li Fengmei's tone, Shen Ye could easily tell that Tang Duoduo was in trouble.
After hanging up with Li Fengmei, Shen Ye immediately called Mao Tu and asked her to investigate whether Tang Duo had encountered any trouble.
Within 5 minutes, Mao Tu called back.
She informed Shen Ye that Tang Duo was the daughter of the Cheng family, one of Qingzhou's top clans. Recently, the Cheng family had run into business difficulties, facing joint suppression from the Zhang and Yang families. Without external support, the Cheng family wouldn't last long before collapsing completely. To counter the joint pressure from the Zhangs and Yangs, the Chengs had no choice but to reach out to their connections and contact the Yi family in Zhengzhou, seeking their assistance. But the Yi family and the Cheng family had no familial ties whatsoever. How could the Yi family possibly help the Chengs? Coincidentally, Yi Junlin of the Yi family heard that Cheng Wenjing had a daughter of unparalleled beauty. He proposed a marriage alliance between the two families, giving the Yi family a reason to assist the Chengs. It was precisely because of this matter that Tang Duo suddenly went missing. Moreover, Mao Tu had told Shen Ye that Tang Duo had agreed to return to the Cheng family and marry Yi Junlin to protect him from being implicated. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Shen Ye felt a surge of emotion. He never imagined that Tang Duo would sacrifice herself to protect him from harm. Shen Ye wouldn't stand idly by. So what if it was the Yi family? If they dared to act recklessly, he'd simply send Flying Eagle to Central Plains again. As for the difficulties the Cheng family faced, the Zhang and Yang families were mere trifles that Shen Ye didn't even bother to acknowledge. Chapter 82, Showboating Backfires. With that resolve, Shen Ye had Mao Tu drive over to pick him up. He intended to pay the Cheng family a visit and rescue Tang Duo. However, no sooner had Shen Ye hung up the phone than Tang Duo's assistant rushed in, panic etched across her face. "Mr. Shen, it's bad. There's a man outside claiming to be the Chen family's young master. He's brought a gang of thugs to cause trouble at our company and injured several workers. They're demanding you come out personally. Otherwise, they threaten to burn the entire company to the ground." A cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes at Tang Duo's assistant's words. This young master Shen Ye knew exactly who he was. It was the same playboy in the sports car who had confronted Shen Ye and Tang Duo as they left the cinema that night, only to be thoroughly taught a lesson by Shen Ye. "Let's go. I'll check it out," Shen Ye said, heading toward the office exit. His assistant panicked, grabbing Shen Ye's arm urgently. "Mr. Shen, you absolutely mustn't go out. Those people are dangerous. If you go out, I'm afraid they'll hurt you." Shen Ye found this amusing. He hadn't yet encountered anyone capable of harming him, at least not yet. "Let's go. They're just a bunch of punks. I don't even consider them a threat." Shen Ye chuckled, then walked straight out. At that moment, within the Huawei pharmaceutical factory grounds, Chen Xiao stood with an air of triumph, a large group of thugs armed with knives and clubs trailing behind him. Beside him stood a bald man, bare-chested and covered in knife scars. This bald man was Zhao Tianlong's right-hand man in the Black Dragon Society, having fought alongside Zhao Tailong through life and death. "Where's Shen Ye? Get your ass out here now!" Chen Xiao shouted triumphantly toward the company's office building. To exact revenge on Shen Ye, Chen Xiao had summoned a high-ranking brother from the Black Dragon Society, a move that made him feel immensely powerful. After all, in Qingzhou, the Black Dragon Society held a status beyond compare, even surpassing that of the top-tier families. Just then, Chen Xiao spotted Shen Ye emerging from the stairwell of the office building. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes at the sight of Shen Ye. Scarface, standing beside Chen Xiao, clearly spotted Shen Ye too. His expression instantly darkened. Could Chen Xiao really be sending him to take out Shen Ye? He remembered clearly what their boss, Zhao Tailong, had told them. Seeing Shen Ye was like seeing Zhao Tailong himself. Instantly, Scar mentally cursed Chen Xiao's entire lineage. Sending him to beat up Shen Ye? That was practically a death sentence. Thought you'd be hiding in your office, too scared to come out? Young Master Chen, oblivious to Scarface's expression, addressed Shen Ye with an air of superiority. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Shen Ye glanced at Scar beside him and the gang of punks behind him. His expression turned contemptuous. "Seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough. Looks like today I'll have to teach you a proper lesson to make it stick." Chen Xiao burst out laughing as if Shen Ye had told the biggest joke in the world. "Shen Ye, I know you're tough and can hold your own in a fight. But can you take on one? Two? Do you really think you can take on dozens? And do you even know who this guy beside me is? He's the right-hand man of Zhao Tailong, the big boss of the Black Dragon Gang. If you know what's good for you today, you'd better kneel down obediently, kowtow 3 times, and then clean up that beauty and send her to my hotel. Maybe I'll tell them to go easy on you when they beat you up later. Oh, and where's that beauty who was with you that day? What was her name again? Tang Duo? Get her the hell out here now. Today, I'm going to make her writhe in ecstasy on my bed." Hearing Chen Xiao's words, the employees of Huawei Pharmaceutical all paled. They'd heard of the Black Dragon Gang rumored to be ruthless killers who slaughtered people as easily as they slaughtered animals. At that moment, they even thought Huawei Pharmaceuticals was finished. Having offended the Black Dragon Society, Huawei Pharmaceuticals simply couldn't continue operating. "So you're saying you want to gang up on someone outnumbered?" Shen Ye asked with amusement.
Truthfully, Shen Ye didn't give a damn about the men Shen Xiao had brought. Back in the southern frontier, he had single-handedly driven tens of thousands of enemy troops into retreat with just his sword. These mere minnows were nothing to him. Exactly. I'm bullying the outnumbered. What are you gonna do about it? If you've got the guts, call for backup. If you can bring 100, I'll bring 200. Shen Xiao declared triumphantly. Thud. But at that very moment, the scarred man beside Shen Xiao delivered a vicious kick to Shen Xiao's right side, sending him crashing to the ground. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly bewildered. Why would Scar kick Shen Xiao? Weren't they on the same side? Even Shen Xiao, the one who'd been kicked, looked utterly bewildered. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he asked Scar, "Scar, why'd you kick me?" "Kicked you? You wanted to bully someone outnumbered? Well, call for backup now." Scar's eyes blazed with fury as he snapped at Shen Xiao. "Scar, you've lost your mind? We're on the same team. We've got dozens of guys here, and he's just one person. Why would we need reinforcements?" Shen Xiao, still dazed, protested. Smack. "Who the hell is on your side?" "I'm the one on his side." Scarred Eye delivered a vicious slap across Shen Xiao's face, leaving a bright red handprint. Shen Xiao's face turned pale after the blow, yet he remained utterly bewildered. Why on earth would Scar suddenly side with Shen Ye? Had this guy's brain been crushed by a door this morning? At that moment, Scar's henchmen and the Huawei Pharmaceuticals employees were equally bewildered. The reversal came too swiftly for them to process. Smack. You wanted to bully us with numbers? Then what are you standing there for? Call for backup. I'll make it clear right now, no matter how many people you bring, I'll bring 10 times as many. Scarred Man delivered another hard slap to Chen Xiao's other cheek, snapping impatiently. At that moment, Chen Xiao's head was spinning. He couldn't make sense of the situation. Originally, he'd called on Scar from the Black Dragon Gang to show off, but instead, he'd been humiliated, leaving his face an ugly shade of red. Call for backup? How could he dare? Even if he did call for reinforcements, could his numbers possibly match those of the Black Dragon Society? But just then, a Lamborghini sports car pulled up at the company entrance. The moment Chen Xiao saw it, his face lit up with wild excitement. Chapter 83, Backing. Those two Lamborghinis bore Zhengzhou license plates 18 and 49s. This was the ride of Yi Junlin from the Yi family of Zhengzhou. And young Master Chen happened to share a certain rapport with Yi Junlin. With him here, even the Black Dragon Society could be disregarded. After all, compared to Zhengzhou's top-tier families, the Black Dragon Society was nothing. You're finished. Young Master Yi is here, he's my good brother. Chen Xiao declared triumphantly, scrambling to his feet. He then plastered on a fawning smile and hurried toward the Lamborghinis. Scar's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the words Young Master Yi. While the Black Dragon Society ruled supreme in Qingzhou, their influence paled in comparison to the powerhouses of Central Plains. Young Master Yi, you couldn't have arrived at a better time. If you'd been even a minute later, your brother here would have been beaten to death. Chen Xiao approached the Lamborghini's window, adopting a pitiful expression as he addressed Yi Junlin inside. Seeing the two red handprints on Chen Xiao's face, Yi Junlin frowned and said, "In Qingzhou, someone actually dared to bully you, Chen Xiao? Ah, don't even get me started. I was supposed to meet a big shot from the Black Dragon Society today to teach some punk a lesson. But that bastard from the Black Dragon Society turned on me at the last minute and beat me up instead." Young Master Chen was seething with anger as he recounted the incident, feeling utterly wronged. So it was the Black Dragon Society. No wonder. Hearing that members of the Black Dragon Society had attacked young Master Chen, Yi Junlin instantly understood. "Young Master Yi, you absolutely must help me get revenge." Young Master Chen pleaded. "Rest assured. The Black Dragon Gang might seem untouchable to you Qingzhou folks, but to us Zhengzhou natives, they're not even worth a third-rate Zhengzhou family. Rest assured, I will avenge you. But first, I need to handle some personal business." A cold gleam flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes as he spoke, then he pushed open the car door and stepped out. "Is there someone at this pharmaceutical company who dares to offend you, young Master Yi?" Chen Xiao asked in surprise. Offend is too strong a word. It's just that someone, clearly unaware of his own standing, dared to try and steal my fiancée. I believe his name is Shen Ye. I'm here to teach him a lesson," Yi Junlin stated. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Chen Xiao froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. "Young Master Yi, what a coincidence. The person I need to teach a lesson is also Shen Ye. That bastard is so arrogant he even dares to try and steal your fiancée. He really doesn't know when to quit," young Master Chen hurriedly said. Finishing his sentence, Chen Xiao pointed his finger at Shen Ye and declared to Yi Xiao, "That man is Shen Ye." Hearing this, young Master Yi turned his gaze toward Shen Ye, his expression brimming with arrogance, adopting a condescending posture. "You're Shen Ye?" Yi Junlin strode forward, his eyes filled with contempt. "Yi Junlin?" Shen Ye didn't answer his question but countered instead. Shen Ye's counter question irritated Yi Junlin, making him feel as if Shen Ye had somehow overpowered him. I'm here to warn you. From today onward, Tang Duo is my fiancée, Yi Junlin.
You'd better stop contacting her.
Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Yi Junlin didn't bother with small talk and threatened directly.
Shen Ye remained unmoved by Yi Junlin's words, but Chen Xiao, standing nearby, was startled.
So Tang Duo was young Master Ye's fiancé?
If Yi Junlin found out about his earlier attempts to force her into submission, even uttering those words promising to make her wish she were dead, he'd be as good as dead.
Let me remind you, Tang Duo is a person, not a tool.
She has the right to choose who she associates with. If you insist on forcing her, be careful not to set yourself on fire. Shen Ye retorted, his aura showing no sign of weakness.
Standing side by side, Shen Ye's aura firmly overshadowed Yi Junlin's, a fact that gnawed painfully at Yi Junlin's heart.
Oof. I never forced her. She married me of her own free will.
If she hadn't, the Chang family would have been devoured by the Zhang and Yang clans.
Only I, Yi Junlin, possess the strength to turn the tide and help the Changs weather this storm.
As for you, just a reformed criminal. Do you really think you're worthy of Tang Duo? The Chang family is facing an economic crisis now. What help could you possibly offer?
Yi Junlin sneered contemptuously.
Well, I actually can, Shen Ye sneered coldly. Ha! Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?
I've already investigated your family thoroughly. It's only because your mother is from the Ji Province Li family that you got this half-dead pharmaceutical company handed down from them.
If not for the Li family giving you this company, what's the difference between you and a beggar?
Yi Junlin burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke, his face twisted with utter contempt. What you've uncovered is merely what I chose to let you know, Shen Ye retorted coldly. Perhaps with just one finger, I could crush your Zhangzhou Yi family like an ant? Enough. I'm tired of your empty boasts. I'll ask you this, can you sever ties with Tang Duo? If you can, I'll break one of your legs today as a lesson. If you can't, don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll send you straight to meet the king of hell.
Yi Junlin's expression darkened as he spoke impatiently.
In his eyes, Shen Ye's words were nothing but hot air. As he finished speaking, a middle-aged man radiating brute strength stepped out of the Lamborghini. Shen Ye merely glanced at the man and instantly recognized him as a martial artist possessing second-tier Xian-level combat prowess.
Then I'll repeat myself, Tang Duo is free to associate with whomever she chooses.
You have no right to control her, and you certainly have no right to control me,
Shen Ye declared coldly. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Yi Junlin's face immediately darkened.
It had been a long time since anyone dared to show him such disrespect. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, Yi Junlin turned his gaze to Scarface and sneered coldly, you dare to be so defiant? Your confidence must come from him. Today, I'll kill you right in front of him. Let's see if his Black Dragon Society has the guts to challenge the Yi family of Central Plains. Though seemingly directed at Shen Ye, Yi Junlin's words were primarily meant for Scarface. He was declaring his lineage, using the prestige of the Yi family of Zhangzhou to intimidate Scarface into staying out of this. Scar, standing nearby, naturally caught the implication in Yi Junlin's words, his expression turning hesitant. On one side stood the Yi family of Zhangzhou, a Black Dragon Society couldn't afford to offend them. On the other was Shen Ye, whom Zhao Tailong had declared to regard as himself. Scar couldn't make up his mind and decided to call Zhao Tailong to ask what to do. Chapter 84, Shaking Qingzhou. With that thought, Scarred Face quickly pulled out his phone, stepped aside, and dialed Zhao Tailong. Seeing Scar run off to make the call, a smug look flashed across young Master Ye's face. He sneered at Shen Ye, see? The one you're relying on can't protect you after all. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Shen Ye gave a cold smile, unconcerned. Because Shen Ye's reliance had never been on the so-called Black Dragon Society. His reliance was his own strength. He needed no one else. Seeing Shen Ye remain so unflappable, Yi Junlin felt a twinge of irritation. He assumed Shen Ye must believe Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society would protect him at all costs, which was why he was so calm. I know what you're thinking, Yi Junlin said. Give up that notion. Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society won't risk offending our Zhangzhou Yi family just for your sake. Shen Ye remained silent in response to Yi Junlin's words. To him, Yi Junlin was nothing more than a mere puppet. What Shen Ye was more interested in was how Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society would choose when pressured by the Yi family. If Zhao Tailong remained steadfast in siding with him, Shen Ye was willing to support the Black Dragon Society, making it the most powerful force in Great Xia. Scarface, what's up? On the other line, Zhao Tailong answered, his voice tinged with confusion. Brother Long, I'm at Huawei Pharmaceutical right now. Shen Ye is here too. But Shen Ye has offended Yi Junlin from the Zhangzhou Yi family, and Yi Junlin wants to take him down. I'm torn about whether to help him, so I called specifically to ask your advice. Scar said. On the other end, Zhao Tielong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Scar's words. But Zhao Tailong didn't hesitate long. He replied into the phone, Scar, I've told you before, Shen Ye is like me, Zhao Tailong, in person. I don't care who he's offended. You protect him now.
I'm bringing people over immediately. But they're the Yi family from Central Plains. Scar reminded him again upon hearing Zhao Tielong's words. So what if it's the Yi family from Zhengzhou? This is Qingzhou, our Black Dragon Society's turf. If the Yi family dares set foot here, they'll find dragons coiled and tigers lying in wait. Zhao Tailong declared with overwhelming authority. With that, Zhao Tailong hung up the phone. He then sent a message to all his underlings, ordering them to gather every brother and assemble at Huahui Pharmaceutical Company. Yi Junlin watched Scar finish his call and approach, smirking triumphantly. Well, did Zhao Tailong of your Black Dragon Society tell you to mind your own business? What the hell are you gloating about? This is Qingzhou. If you want to gloat, go back to Zhengzhou and do it there. Our dragon boss said it, in Qingzhou, dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low. Mr. Shen, the Black Dragon Society has got you covered. Scarface hardened his expression and barked at Yi Junlin. Hearing Scarface's words, Yi Junlin's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected a Qingzhou Black Dragon Society to dare defy the Yi family of Central Plains for Shen Ye's sake, even telling him to curl up like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Mr. Shen, rest assured. Our dragon brother is already leading men here. With the Black Dragon Society protecting you, no one will lay a finger on you. Scar turned to Shen Ye and bowed respectfully. Shen Ye nodded with satisfaction at Scar's words. Zhao Tailong was quite capable. Simultaneously, every member of the Qingzhou Black Dragon Society received a message from their boss, ordering them to rush to Huahui Pharmaceuticals. Some Black Dragon Society members were still in bed with their girlfriends, but upon seeing the message, they hurriedly pulled up their pants, not daring to waste a single moment. Some didn't even have time to throw on clothes before rushing out the door. On every major road, cars revved their engines to the max, weaving through traffic at breakneck speed toward Huahui Pharmaceuticals. At an intersection, several traffic police officers were methodically directing the flow of vehicles. Watching the orderly stream of cars under their control, they felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. But just then, the roar of engines echoed from the distance. Following the sound, they saw several vehicles charging toward them at over 100 miles per hour. Seeing this, the traffic officers' expressions darkened. They immediately blew their whistles and waved at the vehicles, signaling them to pull over. But the vehicles ignored them completely, barreling straight toward the officers. Terrified, the traffic police leaped out of the way just in time to avoid being knocked flying. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the enraged officers quickly pulled out their walkie-talkies, intending to notify headquarters to intercept the vehicles. But then came another wave of roaring engines. Looking back, countless vehicles appeared on the street, speeding toward them in ever-increasing numbers. They all ignored the officers, roaring past right before their eyes. This is madness. Have they all lost their minds? One officer exclaimed, his face twisted with fury. At the same time, traffic police at other intersections were facing the exact same situation. At that moment, the traffic department's phones were nearly overwhelmed. Every incoming call was a complaint about those speeding cars tearing through the streets. What's going on? It feels like Qingzhou is about to be overturned. The traffic commander listened to the reports coming in from his subordinates, his face filled with shock as he asked. Unknown, but judging by the direction those vehicles are heading, they all seem to be converging on Huahui Pharmaceuticals. The reporting officer replied. Huahui Pharmaceutical? Immediately have someone check what's happening at Huahui Pharmaceutical. Why are all the shadowy forces in Qingzhou converging there? Yes. At Huahui Pharmaceuticals, Yi Junlin's face darkened. Gritting his teeth as he glared at Scar, he growled, what if I insist on killing him today? If you want to kill Mr. Shen, you'll have to step over my dead body and those of my brothers first. Scarface roared. With that, Scar stood directly in front of Shen Ye. The dozens of men he brought followed suit, positioning themselves before Shen Ye to confront Yi Junlin head-on. Since you Black Dragon Society fools don't know when to quit, I'll grant you your wish. Move out. Yi Junlin's expression turned icy as he barked the order to the middle-aged man beside him. As Yi Junlin's words fell, the middle-aged man charged straight at the Black Dragon Society's men. Instantly, the scene erupted with cries of agony. After all, the Black Dragon Society's men were ordinary people, no match for the middle-aged man. Only Scar, possessing Xian level Tier 1 strength, could barely exchange blows with the middle-aged man amidst the chaos caused by the other men. Boom! At that very moment, the roar of car engines echoed from outside the company building. Immediately after, a fleet of speeding vehicles charged toward Huahui Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 85, Zhao Tielong's Worries. Seeing the cars pour in, Scar's face lit up with relief. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time, otherwise he would have been overwhelmed. As more Black Dragon Society members joined the fray, the middle-aged man brought by Yi Junlin began to falter. After all, two fists couldn't fight four legs, especially with reinforcements pouring in relentlessly, their numbers swelling by the minute. Seeing this, Yi Junlin's expression darkened considerably. He never imagined that the small Black Dragon Society could possess such determination. For the sake of Shen Ye alone, they were willing to antagonize the Yi family.
What baffled him was why Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society would go to such lengths to aid Shen Ye. It defied logic.
Minutes later, a black Hummer burst onto the scene.
Zhao Tailong leaped out, his face etched with urgency.
Mr. Shen, are you all right?
Zhao Tailong rushed to Shen Ye's side, his face filled with concern.
I'm fine.
Thank you for your concern, Shen Ye replied with a relieved look. I'm relieved to hear you're unharmed, Mr. Shen, Zhao Tailong replied.
Watching Zhao Tailong and Shen Ye interact, Yi Junlin was even more baffled.
He noticed Zhao Tailong clearly positioned himself as inferior to Shen Ye during their conversation.
Could it be that Shen Ye possessed some formidable status?
Yi Junlin ordered the middle-aged man to stop fighting and return to his side, knowing that continuing would not only fail to gain him any advantage but would also cost him all face.
Zhao Tailong, are you truly willing to offend the Yi family of Zhengzhou for Shen Ye's sake?
Yi Junlin glared coldly at Zhao Tailong, his words laced with threat.
Could it be any more obvious? Zhao Tailong showed no fear whatsoever, spreading his hands in a defiant gesture that said, "What are you going to do about it?" "Fine. Very fine indeed. Zhao Tailong, you will regret your foolish decision today. I guarantee it."
Yi Junlin swept his gaze over the ever-growing crowd of Black Dragon Society members swarming the area. His expression darkened to the extreme. Even the entrance of Huawei Pharmaceutical Company was now packed with countless Black Dragon members, far too many to fit inside.
Ever since I, Zhao Tailong, can remember, I've never known the meaning of the word regret. Zhao Tailong declared, his domineering aura radiating outward. Fine. You just wait. I'll make you understand the wrath of the Yi family of Zhengzhou. You won't be able to bear it.
Yi Junlin gritted his teeth as he spoke, then turned and strode toward his car.
Get lost. Zhao Tailong barked.
Oh. Watching Yi Junlin climb into his car with his tail between his legs, the Black Dragon Society members began jeering.
Hearing their jeers, Yi Junlin's face darkened further.
He had never endured such humiliation before. This was his first time, but he swore it would be his last.
Yi Junlin couldn't bear to stay any longer.
To salvage what little dignity remained, he deliberately slammed his foot on the accelerator. The Lamborghini's engine roared to life, violently shoving aside the car blocking his path before speeding off into the distance until it vanished from sight.
Chen Xiao, watching young Master Yi leave in disgrace, felt equally humiliated.
He slunk into his own car and drove away. Watching Yi Junlin flee in disarray, Zhao Tailong showed no trace of satisfaction.
He knew all too well that soon, the Black Dragon Society would face the Yi family's relentless retaliation that could spell their downfall.
Though he knew Shen Ye had once been the king of the southern frontier, he knew even more that Shen Ye had been framed by his fiancée 3 years prior and imprisoned for 3 years. Therefore, he suspected Shen Ye was likely no longer the king of the southern frontier. Otherwise, how could he have been arrested and jailed? Noticing the worry etched on Zhao Tailong's face, Shen Ye walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Tailong, you risked the Yi family's wrath for me.
Aren't you worried they'll destroy the Black Dragon Society?"
"I am worried," Zhao Tailong replied honestly. "But it's not fear of death.
I fear for the brothers under me. They could die because of this decision."
Shen Ye nodded in acknowledgement at Zhao Tailong's words.
"Brother Long, we're not afraid of death," Scar said. After finishing his words, he scanned the surrounding members and asked, "Right, brothers?"
Yet when Scar asked, only a handful shouted defiantly that they weren't afraid of death. The vast majority remained silent.
Seeing this scene, Shen Ye smiled. It was all as expected. Shen Ye smiled. "Tailong, rest assured.
As long as I'm here, the Yi family won't be able to touch a single one of you."
"Alright, if there's nothing else, let everyone disperse."
Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Black Dragon Society's underlings naturally didn't believe him. They had good reason to doubt his claims. After all, Yi Junlin had been driven back by their own Black Dragon Society members. If Shen Ye was truly that formidable, why would he need the Black Dragon Society? When the Yi family dispatched their elite martial artists, they were certain Shen Ye would be the first to flee and run faster than anyone else. But out of respect for Zhao Tailong, they kept their thoughts to themselves.
"Everyone, disperse. Get back to your business." Zhao Tailong didn't dwell on Shen Ye's words.
He simply ordered his men to leave.
"Tailong, you should head back too. Don't carry too much baggage."
"I've said it before, the Yi family can't touch a single member of the Black Dragon Society." Seeing the Black Dragon Society men dispersing, Shen Ye patted Zhao Tailong on the shoulder.
"Alright, Mr. Shen. I'll be on my way. Should you ever need Zhao Tailong, just give me a call. I'll be there in a heartbeat," Zhao Tailong declared.
With that, he walked toward his car with Scar and drove off.
"Boss Long, there's something I just can't figure out."
In the car, Scar looked hesitant, as if he had something to say.
"You're wondering why I'm so invested in Mr. Shen that I'd risk offending the Yi family of Zhengzhou, right?" Zhao Tailong asked.
"Yes. After all, antagonizing the Yi family is a terribly unwise decision."
Scarred man nodded. "That's none of your concern. But if you're afraid, you can leave.
I'll give you enough money to see your family through the rest of your lives,"
Zhao Tailong declared. "Brother Long, what are you saying? How could I be afraid?" I just can't quite wrap my head around it. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask again. Scar said. Watching Zhao Tailong depart, Shen Ye walked straight toward Mao Tu's car. Mao Tu had actually arrived long ago, but without Shen Ye's command, she hadn't acted. Otherwise, Yi Junlin and that martial arts expert from the Yi family wouldn't have been enough to fill Mao Tu's teeth. The Black Dragon Society wouldn't have been needed at all. Let's go to the Cheng family, Shen Ye said calmly as he settled into the car. Brother, you're so concerned about Tang Duo. Could it be you've fallen for her? Mao Tu asked, glancing back at Shen Ye as she drove. Chapter 86, Lord of Qingzhou City. Shen Ye froze at Mao Tu's words. He pondered inwardly. Truth be told, accompanying Tang Duo to the movies that night had stirred something within him. Yet Shen Ye dismissed it as mere attraction, nothing that could possibly be called love. No, I don't think so, Shen Ye replied uncertainly. You're such a hypocrite. You're just worried I'll get jealous if you tell the truth, aren't you? Big bro, relax. I think a man as amazing as you deserves better than just one woman. Even if you fall for someone else, I won't be jealous. Mao Tu said, pouting. Shen Ye felt speechless inside upon hearing Mao Tu's words. What did she take him for? A stud? Focus on driving. Stop entertaining these ridiculous notions. Keep this up, and I'll send you back to the southern frontier. Shen Ye snapped. At the mention of returning to the southern frontier, Mao Tu stuck out her tongue adorably, adopting a pouty expression. Big brother, I won't say anything anymore, okay? Despite her words, Mao Tu remained firmly convinced that with her big brother's excellence, no woman deserved to have him all to herself, not even herself. Meanwhile, after driving away from Huawei Pharmaceuticals, Yi Junlin, unable to swallow his anger, immediately called his father, Yi Jingtian. Dad, send over a dozen of our family's top experts immediately. Otherwise, the Yi family of Zhengzhou will lose all face. Yi Junlin demanded. Hearing his son's words, Yi Jingtian's expression darkened slightly. He frowned and asked, what happened? Is there another family in Qingzhou that dares to disrespect the Yi family? Yi Junlin then recounted today's events to Yi Jingtian in full detail. After listening to his son's account, Yi Jingtian's expression darkened to the extreme. The Black Dragon Society of Qingzhou, a mere provincial gang, dares to disrespect the Central Plains Yi family? It seems their existence is no longer justified. And that Shen Ye he has the audacity to covet my son's fiancée. If I don't tear him limb from limb, how will the other top families of Central Plains regard the Yi family? Yi Jingtian said coldly. After hanging up on Yi Junlin, Yi Jingtian immediately headed to the family compound. He selected over a dozen martial arts experts, the highest ranked among them possessing Xian grade 9 cultivation. He believed this force would be sufficient to uproot the Qingzhou Black Dragon Society entirely, Shen Ye included. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou City Lord's mansion. At that moment, City Lord Ma Chuan was awaiting his subordinate's return with intelligence. The mass mobilization of Black Dragon Society foot soldiers today had alarmed him. Upon learning the news, he immediately dispatched men to Huawei Pharmaceuticals to investigate what had transpired. Soon, an aide entered, bowing respectfully before reporting, Your Excellency, we've uncovered the source of the conflict. It stems from a man named Shen Ye. This Shen Ye, over a woman named Tang Duo, has clashed head-on with Yi Junlin of the Yi family from Central Plains. To aid Shen Ye against Yi Junlin, Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society mobilized the entire organization's forces. As a result, Yi Junlin of the Central Plains Yi family has now been forced to retreat. Hearing the subordinate's report, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Ma Chuan's face. Interesting, Ma Chuan remarked. It's always been Qingzhou bearing the brunt of humiliation before Zhengzhou's people. This Zhao Tailong has finally shown some backbone, restoring a shred of dignity to our Qingzhou. Ma Chuan harbored deep resentment towards Central Province. As the city lord of Qingzhou, he endured constant contempt and verbal taunts from Central Province's city lords during every meeting there. Logically, he was a city lord too, and the Zhengzhou city lord was also a city lord. Their statuses should have been equal. Yet, simply because the other was a Zhengzhou city lord, he acted like some big brother, looking down on the other dozen or so city lords. This deeply annoyed Ma Chuan. This time, Zhao Tailong had humiliated Yi Junlin of the Yi family of Zhengzhou. Hearing this, Ma Chuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, as if Zhao Tailong had helped him regain some of his lost dignity. Lord City Master, one subordinate ventured, if I may speak frankly, Zhao Tailong is foolish. To provoke the Yi family of Zhengzhou over a mere Shen Ye, isn't that digging his own grave? Have you ever seen this Shen Ye? Ma Chuan ignored his subordinate's words and asked instead. I saw him from afar. Even from a great distance, I sensed something extraordinary about him, an aura befitting someone long enthroned in high office. But I've investigated his background. His family is as ordinary as they come. As for Shen Ye himself, he served in the military in the southern borderlands 6 years ago, discharged 3 years back. But 3 years ago, framed by his fiancée, he was locked up in the most mysterious prison in our Great Xia for 3 years, only released a little over 10 days ago. Judging by his background, he's just an ordinary nobody.
I can't fathom why Zhao Tailong would risk going head-to-head with the Yi family for him. The subordinate spoke with a look of utter bewilderment.
Hearing his subordinate's words, Ma Chuan suddenly understood.
A mysterious smile spread across his face as he said, "Do you really think someone imprisoned in that Qingyu prefecture facility could be an ordinary person? Everyone knows that prison in Qinggyuzu is the most mysterious in the Great Xia, yet few understand who truly resides within its walls."
But Ma Chuan happened to know.
Those imprisoned in Qingyu prefecture were none other than figures whose mere footsteps could send tremors through the entire Great Xia nation or even the entire world.
If Shen Ye could be locked up in this prison, could he possibly be an ordinary person? He must be at least on the same level as those imprisoned there. Upon learning Shen Ye had emerged from Qinggyuzu prison, Ma Chuan's mind immediately sprang into action.
He sensed his chance might have arrived. If he could seize this opportunity presented by Shen Ye, perhaps one day he could walk tall before the lord of Zhengzhou City.
Though hailed as the most mysterious prison in our Great Xia, it was still a prison meant to hold criminals, right? That's what his subordinate said, unaware of the true stature of those imprisoned within. Never mind. There are some things I can't discuss with you.
But remember this, from today onward, if you encounter that man named Shen Ye, treat him with the same respect you show me. If he makes any demands, do your best to fulfill them.
If you can't, come to me, I'll see to it. Ma Chuan declared. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, the subordinate was startled.
He had followed Ma Chuan for decades, yet had never seen him show such intense concern for anyone before.
Where is Shen Ye now? Hurry and get a brand new Pagani Huayra. I intend to present it to him as a meeting gift, hoping to make a favorable impression. Ma Chuan declared. Chapter 87, Yi Junlin's Thoughts. Cheng Family Manor, Jingzhou.
In the main hall of the Chang residence, several key members of the family sat assembled, among them Chang Wenjing. Yi Junlin, whose face had just been saved by Shen Ye, also sat in the hall. At this moment, the expressions of the Chang family members were grim, their eyes even carrying a hint of anger. Over the past few days, the Yang and Zhang families had intensified their pressure on the Changs. Their stocks had plummeted to the daily limit, resulting in losses nearing 10 billion yuan. Young Master Yi, you see, the marriage between you and my granddaughter has already been arranged.
Could you now have your Yi family inject some capital into our Cheng family first?
Otherwise, we truly won't be able to hold out much longer. Cheng Hong forced a smile as he appealed to Yi Junlin. Hearing Cheng Hong's words, a smug look flashed across Yi Junlin's face as he replied. Head of the Cheng family, while Dodo and I are indeed betrothed, we haven't yet married or obtained our marriage certificate. Under these circumstances, if I were to ask my family for money to bail out your Cheng family, I certainly wouldn't get it. My grandfather explicitly stated that he would only lend money to your family after Dodo and I formally register our marriage.
Surely you remember that, head of the Cheng family?
Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Cheng Hong immediately turned his gaze to Cheng Wenjing, who was seated nearby, and said, Wenjing, have Duo grab the household register and go register the marriage with young Master Yi.
Our family situation is urgent and cannot wait. Isn't this a bit too rushed? I'm afraid Dodo won't agree, Cheng Wenjing said hesitantly. As Tang Duo's mother, she understood her daughter's temperament well. Duo still harbored significant resistance toward young Master Yi. Forcing her to register a marriage with Yi Junlin at this moment would surely meet with refusal. Whether she agrees or not is not up to her. Our family has raised her for over a decade. Now is the time for her to repay us. If she dares refuse, we'll tie her up and drag her to register with young Master Yi. Cheng Hong declared, leaving no room for argument.
Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Yi Junlin felt even more smug inside.
He thought to himself, Shen Ye, you think you're so great?
Today, Tang Duo and I are going to get our marriage certificate.
From this day forward, Tang Duo is my wife. How does that make you feel?
Just as Cheng Wenjing was about to go find Tang Duo, a security guard responsible for the Cheng family's gate rushed in and reported to her. Second miss, there's a man named Shen Ye outside who says he wants to see you.
Hearing the guard's words, Tang Wenjing couldn't help but freeze. Shen Ye? Isn't he the one Tang Duo has her heart set on? How dare he come looking for her at the Cheng residence? What nerve! Have you lost your mind? Whoever wants to see me, I have to see them?
From now on, just send these nobodies packing. Cheng Wenjing said impatiently. Just as the guard, his face twisted with grievance, was about to leave, Yi Junlin called out to him from the side.
Wait! Yi Junlin's intention was simple, to reclaim the dignity he'd lost earlier at Shen Ye's place.
He clearly remembered Shen Ye bragging earlier that he could help the Cheng family resolve their financial crisis.
Solving the Cheng family's financial crisis required at least 500 billion yuan.
Yi Junlin knew Shen Ye well. He didn't have 500 billion, let alone 5 million. Although Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society might throw his full support behind Shen Ye, could the Black Dragon Society really come up with 50 billion? Absolutely not. They'd be lucky to scrape together a few billion. The reason even top-tier families in Qingzhou fear the Black Dragon Society is because they're a grey force with sheer numbers. Therefore, Yi Junlin planned to use this incident to humiliate Shen Ye.
So you're so powerful? So you're such a big talker? Then put up the money to save the Chang family. Young Master Yi, why are you doing this? Chang Wenjing asked Yi Junlin with a puzzled look.
I met that Shen Ye today, Yi Junlin replied.
He told me he could help your family weather this crisis. Why not let him in? He might actually be able to assist you. Young Master Yi, are you joking? We've investigated that Shen Ye.
He's just a penniless nobody, a former convict.
How could he possibly have the money to help our family? Chang Wenjing retorted. Just let him in. Yi Junlin's expression darkened slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. This was because he resented Chang Wenjing for daring to question his words.
Seeing Yi Junlin's displeased expression, Chang Wenjing had no choice but to instruct the guard, go bring him in.
Chang Wenjing wasn't stupid.
Seeing Yi Junlin like this, she understood his intent, to humiliate Shen Ye and make him look foolish.
Oh, and go fetch Duo too. Tell her Shen Ye is here. Yi Junlin added. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Chang Wenjing couldn't help but freeze. This Yi Junlin was truly relentless. Killing someone wasn't enough, he had to crush their spirit too.
Yi Junlin summoned Tang Duo specifically to witness Shen Ye's humiliation, to make her realize the gulf between Shen Ye and Yi Junlin.
Alright.
Chang Wenjing replied before turning to leave and fetch Tang Duo. Tang Duo sat in her room, her eyes bloodshot, clearly having cried. Right now, Tang Duo's mind kept replaying scenes from the movie she'd watched with Shen Ye. She couldn't help but recall how she'd snuggled into his arms, and the look of sheer agony on his face.
A sweet smile would flicker across her lips every time she thought of it.
Just then, Chang Wenjing pushed open the door and stepped inside.
Could you knock before barging into someone's room? Her pleasant memories interrupted, Tang Duo was thoroughly annoyed.
She shot Chang Wenjing a withering glance and snapped back.
This is the Chang residence. Do I need to knock to enter my own home? Chang Wenjing retorted with a stern expression. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, a mocking expression appeared on Tang Duo's face. Our house? That clearly didn't treat Tang Duo as family. Well then, just kick me out. Do you really think I want to stay here in your family's house? Tang Duo snapped angrily.
Chang Wenjing froze at Tang Duo's words, realizing she'd spoken out of turn.
She changed the subject. Come on, let's go to the main hall of the Chang residence. I won't go. Shen Ye is here. He's in the main hall right now. Are you sure you don't want to go? Chang Wenjing said. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duo froze, a flicker of joy lighting up her heart. Had Shen Ye come to rescue her? The thought made Tang Duo feel as sweet as honey.
It seemed he did care about her after all. Hearing she'd been dragged back by her family, he'd actually come to rescue her in person.
But Tang Duo didn't linger in her joy.
Quickly, she snapped back to reality. This was the Chang family compound, a top-tier clan in Qingzhou. If Shen Ye's rescue attempt angered the Changs, the trouble would be immense.
Chapter 88, The Chang Family Hall. With this thought, Tang Duo hurried out of the room and sped toward the Chang family's main hall.
She had to reach the main hall before Shen Ye provoked the Chang family members and persuade him to leave.
Chang family hall.
At that moment, Shen Ye and Mao Tu were also escorted by the Chang family guards into the main hall.
Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with a sinister glint upon seeing Shen Ye.
Upon entering the hall and catching sight of Yi Junlin, Shen Ye's gaze did not linger on him. In Shen Ye's eyes, Yi Junlin had always been nothing more than a clown, utterly unworthy of his attention. Yet, though Shen Ye's gaze did not linger on Yi Junlin interpreted this as fear. Shen Ye dared not meet his eyes, especially without the Black Dragon Society backing him up.
Who is the head of the Chang family?
Shen Ye swept his gaze across the assembled crowd and asked. At Shen Ye's words, a flash of anger crossed Cheng Hong's face. A greenhorn dared to enter the Chang family compound without a shred of decorum, and his first words were to demand who the head of the family was. And his tone was arrogant, as if he were interrogating them.
Boy, do you know where you are? This is the Chang family. When you enter our family, you must kneel before speaking to us.
Shang Wenhai, the eldest brother of Chang Wenjing, shouted at Shen Ye with a dark expression. Shang Wenhai understood perfectly well why Yi Junlin had allowed Shen Ye inside. He intended to play along with Yi Junlin, first intimidating Shen Ye to curry favor with his superior. At Chang Wenhai's words, a fierce killing intent radiated from Mao Tu's entire being.
Damn the Chang family.
How dare they make the esteemed prince of the southern frontier kneel to speak with them?
They're courting death.
Just as Mao Tu prepared to strike down Shang Wenhai, Shen Ye stopped him with a single glance.
You dare demand I kneel to speak?
Your insignificant Cheng family is unworthy.
How dare you speak so boldly? The lowly Cheng family? Do you not know we are one of Qingzhou's foremost clans?
Who gave you the audacity to utter such words? Cheng Hong retorted, his face darkening. Shen Ye chuckled inwardly at Cheng Hong's words.
As the esteemed prince of the southern frontier, did he need anyone's courage?
Head of the Cheng family, calm yourself. This young man has powerful connections, Yi Junlin interjected with a smile.
Backing? Chang Hong retorted. In Qingzhou, the Chang family has never feared anyone. Family head Chang, you shouldn't speak so definitively, Yi Junlin said coldly. Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society mobilized the entire organization's forces to pressure me for his sake. Whenever he recalled this incident, Yi Junlin felt as though he'd swallowed. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Chang Hong froze in surprise. The Black Dragon Society? They really are untouchable. No wonder Shen Ye was so arrogant, daring to disregard the Chang family. It turns out the Black Dragon Society was backing him. But the family head needn't worry too much. I've already reported the Black Dragon Society matter to our Yi family. We've dispatched over a dozen elite fighters to Qingzhou, ready to uproot the Black Dragon Society entirely. Yi Junlin stated. His words seemed directed at Chang Hong, but were actually meant for Shen Ye. He wanted Shen Ye to understand that Yi Junlin was not someone to be trifled with. Even with the Black Dragon Society backing him, Yi Junlin possessed the capability to uproot the Black Dragon Society from Qingzhou entirely. Just then, Tang Duo rushed into the hall from outside, her face etched with urgency as she approached Shen Ye. She exclaimed anxiously. How foolish of you. This is the Chang family's territory. You have no business being here. Leave immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Duo reached out, trying to push Shen Ye away. Dodo, don't panic. Shen Ye came to rescue you. He told me earlier he could resolve the Chang family's financial crisis. Why not see how he plans to help them before leaving? Yi Junlin said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Tang Duo froze, then grew even more anxious. How could Shen Ye make such outrageous claims? She knew firsthand that resolving the Chang family's crisis would require at least 500 billion yuan. Even if they sold Shen Ye, he wouldn't fetch that much. Shen Ye, didn't you brazenly claim earlier that you could help the Chang family resolve their crisis? Well then, explain to me exactly how you plan to do it. Yi Junlin stepped before Shen Ye, his face twisted in a cold sneer. Do I need to explain that much to you? Shen Ye shot Yi Junlin a cold glance, his tone icy. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yi Junlin's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that even after revealing the Yi family had mobilized over a dozen martial arts experts to eliminate the Black Dragon Society, Shen Ye would still refuse to give him the slightest face. Then tell me, Shang Wenjing walked in from outside, her voice dripping with contempt as she addressed Shen Ye. How exactly do you plan to help our Chang family? Simple. Given your family's current predicament, there are two solutions. First, inject massive capital to outspend both the Zhang and Yang families. Engage them in a financial war and crush them. Second, tackle the root cause. Ultimately, the crisis your family faces stems from the Zhang and Yang families. Therefore, eradicate them completely from Qingzhou, and the problem will be solved effortlessly. Shen Ye spoke with great ease, as if discussing something utterly trivial. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Chang family members' faces darkened. They felt Shen Ye was treating them like fools. Who didn't know these two solutions could resolve the problem? But implementing either required either immense capital or immense power, neither of which they possessed. Who can't talk big? Are you offering us money? Or influence? To wipe out the Zhang and Yang families? Chang Wenjing retorted, her face twisted with displeasure. Either is possible. It depends on how you want to handle it. I have no objections either way, Shen Ye replied. Money? Shen Ye wasn't certain he possessed that much himself, but he knew the figures locked away in the mysterious prison certainly did. With a single word from him, those individuals could secure not just tens of billions, but hundreds of billions, even trillions. And they'd be scrambling to do so. This was a rare chance to curry favor with Shen Ye, and none of them wanted to miss it. As for wiping out the Zhang and Yang families, that was even easier. Not to mention Shen Ye himself, just take Mao Tu or Fei Ying, either one could utterly annihilate those two major clans. Ha, what a bold claim. Forget wiping them out, just think about waging a financial war against these two families. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? 500 billion. A full 500 billion. Do you have it? Forget 500 billion, you probably couldn't even scrape together 5 million, or even 50,000. Chang Wenjing dismissed Shen Ye's words as mere bragging, snapping back with irritation. Chapter 89, The City Lord Arrives. Do I have 500 billion in my account? Shen Ye turned back and asked Mao Tu. Shen Ye himself didn't know the exact balance in his account, so he asked Mao Tu out of curiosity. Hearing Shen Ye's question, Mao Tu looked awkwardly embarrassed and shook his head. No. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Yi Junlin and the Chang family members standing nearby looked utterly embarrassed. Weren't you bragging, they thought. Now even your own people won't back up your claims. So how much is in my account? Shen Ye, oblivious to the shifting expressions around him, pressed on. Honestly? Mao Tu looked utterly embarrassed, worried that speaking up now would embarrass Shen Ye. She knew full well that though Shen Ye held the prestigious title of Prince of the Southern Frontier, he cherished his soldiers like his own children. To ensure they ate well, he often dipped into his own account to subsidize their meals. Right now, Shen Ye's account didn't even have 500 million, not even 500,000. Tell me the truth. Shen Ye demanded. Brother, you only have a little over 100,000 in your account. Mao Tu stated truthfully. Ha ha.
As soon as Mao Tu finished speaking, Yi Junlin beside him burst into loud laughter.
Even the Chang family members joined in the laughter.
Just moments ago, Shen Ye had been boasting that he could assist the Chang family with both money and influence. Yet now, his bank account held only 100,000 yuan. Talk about a slap in the face.
Hearing Mao Tu's words, Shen Ye's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He hadn't realized he was this broke.
Still, Shen Ye didn't feel completely humiliated. After all, when he was released from prison, Li Wuying had given him a black card. Given Li Wuying's status, that card likely held at least tens of billions.
What are you laughing at? My boss said he could help your Chang family, and he absolutely will.
Mao Tu, seeing the mocking smiles on everyone's faces, felt deeply annoyed and snapped at them angrily.
Hey, sweetheart, you're talking out of both ends of your mouth here. You were the one who just said Shen Ye only has a few 100,000, and now you're the one claiming he can help the Chang family? Could you at least draft your lies before spouting them? Yi Junlin couldn't help but chuckle as he addressed Mao Tu. Duo, did you see that clearly? Shen Ye is nothing but a liar. If you really end up with someone like that, how could you possibly be happy? Chang Wenjing turned her gaze to Tang Duo and said this. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Yi Junlin's eyes.
This was precisely the outcome he'd hoped for. I don't need you worrying about me, Tang Duo retorted sharply. In Tang Duo's eyes, Shen Ye might be bragging, but at least he was bragging to save her. Far from looking down on him for it, she felt even more touched.
Hearing Tang Duo's words, Chang Wenjing's expression darkened.
She couldn't fathom what kind of love potion Shen Ye had fed her daughter to make her so utterly devoted. Chang Wenjing glared at Shen Ye with fury, coldly demanding, before I lose my temper, get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Those were your words, Shen Ye retorted with a cold smile. I gave your Chang family one chance to ask for my help.
Are you sure you don't want it?
Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Chang family members and Yi Junlin reacted as if they'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable.
Is Shen Ye's offer really that precious? Sorry, but we don't see it that way. Get lost. Chang Wenjing snapped.
Ha! Then I'll take that as your family tacitly forfeiting this chance.
Hope you don't regret it.
Shen Ye finished with a cold laugh, then took Tang Duo's hand and said, come with me. Seeing Shen Ye about to take Tang Duo away, Chang Wenjing's face turned icy cold.
Did I ever say you could take Duo away? Do I need your permission to take whoever I want? Shen Ye's icy gaze fixed on Chang Wenjing.
The moment she met his icy gaze, Chang Wenjing felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cave, a flicker of awe unexpectedly stirring within her. Forget that Tang Duo has already separated from your Chang family. Even if she were still part of your family, no one could stop me from taking her away, Shen Ye continued.
You're courting death. Chang Wenjing snapped. As her words fell, several Shen-level experts leapt in front of Shen Ye, blocking his path. Seeing this, Mao Tu, standing behind Shen Ye, instantly leapt forward several paces to shield him. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and battle seemed imminent, a guard shout suddenly echoed from the entrance. The Lord of Qingzhou City has arrived. Hearing the announcement, the Chang family members froze in surprise before their faces lit up with delight. Even Chang Hong, seated at the head of the table, immediately stood and hurried toward the entrance to greet the Lord of Qingzhou. Quickly, follow me to greet the Lord. Chang Hong instructed Chang Wenhai and Chang Wenjing. At his words, Chang Wenhai and Chang Wenjing promptly followed Chang Hong toward the entrance. Father, what's going on? Why would the Lord of the city suddenly visit our home? This is like a maiden riding in a wedding palanquin for the first time. Chang Wenhai asked curiously. I don't know either. Perhaps the Lord heard about our family's situation and wants to lend a hand?
Chang Hong said, his voice tinged with excitement.
But listen, none of you say a word out of turn. Watch my cues. If it was truly as he suspected that the Lord of the city intended to aid the Chang family, then what could the Zhang and Yang families achieve by joining forces? What did the Chang family have to fear?
Soon, two figures were seen rushing toward the main hall.
It was none other than Qingzhou City Lord Ma Chuan and his subordinate. The Lord Mayor's presence truly graces our humble abode. We apologize for failing to greet you properly. Please forgive our oversight, Your Excellency. Chang Hong, leading several members of the Chang family, bowed deeply with clasped fists, addressing Ma Chuan with utmost respect. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. Ma Chuan dismissed their bows, bypassing the Chang family members entirely as he strode directly toward Shen Ye. Seeing Ma Chuan bypass their group, Chang Hong and the others froze in surprise. What was going on? Shouldn't the city lord have come to see the important figures of the Chang family? Why was he bypassing them? Could it be that the city lord didn't recognize them, mistaking them for mere servants of the Chang household? Chang Hong and the others hurried to keep pace with the city lord. Yet the next moment, the Chang family members froze in shock. They watched as the city lord approached Shen Ye and came to a halt before him.
What stunned them even more was that the city lord adopted an even lower posture than Shen Ye, addressing him with utmost courtesy, Mr. Shen. At that moment, it wasn't just the Chang family members who were bewildered, even Shen Ye himself was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't seem to know this so-called city lord at all, did he? Chapter 90, The Chang Family's Change of Heart. Do we know each other? Shen Ye frowned and asked Ma Chuan. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shen Ye to be so direct. After all, anyone else, upon learning he was the city lord of Qingzhou, would surely be scrambling to curry favor with him. Who would even care about whether they knew each other or not? But precisely because of Shen Ye's attitude, Ma Chuan grew even more convinced that this man was far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. Mr. Shen, whether we knew each other before doesn't matter. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. To express my sincerity in wanting to befriend you, I've prepared a small token of our meeting. With that, Ma Chuan produced a set of Pagani Zonda keys from his pocket and extended them toward Shen Ye. Seeing the car keys Ma Chuan offered, everyone present was startled. A Pagani Huayra key? Ma Chuan sure was generous, throwing down a car worth over 20 million yuan. Especially the Chang family members, they now felt a pang of regret, regretting having rejected the opportunity Shen Ye had offered earlier. A man whom even the city lord himself would gift a multi-million-dollar luxury car to curry favor with, regardless of whether he could actually come up with 50 billion yuan, was someone the Chang family should have befriended. Yet Yi Junlin, observing the scene from the sidelines, wore a dark expression. He couldn't fathom why the esteemed lord of Qingzhou City would stoop to courting a convict. Even if he had the Black Dragon Society backing him, so what? Could the esteemed lord of Qingzhou City possibly take the Black Dragon Society seriously? Your Excellency has traveled far. Please follow me to the main hall. I shall have our finest tea brewed for you. Cheng Hong approached, extending an invitation for Ma Chuan to sit in the Chang family's main hall. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to befriend the city lord. Cheng Hong naturally didn't want to miss it. Very well. See that the finest tea is prepared promptly. I wish to have a proper conversation with Mr. Shen. Ma Chuan nodded, casting an appreciative glance toward Hong Chang. Seeing Ma Chuan's approving gaze, Cheng Hong felt a surge of delight. Mr. Shen, let's head to the main hall of the Chang residence. We can sit down, have a cup of tea, and chat while we drink. Ma Chuan gestured invitingly to Shen Ye. I'd rather not. The Chang family doesn't welcome me, Shen Ye replied indifferently. At Shen Ye's words, Ma Chuan's expression darkened instantly. Anger flashed across his face as he shot a glare at Cheng Hong and the others. Seeing this, Cheng Hong's heart sank. He wished he could slap himself hard. Why had he refused Shen Ye earlier? Mr. Shen, it's all a misunderstanding. If I'd known you were the city lord's friend, how could our family possibly not welcome you? Hong Cheng hurriedly flattered Shen Ye with a forced smile. He had initially intended to address Shen Ye by name, but upon reflection, he remembered that even the city lord referred to him as Mr. Shen. He quickly corrected himself, not wanting to risk displeasing the city lord. Yet despite Cheng Hong's change in address, Ma Chuan's face remained dark with fury. Cheng Hong had no idea what he'd said wrong. It seems your Chang family has no desire to survive in Qingzhou. What do you mean? If we'd known Mr. Shen was my friend, we would have welcomed you. Does that imply you wouldn't have welcomed him if he weren't my friend? Ma Chuan barked at Cheng Hong, his face darkening. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, Cheng Hong was stunned. What kind of status did Shen Ye hold? Even Lord Ma was groveling before him like a sycophant. Moreover, his earlier words were meant to save Ma Chuan's face, yet Ma Chuan showed no appreciation whatsoever. Lord Ma, Shen Ye is merely a reformed criminal. Why must you disregard the Chang family's dignity for his sake? Yi Junlin spoke up from the side. He felt that if he didn't say something now, Shen Ye would steal all the spotlight today, something he was unwilling to see. Yi Junlin believed that as the young master of the Yi family of Zhengzhou, Lord Ma would surely show him some respect. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Ma Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. He glared coldly at Yi Junlin and demanded, "And who are you? Do you think you have the right to interrupt me when I'm speaking?" Yi Junlin's expression stiffened at Ma Chuan's words. My name is Yi Junlin. My father is Yi Jingtian of the Yi family of Central Plains. Yi Junlin declared his lineage. He refused to believe that even after revealing his family name, Lord Ma would still refuse to show him respect. Is the Yi family of Zhengzhou so formidable? When I'm speaking, even if your father Yi Jingtian himself were here, he wouldn't have the right to interrupt. What makes you think you can? Ma Chuan retorted, his expression unfriendly. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, Yi Junlin's face grew even stiffer, his expression turning grim. Yet he dared not erupt in anger. Ma Chuan wasn't bragging, he was, after all, the city lord of Qingzhou. Even if the Yi family was a first-rate clan in Central Plains, that still didn't place them on the same level as the city lord. Yi Junlin had no idea that Ma Chuan was giving him such a hard time solely because of their Zhengzhou city lord. Since Ma Chuan had often been humiliated by the city lord, he now felt particularly resentful whenever he saw anyone from Zhengzhou. Mr. Shen, how did the Chang family cross you? Tell me, and I'll help you get even. Ma Chuan turned back, his expression one of shared resentment toward Shen Ye. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, the Cheng family members were deeply alarmed. They were already overwhelmed by the combined forces of the Zhang and Yang families. If Lord Ma now targeted the Cheng family because of Shen Ye, their clan would truly be erased from Qingzhou. Suddenly, Cheng Hong had a flash of inspiration. He thought to himself, Shen Ye has always liked Tang Duoduo, and Tang Duoduo is his granddaughter. Why not simply grant Shen Ye his wish and betroth Tang Duoduo to him? That way, not only would Ma Chuan refrain from targeting the Cheng family, but he might even ally with them against the Zhang and Yang clans, considering Shen Ye as his son-in-law. With this plan in mind, Cheng Hong immediately addressed Shen Ye. Mr. Shen, you've expressed affection for our dodo, haven't you? Well, it just so happens that dodo also holds feelings for you. Today, I'd like to invite Lord Ma to witness as we betroth our dodo to you, Mr. Shen. What do you think, Lord Ma? Cheng Hong turned to Ma Chuan, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Ma Chuan was taken aback. So Shen Ye had feelings for the Cheng family's granddaughter. That's splendid. I'd be honored to serve as the witness. Ma Chuan replied with a broad smile. Hearing Cheng Hong and Ma Chuan's words, Tang Duoduo's face flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Shen Ye before quickly averting her eyes, seeming somewhat guilty. However, even though Tang Duoduo secretly wished to marry Shen Ye, that didn't mean she could agree to marry him regardless of the situation. After all, right now, Cheng Hong only saw him as a useful tool. Previously, Cheng Hong believed the Yi family could aid the Chengs, so she was to be married off to Yi Junlin. Now, she felt Shen Ye could benefit the Chengs, and once again, she was being pushed toward marriage with him. This made her feel utterly disrespected, as if she were nothing more than a tool to be exploited. Chapter 91, Top-Tier Sports Car. However, Yi Junlin, standing nearby, heard Cheng Hong's words and his face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. Originally, he had instructed Cheng Wenjing to bring Shen Ye in to humiliate him. Yet in the end, not only had he failed to humiliate Shen Ye, but he himself had become the laughingstock. What infuriated Yi Junlin most was Cheng Hong's declaration to betroth Tang Duoduo to Shen Ye, a blatant slap in his face. Humph. With Yu Ma Chuan present, Yi Junlin dared not say more. He could only let out a cold snort, flung his sleeves aside, and stormed off in indignation. Seeing Yi Junlin storm out in fury, Cheng Hong felt a jolt of alarm, realizing he had thoroughly alienated Yi Junlin this time. But Cheng Hong didn't pursue Yi Junlin. He reasoned that as long as he could handle Shen Ye and Ma Chuan, what did it matter if he had offended Yi Junlin? I disagree. My father and I have severed ties with the Cheng family. My marriage is my decision to make. The Cheng family has no right to interfere, Tang Duoduo countered. Hearing Tang Duoduo's words, Cheng Hong flew into a rage, his beard bristling as he bellowed, "Shut your mouth. You have no right to speak here. Duoduo, haven't you always liked Shen Ye? Now your grandfather is betrothing you to him, it's a blessing. Why are you opposing it?" Cheng Wenjing asked in confusion. Hearing Cheng Wenjing's words, Tang Duoduo's face flushed bright red, wishing she could sink into the ground. While it was true she did like Shen Ye, she was still a girl with a delicate nature. Before their relationship was confirmed, having someone state outright that she liked him made her blush with embarrassment. Who said I like him? Tang Duoduo protested. Besides, even if I did like him, so what? Your Cheng family has always treated me like nothing more than a tool for an arranged marriage. Shen Ye shot Tang Duoduo an admiring glance at her words, impressed by her principles. You needn't argue. I gave your family a chance before, but you rejected it. Now you regret it too late. Shen Ye declared coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Chuan looked at the Cheng family members with disappointment, sweeping his gaze over them as he said, "You look down on people with your dog's eyes. Mr. Shen gave you a chance, yet you proved utterly useless. I've heard about your family's situation. With just one word from Mr. Shen, I could have had the Zhang and Yang families expelled from Qingzhou altogether. Yet you were foolish enough to reject the opportunity Mr. Shen offered. How laughable." Hearing Ma Chuan's words, the Cheng family members' expressions changed repeatedly, filled with bitter regret. Let's go. There's nothing more to discuss with them, Shen Ye said indifferently. With that, he took Tang Duoduo's hand and headed toward the Cheng family's gate. Seeing Shen Ye about to take Tang Duoduo away, Cheng Hong immediately flew into a rage. Now that Shen Ye was out of favor with the city lord, he still needed to keep Tang Duoduo to marry her off to Yi Junlin. Otherwise, the Cheng family would truly be finished. Mr. Shen, you may leave, but Tang Duoduo is my granddaughter. What right do you have to take her away? Cheng Hong demanded. I've already said I'm no longer part of your Cheng family, Tang Duoduo retorted angrily at Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong, are you trying to restrict someone's freedom? Ma Chuan glared at Cheng Hong coldly. Even if she hadn't severed ties with the Cheng family, she's free to go wherever she pleases. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, Cheng Hong's face darkened, yet he dared say no more. He could only watch helplessly as Shen Ye led Tang Duoduo away from the Cheng residence. Mr. Shen, why not come to my residence? We can have a proper conversation. After leaving the Cheng residence, Ma Chuan extended the invitation to Shen Ye.
I'd rather not.
Running around all day has left me rather tired, Shen Ye replied.
Claiming exhaustion was merely Shen Ye's excuse.
He simply had no desire to visit the city lord's residence. After all, he and Ma Chuan were strangers, and he held no interest in engaging in idle chatter. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ma Chuan's eyes at Shen Ye's words. Then, Ma Chuan handed the car keys to Shen Ye, pointing to a Pagani Huayra parked nearby.
In that case, very well.
But please accept this token of our meeting, Mr. Shen. Shen Ye glanced at the supercar parked nearby.
It was indeed pretty cool. Then I'll take your offer, Mayor Ma.
Shen Ye didn't beat around the bush, taking the keys directly from his hand with a smile. Seeing Shen Ye accept the keys, Ma Chuan felt considerably relieved.
Accepting his gift meant Shen Ye acknowledged him as a friend.
After exchanging a few polite words, Ma Chuan drove away with his subordinates.
Wow, this sports car is so awesome. Tang Duo stared at the Pagani supercar, her face lit up with amazement. Do you like it? Shen Ye asked with a smile.
Of course. It's a world-class supercar, who wouldn't love it?
Tang Duo replied. If you like it, I'll give it to you.
Shen Ye chuckled. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo froze in surprise, her heart fluttering with secret delight.
She thought, Shen Ye must definitely like me.
Otherwise, how could he possibly part with a supercar worth tens of millions to give to me?
No, thank you, Tang Duo replied. This is a gift from the city lord to you.
I wouldn't dream of taking what belongs to someone else. I do like it, but this car is too expensive. I can't accept it. I'm not particularly fond of this car.
If you like it, feel free to take it. It's no problem, Shen Ye said.
This was his true sentiment. As the war god of the southern frontier, Shen Ye genuinely held no interest in sports cars. His passions lay in high-tech fighter jets and tanks. To him, a car was merely a means of transportation.
No way. Someone gave it to you. How could I possibly drive it? Tang Duo shook her head.
Hearing Tang Duo's words, Shen Ye froze, thinking she was upset he was passing on a gift without sincerity. But honestly, I never imagined you'd come all the way to the Cheng family estate just for me. I'm genuinely touched, Tang Duo said, her face glowing with a sweet smile. You're the general manager of Huawei Pharmaceuticals. If you weren't here, who would handle the company's affairs? I absolutely had to get you back. Otherwise, wouldn't the burden fall on me? Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo pursed her lips, thinking to herself, would it kill you to say something nice? Get in. I'll drive you home. Rest up tonight, you need to be at the office on time tomorrow. Shen Ye opened the Pagani's driver's door and climbed in. Hearing this, Tang Duo walked over and took the passenger seat. Mao Tu, meanwhile, led several others straight to the Alpha business van. They drove the entire way, tailing Shen Ye's car. It must be said, cruising down the road in a supercar drew plenty of attention. Countless people shot envious glances at Shen Ye and Tang Duo. Chapter 92, Intercepting the Yi family's elite. The Cheng residence. At that moment, the faces of the Cheng family members were grim. They deeply regretted not seizing the opportunity Shen Ye had offered them. Wenjing, look at the mess you've created. Shen Ye clearly gave us a chance, why did you refuse it? Chang Wenhai's face darkened as he snapped at Chen Wenjing. What do you mean by that, brother? When Shen Ye was speaking, weren't you mocking him too? Treating him like a clown? Now that you see the city lord fawning over him, you're shifting all the blame onto me? Chang Wenjing retorted, her face dark. His thoughts exposed, Chang Wenhai's face flushed crimson. He snorted coldly and fell silent. What's the point of arguing now? Who could have predicted that Shen Ye would even get the city lord to curry favor with him? Cheng Hong remarked. Father, it's truly baffling. I personally investigated Shen Ye's background, he has no special status whatsoever. I simply can't fathom why the city lord would have any reason to curry favor with him. Chang Wenjing said, her face filled with confusion. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, both Cheng Hong and Chang Wenhai were equally baffled, unable to make sense of the situation. Dad, I think the most urgent matter isn't why the city lord is courting Shen Ye. We need to seriously consider what our Cheng family should do now. Dad, don't forget just now, to curry favor with the city lord, you promised in front of young Master Yi to betroth Duo to Shen Ye. We've now offended the Yi family of Central State too. Chang Wenhai pointed out. Hearing Chang Wenhai's words, Cheng Hong and Chang Wenjing's expressions darkened further. Sigh, we've lost the sesame seeds trying to grab the watermelon, only to end up with neither. Cheng Hong lamented, his face etched with regret. Silence hung heavy in the hall for a long moment. Finally, Cheng Hong spoke, Wenjing, put your current affairs on hold these next few days. Spend more time with Duo. See if you can win back some of her goodwill. If possible, have Duo persuade Shen Ye to help our Cheng family. Wenhai, you won't be idle either. You'll handle Yi Junlin's side. Speak favorably to him. If we can secure Yi Junlin's cooperation, there's still hope for the Cheng family. Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Chang Wenjing and Chang Wenhai nodded, promising to do their utmost.
Meanwhile, after dropping Tang Duo off at her building, Shen Ye immediately turned his car around and headed toward Qingzhou Airport with Mao Tu. Earlier, Yi Junlin had mentioned he'd summoned over a dozen martial arts experts from his family to confront the Black Dragon Society. Therefore, Shen Ye planned to intercept those experts sent by the Yi family before they could land. After all, Zhao Tailong had incurred the Yi family's wrath precisely to help him. He couldn't allow the Yi family's experts to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. Qingzhou Airport. As Shen Ye pulled his Pagani Huayra to a stop, it immediately drew envious stares from the surrounding crowd. A stunning beauty, supremely confident in her looks and figure, walked straight toward Shen Ye's car. "Hey, handsome, your car is so cool." Shen Ye had just stepped out of the car when a stunningly attractive woman, dressed provocatively and possessing both a great figure and striking looks, sashayed over to him. She tossed her hair seductively as she spoke. Shen Ye instinctively disliked gold diggers like her. He shot her a dismissive glance and started to walk past her. But the woman wasn't giving up. She pretended to twist her ankle in her high heels and deliberately stumbled forward, throwing her body into Shen Ye's arms. She was sure he'd catch her. She was indeed caught, but not by Shen Ye. Instead, it was one of Mao Tu's subordinates who had just stepped out of the Alpha business van. Seeing Mao Tu's subordinate catch her, the woman shot him a disdainful glare, thinking, "Mind your own business." With a flick of her wrist, she brushed off Mao Tu's man and hurried to catch up with Shen Ye, who was walking ahead. In a voice dripping with allure, she asked, "Handsome, got a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend?" "Sorry, sweetheart, you're a step too late. This handsome guy is already mine. Why don't you try finding your next target?" At that moment, Mao Tu stepped forward, hooked her arm around Shen Ye's wrist, and addressed the woman thus. Hearing Mao Tu's words, the beauty finally turned away, her face filled with disappointment. "Can you let go now?" After the beauty departed, Shen Ye glanced at Mao Tu's arm around his own and asked indifferently. Mao Tu pouted and replied with a hint of sadness, "You're so stingy." Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a hotel, Yi Junlin's face darkened as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. His call was directed to the martial arts expert of the Yi family. Having been humiliated twice in front of Shen Ye today, he was now desperate to eliminate him. The call connected. "Wang Meng, have you arrived yet?" Yi Junlin asked. "Young Master Yi, the plane will land in about 10 minutes, Wang Meng's voice came through the phone. "Good. Once you arrive, head straight to the Supreme Hotel. We'll be going to kill someone shortly." A cold, murderous intent flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes as he spoke. The target, of course, was Shen Ye. Though the Qingzhou city lord fawned over Shen Ye, Yi Junlin wasn't worried. Once Shen Ye was dead, he didn't believe the city lord would dare cross the Yi family for his sake. Qingzhou Airport. Shen Ye, accompanied by Mao Tu and several others, waited at the airport entrance for about 10 minutes. Soon, a dozen men emerged from the terminal, each radiating a fierce, martial aura. They were undoubtedly the martial arts experts dispatched by the Yi family. Shen Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Tuesday. Mao Tu understood immediately and promptly led several subordinates toward the group. "From Central State?" Mao Tu intercepted them directly and demanded, "Who are you? Who are you?" Wang Meng frowned, eyeing Mao Tu. "Mind your own business." "I'm asking if you're from the Yi family of Central Plains," Mao Tu demanded, his gaze icy. "So what if we are?" Wang Meng retorted. "If so, then you're going nowhere. Come with me," Mao Tu declared. "Ha! What arrogance! With just a handful of men, what gives you the audacity to think you can take us away?" A cold, haughty look flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. He didn't take Mao Tu seriously at all. No sooner had Wang Meng finished speaking than the dozen or so men behind him instantly formed a formation, surrounding Mao Tu and his companions. At that very moment, Wang Meng caught sight of Shen Ye out of the corner of his eye. His heart leapt with joy. Wang Meng had seen Shen Ye's photo and knew Yi Junlin had sent them to Qingzhou for one purpose, to eliminate Shen Ye and destroy the Black Dragon Society. What luck! He'd encountered his first target, Shen Ye, the moment he stepped off the plane. If he could eliminate Shen Ye now and present his head to Yi Junlin, he was certain to receive Yi Junlin's reward. Chapter 93, The Story of Shen Chongqing. Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you throw yourself in. Wang Meng gazed at Shen Ye in the distance, his face beaming with delight. At that moment, Shen Ye glanced over at Wang Meng, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing that smile, Wang Meng sneered inwardly, "You won't be smiling for long. Take them all down. Bring them alive." Wang Meng turned and barked orders to the dozen men he had brought with him. Hearing Wang Meng's words, the dozen or so men were puzzled about what live ones he meant, but it didn't stop them from carrying out the order. They immediately charged toward Mao Tu and the others. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Meng's expression turned grim. He realized the dozen martial arts experts he'd brought from the Yi family were no match for Mao Tu and his companions. In the blink of an eye, every single one of his men was knocked down. "Bunch of useless fools," Wang Meng muttered under his breath. Despite his men being knocked down, Wang Meng showed no fear.
His cultivation level was several minor realms higher than theirs, and he could easily defeat them all in a single round.
I underestimated you lot, he declared. But don't get too cocky. Beating my men doesn't mean you can beat me.
I am the 5th ranked expert of the Yi family, my cultivation already at the 9th level of the Xian realm.
I'm just a step away from entering the ranks of Earth level experts. Don't say I don't know how to treat a lady with kindness. You're quite pretty. If you agree to be my mistress, I'll spare your life. Wang Meng declared. Hearing Wang Meng's final words, a flash of disgust crossed Mao Tu's eyes. She snapped coldly, as if you're worthy. With that, Mao Tu charged straight at Wang Meng. You're asking for death.
Seeing this, Wang Meng's eyes turned cold. He roared in anger, preparing to strike and subdue Mao Tu. Yet the moment the thought crossed his mind, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, followed by a searing pain across his face. Smack! Mao Tu's hand smacked hard against Wang Meng's face, sending stars dancing before his eyes and a buzzing sensation through his head. Burning with rage from the slap, Wang Meng immediately launched a punch straight at Mao Tu's chest. Yet, with his fist less than 2 inches from Mao Tu, he suddenly felt immense force surge through his abdomen, followed by excruciating pain. Mao Tu's foot had kicked him in the chest first, sending Wang Meng flying backward. Mao Tu closed the distance, clamping his hand around Wang Meng's throat mid-air as he flew backward, then slammed him hard onto the ground. Cough! Cough! With his throat clamped and pinned to the ground, Wang Meng's face turned crimson from the suffocating pressure as he coughed violently. At that moment, Wang Meng was utterly shocked. He never imagined Mao Tu could be so powerful he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Then, Mao Tu swiftly pressed several acupoints on his chest. Instantly, he felt his entire body go limp. Take him away. Mao Tu stood up, radiating heroic grace as she commanded. Soon, one of Mao Tu's subordinates approached and picked up the immobilized Wang Meng as easily as a small chicken. Mao Tu, accompanied by several subordinates and the dozen or so men she had subdued, approached Shen Ye and respectfully reported, "Big brother, all taken care of." Hearing Mao Tu's words to Shen Ye, Wang Meng, hoisted like a chicken, felt his cheeks burn fiercely. So these men were Shen Ye's underlings? What a bloody slap in the face. Just moments ago, Wang Meng had felt incredibly fortunate to encounter Shen Ye immediately after landing. He'd even planned to eliminate Shen Ye and claim his reward from Yi Junlin. Now he realized it wasn't luck at all. Shen Ye had deliberately brought men to ambush him here. Shen Ye gave a curt nod, not even bothering to glance at Wang Meng and his men. "Lock them all up in prison," he ordered. "Without my explicit command, no one is to release them." With that, Shen Ye turned and strode toward his Pagani supercar. Yang family, one of Qingzhou's premier clans. In a dimly lit room, an old man radiating an eerie aura sat cross-legged. Beside him sat a young, beautiful woman. The woman wore an impatient expression, several times on the verge of speaking but holding her tongue. Had Shen Ye been present, he would have recognized the beautiful woman as Lin Meng, and the eerie-looking old man as the strange figure he had encountered at the coffin shop. The eerie old man slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Meng beside him, and spoke in a measured tone, "You seem to have something to say?" "Master, I just don't understand. Shen Ye is clearly just a lowly soldier, a convict fresh out of prison. Why are you so afraid of him?" Lin Meng asked, her face filled with confusion and resentment. After all, she was now the adopted daughter of the Yang family patriarch. With the Yang family's influence, eliminating Shen Ye should be a piece of cake. What frustrated her was that ever since her master rescued him last time, he'd confined her to the house, forbidding her from going out. Hearing Lin Meng's words, the eerie old man's expression instantly turned cold. Seeing this, Lin Meng quickly lowered her head, her voice trembling with fear. "Master, please forgive me. Your disciple spoke out of turn. Oof. If it weren't for your talent, I'd have smacked you to death long ago," the eerie old man said coldly. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Meng secretly broke out in a cold sweat. She knew her master's capabilities all too well. If she truly angered him, she wouldn't even know how she died. "Do you know who Shen Ye's father, Shen Changqing, truly is?" the strange old man asked. At the mention of Shen Changqing's name, Lin Meng's face twisted with disdain. "He's just another good-for-nothing like Shen Ye," she sneered. "Humph. If he's a good-for-nothing, then you're not even worth the dust under his little toe." The eerie old man shot Lin Meng a cold glance and sneered. "Master, what do you mean? Shen Changqing was just an ordinary man, as ordinary as they come. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to leave his son back then." Lin Meng was puzzled. He offended those he shouldn't have. His entire clan was wiped out, and his cultivation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, with Shen Changqing's monstrous talent, given enough time, you wouldn't even have the right to look up to him. The strange old man explained. Hearing the strange old man's words, Lin Meng couldn't help but freeze in surprise. So Shen Changqing had quite a story behind him after all. "Master, was Shen Changqing really that formidable back then? And what was the status of the Shen family in the Great Xia?" Lin Meng asked curiously. Chapter 94, Delusions? You don't need to know all that. It won't do you any good. I'm telling you this only to make it clear, Shen Shangqing's son is far from the simple man he appears to be.
The eerie old man said. Master, cut the nonsense. I grew up with Shen Ye. I know exactly what he's made of. If he were truly extraordinary, how could he have ended up locked up for 3 years by me and Wang Dachui? Lin Meng retorted, her face brimming with disbelief. Then do you know that the prison holding Shen Ye is the most mysterious facility in the Great Xia Kingdom? Every prisoner there is someone whose mere stomp could make the entire world tremble? If Shen Ye ended up there, do you still think he's just some nobody? The eerie old man asked.
Hearing the strange old man's words, Lin Meng froze in surprise. She never imagined Shen Ye could be imprisoned in such a place. But Lin Meng didn't think Shen Ye's status was any different just because he was imprisoned in the Great Xia Kingdom's most mysterious prison. In her view, prisons were simply facilities for holding criminals. What was so strange about Shen Ye being locked up there? But Lin Meng kept her thoughts to herself, not wanting to upset her master. Master, I have a question, Lin Meng asked. Since Shen Shangqing offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, why didn't that person simply kill him? Why did they only strip him of his cultivation? Do you think death is the most terrifying thing? Isn't it? Heh, of course not. For a proud genius, being unable to cultivate and living a life of utter mediocrity is far worse than death. Especially when his entire clan perished because of him, leaving him trapped in a lifetime of guilt and hatred, yearning for vengeance yet utterly powerless to act. A life worse than death, that is the true horror. And that is precisely what Shen Shangqing endures now. The eerie old man spoke with a sinister expression. Hearing the eerie old man's words, Lin Meng felt a strange sense of satisfaction. She hated Shen Ye with a passion, and learning of his father's plight brought her a peculiar sense of pleasure. Yet mere satisfaction proved insufficient. Her hatred for Shen Ye ran too deep. She craved nothing more than for him to endure the same agony his father had suffered. The sinister old man saw through Lin Meng's thoughts, letting out a cold, chilling laugh. I know what you're thinking, he said. Our goals align, we both want the Shen family to suffer. That is my mission in Qingzhou. Hearing the eerie old man's words, Lin Meng's heart swelled with delight. Then why not act directly, master? With your abilities, no one in the Shen family could possibly stand against you, Lin Meng asked. On the surface, yes. But I cannot be certain. That is why I must first uncover the truth. Why is Shen Ye imprisoned in that mysterious jail? Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles, the eerie old man replied with a sinister chuckle. So you're letting Shen Ye and his kind run free until you're done investigating? Lin Meng asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. She wished Shen Ye wouldn't have a single moment of peace. Of course not. Why do you think I had the Zhang and Yang families unite against the Chang clan? It was to consolidate power across Qingzhou. I intend to make the Shen family pariahs. On another front, I can use suppressing the Changs to test Shen Ye's capabilities. See? The Black Dragon Society has already been tested. When facing the Yi family of Zhengzhou, they sided directly with Shen Ye. Just this alone, do you still think Shen Ye is ordinary? The sinister old man said with a smug expression. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Meng's heart skipped a beat. Qingzhou's largest gray market power had sided with Shen Ye? No wonder when Wang Dachui's father summoned Zhao Tailong earlier, Zhao had acted possessed, even beating up Wang Dachui. Only now did Lin Meng truly grasp that Shen Ye was no ordinary man, at least not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate to have found a master like the creepy old man. She was convinced that as long as she followed her master's lead, she would absolutely be able to trample Shen Ye underfoot once more. Supreme Hotel. In the presidential suite, Yi Junlin's face darkened as he repeatedly dialed a number on his phone. The call kept going straight to voicemail. At that moment, Yi Junlin felt on the verge of a mental breakdown. Over an hour ago, he had spoken with Wang Mang on the phone. The other party had said they would land in just over 10 minutes. Yet now, over an hour had passed and they still hadn't come to meet him. And now, despite his repeated calls, Wang Mang remained unreachable. Could it be that, eager to prove themselves, they'd gone straight to find Shen Ye or eliminate the Black Dragon Society's forces upon landing? Planning a surprise for him? Yi Junlin speculated silently. Yi Junlin increasingly believed this to be the case. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Wang Mang hadn't answered any of his numerous calls. Wang Mang must be deliberately ignoring his calls, planning to deal with the Black Dragon Society and Shen Ye first, then bring Shen Ye's head to him to claim credit. This thought filled Yi Junlin with a surge of smug satisfaction. He thought to himself, Shen Ye, today is your day of reckoning. If there is a next life, I hope you learn your lesson and kneel before me obediently when you see me. After leaving the airport, Shen Ye headed straight home. The moment he arrived, he found his parents sitting at home, their faces clouded with worry. They were likely still fretting over Tang Duoduo's situation. Yeah, honestly, I don't think Tang Duoduo is right for you. That girl you brought home last time, though she seemed quite suitable. And from what I could tell, she really liked you too. Why not give it a try with her? Li Fengmei said to Shen Ye. She said this because she feared Shen Ye would go to the Chang family to find Tang Duo once he learned the truth, potentially provoking the Changs. After all, Li Fengmei didn't know Shen Ye had already visited the Chang family and brought Tang Duo out.
Mom, you're worried I'll go to the Chang family to find Tang Duo and provoke them, right? Shen Ye understood Li Fengmei's concerns perfectly.
Feeling a warm glow in his heart, he said with a chuckle. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei and Shen Qingqing's expressions instantly darkened, their faces growing increasingly troubled.
You already know? Li Fengmei asked.
Yes, I know. You lied to me for my own good, but there's no need to worry anymore. I've already been to the Chang residence and brought Tang Duo out.
I've sent her home now, Shen Ye stated.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei and Shen Qingqing exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. After all, the Chang family was one of Qingzhou's most prominent clans. They couldn't possibly believe Shen Ye had gone there and brought Tang Duo out. They feared Shen Ye had been beaten senseless at the Chang residence, leaving him delusional. Chapter 95, People You Can't Afford to Provoke. At this thought, the couple immediately rose and approached Shen Ye. They carefully felt him over for a long while, only relaxing once they confirmed he bore no injuries. Even then, Li Fengmei remained uneasy. She reached out and touched Shen Ye's forehead, wanting to confirm whether he'd rushed himself into illness or burned his brain from anxiety. But Shen Ye's forehead felt perfectly normal. Now it was Li Fengmei's turn to be puzzled. With no injuries and no fever, how could Shen Ye have uttered such words? She refused to believe Shen Ye could actually rescue Tang Duo from the Chang family. Seeing the expressions on Li Fengmei and Shen Qingqing's faces, Shen Ye chuckled. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can call Tang Duo and ask her yourself. With that, Shen Ye turned and headed straight for the stairs. After Shen Ye left, Li Fengmei, half believing and half doubting, called Tang Duo. To her surprise, Tang Duo actually answered and told her she was already home. Shen Ye had brought her out. Moreover, Tang Duo recounted to Li Fengmei how the Qingzhou city lord had gifted a sports car worth tens of millions to curry favor with Shen Ye. After hanging up, Li Fengmei was completely dumbfounded. The lord of Qingzhou city? Giving his son a supercar worth tens of millions? Why did it all feel so unreal to Li Fengmei? He couldn't fathom why the lord of Qingzhou would gift his son a sports car to curry favor with him. This was the lord of Qingzhou, after all. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, upon hearing Tang Duo's words over the phone, appeared deep in thought, his mind suddenly active. Suddenly, Shen Qingqing stood up and headed straight for the stairs.
Qingqing, where are you going? Li Fengmei asked. I'm going to talk to Xiao Yi.
Have a heart-to-heart, Shen Qingqing replied.
Then I'll go with you, Li Fengmei said, rising immediately and preparing to head for the stairs.
She wanted to ask Shen Ye why the Qingzhou city lord would curry favor with him and even gift him a sports car worth tens of millions. I'm discussing matters between men with Xiao Yi.
Why are you tagging along?
Stay seated here. There are things I need to speak with Xiao Yi privately. Shen Qingqing stopped Li Fengmei.
Are you hiding something from me?
Li Fengmei asked, frowning.
No. Don't you trust me? I suppose not.
I doubt you'd dare keep anything from me. After all these years of marriage, Li Fengmei still trusted Shen Qingqing implicitly.
Thump.
Shen Ye, who was cultivating in his room, heard a knock on the door.
Come in.
The door swung open as Shen Qingqing stepped inside.
Dad? Shen Ye called out.
Xiao Yi, tell your father the truth. Is your current status not quite ordinary? Shen Qingqing cut straight to the point. Shen Ye froze upon hearing this, but quickly relaxed. It must be Tang Duo who told them about the city lord gifting him a sports car to curry favor.
Yes, Shen Ye nodded.
Xiao Yi, logically speaking, now that you've proven yourself capable, as your father, I should be happy for you. Shen Ye's brows furrowed at his father's words. He remained silent, waiting for Shen Qingqing to continue. But what I truly wish for you is a life of simplicity and tranquility. I don't demand great achievements from you, only that you live safely and soundly. Shen Qingqing continued.
Can you tell me why?
Shen Ye asked, frowning. Because there are those who never want anyone from the Shen family to rise up.
Shen Qingqing declared. Shen Ye's face turned cold at Shen Qingqing's words, a faint aura of killing intent emanating from his body.
Truthfully, ever since the day he brought Shen Qingqing back from a vegetative state, Shen Ye had sensed that Shen Qingqing might possess an extraordinary identity. But at that time, Shen Qingqing didn't want to talk about it, so Shen Ye didn't press the issue. Who was it?
Shen Ye asked.
At Shen Ye's question, Shen Qingqing's face twisted with pain, as if plunged into some agonizing memory. After a long moment, he lifted his head and said to Shen Ye, I can't tell you. I don't want you dragged into this. Xiao Yi, listen to your father. No matter what formidable identity you once held, I want you to abandon it. Let our family live a simple, ordinary life. Because those people, we simply can't afford to provoke them. Seeing the anguish etched across Shen Qingqing's face, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He knew the pain Shen Qingqing had endured in the past was beyond what most could bear. Dad, if you knew my true identity, perhaps you wouldn't feel this way.
Tell me freely who they are, what they did to you. I will see justice done for you and make them pay the price they deserve, Shen Ye declared. As the esteemed prince of the southern frontier, he was determined to seek justice for his father, who had endured inhuman treatment. No matter who you were, those people are not ones you can provoke, Xiao Yi. Listen to your father's advice. Whatever your past identity, keep it hidden. I only wish for your safety. As for grudges and such, I don't want to think about them, nor do I wish to speak of them. Shen Changqing pleaded earnestly. Hearing this, Shen Ye considered revealing his identity as the prince of the southern frontier. Yet in the end, he kept his true status hidden. He knew that even if he spoke, Shen Changqing would not believe him. After all, Shen Ye had risen from a soldier in the southern frontier to its ruler in just 3 short years. This was something he had experienced firsthand, but if it happened to someone else, he wouldn't believe it either. Since Shen Changqing refused to speak, Shen Ye resolved to investigate on his own. He was confident that with his influence, uncovering the truth would pose no difficulty. After Shen Changqing departed, Shen Ye immediately summoned Mao Tu. Big brother. Mao Tu entered the room and respectfully addressed him as elder brother. I need you to investigate someone for me. Who? My father Shen Changqing. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Mao Tu couldn't help but freeze, her face filled with confusion. How could brother not know his own father well enough to need her to investigate? I want you to find out what kind of person he was before he met my mother, what his story was. Get to the bottom of it all. Shen Ye said. Yes. Though Mao Tu was puzzled, as a soldier, obedience to orders came first. Oh, and those 2 suspicious old men I asked you to monitor the Zhang and Yang families, have they shown any signs of movement? Shen Ye inquired. Big brother, I was just about to report on that. These past few days, those 2 old men seem to be investigating you, especially your time in that mysterious prison, Mao Tu replied. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed at Mao Tu's words. So these 2 old men really were after him. Chapter 96, False Identity. Ha! Since he wants to know why I was imprisoned there, I'll feed him some information. Shen Ye chuckled coldly. Brother, what do you mean? Mao Tu asked, somewhat confused. Arrange an identity for me. Let him investigate it. It doesn't need to be too high-ranking, but it can't be too low either. Too low would arouse that old man's suspicion. Shen Ye instructed. Yes. Mao Tu grasped Shen Ye's meaning, gave a sharp reply, and promptly withdrew. Shen Ye could vaguely guess that those 2 strange old men might be connected to Shen Changqing's true origins. Shen Ye had instructed Mao Tu to act this way precisely to lure the snake out of its hole. The next morning, Tang Duo arrived at the company early, her mood light and cheerful. Whenever Tang Duo recalled Shen Ye going to the Chang family to rescue her for her sake, the corners of her mouth would curve upward in a faint smile. However, her good mood didn't last long. Someone she didn't want to see entered her office. That person was Chang Wenjing. Duo, at work? Chang Wenjing approached with a smile, standing opposite Tang Duo with a concerned expression. What brings you here? Tang Duo asked, her expression sour. What kind of thing is that to say? You're my daughter. Can't I come see my own daughter? Chang Wenjing didn't seem upset, still wearing that smile. Please don't mention the word daughter in front of me. You don't deserve it, Tang Duo retorted. I know. I made you marry Yi Junlin, and you hate me for it. But I did it for your own good. You're my own flesh and blood, a piece of me. Of course I want you to find a good home. Yi Junlin, as the son of the Yi family patriarch, and the Yi family being one of Zhengzhou's top clans, what's wrong with marrying into that family? What parent doesn't want their daughter to marry well? Chang Wenjing played the emotional card, for Chang Hong's mission was to mend the mother-daughter bond and win back Tang Duo's favor. And when it came to mending that bond, playing the emotional card was undoubtedly the most effective approach. Sure enough, Tang Duo showed a flicker of emotion upon hearing Chang Wenjing's words. But have you ever considered that I don't even like Yi Junlin? We've barely met. Do you really think marrying him would make me happy? Love can grow over time, Chang Wenjing countered. At the very least, marrying into the Yi family means you'll never have to worry about putting food on the table, right? Is status, wealth, and money all you see? No wonder, ever since I can remember, you've never given my father a proper glance. You despise him for being poor, lacking family connections, and being a son-in-law who married into the family, don't you? Tang Duo said, her eyes reddening. Tang Duo was heartbroken for her father. Hearing Tang Duo's words, Chang Wenjing froze, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. If I despised him for being poor and lacking pedigree, I wouldn't have chosen to marry him in the first place. Don't try to justify yourself. I've seen through you and the entire Chang family. You're all a bunch of snobs. If I'm not mistaken, the real reason you came to see me this time was to get me to persuade Shen Ye to help your family, right? Let me tell you, you can dream on. Tang Duo snapped angrily. Hearing Tang Duo's words, Chang Wenjing seethed inwardly but kept her anger hidden. After all, she needed Tang Duo's help now. Just as she forced a smile, preparing to put on a show of self-sacrifice, her phone rang. It was Chung Hong calling. Hello, Dad. What's up? Yes, I'm with Duo right now. What?
You're saying Lord Ma is currying favor with Shen Ye because Shen Ye was once imprisoned in the most mysterious prison in Great Xia?
Lord Ma speculates he must be some kind of important figure, which is why he's trying to ingratiate himself.
After answering the call, Chang Wenjing suddenly understood. Yesterday she had wondered why the Qingzhou city lord would go out of his way to curry favor with Shen Ye.
So that was the reason. So what kind of important status does Shen Ye have that he was imprisoned in that place? Chang Wenjing asked curiously.
On the other end of the line, Cheng Hong's voice carried a hint of contempt.
What important status? Bull. Even if he had one, it was before he went to prison.
Before his incarceration, you know he served in the southern frontier. But what you don't know is that he was the deputy commander under the Rabbit, the leader of the southern frontier's 12 Zodiac commanders. However, after the malicious lord was imprisoned 3 years ago, the southern frontier stripped him of his military rank. Now, he has no status whatsoever. If you insist on calling it a status, it's that of a labor camp inmate.
Hearing Chang Hong's words, Chang Wenjing sighed deeply. So that's how it was. In that case, do I really need to keep currying favor with Duo? Chang Wenjing asked. Of course not.
The lord of Qingzhou City only flattered Shen Ye because of a misunderstanding. He mistakenly believed Shen Ye had an extraordinary background. But now that Shen Ye's true identity has been uncovered and made public, the lord of Qingzhou City must have received this news as well.
The lord of Qingzhou City is probably furious right now.
Just think, the ruler of an entire city, no less, had been groveling to a labor reform prisoner.
This is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation in the history of the lord of Qingzhou City.
He must despise Shen Ye to the core.
Who knows? To salvage his dignity, he might even send someone to eliminate Shen Ye outright.
Cheng Hong spoke with a sinister glint in his eyes.
Whenever he recalled Shen Ye's arrogant posturing within the Chang family, his teeth gnashed with fury. Now that the truth had surfaced, Cheng Hong felt an intense sense of satisfaction. He couldn't wait for the lord of Qingzhou to eliminate Shen Ye.
After receiving Chang Hong's definitive answer, Chang Wenjing dropped her feigned smile and reverted to her previous cold arrogance.
Duo, you heard my conversation with your grandfather earlier, didn't you?
Chang Wenjing said, her eyes cold as she looked at Tang Duo.
So what? Tang Duo retorted. So what?
Chang Wenjing sneered, her face twisted with scorn. It means I no longer have to grovel to you, begging Shen Ye to help our Chang family.
Not only that, but instead of me begging you, you'll be begging me. The lord of Qingzhou City suffered such a humiliating defeat in front of Shen Ye. Do you really think Ma Chuan will let him off? Duo, if you don't want Shen Ye dead, you'd better come back to the Chang family with me.
Then we'll see if there's still a chance for you to marry Yi Junlin. If there is, our Chang family might be able to plead for Shen Ye before the city lord.
Though it might not work, saving Shen Ye's life shouldn't be a problem.
Chang Wenjing said with a smug look on her face. What Chang Wenjing didn't know was that the information they'd obtained was deliberately leaked by Shen Ye himself. The more smug she was now, the more bitterly she would regret it when the truth finally came out.
Chapter 97, The Cunning Ma Chuan. Instead of worrying about me, you'd be better off worrying about your own family.
Just then, Shen Ye walked in from outside the office, his voice cold and detached.
Seeing Shen Ye, a flicker of contempt crossed Chang Wenjing's face.
You're truly beyond redemption.
Sacrificing your promising future for someone who cuckolded you? A loser like you will never amount to anything more in this lifetime. Chang Wenjing sneered. Her words, of course, referred to Shen Ye breaking Wang Dachui's leg for Lin Meng, leading to his betrayal and subsequent imprisonment.
In Chang Wenjing's eyes, this incident was precisely why Shen Ye had been stripped of his military rank in the southern frontier. If you'd shown even the slightest kindness to Tang Duo, I might have considered helping your family out of respect for being her mother.
But you're utterly unworthy of being a mother. Shen Ye didn't grow angry at Chang Wenjing's words.
He merely sneered coldly.
Help our Chang family?
You might not know this yet, but the reason the lord of Qingzhou City was fawning over you yesterday was because you were imprisoned in the most mysterious dungeon of Great Xia.
He assumed you must have some extraordinary background. Alas, truth cannot be concealed forever.
Your true identity has been uncovered and exposed.
Now, not only will the lord of Qingzhou not aid you, he even seeks your death. Do you really think you can still help our Chang family now? What a joke!
Chang Wenjing said with a smug look on her face.
Little did she know that the information she obtained had been deliberately leaked by Shen Ye.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society helped you against Yi Junlin for the same reason as the lord of Qingzhou. He mistakenly believed you had some extraordinary status because you came from that prison, right?
Chang Wenjing continued. Have you ever considered that the information you obtained might very well be precisely what I wanted you to know? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Enough with the mystery act. I've no interest in a useless fool like you.
Chang Wenjing sneered dismissively. Turning her head toward Tang Duo, she asked.
So? Have you made up your mind? Will you come back to the Chang family with me? Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duo fell deep in thought. After hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duoduo realized the Qingzhou city lord might indeed be driven to fury and turn around to eliminate Shen Ye. You don't need to go anywhere.
Just stay here and manage this company well for me, Shen Ye said to Tang Duoduo.
But,
there's no need for buts.
Nothing will happen to me. Just trust me. Shen Ye cut Tang Duoduo off. Hearing Shen Ye's commanding tone, Tang Duoduo paused for a moment before nodding.
Somehow, she found herself trusting his words.
Fine. Don't regret this later. Don't come crawling back to me, you useless piece of trash.
Seeing Tang Duoduo's resolve, Chang Wenjing snapped angrily.
With that, Chang Wenjing turned and walked away without a second glance. She was certain the lord of Qingzhou city wouldn't let Shen Ye off the hook.
When that happened, Tang Duoduo would surely come crawling back to her, begging for mercy for Shen Ye's sake.
Qingzhou city lord's mansion. In the grand hall, Ma Chuan sat upon his throne. He had already received the intelligence and understood the reason Shen Ye had been imprisoned in that mysterious facility. Prior to his capture, Shen Ye had served as the deputy commander of the southern frontier's 12 zodiac commanders, holding an extremely high rank. Now, his subordinate stood beside him, trembling with fear, dreading the lord's wrath might fall upon him. After all, Ma Chuan was the lord of Qingzhou city. Yet yesterday, he had fawned over Shen Ye, who now possessed no status whatsoever. If Shen Ye had been of high standing, it might have been forgivable. But now it was confirmed Shen Ye held no status whatsoever. For Ma Chuan, this was an absolute disgrace. If word got out, he'd never be able to hold his head up again. The subordinate couldn't even begin to imagine the fury boiling within Ma Chuan at that very moment. Lord City Lord, the subordinate finally ventured after a long silence, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere in the hall any longer. What if I take men to retrieve the carriage you gifted him? Then we could teach him a harsh lesson to vent your anger? No. Ma Chuan replied, his voice flat and detached. Are you suggesting we kill him? Wouldn't that be a bit extreme? After all, he never claimed to have any special status. The subordinate assumed Ma Chuan felt punishing Shen Ye alone wasn't enough and wanted to silence him permanently. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly offered this explanation. What nonsense are you spouting? Could you stop misinterpreting my intentions? Ma Chuan shot the subordinate a disapproving glance. Hearing the city lord's words, the subordinate froze, utterly baffled by Ma Chuan's meaning. Let me ask you something. You saw Shen Ye yesterday too. What do you think of him? Ma Chuan lifted his head and looked at the subordinate. Recalling yesterday's scene, the subordinate replied. My first impression of him was that he was steady and composed, unfazed by praise or criticism. Even after learning of your lordship's identity, he showed no intention of currying favor with you. That's what makes him hard to read. You know, in Qingzhou city, everyone who meets you has to flatter and butter you up. But he didn't. And the way he looked at you, it was like he was looking at an ordinary person. It seemed like he didn't hold your status in high regard at all. Hearing his subordinate's words, Ma Chuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Then let me ask you this, in this vast realm of Great Xia, once someone learns of my identity, what sort of person could possibly remain indifferent to it? Well, naturally, those whose status surpasses yours, your excellency. Wait, are you implying? At this point, the subordinate covered his mouth with his hand, as if he had just thought of something horrifying. At that moment, Ma Chuan nodded, his expression saying, you finally get it. But haven't reports already been released? That Shen Ye is merely a deputy under one of the 12 zodiac commanders. And after being imprisoned, wasn't that position revoked? The subordinate couldn't grasp it, asking with a puzzled expression. Heh, Ma Chuan replied with a faint smile. That only proves his identity is far from ordinary. What others can uncover is merely what he chooses to reveal. Supreme Hotel. In the presidential suite, Yi Junlin paced restlessly, his face etched with impatience. An entire night had passed, yet Wang Meng and the others still hadn't answered his calls. Moreover, he hadn't received any news about the Black Dragon Society. This meant Wang Meng and his crew weren't planning a surprise for him. They'd gone ahead to eliminate the Black Dragon Society and Shen Ye. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Junlin's spirits lifted, thinking Wang Meng and the others had arrived. He hurriedly opened the door. But standing outside was not the elite fighter dispatched by the Yi family. It was Chang Wenjing. Chapter 98, Yi Junlin storms the Black Dragon Society. Seeing Chang Wenjing standing at the door with a beaming smile, Yi Junlin's expression darkened. What are you doing here? He demanded angrily. Young Master Yi, please calm your anger. Yesterday's incident was indeed our Chang family's fault. I'm here to apologize on behalf of the Chang family, Chang Wenjing said, her face filled with remorse. Apologies? Not necessary. I can't accept them. Yi Junlin snorted coldly. Young Master Yi, won't you invite me in? I've come bearing good news, Chang Wenjing said mysteriously. Hearing good news, Yi Junlin's expression brightened momentarily, thinking perhaps Wang Meng and the others had already wiped out the Black Dragon Society. Come in, Yi Junlin said. The two entered the room and sat facing each other. Spit it out. What's this good news? Yi Junlin asked impatiently. Do you know why Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society and the Qingzhou City Lord are so eager to curry favor with Shen Ye? Chang Wenjing inquired. Chang Wenjing's words successfully piqued Yi Junlin's curiosity. He had long been puzzled by why these two men were so eager to curry favor with Shen Ye. Zhao Tailong was one thing, but for the Lord of Qingzhou City to do the same was truly baffling. It was all because of an absurd misunderstanding. Next, Chang Wenjing relayed the information she had obtained to Yi Junlin in its entirety. After hearing Chang Wenjing's explanation, Yi Junlin finally understood, his expression shifting to one of realization. Young Master Yi, you see, our Chang family was also blinded by this misunderstanding. That's why we spoke those words yesterday. We sincerely hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against our family, Chang Wenjing said. At this moment, Chang Wenjing believed only Yi Junlin could save the Chang family, so naturally she sought his forgiveness. Heh, now you regret it? Too late, Yi Junlin trailed off, his mocking gaze fixed on Chang Wenjing. Unless what? Chang Wenjing asked anxiously. Unless you marry Tang Duo to me as my concubine. Yi Junlin sneered coldly. Hearing Yi Junlin's words, Chang Wenjing's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Becoming a concubine meant Tang Duo wouldn't be Yi Junlin's legally wedded wife. She'd merely be his housekeeper or worse, a servant. After all, Tang Duo was Chang Wenjing's daughter, a piece of her own flesh and blood. She couldn't bear the thought of her daughter becoming someone else's maid or servant. Yet Yi Junlin remained silent, simply gazing intently at Chang Wenjing as he awaited her response. This is unacceptable. I cannot agree to it, Chang Wenjing said grimly. Then please leave, Yi Junlin issued his dismissal. Chang Wenjing wanted to protest, but Yi Junlin's icy expression silenced her. She held her tongue, intending to return and discuss the matter with the old master. After Chang Wenjing left, a cold gleam flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. Tang Duo, it's your privilege that I, Yi Junlin, took notice of you. Since you insist on playing the high and mighty card, I'll make sure you don't even deserve to be my wife. You'll be nothing but my sex slave. I'll make you beg me on your knees. Yi Junlin was certain the Cheng family would ultimately yield to his demands. Even if it meant making Tang Duo his concubine, they would immediately hand her over. After all, they were the ones in need of his favor. At the entrance of the Black Dragon Society headquarters, a Lamborghini pulled up. Yi Junlin stepped out of the car, accompanied by a middle-aged martial artist. He was here to find Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society, to relay the information Chang Wenjing had shared with him. He was certain that upon learning Shen Ye's true identity, Zhao Tailong would be filled with regret, perhaps even begging for mercy on his knees. And that was precisely the outcome. Yi Junlin desired to use the Black Dragon Society to deal with Shen Ye. Earlier, Shen Ye had humiliated him by leading Black Dragon Society members against him. Now, Yi Junlin would lead Black Dragon Society members to thoroughly humiliate Shen Ye. This would bring Yi Junlin immense satisfaction. With this thought, Yi Junlin strode toward the Black Dragon Society headquarters with an air of arrogance, head held high. Who goes there? Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering the Black Dragon Society headquarters. No sooner had he reached the entrance than Yi Junlin was stopped by two guards. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold as he shot a glance at the middle-aged martial artist beside him. Smack! Smack! Without hesitation, the middle-aged martial artist stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to each of the guards. You blind dogs! You dare block the path of young Master Yi of the Yi family of Zhongzhou? If you don't move, I'll take your lives, the middle-aged martial artist said coldly. Hearing the warrior's words, the two guards turned ashen with fear. The name Yi Junlin was no stranger to them. They knew full well that the Black Dragon Society had crossed Yi Junlin of the Central Plains Yi family. They also knew Yi Junlin had vowed to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. Seeing the terror etched across the faces of those two underlings, Yi Junlin reveled in the moment. He relished nothing more than witnessing others cower in fear before him. Go tell your boss Zhao Tailong to get his ass down here and kneel before me, begging for my mercy. Maybe I'll spare your Black Dragon gang this time. Otherwise, every last one of you better start digging your own graves. Yi Junlin declared coldly. Hearing this, the two henchmen exchanged glances. One immediately dashed toward headquarters to relay the message to Zhao Tailong. Seems you're of no use left. I'll just kill you then, consider it interest I'm collecting from your Black Dragon Society. Yi Junlin fixed his gaze on the remaining henchman, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes as he spoke. Ah! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the middle-aged martial artist beside him plunged a sharp dagger through the underling's chest. At that moment, in the headquarters building's conference hall, Zhao Tailong had gathered all his top-tier brothers for a meeting, discussing how to counter the impending retaliation from the Yi family. Just then, a henchman pushed open the conference room door. Boss, it's bad news. Yi Junlin is here. He demands you come down immediately, kneel and beg for mercy, or else he'll have all of us Black Dragon Society members prepare our coffins. The subordinate rushed in and reported to Zhao Tailong in a terrified voice.
Hearing the subordinate's words, everyone present gasped in shock, fear etched across their faces.
How many men did he bring? Zhao Tailong frowned and asked. 1. Zhao Tailong froze at the answer. Yi Junlin brought just one person? Could it be one of the top 3 masters of the Yi family? Let's go check it out. Zhao Tailong declared.
A minute later, Zhao Tailong arrived at the entrance with a group of Black Dragon Society big shots and spotted Yi Junlin. When Zhao Tailong saw Yi Junlin and the middle-aged martial artist beside him, he couldn't help but pause.
Wasn't this the same bodyguard Yi Junlin had last time? His strength wasn't anything special.
Chapter 99, The Hunt Begins.
Yi Junlin, where does your confidence come from? Do you really think bringing just one person can destroy our Black Dragon Society? Zhao Tailong stared at Yi Junlin with an icy expression.
Zhao Tailong, I've come this time to offer you a chance to redeem yourself through good deeds. I hope you don't refuse such generosity. Yi Junlin replied with a cold, arrogant expression.
Oh?
Zhao Tailong chuckled at Yi Junlin's words.
I know you were so firmly aligned with Shen Ye before because you were deceived by his bogus identity, thinking he was some big shot. Am I right? Yi Junlin said confidently.
Hearing this, Zhao Tailong froze. Shen Ye was indeed a big shot, not just any big shot, but the undisputed king of millions of warriors in the southern frontier. Seeing Zhao Tailong's stunned expression, Yi Junlin grew even more smug as he continued.
But let me tell you this, you've been deceived.
Perhaps before his imprisonment, he did hold some status as the deputy to the Rabbit, one of the 12 Zodiac commanders of the southern frontier.
But that status vanished the moment he was imprisoned 3 years ago.
He was stripped of his military rank by the southern frontier. Now, he's nothing more than a labor reform prisoner with no standing whatsoever.
Zhao Tailong stared in utter disbelief at Yi Junlin's words. Where on earth did Yi Junlin get this gossip?
To claim the esteemed southern frontier king was merely the deputy to the Rabbit of the 12 Zodiac commanders, that was a gross exaggeration. Moreover, Zhao Tailong's unwavering support for Shen Ye stemmed not from any official title, but from his genuine respect for the man himself. Even if he wasn't certain whether Shen Ye still held the title of Prince of the Southern Frontier, Zhao Tailong's support stemmed from genuine respect for the man himself, not any external status. Seeing Zhao Tailong's stunned expression, Yi Junlin felt even more triumphant.
Now you know fear, don't you? But never mind. I, Yi Junlin, am magnanimous.
As long as you recognize your mistake, rein in your horse at the cliff's edge, and have your men bring Shen Ye directly before me, I can spare the Black Dragon Society this time, considering you're making amends for your sins. The real reason Yi Junlin sought out Zhao Tailong was that all the elite fighters his Yi family had dispatched had gone missing. He was left without any usable forces. Little did he know that those elite fighters had long been intercepted and imprisoned by Shen Ye. Moreover, Yi Junlin was certain that once Zhao Tailong learned Shen Ye held no formidable status, he would inevitably choose to side with him. That way, leading Shen Ye's former followers to humiliate him would give Yi Junlin a greater sense of accomplishment. He relished the thought of seeing Shen Ye's ugly expression when he saw Zhao Tailong following him. Zhao Tailong shot Yi Junlin a look reserved for fools before fixing his gaze on a subordinate lying in a pool of blood by the doorway. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Did you kill this man?
Zhao Tailong asked, his voice icy.
Yes, I killed him.
A bodyguard beside Yi Junlin stepped forward with an arrogant expression.
You're asking for death.
Zhao Tailong barked coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. As he spoke, Zhao Tailong shot out a hand, aiming to grab the bodyguard's throat.
The bodyguard gasped in shock, scrambling to dodge.
But Zhao Tailong's speed was too swift. The moment the thought of evasion flashed through his mind, Zhao Tailong's hand had already closed around his throat.
With a tightening of Zhao Tailong's grip. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the bodyguard's head lolled to the side. A trickle of blood flowed from his mouth as he breathed his last. Witnessing this, Yi Junlin, standing nearby, was utterly shocked, terror evident in his eyes. He never imagined that after learning Shen Ye's identity, Zhao Tailong would dare to kill his own bodyguard.
Zhao Tailong, what do you think you're doing?
Are you deliberately seeking to antagonize the Yi family?
Yi Junlin forced himself to remain calm, gritting his teeth as he barked at Zhao Tailong. I have no desire to be enemies with the Yi family, Zhao Tailong replied. Hearing this, Yi Junlin felt a surge of relief, but his joy was premature.
But that doesn't mean I fear your Yi family. Killing deserves death, it's only natural. Zhao Tailong continued. Hearing Zhao Tailong's words, Yi Junlin nearly exploded with rage.
They had only killed an ordinary underling of the Black Dragon Society, whereas Zhao Tailong had killed his personal bodyguard, a martial arts expert. How could the two be comparable? Yet despite his seething anger, Yi Junlin forced himself to endure. A wise man avoids immediate loss.
You've already killed the man. What do you make of what I said earlier?
Even now, Yi Junlin still clung to the hope that Zhao Tailong might fear the Yi family and choose to help him deal with Shen Ye. If you weren't the young master of the Yi family, you'd already be dead. Get out of here now, or if I change my mind, you might not make it back to the Yi residence. Zhao Tailong lost his patience and barked coldly.
Hearing Zhao Tielong's words, Yi Junlin's face darkened, his expression grim. Fine. You just wait. I hope you won't regret this. Yi Junlin spat out a parting threat before hastily turning and driving away, his tail between his legs. While driving, Yi Junlin pulled out his phone and called Wang Meng again. This time, the call went straight to the phone being turned off, infuriating Yi Junlin to the point of gnashing his teeth. He then dialed his father, Yi Jingtian. Dad, what's going on? The Yi family experts you sent me can't be reached, their phones or even turned off? After receiving Yi Junlin's call, Yi Jingtian hung up and immediately dialed Wang Meng's number. Sure enough, the phone was turned off. Yi Jingtian immediately dispatched men to investigate Wang Meng's group's movements. Soon, he learned that as Wang Meng and his men exited the airport, they were intercepted by several individuals. An altercation ensued, and the Yi family's experts proved no match for their opponents, being taken away immediately. Upon hearing this news, Yi Jingtian's face darkened to a terrifying degree. He never imagined that in a place as insignificant as Qingzhou, someone would dare to intercept the experts of the Yi family. This was something he could not tolerate. After a moment of deep thought, Yi Jingtian ordered his servants to summon the revered master the Yi family had hired at great expense. Yi Jingtian's plan was straightforward. He would send the revered master, ranked 10th on the dragon list, to Qingzhou. 2 objectives. First, to restore Yi Junlin's honor by eliminating the Black Dragon Society and destroying Shen Ye. Second, to locate Wang Meng and the other elite warriors of the Yi family and rescue them. After all, Wang Meng and his men were the backbone of the Yi family. Losing them would undoubtedly cause the Yi family to slip significantly in the rankings among Zhongzhou's top-tier clans. Soon, the Yi family's revered elder arrived in Qingzhou and located Yi Junlin at the Supreme Hotel. Seeing the Yi family's revered elder, Yi Junlin felt immense joy. He never imagined his father would directly dispatch the strongest warriors of the Yi family. Shen Ye, the hunt is upon us. Are you ready? Yi Junlin murmured darkly to himself. Chapter 100, The Yi family's revered elder. Yi Junlin led the Yi family's revered elder away from the hotel, heading toward Longquan No. 1. Yi Junlin's target was the Villa King at Longquan No. 1. He had already investigated and learned that Shen Ye's family was staying in the Villa King of Longquan No. 1. His current mission was to kill Shen Ye's parents. Shen Ye had repeatedly humiliated him, and he wouldn't let him die easily. He intended to capture Shen Ye's parents first, then apprehend Shen Ye himself, before executing his parents right before his eyes. He would make Shen Ye regret ever opposing him. He would watch Shen Ye kneel on the ground, begging him not to harm his parents. He would slowly trample Shen Ye, crushing his dignity beyond recognition. The image of Shen Ye begging for mercy on his knees made Yi Junlin's lips curve upward involuntarily, revealing a smug, sinister grin. Soon, a Lamborghini pulled up before the grand entrance of Villa No. 1 Longquan. Yi Junlin and his family's revered elder stepped out of the vehicle. A look of contempt flickered in Yi Junlin's eyes as he surveyed the elegant villa before him. Oof. Some convict who knows what kind of dog luck he had actually ended up as a cellmate with a big shot like Li Wuying and now gets to live in a villa like this. Just then, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing pushed open the villa gates. They were heading to the pharmaceutical company and planned to check on Tang Duo while they were there. Who are you? Shen Changqing inquired upon seeing Yi Junlin and the Yi family's revered elder. Yi Junlin of the Zhongzhou Yi family. Yi Junlin's face was cold and arrogant. As he announced his lineage, he held his nose high in the air, exuding an air of supreme superiority. Hearing this, Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei were startled. They had naturally heard of the Yi family of Zhongzhou and knew that Tang Duo had been brought back to the Cheng family earlier precisely because the Chengs wanted her to marry Yi Junlin. Shen Ye went to the Cheng family and brought Tang Duo back, which naturally offended Yi Junlin. Now that Yi Junlin had come to their doorstep, Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei could see it coming a mile away. He was here for revenge. Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei exchanged a glance. With perfect understanding, they retreated behind the main door, intending to shut it and bar Yi Junlin and his entourage from entering. Seeing this, Yi Junlin immediately reached out, pushing the door firmly to prevent them from closing it, his face etched with a cold, mocking smile. Bang! Yet Yi Junlin hadn't anticipated Li Fengmei's fierce reaction. She snatched a piece of wood and smashed it hard against his hand. Ah! Yi Junlin yelped in pain, snatching his hand back. You're asking for death. Break both her hands. Yi Junlin's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he barked orders at the Yi family's revered elder. Humph! Dare to harm our young master Yi? You're asking for death. The Yi family's revered elder roared angrily, preparing to strike Li Fengmei. But at that very moment, a powerful aura swept in, locking onto the Yi family's revered elder. Feeling that aura, the Yi family's revered elder was struck with terror. He knew that aura all too well. It was the very aura whose owner had knocked him from 9th place on the dragon list down to 10th. Young Master Yi, retreat immediately. The Yi family's revered elder urgently pulled Yi Junlin, intending to leave. Why retreat? Yi Junlin looked utterly confused, unable to grasp the Yi family priest's urgency. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? Just then, a figure abruptly materialized beside Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, gazing coldly at Yi Junlin and the Yi family's revered elder. This man was Fei Ing Li Yi, now under his new name. Though Yi Junlin wasn't a martial artist, he could tell the middle-aged man before him was formidable. But Yi Junlin wasn't afraid. After all, he had the Yi family's revered elder by his side, a powerhouse ranked 10th on the dragon list. It's clear you're a formidable expert. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its perch. A talent like yours serving Shen Ye and guarding his parents is truly wasted. I, Yi Junlin, value talent. If you're willing, I can bring you back to the Yi family. I guarantee you'll enjoy boundless wealth and honor there 1,000 times better than serving that good-for-nothing Shen Ye. Of course, you may reject my olive branch. The consequence? Our Yi family's revered masters will cut you down without mercy. Yi Junlin spoke to Li Yi with unshakable confidence. He was certain that any man with a shred of sense would never turn down such an offer. Yet, upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, the Yi family's revered elder behind him broke out in a cold sweat. After all, just days ago, he had clashed with Li Yi and found himself utterly outmatched. You idiot! You moron! I told you to leave, and you ask why. Damn it! The Yi family priest cursed Yi Junlin silently in his mind. Heh, Li Yi asked with amusement, you're quite confident I'll choose your Yi family, aren't you? Of course. Our Yi family is a top-tier clan in Central Plains. Anyone with a functioning brain would know the right choice. Yi Junlin replied. And what if I say no? Li Yi sneered coldly. I made it perfectly clear earlier. You can refuse, but the consequence is that our family's revered elder will slay you, Yi Junlin stated. Then I'll see if your Yi family's revered elders have the strength to slay me. With that, Li Yi turned his gaze to the Yi family revered elder standing nearby, now drenched in cold sweat. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me, Yi Junlin said, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes at Li Yi's insolence. Yi Guardian, I'll leave it to you. Put this insolent fool to death. Yet, long after Yi Junlin's words fell, the Yi family's revered elder showed no sign of movement. This caused Yi Junlin to frown slightly as he turned his gaze toward the revered elder. When Yi Junlin saw the Yi family priest, he froze in surprise. He noticed the priest was drenched in sweat. Yi Guardian, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? Yi Junlin inquired with concern. Damn it all to hell, you son of a... The Yi family's revered elder cursed inwardly. Could it be he's sweating cold sweat from being scared by me? Li Yi remarked with amusement. You're awfully full of yourself, aren't you? Do you realize he's our Yi family's revered elder, a top 10 powerhouse on the dragon list? Why would he be afraid of you? Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Li Yi's words. Shut up! At that moment, the Yi family's revered elder finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared at Yi Junlin. Hearing the Yi family's revered elder roar at him, Yi Junlin froze, utterly bewildered. Do you even know who he is? The Yi family's revered elder demanded furiously. Isn't he just the bodyguard Shen Ye hired for his parents? Yi Junlin retorted. A faint sense of unease began to stir within Yi Junlin's heart. He had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 101, Kill Yi Junlin. He is Li Yi, declared the Yi family's revered elder. Yet these four simple words struck Yi Junlin like a thunderbolt, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The name Li Yi was no stranger to Yi Junlin. He knew full well that the reason their family's revered expert had slipped from 9th to 10th place on the dragon rankings was entirely due to Li Yi. But Yi Junlin couldn't fathom how this master who had defeated their family's revered expert could willingly become the bodyguard for Shen Ye's parents. You're Li Yi? Yi Junlin asked, his face etched with utter disbelief. The real deal, Li Yi sneered coldly. Upon receiving Li Yi's definitive answer, Yi Junlin's body began to tremble violently. But Yi Junlin refused to accept it. He believed Li Yi must share the same misconception as the Qingzhou city lord that Shen Ye possessed some extraordinary status, which was why he'd willingly become his parents' bodyguard. Shen Ye doesn't have any special status. Don't let him fool you. Yi Junlin declared. You talk too much. I don't have time for your nonsense. Li Yi sneered coldly. Then, Li Yi turned his gaze to the Yi family's revered elder and said coldly, shall I take care of you myself, or will you surrender peacefully? Hearing Li Yi's words, the Yi family's revered elder's eyes flickered. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind, calculating his chances of escaping if he abandoned Yi Junlin. Seems you're unwilling to surrender peacefully. In that case, I'll take you down myself. Li Yi spoke coldly, as if reading the Yi family priest's thoughts. With that, Li Yi launched a direct palm strike toward the Yi family's revered elder. Seeing this, the Yi family priest was startled. In haste, he channeled his energy and clashed palms with Li Yi. Boom! The two palms collided, unleashing a massive surge of energy that swept outward. Thud! 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 The Yi family's revered elder was sent staggering back 3 full steps by Li Yi's strike before finally regaining his footing. Li Yi, however, stood completely unmoved. The Yi family's revered elder's face twisted with shock.
He never imagined that in just a few short days, Li Ye's strength had advanced so significantly, far surpassing the power he had displayed during their last confrontation. Standing nearby, Yi Junlin watched as the Yi family's revered elder was repelled after just one exchange with Li Yi. Terror flashed across his face. Boom! Li Ye's toes dug into the ground with a fierce stomp. His body launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the Yi family's revered elder. The Yi family's revered elder refused to stand idly by and was drawn into a fierce battle with Li Yi. However, he was clearly no match for Li Yi, who dominated the fight, forcing him to retreat step by step. Thud! After a dozen exchanges, the Yi family's revered elder took a punch to the chest from Li Yi. His body flew backward, slamming violently into a large tree. He spat out a mouthful of blood, completely incapacitated. Witnessing this, Yi Junlin's face turned ashen. Li Yi then fetched several thick hemp ropes and bound both the Yi family's revered elder and Yi Junlin together. He intended to wait for Shen Ye's return to decide their fate. After securing them, Li Yi immediately called Shen Ye and relayed everything that had transpired. Upon receiving Li Ye's call, Shen Ye, who was at the company, radiated a cold, murderous intent. A dragon has its vulnerable scales touch them, and death is certain. Shen Ye's forbidden line was his parents. Had Yi Junlin targeted Shen Ye alone, Shen Ye might have spared his life? But Yi Junlin had made the grave mistake of setting his sights on Shen Ye's parents. After hanging up, Shen Ye immediately left the company and returned home. At that moment, in the Yi family's grand hall, Li Fengmei and Shen Shangqing were present. Yi Junlin and the Yi family's revered elder lay bound on the floor, tightly wrapped like dumplings by Li Yi. Xiao Yi, how do you plan to deal with these two? Shen Shangqing asked Shen Yi, his face filled with worry. Shen Shangqing's worry stemmed from Yi Junlin's connection to the Yi family of Zhengzhou. He feared Shen Yi might act impulsively and kill Yi Junlin outright, thereby provoking the Yi family's full wrath. Yi Junlin, however, had read Shen Shangqing's thoughts perfectly, which was precisely why he now appeared utterly fearless. Shen Yi, you'd better release me quietly. Otherwise, my father won't let you off the hook. Yi Junlin declared to Shen Yi with a smug expression. Xiao Yi, perhaps we should just release him. After all, neither your mother nor I will suffer any consequences, Shen Shangqing suggested. Shen Shangqing harbored his own concerns. He only wished Shen Yi would keep a low profile and avoid stirring up trouble. Hearing Shen Shangqing's words, Yi Junlin's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Did you hear that? Even your father is telling you to let me go. You'd better listen to him, or you'll regret it later. You seem to have no fear at all? Shen Yi stared coldly at Yi Junlin. Of course. You wouldn't dare kill me. Because I have the Yi family behind me, you couldn't possibly afford to offend them. Yi Junlin declared. Oh, is that so? If I recall correctly, the greatest asset of your Yi family is that dragon list expert who was captured alongside you, right? Now that the strongest expert of your Yi family has been defeated by my servant, do you really think I still need to fear your Yi family? Shen Yi chuckled. Was Yi Junlin really that foolish, still unable to grasp the situation at this point? Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yi Junlin froze, his face turning deathly pale. For Shen Ye was correct, their family's greatest asset was indeed their revered expert. Kill him. Then send his corpse back to the Yi family in Central Plains. If they behave themselves and stop causing trouble, I might let them cling to life. But if they don't know when to quit, I won't hesitate to erase the Yi family from Central Plains. Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yi Junlin's expression changed drastically. You can't kill me. If you do, the Yi family will never let you off. Yi Junlin cried out in terror. Beside him, Li Yi, having received Shen Ye's command, approached Yi Junlin with a cold expression, preparing to execute him. No. You can't kill me. If you do, the entire Shen family will be buried with you. At that moment, Yi Junlin's fear reached its peak. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down his thighs. He'd pissed himself. Snap. Li Yi moved behind Yi Junlin, seized his neck, and twisted with brutal force. A crisp snap echoed as Yi Junlin's head lolled to the side, life completely extinguished. I spare your life. Take Yi Junlin's body back to Central Plains. Shen Ye turned his head and spoke coldly to the Yi family's revered elder. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Yi family's revered elder was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shen Ye to spare his life. Since you've granted me this reprieve, I'll offer a warning. The Yi family is not an entity you can afford to provoke. You will regret killing Yi Junlin, the Yi family reverend declared. Chapter 102, Who would dare kill Yi Junlin? Shen Ye understood the implication in the Yi family priest's words. There were others within the Yi family far more powerful than him. But Shen Ye paid it no mind, replying indifferently, Heh. Take Yi Junlin's corpse back and deliver a message to the head of the Yi family. Yi Junlin's death was his just punishment. If the Yi family knows when to rein in their ambitions, they remain the Yi family of Central Plains. But if he dares seek vengeance for his son, it will be their own destruction. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Yi family's revered elder couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had hinted quite clearly that the Yi family had someone even more formidable than himself, yet Shen Ye dismissed it entirely. He even dared to instruct him to deliver such words to the head of the Yi family. This showed complete disregard for the Yi family of Central Plains.
Very well.
I shall relay your words back to them verbatim. The Yi family's revered elder asked no further questions. After all, at this moment, preserving his life was paramount. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye gave Li Yi a knowing glance, signaling him to untie the Yi family's revered elder.
Li Yi swiftly untied all the ropes binding the Yi family's revered elder.
The Yi family priest flexed his numb limbs, then picked up the lifeless body of Yi Julin from the ground and headed toward the door. By the way, the Yi family priest asked, turning back, those experts the Yi family sent to Qingzhou, you captured them, right?
This was the second task Yi Jingtian had assigned him. He suspected their disappearance was almost certainly connected to Shen Ye.
Shen Ye, however, nodded without hesitation.
Understood.
The Yi family's revered elder dropped that line, asking no further questions, and carried Yi Junlin's body away.
You're being reckless. This is the young master of the Yi family. How could they possibly let you off after you killed him? Only after the Yi family's revered elder departed with Yi Junlin's body did Li Fengmei speak to Shen Ye with deep concern.
Xin Changqing stood nearby, silent but with a deeply furrowed brow and a look of profound worry.
Mom, how could I let Yi Junlin off after he dared to attack you?
Besides, the Yi family is nothing to me.
Shen Ye reassured them. Ah, you stubborn child. Why must you be so uncooperative?
Well, since he's already dead, there's nothing I can do to change it now. Li Fengmei sighed heavily. Li Fengmei didn't believe Shen Ye could stand up to the Yi family of Central Plains. If he truly had that kind of power, he wouldn't have been locked up for 3 years just for breaking Wang Dachui's leg 3 years ago.
Sigh.
Xin Changqing beside her sighed heavily as well.
But he didn't blame Shen Ye.
After that, Li Fengmei and Xin Changqing lost all interest in visiting Tang Duoduo at the company. They headed straight back to their room. Stick close to my parents during this period.
Not a moment's slack. Shen Ye instructed Li Yi.
Yes.
Li Yi nodded respectfully.
Zhengzhou, the Yi family. Yi Jingtian stared at the corpse of Yi Junlin lying before him, his eyes bulging with rage. He slammed his fist down, shattering the desk in front of him. Shen Ye, you have the audacity to kill my son, Yi Jingtian's son. I swear, I will make your entire family pay with their lives for my son. Yi Jingtian's teeth ground together with a grinding sound. Master, Shen Ye also asked me to deliver a message to you. The Yi family's revered elder spoke up from the side.
Speak. Yi Jingtian demanded, his face frozen in icy fury.
Shen Ye asked me to tell you that Yi Junlin's death was his just punishment. If the Yi family knows its place, it will remain the Yi family of Zhengzhou. But if he dares seek revenge for his son, he will be courting his own destruction. The Yi family's revered elder relayed Shen Ye's words verbatim. Hearing the words, Yi Jingtian's face darkened to the extreme. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked.
Does he think the Yi family has no one? Does he truly believe that just because Li Yi defeated you, our Yi family would cower before him? Yi Jingtian gritted his teeth. Seeing Yi Jingtian's furious expression, the Yi family's revered elder dared not utter a word. Have you ascertained the whereabouts of the martial arts experts we dispatched to Qingzhou? Yi Jingtian finally demanded after a long silence.
Yes, Shen Ye is responsible for their disappearance. As for whether they're dead or alive, I cannot say. The Yi family's revered elder nodded.
Understood. Your service in Qingzhou was commendable, Yi. Return to recuperate. I'll handle the rest. Yi Jingtian declared.
My duty. The Yi family's revered elder responded before withdrawing. As for what Yi Jingtian would do next, he didn't care. His duty was merely to deliver the message. After the Yi family priest departed, Yi Jingtian immediately took out a small piece of paper and wrote, "Your brother has been killed. Return immediately." After writing it, Yi Jingtian summoned a man, handed him the note, and instructed, "Deliver this to Yi Juntian at the fastest possible speed. Cheng family of Qingzhou. Father, I've already approached Yi Junlin. But this time he's gone too far, demanding Duo marry him as a concubine in exchange for his help," Cheng Wenjing said to Cheng Hong with a grim expression. Hearing her words, Cheng Hong's expression shifted slightly, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. It wasn't that he'd suddenly developed a conscience, feeling sorry for Tang Duo. Rather, it was because no matter what, Tang Duo was still their Cheng family's granddaughter. If word got out that their granddaughter was only fit to marry into the Yi family of Central Plains as a concubine, how would others view the Cheng family? If you ask me, let her be a concubine. Who made us need favors from others? Besides, it's the Yi family of Zhengzhou. Being a concubine to the Yi family's young master isn't disgraceful. Shang Wenhai said indifferently from the side. Brother, is that even human speech? So you don't consider Duo your daughter, huh? Easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. Chang Wenjing immediately protested upon hearing Chang Wenhai's words. I don't have a daughter. If I did, and Yi Junlin asked her to marry him as a concubine to help our family through this crisis, I'd agree without hesitation. Chang Wenhai declared, his eyes widening. Just as Chang Wenjing was about to argue with Chang Wenhai, Cheng Hong's phone rang.
Cheng Hong pressed the answer button.
After hanging up, Cheng Hong's face darkened to an extreme. He had just received news that Yi Junlin had been killed by Shen Ye.
Yi Junlin was the last hope for the Chang family. Now that Shen Ye had killed him, what would become of them? Enough, stop arguing. Yi Junlin is dead. Cheng Hong declared, his face dark and grim.
Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Chang Wenjing and Chang Wenhai both gasped, their faces frozen in shock. In Qinzhou, who would be bold enough to kill Yi Junlin of the Central Province family? That's practically suicide. Who would be so audacious as to kill Yi Junlin? Chang Wenhai demanded, his face twisted in horror. Chapter 103, Foresight. Besides Shen Ye, who else would be so audacious? Cheng Hong demanded, his face twisted with rage. At that moment, Cheng Hong wished he could tear Shen Ye limb from limb. After all, Yi Junlin was their family's last lifeline and Shen Ye had taken him. Shen Ye hadn't merely killed Yi Junlin, he had buried the Chang family's bright future. Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Chang Wenhai and Chang Wenjing both froze in shock. They found it hard to believe Shen Ye would actually dare to kill Yi Junlin. Damn it! That accursed Shen Ye! If he doesn't want to live, that's his problem, but now he's dragged our entire family down with him. We had hoped Yi Junlin could aid our family. Now, with his death, not only will the Yi family never help us, but they'll likely turn their wrath upon us instead. Chang Wenhai's face twisted with fury. Father, what should we do now? Chang Wenjing looked at Cheng Hong, her face filled with anxiety. There's only one solution, capture Shen Ye and hand him over to the Yi family. Only then might they refrain from taking it out on us or even lend us a hand. Chang Hong declared. Dad, don't forget Shen Ye has the Black Dragon Society backing him. Even Yi Junlin couldn't touch him. What can our family possibly do? Chang Wenhai countered. Heh, now that Yi Junlin is dead, do you really think the Yi family will let the Black Dragon Society off the hook? The Black Dragon Society is barely holding on itself, how could they possibly spare any energy for Shen Ye? Besides, who said you have to confront Shen Ye head on? Why not go after his parents instead? Just kidnap them and use them to blackmail him. Cheng Hong said with a sinister grin. Dad, wouldn't that be a bit too despicable? Chang Wenjing hadn't expected her father to be so ruthless, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. At Chang Wenjing's words, a flash of anger flickered in Chang Hong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. I was just throwing it out there. I never said we had to do it. Alright, I'm tired today. You can all go now. Chang Hong declared. Hearing this, Chang Wenjing finally exhaled in relief. She rose, bid Cheng Hong farewell, and turned to leave immediately. Chang Wenhai did the same, bidding farewell and preparing to leave. Wenhai, don't go. I still have a few things to discuss with you, Cheng Hong called out to Chang Wenhai. Hearing Chang Hong's words, Chang Wenhai froze, puzzled. Why would Cheng Hong deliberately single him out to speak privately? Could it be? Wenjing is, after all, a woman, her heart isn't ruthless enough. Cheng Hong, sensing Wenhai's confusion, explained. Dad, are you implying? A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Chang Hong's eyes as he said. Exactly. For the sake of our family's century-old legacy, we must do this. It's the only way to save the Chang family. Wenhai, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Don't let me down. Hearing Chang Hong's words, Chang Wenhai clenched his jaw. A similarly ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he replied, Yes, father. I will not disappoint you. With that, he turned and left immediately. That evening, after dinner, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing left the villa to take a walk and clear their minds. The moment Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing stepped out of the main gate of Longquan No. 1, a black van parked by the roadside started its engine and began to follow them slowly. Inside the van, Chang Wenhai wore a cold, grim expression. His eyes fixed intently on Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing walking ahead as he directed the driver to maintain a steady, unhurried pace. Chang Wenhai's objective was clear, follow Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing until they reached a secluded area, then have his men get out and force them into the van. What Chang Wenhai didn't know was that trailing behind his van was a black Maybach. Seated inside the Maybach were Lin Meng and her mentor, the eerie old man. Watching the minivan trailing behind Li Fengmei and her husband, Lin Meng looked at the mysterious old man with admiration and said, Master, you really are prescient. Not only did you foresee Shen Ye killing Yi Junlin of the Yi family, but you also predicted the Chang family would kidnap Shen Ye's parents. At this moment, Lin Meng was utterly in awe of her master. The leak of Shen Ye's identity information had been orchestrated by her master. Before releasing the news, he had warned her, once the information was out, Yi Junlin would be killed by Shen Ye, and the Chang family would target Shen Ye's parents because of Yi Junlin's involvement. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as her master had predicted, without the slightest deviation. Yet one thing remained baffling to Lin Meng. If her master had already confirmed Shen Ye held no special status, why didn't he simply take action against Shen Ye directly? Why resort to the scheme of using others as tools for murder? The eerie old man shot Lin Meng a glance, as if reading her thoughts, and spoke slowly. Better safe than sorry. If we can use others' hands to do the killing, why risk exposing ourselves to danger? As long as the final outcome is what we desire, that is all that matters. Hearing her master's words, Lin Meng outwardly praised his unparalleled strategic cunning, yet inwardly disagreed with his approach. Because even if Shen Ye died in the end, she wouldn't feel satisfied. What she craved was to see Shen Ye kneel before her, begging in utter despair, while she slowly tortured him to death. Only then would she feel truly satisfied. Placing oneself in danger is unwise. The enigmatic old man perceived Lin Meng's thoughts and spoke calmly. Master, then why are we following the Cheng family? Lin Meng asked curiously. To draw away the hidden danger for that Cheng family boy, of course. The peculiar old man replied. Hidden danger? Lin Meng froze, unable to grasp her master's meaning. Don't underestimate Shen Ye. He hired a formidable bodyguard for his parents, the peculiar old man explained. Finishing his words, the enigmatic old man turned his gaze to a young man in his early 20s standing nearby. The road ahead has very few pedestrians. The Cheng family boy will likely make his move there. You go and draw up the hidden figure, creating an opportunity for the Cheng family boy to succeed. Hearing this, the young man nodded, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Master, aren't you overthinking this? How could Shen Ye possibly have the means to hire such a formidable bodyguard for his parents? Lin Meng asked. Watch closely. Today will serve as a lesson for you, the eerie old man said indifferently. After exiting the vehicle, the young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he strode directly toward the walking couple, Li Fengmei and her husband. Simultaneously, a fierce aura of killing intent erupted from his body. As the killing intent erupted from the young man, a dark shadow swiftly darted out from a shadowy corner nearby, streaking toward him at breakneck speed. That figure was none other than Li Yi. Chapter 104, Lin Meng's senior brother. The moment Li Yi appeared, the young man immediately sensed him. A sinister smile flashed in his eyes as he turned and fled in the opposite direction. Li Yi gave chase without hesitation. Both men moved with blinding speed, leaving Lin Meng in the car with only two black afterimages flashing past her. Master, who was that dark figure emerging from the shadows? Lin Meng asked, her face filled with shock. The bodyguard of Shen Ye's parents. His name is Li Yi, a powerhouse ranked 9th on the Great Xiao Dragon list, the eerie old man stated calmly. Hearing the strange old man's words, Lin Meng's face was filled with disbelief. She never imagined that a powerhouse ranked 9th on the dragon list would willingly serve as Shen Ye's parents' bodyguard. Lin Meng silently thanked her luck that her master had stopped her. Otherwise, she would have already led the Yang family's experts to cause trouble for Shen Ye. The consequences were unimaginable after all, this was a 9th-ranked expert on the dragon list. Is that senior brother his match? Lin Meng asked with a hint of worry. The young man who had just stepped out of the car was her master's disciple, her senior brother. If he can't handle a mere 9th-ranked dragon list expert, what right does he have to be my disciple? A confident expression flickered across the strange old man's face. Meanwhile, Li Yi had been chasing the young man for over a kilometer, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters between them. At this point, Li Yi realized that if the other man was determined to flee, he would never catch him. He prepared to abandon the pursuit. After all, his mission was to protect his master's parents. But just as he was about to give up the chase, the young man ahead suddenly halted, spun around, and fixed Li Yi with a sinister grin. Seeing that sinister grin, Li Yi's heart sank. He realized he might have fallen into a diversion tactic. Panic surged through Li Yi, and he immediately turned to retreat. Heh, the young man's cold voice echoed from behind. You've chased me this far. It would be disrespectful not to exchange a few moves with you. The young man's cold voice echoed from behind. By now, Li Yi had pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Yet, to his horror, he discovered the young man was even faster. Within mere breaths, he had closed the distance, leaping over Li Yi's head and blocking his path. Li Yi panicked, realizing he'd fallen for a diversion tactic. If you know what's good for you, step aside. If anything happens to my master's parents, he won't let you off the hook. Li Yi's face turned icy as he threatened the young man. Hearing Li Yi's words, a flicker of contempt crossed the young man's eyes. Oof. Your master? If my master hadn't been overly cautious, I could have snapped your master's neck. The young man sneered coldly. Hearing this, Li Yi burned with fury and frustration. Realizing threats were useless, he wasted no time. His palm transformed into a blade, and he swung a horizontal slash toward the young man. Seeing Li Yi attack, the young man's lips curled slightly, revealing a dismissive smile. Simultaneously, he shifted his feet, effortlessly evading Li Yi's horizontal strike. Seeing the young man evade, Li Yi immediately swept his leg out in a horizontal strike. The young man simply raised his leg slightly to block it. Instantly, Li Yi felt as though his leg had struck steel, the pain making him suck in a sharp breath. Li Yi's heart sank further. He realized that despite being barely in his 20s, the young man's strength was overwhelmingly superior to his own. Moreover, the young man was solely focused on defense. Li Yi knew that if the young man switched to offense, he would have no chance to defend himself. Realizing he was no match for the young man, Li Yi lost all will to fight. After landing one strike, he turned to flee toward Li Fengmei and the others. but the young man sidestepped horizontally, blocking his path. Meanwhile, as Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing reached a less traveled area, the van following them suddenly accelerated, pulling up beside them. The door swung open, and several figures clad in black, their faces concealed by dark masks, leaped out. Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, who were out for a stroll, witnessed this scene and were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale. Shen Changqing reacted swiftly. Almost the moment the van doors opened, he grabbed Li Fengmei's hand and dragged her frantically toward the road home. But these masked figures in black were clearly no ordinary people. With a few leaps, they intercepted Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing. Help! Thud! Just as Li Fengmei tried to cry out for help, the masked figure delivered a heavy blow to both their necks, knocking them unconscious instantly. The shadowy figures then hoisted both of them into the van and drove off without a second glance. Meanwhile, Li Yi grew increasingly frustrated in the fight. He couldn't overpower his opponent, nor could he break free. The young man casually parried Li Ye's attacks while glancing back toward the direction they had come from. The young man figured it was about time the Cheng family should have gotten what they wanted by now. Boring. Fine, I'm done playing with you. Goodbye. With that, the young man swung a punch straight out, meeting Li Ye's incoming blow head-on. Thud. The two fists collided. Li Yi instantly felt a tremendous force, the shock making his knuckles go numb. His body staggered backward 5 or 6 steps before he could barely steady himself. When he finally steadied himself and looked back toward the young man, he found the spot completely empty. The young man had vanished. Seeing this, Li Yi ignored the pain in his chest and immediately sprinted back the way he had come. When he reached the street where Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing had been walking earlier, it was completely deserted. A chill ran through Li Ye's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted back toward the villa, silently praying that Li Fengmei and her husband had simply returned home. Yet, even after sprinting back to the villa, Li Yi saw no sign of Li Fengmei and her husband. Why are you back? Where are my parents? Shen Ye, who had been watching TV on the sofa, sensed something was amiss as he saw Li Yi panting heavily with a pale face. He asked. Thud. Li Yi dropped to his knees before Shen Ye, his face twisted with self-reproach. Master, it's my failure. I couldn't protect your parents. They've been kidnapped. Snap. The moment Li Yi finished speaking, the TV remote in Shen Ye's hand shattered into pieces with a sharp crack. Simultaneously, Li Yi felt an icy chill sweep through the entire living room, even coating the space with a thin layer of frost. That frigid aura emanated from Shen Ye's body. Say that again. Shen Ye's body radiated murderous intent as he glared coldly at Li Yi and roared. Chapter 105, Piercing the Heavens. Your parents, they've been captured. Li Yi stammered, trembling. Li Yi stared at the thin layer of frost covering the hall, utterly shocked. He never imagined his master had grown this powerful. Who did this? Shen Ye demanded coldly. I don't know. I was secretly following your parents when a man around your master's age got out of a car and approached them. He radiated murderous intent, so I chased after that young man. But I didn't realize that young man was merely a decoy, meant to lure me away and create an opportunity for others. Li Yi stammered nervously. You're an international S-class assassin. You shouldn't have fallen for such a simple trick, Shen Ye remarked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Yi's face flushed with shame as he explained. I hadn't gone far before realizing it was a diversion tactic. I tried to turn back, but I hadn't anticipated that the young man was incredibly powerful. He blocked my path. We fought dozens of rounds, but he only defended, never attacking. I couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Moreover, I'm certain that if he had attacked with full force, I wouldn't have lasted a single strike. Hearing Li Ye's words, Shen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. If what Li Yi said was true that he couldn't even withstand a single strike from that youth, then the young man's strength must rank among the top 3 on the dragon list. Yet every single one of the top 3 on the dragon list was an old man past 50. There wasn't a single youngster anywhere near Shen Ye's age. Given this, Shen Ye speculated that perhaps those individuals Shen Changqing feared had made their move, or maybe it was those people his master mentioned who had been keeping tabs on him. But right now, Shen Ye had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He pulled out his phone and dialed Mao Tu. My parents have been abducted. Mobilize every connection you have immediately and find out where they are. Mao Tu trembled uncontrollably upon hearing Shen Ye's words. The parents of the southern frontier war god have been abducted? Who would be so audacious? They must be determined to stir up trouble no matter the cost. Yes. Mao Tu responded before abruptly hanging up. She immediately began making calls, relaying Shen Ye's orders. At the southern border, Chen Long, who was leading his troops in pursuit of the enemy, received Mao Tu's call. His expression changed drastically as a powerful aura erupted from his body. What? Our leader's parents have been captured? Withdraw the troops. Chen Long was consumed by panic, unable to spare a thought for pursuing the enemy forces. He bellowed the order to retreat. He must return to the southern frontier immediately, board a fighter jet bound for Qingzhou, find his elder brother's abducted parents, and then tear to pieces whoever dared kidnap them.
His subordinates froze upon hearing Qianlong's order to retreat, thinking they must have misheard.
Commander Qianlong, they protested, were on the verge of annihilating the invading enemy forces. Retreating now would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains.
Do you not understand my words? Withdraw the troops immediately. Qianlong roared.
Yes, sir.
The subordinate wasted no time, immediately relaying Qianlong's order to withdraw. Simultaneously, the other 10 Zodiac commanders stationed along the southern border received calls from Mao too.
Upon receiving the calls and hearing the content, their expressions darkened one by one as overwhelming auras erupted uncontrollably.
Prepare the fighter jets immediately. Head for Qingzhou.
One after another, the most advanced fighter jets of Great Xia soared skyward from the southern border, streaking toward Qingzhou.
Wokao, the MiG-20 fighter jet. Cut the bull.
The MiG-20 is our nation's most critical asset.
Why would it be deployed outside of wartime? Holy crap, it really is.
Amidst the bustling city, a man suddenly grew visibly excited, pointing at a jet streaking across the sky and exclaiming with fervor. Another man dismissed it as bragging, but when he casually glanced up, his composure shattered instantly.
Flying above was indeed a Mie-20 fighter jet. Normally, they could only see images of the J-20 online. They'd never witnessed the real thing in flight. To actually see it soaring today was a sight worth bragging about for a lifetime.
In an instant, everyone on the street looked up, their faces filled with excitement as they watched the fighter jet speed across the sky.
Look, there's another J-20 flying over there. And another one over here. What's going on? Why are 11 J-20s suddenly deployed? Is a national conflict brewing? Could it be a military exercise? You're kidding.
If it were a military exercise, they'd definitely give advance notice to avoid causing panic. As more and more F-20s filled the sky, the onlookers' initial excitement gradually turned to panic. They feared that the military deploying so many fighters at once meant an enemy invasion was imminent, possibly leading to a national conflict.
Panic spread instantly.
Worse still, some people began rushing into supermarkets, sweeping up goods to stockpile food supplies in preparation for the worst. News of the 11 fighter jets taking flight swiftly reached the headquarters of the Great Xia War Department.
Old Chen, it's bad news.
Latest reports indicate that 11 of the most advanced Mi-20 fighter jets have simultaneously taken off from the southern border, heading toward Qingzhou. The jet's passage had already sparked panic among the populace, who feared an imminent national conflict. Hordes of citizens had begun raiding supermarket shelves.
A frantic figure burst into Old Chen's office, reporting the news. Hearing the subordinate's report, Old Chen was startled. 11 MiG-20s launched? What was happening? Why had he, the commander-in-chief of the War Department, received no intelligence whatsoever? Qingzhou? Suddenly, Chen Lao latched onto the words Qingzhou. Wasn't that the city where the southern frontier king resided? Could it be? Quickly check the surveillance feeds. See what's happening in Qingzhou.
And make sure to focus on a man named Shen Ye. Old Chen frowned as he spoke. Several minutes later, within a grand and solemn edifice in Central State, Elder Chen stood respectfully beside a middle-aged man, relaying the findings from the Heavenly Eye investigation. The middle-aged man was none other than the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. After hearing Old Chen's report, the man's eyebrows lifted slightly, yet his expression remained largely unchanged.
Who dares to have such audacity to kidnap the parents of the esteemed southern frontier king? Do they seek to pierce the heavens of the Great Xia Kingdom? The middle-aged man asked in a cold tone. As the words left his lips, an imperceptibly cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 106, A Fallen Tiger is Bullied by Dogs. Your Majesty, this incident has already sparked panic in numerous towns. We cannot allow it to escalate further. The consequences would be unimaginable, Old Chen advised. Then give the 12 Zodiac commanders of the southern frontier a call, the middle-aged man said to Old Chen with a smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Tell them to return whence they came. At this, Old Chen froze, a bitter smile touching his lips as he replied. Your Highness, please don't joke with me. Though I command the war division, I hold no authority over the southern frontier troops. They answer only to the southern frontier king. After speaking, Old Chen shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. Don't look to me. Even though I'm the sovereign, they might not heed my orders either. The middle-aged man glanced aside as he spoke. Your Majesty, could you please call Shen Ye and instruct his 12 Zodiac commanders to turn back? Otherwise, the repercussions will be too severe. Old Chen said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Ye spent 3 years locked up by me. He's seething with resentment now. Do you really think he'd listen to me? Especially since his parents have been abducted. If this isn't handled properly, given his temperament, he'll likely turn the entire Great Xia upside down. The king rolled his eyes as he spoke. Hearing the ruler's words, Old Chen found himself unexpectedly feeling pity for the man before him. The ruler of a great nation, reduced to a state where he couldn't even control his own subordinates, it was rather pitiful. The top priority now is to activate the Heavenly Eye immediately and track down those who abducted Shen Ye's parents. Then notify Shen Ye and try to minimize the impact of this incident. The sovereign instructed Elder Chen.
Very well, I'll have my people start investigating immediately.
Chen Lao replied.
At that moment, the entire Qingzhou region descended into chaos.
Transportation across the entire province had ground to a halt.
Every available police officer was out on the streets, intercepting passing vehicles.
Citizens stuck in traffic were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what major incident could possibly warrant mobilizing the entire province's police force to conduct vehicle checks. Especially when they saw over a dozen MiG-20 fighter jets appear overhead, the entire city plunged into extreme panic. Was the sky about to fall on Qingzhou?
Mobilizing the entire police force was one thing, but deploying 11 of the Great Xia Empire's most advanced MiG-20 fighters at once was another matter entirely. Even during the manhunt for that international S-level fugitive, they hadn't seen such a massive display of force.
Meanwhile, outside Qingzhou City, Qingzhou's garrison forces mobilized. Rows of military armored vehicles rumbled into the city. Upon entering, the armored vehicles swiftly dispersed, heading to every corner of Qingzhou in search of Shen Ye's parents. In an instant, panic gripped the entire city as residents wondered what had transpired. Outside the Yang family's gates, a black Maybach pulled to a stop. The eerie old man and Lin Meng stepped out, their faces etched with confusion. They could have returned to the Yang residence much earlier, but they too were caught in the chaos. Police forces across Qingzhou had begun stopping vehicles on the roads, trapping them for hours. Only after enduring countless vehicle inspections did they finally make it home. Master, what on earth is happening? Qingzhou's entire police force is out conducting roadblocks, not for drunk driving or license checks. What exactly are they searching for?
Lin Meng asked the strange old man with a sigh.
Hearing Lin Meng's question, the peculiar old man shook his head, equally clueless about the situation unfolding in Qingzhou.
What they didn't know was that they were partly responsible for the chaos in Qingzhou.
In an abandoned steel mill on the outskirts of Qingzhou,
Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing lay bound and gagged on the damp ground, still unconscious. Beside them sat 5 or 6 men, among whom stood Chang Wenhai. Aside from Chang Wenhai, the others were all martial arts experts from the Chang family. Just then, a Mercedes pulled into the abandoned steel mill. Chang Wenhai and the others immediately stood up to greet the arriving vehicle. Cheng Hong, the patriarch of the Chang family, slowly stepped out of the car, his face beaming with delight. Dad, why did it take you so long? We've been waiting for 3 or 4 hours, Chang Wenhai asked anxiously. Ah, don't even ask. I don't know what's happened in Qingzhou, but every police force in the city is out. They're stopping every car on the road, causing terrible traffic jams, Cheng Hong sighed.
Hearing this, Chang Wenhai froze. Could it be that Shen Ye called the police?
Cheng Hong shot him a disapproving look.
Look at you, freaking out over something so minor.
I told you to kidnap 2 people, and you're already this nervous.
Relax. Those roadblocks aren't targeting us. Shen Ye doesn't have the clout to mobilize the entire Qingzhou police force to hunt us down.
Besides, I spotted over a dozen MiG-20 fighters flying overhead along the way. Not only that, but Qingzhou's garrison troops have also entered the city in armored vehicles.
Do you really think that useless Shen Ye has that kind of clout? Not only mobilizing the entire Qingzhou police force, but also deploying the city's garrison troops and the military's fighter jets?
Hearing Chang Hong's words, Chang Wenhai finally felt somewhat reassured. He simply couldn't believe Shen Ye possessed such influence to mobilize so many people to search for his parents. At that moment, Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei, who had been thrown to the ground, regained consciousness. Surveying their unfamiliar surroundings, they turned to Chang Wenhai and his men with panic-stricken expressions. Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? Hearing the couple's words, Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong turned to them with cold, sinister smiles.
Heh, why kidnap you?
You'd better ask your precious son that question, Cheng Hong sneered. Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing exchanged a startled glance.
Could it be that the Yi family from Zhongzhou had come to avenge Yi Junlin? I killed Yi Junlin.
If you seek vengeance, take it out on me, Shen Changqing declared, determined to shoulder sole responsibility for Yi Junlin's death.
Smack!
Before Shen Changqing could finish speaking, Chang Wenhai's hand came down hard across his face, sending a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. What touching paternal devotion, Chang Wenhai sneered contemptuously.
You'd take the blame for your son?
But look at yourself, you're nothing but a good-for-nothing.
How could someone like you possibly kill Yi Junlin? The word useless from Chang Wenhai's mouth pierced Shen Changqing's heart like a needle. Useless?
Once upon a time, he was a universally acknowledged prodigy in the martial arts world. He began cultivation at 3, reached the Xian grade at 5, the D grade at 8, and by 16, he was already a Tian grade master. Yet, in his youthful arrogance, he had offended those he shouldn't have. His cultivation was shattered, leaving him fallen from grace, trampled upon like a tiger in a plain.
Chapter 107, Discovering His Parents' Whereabouts. I killed Yi Junlin. Shen Changqing declared with unwavering conviction.
Oof.
Do you think taking the blame will spare your son, Shen Ye? Can your worthless Shen family even compare to young Master Yi Junlin? You think you can trade one life for another? Do you really believe your Shen family is worthy?
Let me tell you plainly, we intend to use both of you to lure Shen Ye here. We'll make him surrender peacefully, then slaughter every last one of you. Your severed heads will be delivered to the Yi family in Central Plains. Chang Wenhai sneered with utter contempt.
Enough, Wenhai. Don't waste breath on them. Call Shen Ye and tell him to come here alone.
Warn him not to bring anyone, or we'll kill his parents.
Chang Hong, growing impatient, urged Chang Wenhai. Father, the streets are swarming with constabulary. Isn't it reckless to summon him now?
Chang Wenhai voiced his concern. Hearing his son's words, Chang Hong paused to consider. Recognizing the validity of his concern, he replied, then we'll wait a little longer.
Once the authorities withdraw all their forces, we'll contact Shen Ye. Villa number 1, Longquan.
Shen Ye sat on the sofa, his face cold and expressionless, waiting silently for news from Mao Tu. Shen Ye hadn't gone out to search for his parents himself because he knew it would be futile. He had already instructed Mao Tu to mobilize every available resource for the search.
Adding one more person to the effort would make little difference.
At that moment, Li Yi stood beside Shen Ye, his face heavy with self-reproach. Big brother. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the villa.
Immediately after, a figure radiating the aura of a bloodbath entered.
The man stood at 1.8 meters tall, clad in military fatigues, his uniform still bearing dried bloodstains. The man was none other than Chen Long. Li Yi stared at Chen Long, his heart pounding with shock. Though he hadn't fought him, he sensed he stood no chance against Chen Long. No sooner had Chen Long reached Shen Ye's side than 10 more figures entered the villa, 3 women and 7 men. These were all Shen Ye's 12 zodiac commanders. Observing these 11 figures, Li Yi felt his heart churn violently. He could sense that each and every one of them radiated an overwhelming aura of power that was almost suffocating. Li Yi knew all too well that any one of them could easily beat him senseless single-handedly. He was utterly stunned, his mind racing with speculation about his master's true identity. What kind of person could command such an exceptionally formidable group of subordinates? Big brother. The 11 men bowed in unison toward Shen Ye, respectfully addressing him as Big brother. Looking at the 11 men before him, Shen Ye couldn't help but frown. Why did you all come? Brother, with something this big happening, how could we not come? Chen Long spoke up. Exactly, Big brother. Your parents are our parents. Now that our parents have been captured, if we don't come and drag those who abducted them out to skin them alive and tear them limb from limb, how could we call ourselves sons? Yin Hu, known for his fiery temper, declared. What about the security of the southern frontier if you all leave? Shen Ye asked, his expression grave. Brother, you needn't worry about the southern border. We still have 1 million soldiers stationed there. Anyone daring to invade our frontier will never return alive, Chen Long declared with solemn conviction. Shen Ye nodded at Chen Long's words. Indeed, the southern border was guarded by the 1 million soldiers he had trained. The surrounding minor nations posed no real threat. Unless the major powers made a move, but wars between great nations weren't so easily ignited. After a brief exchange, Chen Long led the other 10 men straight out of the villa, setting off to search for Shen Ye's parents. It was only long after Chen Long and his men had departed that Li Yi finally snapped out of his stunned state. From Shen Ye and Chen Long's earlier conversation, Li Yi could easily deduce that his master was most likely the southern frontier king, the very figure whose name struck fear into enemy nations. What you saw and heard today must remain sealed within your lips. Not a single word may be revealed. Shen Ye said to Li Yi in a calm tone. Yes. I swear to keep it completely confidential. Even if it concerns my master's parents, I won't utter a single word without his explicit permission. Li Yi hastily assured him. Half an hour later, Mao Tu's call came through. Shen Ye's heart leapt with joy as he quickly answered the call. Big brother, we've found them. The kidnappers are from the Chang family. They're currently at an abandoned steel mill in the suburbs. I've sent the coordinates to your phone. Mao Tu's voice came through the line. Good. Immediately have men surround that abandoned steel mill. Not a single soul should escape. Crucially, avoid rash actions. If the Chang family feels cornered, they might harm my parents. I'm heading there now. Shen Ye's eyes turned icy as he spoke. The Chang family was courting disaster. Had they not pushed their luck, Shen Ye might have spared them for Tang Duoduo's sake. But the Changs had gone too far, first forcing Tang Duoduo into marriage with Yi Junlin of the Yi family, and now kidnapping Shen Ye's parents. This was no ordinary act of recklessness. After hanging up, Shen Ye immediately left the villa, speeding his Pagani toward an abandoned steel mill in the outskirts. Abandoned steel mill in the suburbs. At that moment, the steel plant was tightly encircled by layers upon layers of city defense troops. Not even a fly could escape. Armored vehicles were pouring in from all directions. Inside the abandoned steel mill, Chang Wenhai had intended to step outside for some fresh air. But before he even reached the entrance, he saw the countless city guards outside and the armored vehicles approaching in the distance. Chang Wenhai was startled and hurried back into the abandoned steel mill. His face twisted with terror as he exclaimed to Cheng Hong, "Dad, it looks like we're surrounded." Hearing his son's words, Cheng Hong froze. He then walked to the doorway. When he saw the densely packed city guards outside, his expression changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated back inside.
Dad, what's going on? We only kidnapped Shen Ye's parents.
Even if he reported it, this is way too much of a response. Chang Wenhai said to Cheng Hong, his face ashen. Cheng Hong, now equally panicked, lowered his head in deep thought.
After a long moment, he looked up and said, "Don't panic yet. Shen Ye only has the Black Dragon Society as his backing. The people outside are fully armed city guards. They probably aren't here for us."
"But they've already surrounded us," Chang Wenhai countered.
"This might just be a coincidence.
They're probably staging something nearby or have some other purpose.
We must stay calm and not panic. Think about it, Shen Ye is just a demoted convict. He doesn't have the clout to mobilize this many people." Chang Hong insisted. Chapter 108, The Hidden Expert.
Hearing Chang Hong's words, Chang Wenhai finally felt somewhat reassured. Thinking it through, they had already verified Shen Ye's identity. He was now more useless than a dried fish. How could he possibly wield such influence? After all, the forces surrounding them now included not only Qingzhou's regular police but also its garrison troops. Earlier, they'd even spotted fighter jets in the sky. Mobilizing so many forces simultaneously was beyond even the Qingzhou city lord's authority. What was the situation inside now? Mao Tu, who was nearby, had rushed over upon receiving the news. Looking at the abandoned steel mill now completely sealed off, he asked. "Deputy Commander, as you instructed, we dared not act rashly or approach. We currently have no clear understanding of the situation inside," replied a captain of the garrison troops. At that moment, the captain was utterly stunned. He never imagined that Mao Tu, the deputy commander of the garrison army, possessed such immense influence. Not only had he mobilized the garrison army to search for people, but he had also deployed all of Qingzhou's standing police force. Moreover, he had witnessed over a dozen fighter jets deployed in the sky earlier, likely mobilized by this deputy commander as well. "Commander, what should we do now?" the captain asked. "Wait," Mao Tu said. Concerned for the safety of Shen Ye's parents, Mao Tu dared not act rashly and could only wait for Shen Ye's arrival. He lacked absolute confidence in rescuing Shen Ye's parents without alerting the criminals. The room. The roar of a sports car engine grew louder as it approached. Soon, a Pagani Huayra sports car charged toward them at breakneck speed, startling the guards into scrambling out of the way. The Pagani Vento swiftly pulled up beside Mao Tuesday. A screeching sound of tires grinding against the ground echoed as the car executed a flawless drift, coming to a smooth halt beside her. Shen Ye pushed open the door and stepped out. The startled city guards immediately moved to confront Shen Ye, but before they could speak, their deputy commander bowed respectfully to the man stepping out of the car, calling out, "Brother!" Seeing their deputy commander show such respect to the young man stepping out of the car, the city guards were all startled. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of status Shen Ye truly held. At that moment, naturally, no one dared to cause trouble for Shen Ye. Joking aside, how could they possibly afford to offend someone the deputy commander himself addressed as brother? "What's the situation inside?" Shen Ye asked, his body radiating a murderous aura as he glanced toward the abandoned steel mill. "Brother, the situation is unclear. We dared not approach, fearing the criminals might become desperate and harm your parents," Mao Tu replied. Shen Ye nodded at the report and strode decisively into the abandoned steel mill. Shen Ye dared to walk in so brazenly because he possessed absolute confidence. Even if the criminals were currently holding his parents hostage, he was 100% certain he could rescue them before the criminals made their move. "Dad, Shen Ye is here." Chang Wenhai, who had been standing by the wall near the entrance, secretly observing the situation outside, spotted Shen Ye approaching and called out to Cheng Hong. Hearing Chang Wenhai's words, Cheng Hong froze in surprise. "Shen Ye? Didn't I tell you not to call him yet?" Hearing Cheng Hong's words, Chang Wenhai looked utterly frustrated. He hadn't called Shen Ye at all, so why had Shen Ye come on his own? Could this be another coincidence? "Dad, I didn't call him," Chang Wenhai said with a pained expression. "Then how did he show up?" Cheng Hong raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Maybe he's also searching for his parents and just happened to find his way here?" Chang Wenhai suggested. Cheng Hong nodded at his son's words. That possibility wasn't out of the question. "Since he's here, let's subdue him first," Cheng Hong declared, then immediately signaled to the martial arts experts among the Cheng family. The martial artists understood immediately, grabbing the unconscious Shen Chongqing and Li Fengmei, their fingers digging into the throats of both. Soon, Shen Ye entered the abandoned steel mill and saw Chang Wenhai, Cheng Hong, and his parents, who were being held by the Chang family's martial artists. "Ha! Shen Ye, never expected you'd walk right into our trap. Truly, heaven offers a path but you refuse it, while hell has no gate yet you throw yourself in." Chang Wenhai sneered at Shen Ye, his face twisted in smug satisfaction. Shen Ye ignored Chang Wenhai and turned his gaze toward his parents. Thankfully, they showed no signs of injury. This sight finally eased the knot of worry in Shen Ye's heart. After confirming his parents were merely unconscious, Shen Ye's gaze, now filled with murderous intent, turned to Chang Wenhai standing nearby. The moment Chang Wenhai's gaze met Shen Ye's icy stare, a shiver involuntarily ran through his body. An inexplicable wave of fear surged within him. He quickly averted his eyes, inwardly exclaiming at the eeriness of it all. "Release my parents now, and I might consider letting you keep your body intact," Shen Ye said coldly. "Shen Ye, you seem to have misunderstood the situation," Chang Wenhai sneered. "Your parents are in our custody now. Besides, Zhao Tailong from the Black Dragon Society isn't here. What gives you the right to act so brazenly in front of me?" Chang Wenhai sneered coldly. "Now. Immediately. Kneel before me. Otherwise, I'll have them wring your mother's neck." Chang Wenhai threatened, his face radiating smug satisfaction. 3, 2, 1. Chang Wenhai began counting down. When he shouted 1, Shen Ye still hadn't knelt. A flash of viciousness crossed Chang Wenhai's eyes as he ordered the Chang family expert gripping Li Fengmei's throat. "Break her neck." Hearing this, the Chang family expert nodded and prepared to tighten his grip on Li Fengmei's neck. But then, a cold gleam flashed and sank into the expert's palm. Ah! Instantly, the Chang family expert's face turned ashen. He let out a piercing scream as the hand gripping Li Fengmei's throat lost all strength. His face contorted in agony as he looked down at his hand, horrified to discover a peanut-sized hole bleeding from his palm. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong. Their faces paled as they frantically scanned their surroundings, shouting warnings, "Everyone, be careful! A hidden expert is among us." Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong assumed Shen Ye had brought a hidden expert nearby, never considering that the hidden expert they believed to be present was actually Shen Ye himself. Chapter 109, The Chang Family's Regret. At that very moment, Shen Ye's hand twitched again. 3 pebble-sized stones shot out, piercing the palms of the 2 Chang family masters controlling his parents. "Ah! Ah!" Soul-shredding screams erupted once more. With both hands pierced, the 2 Cheng family martial artists could no longer hold Li Fengmei and Xin Chongqing. The unconscious pair, deprived of support, collapsed awkwardly to the ground. In that instant, Shen Ye flickered like teleportation, appearing behind Li Fengmei and Xin Chongqing to catch their falling bodies. Chang Wenhai, Cheng Hong, and the other Cheng family experts nearby witnessed this scene as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces fell open in shock, filled with utter disbelief. You. Chang Wenhai pointed at Shen Ye, his words stumbling out in a stutter, unable to form a coherent sentence. "Have you thought about how you want to die?" Shen Ye coldly fixed his gaze on Chang Wenhai. "Kill him." Terrified, Chang Wenhai immediately barked orders at the other martial arts experts of the Chang family. Hearing Chang Wenhai's command, the remaining martial arts experts exchanged glances before steeled themselves and charged toward Shen Ye. Yet the next moment, Chang Wenhai's face turned deathly pale. He watched as the Chang family experts charged toward Shen Ye. Before he could even see Shen Ye move, the experts were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from their mouths. And on the faces of those Chang family experts? A vivid, crimson shoe print. You, how could you be this powerful?" Chang Wenhai stammered, his face ashen with shock. "I don't recall having any deep-seated grudges with your family," Shen Ye replied calmly. "Why kidnap my parents?" Shen Ye stared coldly at Chang Wenhai. Because you killed Yi Junlin. With Yi Junlin dead, the Yi family will surely take their anger out on us, the Chang family. We had no choice but to find a way to bring you and your parents' heads to the Yi family. Only then might the Yi family forgive us," Chang Wenhai stammered, trembling. Shen Ye's expression twisted into a sneer at Chang Wenhai's words. He had already given the Chang family a chance. If they hadn't chosen to court disaster and seize the opportunity, Shen Ye could have completely resolved the Chang family's crisis. But they refused to believe him, insisting on walking further down the path of self-destruction. "I gave you every chance to accept my offer to resolve the Chang family's crisis, yet you refuse to believe me. Since you hold your family legacy so dear, I'll now destroy your century-old foundation right before your eyes," Shen Ye stated coldly. With that, Shen Ye pulled out his phone and dialed a number for Mao Tu. "2 things. First, within 10 minutes, I want to see every single one of the Chang family's businesses disappear from Qingzhou. Second, send some people in to take my parents home for recuperation." With that, Shen Ye hung up the phone. However, Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong, standing nearby, scoffed at Shen Ye's demand to make all of the Chang family's businesses vanish within 10 minutes. After all, the Chang family was still a top-tier clan in Qingzhou. Though currently under joint pressure from the Zhang and Yang families, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Dissolving the Chang family's assets within 10 minutes was utterly impossible. Even with the Zhang and Yang families working together, it would take at least several weeks. Sure, Shen Ye was a formidable fighter, but so what? Could the Chang family's holdings really be toppled on a whim? A minute later, Mao Tu hurried in with several city guards. At Shen Ye's instruction, 2 guards took his parents from him and carried them away immediately. Seeing the guards obey Shen Ye's command, Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong, standing nearby, grew even more alarmed. Could it be that the city guards surrounding the area had also been arranged by Shen Ye? However, the moment those two guards left the steel plant carrying Shen Ye's parents, Cheng Hong's phone rang.
It was a call from the family's steward. Master, it's bad news. Our Chang family stock is under malicious attack.
The share price has plummeted from 8 yuan to just 1 yuan.
Hearing the voice on the line, Cheng Hong's face instantly fell. An 8-to-1 drop meant 7/8 of the Chang family's assets had evaporated in an instant.
After hanging up, Cheng Hong looked up at Shen Ye, his mind filled with shock and suspicion.
Could Shen Ye really be behind this?
Before Cheng Hong could dwell on it, another call came in, this time from one of their family's business partners. Cheng Hong, effective immediately, our company is terminating all business ties with your family. Beep. The phone had barely hung up when another call came in immediately. Every incoming call was from a Chang family partner, and their purpose was singular, to terminate all business ties with the Changs.
Some even demanded accountability, claiming the goods supplied by the Cheng family had serious quality issues.
They were already gathering evidence to sue the Chang family for substantial damages in court. Listening to the stream of incoming calls, every trace of color drained from Cheng Hong's face. His legs buckled beneath him, and he slumped to the floor like a pile of mud, utterly defeated.
He muttered. It's over. It's all over. The Cheng family is finished.
Beside him, Cheng Wenhai's face was ashen, filled with utter despair. He had heard every word clearly over the phone.
You did this, didn't you?
Cheng Wenhai asked Shen Ye, his voice thick with despair.
Heh, Shen Ye sneered coldly.
I said I'd make all your family's assets vanish within 10 minutes.
I certainly delivered. Hearing Shen Ye's definitive answer, Cheng Wenhai and Cheng Hong were instantly overcome with regret.
They never imagined Shen Ye possessed such immense power. In less than 10 minutes, he had utterly destroyed the entire Cheng family. In that moment, they regretted it so deeply they could have kicked themselves. They remembered clearly that when Shen Ye had visited their family earlier, he had offered them a chance to help the Changs.
Back then, they hadn't believed Shen Ye possessed such capability and had decisively refused. Now, reflecting on it, how foolish their decision had been. Given that Shen Ye could wipe out all of the Chang family's assets within 10 minutes, wouldn't it have been effortless for him to help them deal with the Zhang and Yang families? Dad, let's go.
Cheng Wenhai, his face etched with regret, approached Cheng Hong, helped him up from the ground, and prepared to lead him away.
Leave? Did I say you could leave? Shen Ye's icy voice cut through the air. After kidnapping Shen Ye's parents, did they really think they could walk away alive? Chapter 110, Shen Ye, the king of the southern frontier?
You've already ruined our Chang family.
What more do you want?
Cheng Wenhai asked, his face twisted with terror.
Ha! Shen Ye snorted coldly, finding it amusing.
If Shen Ye hadn't been stronger than the Cheng family, they would have slaughtered his entire family and used their heads to curry favor with the Yi family. But now the tables were turned. They actually thought sacrificing one of the Cheng family's businesses would erase all their past crimes? Kill them all. Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing this, Mao Tu immediately drew the gun he always carried, its black muzzle pointing directly at Cheng Wenhai. Seeing the black muzzle aimed at him, Cheng Wenhai's face turned ashen, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed from between his legs. Thud! Cheng Wenhai dropped to his knees, pleading with Shen Ye, you can't kill me.
If you kill me, you'll be breaking the law.
I may have kidnapped your parents, but my crime doesn't warrant death. And even if I deserve punishment, it should be meted out by the law, not by you. If you kill me, the law won't let you off the hook. Beside him, Cheng Hong quickly knelt as well, chiming in, that's right. At worst, we're guilty of kidnapping. Even if we're dealt with by the law, it'll only mean a prison sentence.
Don't act impulsively. Otherwise, you'll be committing a crime too.
Hearing this, Shen Ye smiled faintly.
These two actually thought they could use the law to restrain Shen Ye? Who was Shen Ye?
The mighty prince of the southern frontier. Act first, report later. Imperial privilege.
Do you not find it laughable to lecture my elder brother about the law? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the being you've provoked?
I'll let you die with some clarity. My elder brother is the war god of the southern frontier, the sole king across all 4 realms. Remember this for your next life. Never again look down on others with your dog's eyes. Beware of repeating the same mistake.
Mao Tu said with a cold laugh. Boom! Mao Tu's words struck Cheng Wenhai and Cheng Hong like a bolt from the blue. King of the southern realm? Shen Ye is the king of the southern frontier? No wonder.
No wonder the entire Qingzhou police force was mobilized today, along with all the city's garrison troops and those dozens of fighter jets. So all this was because they had kidnapped the southern frontier king's parents. At that moment, Cheng Wenhai and Cheng Hong's expressions darkened to the extreme. Originally, the Cheng family could have soared to new heights through Tang Duo and Shen Ye's connections. Instead, they had chosen to go against the grain, stubbornly courting disaster, and now they had brought ruin upon themselves. They were filled with rage. They hated themselves for not firmly seizing the opportunity Shen Ye had given them. The thought of Tang Duo brought a flicker of hope to both Cheng Wenhai and Cheng Hong.
Right. They could seek help from Tang Duo.
If she spoke up, Shen Ye would surely spare them for her sake.
Wait. You can't kill me. My granddaughter Tang Duo is your girlfriend. If you kill me, Duo will hate you for the rest of her life. Clutching at this last straw, Cheng Hong spoke urgently, quickly pulling out his phone to call Tang Duo. Upon hearing Cheng Hong's plea, Mao Tu turned to Shen Ye, her gaze seeking his decision. Shen Ye waved him off. He was actually curious to see how Tang Duo would react upon learning what Cheng Hong and his men had done to her parents. Duo, my dear granddaughter, you must save your grandfather and your uncle. Shen Ye is going to kill us. Please call him and plead for grandpa and uncle. Otherwise, he really will kill us. The moment the call connected, Cheng Hong urgently pleaded with Tang Duo on the other end. However, before Cheng Hong could finish speaking, Tang Duo hung up. Seeing this, Cheng Hong's face fell with despair, yet he couldn't accept it. He dialed again, only to find the line busy. Meanwhile, Shen Ye's phone began to ring. It was Tang Duo calling. Shen Ye hesitated slightly before pressing the answer button. Shen Ye, how did my grandfather and the others cross you? Tang Duo's questioning voice came through the phone. Why don't you ask your grandfather? Shen Ye replied. I don't believe what they say. Shen Ye froze at her words. They kidnapped my parents, threatening to force me to surrender. Then they plan to behead our entire family to curry favor with the Yi family, Shen Ye explained. After Shen Ye finished speaking, Tang Duo fell silent on the other end of the line. A full half-minute passed before Tang Duo's voice finally came through. I don't want you to be in a difficult position. Go ahead and do it. I won't blame you. They brought this upon themselves. Shen Ye could hear the tremor in Tang Duo's voice. After all, Chang Wenhai and Cheng Hong were her closest relatives. But to spare Shen Ye the burden, she had directly urged him to act precisely to avoid forcing him to make this agonizing decision. On the other end of the line, Tang Duo's tears began streaming down her face the moment she finished speaking. If Tang Duo had asked Shen Ye to choose whether to kill them or plead for mercy, he would have killed them without hesitation. But precisely because Tang Duo had considered Shen Ye's feelings at every turn, it made his decision all the more agonizing. Over the phone, both Chang Wenhai and Cheng Hong heard Tang Duo's words. When they heard her tell Shen Ye to take action, they immediately seized the opportunity to curse him out. Ingrate! I should have known she was a thankless wretch. I should have flushed her down the toilet the day she was born. Cheng Hong roared. Exactly. She's an ungrateful wretch who'll never be tamed. After eating our family's food for over a decade, she turns her back on us. If I'd known this would happen, I should have killed her back then, Chang Wenhai gritted his teeth. Hearing their tirade against Tang Duo, a chill flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as he sneered. Originally, for Daoda's sake, I intended to spare your lives. But I never imagined you'd insult her like this. Well, that makes things easier. Kill. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots echoed through the abandoned steel mill. Chang Wenhai and Cheng Hong collapsed at the sound, their eyes reflecting regret in their final moments. Take their bodies back to the Chang family. Shen Ye dropped the order before striding out. After leaving the abandoned steel mill, Shen Ye drove straight home. Upon arriving, he immediately checked on Li Fengmei and Shin Changqing, finding them only unconscious and otherwise unharmed. Emerging from his parents' room, he saw the 12 Zodiac commanders standing rigidly outside. You brought the entire 20-fighter squadron? Shen Ye shot the group a disapproving look and said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Chen Long and the others unconsciously rubbed the backs of their heads and replied sheepishly, Isn't this fast enough? We were worried about our parents' safety, so we thought the sooner we got here, the better. Worry is one thing, but you can't just take fighter jets, especially MiG-20s. Each of you flying one makes 11 jets. Do you have any idea how much panic this would cause among the public? Shen Ye snapped. Chapter 111, Counter-Terrorism Drill. The Chang Residence. Cheng Wenjing stared at the 2 cold corpses sent by Mao Tu, tears streaming down her face as grief overwhelmed her. She had no idea how her father and eldest brother had died. The delivery men were only responsible for bringing the bodies, they told her nothing else. Just as she prepared to take Cheng Hong and Chang Wenhai's bodies home and find someone to investigate the cause of death, bank manager Lu arrived with a large entourage. Seeing Lu arrive with so many people, Cheng Wenjing felt panic surge within her. Though she didn't know how her father and eldest brother had died, she was fully aware of everything that had transpired at the Chang residence today. Lu's arrival with his entourage could only mean one thing: they had come to collect the overdue loan. If she couldn't repay the money, Lu would certainly have his men seize every valuable item in the Chang household, then seize the Chang family home to auction it off to settle the debt. Bank manager Lu approached, glancing indifferently at the bodies of Chang Wenhai and Cheng Hong lying on the ground before addressing Chang Wenjing. Ms. Chang, I'm here to collect the 200 billion yuan loan your family took from our bank. I hope you'll cooperate. Mr. Lu, isn't this kicking someone when they're down? That 20 billion loan was something you begged our family to take from your bank. Now that our family is in trouble, before the loan is even due, you come demanding repayment? Chang Wenjing retorted, her face darkening. Given your family's current predicament, our bank has determined that the Chang family is unable to repay the debt. Therefore, we reserve the right to recall the loan prematurely.
Should repayment prove impossible, we have the authority to seize and auction all assets belonging to the Chang family. All these terms are clearly stated in the contract.
If you don't believe me, you can go back and review the loan agreement yourself. Bank manager Lu said coldly. With that, he gave a subtle signal to his men.
They understood immediately and marched straight into the Chang residence, beginning to carry out valuable items. After loading all the valuables onto the truck, the bank's men produced seals and affixed them to the Chang family's main gate.
Mr. Lu, could you please explain what's happening? How could our family's situation change so drastically in less than 10 minutes?
Chang Wenjing asked, her face filled with despair as she watched the bank officials affix the seals. Watching the bank officials seal the Chang residence, Chang Wenjing's face twisted with despair as she addressed bank manager Lu. I don't know the exact details myself, but one thing is certain, your family has offended someone far more powerful than you can handle. Think carefully about who you might have crossed and find someone to apologize immediately. There might still be a chance to turn things around, bank manager Lu replied. With that, he got into his car and drove away. After Lu Xingjiang departed, Chang Wenjing stood rooted to the spot, racking her brain to recall who the Chang family might have recently offended.
The Zhang and Yang families couldn't be considered enemies at most, they were business rivals. Besides, they simply didn't possess the resources to completely destroy the Chang family in under 10 minutes. After much deliberation, Chang Wenjing realized the only recent entanglement the family had involved Shen Ye. Could it be Shen Ye? The thought barely formed in her mind before she shook her head in denial. She had thoroughly investigated Shen Ye's background long ago. He simply didn't possess that kind of influence. Even if the Black Dragon Society intervened, it wouldn't be enough. Ah, the Yi family of Zhengzhou. Only the Yi family from Zhengzhou could pull this off. Yi Junlin had been invited to Qingzhou by the Chang family, only to be killed by that good-for-nothing Shen Ye. The Yi family must have taken their anger out on the Chang family over this, launching a deadly strike against them. In that moment, Chang Wenjing even suspected that Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong had also been killed by the Yi family. Just then, a taxi pulled up, and Tang Duo stepped out. Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong were, after all, her grandfather and eldest uncle. Now that both were dead, Tang Duo naturally came to see them off on their final journey. Duo, it's all your fault for disobeying us. If you had listened and married Yi Junlin of the Yi family as we told you, your grandfather and uncle wouldn't have died. How could our Chang family have fallen to such a state? Chang Wenjing said to Tang Duo, her face twisted with resentment. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, a trace of scorn flashed in Tang Duo's eyes. Even now, her mother still believed she was responsible for all this? If not for Chang Hong and Chang Wenhai courting disaster by kidnapping Shen Ye's parents, how could they have ended up like this? As for the Chang family's bankruptcy, Tang Duo was unaware of the details. If they hadn't gone and kidnapped Shen Ye's parents, how could they have ended up like this? Tang Duo said. What did you say? They kidnapped Shen Ye's parents? Chang Wenjing froze, asking. At that moment, Chang Wenjing recalled that her father, Chang Hong, had indeed mentioned kidnapping Shen Ye's parents to force him into submission. However, she had voiced her opposition at the time, and Chang Hong had dismissed it as a joke. Yet when they left, her father had kept her older brother behind. Could it be that Chang Hong had detained Chang Wenhai specifically to discuss kidnapping Shen Ye's parents? But how could Shen Ye possibly have the capability to kill both Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong? After all, if Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong were to kidnap Shen Ye's parents, they would certainly bring along martial arts experts from the Chang family. Chang Wenjing refused to believe Chang Hong and Chang Wenhai were killed by Shen Ye. She simply couldn't fathom him possessing such capability. Zhengzhou. The investigation has concluded, members of the Chang family abducted Shen Ye's parents. Elder Chen respectfully reported to the sovereign. Hearing old Chen's report, the sovereign's face turned icy cold. The Chang family truly doesn't know when to stop. Daring to kidnap the parents of the southern border king? They're digging their own graves. The king spoke coldly. Indeed. Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong of the Chang family are already dead, old Chen confirmed with a nod. Alas! This incident has caused quite a stir. Without a reasonable explanation, Shen Ye's true identity will likely be guessed soon enough. The sovereign sighed. Indeed. The southern frontier even deployed fighter jets, 11 of them at once. Without a plausible explanation, Shen Ye's true identity will be uncovered by those with ulterior motives in no time. Old Chen concurred. Transmit my orders, all personnel involved in this operation must maintain absolute silence regarding this incident. Anyone who dares to leak a single word will be dealt with under military law. Additionally, publicly announce that the Qingzhou incident was a joint counter-terrorism exercise between Qingzhou's regular police force, the city garrison, and the southern frontier. After a moment of contemplation, the sovereign looked up and instructed Old Chen thus. But how do we explain the Chang family incident? Old Chen inquired. That's easy to explain. During the counter-terrorism drill, we happened to encounter the Chang family's malicious kidnapping attempt. Chang Hong and Chang Wenhai were killed on the spot. Understood. Old Chen responded respectfully before departing to carry out the orders. Chapter 112, As a Punishment. Soon, an official announcement was released.
The Qingzhou incident involved a joint counter-terrorism drill between Qingzhou's regular forces, city garrison troops, and southern frontier units. During this exercise, the heads of Qingzhou's premier family, Cheng Hong and Chang Wenhai, were caught committing criminal acts, maliciously kidnapping individuals and endangering public safety. They were immediately shot dead by the garrison forces. Furthermore, to serve as a deterrent, all assets of the Chang family have been seized to warn others.
Yang family of Qingzhou. Master, that Shen Ye really has some luck. Getting caught up in an anti-terrorism drill like this, and then having his parents rescued by him? What kind of dog luck is that?
Lin Meng complained to her master, her face full of displeasure upon receiving the news. At that moment, the peculiar old man frowned deeply.
He sensed something was amiss. This matter felt far more complex than it appeared on the surface.
Whether this was truly a coincidence is hard to say, the eerie old man remarked indifferently.
Master, aren't you being overly cautious? What if it wasn't a coincidence? Do you really believe Shen Ye possesses such immense power enough to mobilize not only the regular troops and garrison forces throughout the entire operation, but even fighter jets from the southern border? If he truly possessed such power, why would I have schemed to frame him and send him to prison just to break off our engagement?
Lin Meng thought her master was being overly suspicious and spoke thus.
Better safe than sorry.
The eerie old man shot Lin Meng a displeased glance.
All right, you may leave. I must meditate now.
Remember, without my explicit orders, you must not provoke him.
If you do, I won't rescue you a third time.
The peculiar old man warned.
Got it.
Lin Meng replied before stepping out. Lin Meng thought his master was overly cautious and cowardly. With such formidable power, he could have simply killed Shen Ye outright.
Instead, he insisted on all these convoluted schemes. Wasn't that just a waste of time and energy?
But Lin Meng dared not contradict his master, fearing he might provoke his teacher. After leaving his master's quarters, Lin Meng headed straight for his senior brother's room. Her intent was clear, to persuade his senior disciple to take action against Shen Ye. Whenever Lin Meng recalled Shen Ye trapping her and Wang Dachui in a pig cage and sinking them into the ocean, her hatred for him made her teeth itch. She longed to kill him immediately.
Knock. Senior brother, are you asleep?
Lin Meng arrived at her senior brother's door, knocked, and asked. Soon, the door opened, revealing a young man in his early 20s. That young man was Lin Meng's senior brother, the disciple of the bizarre old man, the one who had previously fought against Li Yi. Junior sister, what is it? The young man gave Lin Meng a once-over, his eyes flashing with a hint of greed. The hint of lust in his eyes was naturally caught by Lin Meng, and a surge of satisfaction filled her heart.
Senior brother, won't you invite me in for a moment?
Lin Meng said, feigning a delicate demeanor. Hearing this, the young man's brow lifted in delight. He opened the door and invited Lin Meng inside.
Senior brother, don't you think our master is too timid?
He's clearly so powerful he could have killed Shen Ye directly. But he's so cautious, trying to use others to do his dirty work, and it still backfired. As soon as Lin Meng entered the room, she started complaining about the master's cowardice. Junior sister, you mustn't speak of the master like that. He has his reasons for acting this way, the young man scolded.
But I just think master's approach is completely unnecessary.
Senior brother, you're so skilled, why don't you just go kill Shen Ye yourself?
If you could eliminate him, master wouldn't blame you at all. He might even praise you.
Lin Meng revealed her true intentions.
Impossible. Our master explicitly ordered that we cannot seek out Shen Ye without his command.
If anything happens, he won't take responsibility, the young man replied. Truthfully, upon hearing Lin Meng's words, the young man had already begun to waver. He too felt their master was overly cautious. If he could truly eliminate Shen Ye, his master would surely reward him. Senior brother, you're overthinking it.
That Shen Ye and I grew up together.
He's got no real skills. If he were truly capable, how could he have been sent to prison for 3 years just because of my little trick 3 years ago? Besides, even if he does have some skills, could he possibly be stronger than you? Our master has always praised you as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the martial arts world. Do you really think you're inferior to a good-for-nothing like Shen Ye? Lin Meng said, using reverse psychology. Junior sister, don't try to provoke me.
It won't work. A mere Shen Ye is beneath my notice.
But I have no grudge against him.
I'll do whatever master instructs.
I wouldn't dare upset the old man. The young man replied. As he finished speaking, the young man's intense gaze began to wander over Lin Meng's body once more. Hearing his words and seeing those burning eyes, Lin Meng felt a surge of satisfaction. She knew her provocation had worked. His senior brother's words were nothing but a hint that he wanted something in return. Judging by the intensity in his eyes, the favor he sought was undoubtedly her body. With that realization, Lin Meng promptly sat down beside the young man, pressing her body close against his. Oh my, senior brother. Lin Meng began to act coy. Please help me, senior brother. I absolutely detest that Shen Ye. If you agree to help me, your junior sister is yours tonight. Oh, no, yours forever. You can do whatever you want with me. Feeling the warmth of Lin Meng's body, the young man instantly felt his mouth go dry. Hearing her sweet, coquettish words, he could no longer contain the restlessness surging within him. He roughly pushed her down onto the bed, unleashing the primal power within him.
Villa number 1, Longquan.
At this moment, all the Zodiac commanders except Mao Tu had departed in their fighter jets, returning to the southern border.
Mao Tu, Shen Ye asked, I told you to have people watch those two strange old men. Have they made any moves?
Li Yi had previously mentioned that his parents were abducted by the Chang family because a young man had lured him away. Li Yi also stated that this young man was exceptionally formidable, far beyond his own capabilities. The Chang family possessed no such expert. Shen Ye suspected this was likely the work of the two mysterious old men lurking within the Zhang and Yang families. Given Li Yi's strength, aside from those two peculiar old men, there was likely no one else in all of Qingzhou capable of standing against him.
Chapter 113, Releasing Li Wuing. Big brother, that old man from the Yang family went out today.
But the man we sent to tail him was involved in a car accident shortly after following him. He was unconscious and only woke up at the hospital half an hour ago, Mao Tu reported. Hearing Mao Tu's report, Shen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the strange old man had already realized someone was watching them, deliberately arranging for a car to knock out their tail. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence. The moment the strange old man left the Yang residence, our tail got into an accident and lost consciousness, while his parents were coincidentally kidnapped.
Brother, are you suspecting that the person who lured Li Yi away was one of that strange old man's men? Mao Tu asked. It's entirely possible. Shen Ye replied calmly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, anger flared on Mao Tu's face. Those two old bastards dared to target your parents?
I'm going to drag those old fools here and torture the truth out of them. With that, Mao Tu turned angrily, ready to go hunt down those two strange old men.
No need, Shen Ye interjected calmly.
This is merely my conjecture. There's no concrete evidence proving it was those two old men.
But big brother, if those old men truly harbored evil intentions toward our parents, won't they still be in danger if we don't arrest them? Mao Tu argued.
Shen Ye nodded in understanding.
Mao Tu's concern wasn't unfounded. All right. Take my token and go to Qingyu Prefecture prison. Bring Li Wuing here. Shen Ye said, handing a token to Mao Tu. Shen Ye's plan was straightforward, have Li Wuing protect his parents.
It was a golden token engraved with the three characters, Southern Frontier King.
Mao Tu took the token from Shen Ye's hand, responded respectfully, and departed with it.
Not long after Mao Tu departed, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing gradually regained consciousness from their unconscious state. Shen Ye stayed in their room for a while, offering words of comfort before returning to his own quarters to practice cultivation.
Early the next morning, Mao Tu arrived before Shen Ye, accompanied by Li Wuing. Night King. Li Wuing addressed Shen Ye with utmost reverence. So, how's prison life treating you? Shen Ye asked with a smile. Don't even ask. It was utterly miserable. No freedom whatsoever.
If I weren't still young, with my prime years ahead, I'd have wished for death, Li Wuing replied bitterly.
Ha! Well, I can offer you a chance to avoid returning to prison. Interested? Shen Ye chuckled.
Li Wuing's eyes lit up instantly at Shen Ye's words.
Night King, are you serious? This isn't something to joke about. Can you truly let me escape this lifeless prison? Li Wuing's voice trembled slightly as he spoke.
But when he recalled his crime, his excitement quickly faded. He realized the Night King was mocking him. After all, his crime was missile trafficking, for which he'd received a life sentence. Though the Night King was formidable in combat, Li Wuing couldn't believe he possessed the influence to secure early release for a life-sentenced criminal.
What kind of power would that require?
The only one who could secure his acquittal was likely the sovereign of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the Night King clearly wasn't that person. Night King, stop toying with me, Li Wuing said, his face etched with despondency and despair.
You know full well what crime I committed. Early release? Unless the sovereign himself orders it, how could it possibly happen? Seeing Li Wuing's despondent expression, Shen Ye smiled and said, if you agree to one condition, I can have the sovereign order your immediate release. You know the sovereign? You're bluffing. I don't buy it. Li Wuing dismissed Shen Ye's claim as empty boasts. Hearing Li Wuing's words, Shen Ye offered no explanation.
I'm giving you this chance only once, he stated. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. With that, Shen Ye fixed his gaze directly on Li Wuing, saying nothing more. Li Wuing, too, was now staring into Shen Ye's eyes, seemingly trying to discern whether his words held truth or deceit.
But Shen Ye's eyes remained utterly calm from start to finish. Li Wuing took a chance and asked, Night King, what do you want me to do? It's simple. Protect my parents in secret. Never leave their side. If you agree to this condition, I can arrange for the king to release you. Shen Ye said indifferently. Fine.
If it gets me out of that damn prison, I'll do whatever you ask. Li Wuing agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Shen Ye smiled faintly before taking out his phone and dialing the king. The call connected quickly, and the ruler's voice came through.
What wind blew the southern frontier king to call me himself? How rare indeed. Hearing the words on the line, Li Wuying's heart was suddenly churning with shock. What did the caller just call the Night King? The king of the southern frontier? Could the Night King actually be that king of the southern frontier? Li Wuying had long heard rumors about the king of the southern frontier and had always wanted to catch a glimpse of his majesty. Yet, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the Night King who had tormented him relentlessly for 3 whole years in prison was none other than the esteemed king of the southern frontier. However, even though Li Wuying now knew Shen Ye was the southern frontier king, he still didn't believe Shen Ye could secure his release from Qingyu Prefecture prison without charge. After all, his crime was too grave. The sovereign would surely not grant the southern frontier king such favor. One thing, Shen Ye said calmly. I need Li Wuying of Qingyu Prefecture to protect my parents. Order his release without charge. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying felt a surge of frustration. How could the southern frontier king speak to the sovereign like this? Couldn't he at least show some respect? When asking for a favor, one should at least adopt the proper tone of supplication. Demanding the sovereign release someone with such an authoritative command? If the sovereign actually released him now, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Your Highness, we're asking for a favor here. Could you soften your tone a bit? Don't be so forceful, Li Wuying nudged Shen Ye's arm and whispered. But the moment Li Wuying finished speaking, Shen Ye shot him a vicious glare. That single look was enough. Li Wuying immediately stood bolt upright, holding his breath in fear, terrified Shen Ye might lash out at him. Li Wuying? I seem to recall he was imprisoned for trafficking our great Xia missiles, wasn't he? The ruler on the other end of the line pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes, it's him. Give me a straight answer, will you release him or not? Shen Ye said indifferently. Li Wuying cursed inwardly 1,000 times over. Just judging by Shen Ye's tone, if the ruler agreed, Li Wuying would eat standing on his head. Chapter 114, The Bodyguard Captain. Release him. Just as Li Wuying was mentally preparing to curse Shen Ye's ancestors 18 generations back, the ruler's decisive voice rang out over the phone. Agreed? Li Wuying never imagined that despite Shen Ye's attitude, the sovereign would actually agree to release him. Who the hell is the real ruler here? Someone uninformed might think the Night King was the ruler. Li Wuying was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. It took him a full 10+ seconds of stunned silence before Li Wuying finally snapped back to reality. Li Wuying was overcome with emotion upon realizing this, nearly moved to tears with joy. Thanks, Shen Ye said softly, then hung up. On the other end, the sovereign heard the dial tone and sighed wryly. How come it feels like he's the sovereign and I'm his subordinate? Old Shen beside him also wore a helpless smile. In the vast realm of Great Xia, the only one who dared speak to the sovereign like that was likely the king of the southern frontier. Enough! Old Shen, relay my orders, have the warden of Qingyu State Prison immediately process Li Wuying's release. Acquit him of all charges. The sovereign sighed helplessly as he gave these orders to Elder Chen. The warden of Qingyu Prefecture reported last night that the rabbit of the southern frontier's 12 zodiac commanders had already retrieved Li Wuying using the southern frontier king's token. Old Chen replied. Hearing Elder Chen's words, the sovereign's face twisted into an even more bitter smile. Shen Ye had acted first and reported later, leaving him, the sovereign, no face whatsoever. Enough, the ruler murmured faintly. What can I do? I owe him. Go deliver my orders at once. Villa Longquan No. 1. Night King, I adore you. Come, let me kiss you to show my gratitude. Li Wuying exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. Before he could finish, he puckered his lips and lunged straight for Shen Ye's face. Get lost. Thud. Shen Ye, his face twisted in disgust, kicked Li Wuying hard against the wall. Li Wuying slid slowly down the wall. The commotion in the room alerted Li Yi, who was in the villa. He pushed open the door from outside, rushing in with a look of urgency. Master, what happened? Nothing. Shen Ye glanced at Li Yi and said indifferently. Let me introduce you. This is Li Wuying, whom I hired to protect my parents. From now on, you two are colleagues. I hope you'll cooperate wholeheartedly and fulfill your responsibilities. Shen Ye pointed at Li Wuying, who had just scrambled to his feet, introducing him to Li Yi. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Yi's heart sank. He shot Li Wuying a look filled with hostility. A bodyguard for Shen Ye's parents? Wasn't this stealing his livelihood? This made Li Yi acutely aware of the crisis. It must be because he hadn't protected his employer's parents well enough before, leading to their abduction. His employer was already beginning to lose faith in him. Having spent 3 years in prison, Li Wuying's aggressive nature had long been tempered. Li Yi sensed no aura of a formidable opponent emanating from him, concluding Li Wuying was no match for him. Given this, Li Yi needed to make it clear to his master, even if he brought in someone to help protect his parents, he remained the primary force. Li Wuying was only there to support him. Clearing his throat with the air of a seasoned veteran, Li Yi addressed Li Wuying. New guy, I expect you to cooperate with me from now on. Together, we'll protect our master's parents. Got it? Shen Ye was stunned by Li Yi's words. Where did this guy get the confidence to demand Li Wuying cooperate with him?
Just as Shen Ye prepared to watch the show unfold, something unexpected happened.
Li Wuying actually bowed slightly to Li Yi, his face filled with respect as he nodded and said, "Yes, I will do my utmost to cooperate with you. Should I ever err in any way, I hope you will promptly point it out so I may correct myself." Little did Shen Ye know that Li Wuying was lowering his stance entirely because of Shen Ye. Li Wuying believed that since Li Yi had been assigned by the Night King to protect the Night King's parents, he must be a trusted confidant of the Night King. That was precisely why Li Wuying was lowering himself so much, even bordering on flattery toward Li Yi. Li Yi was thoroughly satisfied with Li Wuying's attitude, feeling a touch of smug satisfaction. Stepping before him, he patted Li Wuying's shoulder and said, "No need to call me senior. I'm only a few years older than you. Since we're both protecting our master's parents, we're bodyguards. You can call me captain." Li Yi shamelessly appointed himself as the head of the bodyguard team. "Yes, captain."
Li Wuying stood at attention, saluting Li Yi with a military-style salute. Seeing Li Wuying's response, Li Yi felt even more satisfied.
"All right," he said, "let's go. I'll arrange a room for you." With that, Li Yi turned and led Li Wuying out of Shen Ye's room to find him accommodations. This scene left Shen Ye utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined Li Wuying would be so completely intimidated by Li Yi.
But Shen Ye couldn't be bothered to intervene. Who served as captain or who provided support didn't matter. What mattered was protecting his parents. As long as that was secured, everything was fine. After the two departed, Shen Ye immediately began cultivating in his room. Less than half an hour into his practice, Shen Ye suddenly frowned in delight. He sensed movement in his cultivation, which had been stagnant for half a year, a faint sign of breakthrough. Overjoyed, Shen Ye immediately channeled his internal chi to assault the bottleneck. 10 minutes later, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Shen Ye's body. Only then did he open his eyes, a flash of sharp brilliance momentarily darting from his gaze. His cultivation had successfully broken through. After the initial thrill, Shen Ye glanced out the window. Outside, it was pitch black. Night had fallen. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tang Duo calling. Seeing her name on the screen, Shen Ye hesitated briefly before pressing the answer button. "Shen Ye, could you come to Diamond Bar and have a couple of drinks with me?" Tang Duo's voice came through the phone, thick with drunkenness. She must have already had quite a bit to drink. Hearing her words, Shen Ye frowned slightly. Wasn't it too dangerous for a girl to be drinking alone in a bar this late at night? Shen Ye knew Tang Duo must be upset over the deaths of Chang Wenhai and Chang Hong. "I'll be right over," Shen Ye said before hanging up immediately. Diamond Bar. In a dim corner, Tang Duo sat alone at a table, her wrists resting on the surface, her palms propping up her chin, her body swaying unsteadily. At the next table, two young playboys sat, occasionally shooting Tang Duo leering glances. "Bro, this chick's got killer looks and a killer body. How about we team up and take her to a hotel?" one of the playboys suggested. Chapter 115, Make Me Wear Green. If Shen Ye had been present, he would have recognized the speaker as Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui had recognized Tang Duo long ago and knew she was likely Shen Ye's girlfriend. Like Lin Meng, he despised Shen Ye intensely. Had his master not explicitly forbidden him from provoking Shen Ye, he would have already mobilized the Zheng family to cause trouble for him. The other playboy with him was none other than Zheng Changming, the eldest son of the Zheng family. Wang Dachui's plan was simple. Since his master forbade him from provoking Shen Ye, he'd humiliate Shen Ye instead. He'd incite Zheng Changming to sleep with Shen Ye's girlfriend, cuckolding him. The mere thought of cuckolding Shen Ye once more filled Wang Dachui with immense satisfaction. He couldn't wait to see Shen Ye's ugly face when he found out he'd been cuckolded again. "Exactly my thoughts." The other playboy grinned wickedly upon hearing this and chimed in. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and a smirk before rising to approach Tang Duo's table. They seated themselves on either side of her. "Boo, beautiful lady, drinking alone to drown your sorrows? Got something on your mind? How about we keep you company for a few drinks?" A playboy in a floral shirt spoke up, his lecherous hand already reaching for Tang Duo's slender waist. Though drunk, Tang Duo remained lucid enough to feel his hand on her waist. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes as she slapped his arm away, snapping, "Get lost." Hearing Tang Duo's angry shout, the two playboys not only didn't get angry, but the smiles on their faces grew even wider. "Oh, you've got quite the fiery temper, huh? I bet you'll be a whole different story in bed," one of them said brazenly. As he finished speaking, the young master reached out again, his hand moving toward Tang Duo's chest. Smack! Instead, Tang Duo delivered a sharp slap across the young man's face. "I'm warning you, get the hell out of here. My boyfriend will be here any minute. He's got a temper, and if he catches you harassing me, you're finished." After landing the slap, Tang Duo staggered to her feet, took a few steps back, and glared at the two young men with pure wariness. The slapped young master touched his stinging cheek, his eyes turning icy cold, as if flames were burning within them. "Spit!" The young master spat on the ground, then swung his hand back and slapped Tang Duo across the face. Already unsteady on her feet from drunkenness, Tang Duo stumbled backward from the impact and crashed to the ground with a thud. The young master clearly wasn't done with her. He stepped forward, bent down, grabbed her hair, and yanked her up from the ground. "It's your honor, I've taken a liking to you," the young master said with a sinister grin. "You should just sit on top of me and move yourself. Let go of me right now. My boyfriend's here, he won't let you get away with this." Tang Duo struggled to say. "Ha! You really think I'm scared of threats? Do you even know who I am? I'm Zhang Changming from the Zhang family, one of the top clans. Zhang Yuxing, the head of the Zhang family, is my father. If your boyfriend doesn't show up, fine. But if he does, I'll you right in front of him. I'll see what he can do about it," Zhang Changming said with a mix of contempt and smugness. Hearing Zhang Changming's words, Wang Dachui beside him grinned triumphantly. "Bro, I know his boyfriend. His name is Shen Ye. He's a convict just released from prison. The reason he was locked up? Me and his fiancée set him up together," Wang Dachui explained to Zhang Changming. "Oh? That's quite the story. So you not only sent him to prison for years, but also slept with his fiancée and cuckolded him?" Hearing Wang Dachui's words, Zhang Changming perked up and said. "You bet. Sleeping with someone else's fiancée? Honestly, one word, bliss," Wang Dachui declared. "Haha, that's perfect. We'll each cuckold him once you play with his fiancée to cuckold him, and I'll play with his current girlfriend to cuckold him. Just thinking about it gets me pretty excited." Zhang Changming grinned lewdly. Despicable. Hearing their words, Tang Duo felt a surge of inexplicable anger well up inside her, while at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Shen Ye. She pitied Shen Ye, thinking of how agonizing it must have been for him to discover his fiancée was involved with another man. Especially since that adulterous couple had schemed to send him to prison. Shen Ye must have suffered worse than death itself back then, right? The thought made Tang Duo reach out and slap Zhang Changming across the face. Ah! Tang Duo's nails dug deep into Zhang Changming's face, leaving a bloody scratch. Tang Duo's thought was simple: break free from Zhang Changming's grip and flee immediately. Shen Ye had already endured such profound pain once. She refused to let herself be defiled by those two beasts and inflict further suffering upon him. What Tang Duo hadn't anticipated was that Zhang Changming, despite having his face scratched, didn't release her hair. Instead, he was thoroughly enraged. He yanked her hair violently. Tang Duo lost her footing and crashed heavily to the floor once more. Zhang Changming released Tang Duo's hair, spun around, grabbed a chair, and swung it directly at her head. Just as the chair was about to smash into Tang Duo, a powerful hand appeared, grabbing the chair mid-air. "Who the hell are you? Messing with my business? You think I won't cripple you?" Zhang Changming glared at Shen Ye, who had suddenly appeared, threatening him. "Big brother, he's that green-haired bastard," Wang Dachui reminded him from the side. Shen Ye glanced at Wang Dachui, narrowing his eyes slightly. The criminals in the mysterious prison feared Shen Ye's narrowed gaze more than anything. Every time Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, it meant trouble was coming their way. Shen Ye quickly withdrew his gaze and helped Tang Duo, who was lying on the ground, to her feet. Meanwhile, Zhang Changming, overhearing Wang Dachui's words, flashed a look of contempt. He sneered at Shen Ye with disdain. "So you're the green-haired turtle my sworn brother cheated on, huh? Since my sworn brother already cheated on you once, how about I have a go at it too? Of course, I won't do it for free. Afterwards, I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan as compensation. What do you say? Green-haired turtle?" Chapter 116, Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ha ha. With those words, Zhang Changming and Wang Dachui burst into unrestrained laughter simultaneously. By now, the commotion had drawn a huge crowd. Hearing Zhang Changming's words, the onlookers joined in the uproarious laughter. That kid's in for trouble. That's Zhang Changming, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans. His girlfriend caught the young master's eye. Getting cuckolded is inevitable. One onlooker who recognized Zhang Changming sighed deeply. So it was young Master Zhang. I knew it. Who'd be bold enough to declare he'd steal someone's girlfriend right in front of her husband? But with young Master Zhang involved, it's no surprise. I still remember a year ago, right here in this very spot, young Master Zhang set his sights on a married woman. Right in front of her husband, he started groping her. How could her husband just stand by? He slapped young Master Zhang across the face. Guess what happened next? Don't keep us in suspense. What happened next? Someone asked curiously. Young Master Zhang called in a bunch of guys, broke both of the woman's husband's legs, and then right in front of her husband took her right there in the bar, in front of thousands of people. TSK, I was there too, got to witness the whole thing live. Talk about thrilling, I was rock hard the whole time. The speaker finished with a look of pure satisfaction. Holy, that intense? Damn it, why wasn't I there that day? I missed out on such a wild scene. Another person said regretfully. Missing the last one doesn't matter. Look, we've got another show coming up. Just you wait. With Zhang Xiao's cocky personality, he'll definitely bang that guy's girlfriend right in front of him.
Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Hearing this, the onlookers all exchanged eager glances. Oh, so you were there last year too? You really hit the jackpot. Not only did you catch the live show last time, but you're here for this one too. Brother, remember to buy me a ticket later. Zhang Changming overheard the bystander's comment and teased him. Ah, definitely. Definitely buying you a ticket, the onlooker laughed heartily. Hey, Green Turtle, what's your decision? Look at all these people waiting to see the live show with me and your girlfriend. Don't keep everyone waiting too long, it could stir up a crowd's anger, and that's hard to calm down. Besides, didn't I promise you $1 million? Think about it, $1 million. You might never earn that much in your entire life. Zhang Changming said impatiently to Shen Ye. Exactly, Green Turtle. My big brother taking a liking to your girlfriend is your good fortune. If you know what's good for you, drag your girlfriend to the bathroom, clean her up, and bring her to my big brother right now. Otherwise, you'll be getting a taste of pain today. Wang Dachui shouted at Shen Ye from the side. Hearing their words, Shen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze turning icy as he stared at them. I'll give you one chance. Sever your own legs right now, and I might spare your lives. Shen Ye said coldly. Zhang Changming and the onlookers froze at Shen Ye's words, thinking they must have misheard. Where did this Shen Ye get the nerve to say something like that? Wasn't this like turning on the lights in the bathroom asking for death? You're asking for it. Shen Ye's words left Zhang Changming feeling utterly humiliated. With a furious shout, Zhang Changming grabbed an unopened beer bottle and swung it down toward Shen Ye's head. Thud! But to everyone's astonishment, before Zhang Changming's beer bottle could land on Shen Ye's head, Shen Ye acted first, snatching a beer bottle and smashing it right onto Zhang Changming's skull. Ah! Zhang Changming doubled over in agony, clutching his head with both hands as he let out a wretched scream. In that moment, beer mixed with blood gushed merrily from Zhang Changming's head. Shen Ye, you bastard! Do you know who my big brother is? He's the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of Xingzhou's top clans. You hit him? You're dead meat. Wang Dachui pointed at Shen Ye, his face twisted with rage as he shouted. Wang Dachui appeared furious on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. He couldn't care less whether Zhang Changming got beaten or not. What mattered was that after Shen Ye struck Zhang Changming, the Zhang family would certainly not let it go. Then, without him lifting a finger, the Zhang family would handle Shen Ye for him. That was precisely the outcome he desired. Wang Dachui, last time you were lucky to escape unscathed. But you shouldn't have dared to provoke me again. Isn't it better to just live peacefully? Shen Ye said coldly to Wang Dachui. Shen Ye, stop trying to intimidate me by riding on someone else's coattails. Last time, it was only because you saved Ma Tu's life that she intervened to help you against me. But that favor was a one-time thing, right? I don't believe she'd help you again. Wang Dachui showed no fear as he retorted. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Shen Ye said indifferently. As the words fell, his finger flickered, sending a shard of broken glass streaking toward Wang Dachui's throat. Instantly, Wang Dachui felt a chill on his throat as a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Yet Wang Dachui remained oblivious to the gash on his neck, sneering at Shen Ye, anyone can talk tough. If you've got the guts, kill me. No sooner had Wang Dachui finished speaking than he noticed the onlookers staring at him with terror-stricken expressions. He was puzzled as to why they were looking at him like that. But he soon discovered the reason. The slash on his neck had begun spurting blood in a fine mist. Startled, Wang Dachui frantically wiped at his neck with both hands. As his fingers touched the wound, he felt a warm, sticky substance blood. His pupils dilated instantly, his eyes filling with boundless terror. Gurgle, gurgle. Wang Dachui opened his mouth, trying to speak, but no words came out. Instead, blood gurgled and bubbled from his mouth. Thud. Wang Dachui collapsed, his face frozen in terror. Even as death claimed him, his eyes remained wide with unshakable dread. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers finally snapped out of their daze, their faces turning deathly pale. Dead? Dead? One person asked, his face frozen in disbelief. No one answered. Shock had rendered them speechless. They never imagined the young man would kill without a word. How ruthless. Yet, though everyone perceived Shen Ye as ruthless, in their eyes, he was now no different from a dead man. Not only had he smashed Zhang Xiao's skull, but he'd also killed Zhang Xiao's sworn brother. Zhang Xiao would never let him off the hook. Chapter 117, The Dragon's Scales Touch Them, Die. Zhang Changming stared at Wang Dachui, motionless on the ground, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. He never imagined that the green-haired turtle Wang Dachui had spoken of would actually dare to kill someone. After a moment of shock, Zhang Changming snapped back to reality. He was the eldest son of the Zhang family. If he let himself be intimidated by that green-haired turtle, how could he ever hold his head high in Xingzhou? Green-haired turtle, you want to play tough with me? You just wait, kid. The Zhang family's dignity won't be trampled on. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Changming spat out a threat at Shen Ye before pulling out his phone and dialing the bar owner's number. Hey, Sister Fong. This is Zhang Changming of the Zhang family. I'm at your bar right now and got beaten up. My sworn brother was killed too. Get your people over here fast. If you don't show up soon, I'll be beaten to death.
Hearing Zhang Changming address the person on the other end as Sister Fong, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock, thinking to themselves that Shen Ye, that green-haired turtle, was as good as dead. In this neighborhood, the only person who could be called Sister Fong was Sun Fong, the owner of the Diamond Bar.
Sun Fong was no ordinary woman.
Not only did she run this bar, but no one dared cause trouble here. Her connections were rock solid, spanning both the gray and white markets. In the gray sphere, she was acquainted with Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society, rumored to be his lover. As for the white sphere, her older brother served as a 1,000-man commander in the Qingzhou garrison, commanding over 1,000 soldiers. Not long after Zhang Changming hung up, a stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure approached, accompanied by 7 or 8 henchmen.
The woman's face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with fury.
She never imagined anyone would dare cause trouble in her bar, let alone injure the eldest son of the Zhang family and even kill the patriarch's adopted son. This infuriated her beyond measure. Seeing Sun Fong approach with 7 or 8 henchmen, the trace of fear in Zhang Changming's eyes vanished, replaced by a smug expression.
As Sun Fong and her crew approached, the onlookers quickly parted to make way, afraid of accidentally provoking her.
Soon, Sun Fong and her crew arrived. When she saw Wang Dachui lying motionless on the ground, her face turned icy cold. Seeing Sun Fong arrive with her group, Tang Duoduo, standing beside Shen Ye, showed fear on her face, her hands tightly gripping the hem of Shen Ye's clothes.
Sis Fong, you finally made it.
If you'd been any later, that green-haired bastard would have killed me, Zhang Changming said to Sun Fong, pointing at Shen Ye, who stood nearby with an icy expression. Hearing Zhang Changming's words, Sun Fong shot Shen Ye a piercingly cold stare.
Did you injure young Master Zhang and kill his sworn brother? Sun Fong demanded coldly. Yes, it was me, Shen Ye replied indifferently.
Daring to cause trouble in my bar, not only injuring young Master Zhang but also taking a life.
Speak. How do you wish to die? Sun Fong demanded.
At her words, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as he replied in a chilling tone.
Why don't you ask why I beat and killed them?
Sister Fong, they were the ones who started groping me and threatened to do that to me in front of everyone in the bar. That's why my boyfriend lost his temper and hit them, Tang Duoduo hurriedly interjected, praying Sun Fong was a reasonable person.
None of that matters. What kind of status does young Master Zhang have?
Even if he wanted to break one of your legs, you should have obediently held it out for him to strike.
And this? He merely wanted to sleep with you, that's an honor.
You should have cleaned yourself up and waited for his favor.
Sun Fong shot Shen Ye a dismissive glance. Hearing Sun Fong's words, Shen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly replied, so you're planning to take his side, huh? So what if I am?
If you know what's good for you, kneel before young Master Zhang right now, kowtow and beg for forgiveness.
Maybe I'll spare you some suffering and give you a quick death. Sun Fong declared with domineering authority. What if I say no? Shen Ye asked with a cold laugh.
At this, a flash of viciousness flickered in Sun Fong's eyes.
Then you're refusing the wine and choosing the punishment.
Not only will I torture you until you're half dead, but to appease young Master Zhang's rage, I'll capture your parents and slaughter them to vent his fury.
Hearing Sun Fong's words, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Shen Ye's eyes.
His parents were Shen Ye's Achilles heel, touch them, and death would follow. Zhang Changming, standing nearby, wore a smug expression at Sun Fong's words. Her actions only served to boost his prestige.
Sis Fong, cut the nonsense. Just kill him. Then tie up his girlfriend. I want to thoroughly ravage his woman, Zhang Changming ordered.
Sun Fong glanced at Tang Duoduo and said to young Master Zhang with a teasing tone.
Young Master Zhang, you certainly have a keen eye.
Not only is this beauty stunningly pretty, but she's got a killer figure too. You'd better treat her well later, young master.
Heh, pamper? I'll definitely pamper her. Zhang Changming grinned lewdly.
Upon hearing this, Sun Fong gave a subtle signal to the henchmen she had brought along. They understood immediately, their eyes flashing with malice as they raised their clubs and surged toward Shen Ye.
Sun Fong's henchmen were ordinary thugs, and Shen Ye didn't even bother to look at them.
With a few swift punches and kicks, he knocked the entire group to the ground.
Witnessing this, everyone present froze in shock.
They hadn't even seen how Shen Ye had moved. 7 or 8 men were sent flying backward, landing on the ground and moaning in pain. After knocking them all down, Shen Ye slowly advanced toward Sun Fong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As Shen Ye advanced toward him, Sun Fong's face drained of color. A flash of terror crossed his eyes as he stammered. Kid, think carefully about what you're doing. If you dare touch me today, there won't be a place for you left in all of Qingzhou.
No one doubted Sun Fong's words were empty threats.
Nearly everyone knew his powerful backers, Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society and the 1,000-man commander of Qingzhou's garrison troops. Even if Shen Ye was a formidable fighter, what could he possibly achieve? Could he possibly take on the entire Black Dragon Society? Or 1,000 fully armed garrison soldiers? Ha! With your abilities, you dare to boast that I'll have no place in Qingzhou? Shen Ye sneered. Dare you make me make a phone call? Sun Fong challenged. Why not?
Since you have backers, bring them all at once. I'll take care of them all together. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Insane. Absolutely insane. To the onlookers, Shen Ye's words were utterly beyond the pale. Bring them all? Just give Sun Fang a chance to call for backup, whether it's the gray or white faction. Any one of them could slaughter Shen Ye 1,000 times over. Yet he had the audacity to demand Sun Fang summon them all. This was nothing short of courting death. Chapter 118, Mess with Mr. Shen, and I'll want to kill you. Fine, just you wait. Sun Fang pulled out her phone, found Zhao Tielong's number, and dialed it directly. The call connected quickly, and Zhao Tielong's lecherous chuckle filled the line. Sweetheart, didn't we just do it last night? How come you want it again so soon? You really are a... Hearing Zhao Tielong's words, Sun Fang's pretty face flushed slightly. After all, there were so many people listening nearby. Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and bring your guys to my bar. I'm being bullied right now. You have to stand up for me. Sun Fang pouted. What? Someone dares bully you? Doesn't the whole of Qingzhou know you're my woman? Who's so blind as to mess with my girl? Zhao Tailong roared angrily. Oh dear, just hurry over with your men. You must come quickly. If you're too late, he might have already killed me. Sun Fang pleaded. Fine, I'll bring men immediately. Damn it. To bully my Zhao Tielong's woman? If I don't tear him limb from limb today, I'll change my name from Zhao Tailong to Zhao Taishi. After hanging up, Sun Fang smirked triumphantly at Shen Ye. Kid, you wait. Zhao Tailong from the Black Dragon Society is on his way. If you're scared, get down on your knees and apologize right now. Maybe I'll spare you a whole corpse later. When Zhao Tailong gets here, ask him if he's got the guts to make me kneel before you, Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the onlookers all thought he was putting on airs and doing it badly. At a time like this, he still has the nerve to put on airs? Brave, that's for sure. Got any backers? Call them all over. I don't want to waste time waiting. Shen Ye continued. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the onlookers couldn't stomach it anymore. How could he put on such a show? Zhao Tailong alone could kill him 1,000 times over, yet he dared to tell Sun Fang to call the others over too. He's just not gonna give up until he's 6 feet under. Keep acting cocky. When my dear arrives, don't wet your pants in fear, Sun Fang retorted. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Tailong arrived with a group of men, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces. But the moment Zhao Tailong stepped into the bar and saw Shen Ye standing opposite Sun Fang, his expression turned grim. He thought to himself, did this actually cross him? In that instant, Zhao Tailong felt a sharp pain in his calves. His steps slowed involuntarily, and the thought of turning tail and running away began to take root in his mind. But it was too late. Shen Ye's icy gaze had already locked onto him. Honey, you finally came. I was scared to death. He's so intimidating. Sun Fang spotted Zhao Tailong and immediately swayed her hips, approaching him with a coquettish air. At that moment, the onlookers all shot mocking glances at Shen Ye. Their eyes seemed to say, you think you're so tough? Zhao Tielong's here now, don't chicken out. Keep up the act, or we'll lose respect for you. You mean, he's the one who bullied you? Zhao Tailong had no patience for Sun Fang's flirting now. Pointing at Shen Ye nearby, he demanded, is that him? Yes, it's him. You must. Smack. Before Sun Fang could finish her sentence, Zhao Tailong delivered a hard slap across her face. At that moment, the bar fell deathly silent. Everyone's mouths dropped open, their faces frozen in utter bewilderment. What was going on? Why hadn't Zhao Tailong stood up for Sun Fang? Why had he slapped her instead? Why did you hit me? Sun Fang clutched her stinging cheek, her face flushed with fury as she confronted Zhao Tailong. Thud. No sooner had Sun Fang's words left her mouth than Zhao Tailong delivered a vicious kick to her stomach. The force sent her flying 3 or 4 meters, slamming hard into the bar counter. Sun Fang curled up on the floor like a shrimp, clutching her kicked stomach with both hands, her face drained of all color. The scene left onlookers speechless, utterly bewildered by what had just unfolded. Who the hell do you think you are, messing with people like that? Zhao Tailong spat at Sun Fang on the ground, then quickly turned around, forcing a smile as he jogged toward Shen Ye. Mr. Shen, this woman and I have nothing to do with each other. I just thought she was pretty and good in bed, so I slept with her a few times. But now she dares to offend you? Starting today, I'm cutting all ties with her. Zhao Tailong spoke to Shen Ye with utmost deference. This scene left the crowd of onlookers in the bar utterly stunned, their minds churning like a stormy sea. They never imagined that Zhao Tailong, the formidable leader of the Black Dragon Society, would show such deference to a young man. Not only had he beaten his own woman for that young man's sake, but he was now cutting ties with her entirely. What kind of background did this young man have that could make Zhao Tailong so afraid? You could bring yourself to harm such a vicious woman? Since you can't control your own dick, how about I help you chop it off? Shen Ye shot Zhao Tailong a cold glance and said indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Tailong instantly felt a chill in his crotch. Instinctively, he reached down to shield his manhood. No, Mr. Shen. I still need this thing to carry on the family line. I swear, I'll keep my pants zipped from now on. I'll never sleep around again. Zhao Tailong hastily promised with a pained expression. The scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded, their shock beyond words. Shen Ye shot Zhao Tailong a withering look and snapped, "Look at you, such a loser. If you can't keep your dick in check, you'll cause trouble sooner or later." Mr. Shen is absolutely right. I'll keep my dick in check from now on. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Tailong realized his manhood was safe and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sun Fong, who had been kicked aside by Zhao Tailong, finally recovered. Climbing to her feet, she glared at Zhao Tailong with a vicious expression. "You bastard! How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? You had the nerve to offend Mr. Shen. I could kill you right now." Zhao Tailong raised an eyebrow and roared at Sun Fong. "Fine, very fine. You think being the boss of Qingzhou's underworld makes you something special? Just you wait. I'm calling my brother right now. He'll wipe your Black Dragon Society off the face of the earth." Sun Fong spat, her face twisted with hatred. Hearing Sun Fong's words, Zhao Tielong's face darkened. He knew Sun Fong had an older brother serving as a 1,000-man commander in the city defense forces, commanding over 1,000 men. Thus, he could only shift his gaze to Shen Ye, the implication clear: he couldn't handle this alone and needed Shen Ye's intervention. Chapter 119, Entering Qingzhou City, Slaughtering the Black Dragon Society. Ugh, such a hassle. I told you to bring them all at once so I could deal with them together. Now you're wasting my time, Shen Ye sighed helplessly. What? Scared? Sun Fong retorted. Scared? I just don't want to waste my time on people like you. Shen Ye replied dismissively. No need for explanations. If you're scared, then. Since you say I'm scared, I'll give you one more chance. This time, make sure you bring everyone you can muster. I don't have all day to waste on you. Shen Ye said indifferently. Fine. You just wait. Don't come begging for mercy later. Sun Fong declared. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed her brother. Brother, I got beaten up. Hurry over with your guys. Sis, you're joking, right? With Zhao Tailong backing you in Qingzhou, who dares touch you? Sun Tian's voice came through the phone. He's in cahoots with that guy. Not only did he not help me, he joined in beating me up. If you don't come now, they'll beat me to death, Sun Fong said. He dares? That damn bastard. He actually dares to hit my sister, Sun Tian's sister. Looks like his Black Dragon gang doesn't want to operate in Qingzhou anymore. Sun Fong, I'm bringing men over immediately. Tell those thugs if they so much as touch a hair on your head, I'll wipe out their entire family. With that, Sun Tian hung up in fury. Someone. What is it, Captain? A soldier rushed in. Assemble everyone immediately. Follow me into Qingzhou City to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. Sun Tian issued the order. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted respectfully, responded with a sharp yes, sir, then dashed out. Within 2 minutes of the order being issued, 1,000 soldiers armed with live ammunition stood in formation on the square outside Sun Tian's residence. Parked beside the 1,000 soldiers were 5 armored vehicles. Sun Tian emerged from his house. Seeing the orderly ranks outside, a proud expression spread across his face. All soldiers, hear my command. The Black Dragon Society of Qingzhou City has terrorized the land, committing every conceivable evil. To uphold peace in Qingzhou City, we shall lead the charge into the city and slaughter the Black Dragon Society. Sun Tian bellowed. Into Qingzhou City. Slaughter the Black Dragon Society. Over 1,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder. Attention! Left turn. Forward march. 5 armored vehicles, followed by 1,000 troops, marched in a mighty procession toward Qingzhou City. Less than 2 minutes after Sun Tian's force departed the garrison's encampment, another imposing column emerged from the city defenders' barracks. This contingent was even more massive and imposing, boasting not only over a dozen armored vehicles but also 4 tanks leading the charge. Its troop strength exceeded Sun Tian's force by more than threefold. Leading this force was Mao Tu, now holding the new rank of deputy commander of the garrison troops. If she so desired, she could command the entire garrison at her will. Mao Tu had already received a message from Shen Ye the moment Sun Tian got the call. However, she seemed to have misunderstood Shen Ye's meaning. Shen Ye had merely outlined the events at the bar, instructing Mao Tu to keep an eye out. If Sun Fong's brother brought the city guard into Qingzhou City, he was to be dismissed and investigated. Diamond bar. Waiting was boring. Shen Ye's fingers tapped rhythmically on the bar counter. Tai Long, how about we pass the time by breaking both his legs and hers? Shen Ye extended a finger, pointing indifferently at Sun Fong and Lu Changming. Shen Ye's words sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. Killing time by breaking someone's legs? How arrogant is that? After all, Sun Fong had said her brother was coming with the city guard any minute now. And this Shen Ye actually dared to suggest breaking Sun Fong's legs? Hearing Shen Ye's words, Sun Fong and Zhang Changming both paled, their faces frozen in terror. They didn't doubt Shen Ye's threat because he was a madman. You dare? Sun Fang threatened Shen Ye. My brother is bringing his troops here immediately. He said if you lay a finger on me, he'll wipe out your entire family. I told you to bring everyone at once, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've wasted so much of my time, don't you think you should pay the price? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Shen Ye, it was she who delayed you, not me. Why did you break my legs too? Zhang Changming hurriedly interjected. Hearing Zhang Changming's words, Shen Ye shot him a cold glance. That single glance sent Zhang Changming into a deep freeze, his body shivering uncontrollably. You dared harbor ill intentions toward my girlfriend. Breaking both your legs is a mercy. Since you're unwilling, I'll punish you differently. Shen Ye said coldly. With that, he began walking step by step toward Zhang Changming. You, what do you think you're doing? I'm a member of the Zhang family. If you dare touch me, Zhang Changming backed away, terror etched across his face. Thud. Before Zhang Changming could finish his sentence, Shen Ye's fist slammed into his midsection. The pain sent him crashing backward, landing flat on his ass. The instant Zhang Changming collapsed, Shen Ye delivered a savage kick directly to his groin. In that instant, everyone present seemed to hear the sound of shattering eggs. SSSH. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, especially the men, who instinctively clamped their legs together, feeling a chill in their crotches. Ah! Zhang Changming let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his groin with both hands as he rolled back and forth on the ground, desperately trying to ease the pain. Tai Long, do it. I want her confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Shen Ye pointed at Sun Fang, who stood nearby with her scalp tingling, and addressed Zhao Tailong. Got it. Zhao Tailong responded with a shout, striding towards Sun Fang. Zhao Tailong, you dare. Bang. Snap. Ah. Sun Fang's agonized scream pierced the air, merging with Zhang Changming's wails into a cacophony of ghostly wails. Zhao Tailong hadn't forgotten Shen Ye's words. Sun Fang must spend the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair. Breaking her legs wasn't enough, he needed to shatter every bone in them. Guys, hit his legs hard. I don't want to see a single intact spot on either of his leg bones. Zhao Tailong barked at his henchmen. At his command, a group of Black Dragon Society members charged at Sun Fang, clubs raised, unleashing a barrage of blows on his legs. Zhao Tailong, Shen Ye, my brother won't let you off. You're dead men. Sun Fang screamed through gritted teeth. Rumble. At that moment, the roar of an armored vehicle's engine echoed through the air, followed by the steady, synchronized footsteps of thousands of men. Chapter 120, Diplomacy Before Force. The entire bar's patrons paled at the commotion outside. They knew without a doubt that Sun Fang's brother had arrived with the city guard. Even Zhao Tielong's henchmen, who had been viciously beating Sun Fang's legs with clubs, froze in their tracks. Their faces paled, and terror flashed in their eyes. Sun Fang, however, wore a look of triumph as he crawled toward the bar entrance, using both hands to propel himself forward. Ha ha, ha ha. You're finished. My brother's here with the city guards. You're all as good as dead. Sun Fang crawled toward the entrance, her face twisted into a vicious grin as she spat out the words. At that moment, hatred had made her forget the excruciating pain in her legs. All she could think of now was tearing Shen Ye and Zhao Tailong to pieces. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic stomp of marching boots sent tremors through the entire bar. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 30s emerged, leading a contingent of city guards armed with live ammunition as they surged into the bar. The man leading them was none other than Sun Fang's older brother, Sun Tian. When he saw Sun Fang on the floor, her legs mangled beyond recognition, his face turned icy cold. Seeing the armed city guards, Zhao Tielong's henchmen were terrified and immediately huddled closer to Shen Ye and Zhao Tailong. Boss, what do we do? They've got guns, one henchman cried out in terror to Zhao Tailong. At that moment, Zhao Tielong's face was equally grim. Not just his men, but even Zhao Tailong himself felt a twinge of panic. Sis, tell me who did this to you. I'll avenge you. Sun Tian asked Sun Fang with heartfelt concern, though his face was already covered in a layer of icy frost. It was them. Sun Fang pointed at Shen Ye and Zhao Tailong with a face twisted in fury. Sun Tian followed Sun Fang's pointing gesture and saw Shen Ye and Zhao Tailong. His eyes turned icy as he barked coldly at the troops he'd brought. Surround them. At Sun Tian's command, the city guards behind him immediately charged toward Shen Ye and his group, causing the patrons in the bar to scatter in panic. Soon, the guards had them tightly encircled in layers, their black muzzles trained on the group. Soon, the guards parted to make way for Sun Tian, who entered carrying his sister, Sun Fang. Her legs had been completely shattered, so she was carried in by two guards. After approaching, Sun Tian first scanned the group of Shen Ye and his companions. When he saw the grim expressions on the Black Dragon Society members and Zhao Tielong's face, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile. However, when his gaze landed on Shen Ye, Sun Tian couldn't help but pause. He realized that while everyone else was clearly afraid of him, this young man alone showed no emotional fluctuation, appearing utterly calm. He's faking it, definitely faking it. Deep down, he's terrified. Sun Tian thought to himself. Zhao Tailong, you really think your Black Dragon gang can run rampant in Qingzhou?
You even dared to beat my sister Sun Fong, crippling her legs.
Speak. How do you want to die? Sun Tian fixed his gaze on Zhao Tailong, his expression dark and menacing. Brother, it's him. He's the one who made Zhao Tailong cripple my legs.
Sun Fong pointed at Shen Ye, her face twisted with venomous hatred.
Sis, rest assured. I won't let any of these bastards off. How do you want me to get revenge for you? Sun Tian turned back to ask Sun Fong. They can't die too easily.
First, make them kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Then, peel their skin off bit by bit and sprinkle salt on their wounds. I want them to wish they were dead.
Sun Fong declared.
Truly, the most venomous heart belongs to a woman she could conceive of such a cruel method.
Hearing Sun Fong's words, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines.
Such a cruel method of torture was truly vicious. Just imagining it made their bodies tremble involuntarily, a wave of horror rising in their hearts. They were such hypocrites. Knowing Sister Fong had connections with the city guard, they still dared to cripple her legs.
Wasn't that courting death? Especially that young man. Did he truly believe that with Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society as his backer, he could walk all over Qingzhou? He was so arrogant just moments ago. Now I'm quite curious to see if he can maintain that arrogance. You're giving him way too much credit. Don't be fooled by his calm facade, he's actually scared out of his wits and hasn't even processed what just happened. You've got to be kidding. With machine guns pointed at him, he's probably already scared out of his wits. If you told him to kneel right now, he'd do it without a second thought. The crowd began murmuring. Most were eager to see if Shen Ye could maintain his arrogance while facing hundreds of machine guns pointed at his head. But nearly everyone was certain Shen Ye was now scared out of his wits, probably too terrified to even speak loudly. Did you hear what my sister said? Get down on your knees right now and apologize to her. Sun Tian's voice was cold and commanding. The moment Sun Tian's words fell, the group of underlings brought by Zhao Tailong immediately dropped to their knees with a thud, prostrating themselves before Sun Fong. It wasn't that these men lacked backbone. The real issue was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the city guards, armed with real guns and ammunition. Zhao Tielong's men were ordinary civilians, they simply couldn't withstand such intense intimidation. Seeing Zhao Tielong's men kneel, Sun Tian felt immense satisfaction. His gaze shifted to Zhao Tailong and Shen Ye, who remained standing. He coldly demanded. What? Didn't you hear me? I ordered you to kneel. Oof. You don't have the standing to make me kneel. Shen Ye gave a faint smile, not even deigning to look at Sun Tian properly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Sun Tian's mouth twitched, his gaze growing even colder. Are you challenging me? Sun Tian asked coldly. Challenge you? I have no interest in that. However, I prefer to be polite before resorting to force. Before you brought your men to surround us, shouldn't you have asked your sister first why we crippled her legs? Shen Ye asked coldly. I don't care what the reason is. Sun Fong is my sister. Even if she wants your life, you'd better clean your neck and hand it over for her to cut. Sun Tian declared with overwhelming arrogance. Ha! I was hoping to reason with you, but since you won't take the chance, this makes things much simpler. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the onlookers snorted with contemptuous laughter. They truly had no idea where Shen Ye found the courage to keep up this act at a time like this. After all, machine guns were pressed against their heads, and more men were standing by outside the bar, ready to strike. Chapter 121, Court-Martial. Much easier? Have you lost your mind? My men are pointing over 100 machine guns at your head. Do you really think you can make waves now? Sun Tian sneered coldly with disdain. Boom! Yet, no sooner had Sun Tian's words fallen than another thunderous roar erupted outside the bar, causing the entire establishment to tremble slightly. Not only that, but a rhythmic clatter of footsteps echoed louder than the military march Sun Tian had brought earlier. Sounds like tanks, exclaimed a horrified onlooker. No way, is Sister Fong's brother this powerful? Did he even mobilize the city guard's tanks? Another person exclaimed in shock. The onlookers mistakenly believed the rumbling sound came from tanks Sun Tian had mobilized. Meanwhile, Sun Tian was utterly baffled. He had mobilized every man under his command, and his forces certainly didn't include any tank units. Just then, a panicked city guard soldier burst in from outside, shouting frantically at Sun Tian. Captain, it's bad. We're surrounded. The enemy brought 4 tanks, all their barrels aimed right at us. And their numbers are more than triple ours. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone in the bar froze. So the tanks weren't called in by Sun Tian? And from the sound of it, it seemed like those tanks were actually targeting Sun Tian? Sun Tian's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the news, his face turning grim. Who is it? Sun Tian demanded, his expression grim. The Qingzhou garrison forces, led by the new deputy commander, the soldier replied. Hearing it was the garrison troops, Sun Tian's expression eased considerably. If it was the garrison troops, then it would be much easier to handle. It was probably some kind of misunderstanding. He could just go out and explain things to the deputy commander. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll go out and clear things up with the deputy commander, and it'll be fine, Sun Tian declared. With that, he led his men toward the bar's entrance. The onlookers followed, surging toward the bar's exit, eager to catch a glimpse of the tank. Let's go. We should head out too, Shen Ye turned and said to Zhao Tailong and Tang Duoduo in a calm tone. With that, Shen Ye led the way out of the bar. At the bar entrance, they could see the city guards divided into two camps. One camp comprised the over 1,000 guards brought by Sun Tian. The other was the garrison troops led by Mao Tu, numbering over 3,000. Every soldier held a machine gun, pointed directly at Sun Tian's men. Even more shocking was the sight behind them. For tanks, their barrels also aimed squarely at Sun Tian's garrison troops. When Sun Tian emerged and saw the opposing formation, his expression shifted slightly. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on Mao Tu standing at the forefront of the garrison troops. He immediately plastered on a smile and jogged toward Mao Tu. Deputy Commander Mao, I'm Sun Tian, the 1,000-man commander of the city defenders. Is there some misunderstanding? Why have you surrounded my men? Sun Tian jogged up beside Mao Tu, his face plastered with a smile. Shenlong had arranged a new identity for Mao Tu, Mao Tu. In Sun Tian's mind, since he and Deputy Commander Mao were both part of the city guard, all he needed to do was greet Deputy Commander Mao, and the latter would surely withdraw his men. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. We're surrounding you. Mao Tu shot Sun Tian a cold glance and said indifferently. Sun Tian's expression darkened at Mao Tu's words. He couldn't fathom what the deputy commander meant. He hadn't offended this superior officer recently and frankly, he wouldn't dare. After all, Mao Tu was his direct superior. Deputy Commander Mao, what's going on? Sun Tian asked, his face twisted in anguish. You ordered the garrison troops into the city without authorization, and you ask me why? Mao Tu retorted coldly. Sun Tian hurriedly explained, Deputy Commander Mao, you've misunderstood. I mobilized the troops to eliminate the Black Dragon Society, which has been terrorizing the region. Oof. If it was truly only to wipe out the Black Dragon Society, then surely there wasn't a shred of personal grudge mixed in? Sun Tian's heart sank at Mao Tu's words. It seemed Deputy Commander Mao had it in for him personally. Otherwise, when he'd cited eradicating the Black Dragon Society as his reason, Deputy Commander Mao wouldn't have blown it out of proportion, he would have simply turned a blind eye. Deputy Commander Mao, I'll be frank. I brought my men into the city because Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society and that brat crippled my sister's legs. I must avenge her. Sun Tian declared. Ha! Do you know that the youngster you speak of is actually my elder brother? Mao Tu sneered coldly. Sun Tian's heart skipped a beat at Mao Tu's words. Even the onlookers felt their hearts churn like raging tides. No wonder Shen Ye had been so arrogant earlier. He's the older brother of the city garrison's deputy commander. So he wasn't putting on a show, he genuinely possessed that level of strength. Thud. Sun Tian immediately knelt before Mao Tu, pleading for mercy. Deputy Commander Mao, I truly had no idea he was your elder brother. Had I known, even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't have dared to bring men here to trouble him. Kneeling won't help you. How I deal with you is up to my elder brother. Mao Tu said indifferently. Hearing this, Sun Tian quickly turned around and looked toward Shen Ye. Then, moving swiftly on his knees, he crawled to Shen Ye's feet and pleaded. Big brother, I truly had no idea you were Deputy Commander Mao's elder brother. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. I won't pursue the matter of you breaking my sister's legs. Is that acceptable? Heh, Shen Ye sneered coldly. You think that's acceptable? Big brother, I truly regret my actions. Besides, you've already crippled my sister's legs, you haven't suffered any loss, have you? Sun Tian was nearly in tears from desperation. Now you want to talk reason with me? I tried to reason with you earlier, but you thought your fists were stronger than mine and wouldn't listen. Shen Ye said coldly. Big brother, I truly regret it. I'll even kowtow to you, is that not enough? Thud, thud, thud. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Tian began banging his head against the ground. Within moments, his forehead was covered in blood. Brother, how should we deal with him? Mao Tu approached, ignoring Sun Tian's prostrations on the ground, and respectfully asked Shen Ye. Break both his legs. Take him back and deal with him under military law. Shen Ye said coldly. Yes. Mao Tu responded respectfully, then turned and bellowed to all the garrison troops. Garrison Captain Sun Tian, without superior orders, has illegally mobilized garrison troops into the city. His legs are hereby crippled. He is to be taken back to the garrison for military punishment. Let this serve as a warning to all. Upon hearing Mao Tu announce his charges, Sun Tian's face instantly fell into despair. Legs crippled, court-martialed, this meant his life was over. Chapter 122, News from the Southern Frontier. As Mao Tu finished speaking, two garrison soldiers immediately stepped forward. They grabbed machine guns and opened fire on Sun Tian's legs. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ah!
A series of gunshots rang out, and Sun Tian's legs were quickly riddled with holes like a honeycomb, blood pooling on the ground.
Sun Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, Shen Ye's icy gaze swept over the group who had earlier declared they wanted to watch Tang Duo and Zhang Changming's live broadcast. Upon meeting Shen Ye's icy gaze, they all panicked and lowered their heads, remembering their earlier words. He, and he 50 military strokes. Shen Ye pointed at the individuals who had demanded the live broadcast. Hearing Shen Ye's words, their faces drained of color, filled with bitter regret. Soon, several city guards approached, pinned them to the ground, and began beating them with military canes. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the scene. At that moment, 2 city guards dragged Zhang Changming, who was still lying in the bar, out by his arms. They tossed him before Shen Ye like a dead dog. Sun Fan was also hauled up and tossed beside Zhang Changming. Brother, what should we do with these two? Asked Mao Tu. At that moment, Zhang Changming and Sun Fan were both frozen in terror. Neither had ever imagined Shen Ye was actually the older brother of the deputy commander of the city guards. Now, both were filled with regret. Big brother, I was wrong. It was that bastard Wang Dachui who egged me on to mess with your girlfriend. Now I've gotten my just punishment. You kicked my balls to pieces. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. If you're willing to spare me, I'll be your dog. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you make me eat, I'll never drink piss. Zhang Changming was truly terrified. He scrambled to his feet, knelt before Shen Ye, and clung to his thigh, sobbing and sniveling. I know I was wrong. If you'll just let me go, I'll be your woman. I'll do whatever you want. Sun Fan, her legs crippled, couldn't kneel. Lying on the ground, she pleaded with Shen Ye, her face filled with desperation. Shen Ye shot both of them a cold glance before turning to Tang Duo. Duo, what should we do with these two? You decide. Maybe we should just let it go. They've already gotten their punishment. Besides, you kicked Zhang Xiao's, well, to pieces. He probably won't be able to harm any more women in the future. Tang Duo suggested. Tang Duo was, after all, a woman not ruthless enough. Yeah, bro. My thing's already ruined. Just let me go. I'll be your dog. Zhang Changming's face lit up at Tang Duo's words, and he quickly pleaded. Get lost. Since Tang Duo said it was fine, Shen Ye couldn't say anything more. Hearing this, Zhang Changming was overjoyed. He quickly thanked Shen Ye and Tang Duo, then clutched his crotch and limped toward his car. Zhang Changming was rushing to the hospital to see if his balls could still be saved. As for Sun Fan, she was carried straight into a car by several men from his bar and rushed to the hospital. After the two had departed, Mao Tu surveyed the gathered onlookers and coldly declared, What happened here today? I expect you to keep it under wraps. If word leaks out, you'll face military justice. Hearing Mao Tu's words, the crowd immediately covered their mouths, assuring him they wouldn't breathe a word. Mao Tu then dismissed the onlookers and disbanded the entire garrison. Once everyone had dispersed, Mao Tu glanced at Tang Duo beside Shen Ye, looking as if she wanted to say something but held back. Shen Ye knew Mao Tu had something important to discuss that required privacy, so he instructed Tang Duo to wait for him in his car. Brother, I have some bad news, Mao Tu said to Shen Ye. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but frown slightly. Go ahead. News just came in from the southern border. Today, while Captain Wang was patrolling the frontier with his team, they were ambushed by the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps. Captain Wang sacrificed himself to cover his team's escape and was tragically killed. Mao Tu reported. A chill emanated from Shen Ye as he clenched his fists tightly. Captain Wang was Shen Ye's squad leader when he first joined the troops in the southern frontier. Back then, Shen Ye was still very weak and often bullied by his comrades. It was always Captain Wang who stepped in to stop them. Moreover, during a battle against the enemy nation, Shen Ye had been severely wounded and left exposed under intense enemy fire. It was Captain Wang who had rescued him from the dead man's pile amidst that fierce barrage. Though Shen Ye now held the exalted title of Southern Frontier King, he had always held Captain Wang in profound reverence, regarding him as a second father who had given him a second chance at life. In this moment, Shen Ye's heart ached unbearably. Gritting his teeth, he demanded. Where are the Venom Sting mercenaries? Shen Ye demanded. His foremost concern was whether those despicable mercenaries had been eliminated. The Venomous Thorns Mercenary Corps was a world-renowned mercenary organization boasting tens of thousands of members. Its leader, Venomous Dragon, was a globally celebrated martial arts master. 5 years prior, Shen Ye had clashed with Poison Dragon. After hundreds of exchanges, they had ended in a stalemate. By the time Commander Haizhu arrived with reinforcements, the Venomous Thorns had vanished without a trace. Mao Tu said, his expression darkening. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Shen Ye's eyes as he gritted his teeth. The Venom Sting Mercenary Corps is courting death. Brother, rest assured. Captain Wang's blood won't be shed in vain. Pig, tiger, ox, and horse have already left the southern border. They're heading overseas to hunt down the Venomous Sting mercenaries and avenge Captain Wang, Rabbit said.
Shen Ye's brows furrowed slightly at Mao Tu's words.
The Venomous Thorns Mercenary Corps wouldn't attack southern border soldiers without reason. They must have come prepared.
Moreover, the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps boasts many skilled fighters, especially Venom Dragon, whose martial arts talent is extraordinary.
Haizhu, Inhu, and the others simply aren't a match for him.
Order Haizhu, Inhu, and the others to return to the southern frontier immediately.
I will personally handle the matter with the Venomous Sting Mercenary Corps, Shen Ye declared.
Yes, sir.
Mao Tu responded respectfully.
Oh, and Big Brother, regarding Captain Wang's ashes, the southern frontier will arrange a helicopter tomorrow to transport them back.
Chapter 123, Sending Captain Wang Home.
Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers from the southern border, deep within a dense jungle, Haizhu, Inhu, Wuma, and Shen Ye moved swiftly through the undergrowth.
They were tracking the scent left behind by the Stinger mercenary group. Suddenly, their phones vibrated simultaneously in their pockets.
Pulling them out, they saw a message from Mao Tu relaying Shen Ye's orders: return to the southern frontier immediately, without fail. Seeing the message from Mao Rabbit, Hai Pig, In Tiger, and the others showed expressions of reluctance. They could sense they were already very close to the members of the Poison Thorns Mercenary Corps. They understood perfectly well how important Captain Wang was to Shen Ye. They longed to wipe out the entire Venomous Thorns mercenary group to avenge Captain Wang. But they were soldiers, and obedience to orders was paramount. Upon receiving Mao Tu's message, however reluctant they felt, they had no choice but to comply. Exchanging glances, they immediately set off, returning toward the southern border.
5 kilometers away, deep within the jungle, lay a temporary Strongthorn outpost.
Thousands of mercenaries were gathered here. At that moment, atop a towering tree several dozen meters high, a burly figure stood peering southward through binoculars. Setting them down, he muttered angrily.
Cowards! A bunch of cowards!
They were just a few kilometers away from falling into our encirclement, yet they suddenly turned back the way they came. This hulking figure was none other than Venom Wolf, the deputy commander of the Venom Stinger Mercenary Corps. After his muttering, Poison Wolf leapt from the heights, floating gracefully down from several dozen meters. He approached a handsome man sitting cross-legged, who appeared to be only around 30 years old. Boss, the southern commander's tiger, ox, horse, and pig, they're cowards. They clearly detected our position, yet they turned back. Lone Wolf reported with utmost respect. That handsome man was none other than Venom Dragon, commander of the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps. Despite his youth, his combat prowess was terrifying. He had once single-handedly decapitated an enemy leader amidst a sea of soldiers and emerged unscathed. Hearing the Lone Wolf's words, Poison Dragon slowly opened his eyes. As they flashed open, a sharp gleam flickered within. Our king knows that even if they track us down here, with their limited strength, I could crush them single-handedly, Venom Dragon remarked indifferently.
Poison Dragon showed no disappointment, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated.
Hearing Poison Dragon's words, a smug look appeared in Lone Wolf's eyes, mixed with contempt for the southern frontier. Oof. Everyone raves about how formidable the southern frontier is, especially their so-called war god, who's been mythologized beyond belief. But seeing them today, they're nothing special. We've killed their men, yet they don't even dare to make a sound. If you ask me, it's clear the southern frontier's war god is scared of you, boss. He daren't face you head-on, so he ordered those cowardly commanders to retreat.
The Lone Wolf declared. Hearing Lone Wolf's sycophantic words, a flash of smug satisfaction flickered in Poison Dragon's eyes.
He too believed the war god of the southern frontier was intimidated by him. After all, his reputation was now established far and wide. The war god feared facing him again, losing to him, and tarnishing his own title a loss of face. 5 years ago, in his battle against the southern frontier war god, though the outcome had been a stalemate, Poison Dragon felt deeply humiliated. After all, he was several years older than the southern frontier war god. Since then, Poison Dragon had doubled his training efforts daily, driven by the single-minded goal of one day defeating the southern frontier war god.
After 5 years of relentless training, his strength was unrecognizable from before.
He was now utterly confident he could defeat the southern frontier war god within 3 moves. The southern frontier war god is nothing special. To force him out, I specifically targeted people important to him. Yet he's hiding in the southern frontier, playing the coward. He no longer deserves to be considered my opponent. A flicker of disappointment crossed Poison Dragon's eyes as he sneered. Should I order the brothers to return to our base now? Poison Wolf inquired.
No.
Continue harassing the southern frontier border.
Simultaneously, seek out international media outlets.
Have them spread the message that the southern frontier war god is an overrated coward, a turtle hiding its head.
Create public pressure to force him out and face me in battle. Poison Dragon declared. Though he now deemed the southern frontier king unworthy of being his opponent, he must defeat him to wash away the humiliation of 5 years ago. The following afternoon, Shen Ye and Mao Tu stood at a private airfield in Qingzhou. They awaited the southern frontier's helicopter delivering Captain Wang's ashes. Roar!
Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, a helicopter approached from the south and touched down slowly at the airport. As the aircraft touched down and the cabin door opened, soldiers from the southern frontier descended carrying a gray box.
Your Highness, Commander Mao Tu. The soldier bowed slightly to Shen Ye and Mao Tu, addressing them with utmost respect.
Shen Ye's gaze turned icy as he stared at the urn in the soldier's hands, his teeth grinding audibly.
Hand over Captain Wang's ashes.
Shen Ye extended both hands and took the urn from the soldier.
You may return.
I will personally escort Captain Wang's ashes home, Shen Ye instructed the soldier. Hearing the southern frontier king's words, the soldier was startled.
The southern frontier king personally escorting Captain Wang's ashes home? That was an immense honor.
Captain Wang, whose real name was Wang Cixi, was from Qingzhou.
He had a wife and a 20-year-old daughter.
His wife, Zhou Xuelian, ran a restaurant back home to support their family.
Cixi Restaurant.
It was currently the busiest time of day for restaurants.
Yet, not a single customer filled Cixi Restaurant.
Inside sat a middle-aged woman and a beautiful young girl, both wearing faint traces of worry between their brows. These two women were none other than Wang Cixi's wife and daughter. The lack of business wasn't because their food was bad. For over a month, a gang of troublemakers had been coming in daily to cause disturbances, scaring away all the regular customers. The reason was that Captain Wang's daughter had been dating a young master. During their relationship, she discovered his unscrupulous behavior. He was seeing other women while dating her. After finding out, she resolutely broke up with him. Having invested time in the relationship without consummating it, the young master refused to accept defeat. He dispatched his thugs daily to disrupt the restaurant, coercing the beautiful girl into reconciliation.
Chapter 124, Good for Nothing, Disgrace? Ah, if only Dad were here.
He's a soldier, he'd knock those punks out cold with just a few punches and kicks. The beautiful girl sighed as she spoke, her mind already conjuring visions of her father dominating those troublemaking punks with his formidable presence. Little did she know at that moment that her father had already made the ultimate sacrifice.
The girl's name was Wang Xueting, chosen by Wang Cixi.
Like her mother, her name contained the character Force No, a clear testament to Wang Cixi's deep affection for his wife. That's for sure. Before your dad joined the army, taking on 7 or 8 guys was no big deal. But now he's a soldier, his duty is to defend our country. He can't be by our side protecting us every single moment. But now your dad is the battalion commander in the southern border region. He commands dozens of men, it's quite impressive. Last time he called home, his superiors showed great confidence in him. He'll likely be promoted to deputy left commander soon, overseeing hundreds of men. The middle-aged woman said this with a look of immense pride on her face. I know, Dad is a great hero. He protects the big family of our motherland, so of course he doesn't have time to protect our little family. But I really miss him. The last time I saw him was 3 years ago. He wasn't even home for my 18th birthday. Wang Xueting said. Ah, you can't blame your father. Those small nations surrounding our great Xia kingdom constantly encroach upon our borders. As the commander of the southern frontier, your father must lead his men to protect our land. The middle-aged woman explained. But who among them didn't yearn for their husband? As a woman whose husband was away year after year, the hardships she endured were known only to her own heart. Mom, I have a feeling Dad will come back today. Wang Xueting said, her face full of hope. You're just missing your father too much, child. If he were truly coming back today, he would have called ahead. Zhou Xuelian reached out to stroke Wang Xueting's hair as she spoke. Zhou Xuelian didn't know that this call was one she would never receive. Just then, 4 or 5 thugs armed with clubs entered the restaurant. The moment they stepped inside, they began banging their clubs on the tables. Oh, no business here, huh? Keep this up, and your place will shut down sooner or later. My advice? Just give in to young Master Yang. Sure, he's a womanizer, but he's loaded. If you give in, he'll shower you with cash. You'll never worry about food or drink again. Why bother running this little restaurant? A man who seemed to be the leader of the thugs urged Wang Xueting and Zhou Xuelian. You think everyone's like you, willing to sink to any depth for money? Wang Xueting's face turned cold as she glared at the thug leader. It's this gang causing trouble at our restaurant every single day. Because of them, we haven't had a single customer in over a month. We're even paying the rent with money we saved from before. Fine, you're so high and mighty, so pure and virtuous. Let's just drag this out then. Young Master Yang gave us a huge sum, so we've got all the time in the world to wear you down. Let's see who cracks first. The gang leader retorted, clearly annoyed. He was pressuring Wang Xueting because young Master Yang had promised them a huge bonus if they could force her to agree to marry him. Oof. Just wait, Wang Xueting retorted. When my father returns, he won't let you off the hook. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, the gang leader froze, then put on an exaggerated expression and said, You probably won't even live to see your dad come back. And even if you do, it'll only be to receive a box of ashes. What the hell are you talking about? If you curse my dad to die in battle again, I'll never let you off the hook. Hearing the thug leader's words, both Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian flushed with anger, thinking he was just spouting nonsense.
Oh? You'll make me pay? Do you even have the guts? Besides, I'm just telling the truth. Your father, Wang Xixi, was ambushed by foreign mercenaries at the border. He was killed on the spot while covering his comrades' retreat. If you don't believe me, pull out your phone and check the news right now. The gang leader declared. Seeing the gang leader speak with such conviction, Wang Xuetong and Xiao Shuelian couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over them. Wang Xueting immediately pulled out her phone and opened the news app. The moment she saw the headline, her pretty face turned deathly pale. There it was, the news about her father's death in battle. Xiao Shuelian, seeing Wang Xueting's expression, immediately guessed what had happened. She snatched the phone from Wang Xueting's hands. As they read the news, both mother and daughter couldn't help but burst into tears, overcome with grief. That so-called war god of the southern frontier? Put. What a useless piece of trash. They even crowned him a war god? His own men got killed by mercenaries, and he didn't even have the guts to fart in protest. What a bum. The gang leader spat on the ground, expressing his contempt for the southern frontier war god. The news not only reported Wang Xixi's death at the hands of mercenaries but also exposed the southern frontier war god as a cowardly turtle. The reports declared him a complete coward. Even when the old squad leader who saved his life was killed by mercenaries, he dared not send men to hunt down the mercenary legion. Moreover, several major commanders in the southern frontier had intended to avenge Wang Xixi, but the southern frontier war god, fearing the commander of the Venomous Thorns mercenary corps, Venomous Dragon, had forcibly ordered those commanders back. Of course, those reports branding the southern frontier war god a coward were orchestrated by Venom Wolf of the Venom Sting mercenary corps. He bribed media outlets to publish such stories, deliberately smearing the war god's reputation. Wang Xueting had naturally seen these defamatory reports about the southern frontier war god. Not being directly involved, she couldn't verify their authenticity. Upon seeing these reports, Wang Xueting was first stunned, then her face flushed with anger. Truthfully, prior to this, Wang Xueting had held the southern frontier war god in the highest regard, idolizing him as her role model. She believed only a man like him was worthy of her admiration. Yet, to Wang Xueting's utter disbelief, the southern frontier war god had proven himself such a coward. Out of fear of the leader of the Venomous Thorns mercenary corps, he had even prevented others from avenging his father. Especially when she learned that her father had saved the southern frontier war god multiple times, Wang Xueting's disappointment in him only deepened. Chapter 125, Your father was a hero. What nonsense are you spouting? My dad isn't stupid. I said your dad was stupid. What are you gonna do about it? You want to fight me? Look at your skinny arms and legs. Do you even have what it takes? The gang leader dismissed Wang Xueting's threats, calling her a useless piece of trash. Then do you think I'm qualified? At that very moment, Shen Ye entered the restaurant with the urn cradled in both hands, followed by Mao Tu. Shen Ye's eyes burned with murderous intent. As he approached the door, he heard the gang leader repeatedly calling Wang Xixi a fool, an insult he could not tolerate. Wang Xueting, upon seeing the urn in Shen Ye's hands, froze in shock before tears once again welled up uncontrollably. Xiao Shuelian, upon seeing the urn, was overcome with grief. Her vision darkened, and she fainted on the spot. Dad! Wang Xueting cried out, rushing forward to kneel before the urn, sobbing uncontrollably. Get up, Shen Ye said, reaching out to help Wang Xueting rise from the ground. Your father was a hero. He sacrificed himself to cover his comrades' retreat. You should be proud of him. Thank you for bringing my father back. I will always be proud to have had such a father. Wang Xueting wiped away the flood of tears, forcing a smile that looked even more painful than her tears. You don't need to thank me. Your father was my squad leader. He risked his life to pull me from the dead more than once. Rest assured, I will avenge your father. Shen Ye declared. Originally, the gang leader had felt some fear toward Shen Ye when he saw them bringing back Wang Xixi's ashes. But when he heard Shen Ye mention Wang Xixi was his former squad leader, he instinctively dismissed the word former, assuming Shen Ye was just some greenhorn recruit. A look of contempt flashed across his face as he sneered. Heh, from the sound of your words, you're here to back up this mother and daughter, huh? Shen Ye's eyes blazed with fury at the thug leader's words. His gaze, filled with murderous intent, shot straight at the man. That single glance sent a chill through the gang leader, making him shiver involuntarily. What the hell? It's broad daylight, why am I suddenly shivering? The gang leader thought to himself. Every time I think about how our southern frontier soldiers risk their lives protecting scum like you, it makes me want to kill someone. Shen Ye said coldly, his gaze fixed on the gang leader. Ha! What are you trying to pull, you greenhorn? Killing people? Try it if you dare. The thug leader showed no fear, his face twisted with contempt. You insult fallen heroes and bully their families. You deserve to die. Shen Ye's voice was cold and gritted with fury. His voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, sending shivers down anyone's spine who heard it. As Shen Ye finished speaking, Mao Tu beside him swiftly drew a pistol and aimed it at the gang leader. Oh? Pulling out a gun? Think I'm easily scared? Go ahead and shoot if you've got the guts. If I so much as flinch, I'll admit defeat. The gang leader wore a look of utter indifference, convinced Mao Tu wouldn't dare pull the trigger after all, even soldiers couldn't kill indiscriminately. At this, Mao Tu's lips curled into a cold smile. His finger clicked as he chambered around. Only when he saw Mao Tu cock the gun did a flicker of panic appear in the gang leader's eyes. You wouldn't really shoot, would you? If you kill me, you won't get away with it either. Murder is a capital offense, the gang leader stammered, his voice trembling. Before he could finish, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Shoot! Shen Ye's voice rang out coldly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bloody hole appeared between the gang leader's eyebrows. A look of terror froze in the gang leader's eyes as his body tilted sideways and fell straight to the ground. The gang leader died in utter resentment. He had believed Shen Ye and his men wouldn't dare shoot him dead. Yet he had miscalculated one crucial point: Shen Ye was the king of the southern frontier, holding absolute authority over life and death. This scene terrified the thugs the leader had brought along. Their faces drained of color as they dropped to their knees with a thud, begging for mercy. Spare our lives. Even Wang Xueting, standing nearby, was stunned. She had thought Shen Ye was merely intimidating the gang leader, never expecting him to actually let the woman pull the trigger. Though deeply moved that her father's comrade would stand up for him, she couldn't help but worry. Shen Ye had committed murder, an act punishable by law. Did they insult you? Shen Ye asked Wang Xueting. Wang Xueting shook her head, her face etched with sorrow. You bullied the family of a hero. Death may be spared, but punishment is inevitable. Each of you will sever one of your own arms. I'll let you go. Otherwise death. Shen Ye was in a foul mood, so his punishment was naturally severe. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the thugs froze in shock, exchanging glances but making no move. Seeing their hesitation, Shen Ye gave Mao Tu a subtle nod. Mao Tu understood immediately, raising his gun and pointing it directly at the men. The sight of the black muzzle pointed at them turned the thugs' faces deathly pale. A stream of yellow liquid began flowing from between their legs. They dared not hesitate any longer, each frantically breaking one of their own arms. Snap! Snap! The crisp snaps of breaking bones echoed, followed by the thugs' wails of agony. Get out! At Shen Ye's command, the thugs scrambled out of the restaurant, clutching their broken arms. They didn't dare look back, terrified Shen Ye might change his mind. Thank you for what you did for my father, but you should get out of here fast. The farther, the better. Leave the country if you can. After all, you shot and killed someone. Once the thugs were gone, Wang Xueting looked at Shen Ye with gratitude mixed with guilt. Little sister, we're not running away just yet. Mao Tu chuckled at Wang Xueting. Sigh. If only everyone in the southern frontier possessed your sense of justice and courage. Wang Xueting sighed, her face filled with sorrow and indignation. Her words were a veiled criticism of the war god of the southern frontier, who was as cowardly as a mouse, unable to avenge his own soldiers even after they were killed. Chapter 126, The Cowardly Turtle. Hearing Wang Xueting's pointed words, Shen Ye and Mao Tu both froze, unable to grasp her meaning. Little sister, what exactly are you implying? Every soldier in the southern frontier is imbued with a sense of justice. They'd lay down their lives and shed their blood for their comrades, that goes without saying. Mao Tu spoke up. I've heard of the southern frontier warriors, Wang Xueting replied. They are flesh and blood soldiers worthy of admiration. Then what exactly are you implying? Mao Tu pressed, still perplexed. What I'm about to say might upset you all, and it might even get me into trouble, but I still have to speak my mind. The warriors of the southern frontier defend their homeland. They are all commendable. But your so-called war god of the southern frontier? He doesn't deserve that title, and he certainly doesn't deserve to be the king of the southern frontier. Wang Xueting declared indignantly. Shen Ye was utterly baffled by Wang Xueting's words, unable to comprehend why she would speak so harshly of him. Meanwhile, Mao Tu, standing nearby, heard Wang Xueting's words of gross disrespect toward Shen Ye. A cold, icy glint flashed across his face, and his gun was about to point toward Wang Xueting. What Wang Xueting had said was an outright insult to the king of the southern frontier. Back in the southern frontier, anyone who dared speak such words about the king would face certain death. Shen Ye caught Mao Tu's movement and quickly pressed down on her hand. Then, Shen Ye smiled and asked Wang Xueting, what led you to say that? First, I'd like to verify a few things with you, Wang Xueting said. Ask away. I'll answer truthfully, Shen Ye replied. My father was once the captain of your southern frontier war god squadron. Is this true? Shen Ye nodded. Then is it also true that my father risked his life multiple times to pull your southern frontier war gods back from the brink of death? Wang Xueting pressed. That's also true. Shen Ye nodded. Since all of this is true, then my father saved the southern frontier warriors' lives, didn't he? To call him a second parent would be no exaggeration. Shen Ye said, his eyes darkening.
If that's the case, why did the Southern Frontier War God, out of cowardice and fear of that mercenary group's leader, not only fail to avenge my father himself who died shielding his comrades but also prevent the Southern Frontier's commanders from seeking vengeance? Tell me, does such an ungrateful, heartless coward deserve to be the war god of the Southern Frontier? Does he deserve to be the king of the Southern Frontier? Wang Xueting demanded. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Shen Ye and Mao Tu exchanged puzzled glances. Little sister, who told you the war god of the Southern Frontier dared not avenge your father and that he even blocked the Southern Frontier commanders from doing so out of fear of the Poison Sting mercenary group? Mao Tu forced down his anger and asked. Who needs to tell me that? Reports about the Southern Frontier war god are all over the news. If you don't believe me, just open your phones and see for yourselves. Wang Xueting retorted indignantly. Hearing this, Mao Tu hurriedly unlocked her phone to check the news. The moment she saw it, her expression turned grim. Sure enough, the smear campaigns against the Southern Frontier war god completely dominated the headlines. Brother, look. Mao Tu handed his phone to Shen Ye with a grim expression. Shen Ye took the phone and began reading. Seeing the deliberately defamatory reports about himself, Shen Ye's expression remained largely unchanged. After reading the news, Shen Ye could roughly guess what was going on. It was definitely the Venom Sting mercenary group bribing those foreign media outlets to publish these stories. Little sister, these are all deliberate smears against us, the Southern Frontier war god. We're not like that at all, Mao Tu said to Wang Xueting. Stop defending him. If it weren't true, how could it make the headlines? Wang Xueting refused to believe Mao Tu's words. Oof. And I used to idolize the Southern Frontier war god. Thinking back now, I feel utterly foolish, Wang Xueting declared, her face flushed with indignation. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Mao Tu looked utterly helpless. Since her own brother hadn't bothered to explain, she felt it was pointless to say anything more. Just then, Wang Xueting's mother, Xiao Xuelian, stirred awake. Taking the urn of Wang Xixie's ashes from her daughter's hands, she clutched it tightly to her chest and began weeping bitterly. Wang Xueting then recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon learning that Shen Ye had helped drive away the gang of thugs and even killed their leader, Xiao Xuelian repeatedly thanked both Shen Ye and Mao Tu. To express her gratitude to Shen Ye and Mao Tu, Xiao Xuelian, suppressing her grief, insisted they stay for a meal as a token of appreciation. Mother and daughter then headed into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, online smear campaigns targeting the Southern Frontier King sparked intense outrage among domestic netizens. Netizens flooded the comments sections of news articles, lambasting the Southern Frontier war god. What a load of crap, this Southern Frontier war god. He's more like the cowardly turtle war god. Wang Xixi was his savior, and now that mercenaries killed him, the Southern Frontier war god doesn't even dare to make a peep. What a useless piece of trash. Exactly. I used to idolize the Southern Frontier war god as my life goal. Ugh, from now on, he can just be called the cowardly turtle. This is infuriating. What kind of goddamn war god is this? I'll be damned if I don't take that title myself. I'm going to avenge Wang Xixi's heroic death. Watch your words. If you keep talking like this, the Southern Frontier war god will come after you come autumn. I'm not afraid. He's the one who's pathetic. Does he think he can shut us up? I'll call him a coward. What's wrong with calling him useless? Exactly. We 800 million netizens will back you up. Online, millions of similar comments flooded in, garnering tens of millions of likes. However, these online reports quickly caught the attention of the sovereign in Zhengzhou. After reviewing the various news articles, his face darkened to an extreme. Summoning his subordinates, he ordered in an icy tone, immediately instruct the relevant departments to delete all such news articles. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation to root out every single person who uploaded malicious defamation targeting the Southern Frontier King. Execute them all by firing squad. At the ruler's command, the online news vanished without a trace. Yet this only fueled the netizens' fury further. They believed the deleted reports were surely the work of the Southern Frontier war god, threatening media outlets into forced removal. In an instant, countless netizens flooded foreign news media sites, venting their fury with renewed intensity. War god of the Southern Frontier, have you no shame left? You do such things yourself, yet you fear being exposed? Seems this cowardly war god still knows shame, threatening media to delete news. But doing so makes him even more despicable. Chapter 127, Return to the Southern Frontier. At that moment, Shen Ye and Mao Tu sat at a restaurant table, completely unaware of the news deletions. Soon, Wang Xueting and her daughter emerged from the kitchen with the prepared meal: 4 dishes and a soup: beef, fish head, duck meat, chicken, and soft-shelled turtle soup. All were rather expensive, high-end dishes. You soldiers must work so hard, and you need proper nutrition to keep up your strength. That's how you'll protect our country better. Xiao Xuelian, wearing an apron, placed the final dish of soft-shelled turtle soup on the table. Wiping her hands on the apron, she addressed Shen Ye and Mao Tu. Auntie, you've gone to too much trouble. A simple stir-fry of greens would have been fine. The army provides excellent meals, we get all the nutrition we need, Shen Ye replied.
Not at all, not at all. We grow these vegetables ourselves, they don't cost much. You came all this way to bring my husband home and did us such a huge favor. My daughter and I don't know how to thank you enough, Xiao Shuelian replied.
Auntie, you're being too formal. When I was in the army, Captain Wang looked out for me constantly. He risked his life multiple times to pull me out of death's grasp. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him my second parent. If not for him, I might have turned to dust long ago, Shen Ye replied.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian's faces once again clouded with grief.
Their eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up. That's just the kind of person our Sishi was when danger struck. He was always the first to charge in. Every time he came home, he'd tell me stories about his missions in the army. Especially when he recounted rescuing another comrade from the battlefield, the pride on his face was indescribable. Honestly, sometimes I wish he could be a little selfish for us, me and our daughter, and not always charge into the thick of danger. Because we worry about him too, we fear for our husband and father. As she spoke, tears welled up in Xiao Shuelian's eyes and spilled over uncontrollably.
Wang Xueting silently pulled out a tissue, gently wiping the tears from Xiao Shuelian's cheeks.
But her own tears began to fall as well. Listening to Xiao Shuelian's words, Shen Ye felt an immense weight in his heart.
How could he not be suffering terribly too?
But I don't blame him, Xiao Shuelian continued. He has his convictions, and I respect them.
At the same time, I'm proud to be his wife.
At that moment, Mao Tu, standing nearby, felt her own eyes well up upon hearing Xiao Shuelian's words.
Auntie, little sister, rest assured.
Our war god promised that Captain Wang's blood won't be shed in vain. He will avenge Captain Wang, Mao Tu said, her voice slightly choked with emotion.
Miao Tu's mention of the war god ignited a surge of fury in Wang Xueting's eyes. Don't you dare mention that so-called god of war. He's nothing but a coward through and through.
I don't expect him to avenge my father,
Wang Xueting declared angrily. Truthfully, Wang Xueting couldn't be blamed. She was just an ordinary person. After seeing those news reports, she naturally chose to believe them like any normal person would.
You have no idea how disgusting your southern frontier war god is. To hide his cowardice from the people of Great Xia, he abused his power to delete every negative online report about him, Wang Xueting continued. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Mao Tu and Shen Ye exchanged another glance. Shen Ye's face twisted into a bitter smile.
He knew full well that the deleted news must have been ordered by the sovereign.
And Shen Ye was left to take the fall.
Xuetong, stop talking. Maybe there's some misunderstanding?
Xiao Shuelian interjected.
What misunderstanding?
My father saved his life. Now that my father is dead, not only did he refuse to avenge him, but he didn't even come to pay his last respects.
Wang Xueting retorted.
He is the war god of the southern frontier after all. He must be swamped with duties and unable to leave. Besides, your father often spoke to me about their war god of the southern frontier, how he was peerlessly brave and unmatched in martial prowess. How could he possibly be a coward?
Xiao Shuelian said.
That was my father being fooled by his facade. That sort of person is the true villain, a hypocrite, one face to your face, another behind your back.
And I actually looked up to him as my idol all this time, Wang Xueting declared.
Listening to Wang Xueting's words, Shen Ye was struck dumb. It seemed his image in her mind was rather dismal. After finishing their meal, Shen Ye and Mao Tu rose to leave. Just as they were about to get into the car, Wang Xueting rushed out of the house, a bulging luggage bag strapped to her back.
Brother Shen, Miss Mao, could you take me to the southern border to enlist? Wang Xueting called out to Shen Ye and Mao Tu.
Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but frown slightly.
Why do you want to enlist?
I want to avenge my father,
Wang Xueting declared with unwavering resolve.
Have you considered that your mother has already lost the husband who cherished and loved her?
Do you want her to lose her daughter too?
Shen Ye asked. Wang Xueting froze at his words, a look of anguish spreading across her face.
Don't worry. I'll avenge your father.
You just stay by your mother's side and take good care of her, Shen Ye said.
Forget it.
Even your southern frontier war god fears that mercenary group.
Don't go courting death.
Wang Xueting clearly didn't believe Shen Ye could avenge her father, and she scoffed dismissively. Shen Ye smiled at her words, offering no further explanation. Instead, he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xueting.
Here's my card, he said. If anyone ever bullies you or your mom again, call me immediately.
I'll come and take care of it for you. Then, Shen Ye got into the car and drove away. The next day, Mao Tu drove Shen Ye back to the same helicopter landing pad. Brother, please let me go with you,
Mao Tu pleaded. No need.
Stay here and keep a close eye on those two strange old men.
Call me the moment they make any move,
Shen Ye instructed.
With that, Shen Ye turned, leaped into the helicopter, and took his seat. Hadn't the Venom mercenary group released information to pressure Shen Ye, forcing her into a showdown with their leader, Venom Dragon?
Well, Shen Ye would grant their wish. She would return to the southern frontier to avenge Captain Wang's blood debt. He would make the Viper mercenary group pay a bloody price for their actions.
Chapter 128. Hail the God of War. Hail the King of the Southern Frontier. Southern Frontier. On a vast plain, hundreds of thousands of imposing warriors stood, machine guns in hand. At the very front stood the 11 Zodiac commanders. The Zodiac commanders stood slightly bowed, facing Shen Ye across the field, and shouted in unison. Hail the God of War. Hail the King of the Southern Frontier. Hail the God of War. Hail the King of the Southern Frontier. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of soldiers echoed the cry in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. After exchanging a few words of encouragement with the troops, Shen Ye led the 12 Zodiac commanders back to the command center. Inside the command center, the 12 Zodiac commanders were overcome with emotion. After more than 3 years, the God of War had finally returned to the southern frontier. Inside the command center, the 12 Zodiac commanders took turns reporting on the major and minor events that had occurred within their respective jurisdictions over the past years. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside, his face etched with panic. Your Highness, Commander. Trouble.
The Venom Sting Mercenary Corps attacked our border patrol squad.
3 men are dead, and over a dozen are critically wounded.
Hearing the soldier's report, Shen Ye's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The 12 Zodiac commanders were so enraged they slammed their fists on the table.
Damn it! I can't stand this anymore. They're pushing their luck. Do they really think the southern frontier fears them? Assemble 2,000 men.
I'm taking them to wipe out the damn Venom Sting Mercenary Corps and restore our military prestige. Ian, who slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with fury.
You rest.
I'll handle this, said Ox.
What's the point of arguing? As the leader of the 12 Zodiac generals, this is my responsibility, declared Shen Long. Enough bickering. Stay put here. I returned specifically for that Venom Sting Mercenary Legion,
Shen Ye stated calmly.
As Shen Ye's words fell, the leaders of the 12 Zodiac no longer dared to speak.
Then, Shen Ye walked out of the command room with his hands behind his back. He casually picked up an off-road vehicle and sped off toward the location of the Venom Mercenary Corps, kicking up a whirlwind of sand and dust. Less than 5 kilometers from the southern border, a dense jungle now held over 100 members of the Venomous Thorns. The Mercenary Corps' deputy commander, Wolf, was among them.
Damn it, Wolf deputy commander.
That so-called war god of the southern frontier sure knows how to hide. We've already taken out several of their men, yet this so-called war god hasn't made a peep. What a joke, one mercenary spat contemptuously.
Ha!
Like he'd dare show his face. No offense, but forget our Poison Dragon commander, even I could take that so-called southern frontier war god with one hand, Poison Wolf retorted with a smirk. Just then, a scout ran over and reported to Poison Wolf, an off-road vehicle is speeding this way. I suspect it's southern frontier forces? Hearing the scout's report, Poison Wolf froze momentarily before a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes.
Looks like the southern frontier's 12 Zodiac commander finally lost his patience.
Watch closely, brothers. See how I'm about to beat the crap out of that southern border's 12 Zodiac commander. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the roar of an engine filled the air. Instantly, a military green off-road vehicle came into view. A dozen mercenaries sprang to their feet, attempting to block the vehicle.
But the SUV showed them no mercy, flooring the accelerator and sending the mercenaries flying.
A screech of brakes followed as the vehicle skidded several meters before grinding to a halt right in front of Poison Wolf.
Another few centimeters forward and it would have hit him. But Shen Ye knew that ramming the vehicle into Poison Wolf was impossible.
The door swung open, and Shen Ye leaped out of the vehicle.
Which of the 12 Zodiac commanders are you? No one under my command dies without a name. Poison Wolf sneered at Shen Ye as he emerged from the vehicle. Haven't you been trying to force me out all alone? Now I'm standing right in front of you. What? Suddenly don't recognize me?
Shen Ye retorted coldly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Poison Wolf's eyebrows shot up, a flicker of alarm crossing his eyes.
Who else could speak like this besides the war god of the southern frontier? Though he'd previously bragged about being able to single-handedly beat the southern frontier war god, that was only because he believed the war god was a coward who wouldn't dare show his face.
The war god of the southern frontier? Poison Wolf stammered. Seeing Poison Wolf's terrified expression, a trace of contempt flashed in Shen Ye's eyes.
Ha! Captain Wang was killed by your men.
And today, the brothers who died in the south, was that also your doing?
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
I did lead the men who killed them, Poison Wolf admitted.
But your opponent isn't me, it's our commander, Poison Dragon of the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps. If you've got the guts, come with me to meet our commander.
Face him in battle.
I will certainly seek out your battalion commander, but before that, I must avenge Captain Wang. Shen Ye spoke coldly, and as he finished his words, he drew a long sword from his waist. Seeing this, Poison Wolf was horrified.
Shoot! Shoot him dead! Poison Wolf screamed frantically at the mercenaries.
As Poison Wolf's words fell, over 100 mercenaries immediately raised their machine guns and opened fire on Shen Ye.
Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down toward Shen Ye at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Watching the countless bullets hurtle toward Shen Ye, Poison Wolf's lips curled into a sinister grin. He didn't believe the southern frontier war god could evade simultaneous fire from over 100 machine guns. Yet the next moment, Poison Wolf froze, his face frozen in utter horror. For in the blink of an eye, the southern frontier war god vanished from sight. Ah! Immediately, the surrounding area filled with the agonized screams of mercenaries. Looking in the direction of the noise, Poison Wolf saw over a dozen mercenaries already lying in pools of blood. What made his scalp crawl was that the heads of the dead had been severed, rolling around on the ground. Before Poison Wolf could even process what was happening, Shen Ye had already gone berserk. In just a few breaths, over half the mercenaries had been slaughtered, each decapitated cleanly at the neck. Witnessing this scene, the mercenaries of the group felt their scalps crawl. They had never seen anyone move so fast. Not only could he dodge bullets, but his figure was barely visible. Yet their comrades were being decapitated one after another. This was more terrifying than any devil. Ah! Unable to bear it, the mercenaries let out terrified shrieks, dropped their machine guns, and scattered in all directions. Chapter 129, Young Master Yang of the Yang family. Watching the mercenaries scatter in all directions, Shen Ye's face twisted into a cold smile. Trying to escape? As if that were possible. A flash of cold steel erupted from Shen Ye's hand, dozens of icy projectiles streaking toward the fleeing mercenaries. Thud! A series of sounds echoed. The mercenaries who had tried to escape now had small crimson marks appearing on the backs of their necks. Instantly, their faces contorted with terror as they collapsed to the ground. Toxic Wolf, watching from the sidelines, felt his scalp tingle and his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined a single man could be this terrifying, dispatching over 100 machine gun wielding mercenaries in the blink of an eye. Was this even human? Only when Shen Ye turned his icy gaze toward him did Poison Wolf snap out of his shock. His face twisted with terror as he stumbled backward, pleading desperately. No, don't kill me. I swear I'll never harass the southern border again. Heh, Shen Ye sneered coldly, swinging his long sword toward Poison Wolf. Seeing this, Poison Wolf panicked and tried to dodge. Yet to his utter despair, though Shen Ye swung the sword from over 10 meters away, though he clearly saw the blade still distant, he felt an icy chill pierce him. It started at his brow, shot downward, and struck his chest. Immediately after, he felt a stream of blood spurting from between his eyes. Ah! Poison Wolf let out a horrifying scream as his body collapsed sideways, life extinguished. Shen Ye didn't even glance at the fallen Poison Wolf. He turned and climbed into the off-road vehicle, driving over the mercenaries' corpses as he headed toward the temporary base of the Venom Sting mercenary group, over 10 kilometers away. At the temporary base of the Venom Sting mercenary group, over 10 kilometers away, Venom Dragon remained seated cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, deep in cultivation. At that moment, a mercenary holding binoculars leapt down from a tree and reported frantically to Venom Dragon, Commander Venom Dragon, it's bad news. Deputy Commander Venom Wolf and all the mercenaries he led have been slaughtered by a young man who came from the southern border. Hearing the report, Poison Dragon slowly opened his eyes, a smug smile curling his lips. So those cowardly turtles from the southern border couldn't hold back any longer and finally showed their faces? Poison Dragon showed no concern for Poison Wolf and the mercenaries' deaths, nor did he display any sorrow. Describe him, Poison Dragon demanded. Is he the southern frontier's commander? About 1.8 meters tall, in his 20s, with a very handsome face. He wields a long sword, the mercenary replied. Poison Dragon's brow furrowed slightly at the mercenary's words, then smoothed out. A faint smile touched his lips as a gleam of sharp intelligence flashed in his eyes. Is it him? He exclaimed with delight. Could it be him? The war god of the southern frontier? Seems he couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion after all. He's gritting his teeth and coming to fight me. Poison Dragon said with utter disdain. It must be the war god of the southern frontier, no doubt. Deputy Commander Poison Wolf and over 100 of our brothers didn't last even half a minute against him. The 12 Zodiac commanders of the southern frontier certainly don't possess that kind of power. The mercenary recalled the scene he'd witnessed through his binoculars, still trembling with fear. Shen Ye's displayed power had utterly surpassed his comprehension. Oh? Seems like these past 5 years have seen the southern frontier war god's cultivation soar. I'm actually starting to look forward to this. Wonder if he can last 10 moves against me. Poison Dragon's eyebrow arched slightly as he spoke with a hint of anticipation. Toxic Dragon, are you truly confident you can defeat this war god of the southern frontier? After all, he... Put. Before the mercenary could finish his sentence, a flash of murderous intent surged in Poison Dragon's eyes. With a casual flick of his wrist, his hand hadn't even touched the mercenary's neck. Yet the mercenary's throat was sliced clean as if by a blade. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, terror frozen on his face. You dared doubt this captain's strength. You deserve to die. Poison Dragon cast a cold glance at the mercenary's corpse, uttered a single sentence, and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, at the Yang family residence in Qingzhou,
Young Master Yang Chen stared at the scene before him, his expression darkening to the extreme.
He had sent several thugs to harass Wang Shueting's family restaurant.
He'd already heard from the thugs that their boss had been shot dead by a soldier returning Wang Sushi's ashes. Even the thugs before him had been forced at gunpoint by that soldier to break their own arms.
Damn soldier! How dare he meddle in young Master Yang's affairs?
Looks like he's tired of living, Yang Chen said, his face darkening.
Young Master Yang, that soldier has a gun.
He said he'd shoot if he had to.
We probably can't take him on, the thugs said, still shaken. So what if he has a gun? Does our Yang family not have guns? Besides, do you really think a gun makes him invincible?
Our Yang family has plenty of skilled fighters.
Dodging bullets is child's play for them.
Young Master Yang said with utter disdain.
Hearing young Master Yang's words, the thugs exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with delight. The Yang family?
They're one of Qingzhou's top clans.
Of course they have guns.
But they also keep a bunch of martial arts masters. Word is, in front of those guys, guns are useless just for show. Young Master Yang is right, we were cowards, scared out of our wits by that damn soldier, the thug hurriedly agreed.
You lot, head to Sishi restaurant now and bring Wang Zuoding's mother to me. Since Wang Zuoding's likes to play the high and mighty card, I'll see just how long she can keep it up. Once her mother is in my hands, she'll have no choice but to strip clean and become a plaything beneath me, won't she?
Young Master Yang grinned lewdly.
Ha? We're going to kidnap someone?
The thugs were stunned by young Master Yang's order.
Look at you lot, such wimps.
I'm only asking you to grab Wang Shueting's mom, not to cause trouble for that soldier guy. What's there to be scared of?
Can't you even handle a woman? What's the point of keeping you useless bums around?
Young Master Yang said with displeasure.
But if we bring Chiu Shueli in here, that soldier will definitely come after us.
The thugs worried. What the hell are you scared of? Once she's in my custody, if that soldier wants trouble, he'll have to come after me. What the hell are you scared of? If that soldier dares come to the Yang family demanding her back, I'll make sure he comes in one piece but leaves in a coffin. Young Master Yang glared at them, his face twisted in frustration. Hearing young Master Yang's words, the thugs thought it through and realized he might be right. They steeled themselves, gave young Master Yang their word, then turned and headed out to capture Chiu Shuelian.
Chapter 130, I haven't even started yet.
Southern Frontier. At the temporary base of the Stinger mercenary group, dozens of kilometers from the southern frontier border, a military green off-road vehicle executed a smooth drift before coming to a steady halt. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, hundreds of mercenaries immediately raised their machine guns, aiming them at the SUV. At that moment, Poison Dragon, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them. Rising from the ground with his hands behind his back, he looked toward Shen Ye in the SUV with utter disdain. Facing hundreds of machine guns trained on him, Shen Ye inside the SUV showed no sign of panic. Instead, he remained utterly calm as he slowly pushed open the door and leaped out. Shen Ye swept a glance at the mercenaries gripping their machine guns, their faces tense with fear. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes as he turned his gaze to Poison Dragon and sneered coldly.
What? You went to such lengths to force me out for a fight, and now that I'm here, you have people pointing guns at me? Hearing Shen Ye's contemptuous words, Poison Dragon's expression shifted slightly. He barked coldly at the mercenaries, "Put your weapons away."
At his command, the mercenaries lowered their machine guns. I thought you'd remain a cowardly turtle, too scared to face me.
Poison Dragon sneered. Did you order your men to kill Captain Wang? Shen Ye demanded coldly. That's right. I knew Captain Wang saved your life. Only by killing him could I force you out to face me. Poison Dragon declared without concealment. You're courting death.
Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Ha! If you want me dead, we'll see if you have the strength to make it happen. As Poison Dragon finished speaking, a colossal, surging aura erupted from his body, causing his clothes to billow without any wind. The mercenaries sensed the overwhelming aura erupting from Poison Dragon. Their expressions turned ashen, and some with weaker constitutions began bleeding from their nostrils. 5 years. I've waited exactly 5 years for this battle. Let's get started. If you can last more than 10 moves against me, you win, I'll spare your life. Poison Dragon declared with utter confidence. Poison Dragon was utterly confident in his own strength, certain he could slay Shen Ye within 10 moves. Hearing this, Shen Ye flickered his long sword, unleashing a powerful sword chi that swept across the ground, sending a vast swath of fallen leaves flying into the air. Observing this, a flicker of contempt crossed Poison Dragon's eyes. To him, Shen Ye's strike appeared formidable, yet it was utterly laughable. Swish! Poison Dragon drew his long blade, blocking it horizontally before him. Clang! The sword energy struck the blade, causing Poison Dragon's expression to instantly darken. He felt an immense force surge through him, numbing his arm and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. The shockwave even forced him half a step backward. It seems your cultivation has advanced considerably over the years. I underestimated you. From here on, I'll give it my all. I hope you can withstand it. Poison Dragon's expression darkened.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he stomped his foot hard against the ground. His body launched forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Shen Ye. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Shen Ye, delivering a vicious slash aimed squarely at his midsection. If Shen Ye failed to evade, his body would be cleaved clean in two. Yet Shen Ye stood utterly still, showing no intention of dodging. To the mercenaries, it seemed as though the southern frontier war god had been stunned into stupor by their captain's imposing presence, forgetting to dodge altogether. At that moment, every mercenary believed Shen Ye was as good as dead. Swish! Poison Dragon's blade sliced straight through Shen Ye's waist. Witnessing this, the mercenaries' faces lit up with joy. Yet, just as they prepared to cheer, they saw Poison Dragon's blade, after its initial strike, immediately swing back in a reverse slash toward his own rear. What sent even greater shock through the mercenaries was that the southern frontier war god, who had been cleaved in two by Poison Dragon moments before, vanished from the spot entirely. It had merely been an afterimage, not the war god of the southern frontier himself. Clang! Poison Dragon swung back, his blade clashing with Shen Ye's sword. Once again, Poison Dragon felt immense force surge through the steel, jolting his palm with a stinging pain. At that very moment, Shen Ye's figure materialized behind Poison Dragon. The moment Shen Ye materialized, the Poison Dragon and Shen Ye clashed once more. Blades flashed and whirled, occasionally sending streaks of sword energy and blade energy shooting out. Those mercenaries who failed to dodge in time were sliced clean in half. Poison Dragon's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. He realized the southern frontier war god's strength was in no way inferior to his own. This realization filled him with bitter resentment. Could it be that after 5 long years, he was still only capable of fighting the southern frontier war god to a standstill? Soon, 10 moves had passed, yet Poison Dragon had gained no advantage over Shen Ye. His face darkened with frustration. After all, he had just boasted that he would slay the southern frontier war god within 10 moves. Clang! As blades clashed once more, both combatants instinctively halted their attacks, locking eyes in mutual recognition. Poison Dragon's gaze toward Shen Ye had shifted from initial contempt to solemn gravity. Shen Ye's gaze toward Poison Dragon, however, remained as cold as ever. I never imagined that after 5 years of arduous training, I would still only manage a draw against you. I've always been a man of my word. Since 10 moves have passed, you may go. I'll spare your life. Poison Dragon declared. Truth be told, his words carried a hint of unease. From their earlier clash, he could tell that if they continued fighting, he would inevitably be the one to lose. After all, Shen Ye was younger than him, and his recovery abilities were undoubtedly superior. His offer wasn't born of kindness. Knowing defeat was certain, he spoke these words merely to salvage a shred of dignity. Oof. I thought 5 years of arduous cultivation had made your prowess terrifying. Is this all you've got? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Poison Dragon's face twisted with displeasure at Shen Ye's words. Enough with the pretense. You know perfectly well that even if we fought on, you couldn't possibly defeat me. Since I'm offering you a way out, just take it. If you insist on continuing, I have hundreds of fully armed mercenaries waiting. While they might not kill you, severely injuring you is certainly within their capabilities. I think you've misunderstood, Shen Ye said with amusement. Fighting you earlier was merely a warm-up. From here on, I'll be putting in a bit more effort. Hope you can handle it. Stop bragging. If you truly had the strength to defeat me, you wouldn't be hiding like a coward in the southern frontier, afraid to show your face. Poison Dragon sneered contemptuously. Chapter 131, Massacre. Poison Dragon had no idea that Shen Ye had only come for him now precisely because Shen Ye hadn't been in the southern frontier all along. That's why he'd been allowed to run around for over a day. Otherwise, he'd already be a pile of ashes. Why don't we find out? Shen Ye said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Poison Dragon, his long sword slashing toward the dragon's throat. Poison Dragon gasped in shock, hastily blocking with his broadsword. Clang! Yet the next instant, Poison Dragon's face twisted in horror. Shen Ye's sword had pierced straight through Poison Dragon's blade. The icy sharp tip now drove relentlessly toward his throat. Fortunately, Poison Dragon reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Yet Shen Ye's blade still left a bloody gash upon his neck. Simultaneously, Shen Ye lunged forward, driving his knee into Poison Dragon's abdomen. Instantly, Poison Dragon's face drained of color as his body flew backward through the air. A spray of blood mist erupted from his mouth as he was hurled over 10 meters, sliding another 7 or 8 meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing this, all the mercenaries were stunned. It turned out the war god of the southern frontier hadn't been boasting, he truly hadn't been using his full strength before. Now that he had unleashed his full power, their captain couldn't even withstand a single strike. The Poison Dragon on the ground performed a sudden somersault, springing back up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his face darkening to a terrifying grimace. Though his expression now appeared calm, his inner world was a raging storm. He never imagined the war god of the southern frontier would grow so rapidly. 5 years ago, they had fought to a standstill.
He had trained relentlessly for 5 years, convinced he could now easily defeat the war god. Instead, he found himself utterly crushed.
What kind of monster was this? You win. Let's call it quits here.
Poison Dragon said grimly. Though he hated to admit it, he had no choice but to concede.
End it here? Are you being a bit too delusional? You killed Captain Wang, and you think ending it with that's enough will suffice? Shen Ye asked with a cold laugh. What more do you want? Poison Dragon demanded, his face darkening. Paying blood for blood, of course. Ha! You dare kill me? Do you even have the strength? I have 700 or 800 fully armed mercenaries here.
At my command, their machine guns will turn you into a honeycomb in an instant. Even if you truly have the ability to kill me and my men, don't forget our Venom Sting mercenary corps has tens of thousands more. If they learn the southern frontier war god killed me, they'll stop at nothing to avenge me and retaliate against your entire southern frontier. Venom Dragon said with a smug grin. He believed the southern frontier war god would surely hesitate after hearing his words.
Though the southern frontier possessed 1 million warriors who feared his mercenary corps, those soldiers couldn't leave their territory.
Doing so would be deemed an invasion by other nations, sparking a full-scale war. His mercenary corps, however, operated free from such constraints.
They could roam the borders of Nanjing, specifically targeting isolated groups for elimination.
The southern frontier war god wasn't a fool, he'd surely grasp this logic. You've reminded me if I kill you, your mercenary organization will undoubtedly harass my southern soldiers.
Shen Ye nodded, finding Poison Dragon's reasoning sound. Since you've already considered the consequences, that's best. Saves me the trouble of explaining further.
Poison Dragon said with a smug look.
You may have misunderstood me.
What I meant was that after eliminating you, I'll need to pay a visit to the headquarters of your Venom Sting mercenary group. I intend to wipe out every last member of your organization to cut the grass and uproot it completely.
Shen Ye stated coldly.
Poison Dragon's expression darkened at Shen Ye's words. He hadn't expected the southern frontier war god to be this mad beyond measure. His Venomous Thorns mercenary corps recruited retired special forces from various nations. Their combat prowess far surpassed ordinary soldiers by tenfold. For the southern frontier war god to declare he would annihilate his entire Venom Sting mercenary group, wasn't that just a madman's fantasy? Unless he mobilized the southern frontier's million-strong army, but that was impossible.
No nation would tolerate 1 million soldiers invading its territory.
Since you're so hell-bent on killing me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Venom Dragon said coldly. With that, he bellowed at his mercenaries, brothers, open fire.
Turn the southern frontier war god into a honeycomb.
At Poison Dragon's command, the mercenaries wasted no time. They immediately raised their machine guns and unleashed a hail of bullets toward Shen Ye.
Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense barrage of sound erupted.
Seeing this, Shen Ye's lips curled into a sneer. His long sword swung through the air, its blade flashing.
Clang! Bullets rained down like a storm, yet every single one was sliced cleanly by Shen Ye's blade.
Witnessing this spectacle, the mercenaries were stunned. Even Poison Dragon's face twisted with horror. He knew he couldn't achieve such feats.
Is this even human? How could a human be so terrifying?
At this moment, even if someone claimed Shen Ye was a god descended from heaven, they would believe it without hesitation. As the men stood utterly dumbfounded, Shen Ye stomped his foot hard against the ground. Every bullet that had landed near him was sent flying upward by the shockwave.
Then, with a sweeping motion of his sword, those ricocheting bullets suddenly seemed to come alive, hurtling back toward the mercenaries at breakneck speed. Thud! Ah!
A series of agonized screams erupted. In the blink of an eye, over half the mercenary squad lay dead or wounded.
The remaining mercenaries, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, were petrified with fear.
They stood frozen in place, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. In that moment, Shen Ye became a god of slaughter. Wherever his sword cut, a shower of blood erupted. By the time the mercenaries regained their senses, the original 700 or 800 had dwindled to a mere 100. Screaming in utter terror, they discarded their armor and fled in panic.
Even Poison Dragon, abandoning all dignity, turned and fled.
At that moment, his mind was devoid of any fighting spirit, consumed solely by the urge to escape this terrifying place.
But how could Shen Ye let them escape? He swiftly closed the distance, chasing after the fleeing figures.
With each swing of his blade, another head rolled to the ground. In less than half a minute, Shen Ye had slaughtered every fleeing mercenary. Poison Dragon, possessing formidable strength, had vanished long before. But Shen Ye felt no urgency.
He might outrun them today, but not forever.
Poison Dragon's escape meant nothing more than fleeing back to the spiked mercenary corps' headquarters, hoping to use the other mercenaries for protection. And Shen Ye was already planning to pay their headquarters a visit to utterly annihilate the Venom Sting mercenary corps. Shen Ye returned to his vehicle, pulled out his phone, and called Chen Long, instructing him to fly a helicopter to pick him up. Their destination, the Venom Sting mercenary group's headquarters.
Chapter 132, The Wrath of Young Master Yang. Less than half an hour after Shen Ye hung up, 5 helicopters arrived, hovering low overhead.
Immediately after, Shenlong and the other commanders leaped out of the helicopters. Of the 11 commanders, only 10 arrived, as one had to remain behind in the southern border. The 10 commanders who leapt from the helicopters were all visibly agitated. After over 3 years, they could finally fight side by side with their leader again, a moment they had long anticipated. Shen Ye had summoned the commanders not because he feared the over 10,000 mercenaries of the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps, but because their sheer numbers posed a risk. If he acted alone, some might slip through the cracks. That was precisely why Shen Ye had summoned these commanders to wipe out the Viper mercenary group completely, leaving not a single one behind. Only then could he eliminate any lingering threats. Shenlong, send someone to cut off Poison Wolf's head. When the time comes, I'll carry both Poison Wolf and Poison Dragon's heads back to Qingzhou. I'll bury their skulls beside Captain Wang's tombstone, forcing them to repent before him for all eternity.
Shen Ye ordered Shenlong.
Yes, sir. Shenlong responded respectfully before dispatching a subordinate to retrieve Poison Wolf's head from his corpse. Afterward, Shen Ye boarded the helicopter with 10 Zodiac commanders, heading toward the headquarters of the Rat Kingdom's Venomous Thorns Mercenary Corps.
Qingzhou.
After leaving young Master Yang's place, the thugs first headed to the Four Delights restaurant.
Finding it closed, they proceeded directly to Wang Xueting's residence. They arrived at Wang Xuetong's doorstep but didn't rush inside.
Worried Shen Ye might still be nearby, they lingered around her residence for a long time. Only after confirming Shen Ye's absence did their courage grow, and they stormed into Wang Xuetong's home with brash determination.
At that moment, Wang Xuetong and Xiao Xuelian were inside the house setting up a memorial altar for Wang Xixi. When Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian saw the thugs storming in, their faces paled. How dare you? My father's comrade spared your lives yesterday out of kindness, yet you show no remorse and come causing trouble again. Don't you fear my father's comrade shooting you dead?
Wang Xueting steeled her nerves, shielding her mother behind her back as she glared defiantly at the thugs. Though the thugs had broken an arm that had only recently been set, they were still burly men. The two women, with their feeble strength, were no match for such toughs. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, the thugs' faces twisted into vicious grins. Don't try to scare us with that soldier guy. We're not afraid of him at all, one of the punks sneered. He dared say this only because he was certain Shen Ye wasn't present. Otherwise, even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare utter such words in front of Shen Ye. Yesterday you were pissing yourselves in fear, and now you claim you're not scared? Wang Xueting sneered. Hearing Wang Xueting bring up their humiliating incident, the thugs instantly flew into a rage. One of them snarled, "Stop wasting time with them. Just grab her." As the thugs' words fell, the others' faces darkened with menace as they charged straight toward Xiao Xuelian. Seeing this, Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian were startled. They quickly grabbed chairs and hurled them at the thugs. The thugs dodged the flying chairs, then lunged forward, landing several slaps across Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian's faces. The force of the blows knocked Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian off their feet, sending them crashing to the floor. But the thugs showed no mercy. Two of them grabbed Xiao Xuelian by the hair and dragged her toward the door. Wang Xueting struggled to her feet, trying to rescue her mother, only to be kicked hard in the stomach by one of the thugs. She crashed back to the floor with a thud. Cradling her stomach, she curled up on the floor like a shrimp, her face contorted into a grimace from the searing pain. Yang Xiao taking a liking to you and making you his girlfriend is your honor. Countless women would kill for a chance to be his girlfriend, yet you insist on playing hard to get. I'll be damned if I don't see how long you can keep up this act. Young Master Yang said that if you want to save your mother, you'd better clean yourself up properly and go find him at the Yang residence. The thug spat out the words before dragging Xiao Xuelian out of the room with his henchmen. They piled into a car and sped off toward the Yang residence. Only after the thugs had been gone for a long while did Wang Xueting, lying on the ground, finally catch her breath. With great effort, she struggled to her feet. After getting up, Wang Xueting fumbled for the business card Shen Ye had given her. She had intended to call Shen Ye for help. After all, she was just a vulnerable woman. Faced with this situation, she truly didn't know what to do. The only thing she could think of was to seek help from Shen Ye. But as she held the card, hesitation washed over her. She remembered that the Yang family was one of Qingzhou's most prominent clans, brimming with skilled practitioners. She feared that calling Shen Ye might only endanger him. With that thought, Wang Xueting slipped the card back into her pocket. She then left her home immediately, hailed a taxi on the street, and headed straight for the Yang residence. This was her mother. Even if it meant walking into a den of tigers and dragons, she had to go and rescue her. Half an hour later. The Yang residence. Young Master Yang stared down at Xiao Xuelian, bound tightly on the floor, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. "Aunt Xiao, I truly wish things weren't this way. Blame your daughter for not knowing her place. It's her honor that I, young Master Yang, took an interest in her." Yang Chen crouched down and spoke these words to Xiao Xuelian on the floor. Pa! However, Xiao Xuelian was fiercely defiant. She spat directly in Yang Chen's face. Yang Chen wiped the spit from his face, his expression darkening to the extreme. Smack! Yang Chen swung his hand back and delivered a hard slap across Zhou Shuelian's face. You insolent, you really think I won't hit you? Put. Yet Zhou Shuelian spat again, landing another mouthful of saliva on Yang Chen's face. Damn it, you're asking for it. This time, Yang Chen was completely enraged. He stood up and delivered a vicious kick straight to Zhou Shuelian's face, sending blood gushing from her nose. Beat her to death. Yang Chen roared at the thugs. Young Master Yang, now that her husband is dead, death itself doesn't scare her anymore. I've got an idea that we can make her wish she were dead. One of the thugs grinned lewdly. Chapter 133, Utter Shamelessness. Yeah, young Master Yang, you still need her to pressure Wang Shueting into compliance. Killing her now would just play into her hands. Let's hear what Maizi has to suggest, another thug interjected. Hearing the thug's words, Yang Chen finally calmed down. He looked at the first thug who had spoken and asked, Go on. What's this brilliant plan to make her wish she were dead? If it's good enough, I'll reward you handsomely. Hearing this, the thug cast a glance at Zhou Shuelian's curvaceous form lying on the ground. A flash of greed lit his eyes as he said. Zhou Shuelian might be a bit older, but she's got plenty of feminine charm. Why not let us have her, young Master Yang? We'll make sure she experiences ecstasy beyond belief in our beds. Hearing this, the other thug's eyes lit up. Their greedy gazes began to roam freely over Zhou Shuelian's body without restraint. Indeed, though in her late 30s, Zhou Shuelian maintained herself well. Her curvaceous figure and charming face rivaled those of girls in their 20s. Most importantly, she radiated a unique, mature femininity. Zhou Shuelian's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Are you even human? You're worse than animals. Zhou Shuelian cried out in panic, struggling desperately. Upon hearing the thug's words, Yang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister grin. Clearly, the punk's suggestion was right up his alley. That's actually a brilliant idea. Honestly, this woman might be a bit older, but she's kept herself in great shape. You guys have got me tempted. Forget about such a prime specimen, I'm keeping her for myself. TSK. Just the thought of having both mother and daughter in my bed later, at my mercy to play with, made my heart race uncontrollably. Yang Chen spoke with a face full of fantasies, his mind already painting vivid pictures of the mother and daughter serving him together. A faint smile crept onto his lips. You beast. Worse than a beast. That's what those punks were thinking right now. They'd originally planned to snatch Zhou Shuelian back from young Master Yang, just for a bit of fun among themselves. But this bastard? He wasn't about to let either mother or daughter off the hook. Of course, these punks dared not voice their thoughts aloud. Young Master Yang, after you're done with her, could you spare Zhou Shuelian for us brothers to have a go? We're pretty hungry for her body too. One of the punks tentatively asked. Of course. As long as you remain loyal to me, when I eat the meat, I won't forget to let you have a taste of the broth. Yang Chen chuckled. Thanks, young Master Yang. Young Master Yang is awesome. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the thugs rejoiced and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Disgraceful. Vile. You're nothing but a pack of beasts. May you all die miserable deaths. Zhou Shuelian's face flushed crimson with humiliation as she hurled insults at the shameless men. What's this act of purity? When your daughter arrives, I guarantee you'll be in ecstasy on my bed. You might even compete with her for my favor. Yang Chen said to Zhou Shuelian with a wicked grin. Dream on. I'd rather die than let you have your way. Zhou Shuelian roared in fury. As the words left her lips, a resolute glint flashed in Zhou Shuelian's eyes. Quick, stop her. She's going to bite her tongue to death. Yang Chen shouted urgently. Hearing Yang Chen's words, a thug swiftly delivered a vicious punch to Zhou Shuelian's abdomen. The pain made her mouth open wide. Seizing the moment, the thug shoved a cloth into her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Mum. With her mouth stuffed, Zhou Shuelian could only emit muffled sounds. But her eyes clearly conveyed her curses directed at those people's ancestors. Let go of my mom. Just then, Wang Shueting burst into the room from outside. Seeing Zhou Shuelian's pitiful state, her eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Yang Chen, her face twisted with fury. Wang Shueting had been able to reach this place unimpeded because Yang Chen had tipped off her family's guards beforehand. You got here pretty fast, huh? Yang Chen sneered coldly at the furious Wang Shueting. Since the mask had already been torn away, Yang Chen saw no need to continue pretending. He revealed his true colors directly before Wang Shueting. Yang Chen, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I must have been blind to agree to be your girlfriend. Wang Shueting glared at him, her face flushed with fury. You filthy, what are you playing at pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me? It's your privilege that I, young Master Yang, even noticed you. Yang Chen sneered coldly at Wang Shueting. Oof. I'd rather not have such an honor. Release my mother immediately, or else my father's comrade won't let you off the hook, Wang Shueting retorted with utter disdain. Your dad's comrades?
You really think highly of him, huh? A lowly soldier?
Yang Chen, couldn't care less about him.
If he doesn't show up, fine. But if he dares to come, I'll make sure he dies a miserable death. Yang Chen sneered with contempt. You.
Wang Shueting had intended to intimidate Yang Chen with Shen Ye's name, but his complete lack of fear left her at a loss for words. If you'd just agreed to get back together with me, things wouldn't have escalated to this point.
Blame yourself for acting all high and mighty. You have no one to blame but yourself. Yang Chen said indifferently. Hearing his words, Wang Shuetong's expression shifted. Release my mother, and I'll agree to get back together with you. Wang Shuetong declared.
To save her mother, Wang Shueting had no choice but to reconcile with Yang Chen.
There was no other way. Ha! Only now you want to get back together? Too late.
I'll tell you straight now, I'm not just going to sleep with you, I'm going to sleep with your mother too.
You both like to play games, right? Well, I'll get you both into bed together.
I'm dying to see how wild you'll get once you're in my bed.
Yang Chen sneered. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Shueting's face turned pale. She never imagined Yang Chen could be so depraved. Whoa! At that moment, Zhou Xuelian let out a series of anxious whimpers, seemingly urging Wang Shueting to ignore her and flee immediately. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, you're trying to get her to run, right? Yang Chen shot Zhou Xuelian a dismissive glance. Once you're in the Yang family's territory, do you really think you can just walk away?
As Yang Chen finished speaking, the thugs immediately positioned themselves at the doorway to prevent Wang Shueting from escaping.
Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You wanted to use your father's comrades to intimidate me, didn't you? Well, I'll give you that chance right now. Go ahead and call your father's comrade. I'll see if he has the guts to come to the Yang family to save you. Yang Chen sneered at Wang Shueting. Chapter 134, Everyone Becomes an Enemy. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Shuetong didn't want Shen Ye to risk himself for her and her daughter.
But she truly had no other options. She could only take out her phone and Shen Ye's business card, then dial his number.
However, after Wang Shueting dialed the number, the call connected but went unanswered. It wasn't that Shen Ye didn't want to answer Wang Shueting's call. He was currently aboard a helicopter, and the deafening roar of the engines drowned out the ringing entirely. What? No answer? Yang Chen watched with smug satisfaction as Wang Shueting tucked her phone away. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, that soldier must know they attacked my men. He only dared act so brazenly because I wasn't there. The reason he's not answering your call now is because he fears me, fears our Yang family. He can't afford to cross us. If you still want him to help you, you've picked the wrong person. Instead of pinning your hopes on your father's comrade in arms to save you, you'd be better off figuring out how to work with your mother later to please me. As long as you make me happy, I won't shortchange either of you. Yang Chen said with a smug expression. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Shueting's face instantly fell with disappointment. Thinking about it, how could her father's comrade risk offending the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans, just for her and her mother? She'd clearly been overthinking things. You want me and my mom to serve you? You can dream on. I'd rather die than do that. Wang Shueting retorted. Ha, that's not up to you. Yang Chen replied coldly. With that, he ordered the thugs. Tie her up. Take her and her mother to my room. At his command, the thugs grinned wickedly, immediately stepping forward to bind Wang Shueting. Then, several of them hoisted both Wang Shueting and Zhou Xuelian onto their shoulders and headed toward young Master Yang's quarters. Just as Yang Chen was about to follow them back to the room, someone rushed in from outside and respectfully reported to him, Young Master Yang, the master requests your presence in the council hall. The second young lady of the Zhao family from Zhengzhou has arrived. Disappointment flashed across Yang Chen's face at the news. The second young lady of the Zhao family was, of course, Zhao Kur. With the Zhao family's second young miss present, Yang Chen had no choice but to suppress the rising flames of desire within him. After all, business came first. His father had invited Zhao Kur from Central Plains under the guise of partnership, but their true objective was for Yang Chen to win her over and become the Zhao family's son-in-law. Keep a close eye on both of them, Yang Chen instructed the thugs emerging from the room. Don't let them slip away. I have business to attend to and must step out. With that, Yang Chen strode purposefully toward the Yang family's council hall. Rat Nation. At the headquarters of the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps, a helicopter hovered low overhead. Its door swung open, and a disheveled Venom Dragon leaped out. Welcome back, Commander. A patrol of mercenaries on base duty shouted respectfully to Poison Dragon. Transmit my orders, all mercenary members, enter level 1 alert status. Venom Dragon commanded. Hearing his words, the mercenaries' expressions immediately darkened. Level 1 alert? This was an order reserved for when the base itself came under attack. Could it be that someone so reckless dared to attack the headquarters of the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps? Confused though they were, the mercenaries quickly snapped to attention and scattered to relay Commander Poison Dragon's orders. As the order spread throughout the Venom Sting Mercenary Corps, the headquarters instantly plunged into a tense state of alert.
Countless mercenaries took up sniper positions from all directions, their hands gripping various machine guns.
Tank after tank rumbled out of the armory.
Watching thousands of mercenaries converge, along with 7 or 8 tanks, a smug look spread across Poison Dragon's face. At this moment, he actually found himself hoping Shen Ye would pursue them here. If Shen Ye dared to come, Poison Dragon was utterly confident that with a single command, he could obliterate Shen Ye, leaving not a trace behind. At Poison Dragon's command, the mercenaries scattered to find cover. Even the tanks were partially concealed by the troops. Before long, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky as 5 helicopters approached from the east. Soon, the helicopters hovered over the Stinger Mercenary Corps' headquarters before slowly descending. When they were just 10 meters above the ground, Shen Ye and the 10 Zodiac commanders leaped directly from the helicopters, landing on the open plaza of the Stinger headquarters.
Ha! Southern Frontier War God, you actually have the guts to chase me to my own headquarters? Do you really think a handful of men like you can destroy my Venom Stinger Mercenary Corps?
Venom Dragon strode forward 2 steps, laughing triumphantly at Shen Ye.
Keep that smile.
I hope it's still plastered on your face when you die. Shen Ye shot Poison Dragon a dismissive glance, his voice laced with contempt.
Who dies is yet to be seen. Poison Dragon roared.
As his words echoed, countless mercenaries surged forth from all directions, machine guns raised and aimed squarely at Shen Ye and his men. Several mercenaries even flung open the tank's cover, exposing its blackened barrel, which was now directly aimed at Shen Ye and his group. Seeing this, Shen Ye remained utterly unflustered. He slowly turned his head and said calmly to Qianlong and the others, "Spread out and secure the 8 cardinal directions around the Viper's base. If anyone tries to escape, kill them without mercy."
Yes.
Qianlong and the others responded respectfully before dispersing in all 8 directions toward the Poison Sting headquarters.
Poison Dragon watched the 12 Zodiac commanders disperse without intervention.
In his eyes, it was these southern frontier men who should be fleeing. Heaven offered you a path, yet you refused to walk it.
Hell has no gates, yet you came knocking.
Poison Dragon laughed wildly, his face twisted with mania. So much chatter from a man who's about to die.
How noisy!
Shen Ye barked coldly, drawing his sword from its sheath. Today, I'll show you what it means to have enemies at every turn. With that, Shen Ye's sword slashed directly at the tanks. The blades hadn't even reached their targets, but the sword chi already surged forward. The fierce sword energy, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, slashed toward the tank's gun barrels. Boom! As the sword energy struck the barrels, the steel-forged tubes shattered with a thunderous crack, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Poison Dragon and the mercenaries froze in shock, their faces frozen in utter disbelief.
Chapter 135, Incarnation of the God of Death. This can't be possible.
Poison Dragon muttered to himself, his face frozen in disbelief.
He never imagined a single person could possess such terrifying power.
Only now did Poison Dragon realize that when the Southern Frontier War God had defeated him with a single strike earlier, he still hadn't unleashed his full power. It was at this moment that Poison Dragon began to lose confidence. He realized his 10,000 mercenaries might truly be no match for the Southern Frontier War God.
Fire! Now!
Poison Dragon's face twisted with urgency as he ordered his mercenaries to open fire.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
At Poison Dragon's command, the mercenaries still stunned with gaping mouths finally snapped to attention. They raised their machine guns and unleashed a hail of bullets toward Shen Ye. Machine guns spat out tongues of fire.
A hail of bullets and shells rained down upon Shen Ye.
Seeing this, Shen Ye remained unflinching, his expression serene. His long sword whirled at blinding speed, creating the illusion that he was encircled by countless blades. Every incoming bullet shattered upon contact with the steel blades, scattering harmlessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of bullets piled up around Shen Ye. Witnessing this scene, the mercenaries felt their scalps tingle. Some froze in shock, forgetting to fire, while others gritted their teeth, rose to their feet, and raised their machine guns, unleashing a furious barrage of fire toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye glanced at the bullet pile on the ground and stomped his foot hard. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a colossal force radiated outward from Shen Ye. The bullets piled on the ground were all sent flying. Instantly, Shen Ye executed the sweeping the 8 wildernesses sword technique with his blade, sending countless bullets hurtling out in all directions.
Put! Ah!
In an instant, the Poison Sting headquarters resembled a living hell, filled with spine-chilling screams. Countless mercenaries were struck by the bullets swept out by Shen Ye, collapsing in pools of blood with agonized cries. In that instant, Shen Ye's figure flickered as he swiftly closed in on the mercenaries' positions. Fierce sword chi swept out in waves, each strike capable of slaying a dozen or even dozens of mercenaries. The sword chi sliced through iron like mud. Arms, heads, torsos, legs, any part that touched the blade was instantly severed. Even more horrifying, a significant number had half their heads cleaved off by the sword chi. The entire Venom Sting headquarters resembled a living hell, littered with severed limbs and limbs. The mercenaries' agonizing, heart-wrenching screams filled the air without cease. In less than 2 minutes, the mercenaries had completely lost their will to fight, their hearts filled with the urge to retreat.
This isn't human. That was the thought echoing in every mercenary's mind.
Seeing the mercenaries' morale completely shattered, with some already beginning to retreat, Venom Dragon grew frantic. He drew his long sword and sliced those retreating soldiers clean in half. Not a single man retreats an inch, or face death. After slaying several retreating mercenaries, Poison Dragon bellowed. "Captain, it's not that we don't want to fight, but he's not human. Our bullets don't even scratch him." "How are we supposed to fight this?" one mercenary stammered, trembling with fear.
"What are you afraid of?
No matter how formidable a man is, he'll eventually exhaust his strength. Once we wear him down, he'll be as helpless as fish on a platter at our mercy."
Are all 10,000 mercenaries of the venomous Sting Corps useless drunks who can't even take down a single man?
Venom Dragon roared, his face twisted with fury. Hearing Poison Dragon's words, the mercenaries regained some fighting spirit.
They knew their commander was right, even the strongest man would eventually tire.
They had tens of thousands of mercenaries at their disposal. Even if each of them spat just once, it would be enough to drown him.
"Heh, Poison Dragon, is that all you've got? Only capable of making your men fight for you while you cowardly hide behind them, afraid to face me in battle?"
Shen Ye swung his sword, slaying mercenaries as he spoke with utter contempt toward Poison Dragon. Poison Dragon's expression shifted upon hearing Shen Ye's words, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He yearned to charge forward and fight Shen Ye until the sky turned dark and the earth shook, but what could he possibly use to fight Shen Ye?
He knew himself well enough.
If he dared charge forward, the southern frontier war god would cleave him in two with a single stroke. Since you choose to hide like a coward, then watch closely. Witness how I wipe your venomous Sting mercenary corps off the face of the earth. After tossing that remark, Shen Ye paid no further attention to Poison Dragon, his movements growing ever more ruthless. He could have charged straight in, capturing the king to subdue the bandits, but Shen Ye saw no need. Those 10,000 mercenaries held no real weight in his eyes. He intended to make Poison Dragon watch helplessly as he systematically slaughtered every last mercenary in his ranks, forcing him to await his own death in terror.
This torment was far more agonizing than a swift execution.
10 minutes passed, and the Venom Spine headquarters had become a sea of corpses and blood, bodies piled high like mountains, rivers of blood flowing everywhere. By now, over half of the Venom Sting mercenary group's 10,000 soldiers had been killed or wounded. Those who remained alive had completely lost their will to fight. They abandoned their machine guns and fled for their lives. Though Poison Dragon had already cut down dozens of mercenaries, it couldn't stop their desperate flight. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. At that moment, the 10 Zodiac commanders guarding the venomous Stinger's stronghold from all directions watched Shen Ye, transformed into a god of slaughter within the camp, their blood boiling with excitement. They had been sharpening their blades, their hands itching with impatience, eager to charge in and slaughter to their heart's content. But now, seeing the mercenaries pouring out from all directions, they burst into laughter, a hearty, joyful laugh. At last, they could slaughter to their heart's content. Almost simultaneously, the 12 Zodiac commanders launched their assault, unleashing a bloody massacre upon the surging mercenaries. Within the headquarters, Shen Ye watched the mercenaries flee without bothering to pursue them. He simply raised his sword and stepped toward Poison Dragon.
"No, no, don't kill me. I swear, I'll never dare to harass the southern border again. Please spare me. I truly don't want to die." Toxic Dragon stared at Shen Ye, enveloped in murderous intent, his terror reaching its peak. He stumbled backward, pleading desperately. "Ha? You don't want to die? Did Captain Wang want to die? Did he have a wife and daughter waiting for him to come home? When you ordered Poison Wolf to kill him, did you ever consider whether he wanted to die?" Shen Ye sneered coldly. I know I was wrong. I'll never kill innocents again. Please, spare me." Poison Dragon trembled.
"Heh, save those words for later. Tell them to Captain Wang himself. See if he'll forgive you."
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
As he finished speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed toward Poison Dragon's neck.
Chapter 136, Eradicating the Venomous Thorns.
As the icy blade swept toward his throat, a fierce glint flashed in Poison Dragon's eyes. His body erupted with force, a flash of cold steel streaking toward Shen Ye's chest. This was his final desperate gambit. Yet Shen Ye seemed to have anticipated this. With a mere tilt of his body, he evaded the cold blade. His own sword followed through with a swift slash, cleanly severing Poison Dragon's head. Next, Shen Ye reached out, grabbed the hair on Poison Dragon's head, and held his severed head in his hand. Next, Shen Ye grabbed a piece of clothing from the Poison Dragon's collapsing body, yanking it off forcefully to wrap around the severed head. With the head securely wrapped, Shen Ye turned and sprinted off in one direction, his grip tight on the severed head. Only several seconds after Shen Ye had turned and departed did the headless body of Poison Dragon thud to the ground.
Shen Ye arrived first at Snake's location. He knew well the capabilities of his subordinates, the 12 Zodiac commanders, and Snake possessed the weakest strength.
Thus, he rushed to her aid first to help clear out the mercenaries who had broken through.
Half an hour later, the battlefield was completely cleared.
Not a single mercenary from the Poison Sting mercenary group remained. Every last one had been slaughtered.
By the time the last mercenary fell, the 10 Zodiac commanders were drenched in blood. Fortunately, though drenched in blood, none of it was their own. After eliminating all the mercenaries, Shen Ye ordered the 10 Zodiac commanders to loot the Venom Sting mercenary group's assets, intending to use them to supplement the living standards of the southern frontier soldiers. After clearing the battlefield, Shen Ye boarded a helicopter with the 10 Zodiac commanders and returned to the southern frontier. Only upon returning to the southern frontier did Shen Ye find time to check his phone. To his surprise, he discovered several missed calls from Wang Xueting. Seeing Wang Xueting's missed calls, Shen Ye couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that she and her mother had run into some trouble? He immediately called back, only to hear the automated message, "The number you have dialed is turned off." Listening to the dial tone on the phone, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. Captain Wang was already dead. If he couldn't protect his wife and daughter now, he would truly be letting Captain Wang down. With that thought, Shen Ye immediately called Mao Tu, instructing him to head to Xixi restaurant in Wang Xixi's home to check if anything had happened to Wang Xuetings and her daughter. After hanging up, Shen Ye didn't even bother to say goodbye to Chen Long and the others. He grabbed the severed heads of Poison Wolf and Poison Dragon and boarded the helicopter bound for Qingzhou. Qingzhou, Yang Family Council Hall. 5 figures sat within the assembly hall: Yang Hai, head of the Yang family, alongside his son Yang Chen Zhang Shihao, head of the Zhang family, and the 2 daughters of the Zhao family from Central Plains, Zhao Kur and Zhao Shui. As for Zhang Changming, the eldest son of the Zhang family, his absence from the meeting was due to Shen Ye kicking him in the groin, leaving him hospitalized. The Zhang and Yang families had invited the 2 Zhao daughters to Qingzhou primarily for 2 reasons. First, the Zhang and Yang families harbored ambitions to ally with the Zhao family of Central Plains and suppress the other top-tier families of Qingzhou.
Second, they intended for their sons to marry the Zhao sisters, becoming the Zhao family's prized sons-in-law. At this moment, the head of the Yang family wore a broad, triumphant smile. His son, Yang Chen, had made an excellent impression before the Zhao sisters, humble, courteous, and articulate. He could see the sisters were quite taken with Yang Chen. In contrast, the head of the Zhang family wore a distinctly sour expression. He had originally agreed with the head of the Yang family that once the Zhao family's 2 daughters arrived, the sons of both families would each choose one of the daughters and use their skills to win them over. But unexpectedly, just 2 days prior, his son, Zhang Changming, had been utterly humiliated by some unknown upstart from Qingzhou, his testicles shattered, leaving him completely unfit to be a man. How could he possibly win over the Zhao family's daughter now? What infuriated Zhang Shihao most was that he had intended to avenge his son by tearing the person who had crushed his son's testicles to pieces. But no matter how much he pressed Zhang Changming, the boy refused to reveal the identity of his assailant. Zhang Changming kept insisting that he was keeping his father from seeking revenge for his own good, because the Zhang family couldn't possibly afford to cross that person. Zhang Shihao watched Yang Chen conversing cheerfully with the 2 Zhao daughters, his eyes burning with jealousy. "Miss Xiao, second Miss Xiao," Yang Hai addressed Zhao Kur and Zhao Shui, "I trust my son, Yang Chen, has explained our Zhang-Yan alliance proposal to you both. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kur and Zhao Shui exchanged glances. Then Zhao Shui looked at Yang Hai and said, "Following your plan, we could indeed absorb the other top families in Qingzhou within a few months. However, head of the Yang family, I feel the distribution of benefits isn't quite fair." Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Yang Hai was unsurprised. He smiled and said, "Then, according to Miss Zhao's suggestion, how should we distribute the profits? Head Zhang, head Yang, you're asking our Zhao family to invest 80 billion, yet you're only offering us a 30% share of the profits. I find that highly unreasonable. Allow me to propose an alternative distribution. Consider this. Our Zhao family contributes 80 billion, no problem. But we demand 60% of the profits. The remaining 40% will be split evenly between your Zhang and Yang families," Zhao Shui declared, her expression haughty. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the heads of the Zhang and Yang families both couldn't help but darken their expressions. The Zhao family alone wants 60% of the profits? This was unacceptable to the heads of the Zhang and Yang families, as it severely exceeded their bottom line. Their bottom line was an equal split among the Zhang, Yang, and Zhao families. "Miss Zhao, this profit distribution seems rather unreasonable, wouldn't you agree? According to our 2 families' plan, with sufficient capital, swallowing half of Qingzhou's entire industry would be no problem. You're only responsible for providing the funds, yet you want to take 60% of the profits? You must understand, if we sought investment from other families in Zhengzhou, the outcome would be identical," Zhang Shihao remarked, his expression sour. "Oh? If you wish to seek investment from other families, I won't stand in your way. That's your prerogative. However, I've already brought the 80 billion yuan investment. Since you no longer require my capital, I'll simply seek investment from several other top-tier families instead," Zhao Shui stated. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the patriarchs of the Zhang and Yang families turned ashen. If Zhao Shui truly invested that 80 billion into other families, their Zhang and Yang clans would be finished.
Chapter 137, The Yang Family is Courting Death.
Dad, maybe we should just agree to her allocation demands for now. At that moment, Yang Chen leaned close to Yang Hai's ear and whispered softly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Hai looked at him with confusion, waiting for an explanation. Dad, from my earlier conversation with the Zhao sisters, I noticed that second Miss Zhao Kor has quite a favorable impression of me. If I put in a little more effort, I should be able to win her over before long. Once I become the Zhao family's son-in-law, half of their fortune will belong to me.
Why should we sweat the small stuff now? Yang Chen reasoned.
Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Hai paused, then pondered carefully before asking, how certain are you of winning her over?
10 out of 10. Yang Chen declared with absolute confidence.
Nodding at Yang Chen's assurance, Yang Hai turned to Zhang Shihao and said, Mr. Zhang, perhaps we should proceed this way? If Miss Zhao invests 80 billion elsewhere, not only would our families gain nothing, but we might even face the risk of being swallowed up.
Zhang Shihao's eyes flickered uncertainly at Yang Hai's words.
He understood perfectly why Yang Hai had agreed so readily. But he had no other choice. After all, what Yang Hai said was true. If Zhao Shui invested the 80 billion into another top-tier family, it would be the Zhang and Yang families who suffered the consequences.
Though deeply resentful, Zhang Shihao gritted his teeth and nodded. Then let's wish ourselves a pleasant collaboration.
Hearing Yang Hai and Zhang Shihao's words, a smug smile flashed across Zhao Shui's face as she replied.
Happy cooperation.
After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Zhao Shui and Zhao Kor indicated they would be leaving. Yang Hai offered to have Yang Chen drive Zhao Kor and Zhao Shui back to their residence, an offer Zhao Shui accepted without objection. Yang Chen then selected his favorite sports car from his garage to drive Zhao Shui and Zhao Kor back to the Longquan No. 1 villa complex.
Throughout the ride, Yang Chen actively sought conversation topics to chat with Zhao Kor. Out of politeness, Zhao Kor engaged him in conversation. To Yang Chen, this clearly signaled Zhao Kor's interest in him, filling him with delight.
Soon, Yang Chen drove Zhao Shui and Zhao Kor to the Longquan No. 1 villa complex. After dropping off the two beauties at their residence, Yang Chen didn't suggest taking them anywhere else. He was in a hurry to get back home. Wang Shueting and her daughter were still waiting in his room for him to play with them. After Zhao Kor and Zhao Shui got out and he watched them enter the villa, Yang Chen immediately turned around and floored it back home. At that very moment, Shen Ye had already returned to Qingzhou by helicopter.
Boss, I searched both the Xixi restaurant and Wang Xixi's residence, no sign of Wang Shuetong or her daughter. My investigation confirms it was Yang Chen of the Yang family in Qingzhou who had thugs abduct them to the Yang residence. As soon as Shen Ye stepped off the helicopter, Mao Tu, who had been waiting for some time, approached him. Frowning, he reported to Shen Ye. Hearing Mao Tu's words, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's eyes. He said icily, the Yang family is courting death. Quickly, head to the Yang residence. Shen Ye and Mao Tu got into the car and sped toward the Yang residence. Yang Chen quickly returned home. As soon as he arrived, he didn't even bother to park the car properly, just dumping it haphazardly before rushing out and hurrying toward his room. Young Master Yang.
As he reached his door, several young thugs immediately greeted him respectfully.
Did those two cause any trouble? Yang Chen asked.
They were lively at first, but after we brothers gave them a good beating, they calmed down, one of the thugs replied.
Good work. Once I'm done with them, you'll get your share too. Yang Chen nodded approvingly.
Hearing Yang Chen's words, the thugs were overjoyed. They had thought Yang Chen bestowing Qiu Shuelian upon them would be generous enough, but never imagined young Master Yang would be so magnanimous as to grant them Wang Shueting too.
It felt like manna from heaven. Thank you, young Master Yang. Young Master Yang is so generous.
The thugs hurriedly expressed their gratitude.
Just you wait. Yang Chen tossed out the words before rushing impatiently into the room.
The moment he entered, he saw dried blood still clinging to the corners of Wang Shueting and Qiu Shuelian's mouths. They'd clearly been beaten badly by those punks.
Seeing the mother and daughter, Yang Chen's eyes nearly shot flames.
He strode quickly to Wang Shueting's side, reaching out to tear at the fabric covering her chest.
You bastard, get away from me. Terrified, Wang Shueting struggled desperately, wriggling her body to escape Yang Chen's grasp. Yang Chen, you beast. Let go of my daughter, or I'll haunt you to my dying breath. Qiu Shuelian shouted, her face twisted with fury. Hey, don't act like you're some pure, chaste maiden now. That's just because you haven't tasted my power yet. Once you do, you'll be begging me to favor you.
Yang Chen grinned lewdly. As he spoke, his lecherous hands showed no sign of stopping.
He grabbed the fabric at Wang Shueting's chest and yanked it violently. Rip!
The sound of fabric ripping echoed as Wang Shueting's snow-white skin was exposed.
Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock, his mouth instantly going dry. You bastard, stop this. My father's comrades won't let you off. They'll shoot you dead. Wang Shueting was both terrified and panicked, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight, screaming at the top of her lungs. Ha, still bringing up your father's useless comrade in arms? Don't even talk about whether he dares to come. Even if he really grew a pair and dared to step foot in the Yang family, I'd make sure he never leaves alive. Yang Chen said with utter contempt. Help! Help!
Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Xueting had no choice but to change her plea to help.
Haha, go ahead and scream.
Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you.
Yang Chen said with excitement written all over his face. Boom!
However, just as Yang Chen was about to pounce on Wang Xueting, a tremendous crash echoed from outside, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Yang Chen was genuinely startled by the sudden blast, and even his proud and spirited little brother wilted in fright.
Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian, though startled by the noise, quickly brightened with delight. Could it be Dad's comrades coming to rescue him?
The thought flashed through Wang Xueting's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She hadn't managed to get through to him on the phone earlier. How could he possibly know she'd been captured by Yang Chen?
Chapter 138, Yang Chen's Misfortune. Damn it, what the hell happened?
Yang Chen cursed angrily, his face flushed with rage, and turned to storm out and see what the hell was going on. Just then, a small-time thug burst into the room, panic-stricken, colliding head-on with Yang Chen. Being nearly half a head shorter than Yang Chen, the thug's forehead slammed right into Yang Chen's nose, knocking out a stream of blood.
Damn it! What the hell is wrong with your eyes?
Yang Chen, seething with rage, kicked the thug hard to the ground and yelled.
Young Master Yang, it's bad news. Wang Xishi's two comrades are here.
They crashed their car right through the Yang family's gate. The thug, having taken the kick, dared not retaliate. Instead, he frantically explained in terror.
Hearing the thug's words, Yang Chen froze in shock.
He never imagined Wang Xishi's comrades would actually dare come to the Yang family compound for his wife and daughter and even ram their car through the gate.
What are you panicking for?
This is the Yang family compound. If he dared come here, I'll make sure he never leaves alive.
After a brief moment of shock, Yang Chen's face darkened as he spoke with a sinister edge. Outside the Yang family courtyard,
Shen Ye and Mao Tu had already stepped out of the car. Facing them were over a dozen Yang family guards, surrounding Shen Ye and Mao Tu in a tight circle.
Who are you? Do you know this is the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's foremost clans?
You dared ram your car through our gates.
If you can't give a reasonable explanation, prepare to die. A guard captain, his face twisted with rage, bellowed at Shen Ye and Mao Tu. We rammed your very gates. If you don't want to die, get your young master Yang Chen out here immediately. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to wipe out the entire Yang family.
Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the guard captain's face darkened instantly. He bellowed. What arrogance! Looks like you won't know who you're messing with until you've tasted some pain. Beat them mercilessly. At the captain's command, over a dozen guards swarmed toward Shen Ye and Mao Tu, their expressions vicious, as if they wanted to tear the two men limb from limb. However, these guards were merely ordinary men. Before Shen Ye could even move, Mao Tu had already shielded him from the front. She tilted her head slightly to dodge a club swing, then countered with a punch that slammed into the guard's armpit. Snap! A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed through the air. Ah! The guard let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his shattered arm with his other hand as he writhed in agony on the ground. Witnessing this, the other guards felt a chill run down their spines. They thought, this woman really doesn't hold back. But Mao Tu's move didn't intimidate the dozen or so guards. They still charged at her, clubs raised. Mao Tu reached out, grabbed one of the clubs being swung at her, and with a sudden jerk, flung the guard holding it flying backward. Seizing the club, Mao Tu brought it down with brutal force, smashing it into the skull of an oncoming guard. Thud! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the guard's head split open, blood gushing forth. With each subsequent strike of the club, Mao Tu inevitably dealt severe injuries to a guard's shoulder, arm, or head. In the blink of an eye, all the dozen or so guards lay sprawled beside Mao Tu, clutching their wounds and wailing in agony. Among those present, aside from Shen Ye and Mao Tu, only one person remained standing: the guard captain. His face twisted into an expression of utter dread. He had recognized the ferocious beauty before him as a martial arts master, a foe he stood no chance against. You better not do anything rash. This is the Yang family estate. You can still back down now. Otherwise, when the Yang family's martial arts experts arrive, you'll have no place to bury your bodies. The captain backed away while issuing threats. The guard uttered his threat and immediately turned to seek reinforcements. But as soon as he turned, before he could take 2 steps, he collided head-on with Yang Chen, who had just arrived. Because the guard was slightly taller than Yang Chen's nose slammed directly into the guard's chin. Instantly, the blood that had just stopped flowing from Yang Chen's nose surged forth again. Yang Chen tilted his head back, trying desperately to stem the flow. Inside, he was cursing like a sailor. He couldn't fathom why today had to be so damn unlucky. Young Master Yang, I didn't mean to. The guard immediately recognized Yang Chen and scrambled to apologize, reaching out to help cover the bleeding nose. Slap! Get lost! Yang Chen delivered a vicious slap across the guard captain's face, bellowing, Get lost! The slapped captain could only retreat to the side, bowing obediently with a look of grievance. Yang Chen clutched his nose, his face twisted with fury as he turned to glare at Shen Ye and Mao Tu.
You two are Wang Xueting's father's comrades in arms? Yang Chen asked haughtily.
Indeed, Shen Ye replied coldly.
You two have some nerve. This is the Yang family estate.
Before I lose my temper, kneel down and apologize immediately.
Then cripple both your arms. I might consider sparing your lives. Yang Chen sneered at Shen Ye.
Yet, to Yang Chen's utter shock, the moment his words fell, Shen Ye's figure flickered before his eyes.
In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye stood directly in front of him. You.
Startled, Yang Chen opened his mouth to protest, only to find Shen Ye's hand clamping around his throat. With a swift motion, Shen Ye lifted him off the ground, holding him by his legs.
Crack.
Yang Chen's throat was crushed as Shen Ye hoisted him up, his mouth emitting a series of cracking sounds, his face flushed crimson from the suffocation. Only when Shen Ye saw Yang Chen was nearly suffocating did he release his grip. Yang Chen collapsed like a sack of rotten mud, gasping for breath on the floor. Bring Wang Xueting and her daughter out here immediately. If a single hair on their heads is harmed, I'll take your life.
Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yang Chen dared not defy him.
At least, not until the elite fighters from their clan arrived.
Quick! Quick!
Release Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian. Yang Chen shouted at a small-time thug peering over from a distance.
After barking the order at the thug, Yang Chen shot a knowing glance at the guard captain.
The captain understood immediately, turned on his heel, and hurried off to summon the Yang family's martial arts experts. 2 minutes later, several thugs arrived before Shen Ye and Mao Tu, bringing with them Wang Xueting, now unbound, and Xiao Xuelian.
When Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian saw Shen Ye and Mao Tu, both of them froze in surprise.
They never imagined Shen Ye and Mao Tu would actually come to the Yang family to rescue them.
Chapter 139, Look Down on Women?
Thank you for coming to save me and my mother, Wang Xueting said, her face filled with gratitude as she looked at Shen Ye and Mao Tu.
Don't thank me. If it weren't for your father saving me from certain death multiple times, I'd likely be dead already. What I'm doing is only right, you can consider it repayment for that debt. Shen Ye offered Wang Xueting a faint smile. Hearing Shen Ye's words, a relieved smile spread across Wang Xueting's face.
She felt comforted knowing her father had such a comrade in arms.
But you shouldn't have come here. This is the Yang family estate, one of Qingzhou's most prominent clans. The Yangs aren't people you can afford to provoke. You should leave immediately. Your kindness is enough.
When I die and go to the afterlife, I'll tell my father he had comrades like you too.
Believe me, he'll be happy to have friends like you. Wang Xueting said. Yes, young man, young lady, you must leave now.
Your kindness is deeply appreciated, but the Yang family is truly not something you can afford to provoke.
Xiao Xuelian also urged Shen Ye and Mao Tu to leave quickly.
I already blame myself enough for failing to protect Wang Xixi.
If I let anything happen to you too, how could I ever face Captain Wang? Shen Ye replied.
As he finished speaking, Shen Ye noticed the blood at the corners of their mouths and the torn fabric on Wang Xueting's chest. His gaze shifted to Yang Chen lying on the ground.
His eyes turned icy as he demanded, Did you do this to them? I. Bang. Snap.
Yang Chen tried to speak, but Shen Ye didn't give him a chance. He stomped hard on his chest, sending out a series of sharp cracking sounds.
Ah!
Yang Chen let out a wretched cry, his face turning deathly pale. With just that one kick, at least 5 or 6 ribs in his chest snapped.
Witnessing this, Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian beside him both felt a chill run down their spines. They never imagined Shen Ye would dare to crush Yang Chen's ribs underfoot. This only deepened their anxiety. After all, the Yang family was a first-rate clan in Qingzhou, and Yang Chen was the son of the Yang family patriarch. Now that Shen Ye had crushed Yang Chen's ribs, the Yang family would surely pursue this to the bitter end. You filthy soldier! How dare you break my ribs? The Yang family won't let you off the hook. After a long while, Yang Chen finally recovered from the excruciating pain and snarled at Shen Ye. Ha! Won't let me off?
I told you before, if a single hair on Wang Xueting or her daughter's head is harmed, I'll take your life.
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
As his words ended, his foot slammed down hard onto Yang Chen's chest once more.
Snap. Crack. Ah!
Another crisp snap of breaking bones echoed, followed immediately by Yang Chen's piercing scream, as shrill as a pig being slaughtered. At that very moment, Yang Hai, the head of the Yang family, arrived with several men radiating a fierce aura.
Seeing Yang Chen's pitiful state on the ground, Yang Hai's face darkened to the extreme.
Fury blazing in his eyes, he turned to Shen Ye and demanded through gritted teeth.
Did you beat my son into this state? Yes, it was me. You must be Yang Hai, head of the Yang family?
Shen Ye regarded Yang Hai coldly, his voice detached.
Since you know I'm the head of the Yang family, you still dared to beat my son like this? Do you not respect me or the entire Yang family? Yang Hai said darkly. Then why don't you ask what your son did to deserve this?
With that, Shen Ye pointed at Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian, continuing. Look at them. They are the wives and daughters of heroes.
What did your precious son do to them? If I hadn't arrived in time, what fate would have befallen them?
From the torn fabric on Wang Xueting's chest, Shen Ye could easily guess what young Chen had done to them.
What my son does is none of your business. Yang Hai snapped coldly. Ha, Shen Ye asked with a cold laugh, so by your logic, you intend to shield your son? So what if I do? Don't you know your place? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Yang family? Yang Hai retorted. Ha! Since you refuse to listen to reason, that makes things much simpler.
In that case, the Yang family has no reason to exist. Shen Ye's face twisted into a cold sneer at his own words.
Dad, stop wasting time with him. Have him torn to pieces immediately. I'm in so much pain. Yang Chen snarled from the ground. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Hai nodded and addressed Shen Ye, you talk a big game. Let's see if you have the guts to back it up.
With that, Yang Hai turned to a martial arts expert he'd brought along and ordered, break his limbs first.
Don't kill him just yet.
I want to torture him slowly, so he learns the consequences of opposing the Yang family.
Understood.
A middle-aged man radiating a fierce aura responded, striding toward Shen Ye.
He sneered, would you rather cripple yourself, or shall I do it for you? I advise you to do it yourself.
Otherwise, if I have to do it personally, you'll suffer far more pain.
Shen Ye shot the man a dismissive glance and sneered coldly, you're not even worthy of my touch.
No sooner had Shen Ye finished speaking than Mao Tu appeared before him. She addressed the middle-aged man indifferently, you're not worthy of my brother's attention.
I'll be your opponent.
Seeing Mao Tu step before him, the middle-aged man flashed a look of contempt.
A grown man hiding behind a woman? How pathetic.
Then, turning to Mao Tu, he added, step aside.
I don't like fighting women. Enough with the nonsense.
Mao Tu let out a cold snarl and immediately launched her attack, driving a powerful punch straight at the middle-aged man. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He swung his fist to meet hers, his voice cold as he shouted, since you're asking for it.
Bam! Crack! Ah!
Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, their fists collided violently. The middle-aged man was instantly horrified, his face turning deathly pale. He felt an overwhelming, tyrannical force tearing at his arm. In an instant, a sharp crack of breaking bone echoed, followed by a stark white fragment of bone piercing through the middle-aged man's shoulder.
SSS-tier.
Witnessing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in horror, feeling their scalps tingle. This is too brutal.
Thought you were some big shot? Look down on women, do you?
Mao Tu sneered at the middle-aged man writhing on the ground, moaning in agony.
Chapter 140, Guest Cultivator. Yang Hai and Yang Chen, watching their own expert reduced to this state by a single punch, wore expressions of utter dismay. Yang Chen, in particular, never imagined that a few soldiers could possess such formidable strength. Don't waste time. Come at me all together.
Mao Tu pointed at the other martial arts experts Yang Hai had brought and said indifferently. Hearing Mao Tu's words, the Yang family martial artists' faces darkened.
They never imagined the woman would be so brazen, demanding they all attack together? Wasn't this an insult?
Since she's so eager to die, we'll grant her wish.
Yang Hai declared. Hearing Yang Hai's words, the Yang family experts exchanged glances.
Though they felt it beneath them to gang up on a woman, the family head had spoken. They had no choice but to obey. Immediately, over a dozen martial artists from the Yang family surged toward Mao Tu, unleashing their respective combat techniques in a coordinated assault. But Mao Tu showed no fear. With a flash of movement, she appeared before one of them, grabbed his arm with one hand, and pressed her other hand against her shoulder from behind. Then, with a sudden burst of force, snap! A crisp sound echoed as the man's arm snapped clean off. Next, Mao Tu delivered a vicious karate chop to the back of the man's neck. Instantly, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body collapsed with a thud. Remember, Mao Tu was the kind of fighter who could pin even a 5th-tier Earth-grade expert like Li Yi to the ground and grind him into dust.
The so-called masters of the Yang family?
Their highest cultivation level was merely 6th-tier Xian grade.
Dealing with these Yang family experts was like bullying kindergarten kids to Mao Tu. After taking down one Yang family expert, Mao Tu's figure flickered swiftly, evading their attacks. He then executed a spinning kick mid-air, sending another expert flying over 10 meters with their head jerked to the side. Subsequently, with every punch and palm strike he delivered, another Yang family expert spat blood and flew backward. Even the Yang family's strongest expert, that 6th-tier Xian-level martial artist, was sent flying by Mao Tu's kick. The entire battle lasted less than half a minute, ending with Mao Tu's complete victory. Watching the Yang family masters he had once boasted about being systematically defeated and crippled by Mao Tu, Yang Hai's expression darkened to the extreme. Panic began to show in his eyes. Yang Chen, lying on the ground, watched the scene with a deathly pallor. He never imagined those two soldiers he had looked down upon could be so formidable. Even all the Yang family's experts combined were no match for that single woman. Equally stunned were Wang Xueting and her daughter. Their mouths hung open, their faces frozen in disbelief.
They never imagined Wang Xixie's comrade could be so formidable. A single man had defeated every skilled fighter of the Yang family.
Bring whatever tricks you have left, Shen Ye said coldly to the horrified Yang Hai.
Otherwise, your Yang family will cease to exist from this moment onward. Hearing Shen Ye's icy words, Yang Hai finally snapped out of his shock.
His expression shifted repeatedly before he finally spoke to Shen Ye.
Though my son was in the wrong today, he's already been beaten to this state.
Moreover, all our Yang family masters have suffered severe injuries. Why not let today's events be forgotten? What do you say?
Shen Ye smiled at Yang Hai's words. This Yang Hai really was a master manipulator.
Earlier, he'd thought he could easily control Shen Ye.
When Shen Ye tried to reason with him, he refused to listen. Now that he saw his family was at a disadvantage, he suddenly remembered to talk reason.
Talk about double standards.
Ha! When I tried to reason with you earlier, you played the tough guy.
Since that's the case, I've already made it clear, your Yang family has no reason to exist.
Bring whatever tricks you have to the table now, or you'll lose your chance.
Shen Ye said coldly. Shen Ye knew the Yang family still held a trump card, that eerie old man. The two peculiar old men Shen Ye had encountered at the coffin shop had now become guest revered masters for the Zhang and Yang families respectively. Now, Shen Ye intended to force the Yang family's guest honored elder into the open. He wanted to see just what kind of power this strange old man possessed. Don't push your luck. Yang Hai glared at Shen Ye.
Ha! Overstepping? Coming from the mouth of the Yang family head, that sounds rather awkward to me.
Hasn't your family done more than enough to overstep?
Shen Ye sneered.
Father, why waste words with him? Hurry and send someone to summon our family's guest-honored protector. Our family faces life or death peril, now it's time for him to act. Yang Chen struggled to his feet and urged Yang Hai. Hearing his son's words, Yang Hai nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound.
When Yang Hai had invited that mysterious old man to the Yang family years ago, they had made an agreement. The old man would not intervene unless the Yang family faced a life or death crisis. But now, the Yang family truly stood at the brink of life and death.
Go summon the Yang family's guest revered elder. Yang Hai turned and ordered one of the Yang family members.
Yes.
The man responded promptly and hurried off toward the rear courtyard of the Yang residence.
5 minutes later, the man from the Yang family returned with an old man in tow. At a glance, Shen Ye recognized the old man as one of the two eerie figures he had seen at the coffin shop. The eerie old man clearly recognized Shen Ye as well, visibly startled upon seeing him.
Elder Lin, that woman is incredibly formidable. She defeated every skilled fighter in our Yang family.
Therefore, we can only trouble you, Elder Lin, to intervene now. Yang Hai spoke to the eerie old man with a face plastered with smiles.
Only upon hearing Yang Hai's words did the strange old man withdraw his gaze from Shen Ye and inquire, what has happened?
Well, I'm not entirely sure myself.
Yang Chen, you tell Elder Lin what this is all about. Yang Hai directed at Yang Chen. Yang Chen then recounted the entire sequence of events to Elder Lin in meticulous detail. After listening to Yang Chen's account, the peculiar old man nodded, indicating his understanding.
He then turned his gaze to Shen Ye and said, while the Yang family was indeed in the wrong initially, you have now severely injured young Master Yang and several of the Yang family's experts. How about this, do me an old man a favor and let's just forget about this matter, shall we?
No deal. I've already said I will see the Yang family utterly destroyed, and I will see it through.
Shen Ye replied calmly.
Young man, don't let your pride run too high. Remember, steel breaks when pushed too far.
The eerie old man spoke calmly, yet his words carried a heavy threat.
Chapter 141, Youth Wasted Without Recklessness.
Heh, youth wasted without recklessness is a waste indeed.
Shen Ye chuckled indifferently.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, the strange old man narrowed his eyes, as if deep in thought.
Very well then.
This old man shall test your skills today, the old man declared coldly.
Truthfully, Elder Lin had long desired to eliminate Shen Ye. But his superior, the guest-honored elder of the Zhang family, had always sensed Shen Ye's extraordinary nature.
He had warned Elder Lin never to provoke Shen Ye without his explicit command. Elder Lin found his superior overly suspicious and excessively cautious. Truthfully, Elder Lin had always resented his superior, but he had no choice after all. The other man's cultivation far surpassed his own, and even his disciple was significantly stronger than him. This time, Elder Lin intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Shen Ye outright, hoping to curry favor with his superiors.
As the words fell, an eerily cold aura erupted from the strange old man's body.
Just as Shen Ye prepared to test the strange old man's abilities, Mao Tu spoke up from the side, brother, let me try.
Be careful. Shen Ye cautioned. Don't worry. Even if I'm truly no match for him, you're still here, big brother.
Mao Tu said with a slight smile.
Your cultivation has stagnated for quite some time. Perhaps this battle could help you break through.
It all depends on whether you seize this opportunity. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. Among the 12 zodiac, Mao Tu's combat prowess ranked near the bottom. After all, during her time in the southern frontier, her primary role had been reconnaissance.
Yes, I'll seize the opportunity. Mao Tu nodded solemnly. With that, Mao Tu strode directly across from the eerie old man. Even her rarely used sword drew from its sheath proof of how seriously she took this fight. If you want to fight my elder brother, you'll have to get past me first. Mao Tu declared to the eerie old man with unwavering resolve.
Observing Mao Tu before him, the sinister old man narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of contempt crossing them.
You, a mere girl, dare to act presumptuously before this old man? If you know what's good for you, step aside now. Otherwise, don't blame me for crushing a delicate flower. Humph. Enough talk. Mao Tu snorted coldly, thrusting her long sword straight at the eerie old man. You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in the old man's eyes as he barked a warning, snatching at the blade streaking toward him with a single hand. Witnessing this, Yang Hai and Yang Chen beside him couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for the old man. At that moment, the young family father and son even felt an urge to curse their father. Dad, that's a sharp sword. You're actually trying to catch it with your bare hand? Are you crazy? Yet the next moment, shock and even delight washed over the father and son. Just as the strange old man's hand was about to touch Mao Tu's blade, he suddenly flicked out a finger, striking the sword's edge. Instantly, the thrusting blade veered off course as if struck by immense force, darting past the old man and stabbing toward the ground beside him. Simultaneously, the strange old man delivered a vicious elbow strike, driving it hard into Mao Tu's abdomen. Seeing this, Mao Tu was startled and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Thud! Mao Tu's face drained of color. Clutching his abdomen with one hand, he stumbled backward several steps involuntarily. The sinister old man gave Mao Tu no breathing room. Seizing the moment of her retreat, he closed in, transforming his palm into a claw that lunged for her throat. If Mao Tu couldn't dodge in time, her throat would be torn to shreds by the old man's claws. Seeing the old man's attack, Mao Tu gasped in shock. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her abdomen, she suddenly swung her sword with all her might, unleashing a sweeping strike. Facing the sweeping blade, the old man dared not take it lightly, swiftly retreating to evade. After evading the sweeping strike, the eerie old man's form suddenly flickered, vanishing from the spot. This left Mao Tu's face drained of color. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust her sword behind her. Yet his reaction was still half a beat faster. Just as she prepared to thrust backward, the eerie old man materialized behind her, delivering a brutal palm strike to her back. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Mao Tu's body staggered as if struck by a heavy blow, stumbling forward several steps to regain her balance. Witnessing this, the young family father and son were overcome with elation. They believed that among Shen Ye's crew, only Mao Tu was a formidable fighter. As for Shen Ye himself, in the eyes of the young family father and son, he was nothing more than a poser hiding behind a woman's back, utterly insignificant. Watching Mao Tu get hurt, Shen Ye showed no intention of helping her. Shen Ye understood clearly that if Mao Tu was to break through her bottleneck, she must be driven to the brink, forcing her to tap into the deepest reserves of her potential. Just as Mao Tu staggered forward, the sinister old man lunged again, delivering a vicious punch aimed squarely at the back of her head. Mao Tu sensed the attack. As her body stumbled backward, she planted her feet with a fierce kick, propelling herself forward. Simultaneously, she executed an incredible mid-air flip, swinging her fist to meet the old man's incoming blow. Thud! The two fists collided, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. As their fists collided, Mao Tu's face paled. A mouthful of blood spurted forth once more, and her body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Watching Mao Tu lie gravely wounded on the ground, a flicker of contempt crossed the strange old man's eyes. Overestimating your abilities, he sneered. Just as the eerie old man turned to face Shen Ye, preparing to exchange blows, Mao Tu struggled painfully to her feet. Again! Hearing Mao Tu's voice behind him, a flash of murderous intent flickered in the strange old man's eyes. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, the old man's form blurred into a trail of afterimages as he shot toward Mao Tu. Thud! Before Mao Tu could react, the old man's fist slammed viciously into her chest. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the air. It was the sound of Mao Tu's ribs snapping. Put! A spray of blood mist erupted from Mao Tu's mouth, and immediately afterward, her body flew backward through the air. But in that instant of flight, Mao Tu clenched his teeth, ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest. He swung a powerful punch straight at the sinister old man. The sinister old man, caught off guard by Mao Tu's counterattack despite his severe injuries, took the blow head-on. His expression shifted slightly. Yet, relying on his formidable strength, the sinister old man managed to absorb the blow without retreating even half a step. Witnessing this, the young family father and son beside them were overjoyed. Yang Chen, in particular, shot a triumphant glance at Shen Ye. Chapter 142, Thrashing the Creepy Old Man. Boom! Mao Tu flew backward over 10 meters before slamming into a large tree and crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth in a steady stream. He was severely injured. The sinister old man clearly had no intention of letting Mao Tu off. He strode swiftly toward him, transforming his hand into a claw and lunging directly for Mao Tu's throat. Had he succeeded, he could have snapped Mao Tu's throat in an instant. However, just as the old man's hand was about to touch Mao Tu's throat, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly withdrew his hand. A silver needle shot past where his hand had been moments before. Had the old man not reacted with lightning speed, the needle would have pierced his palm. "Before my eyes, you kill me? Did you ask my permission?" Shen Ye said coldly. The sinister old man turned his grim gaze toward Shen Ye and sneered coldly, "Since you have an objection, I'll kill you first, then him." "That depends on whether you have the skill." Shen Ye replied indifferently. "I'll show you my ability." The eerie old man sneered coldly. With that, the eerie old man charged toward Shen Ye at blinding speed. Seeing this, the young family father and son stood nearby, their faces brimming with anticipation. They hoped Elder Lin would simply snap Shen Ye's neck. Meanwhile, Wang Xueting and her daughter stood nearby, their hearts pounding in their throats. Facing the charging Elder Lin, Shen Ye neither dodged nor retreated. He stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Shen Ye show no intention of dodging, a savage glint flashed in the strange old man's eyes. To him, Shen Ye was showing contempt. He intended to snap Shen Ye's throat. The young family father and son, seeing Shen Ye standing motionless, assumed he had been intimidated into stupor by the eerie old man's aura. They were overjoyed. Yet, the instant the old man's claw came within inches of Shen Ye, the youth suddenly moved with blinding speed. He tilted his head slightly, evading the old man's clawing hand. Instantly, he shot out his own hand, swiftly seizing the old man's wrist in a firm grip. No matter how violently the old man struggled, he couldn't free his hand even an inch. Only then did panic flash in the old man's eyes. He never imagined Shen Ye's strength could surpass his own. Realizing escape was impossible, the eerie old man ceased wasting his strength. Clenching his other hand into a fist, he swung it straight toward Shen Ye's chest. Seeing this, Shen Ye finally released his grip. Simultaneously, he swung his own fist, colliding head-on with the eerie old man's attack. Boom! Snap! As their fists collided, a tremendous force radiated outward, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bone. Hearing that sharp sound, the young family father and son beside them rejoiced, convinced Shen Ye's fist had been shattered by the eerie old man. Meanwhile, Wang Xueting and her daughter looked anxious. Like the young family, they thought Shen Ye's bones had been shattered. Ah! Yet the next moment, everyone was stunned. The eerie old man's face turned deathly pale. Unable to endure any longer, he let out a piercing scream as his body was violently knocked back 5 or 6 stumbling steps by the immense force. Seeing the strange old man scream in agony, the young family father and son's expressions changed drastically. They never imagined Shen Ye could be this powerful. Even their family's guest-honored revered elder wasn't his match. "I never expected you to be this strong. I was careless just now." After a moment, the eerie old man suppressed the excruciating pain in his palm and snarled at Shen Ye with a twisted expression. "Ha! I thought you were something special. Turns out you're nothing special at all." Shen Ye replied with a cold, mocking laugh. After this exchange, Shen Ye had a rough grasp of the sinister old man's strength. He was significantly weaker than Poison Dragon, barely capable of holding his own against the tiger of the Chinese zodiac. "Humph. Don't get cocky. Just now, I was careless, which is why you got the upper hand. From here on, I'll be taking this seriously." The sinister old man snorted coldly. As the words left his mouth, the eerie old man's aura surged once more. Then, the strange old man's figure charged toward Shen Ye once more, his speed more than double what it had been before. Simultaneously, Shen Ye moved. His figure flickered, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. When Shen Ye reappeared, he was already before the eerie old man. Without hesitation, he drove a fist straight down toward the old man's head. The eerie old man tried to dodge, but Shen Ye's speed was simply too overwhelming. The thought of evasion barely formed in his mind before Shen Ye's fist slammed down onto his skull. Thud! The immense force sent the eerie old man reeling, his vision going black as he crashed face first into the ground, landing flat on his face. Immediately afterward, Shen Ye raised his foot and slammed it down hard on the old man's back. Snap! Crack! A series of bone-crunching snaps echoed from the old man's back. Ah! Immediately after, the old man's heart-wrenching screams filled the air. Witnessing this scene, the young family father and son turned ashen-faced. Elder Lin was their family's last trump card. They had been ecstatic when they saw Elder Lin easily defeat Mao Tu, but now Shen Ye had effortlessly defeated the eerie old man. Didn't this mean the young family was finished? After crushing several vertebrae in the old man's spine, Shen Ye bent down, grabbed the old man's hair, and hoisted him up like a chicken. "Speak," Shen Ye demanded coldly. "What is your true identity? Why have you been stalking me?" The young family father and son, however, were utterly baffled by Shen Ye's question. They had no idea that their family's guest-honored elder had been secretly watching Shen Ye long before he even arrived at their residence. At Shen Ye's question, the eerie old man froze for a moment before a savage grin spread across his face. He sneered. "Heh, so you've caught on. If you know what's good for you, release me immediately, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Maybe we'll let you scrape by for a little longer." At these words, Shen Ye's expression turned icy. He grabbed the old man's head and slammed it hard against his own knee. The impact sent stars dancing before the old man's eyes, leaving his mind blank. Now willing to talk? Ha! Kill me if you dare. But don't blame me for not warning you. If you take my life, your Shen family won't be far from oblivion. The eerie old man cackled savagely. Ha, talking tough, are we? Then I'll take you back for a long interrogation. I'll see just how long you can keep up the act. Shen Ye said with a cold laugh. Put. However, Shen Ye's words had barely fallen. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed and plunged straight into the eerie old man's throat. Chapter 143, Seizing the Enterprise. Crack. Instantly, a series of crunching sounds erupted from the strange old man's throat as blood gushed gurgling from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief, yet also filled with fear. He seemed to want to say something, but with his throat pierced by a dagger, his words all turned into gurgling sounds. Shen Ye swiftly discarded the old man and gave chase toward the direction the dagger had come from. But when Shen Ye arrived, the place was deserted. Not a single soul remained. This caused Shen Ye's brows to furrow deeply. Though he had been careless earlier, the fact that someone could assassinate the strange old man right under his nose proved that person's formidable strength. Judging by the old man's earlier words, Shen Ye could easily deduce that the old man was merely a low-level lackey. Behind him lurked someone far more powerful, someone who was watching him. This sense of an enemy lurking in the shadows while he operated in the open left Shen Ye deeply unsettled. But the strange old man had warned him, if he died, the Shen family wouldn't be far from destruction. Therefore, Shen Ye concluded that the person behind the sinister old man must be his father Shen Shangqing's sworn enemy. Shen Ye then retraced his steps, approaching Mao Tu's day. He pulled out a black pill from his pocket, placing it in Mao Tu's hand as he said, "Take this healing pill to treat your injuries." Mao Tu nodded and swallowed the black pill. To Mao Tu's delight, the pill's effects kicked in almost immediately after swallowing. She could distinctly feel her injuries repairing at a visible pace. After that battle, did you gain any insights? Shen Ye asked, noticing Mao Tu's complexion had visibly improved. Yes, Mao Tu replied. I can already sense a slight loosening in my cultivation bottleneck. Once we return, if I focus my mind and meditate, I might just break through. She was utterly astonished. She never imagined her elder brother possessed such miraculous pills. Earlier, she had felt her injuries were severe. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through her body, making her gasp in pain. But now, after taking her brother's pill, she could distinctly feel the pain subsiding. She even felt capable of standing up from the ground. With this thought, Mao Tu tried pushing herself up with her hands, attempting to rise. As expected, though some pain remained, she managed to rise from the ground. Good. Watching Mao Tu struggle to her feet, Shen Ye nodded. His words finished, he turned his gaze to the young family father and son. Now that your family's last trump card is dead, do you have any final words? Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yang Hai and Yang Chen could no longer hold back. They collapsed to their knees with a thud. We know we were wrong. Please show mercy and spare us this once. Yang Hai begged. Oof. Only now you realize your mistake? Too late. Shen Ye sneered coldly. We truly know our mistake. How about this? We're willing to offer 30% of the Yang family's assets as compensation to Wang Xueting and her daughter. Consider it our atonement. Is that acceptable? Yang Hai hurriedly proposed. Now he was truly terrified. Every skilled fighter of the Yang family had been defeated by that beautiful woman, and their family's guest honored expert had also been defeated by Shen Ye, and who knew who had killed him? They were genuinely terrified. Hearing Yang Hai's words, Shen Ye felt a flicker of consideration. Now that Wang Xixi was dead, he'd been pondering how to ensure the beautiful Wang Xueting lived a better life, a way to honor Captain Wang's memory. Yang Hai's words had just given Shen Ye a wake-up call. If you don't want to die, it's not impossible. It just depends on whether you're willing to part with it. I don't even fancy 3% of the Yang family's assets. If you don't want to die, then hand over all of your Yang family's assets as compensation to Wang Xueting and her daughter. Shen Ye declared. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Yang family father and son were startled. All their assets? What would become of them? Beg on the streets? That's far too much. How about this? I'll compensate them with half of the Yang family's assets. That's already more than enough. It would last them 10 lifetimes. Yang Hai suggested in a conciliatory tone. Shen Ye's expression darkened. This isn't a negotiation. I'm giving you a choice: die, or hand over every last asset the Yang family possesses. Yang Hai's expression shifted as he weighed the options. Ultimately, he chose compromise. Between life and death, he chose life. Yet he still protested reluctantly. They have no business experience. Even if I transfer all the Yang family's assets to them, they won't be able to manage them. How about this? I continue to oversee the Yang family's assets, but I'll give them an 80% share. We'll only take 20%. What do you say? Whether they can hold out or not is none of your concern. I don't want to waste words. You have 3 seconds to decide. Shen Ye said impatiently. Hearing this, Yang Hai dared not hesitate. He quickly agreed, all right.
Soon, Yang Hai drafted the contract, transferring all of the Yang family's assets to Wang Xueting and her daughter. Soon, the contract was signed, and Shen Ye, true to his word, released Yang Hai and the other. After all, without their family's assets, the two no longer had the means to cause trouble. "Let's go. I'll drive you home," Shen Ye said to Wang Xueting and her daughter. In the car, Wang Xueting and her daughter were still reeling from the overwhelming joy. This dramatic reversal had come far too quickly. Initially, when Yang Chen had them locked in a room, they'd feared that Beast would defile them. But then Shen Ye burst in, not only rescuing them but also making them the heirs to the Yang family's business. "Mr. Shen, perhaps we should transfer the Yang family's assets to your name instead," Wang Xueting suggested. "Neither of us has any business experience. Besides, we're already deeply grateful you came to save us. We wouldn't dare covet the entire Yang family fortune." At this moment, Wang Xueting's address to Shen Ye had shifted from calling him by his first name to addressing him formally as Mr. Shen. "This is the Yang family's compensation to you. Just accept it with peace of mind. Not knowing how to run a business is no problem. You can hire people who do to manage it," Shen Ye said. "No, we can't accept it," Wang Xueting declared with unwavering resolve. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel exasperated. How could there be such a foolish woman? The Yang family's holdings were substantial. She should be delighted to receive them, yet she actually refused. "How about this then? Consider the Yang family's business as something you're managing on my behalf. Would that work?" Shen Ye suggested. Chapter 144. He has ears that hear everything. "Then why not just transfer it directly to your name?" Wang Xueting asked. "My position is rather sensitive. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to hold such assets in my name. Besides, as Captain Wang's wife and daughter, it's more legitimate for the Yang family's assets to be under your names. Otherwise, the Yangs might accuse me of extortion." Shen Ye offered a casual excuse. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Wang Xueting thought it over carefully and found it quite reasonable. Reluctantly, she said, "All right then, but let's be clear, we're only managing the Yang family's assets on your behalf." Shen Ye nodded. Shen Ye had suggested they act as trustees because he knew they'd never accept such a substantial portion of the Yang family's assets otherwise. His goal was simply to ensure Wang Xueting and her daughter lived comfortably with respectable jobs. Giving them a larger share of the profits would achieve the same result. After chatting for a while, Wang Xueting pulled out her phone to play with it. Sitting in the car with nothing to do, she planned to check the news and see if anything interesting had happened in the past few days. But the moment she opened her newsfeed, she was immediately drawn to a headline: "Shocking. Southern Frontier War God demonstrates his might once more." Seeing the headline, Wang Xueting couldn't help but curl her lip, muttering softly, "The Southern Frontier War God really is a hypocrite." Just days after his scandal broke, he immediately bribed the media to whitewash his image. Utterly shameless. Wang Xueting suspected this news was the Southern Frontier War God's attempt to save face after the recent scandal, bribing the media to spread false information and whitewash his image. Curious to see just how shameless the Southern Frontier War God could be and what kind of brazen lies he'd spread in the news, Wang Xueting clicked on the article to read what it had to say. It turned out we had all misunderstood the Southern Frontier War God. He was no coward. He remains the champion of our great Xia nation, the hero in the hearts of our hundreds of millions of common people. To avenge the soldiers killed by the Venomous Thorns mercenary corps in the southern frontier, he personally led his 10 great generals of the Chinese zodiac to the Rat Nation. There, he slaughtered every last one of the Venomous Thorns' tens of thousands of mercenaries, leaving not a single one alive. At first, Wang Xueting couldn't believe the news reports. She thought the media had no bottom. They'd write and publish anything online just to make money. But when Wang Xueting hit the back button, she discovered her phone's newsfeed was dominated by stories about the Southern Frontier War God annihilating the Venom Sting mercenary corps. The headlines were practically taking over the screen. Some articles even included images, scenes from the Venom Sting headquarters showing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Then there were videos. In one, she saw the silhouette of a young man. Sword in hand, he moved like a ghost through a hail of bullets. With each swing of his blade, he cut down several, even dozens, of mercenaries wielding machine guns. This footage, naturally, was secretly filmed by someone near the Stinger mercenary group in Rat Nation. However, the cameraman only captured Shen Ye's back, never his face. Filmed from a considerable distance and blurred by Shen Ye's blinding speed, the footage remained grainy and indistinct. Watching the ghostly silhouette in the footage, Wang Xueting felt an uncanny familiarity. Could it be similar to Mr. Shen's back? Wang Xueting glanced at Shen Ye, comparing his physique to that of the Southern Frontier War God in the footage. She realized Shen Ye's build matched the figure in the video almost perfectly. Could Mr. Shen be the Southern Frontier War God? A bold thought emerged in Wang Xueting's mind. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing it as unlikely. After all, this was the War God of the Southern Frontier. How could she possibly have shared a vehicle with such a prominent figure, let alone been personally rescued by him? Watching the video, Wang Xueting's eyes gradually blurred, and crystal-clear tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She was happy for her father, his vengeance had been fulfilled. The god of war of the southern frontier had avenged him, and all those responsible for her father's death had been killed. At the same time, a wave of guilt welled up in Wang Xueting's heart toward the god of war of the southern frontier. She had misunderstood him. He was not an ungrateful coward. He was a true hero who stood tall and proud. She had misunderstood him. Xiaoting, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Xiao Xuelian, seated beside Wang Xueton, noticed her unusual state and asked with concern. Mom, I'm happy. My father's vengeance has been served. It was the southern frontier war god who avenged him. Not only did he avenge my father, but he also slaughtered every last mercenary of the Venomous Thorns mercenary group. We misunderstood the southern frontier war god before. I even thought he was an ungrateful coward who didn't deserve the title. Wang Xueting wiped the tears from her eyes and exclaimed joyfully to Xiao Xuelian. Really? The southern frontier war god truly avenged your father? Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Xiao Xuelian's eyes also filled with tears as she asked emotionally. It's true. Wang Xueting nodded firmly. That's wonderful. Your father's vengeance has been achieved. I always knew the southern frontier war god wasn't like you said he was. Your father always said he was a true hero. Xiao Xuelian exclaimed joyfully, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. After speaking, Xiao Xuelian closed her eyes slightly, pressed her palms together, and murmured softly. Husband, I have good news. Your vengeance has been served by the war god of the southern frontier himself. Husband, if you knew this in the afterlife, you'd surely feel proud. The war god of the southern frontier personally avenged you. That is your greatest honor. Hearing Xiao Xuelian's words, Mao Tu, sitting in the passenger seat with his injuries mostly healed, smiled warmly, his face radiating joy. Silly girl, if you ever get the chance to meet the war god of the southern frontier, you must apologize to him. Xiao Xuelian turned her head and said to Wang Xueting. Yes, I know. But someone as important as the war god of the southern frontier. I doubt I'll ever have the chance to meet him in my lifetime. I wonder if I'll even get the chance to say those words of apology before I die. Wang Xueting nodded, her face full of anticipation. Hearing this, Mao Tu couldn't help but chuckle and tease, don't worry. Our southern frontier war god is quite capable. He has the gift of hearing. Who knows? Maybe he's already heard everything you two are saying right now. Chapter 145, Twisting Truth and Lies. Shen Ye was utterly speechless at Mao Tu's words. Ears that hear everything? That's ridiculous. Wouldn't it be simpler to just tell Wang Xueting outright that Shen Ye was the southern frontier war god? That would be far more convincing than any ears that hear everything nonsense. Yet to Shen Ye's astonishment, that silly girl Wang Xueting actually believed Mao Tu's words. Her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed. Really? Your southern frontier war god actually has wind ears that can hear me speak? Then I must apologize immediately. Then, with sincere earnestness, Wang Xueton declared. God of war of the southern frontier, I'm truly sorry. I wrongly accused you. I thought you were an ungrateful coward, unworthy of your title. Now, I take back everything I said. I hope you, the war god, will be magnanimous and forgive me. Hearing Wang Xueting's apology across the void, Mao Tu couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. Turning back, he said, our war god instructed me to tell you he received your apology and forgives you. Ha ha. Shen Ye shot Mao Tu a fierce glare upon hearing her words. Noticing Shen Ye's glare, Mao Tu playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing as ears that can hear everything. But you really didn't need to apologize. The war god of the southern frontier isn't the petty type. He won't hold it against you. Shen Ye said to Wang Xueting. Meanwhile, the online news had captured the attention of netizens across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Upon seeing the news of the southern frontier war god annihilating the Viper mercenary corps, netizens couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation, holy crap, that's awesome. Simultaneously, they were filled with regret over their previous actions, regretting that they had slandered the southern frontier war god without first understanding the truth of the matter. In an instant, hundreds of millions of netizens flooded the video comments with apologies, hoping to earn the southern frontier war god's forgiveness. After apologizing in the comments section, these netizens grew even more reverent toward the southern frontier war god. That one man, wielding a single sword, had slaughtered tens of thousands of Poison Thorns mercenaries, something they never dared imagine possible. Young family. Dad, what do we do now? We've lost everything. Yang Chen's face was etched with despair as he clutched his painfully throbbing chest, speaking to his father, Yang Hai, with bitter resignation. Smack! Yet, no sooner had Yang Chen finished speaking than Yang Hai delivered a resounding slap across his face. You have the nerve to speak? If you weren't my son, I'd strangle you right now. You good for nothing. With the Yang family standing, countless beauties would have thrown themselves at you. Wasn't that enough? Why did you have to go and kidnap that mother and daughter? Now look at us. Our entire Yang family is ruined because of you. Happy now? Yang Hai was furious. Right now, he felt like he could beat Yang Chen to death. Well, I guess I just inherited your fine genes. You've done plenty of this yourself.
Yang Chen retorted defiantly. You.
Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Hai flared up again and raised his hand to slap Yang Chen. But he held back because Yang Chen was right. He'd done plenty of similar things himself, and Yang Chen had clearly inherited his genes. I may have done many similar things, but I never brought trouble upon our Yang family.
You, however, have ruined us. Yang Hai declared. Dad, what's the point of bringing this up now?
We should focus on figuring out how to reclaim our family's assets from that mother-daughter duo, Yang Chen countered.
Humph. Our Yang family's holdings are vast. That mother-daughter duo doesn't have teeth sharp enough to swallow them whole. I'll be damned if they succeed. A sinister glint flashed in Yang Hai's eyes as he spoke. Hearing his father's words, Yang Chen's spirits lifted. Knowing his father must have a plan, he quickly asked, Dad, do you have a way to get our family's business back? Don't forget, we just signed a cooperation agreement with the two Zhao family daughters.
If our Yang family's assets fall into others' hands, our partnership with the Zhao family will be impossible to carry out.
That would harm the Zhao family's interests. Do you think they'll just stand by and watch? Yang Hai said.
But we've already transferred all our family assets to Wang Xueting and her daughter, and we've signed the contract.
Yang Chen protested. So what if we signed contracts?
Don't forget Zhao Shui, the eldest Zhao daughter, is the youngest female general in our great Xia.
She holds immense power and influence.
With just one word from her, those contracts are worthless scraps of paper.
Yang Hai sneered coldly. Hearing Yang Hai's words, Yang Chen pondered for a moment. It was true. He was suddenly filled with excitement. Let's go. Hurry up and take me to meet the Zhao family's two daughters.
Whether we can get our family's assets back depends entirely on whether Zhao Shui is willing to help, Yang Hai said. Soon, with Yang Hai driving and Yang Chen giving directions, they arrived at the Zhao family's temporary residence in Qingzhou, the Longquan No. 1 villa complex.
Mr. Yang, what brings you two here?
Inside the villa, Zhao Shui glanced at the badly injured Yang Chen before shifting her gaze to Yang Hai and asking in a cool tone.
Miss Zhao, General Zhao, you absolutely must stand up for our Yang family.
Yang Hai adopted the demeanor of a victim, his voice choked with tears and snot. Hearing this, Zhao Shui's brows furrowed slightly.
Speak. What has happened?
It's like this, Yang Hai began. My son recently started seeing a girlfriend.
That girl is very scheming.
She agreed to be my son's girlfriend solely because she had her eyes on our Yang family's money. She brought her mother along to seduce my son, suggesting they try something exciting.
My son, blinded by lust, fell for their trap.
Before my son could do anything to them, one of their accomplices, apparently a soldier, rammed his car into our Yang family compound. He shattered several of my son's internal bones and threatened us, demanding all Yang family assets be transferred to that mother-daughter pair.
Otherwise, they'd kill us. We had no choice. To save our lives, we signed the property transfer contract. General Zhao, you are a general of our great Xia. You must stand up for the Yang family. Yang Hai, tears streaming down his face, recounted the events, twisting the truth.
Hearing Yang Hai's words, Zhao Shui couldn't help but frown slightly.
How is it possible, she asked.
Your Yang family is, after all, a first-rate clan in Qingzhou.
You must have many martial arts experts under your roof. How could that person defeat your Yang family's masters? Little did Zhao Shui know at that moment that the man who had defeated every skilled fighter of the Yang family was none other than Shen Ye, the very person she had always looked down upon. Chapter 146, Confrontation. Every word I've said is true. That soldier is incredibly powerful. Not only did he defeat all of our Yang family's experts, but even the guest revered master we recently hired at great expense couldn't stand against him. Yang Hai declared.
Zhao Shui had never met the Yang family's guest honored revered master and knew nothing of his true strength. She simply assumed he might be only slightly stronger than the Yang family's own masters.
So how do you expect me to help? Zhao Shui asked calmly.
General Zhao, you are a pillar of our great Xia nation.
You cannot ignore what has happened to our Yang family. Moreover, we just reached a cooperation agreement. Now that our Yang family's assets have been transferred out, our partnership can't proceed as planned. This isn't just a loss for our Yang family, it's a loss for your Zhao family too. Think about it, according to our agreement, once the matter is settled, your Zhao family stands to receive 60% of the profits. That's at least several hundred billion, right? Yang Hai explained patiently.
Hearing Yang Hai's words, Zhao Shui furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. You say your son was framed by that mother and daughter.
Is that true or false? From what I see, your son doesn't exactly seem like an angel either, right?
General Zhao, every word is true. Even if you gave me 1,000 or 10,000 dares, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Yang Hai spoke lies without batting an eye. If it's truly as you say, I might be able to help you reclaim your assets. But let me make this clear, if you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easily.
Zhao Shui warned. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Yang Hai and Yang Chen rejoiced.
As for Zhao Shui's warning about deception, they simply needed to insist that the mother and daughter had deliberately framed them.
They just have to deny everything flat out. Thank you, General Zhao. Yang Hai and Yang Chen voiced their gratitude simultaneously. Let's go. Take me to find that mother and daughter, Zhao Shui declared.
When the Yang family arrived at Wang Shueting's home with Zhao Shui, Shen Ye, and Mao Tu had already left. Only Wang Shueting and her daughter remained, still setting up the memorial altar for Wang Cixi. As soon as Zhao Shui stepped into Wang Zuoting's home, she saw white cloth draped everywhere. She asked Yang Hai, "What's going on here?" "General Zhao, my son's girlfriend's father was a soldier named Wang Sihui. A few days ago, the southern border was attacked by the Poison Thorns mercenary group, and Wang Sihui was killed by the mercenaries. That's why this mother and daughter are setting up a memorial altar for him," Yang Hai explained. Hearing Yang Hai's words, a flicker of respect passed through Zhao Shui's eyes. She had followed the news about Wang Cixi being ambushed by mercenaries, how he had sacrificed himself to cover his comrade's escape. Zhao Shui deeply admired such selfless acts. "So you're the family of a hero. Why did I ever doubt that the family of a hero would do such a thing?" Zhao Shui said coldly, her gaze fixed on Yang Hai and his son. Faced with Zhao Shui's icy glare, Yang Hai and his son felt a pang of guilt, their palms sweating. Wang Cixi was a hero, no doubt. But who knows what kind of people his wife and daughter are? Yang Hai pressed on, gritting his teeth. "Exactly. I never thought Wang Cixi's wife was any good. I bet that daughter of theirs isn't even his blood, probably from some other man. Otherwise, how could they be so heartless?" Yang Chen chimed in hastily. However, the moment Yang Chen finished speaking, Zhao Shui shot him a fierce glare. Then, Zhao Shui strode straight into the main hall of the house, and the Yang family father and son hurriedly followed. Inside, Xiu Shuelian and Wang Shueting, who were setting up the memorial altar, saw a beautiful woman leading the Yang family father and son in. Their expressions changed drastically. "You, what are you doing here?" Wang Shueting's face twisted with panic as she angrily confronted the Yang family. "You shameless mother and daughter," Yang Hai retorted. "Of course we've come to reclaim all the Yang family's assets. Do you know who this lady before us is? This is Zhao Shui, the youngest female general in our great Xia kingdom. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Yang family's assets willingly. Otherwise, you won't get off lightly." Yang Chen chimed in, revealing Yang Shui's identity outright. Hearing Yang Hai and Yang Chen's words, Wang Shueting and Xiu Shuelian's expressions darkened further. They had heard of Zhao Shui's reputation, but never imagined the Yang family father and son would actually know her. This unsettled Wang Shueting and Xiu Shuelian deeply. Zhao Shui, leading the procession, said nothing. She walked straight to the memorial altar, drew 3 incense sticks from the stand, lit them, and bowed several times before Wang Cixi's portrait. After placing the incense, Zhao Shui turned to the Yang family and said, "You two should also come forward and offer incense to the border hero." Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the Yang family father and son were taken aback. Offering incense to Wang Cixi? That was beneath them. But what choice did they have? They were in need of Zhao Shui's favor now. Reluctantly, they walked to the portrait, lit incense, and bowed several times. Once the Yangs had finished, Zhao Shui spoke calmly, "Follow me outside. There are matters I prefer not to discuss in front of the border hero's portrait." With that, Zhao Shui led the way out of the room. The Yang family father and son followed closely behind. Wang Shueting and Xiu Shuelian exchanged a glance, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. Then, they too walked out at a leisurely pace. Outside the room, Zhao Shui looked at Wang Shueting and asked, "I heard you used to be Yang Chen's girlfriend?" "Yes, but that was in the past. We broke up long ago." Wang Shueting nodded. "The Yangs claim you colluded with a soldier to frame Yang Chen, orchestrating a honey trap scheme with your mother to seize all the Yang family's assets. What do you have to say about that?" Zhao Shui pressed. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Wang Shueting and Xiu Shuelian's expressions instantly darkened, their eyes blazing with fury. They never imagined the Yangs would be so shameless, flipping the script and framing them. "General Zhao, we didn't. It's the Yang family father and son lying. That beast Yang Chen kidnapped us to the Yang residence and tried to rape me and my mother. Thankfully, my father's comrade arrived in time, otherwise, that beast would have defiled us both." Wang Shueting shouted angrily. "You shameless woman, still won't admit it? It was you who seduced me. You told me that for 1,000,000 yuan, both you and your mother would satisfy me in bed. That's how I fell for your trap. I'm the Yang family's heir. Women lining up to throw themselves at me are a dime a dozen. Do you really think I'd stoop to such despicable tactics?" Yang Chen retorted immediately. When it came to twisting the truth, he was a master. Chapter 147, The Yang Family's Triumph. Hearing Yang Chen's shameless words, Wang Shueting's eyes welled up with tears. "General Zhao, please don't believe that beast. Everything he says is a lie." Wang Shueting pleaded urgently to Zhao Shui. "Do you have any proof that Yang Chen kidnapped you and your daughter to the Yang family?" Zhao Shui asked. With both sides presenting conflicting accounts, Zhao Shui found herself unsure whom to believe. Her instincts told her Yang Chen was lying, as Wang Shueting and her daughter didn't seem like the type to do such a thing.
Yet reason told her that judging right from wrong couldn't rely solely on gut feelings, evidence mattered. And for now, Yang Chen's account seemed more convincing. After all, given the Yang family's standing in Qingzhou, Yang Chen certainly had no shortage of women. As he himself had said, there were plenty of women eager to throw themselves at him. Hearing Zhao Shue's words, Wang Xueting grew even more anxious. The only witnesses were members of the Yang family and those few thugs under Yang Chen's command. But these people were all Yang family members, how could they possibly testify for him? As for Shen Ye, he might serve as a witness. Yet Wang Xueting knew full well that if she called Shen Ye to testify, Yang Chen would surely frame him as an accomplice. That could potentially drag Shen Ye into the mess.
Seeing Wang Xueting's panic, the Yang family father and son beside her wore smug expressions. They had deliberately targeted her lack of evidence to make such false accusations. You, just produce the evidence to prove your lies.
Yang Chen sneered triumphantly. I. Wang Xueting stammered, unable to speak. General Zhao, you see? She can't produce any evidence to back up her claims. But I have witnesses.
Several friends were at my place that night. They can confirm this mother and daughter deliberately seduced me.
Yang Chen declared to Zhao Shui.
The friends he mentioned were, of course, the same thugs he had hired to do his dirty work.
You're full of it. Those so-called friends you mentioned, aren't they just the same lowlifes who helped kidnap us?
They're your people, of course they'll back you up. Wang Xueting shouted at Yang Chen, her face flushed with anger.
You're one scheming woman. To stop my friends from testifying, you'd even frame them for kidnapping you? How shameless can you get? Yang Chen felt triumphant inside as he said this to Wang Xueting. You're the shameless one. You twist black into white. May you rot in hell.
Wang Xueting, now enraged, hurled insults at Yang Chen.
Enough, stop arguing.
Both sides are telling their own versions of the story.
I can't tell right from wrong at the moment.
I'll have this investigated properly later.
Zhao Shui scolded.
Then, Zhao Shui turned to Wang Xueting and her daughter. But even if you have a valid case, if Yang Chen truly did those things to you, you could have gone to the police.
Let the authorities handle the Yang family.
Instead of exploiting your father's comrade to forcibly threaten the Yang family into transferring their assets to your names.
Do you realize this constitutes extortion? And the sum involved is substantial enough to land you in prison for life?
Hearing Zhao Shue's words, Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian both paled. They understood the law well enough to know Zhao Shui wasn't bluffing, she was telling the truth. Out of respect for your status as the wife and daughters of a border hero, I choose not to pursue this matter further. If you immediately return all the Yang family's assets to the father and son, I will drop the case.
What do you say? Zhao Shui addressed Wang Xueting and her daughter. Hearing Zhao Shue's words, Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian exchanged glances, their faces filled with distress. After all, they had promised Shen Ye that they were merely managing the Yang family's assets on his behalf temporarily. Now, being asked to transfer them back to the Yangs, how could they possibly explain this to Mr. Shen? No way. This is compensation from the Yang family father and son, they proposed it themselves. Wang Xueting gritted her teeth and spoke resolutely. Bull. How could we possibly voluntarily transfer the Yang family's assets to you? It was only because your father's comrade threatened to kill us that we had no choice but to agree to the transfer. Yang Hai declared smugly. You heard that. They only agreed to transfer the Yang family's assets to you under threat to their lives. Contracts signed under such circumstances have no legal effect. Zhao Shui stated. Hearing Zhao Shue's words, Wang Xueting's expression changed repeatedly, growing increasingly grim. General Zhao, you're the top female general of our great Xia kingdom. How can you side with the villains? Wang Xueting exclaimed. I've stated that I will personally investigate the matter between you later. If it's true that the Yang family did such despicable things to you and your mother, I won't let them off the hook. But that is no justification for seizing the Yang family's property. Do you understand? What you're doing is illegal. I have every reason to arrest you both for extortion and your father's comrade in arms too. However, considering your father Wang Xixi is a border hero, I don't wish to make things difficult for you too. I want to give you a chance, I hope you'll cherish it. Zhao Shui said. Hearing Zhao Shue's words, Wang Xueting frowned and pondered for a long time before looking up and saying, Can I make a call first to ask my father's comrade? But you must promise not to hold us accountable, especially my father's two comrades. They did this for us. Alright, go ahead. Zhao Shui nodded. Seeing Zhao Shue's nod of agreement, Wang Xueting immediately pulled out her phone, walked aside, and called Shen Ye. General Zhao, you absolutely must not let Wang Xixi's comrades off the hook. Look at what they've done to my son's several broken ribs. Yang Hai said to Zhao Shui with a grim expression. Shut up. If I find out you're lying to me, I won't let you off. Zhao Shui snapped. Hearing Zhao Shue's rebuke, Yang Hai immediately fell silent. After all, he felt quite guilty. This matter couldn't withstand close scrutiny, otherwise, Zhao Shui would surely uncover the truth. Looks like he'd have to figure out a way to gloss over this whole thing when the time came. At that moment, Shen Ye had just returned home with Mao Tuesday sitting on the sofa chatting idly with Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing. He saw Wang Xueting's call come in. Mr. Shen, it's bad news. The Yangs have brought in General Zhao Shui, the top female general of our great Xia kingdom. Now General Zhao demands we transfer the Yang family's assets back to them, or else they'll arrest us. Mr. Shen, what should we do now? Chapter 148, Unshakable Confidence. Shen Ye froze upon hearing Wang Xueting's words over the phone. He hadn't expected the Yangs to have connected with Zhao Shui. This was getting complicated. Zhao Shui, hailed as the first female general of Great Xia, wielded considerable influence within the nation. Moreover, the actions taken by the Yang family were indeed illegal before Zhao Shui revealed her true identity. She had every right to reclaim the Yang family's assets and could even have Wang Xuetong and her daughter arrested and detained. It was a problem, but not an insurmountable one, just a bit more hassle. Don't transfer the Yang family's assets back. I'm coming over immediately. Shen Ye declared. Is that really feasible? After all, she is a female general of our Great Xia kingdom. Wang Xueting voiced her concern. Even if the emperor of Great Xia himself came, it wouldn't matter. I say the Yang family's assets belong to you, no one can change that. Shen Ye declared with unmistakable authority. Shen Ye was growing irritated. Zhao Shui's usual disdain for him was one thing, but now she was meddling in the Yang family's affairs? That really grated on him. Did she really think being the Great Xia's top female general made her so special? If Shen Ye wished, the female commanders of the 12 zodiac under his command could easily replace her as the Great Xia's foremost female general. Dad, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Shen Ye hung up the phone, stood up immediately, gave Mao Tu a knowing glance, and left the house without delay. He drove straight toward Wang Xueting's residence. En route to Wang Xuetong's residence, Shen Ye instructed Mao Tu to call the sovereign. Speaking in his capacity as prince of the southern frontier, he informed the sovereign that the assets of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's premier clans, were to be transferred under the names of Wang Xuetong and her daughter. He requested the sovereign brief his subordinates accordingly. Shen Ye knew full well that if he stubbornly refused to return the Yang family's assets, Zhao Shui would undoubtedly wield her authority to reclaim them for the Yang father and son. Thus, Shen Ye was preparing in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. After finishing the call, Wang Xuetong returned to face Zhao Shui. Steeling herself, she declared, my father's comrade in arms said the Yang family's assets cannot be transferred back. He's on his way here now. Whatever you need to discuss, please wait until my father's comrade arrives. Truthfully, Wang Xueting felt quite uneasy inside. After all, standing before her was a general of the Great Xia nation, a figure of immense power and authority. Although Shen Ye had said on the phone that even the sovereign's arrival would be futile, Wang Xueting wasn't foolish enough to believe Shen Ye's words. She knew he was merely venting his anger. After all, who in the entire Great Xia kingdom dared defy the sovereign's will? Probably not even the southern frontier king could get away with it. Seems your father's comrade in arms is quite the tough cookie. I'll be damned if I don't find out exactly who this comrade is that dares to talk back like this. Zhao Shui said, her face frozen in icy disdain. Zhao Shui was certain Wang Xueting had revealed her identity over the phone, yet the other party still refused to return the Yang family's assets. To Zhao Shui, this showed utter disregard for her authority, a deeply unsettling affront. General Zhao, look at this. Her father's comrade isn't giving you any face at all. How dare they come here? This is a blatant provocation against you, General Zhao. Yang Hai, standing nearby, naturally noticed the chill on Zhao Shui's face and added fuel to the fire. Just wait, Zhao Shui said coldly. I'll see just who this comrade of Wang Xishi's is. I kindly gave him a chance, yet he shows no gratitude. Don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the Yang family father and son beside her rejoiced. Simultaneously, they inwardly mocked Shen Ye's foolishness. How dare he confront the Great Xia's foremost female general? Wasn't this tantamount to courting death? They were practically begging Zhao Shui to skin Shen Ye and his companion alive. They despised him to the core. Half an hour later, an Alfa Romeo business van pulled up slowly in front of Wang Xueting's residence. Shen Ye and Mao Tu stepped out of the vehicle. Him? Upon seeing Shen Ye emerge from the vehicle, Zhao Shui couldn't help but frown. But she quickly dismissed the thought. She believed Shen Ye was just a nobody who'd been cuckolded. How could he possibly be Wang Xishi's comrade in arms? After all, Wang Xishi's comrade had defeated every skilled fighter in the Yang family. Shen Ye, aside from his medical expertise, clearly lacked the strength to match the Yang family's masters. As for Mao Tu, who accompanied Shen Ye, Zhao Shui couldn't recognize him either because he had altered his appearance. After stepping out of the car, Shen Ye merely gave Zhao Shui a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze away and striding into the courtyard. Mr. Shen, this is General Zhao Shui. Wang Xueting hurriedly responded, pointing to Zhao Shui, who was frowning, and introduced her to Shen Ye. No need for introductions. We've met before. Shen Ye glanced at Zhao Shui and replied with a cold smile. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Wang Xuetong froze momentarily before her heart leapt with joy. No wonder Mr. Shen said on the phone that no one could help. So he and General Zhao are friends? That makes things much easier. Wang Shueting clearly misunderstood the nature of Zhao Shui and Shen Ye's relationship. They weren't exactly friends, merely acquaintances. If one were to stretch for a connection, it was that Zhao Shui's grandfather wanted her to marry Shen Ye, while Shen Ye's master wanted Shen Ye to marry Zhao Shui. But neither of them could stand the sight of the other. Zhao Shui thought Shen Ye was a nobody, completely beneath her. Shen Ye, on the other hand, found Zhao Shui too haughty, not his type at all. General Zhao, it was him who injured my son. You must seek justice for my child. Yang Hai pointed at Shen Ye as he entered, feigning helplessness before Zhao Shui. Hearing Yang Hai's words, Zhao Shui froze in disbelief. Are you certain he injured your son and defeated every skilled fighter in your young family? Yes, it was him. Yang Hai nodded. Take a good look. Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? Zhao Shui said skeptically. In her mind, Shen Ye was just a minor figure who knew a little medicine. How could he possibly defeat the young family's experts? Though she personally regarded the young family's masters as mere foot soldiers, in Qingzhou, they were absolute tyrants who ruled with an iron fist. How could I possibly mistake him? Even if he were reduced to ashes, I'd still recognize him. Yang Hai glared at Shen Ye, his face dark and sinister. At that moment, Shen Ye's icy gaze turned toward Yang Hai. Facing Shen Ye's icy glare, a flicker of panic first crossed Yang Hai's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, returning Shen Ye's gaze with a defiant stare. Yang Hai dared to act this way solely because Zhao Shui stood beside him. He was certain Zhao Shui would protect him, giving him immense confidence. Little did he know that the guest-honored expert of the Yang family far surpassed Zhao Shui in strength. Yet, hadn't he been effortlessly subdued by Shen Ye? Chapter 149, Tit for Tat. Do you know what happens to those who go back on their word in front of me? Ignoring Yang Hai's defiant glare, Shen Ye asked him coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Yang Hai raised an eyebrow. To prove he wasn't afraid, he deliberately straightened his back and took 2 steps forward, declaring, Who are you trying to intimidate? General Zhao of our great Xia kingdom is right beside me. What could you possibly do to me? Ha! I hope you won't regret this. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Who knows who'll regret it later? Yang Hai said. At that moment, Zhao Shui shot Shen Ye a complex look. She never imagined she had underestimated Shen Ye so badly, never expected him to possess the strength to defeat every expert of the Yang family. Even so, Zhao Shui still felt Shen Ye was beneath her. This merely proved he was no longer the good-for-nothing he once was. He had gained a modicum of skill. As for her, Zhao Shui, she was the foremost female general of the great Xia kingdom. The only man worthy of her was the godlike figure in the southern frontier. Ha, I truly underestimated you before. Who would have thought your strength was actually quite impressive, capable of defeating so many of the Yang family's experts. But don't get cocky just because you defeated the Yang family's elite. Your skills might be impressive in Qingzhou, but in Zhengzhou, they're utterly insignificant. Zhao Shui sneered at Shen Ye. How I conduct myself is none of your business, General Zhao. As for the Yang family's affairs, they're none of your business either. Shen Ye replied calmly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Shui's expression turned icy. She was the foremost female general of the great Xia kingdom. How dare Shen Ye speak to her like this, claiming she had no authority? Today, she would make him understand she very much did have authority. You wouldn't dare think that just because of my grandfather's connection, I'd turn a blind eye to your actions, would you? If that's what you think, you couldn't be more wrong. For other matters, I might overlook them for my grandfather's sake. But what you're doing now crosses the line, it's illegal. I won't stand idly by. Zhao Shui declared. Ha, mentioning your grandfather reminds me, didn't he arrange for you to marry me? If that is the case, then technically speaking, you're still my fiancée. In ancient times, women like you wouldn't dare butt into a man's affairs. Shen Ye didn't say this because he had feelings for Zhao Shui. He simply couldn't stand her haughty attitude and deliberately spoke to make her uncomfortable. You. Sure enough, Zhao Shui's pretty face flushed crimson at Shen Ye's words. She pointed at him, momentarily speechless with anger. Meanwhile, the Yang family father and son along with Wang Shueting and her daughter, all froze upon hearing Shen Ye's words. General Zhao was actually Shen Ye's fiancé? The Yang family had been counting on Zhao Shui as their powerful ally. Now, with her being Shen Ye's fiancé, she would undoubtedly side with him. The Yang family's expressions darkened considerably. They were already mentally strategizing how to slip away unnoticed. But they were clearly overthinking it. Zhao Shui and Shen Ye had no such relationship, at least not yet, and Zhao Shui certainly wouldn't side with Shen Ye. On the contrary, Zhao Shui intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate her own capabilities, forcing Shen Ye to recognize the gap between them. Enough of this nonsense. I'll ask you plainly, are you transferring the Yang family's assets back? Zhao Shui snapped at Shen Ye, her embarrassment turning to anger. Hearing this, Shen Ye spread his hands helplessly. You want me to spit out what's already in my mouth? Not a chance. Besides, I'd advise you to mind your own business. You don't want to make things unpleasant for yourself.
Zhao Shui chuckled at Shen Ye's words. She couldn't fathom where he got the confidence to think he had the capability to cause her trouble. Listening to Shen Ye and Zhao Shui's sharp exchange, the young family father and son finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed these two weren't on the same page. How fortunate.
You think you can make me unhappy? You don't have what it takes,
Zhao Shui said with disdain. Little did she know that the humiliating beatings she'd suffered outside Villa Wang earlier were all orchestrated by Shen Ye's servant, Li Yi. Had she known this truth, such words would never have passed her lips. Mark my words, Shen Ye said calmly.
I'm taking the young family's assets. Not even the heavens themselves could make me let go. Let's see what you can do about it. He intended to deliberately curb Zhao Shui's haughty nature. Big talk indeed. But empty threats won't cut it. You need the power to back them up. You think having a contract signed by Yang Hai will save you?
I'll make sure that contract in your hands becomes worthless scrap paper,
Zhao Shui retorted.
With that, she pulled out her phone and made a call.
Hello, this is Zhao Shui. Immediately verify whether all Young family assets have been transferred out, Zhao Shui demanded arrogantly into the phone. General Zhao, the inquiry is complete. All of the Young family's assets have been transferred to a woman named Wang Xueting.
A respectful voice answered from the other end of the line. Hearing the voice on the line, Zhao Shui shot Shen Ye a triumphant, taunting glance.
Her eyes seemed to say, just wait and see how I make the Young family's assets revert back. Listen carefully. The transfer of the Young family's assets constitutes extortion. I demand you immediately transfer all assets transferred out back into Yang Hai's name, Zhao Shui declared into the phone.
Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the Young family father and son beside her couldn't help but become excited, overjoyed. Yet their joy was short-lived. The next words from the phone left them wilted like frost-bitten eggplants.
I'm sorry, General Zhao. We've received orders from above. All Young family assets are legally transferred and cannot be altered.
Zhao Shui paused in surprise upon hearing this, tentatively asking, not even I can change it?
No.
The reply was blunt and decisive. Hearing this, Zhao Shui's expression shifted slightly, utterly baffled by the situation.
Zhao Shui hung up the phone.
To save face, she deliberately said to Shen Ye, don't get too excited just yet. I said I'd turn that contract in your hands into worthless paper, and I will make sure it happens. She then placed a call to her direct superior. She was certain that once she revealed the transfer contract for the Young family's assets had been signed under duress with Yang Hai's life threatened, her superior wouldn't stand idly by. She could also inquire whether someone was secretly aiding Shen Ye. Chapter 150, Self-Awareness. Old Master's Son. Zhao Shui's call was answered quickly. She addressed the receiver with respectful formality. Zhao Shui, if I'm not mistaken, you're calling about the Young family's assets in Qingzhou, one of the city's top clans, right? Sun Lao's voice came through the phone. Zhao Shui froze upon hearing Sun Lao's words. She hadn't even mentioned it yet. How did Old Master's son know this was the reason for her call? Little did Zhao Shui know that Old Sun's foreknowledge stemmed from his top-level superior having already briefed him.
Mr. Sun, how did you know? Mr. Sun, what I meant to say was.
Zhao Shui was about to explain that the Yang family's assets were being forcibly transferred, but before she could finish, Old Sun cut her off over the phone.
Enough. The matter of the Yang family's assets is settled. No one can change it now. Take my advice, some things are none of your business. You can still stop while there's time, Old Sun said.
Hearing Sun Lao's words, Zhao Shui's expression shifted slightly, her delicate eyebrows knitting together in concern.
Zhao Shui wasn't stupid.
She could easily discern the subtext in Old Sun's words. Someone higher up was backing Wang Xueting and her daughter.
Could it be that someone from the southern frontier was secretly aiding Wang Xueting and her daughter? Otherwise, who could wield such immense influence? Master Sun, might you reveal who was secretly aiding that mother and daughter?
Though Zhao Shui had her suspicions, she still wanted to clarify the matter. I don't know the specific identity either, Old Sun replied. But I must remind you, Wang Xixi was the former captain of that person in the southern frontier. He even saved that person's life multiple times.
You should understand what I mean, right? I understand, Old Sun.
Zhao Shui replied before hanging up immediately. At that moment, Zhao Shui was 100% certain that the one secretly aiding Wang Xueting and her daughter was none other than the southern king of the southern frontier. After receiving this answer, Zhao Shui felt no shame whatsoever for failing to reclaim the Young family's assets. After all, she had only lost to the southern king, not Shen Ye. There was no shame in that. Who in the vast land of Great Xia could possibly match the power of the southern king? Little did Zhao Shui know that Shen Ye was actually the southern frontier king. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shui glanced at Shen Ye. Seeing him staring back at her with that smug look filled her with irritation. Zhao Shui suspected Shen Ye had known all along that the southern frontier king would secretly aid Wang Xueting and her daughter. That was why he dared to confront her so boldly. This realization only deepened her contempt for Shen Ye. She despised him for lacking any real ability, yet still resorting to the despicable tactic of borrowing someone else's power to intimidate others, a truly petty and cowardly act.
What's there to gloat about when you're just a fox borrowing a tiger's mite? You knew all along that the prince of the southern frontier was secretly backing them, didn't you? That's why you dared to confront me like this. Zhao Shui looked at Shen Ye with contempt, her voice dripping with disdain. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Shen Ye and Mao Tu exchanged a helpless glance. Borrowing authority? He, Shen Ye, was the prince of the southern frontier. Did he need to borrow someone else's authority? Mao Tu, however, looked like he was trying not to laugh. He found Zhao Shui quite amusing, daring to accuse the mighty king of the southern frontier of such a thing. At that moment, Mao Tu even felt a flicker of anticipation. He wondered what expression Zhao Shui would wear when she finally learned Shen Ye's true identity. If that's how you want to see me, then more power to you. Shen Ye couldn't be bothered to explain, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Seeing Shen Ye like this only deepened Zhao Shui's contempt for him. She thought he was nothing but a pretender. She promptly averted her gaze, refusing to waste her breath on such a petty individual. Meanwhile, the Yang family father and son standing nearby wore expressions of utter despair. They never imagined that the figure from the southern frontier would go to such lengths to aid Wang Xuetong and her daughter for Wang Xixu's sake. Didn't this mean their hopes of reclaiming the Yang family's assets were utterly dashed? Wang Xuetong and her daughter, however, were overcome with emotion, a mix of relief and profound gratitude toward the lord of the southern frontier. Zhao Shui then turned her gaze to Wang Xuetong and her daughter, addressing them, "Since it is the southern frontier lord's wish, I shall not meddle further in this matter. But I'll offer you some advice. The Yang family's vast holdings are far beyond your capacity to protect. If other families in Qingzhou learn that all of the Yang family's assets have been transferred to you too, they'll descend upon you like starving wolves, devouring you until not a single bone is left. Therefore, I suggest you sell all of the Yang family's assets to me. I will purchase them from you at market value." Zhao Shui's words held undeniable logic. Should the other families of Qingzhou learn that the Yang family's assets had been transferred to this mother and daughter with no business experience whatsoever, they would undoubtedly pounce like ravenous beasts, devouring every last crumb of the Yang family's wealth held by Wang Xueting. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Wang Xueting felt somewhat tempted. After all, neither she nor her mother had any experience in running a business. If they could sell at market price, wouldn't that be a good thing? So Wang Xueting turned to look at Shen Ye, seeking his opinion. "Don't worry about me. It's entirely up to you. Do you want to sell the Yang family's assets and live a quiet, stable life? Or do you want to make a big splash in the business world? That's entirely your decision." "I have no objections," Shen Ye said. "Of course I want to leverage the Yang family's assets to build a grand enterprise and become a formidable businesswoman. But we have absolutely no experience in this field. I fear we might truly be unable to hold on to the Yang family's assets, just as General Zhao said." Wang Xuetong replied. Wang Xueting certainly aspired to be a respected businesswoman, but she knew her limitations. She lacked the necessary experience. That's why she felt selling the assets was the safer choice. If that's what you want, then stop hesitating. Go for it with everything you've got. I believe you have the capability, you just lack some experience and connections right now. But don't worry, I'll always be here to support you," Shen Ye declared. Before Wang Xueting could respond, Zhao Shui shot Shen Ye a look of contempt and retorted, "The most important thing in life is self-awareness. Don't you know how much power you actually wield?" "Ha! How much power do I have? Why don't you try and find out?" Shen Ye sneered coldly. "I hope your confidence matches your capabilities. We'll see if you can protect their assets when faced with the relentless tactics of Qingzhou's countless families, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey," Zhao Shui said, her face icy cold. With that, Zhao Shui flicked her wrist and strode straight out of the room. Seeing Zhao Shui leave, the Yang family father and son panicked. "General Zhao," they cried. "If you go, what will become of our Yang family's holdings?" Chapter 151, Xiao Shuelian's thoughts. Zhao Shui turned back, gave the Yang family father and son a cold glance, and said, "You're still thinking about those assets? You're lucky to be alive right now." If Zhao Shui still didn't understand that the Yang family was deceiving her, she would truly be foolish. The southern frontier king wouldn't have arbitrarily transferred the Yang family's assets to Wang Xueting and her daughter. His actions proved Wang Xueting's words were true. It was that beast Yang Chen who had committed indecent acts against a widow and her orphan daughter. Hearing this, the Yang family father and son turned deathly pale. They never imagined things would escalate to this point. With that, Zhao Shui turned and walked out without looking back. Seeing this, the Yang family father and son scrambled to follow. They knew they could forget about the Yang family's assets. For now, merely preserving their own lives would be a blessing. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Shen Ye's icy voice cut through the air. Hearing this, the Yang family father and son were struck with terror, their eyes filling with dread. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, the Yangs fell to their knees before Shen Ye. "Mr. Shen, we truly know we were wrong. Rest assured, we'll never dare come after the Yang family's assets again," Yang Hai pleaded, his face drained of color. "Ha! I gave you your chance when I was still with the Yang family.
I never imagined you'd be so reckless as to seek Zhao Shue's help to reclaim the Yang family's assets. Well, you have no one to blame but yourselves.
Shen Ye sneered coldly.
With that, Shen Ye turned to Mao Tu beside him and ordered, "Take them outside and execute them."
"Don't dirty this place." "Yes." Mao Tu responded respectfully, then stepped forward to seize Yang Hai and Yang Chen.
Grabbing one in each hand, he hauled them out like chickens.
"No, Mr. Shen. We truly regret our actions. We'll never dare again. Xu Etong, please plead for me. After all, we were together for a time. Can you really bear to watch me die?" Yang Chen begged Wang Xuetong. Wang Xueting's face was icy cold as she retorted, "You bastard, you have the nerve to beg me? I'd love to see you dead." Soon, Mao Tu walked out carrying both of them.
Ah! Soon, the horrified screams of the young father and son echoed outside. Mao Tu returned shortly after, his clothes stained with traces of blood.
"Go finish off those punks who kidnapped Wang Xueting and her daughter last time," Shen Ye ordered Mao Tu.
Last time at the Yang residence, those punks saw the Yangs back down and slipped away unnoticed, but Shen Ye had no intention of letting them off the hook. After Mao Tu left, Wang Xueting and her daughter approached Shen Ye once more to express their gratitude.
"Mr. Shen, could I truly become a business powerhouse?" Wang Xueting asked, her eyes brimming with hope.
Even Wang Xueting herself hadn't noticed the subtle shift in the way she looked at Shen Ye. It was the gaze one might reserve for a male idol filled with awe, admiration, and an indescribable hint of affection. Perhaps all beauties were like this, fascinated by the hero rescues the damsel trope. Shen Ye had rescued them multiple times, and this had sparked a different kind of feeling within Wang Xueting.
Believe in yourself. No one is born a strong woman. It takes practice and proving yourself step by step.
Of course, I'll support you fully along the way, Shen Ye said.
Yes, I will work hard and not disappoint you, Mr. Shen.
Shen Ye's words gave Wang Xueting great encouragement, and she replied with unwavering determination.
I've always considered your father like a second father to me. So please, don't keep calling me Mr. Shen.
You can just call me Shen Ye, or even brother if you like, Shen Ye said. However, upon hearing Shen Ye's first part, Wang Xueting flushed with embarrassment and naturally ignored the latter half of his statement. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. If Shen Ye considered Wang Xueting's father his own father, then by extension, he was treating himself as Wang Sushi's son, which meant he was essentially her father-in-law. Thus, upon hearing this, Wang Xueting's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her heart felt sweet and warm.
Why are you blushing? Shen Ye asked. Ah? No way. It must be because it's so hot. Wang Xueting flustered, wishing she could sink into the ground.
Meanwhile, Xiao Xuelian, her mother, smiled faintly. Daughters take after their mothers. She knew exactly why her daughter had lost her composure, but she chose not to expose it.
Xiao Xuelian even thought that if Shen Ye could become their son-in-law, it would be absolutely perfect. Shen Ye, could you do Auntie a favor? Xiao Xuelian asked Shen Ye. Auntie, what is it? Shen Ye replied. According to our local customs, a funeral for someone who died at the age of 40 requires a white celebration, a joyous ceremony. But you see, there are only 2 women left in our family now. Without a man to lead us, some things are difficult to handle. Would you mind staying for a couple of days to help us? Xiao Xuelian explained. Hearing Xiao Xuelian's words, Wang Xueting also looked at Shen Ye with pleading eyes, hoping he would agree. Captain Wang saved my life. It's only right I assist with his final arrangements. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. Alright then, why don't you just stay at my place these next few days? It'll save you the trouble of commuting back and forth. Xiao Xuelian beamed with delight and quickly offered. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Xuelian's face flushed with embarrassment. She realized her home only had 2 rooms, one for herself and one for Wang Xueting. There was simply no spare room for Shen Ye. She couldn't very well have him sleep in the living room, could she? Xuetong, go tidy up your room. Shen Ye will stay in your room tonight. Xiao Xuelian instructed Wang Xuetong. Hearing this, Wang Xueting's pretty face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Her mother actually wanted Shen Ye to stay in her room. Where would she sleep? Auntie, isn't this a bit awkward? Shen Ye's face was a picture of embarrassment. It's fine. We only have 2 rooms. Since you're here, Xueting can just move into my room and stay with me. Xiao Xuelian said. Hearing Xiao Xuelian's words, both Wang Xueting and Shen Ye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Little did they know, Xiao Xuelian had deliberately avoided making things clear earlier to create a hint of ambiguity. She desperately wanted Shen Ye to become her son-in-law. A red sports car pulled up at the entrance of Villa number 1 Longquan. Inside sat Lin Meng and her senior brother. Lin Meng had brought her senior brother to Shen Ye's doorstep with one purpose, to find Shen Ye. She intended to have her senior brother kill Shen Ye, venting her pent-up anger. To secure her senior brother's agreement, Lin Meng had sacrificed her own body. Chapter 152, Shen Ye's Show-Off. Senior brother, this is the place, Lin Meng pointed at Villa Wang and said to her senior brother.
Her senior brother surveyed the opulent villa before him and remarked, to afford such a luxurious mansion, it seems this Shen Ye isn't quite as worthless as you made him out to be. A deep look of contempt flashed in Lin Meng's eyes as she retorted, this villa isn't his. If he could really afford a 20 billion yuan mansion, why would I ever make him wear a green hat? Rumor has it this place belongs to one of his cellmates. That shameless family just moved in to stay here. Lin Meng said disdainfully. Oh, I see. Senior brother nodded. So should I just kill Shen Ye alone, or slaughter his entire family? Senior brother inquired. Kill them all. A vicious glint flashed in Lin Meng's eyes. Lin Meng's senior brother pushed open the car door and stepped out. Lin Meng hurriedly followed him, determined to witness her senior brother brutally murder Shen Ye and his family with her own eyes. Go ring the doorbell. Lin Meng's senior brother instructed. Lin Meng walked directly to the front gate and pressed the villa's doorbell. At that moment, Li Wuying and Li Yi appeared on the villa's rooftop, looking down at Lin Meng and her companion from above. When Li Yi saw the young man beside Lin Meng, he couldn't help but startle, his face darkening with displeasure. He recognized him. This was the very young man who had lured him away that night. Captain, you seem quite afraid of that young man? Li Wuying noticed the unusual expression on Li Yi's face and asked. Hearing Li Wuying's words, Li Yi froze, thinking to himself that as the head of security, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his team. Scared? Are you kidding? Me, scared of him? Li Yi forced himself to speak. Still, the guy's got some skills. Last time we went at it for dozens of rounds, I barely edged him out. He's definitely up to no good this time. We need to keep a close eye on him. We absolutely can't let them harm our boss's parents. To save face, Li Yi deliberately downplayed his crushing defeat, framing it as a narrow loss. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Wuying's expression grew solemn. He had no concrete knowledge of Li Yi's strength, but instinctively assumed that anyone capable of serving alongside the Night King must surpass him in power. Yet Li Yi claimed he was still slightly inferior to that young man, a statement that demanded Li Wuying's full attention. If your strength is only marginally inferior, then with me joining you, we should have a fighting chance, Li Wuying declared. Hearing Li Wuying's words, Li Yi felt a pang of awkwardness. He could only silently pray that they wouldn't harm his master's parents. Stay alert later. If they try to harm the master's parents, I'll distract them while you seize the chance to take them away. Got it? Li Yi instructed. For the master, he was prepared to die. What about you? Li Wuying asked. As long as the master's parents are safe, even if I die, it will be worth it. Li Yi declared with righteous resolve. Hearing Li Yi's words, Li Wuying felt a surge of admiration. He couldn't help but marvel, Li Yi truly lived up to his reputation as the Night King's trusted confidant. Not long after, the villa's front door opened, and Li Fengmei peered out. The moment she saw Lin Meng ringing the doorbell, her expression darkened instantly. Her face flushed with anger as she snapped. How dare you show your face here? You're not welcome in my home. Leave. As she finished speaking, Li Fengmei moved to close the door. But at that moment, Lin Meng's senior brother stepped forward and forcefully pushed the door open. Lin Meng stepped forward, positioning himself directly opposite Li Fengmei, his expression darkening. Did you think I came here as a guest? Hearing Lin Meng's words, Li Fengmei gasped in shock, her voice trembling with fear. What do you want? Naturally, I've come to your entire family. Lin Meng spat venomously. Hearing this, Li Fengmei's face turned ashen. Though panicked, she was equally furious. Pointing at Lin Meng, she shouted angrily. Lin Meng, the Shen family never treated you badly. How could you be so ungrateful? May you die a miserable death. Senior brother, break both her legs first. Later, I'll torture her to death in front of Shen Ye. I'll make him beg me on his knees. Lin Meng's face turned icy as she ordered her senior brother. Understood. Lin Meng's senior brother's expression turned cold as he prepared to attack Li Fengmei. You want to break my master's mother's legs? Did you ask me first? At that moment, Li Yi leapt down from the villa's rooftop, landing before Li Fengmei. He glared at the young man with overwhelming authority. He was just showing off, couldn't let his captain lose face, right? As he spoke, Li Yi kept signaling to the concealed Li Wuying, urging him to act on his own initiative and safely escort his master's parents away. Seeing Li Yi suddenly appear, the young man flashed a look of contempt in his eyes and sneered, You think you have the strength to stop me? Whether I have the strength or not, why not give it a try? This place is too cramped for me to move freely. If you've got the guts, let's take this outside. I'll beat you so badly you'll be ting your pants. Li Yi retorted. His words were meant to lure the man away, creating an opening for Li Wuying. Since you're so eager to die, it would be inhumane of me not to grant your wish. The young man didn't give Li Yi a second thought. With that, he strode out of the villa. Seeing the young man exit, Li Yi's heart leapt with joy. He quickly signaled to Li Wuying with a glance, then followed the young man outside. Once everyone had exited, Li Wuying leaped out from his hiding spot, grabbed Li Fengmei's shoulders, and charged straight back into the villa. Once inside, Li Wuying wasted no time explaining. Grabbing Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, he swiftly exited through the villa's back door. Standing outside the villa now, facing off against the young man, Li Yi felt an indescribable mix of sorrow and resolve. At the same time, he felt a touch of smug satisfaction at his own clever maneuver. He believed that by luring the tiger away from the mountain, he had not only saved his master's parents but also redeemed his own dignity in front of Li Wuying. At the very least, Li Wuying wouldn't witness him getting thoroughly beaten by that young man. Little did Li Yi know that if not for this petty cleverness, he wouldn't have to endure such suffering soon after. Soon, Li Yi was locked in combat with the young man. But the young man was immeasurably stronger than Li Yi. With just one strike, Li Yi was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. By then, Li Wuying had already left Villa King with Shen Ye's parents, hiding them in a dense forest within the valley behind the mountain. After securing Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, Li Wuying rushed back toward Villa King. He intended to aid Li Yi. He was no coward. If Li Yi sacrificed himself to cover their escape, Li Wuying would not hesitate to do the same. Chapter 153, Taking the Worst Beating. When Li Wuying rushed back to Villa King and witnessed the fight between Li Yi and the young man, he was utterly stunned. Was this what the captain meant by exchanging dozens of blows and only slightly losing ground? Li Wuying murmured, his lips trembling. He watched as his captain, Li Yi, was being thoroughly beaten by the young man. Half of Li Yi's face was swollen, and his clothes were covered in shoe prints. Moreover, Li Wuying could tell the young man wasn't even using full force, he was purely toying with Li Yi. The youth grabbed Li Yi's ankle, spun him around in a 720-degree whirl, then let go. Li Yi's body hurtled toward a nearby tree at breakneck speed. If he crashed into it, he'd shatter at least a dozen ribs. Witnessing this, Li Wuying had no time to calculate his odds of intervening. Biting his lip, he sprinted forward and caught the flying Li Yi mid-air. At that moment, Li Yi was reeling from the blows, his head spinning and stars dancing before his eyes. Feeling his body caught mid-air, he slowly opened his eyes. Recognizing Li Wuying as the one who had caught him, he froze in surprise before crying out in panic. "Little Shadow, why did you come back? Run! Don't worry about me, you're no match for him." Hearing Li Yi's words, Li Wuying's heart swelled with emotion. She never expected the captain, nearly beaten to death, would still be thinking of her. This only strengthened his resolve. He couldn't abandon Captain Li Yi. Even knowing he was no match for the young man, he would stand and fall with his captain. "Captain, didn't you say your strength was only slightly inferior to his? But from the looks of it, the gap between you two seems more than just a little bit," Li Wuying asked in confusion. Hearing this, Li Yi's face flushed crimson. He wished he could sink into a hole. He felt utterly ashamed. "I've been suffering from severe stomach issues today. Diarrhea has left me completely drained. I can barely muster half my usual strength," Li Yi quickly improvised, thinking he'd come up with a plausible excuse. To his surprise, Li Wuying actually bought his story, nodding with an understanding look. "Captain, your injuries are too severe. I'll distract him while you escape," Li Wuying declared. He gently laid Li Yi on the ground before turning and striding toward the young man. "My brother, go with peace of mind. I'll return to collect your remains," Li Yi said, his face filled with emotion as he watched Li Wuying's retreating back. With that, Li Yi prepared to scramble to his feet and flee the scene. But the moment he strained, a piercing agony shot through his forehead, making him wince in pain. Only then did Li Yi realize his injuries were too severe. He couldn't even stand. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, crawled to a large tree, and leaned his body against it to sit. Escape was impossible now. He'd have to stay and become a pair of fellow sufferers with Li Wuying. Never expected you to be such a loyal bastard. But in my eyes, loyalty is nothing but foolishness. You could have escaped, yet you returned to your death for the sake of so-called honor. What else could that be but stupidity?" Lin Meng's senior brother watched Li Wuying approach him, a look of contempt flitting across his face as he offered Li Wuying a sinister smile. The young man had overheard Li Yi and Li Wuying's exchange. Knowing that Li Yi, whom he just injured, was Li Wuying's squad leader, he naturally assumed Li Wuying's strength must be inferior. Consequently, he didn't give Li Wuying a second thought. Death is inevitable for all. Some lives weigh heavier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. Li Wuying smiled grimly, his face etched with tragic resolve. "I'm not here to kill you too. Just tell me where you've hidden Shen Ye's parents, and I'll spare your life," the young man declared. "Dream on," Li Wuying replied coldly. "You're courting death." The young man's expression turned icy, a fierce killing intent emanating from his body. His words barely finished, the young man's fist shot forward, aiming straight for Li Wuying's chest. Seeing this, Li Wuying's brow furrowed. He dared not take it lightly, immediately channeling all his strength into his fist to meet the young man's incoming blow. Boom! Their fists collided, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. Simultaneously, the young man's face suddenly drained of color. A flash of terror crossed his eyes as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward uncontrollably for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Staring at the young man he'd sent flying with a single punch, Li Wuying was dumbfounded. How come that young man didn't seem as strong as the captain had described?
He'd been knocked flying with just one punch? Equally stunned was Li Yi, who had been leaning against a tree.
He was momentarily dazed, almost disbelieving his own eyes. Thinking he might be seeing things, he quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. The sight remained unchanged. The young man lay on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth.
He must have underestimated me. Li Yi exclaimed in disbelief. That must be it. Senior brother, are you okay?
Lin Meng, who had witnessed her senior brother being knocked flying by Li Wuying's single punch, rushed over with a look of urgency. She helped him up from the ground and asked with concern. The young man clutched his chest, searing with pain from the impact, his face grim as he admitted, I underestimated him. With that, he pulled a black pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. As the pill dissolved, the pallor drained from his face, replaced by a faint flush of color. Even the pain in his chest began to subside. Then, with a grave expression, the young man turned his gaze toward Li Wuying and snarled, very well. You've succeeded in provoking my wrath. Next, I'll show you my true power. With that, his body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged toward Li Wuying. Li Wuying dared not take it lightly. Gritting his teeth, his body also became a blur as he met the young man head-on. Boom! Their fists collided once more. The impact shook the very ground, a violent surge of energy erupting from their clashing fists and sending a cloud of dust billowing upward. Simultaneously, both combatants' expressions shifted slightly as they each staggered back several steps. The young man stumbled back 6 steps, while Li Wuying only retreated 3. This clearly showed that Li Wuying's strength was slightly superior to the young man's, though not by much. Watching this unfold from a short distance away, Li Yi felt his cheeks burn with stinging pain, a slap in the face. He never imagined Li Wuying would be this formidable. Had he known, would he have had to endure such a brutal beating? That earlier punch could be attributed to the young man's carelessness, but what about now? Chapter 154, Nowhere to Hide. Again! Clearly unwilling to concede defeat, the young man roared and charged at Li Wuying once more. Soon, the two were locked in combat once more. This time, however, they avoided direct confrontation, instead unleashing their respective techniques to target each other's vital points. Watching Li Wuying and the young man locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle, Li Yi beside them wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He felt utterly ashamed to show his face. How embarrassing. He had once bragged in front of Li Wuying and even claimed the title of captain, only to realize in the end that he was nothing but a clown. At the same time, Li Yi couldn't help but resent Li Wuying. The other clearly possessed such formidable strength yet had never shown it, leaving Li Yi to endure a brutal beating from the young man for over 10 minutes. Lost in these thoughts, Li Yi touched his half-swollen face with a look of utter misery. Ouch! Ouch, that hurts like hell. Li Yi sucked in a sharp breath, whimpering in pain. After dozens of exchanges, Li Wuying finally seized an opening. His palm struck the young man squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward a considerable distance before he regained his footing. Clutching his wounded chest, the young man's face darkened to an extreme. He knew he was no match for Li Wuying. If the fight continued, he would surely fall here. His face turned icy as he stared at Li Wuying and demanded, I remember today's grudge. Dare you leave your name? I will find you to reclaim the humiliation I suffered today. Li Wuying. I remember you. 1 month. No more than 1 month. I will come back for you. The young man declared with absolute confidence. Turning to Lin Meng, who stood nearby with a grim expression, he added, Junior sister, let's go. With that, he led Lin Meng straight toward their car. Li Wuying made no move to stop them, merely watching as the two drove away. Li Wuying, why did you let them go? Keeping them around is nothing but trouble. Li Yi exclaimed with frustration once they were gone. Because there was no way to stop them. Li Wuying replied. Li Wuying knew full well that the young man's strength was nearly equal to his own. If the other was determined to leave, he simply couldn't stop him. Fine, Li Yi nodded helplessly. Li Wuying, you've kept me in the dark for so long. If you're this powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? If you told me how strong you were, would I have ended up getting beaten like that? Li Yi complained bitterly. Li Wuying looked awkward. How was I supposed to know you were so weak? I assumed as the team leader, you'd be stronger than me. Hearing this, Li Yi's face flushed crimson, utterly mortified. Alright, help me back to my room. I'm badly injured. Then go fetch the master's parents and give him a call to explain what happened here. Li Yi changed the subject. Yes, Captain. Li Wuying replied. Cough. Hearing Li Wuying address him as Captain, Li Yi let out a dry cough to mask his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, who was at Wang Xueting's home helping with funeral arrangements, also received a call from Li Wuying. Upon learning of the events at home, Shen Ye's face turned cold. Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to get Li Wuying out of prison and assign him as bodyguard to his parents. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seemed that once these next couple of days were over, it would be time to elevate both Li Wuying and Li Yi's capabilities once more. For the next few days, Shen Ye remained at Wang Xueting's home, assisting with the funeral arrangements. During this period, news of the Yang family's assets being transferred to Wang Xueting and her daughter spread rapidly throughout Qingzhou. Upon learning that the Yang family's entire fortune had been transferred to Wang Xueting and her daughter, a pair with zero business experience or connection, some families could no longer contain their restless ambitions.
The Yang family's assets were a huge piece of meat. Who wouldn't want a bite? Previously, these assets remained firmly in the Yang family's grasp.
Yang Hai, a seasoned veteran who had navigated the business world for decades, possessed connections and tactics beyond the reach of ordinary people.
While others coveted the Yang family's holdings, they lacked the strength to seize them. But now it was different.
With the assets under Wang Xueting and her mother's names, they were confident they could swallow them whole. Heirs from several top-tier families even gathered together to discuss how they would divide the spoils after swallowing up the Yang family assets held by Wang Xueting and her daughter. It seemed they had already counted on securing that portion of the Yang family's wealth. Once the division was settled, these top families of Qingzhou began suppressing the Yang family's holdings. First, they severed all business ties with Yang enterprises. Next, they made calls to incite major clients from other provinces who had previously collaborated with the Yang family. They urged these clients to cease all cooperation with Yang enterprises, informing them that the entire business had been transferred to a mother and daughter with no business experience whatsoever. They warned that continuing to work with Yang enterprises would inevitably lead to total financial ruin. Next, they orchestrated a media campaign to depress Yang enterprises' stock price. In less than 2 days, Qingzhou's top families collaborated to drive Yang Enterprises' market value from 80 billion yuan to just over 40 billion yuan, with the decline continuing. If the decline continued unchecked, it would take less than 3 days for the Yang family's holdings to plummet below the 10 billion yuan threshold. Zhao Shui, residing in Villa District No. 1 Longquan, wore a smug and contemptuous smile upon learning that the assets held by Wang Xueting and her daughter had plummeted to just over 40 billion. "Heh, Shen Ye, didn't you claim you could help them?" Zhao Shui murmured to herself. In just 2 days, nearly 40 billion yuan of their assets have evaporated. Where's your intervention to turn the tide? Zhao Shui was waiting. She was waiting for Shen Ye to come begging her to buy out the assets held by Wang Xueting and her daughter. Zhao Shui was convinced that within 2 days, perhaps even sooner, Shen Ye would come begging her. But after waiting at home for 2 full days, Shen Ye never showed up to plead with her. Meanwhile, the market value of the assets held by Wang Xueting and her daughter had already fallen below the 100 billion mark, plummeting all the way to 80 billion. Though 8 billion might seem substantial at first glance, it was merely the market value. If someone were to acquire them, they might not even be willing to pay 4 billion. Moreover, when Wang Xueting and her daughter took over the Yang family's assets, they undoubtedly assumed all the company's loans as well. After all, these loans were all taken out in the company's name. A company once valued at 80 billion yuan carried at least 30 to 40 billion yuan in bank loans under its name. This means that even if Wang Xueting and her daughter sold their holdings at an 80 billion valuation, they would still be saddled with hundreds of billions in debt. Chapter 155, Funeral Procession Blocked. This day marked the burial of Wang Xixi. Relatives and friends gathered at Wang Xueting's home to accompany Wang Xixi on his final journey. After lunch, around 3 in the afternoon, the funeral procession set off. Arranged by the funeral team, Xiao Shuelian held Wang Xixi's portrait, Wang Xueting carried his urn, and relatives and friends carried wreaths. Amid the crackling sound of firecrackers, the procession began its journey. Shen Ye and Mao Tu followed behind Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian, with Shen Ye carrying 2 boxes in his hands. Xiao Shuelian, Wang Xueting, and their relatives were all curious about what exactly was inside Shen Ye's 2 boxes, but Shen Ye remained silent, afraid that telling them might frighten them. For inside those boxes lay the severed heads of Poison Wolf and Poison Dragon. He intended to carry them to Wang Xixi's grave, dig 2 holes beside the tombstone, and bury them there, condemning the 2 men to atone for their sins before Wang Xixi's spirit for all eternity. Just as the funeral procession was making its way toward the cemetery, a row of luxury cars appeared on the road ahead. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Land Rover, all were present. Seated inside these vehicles were prominent figures from Qingzhou. They had come to acquire the Yang family's assets from Wang Xueting and her daughter. The luxury motorcade blocked the funeral procession, leaving Wang Xueting's relatives and friends looking extremely displeased. After all, having a funeral procession intercepted midway was considered a terrible omen. Yet these relatives dared not voice their anger, for they could tell that those who rode in such luxury vehicles were not people they could afford to provoke. As the chauffeurs stepped out and opened the rear doors, the patriarchs of Qingzhou's most prominent families emerged from the vehicles. Leading the group was Zhang Shihao of the Zhang family. He frowned at the funeral procession before him, silently cursing his bad luck. Zhang Shihao then led the other heads of Qingzhou's top families toward Wang Xueting and Xiao Shuelian, who stood at the front of the funeral procession. A male assistant beside Zhang Shihao stepped forward first, confronting the mother and daughter with an arrogant expression. "Are you Xiao Shuelian and Wang Xueting?" Wang Xueting shot a furious glance at those blocking the procession, her expression icy as she addressed Zhang Shihao's assistant. "What do you want?"
Naturally, we've come to acquire the Yang family's assets in your possession, the assistant replied.
This is Mr. Zhang Shihao, head of the Zhang family, and that is Mr. Gao, head of the Gao family. The assistant then proceeded to introduce several other executives behind him.
Hearing the assistant's words, Wang Xueting's expression grew even colder. Have you no sense of reverence whatsoever? She demanded. Can't you see we're in the middle of a funeral procession?
At this, the assistant shot a contemptuous glance at the urn in Wang Xueting's hands and sneered, the living can barely manage to live well.
You still have the heart to concern yourself with the dead? Do you realize the Yang family assets you hold have plummeted from 80 billion to just 8 billion in market value?
If you don't sell them to us soon, they'll likely fall below 5 billion before long.
We rushed over to acquire your holdings precisely for your own good. Do you realize that every minute you delay means hundreds of thousands, even millions, evaporate from their value? That's real money. Hearing her assistant's words, Wang Xueting's expression darkened noticeably.
She had already received word about the Yang family's assets plummeting, but Shen Ye had assured her there was no need to panic. He promised to resolve those difficulties after burying his father. Please step aside. Whatever it is, we can discuss it after I've laid my father to rest, Wang Xueting said.
Didn't you understand me?
In this situation, every minute you delay means your holdings could lose hundreds of thousands, even millions.
I advise you to sign the acquisition contract now. You can still bury your father afterward. The executives behind me are willing to acquire the Yang family's assets in your possession for 30 billion yuan.
Naturally, we're only purchasing the assets themselves. As for the hundreds of billions in bank loans secured against those assets, you'll still need to shoulder that debt yourselves. With that, the assistant slid a contract across the table toward Wang Xueting. As soon as you sign this contract, 30 billion will be transferred to your bank account within 2 minutes.
The assistant said. Xueting, why don't you just sign it? Delaying any longer will only cost you more. Wang Xueting's uncle, Wang Sanyuan, stepped forward and urged her.
Wang Sanyuan had his own motives for urging Wang Xueting to sell. As Wang Xixie's older brother, he had learned from Wang Xuetong and her mother that their ability to seize all of the Yang family's assets was due to the covert support of the prince of the southern frontier.
Therefore, Wang Sanyuan naturally assumed that these Yang family assets could be considered Wang Xixie's inheritance.
Since it was inheritance, as Wang Xixie's older brother, he naturally believed he was entitled to a share.
As for the hundreds of billions in debt Wang Xueting had incurred due to the Yang family's assets, Wang Sanyuan couldn't care less. That was Wang Xueting and her daughter's problem. In truth, several days prior, upon learning that the market value of the Yang family's assets was rapidly depreciating, he had repeatedly urged Wang Xueting and her daughter to sell off those holdings. However, Shen Ye had refused, leading Wang Sanyuan to harbor considerable resentment toward Shen Ye, believing him to be blocking his path to wealth. But there was nothing he could do. Wang Xueting and her daughter only listened to Shen Ye. To get his share of the money, Wang Sanyuan had no choice but to swallow his anger. Before I lose my temper, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, the Yang family will be your cautionary tale.
Shen Ye handed the 2 boxes in his hands to Mao Tu, stepped forward, snatched the contract from the assistant's grasp, tore it to shreds, and coldly addressed the assistant. Seeing Shen Ye shred his contract, the assistant's face darkened to the extreme.
He glared at Shen Ye and snapped, "Who do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here?" "Exactly. You're nothing but an outsider. What right do you have to meddle in the Wang family's affairs? Just days ago, I advocated selling off the Yang family's assets. Back then, we could have fetched 500 or 600 billion. But because of you, those assets are now only worth 30 billion. Haven't you caused enough damage to the Wang family?"
Wang Sanyuan glared at Shen Ye, his face twisted with fury. In Wang Sanyuan's eyes, he was entitled to a share of the Yang family's assets. It was that bastard Shen Ye who caused his share to shrink so drastically. Right now, he truly wished he could skin Shen Ye alive and tear him limb from limb.
Chapter 156, Strange Things. How could Wang Sanyuan's petty schemes escape Shen Ye's notice?
Shen Ye shot him a cold glance and retorted, "The assets held by Wang Xueting and her daughter were taken from Yang Hai.
Do you think I have no right to manage them? So what? If it weren't for the covert assistance of the Southern King, do you think those assets could have been preserved?
Moreover, it was only because Shui Ting followed your advice that she didn't sell those assets.
What was once worth 80 billion yuan is now only worth 30 billion.
This is all your fault.
Do you think what you did was fair to my dead brother?"
Wang Sanyuan glared at Shen Ye, his voice charged with accusation.
"Uncle, please stop. Shen Ye's decision is my decision.
Besides, Shen Ye has assured me that after father's funeral, he has a way to restore those assets to their original market value," Wang Xueting interjected. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, Wang Sanyuan spoke with deep concern.
"Xuetong, you're far too naive and trusting.
He's just a lowly soldier. What possible ability could he have to restore those businesses to their original value?
Anyone can talk big.
Yet you chose to believe his nonsense.
I'm your own uncle. Would I ever harm you? Truthfully, Wang Shueting didn't believe Shen Ye possessed such immense influence to restore her holdings to their former value either.
Though Shen Ye was exceptionally skilled in combat, business matters weren't solved by fighting alone. They demanded connections, resources, and navigating the complex web of open strategies and hidden schemes within the corporate world. Even though you're my uncle, I only know that when my mom and I were in danger, it was Shen Ye who stepped up and saved us, not you, my uncle. What's more, Shen Ye personally handled every detail of my father's funeral arrangements. He even paid for the plot at the cemetery. Wang Shueting stated. Wang Sanyuan was so flustered by Wang Shueting's words that he couldn't think of a response for a moment. Then go ahead and listen to him. But don't come crying to your uncle when you're drowning in debt because you trusted him. I won't be responsible for that. Wang Sanyuan angrily flung his sleeves aside, turned his head away, and put on a look of intense fury.
Shen Ye couldn't be bothered with Wang Sanyuan anymore. His icy gaze swept over the heads of Qingzhou's top families as he spoke in a cold tone. You have 10 seconds to clear the road. Otherwise, within 10 minutes, I'll make sure your so-called first-rate families plummet to third-rate status. Shen Ye was furious now, and the consequences would be severe. Pfft, all talk and no action.
Wang Sanyuan sneered under his breath, rolling his eyes. The heads of Qingzhou's top families exchanged knowing glances upon hearing Shen Ye's words, their expressions suggesting they'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Well then, I'll be damned if I don't see how you plan to turn our first-rate families into third-rate ones, Zhang Shihao sneered at Shen Ye.
Exactly. Blowing smoke isn't illegal, so go ahead and blow all you want. But blowing smoke isn't illegal only if you know who you're blowing it at. You dare stand before us and boast that you'll turn our families into third-rate clans? You think I won't make you unable to take care of yourself in 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes? Gao Jianhong, head of the Gao family, sneered at Shen Ye. As Gao Jianhong finished speaking, a middle-aged man radiating a fierce aura emerged from behind him. His eyes cold, he advanced step by step toward Shen Ye. Head of the Zhang family, head of the Gao family, you two have some nerve. You dare obstruct the funeral procession of a border hero? Do you truly believe you can control the entire Qingzhou region with just the two of you? At that moment, a cold voice rang out from behind the major family heads. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, their expressions instantly shifting. For the speaker was none other than Zhao Shui, the foremost female general of Huaxia. Zhao Shui had been waiting at home for Shen Ye to come plead with her. But after waiting and waiting, Shen Ye never showed up. Unable to sit still any longer, she came to Wang Shueting's residence to acquire the businesses Wang Shueting held. Naturally, she feared other Qingzhou families might snap up Wang Shueting's holdings first. What she hadn't anticipated was that the heads of Qingzhou's major first-tier families would be so lawless, daring to block the funeral procession of the border hero, Wang Sushi. General Zhao. Several of Qingzhou's top families bowed in unison to Zhao Shui, respectfully addressing her as General Zhao. Do you know how many years of imprisonment the law prescribes for maliciously obstructing the funeral procession of a border hero? Zhao Shui asked coldly. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the faces of the family heads paled, panic flashing in their eyes. A misunderstanding, General Zhao. A misunderstanding. We'll clear the road immediately. Zhang Shihao hurriedly declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shihao turned to Shen Ye with a cold glare. Kid, you got lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. With that, the family heads scrambled back into their vehicles, urging their drivers to pull over and clear the road. These family heads assumed Zhao Shui's appearance had nearly coincidentally aided Shen Ye. Little did they know that had Zhao Shui not arrived, their own families would have borne the brunt of the misfortune. In truth, Zhao Shui's intervention had saved their clans. Thank you, General Zhao. Wang Shueting expressed her gratitude to Zhao Shui. You're welcome. Your father deserved this. Now, see him off properly. I'll escort the procession. No one will dare to block the road. Zhao Shui declared. The funeral procession then continued its journey toward the cemetery. After about 10 minutes, the procession arrived at Wang Xixi grave. With tears in her eyes, Wang Shuetong placed the urn containing Wang Xixi's ashes into the grave, then scooped up a handful of soil and scattered it over the urn. Dad. 6 Joy, rest in peace. In the next life, I'll still be your wife. Woo woo. Wang Shueting and Xiao Shuelian knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Several relatives and friends stepped forward, gently lifting them to their feet and offering quiet words of comfort. Meanwhile, others armed with shovels approached and began covering the urn with soil. After they finished covering the urn, Shen Ye stepped forward and said to them, Gentlemen, could you please dig 2 half-meter deep holes on either side of the tombstone? Thank you. Why? The men asked in confusion. To bury these 2 things, of course. Shen Ye said as he took the 2 boxes from Mao Tu's hands. Shen Ye, what the hell are you doing? This is my brother's grave. You want to bury 2 boxes beside my brother's grave? Are you trying to ruin the Wang family's feng shui? Wang Sanyuan had long disliked Shen Ye. Now that he had his chance, he wouldn't let it slip. His voice boomed with fury as he snatched one of the boxes from Shen Ye's grasp, preparing to open it. I'll see what kind of devilish thing is inside this box. Chapter 157, Lin Meng keeps causing trouble.
As Wang Sanyuan moved to open the box, the other mourners all turned their curious gazes toward him.
They'd been wondering all along what exactly was inside those two boxes Shen Ye was carrying.
Shen Ye made no move to stop him.
If Wang Sanyuan wanted to see, then let him see.
It would serve as a lesson for him. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wang Sanyuan slowly lifted the lid. The moment it opened, a foul, fishy stench assaulted their senses. The moment Wang Sanyuan recognized what lay inside, his face drained of color.
Ah!
Wang Sanyuan let out a terrified shriek, his hands instinctively flinging the boxes away as he collapsed backward onto the ground. He scrambled backward on all fours, retreating as far as he could. As the box hit the floor, a foul-smelling head rolled out from within. Ah! Witnessing this scene, all the mourners turned pale with shock. The more timid among them let out shrieks of terror. Among those present, only Shen Ye, Mao Tu, and Zhao Shui remained composed. Zhao Shui stared at the head rolling out of the box, a look of horror flashing in her eyes. Her voice trembled with emotion as she exclaimed. The head of Poison Wolf, the deputy commander of the Venomous Thorns Mercenary Corps. With that, Zhao Shui walked over to Shen Ye and pointed at the other crate he was carrying.
Could this crate possibly contain the head of the Poison Sting Mercenary Corps' commander?
Before Shen Ye could respond, Zhao Shui reached out and opened the box. The moment it swung open, a putrid stench assaulted her, making her wrinkle her nose. Inside lay none other than the head of Poison Dragon.
Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the onlookers, both fearful and fascinated, craned their necks from a distance to peer into the box.
The Southern Frontier War God truly honors his bonds of loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Shui exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Not only did he avenge Wang Xixi, but he also slaughtered the Venomous Thorns Mercenary Corps. He even brought the heads of their commander and deputy commander to accompany Wang Xixi in death.
Did the Southern Frontier War God personally hand these two heads to you?
Zhao Shui asked Shen Ye, her eyes brimming with hope.
I'm just a discharged soldier.
I'd never have the honor of meeting the Southern Frontier War God in person. These were merely handed over to me by a former comrade in arms, Shen Ye replied indifferently.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Shui's eyes.
She had hoped to meet the Southern Frontier War God through Shen Ye, but it seemed she had overestimated herself.
True.
A nobody like you would never get the chance to meet the Southern Frontier War God. I overestimated you, Zhao Shui said, her voice heavy with disappointment. Shen Ye paid no heed to Zhao Shui's words, turning his head instead to address the men holding shovels. Guys, could you give us a hand? Hearing Shen Ye's words, the men snapped out of their shock and replied, it's our pleasure.
Soon, they dug 2 pits over half a meter deep on either side of Wang Xixi's grave.
Shen Ye then dumped the poisonous wolf's head directly into one pit. He then walked over to the poison wolf's head lying on the ground, kicked it with his foot, and sent it flying with pinpoint accuracy into the other pit. The men with shovels then began filling the pits with earth. The funeral procession prepared to return the way they came. Wang Xueting and her daughter wept bitterly before the grave, reluctant to leave, but were eventually dragged away by their relatives and friends. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Lin Meng arrived at her senior brother's door and knocked. After the incident a few days prior where she had brought her senior brother to Shen Ye's house, Lin Meng remained unsatisfied. Her visit this time was undoubtedly also about dealing with matters concerning Shen Ye. Soon, Lin Meng entered the room and tentatively asked her senior brother, how is your injury healing?
Minor injuries.
They've long since healed, her senior brother replied. Her senior brother's name was Xiao Chen, an orphan who had trained under their master since childhood. That's wonderful, senior brother. Last time you said it would take no more than a month to seek revenge on that Li Wuying.
Is that still true? Lin Meng inquired.
Of course it's true.
Li Wuying's cultivation level is the same as mine.
It's just that he has more combat experience and has been cultivating longer, so his strength is slightly superior to mine.
But I can feel my bottleneck beginning to loosen.
I estimate that within half a month at most, my cultivation will break through. Once I break through, Li Wuying won't stand a chance against me. Li Wuying said with a cold, grim expression.
Oh, it'll take that long? Doesn't that mean I have to let Shen Ye live another half-month?
Lin Meng said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Lin Meng despised Shen Ye with a passion. She longed to eliminate him immediately, unwilling to wait even a moment longer.
There's no other way.
Unless you can persuade the old master to handle it personally, we'll just have to wait until I break through.
Xiao Chen stated.
But you know how cautious he is, master. Especially after Uncle Master passed away, he went straight into seclusion. Now I can't even get to see him, Lin Meng said. The master she referred to was naturally the guest revered by the Yang family. Oh, right, senior brother. I've looked into it that Li Wuying is Shen Ye's cellmate in prison, not a bodyguard he hired.
How about we avoid Li Wuying and go kill Shen Ye's entire family instead? Lin Meng suggested, having thought of something. Forget it. Before I break through in cultivation, I don't want to provoke that Li Wuying. Who knows when he'll be there or not? Xiao Chen replied. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Meng's face fell with disappointment. But soon, she seemed to think of something and turned to her senior brother, since we can't touch Shen Ye and his family for now, let's target the people around him instead. I know Shen Ye has a new girlfriend, something like Tang Duo. She's breathtakingly beautiful, a true beauty who could bring down a kingdom. How about you capture Tang Duo, rape her first, then kill her? Lin Meng's plan was simple. If she couldn't kill Shen Ye yet, she wouldn't let him off easy. If her senior brother could rape and kill Tang Duo first, breaking Shen Ye's heart, she'd feel utterly satisfied. Junior sister, your heart is truly wicked. Not only did you make him wear a green hat, but now you want his girlfriend to do the same? How poisonous. Xiao Chen sneered at Lin Meng. If I can't kill him, I'll make him suffer. Senior brother, will you help me with this? Lin Meng asked coquettishly. Help? Of course I'll help. How could I miss out on something this thrilling? But I've been running a fever while healing these past few days. Little sister, you'll have to help me out. With that, Xiao Chen pressed Lin Meng's head down. Chapter 158, Yi Juntian. Central Plains, Yi Family Manor. At that moment, all the high-ranking members of the Yi family gathered in the family's council hall. The reason? The pride of the Yi family, Yi Juntian, had returned. The Yi family's rise to become one of Zhengzhou's premier clans was largely due to Yi Juntian's master. Mention Yi Juntian's master, and every member of the Yi family wore an expression of reverence. Over 20 years ago, the Yi family couldn't even squeeze into the ranks of third-tier families in Central Plains. It was Yi Juntian's master who, recognizing Yi Juntian's extraordinary talent, sought to bring him under his wing and take him as a disciple. As compensation, the master set up a feng shui formation for the Yi family. He told Yi Jingtian that with this formation, the Yi family would enter the ranks of third-tier families within a year, second-tier families within 5 years, become a first-tier family in Zhengzhou within 15 years, and enter the ranks of the top families within 30 years. Every prediction made by Yi Juntian's master came true. Within a mere decade or so, the Yi family soared to become a first-tier family in Zhengzhou. Now, over 20 years later, they hold a mid-tier standing among the first-tier families. The Yi family firmly believed that with Master Yi Juntian's feng shui arrangement, they would undoubtedly become Zhengzhou's fourth great clan within 30 years. A noble house stands above even the top-tier families. Even 10 top-tier families banding together might not match a single noble house. This was precisely why, the moment Yi Juntian returned home, the entire Yi family gathered together to welcome him back. Juntian, your return is most welcome. Yi Jingtian exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Father, who dares to kill even my own younger brother? They clearly hold no regard for the Yi family, nor for me, Yi Juntian said, his eyes cold. From Yi Juntian's words, it was clear how arrogant he was. By speaking thus, he had clearly placed himself above even the Yi family. Yet none of the Yi family members present found this statement objectionable, for Yi Juntian possessed every reason to be proud. It was a young upstart from Qingzhou named Shen Ye. Yi Jingtian declared. Hearing Yi Jingtian's words, Yi Juntian froze in surprise. He hadn't expected someone from the insignificant Qingzhou to dare kill a member of the Yi family. Is he from one of Qingzhou's top-tier families? Yi Juntian asked, his expression turning icy. Not from a top-tier family in Qingzhou. Shen Ye doesn't even rank among the third-tier families there. Before he killed your brother, we'd never even heard of such a person, Yi Jingtian replied. But he has someone by his side, a Li Yi, who's exceptionally formidable. Even our family's revered masters couldn't stand against him. Yi Jingtian explained. At the mention of the Yi family's revered masters, a flicker of contempt crossed Yi Juntian's eyes. That doesn't mean Li Yi is powerful, he said. It only proves our revered masters are too weak. At best, our family's revered elders rank 9th within the Dragon Gang. Against true masters, they're utterly insignificant. Hearing Yi Juntian claim the family's revered masters were too weak, the Yi family members didn't get angry. Instead, they were thrilled. Didn't this simply prove how much stronger Yi Juntian was compared to the family's revered masters? Juntian, you've been training under your master for nearly 20 years. How much of his skills have you truly mastered? Yi Jingtian asked excitedly. Hearing this, Yi Juntian proudly held up 3 fingers. However, the Yi family members couldn't help but look disappointed when they saw Yi Juntian's gesture. Only 30%? Yi Jingtian shared their disappointment. Yi Juntian arched an eyebrow. What do you mean, only 30%? My master's skills are divine. To have mastered 30% of his abilities in just 20 years is already remarkable. Even my master himself praised me as a genius of 1,000 years. So with your current abilities, where do you think you'd rank on the dragon list? Yi Jingtian asked, not entirely certain. The dragon list? Even taking the top spot would be a piece of cake. Yi Juntian declared. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the entire Yi family fell silent, clearly skeptical. After all, the top spot on the dragon list was held by the Zhao family's revered elder from Central Plains. He had dominated the first rank for over 20 years.
Many had challenged him, even the second-ranked contender had tried, only to be sent flying with a single palm strike, spitting blood. Seems you know nothing of my master's prowess, nor any of my own strength. Since that's the case, fetch a jug of fine wine. Before it grows cold, I'll return from the Zhao family with the top spot on the dragon rankings. Then we'll drink to celebrate. With that, Yi Juntian turned and strode out without waiting for the Yi family members to react. Someone, warm the wine. Since my son has such lofty ambitions, I'll warm up some fine wine for him. When he claims the top spot on the dragon list, we'll celebrate. Yi Jingtian declared loudly and boldly. After leaving the Yi family estate, Yi Juntian headed straight for the Zhao residence. Who are you? The Zhao family guards, seeing Yi Junlin striding straight toward the main gate, rushed forward to block his path. Boom! Before the guards could finish their question, Yi Junlin struck. In an instant, both men were sent flying backward, their bodies slamming violently into the Zhao family's courtyard wall. The impact cracked the stone masonry. They landed heavily on the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, their fate unknown. Yi Juntian strode forward, kicking both gates of the Zhao residence to the ground before striding through. Zhao Zhozhou, Yi Juntian of the Yi family has come to challenge the top spot on the dragon list. Come out and fight now. The moment he entered the Zhao family compound, Yi Juntian halted and declared these words. Though his voice seemed effortless, it carried with piercing clarity. His words could be heard distinctly hundreds of meters away. As Yi Juntian's words fell, countless members of the Zhao family paled, then gathered toward the courtyard with expressions of eager anticipation. It had been ages since anyone dared come to the Zhao family to challenge their revered master, Zhao Zhozhou. Who would have thought that today, someone would be so reckless as to come knocking, and with such brazen arrogance? They were eager to see how this so-called Yi Juntian would be beaten to a pulp by Zhao Zhozhou. Soon, the Zhao family compound was swarming with people, servants, martial arts experts, and even the patriarch, Zhao Qianlong, had rushed over. Seeing the Zhao family assembled, yet Zhao Zhozhou still absent, a flicker of contempt crossed Yi Juntian's eyes. He spoke again. Zhao Zhozhou, have you grown too old to walk? Or are you simply afraid to face me in battle? Boy, don't get cocky. A voice boomed from the Zhao family's rear courtyard, thunderous and deafening. No sooner had the words faded than an elderly man with the demeanor of an immortal stepped forward, his robes billowing without wind. Chapter 159, The Overbearing Yi Juntian. So you finally decided to show your face. I thought you'd hide like a turtle in its shell. Yi Juntian looked at the powerful aura emanating from the old man with utter disdain. Zhao Zhozhou's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of anger crossing his eyes as he declared, Young upstart of the Yi family, I've spared you out of pity for your youth and ignorance. If you leave now, I'll let this pass. Though furious, Zhao Zhozhou knew the saying, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. He could disregard the Yi family, but Yi Juntian's master demanded his respect. Not wanting to antagonize Yi Juntian's master, he swallowed his pride. Old man, you're not afraid of me, are you? How about this, I'll let you take one of my hands. Yi Juntian pressed relentlessly, his expression carrying an indescribable disdain. Zhao Zhozhou's expression darkened as rage boiled within him. I've shown restraint time and again, yet you persist in your aggressive tactics. Since that is the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Even if your master arrives, I will still hold the moral high ground, Zhao Zhozhou declared, his face dark and grim. As the words fell, the aura emanating from Zhao Zhozhou surged violently. Clearly, he was preparing to teach Yi Juntian a lesson. Heh, Yi Juntian sneered coldly. Rest assured, if I can't even defeat you, my master wouldn't have the face to trouble you either. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Zhao Zhozhou's expression darkened further. He was furious. It had been years since anyone dared speak to him like this. With a low growl, Zhao Zhozhou unleashed a flash of cold light that streaked toward Yi Juntian. Simultaneously, Zhao Zhozhou himself transformed into a blur, darting after his target like a phantom. Seeing Zhao Zhozhou strike, a trace of contempt flashed across Yi Juntian's face. He casually placed one hand behind his back, leaving only the other to meet Zhao Zhozhou's attack. Insane. Absolutely insane. He's actually fighting our Zhao family's revered master with just one hand. Damn it, I really want to slap him. Our elder Zhao is the top-ranked expert on the dragon list, yet he shows such utter disregard for him. Seeing Yi Juntian actually let Zhao Zhozhou fight with one hand, the Zhao family spectators gritted their teeth in fury. They found Yi Juntian's arrogance unbearable, yet they also yearned for Zhao Zhozhou to beat him senseless, preferably to the point of breaking one of his legs. At that moment, Zhao Zhozhou's rage boiled over. Yi Juntian's actions were nothing short of humiliating him. How could Zhao Zhozhou possibly tolerate this? Facing the cold gleam of the incoming blade, Yi Juntian merely raised his hand slightly. With a flick of his finger, a sharp clang echoed as the dagger was deflected, plunging deep into a nearby tree. The blade vanished entirely into the trunk, leaving only the handle protruding. After deflecting the dagger, Yi Juntian shifted his body slightly to the side, evading Zhao Zhozhou's incoming palm strike. Simultaneously, Yi Juntian struck out with a palm toward Zhao Zhozhou's back. Seeing this, Zhao Zhozhou's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined Yi Juntian possessed such formidable strength and astonishing speed. After evading his palm strike, Yi Juntian could launch a counterattack with such lightning-fast precision. Zhao Zhozhou stomped hard on the ground, using the force to twist his body around. Simultaneously, he struck out with a palm, meeting Yi Juntian's attack head-on. Boom! The collision of their palms unleashed a powerful shockwave that instantly rippled outward, forcing the onlookers to stumble backward several steps. Clang! After taking Yi Juntian's palm head-on, Zhao Zhozhou's expression changed drastically. His body lost its balance, and he was sent reeling back 5 or 6 steps before finally regaining his footing. In contrast, Yi Juntian remained standing in his original spot, unmoving. Even his expression still bore the same look of contempt as before. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from the Zhao family gaped in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. Some opened their mouths to speak, yet no sound emerged. The top of the dragon rankings, is that all he's got? Yi Juntian sneered, his tone dripping with scorn. Don't get cocky. I underestimated you earlier. Zhao Zhozhou, his pride wounded, roared furiously and charged at Yi Juntian once more. Soon, the two were locked in combat. Yet Yi Juntian, fighting with one arm behind his back, held his own effortlessly. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Observing their expressions, Zhao Zhozhou's forehead veins bulged violently, clearly giving his all. In contrast, Yi Juntian wore an utterly calm expression, a faint, sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this, the surrounding Zhao family members deflated like punctured balloons, their faces sinking with dismay. They knew their family's revered elder, Zhao Lao, was no match for Yi Juntian. After a dozen exchanges, Yi Juntian clearly lost patience. Dodging Zhao Zhozhou's lethal strike, he launched a palm strike straight at Zhao Zhozhou's chest. Its speed was so extreme that Zhao Zhozhou had no time to defend. Thud! Put! The palm struck true. Zhao Zhozhou's face instantly drained of color as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. His entire body flew backward over 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding another 7 or 8 meters. Seeing this, the Zhao family members' expressions turned grim. They rushed forward to help Zhao Zhozhou up from the ground. Old Zhao, are you alright? Zhao Zhozhou clutched his chest, his expression utterly defeated. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant, all his former vigor gone. The young are formidable. I've lost utterly and completely, Zhao Zhozhou said slowly, his gaze fixed on Yi Juntian with a look of desolation. The top of the dragon list? So that's all it is. Yi Juntian replied with utter disdain. With that, Yi Juntian turned away from Zhao Zhozhou, his gaze sweeping over the gathered Zhao family members before settling on Zhao Qianlong. Zhao Qianlong, the current head of the Zhao family? Yi Juntian inquired. Indeed. What might you wish to discuss? Zhao Qianlong stepped forward and inquired. My master asked me to deliver a message. He commands you to prepare. In 2 months' time, Zhao Shui must marry me, Yi Juntian. Remember, this is not a request for your consideration. Yi Juntian declared with an air of arrogance. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Zhao Qianlong's expression changed. Young Master Yi, I'm terribly sorry, but my eldest granddaughter is already betrothed. The person Zhao Qianlong referred to as Zhao Shui's betrothed was, of course, Shen Ye. Oh? Who is it? Name him, and I'll kill him. That way, Zhao Shui will be unmarried, and you won't have to worry. Yi Juntian declared with unmistakable arrogance. Hearing this, Zhao Qianlong's face turned pale. How utterly domineering was Yi Juntian? Demanding someone's life at the drop of a hat? I cannot tell you, Zhao Qianlong replied. Since you refuse to speak, I won't press you. But take my words, if Zhao Shui cannot marry me within 2 months, don't blame me for wiping out your Yi family. With that, Yi Juntian strode away. Chapter 160, Qing Yun Hermit. After Yi Juntian departed, the Zhao family members looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, their faces filled with despair. Zhao Qianlong, in particular, wore an expression of utter gloom. Now that their family's top martial artist old Zhao, ranked first on the dragon list, had been defeated by Yi Juntian, what could they possibly use to counter him? When Yi Juntian returned to the Yi family, Yi Jingkai had just finished warming the wine. Yet now, every member of the Yi family wore beaming smiles. News of Yi Juntian's victory over Zhao Zhozhou of the Zhao family and his ascension to the top of the dragon rankings had already reached them through their spies. In ancient times, Wang had slain Hua Xiong while his wine was still warm. Now, Yi Juntian of the Yi family had ascended to the top of the dragon list while his wine was still warm. Within half an hour, the news of Yi Juntian defeating Zhao Zhozhou and claiming the top spot on the dragon list had shaken the entire Central Plains. Upon hearing this news, the people of Central Plains couldn't help but exclaim. With Yi Juntian of the Yi family, the skies of Central Plains are about to change. Similarly, news of Yi Juntian's ascent to the top of the dragon rankings was swiftly posted online. Within an hour, the article garnered over 100 million views, topping the trending news charts. In an instant, the name Yi Juntian reverberated throughout the entire Great Xia. Meanwhile, Shen Ye, who had just returned from the funeral to Wang Zuoding's home, received a call from Zhao Qianlong.
Old Zhao, what's up? Shen Ye asked after answering the call.
Shen Ye, find a place to hide immediately, Zhao Qianlong's urgent voice came through the phone. Hearing this, Shen Ye froze momentarily.
Old Zhao, what do you mean? Why should I hide?
Yi Juntian of the Yi family has returned. His return at this time is undoubtedly because of you killing his younger brother, Yi Junlin. He'll likely come to Qingzhou soon to seek revenge for his brother.
You'd better hide quickly. Let him come. Why should I hide?
Hearing Shen Ye's unconcerned response, Zhao Qianlong grew frantic and explained. Shen Ye, you may not fully understand this Yi Juntian. At the age of 5, Yi Juntian was taken to the mountains by his master to cultivate. That master was none other than Qingyun Jushi, a renowned cultivator in the Great Xia. 20 years ago, the Yi family in Central Plains wasn't even considered a third-rate clan. It was Qingyun Jushi who set up a feng shui formation for them. Thanks to that formation, the Yi family rose from obscurity to become a top-tier clan in Qingzhou within just 10 short years.
Yi Juntian, a prodigy among prodigies, trained under his master for 20 years. Now, he can single-handedly defeat Zhao Zhozhou, the Zhao family's long-reigning champion, at the top of the dragon rankings, and do so with utter dominance. Qingyun Jushi? Shen Ye vaguely recalled his sixth master mentioning this name. It seemed to be a nominal disciple the master had taken decades ago, though he later broke away from the sect. The specifics were hazy to Shen Ye, but he clearly recalled his master's assessment. Qingyun Jushi was a scheming, unscrupulous individual no good at all. As for Zhao Qianlong's claim that Yi Juntian had defeated their Zhao family's revered master to claim the top spot on the dragon list, Shen Ye couldn't care less. A mere first place on the dragon list? Not worth mentioning. Years ago, even before Shen Ye had taken that old sixth as his master, he already possessed the strength to rank first on the dragon list. He simply disdained the pursuit of such fame. How much more so now that he had a master and had learned considerable skills. Old Zhao, I appreciate your concern, Shen Ye said. But a mere Yi Juntian doesn't warrant my evasion. If he seeks revenge, let him come. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhao Qianlong was so flustered he scratched his head and pulled at his beard. Why couldn't he get through to him? Had he truly failed to grasp just how formidable the top-ranked dragon list contender was? Shen Ye, I think you might not fully grasp the level of the top-ranked dragon list contender. Let me explain. No need for explanations. I'm well aware of the caliber of the top-ranked dragon list contender. In any case, thank you for your concern, old Zhao. If there's nothing else, I'll sign off now. Shen Ye cut him off. He had a mess to clean up here and didn't want to waste time on this pointless exchange with Zhao Qianlong. Ah, since you put it that way, I have nothing more to say. Zhao Qianlong sighed deeply. As he finished speaking, he remembered something and continued. Oh, there's one more thing I must tell you. Yi Juntian delivered a message from Qingyun Jushi. He demands that I marry Zhao Shui to Yi Junlin within 2 months. If I fail, he threatens to wipe out the entire Zhao family. Shen Ye froze upon hearing Zhao Qianlong's words. How could this Qingyun hermit, just like his sixth master, both want their disciples to marry Zhao Shui? When had Zhao Shui become such a prized catch? If Shen Ye's thoughts were known to the hundreds of millions of men in Great Xia, they'd drown him in their collective drool. Only Shen Ye didn't think much of Zhao Shui. Whether it was her looks, her figure, or her status, she was the goddess countless men in Great Xia dreamed of. She was far beyond being described as a hot commodity. Alright, I understand. If you need my help in 2 months, give me a call. Shen Ye said this before hanging up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Ye felt he'd spoken out of turn. If Yi Juntian dared come seeking revenge for his brother, how could Shen Ye possibly let him live to see 2 months end? On the other end of the line, Zhao Qianlong heard the dial tone and shook his head helplessly with a sigh. Sigh, you can barely save yourself, yet you still think about helping the Zhao family. After hanging up, Shen Ye returned to the grand hall of Wang Xuetong's residence. At that moment, the hall was filled with numerous people. The heads of Qingzhou's top families hadn't left, and Zhao Shui was also present. Their lingering presence was clearly due to the young family assets under Wang Xueting's control. Wang Xueting, your father has been laid to rest. Now that he's gone, can we finally sit down and discuss the acquisition of those assets you hold? Gao Jianhong spoke up. Before Wang Xuetong could respond, Wang Sanyuan, standing beside her, stepped forward and bowed obsequiously to Gao Jianhong. Head Gao, those assets are certainly for sale. But isn't your offer a bit low? After all, the market value of the assets under my niece's name should still be worth over 8 billion yuan, right? Hearing Wang Sanyuan's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Gao Jianhong and the other's eyes. They sneered, an 8 billion yuan market value? That was hours ago. Right now, the market value of those properties under your niece's name has shrunk to 5 billion yuan. Chapter 161, The Foolish Woman. Wang Sanyuan's face fell instantly at Gao Jianhong's words. In less than 2 hours, Wang Xueting's holdings had lost another 30 billion yuan in value. How could it happen so fast? This pained Wang Sanyuan deeply. In his view, he was entitled to a share of Wang Xueting's holdings. Blame it all on Shen Ye. If Shen Ye hadn't interfered and they'd sold those assets earlier, he could have split the money and gotten at least 100 or 80 billion for himself. Look at the mess you've created. You've really ruined the Wang family. Wang Sanyuan spat at Shen Ye, his face twisted with resentment. You dare speak to my elder brother like that? Do you think I won't kill you right now? Mao Tu glared at Wang Sanyuan fiercely. Hearing Mao Tu's words, Wang Sanyuan's neck visibly shrunk. He'd heard tales of Shen Ye and Mao Tu's formidable power and knew they weren't just bluffing. Mr. Gao, your offer is far too low, don't you think? You must know that the assets Wang Xueting holds were originally worth 80 billion. Yet you're only willing to pay a few billion for them. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Zhao Shui, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and addressed Gao Jianhong. General Zhao, your logic is flawed. The market value of those assets is clear. I can't possibly pay above market price for them, Gao Jianhong retorted. Oof. You know better than anyone why those assets depreciated so drastically. Now you're buying them back at rock-bottom prices. Once you lift the restrictions, they'll instantly regain their original market value. You stand to profit handsomely. Zhao Shui sneered. General Zhao, we've employed entirely legitimate business practices. Surely you won't interfere with that too? Zhang Shihao, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Of course not. I just find your offers a bit unscrupulous. But I'm quite interested in those assets myself. Would you mind if I joined the bidding? Zhao Shui said with a smile. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the expressions of the family heads visibly changed. Then, Zhao Shui turned her attention away from the family heads and fixed her gaze on Shen Ye, sneering, Aren't you so capable? Their mother-daughter holdings are in this state, why haven't you stepped in to help them turn things around? Why the rush? Shen Ye replied. I've been occupied with Captain Wang's funeral arrangements these past days. No time to bother with these clowns' petty schemes. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the assembled family heads. Clearly, the puppet masters Shen Ye referred to were none other than those top-tier family heads of Qingzhou. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the family heads immediately sprang to their feet like roosters with ruffled feathers. Their eyes glared at Shen Ye as if they wanted to devour him whole. But with Zhao Shui present, they dared not order Shen Ye's execution. Instead, they silently noted the debt, vowing to settle the score with him later. A dead duck's mouth is stubborn. Zhao Shui sneered disdainfully. After speaking, Zhao Shui turned her gaze to Wang Xueting and her daughter. I am willing to purchase all the businesses in your possession at their current market value, she stated. Additionally, I will settle the over 50 billion yuan in external debts burdening those holdings. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, the expressions in the room varied. Wang Xuetong, her daughter, and Wang Sanyuan all wore delighted looks, while the heads of Qingzhou's top families turned pale. They never imagined Zhao Shui would not only offer to buy at market value but also cover the mother-daughter pair's bank loans a staggering 60 billion yuan. Xueting, what are you waiting for? Accept it right away. Wang Sanyuan urged Wang Xueting, his face beaming with excitement. Wang Xueting was also tempted, casting a questioning glance at Shen Ye. Why are you looking at him? Don't you think he's caused you enough trouble already? Listen to your uncle just agree to General Zhao's offer. Do you really think your uncle would harm you? Wang Sanyuan pleaded anxiously. Do you trust me? Shen Ye ignored Wang Sanyuan's words and looked at Wang Xueting. Wang Xueting froze at Shen Ye's words. Meeting Shen Ye's earnest gaze, Wang Xueting found herself wavering. Almost as if guided by some unseen force, she nodded and murmured a soft Since you trust me, then listen to me. I won't let you lose. Shen Ye declared. Yes. I trust you. Wang Xuetong nodded again. As she finished speaking, a faint blush spread across her lovely face. Shen Ye returned a smile to Wang Xuetong before turning to Zhao Shui. You heard that. She trusts me, and my decision is clear, we won't sell unless you can put up 100 billion for the acquisition. You. Zhao Shui gritted her teeth in fury at Shen Ye's words. She'd never encountered such brazen audacity, nor witnessed such foolishness in Wang Xuetong. She knew full well Shen Ye had ruined her, causing over 90% of her assets to depreciate. Yet she still chose to believe him based on a single word from him. How could there be such a foolish woman in this world? Can you be rational? You know perfectly well that holding on to those assets is a dead end for both of them. You know you don't have the capability to revive their businesses. Don't you realize that acting like this only makes me despise you even more? I know the words I spoke when my grandfather arranged our marriage hit you hard, but they were the truth. Can't you stop dragging that mother and daughter down just because you harbor resentment toward me? Zhao Shui said. In Zhao Shui's view, Shen Ye's current behavior stemmed from resentment over her earlier remarks that he was unworthy of her. This resentment drove him to constantly oppose her, seeking to prove his worthiness by showing off in front of her. Shen Ye was speechless upon hearing Zhao Shui's words. This woman really knows how to flatter herself, doesn't she? I think you're overthinking this.
I'm just trying to help them, not prove anything to you, Shen Ye replied.
Help them? Why does that sound so awkward coming from you?
Zhao Shui retorted, convinced Shen Ye was covering something up.
Exactly. If you really have that kind of ability, then show us. We want to see how you can help them restore those businesses to their original market value. Gao Jianhong interjected.
The family heads couldn't stand by any longer, convinced Shen Ye was both incompetent and full of hot air.
No need for your reminders, I was already planning to do just that, Shen Ye declared.
With that, he pulled out his phone, found a number, and dialed it directly.
Chapter 162, this must be some actor that kid Shen Ye hired. Mr. Shen, what brings you to call me? Have you come to Zhongzhou?
The call connected quickly, and Bai Xiaoting's delighted and excited voice came through. Ever since the Bai family gained Shen Lao's covert backing, they had not only successfully acquired roughly 40% of the Sun family's assets, a top-tier Zhongzhou clan, but their own business had also expanded exponentially. They had not only secured a spot among Zhongzhou's second-tier clans but now ranked among the foremost within that tier.
Bai Xiaoting knew all this was thanks to Shen Ye. Without Shen Ye, old Shen would never have secretly aided the Bai family.
Without old Shen's covert support, no matter how capable Bai Xiaoting herself was, the Bai family could never have risen to become a second-tier family in Zhongzhou in such a short time. Bai Xiaoting, I sought you out today primarily to recommend a valuable business partner.
A successful collaboration with them would greatly benefit your family, Shen Ye stated. Bai Xiaoting's eyes lit up.
Mr. Shen, thank you so much for always looking out for me.
May I ask which family this partner belongs to? The former Yang family of Qingzhou. Though the Yang family has now been destroyed, their assets have been transferred to someone named Wang Xueting.
You can check which of your Bai family's holdings overlap with hers. Strengthening cooperation in those areas would be beneficial, Shen Ye explained. Alright, I'll look into it immediately and contact this Wang Xueting to explore deeper cooperation, Bai Xiaoting replied.
Alright, that's settled. Shen Ye nodded, then hung up the phone.
After hanging up, Bai Xiaoting immediately dispatched someone to investigate Wang Xuetong and the businesses under her control. When she discovered that Wang Xueting's holdings had plummeted from an original market value of 80 billion to a current 50 billion, Bai Xiaoting froze in shock.
But she quickly recovered, choosing to trust Shen Ye unconditionally.
She firmly believed Shen Ye would never betray her. She summoned her assistant and instructed her to draft contracts for the overlapping businesses between the Bai family and Wang Xueting's holdings. She then dispatched someone to Qingzhou to negotiate the partnership with Bai Xueting. Meanwhile, after Shen Ye hung up the phone, Zhao Shui and the heads of several prominent families in Qingzhou all shot him contemptuous glances. They had all heard what Shen Ye had said during that phone call. They had assumed Shen Ye possessed extraordinary capabilities, only to discover he was merely deceiving Bai Xiaoting of the Bai family in Zhongzhou to secure a contract. The name Bai Xiaoting was no stranger to them, as they had recently heard of her remarkable deeds. Her family had suffered a catastrophe. The entire Bai clan had been wiped out by the Sun family, leaving only Bai Xiaoting, a vulnerable woman.
Yet this woman proved extraordinary.
Seizing the opportunity during the Sun family's downfall, she led the Bai clan to swallow up roughly 40% of the Sun family's assets, propelling the Bai family instantly into the ranks of second-tier clans. Though merely a second-tier family, it was a second-tier family in Central Province far more formidable than any first-tier family in Qing Province. Though they didn't know how Shen Ye had met Bai Xiaoting, they were certain she wasn't a fool. They believed she'd soon uncover that the businesses under Wang Xueting's name were teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Unless she was foolish with money to burn, she'd never partner with Wang Xueting. So you actually know Bai Xiaoting from the Bai family of Zhongzhou. No wonder you're so confident you can turn Wang Xueting's struggling businesses around.
But Bai Xiaoting isn't stupid either.
She'll surely uncover the true state of Wang Xueting's businesses soon enough.
I don't know what your relationship with him is or how close you are, but aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? Do you really think Bai Xiaoting would risk losing money by partnering with Wang Xueting just because of your connection?
Zhao Shui said to Shen Ye with a hint of disdain.
Exactly. Wake up. Bai Xiaoting isn't stupid.
She wouldn't pay billions or even tens of billions just for the sake of your flimsy friendship. Gao Jianhong, standing nearby, also looked at Shen Ye with an expression as if he were staring at a fool. Shen Ye remained unfazed by their mocking words. Truth be told, he had contacted Bai Xiaoting because he genuinely wanted to support her, not because he needed her help. Shen Ye was confident that with his assistance, the businesses under Wang Xueting's control would soon dominate Qingzhou.
A partnership between Bai Xiaoting and Wang Xueting would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for him.
The reason Shen Ye chose this moment to contact Bai Xiaoting was also to test her to see if she was truly worthy of his support.
Shen Ye wasn't certain what choice Bai Xiaoting would make.
Even if Bai Xiaoting refused to partner with Wang Xueting, Shen Ye had plenty of ways to revitalize the businesses under Wang Xueting's control. Don't forget, the prison holds plenty of tycoons whose every move sends shockwaves through the entire Daxia Empire. Take Li Wuying, for instance. He was the underground kingpin of Qingzhou, controlling over 30% of the region's industries. He held significant stakes in several major corporations. Just then, the phone in Wang Xueting's pocket, who had been standing silently by, rang.
Wang Xuetong glanced at the number and unknown caller.
Assuming it was spam, she was about to hang up when Shen Ye spoke up beside her. Answer it. It might be Bai Xiaoting reaching out about a partnership.
Was this guy brain damaged? Did he really think his insignificant friendship with Bai Xiaoting would make her risk reaching out to Wang Xueting for a partnership?
Hearing Shen Ye's words, everyone nearby shot him a look of contempt. Gao Jianhong, in particular, sneered with utter disdain.
Answer it now. Put it on speaker. I'm ready to take him on, Gao Jianhong declared to Wang Xuetong. Hearing Gao Jianhong's words, Wang Xueting shot Shen Ye a questioning look. He nodded. Seeing this, Wang Xueting finally pressed the answer button and activated speakerphone. Hello, Miss Wang.
I'm Bai Xiaoting from the Bai family of Zhengzhou.
Mr. Shen recommended that I approach you for a collaboration. He must have mentioned this to you, correct?
Hearing the sweet voice on the phone, everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. How could this be? Bai Xiaoting isn't stupid. Why would she seek cooperation with Wang Xueting at this moment? Unless she's lost her mind.
An actress. This must be some actress Shen Ye hired. She's putting on a show for us, Gao Jianhong's assistant declared skeptically.
His words drew nods of agreement from the others. They found his reasoning plausible. This must be an actress Shen Ye had paid for, just to spare him the embarrassment.
Chapter 163, The 20 Billion Investment.
Even Wang Xuetong, who was on the phone, suspected this was an actor Shen Ye had hired. After all, Wang Xueting knew full well the state of her own businesses.
Who in their right mind would come looking for a partnership with her? Miss Wang Xueting, can you hear me? Bai Xiaoting's voice came through the phone. Only then did Wang Xueting snap back to reality.
She thought to herself, if this is an actor Shen Ye hired, then she absolutely had to play along and put on a good show. She couldn't let Shen Ye lose face in front of all these important figures.
Miss Bai, I can hear you. Mr. Shen did mention this to me, Wang Xueting hurriedly replied.
Good. I had someone look into the businesses you own, Miss Wang Xueting, but none of that matters.
I have absolute faith in Mr. Shen's judgment.
Considering the difficulties faced by the companies under your name, I've decided to invest 200 billion yuan upfront to help you overcome your current predicament. Regarding the partnership, I will send our company's vice president know. I will personally travel to Qingzhou tomorrow to discuss the collaboration with you, Miss Wang Xuetong.
Bai Xiaoting's voice sounded again over the phone.
Upon hearing the conversation, the family heads grew increasingly convinced that this person was an actor hired by Shen Ye.
Investing 200 billion yuan before even meeting the person?
How dare she say such a thing?
Does she think money isn't real currency but just paper?
Thank you so much, Ms. Bai, Wang Xueting replied politely. It's just a drill, so of course I'll cooperate. Alright then, I shan't disturb you any further, Miss Wang Xueting. Oh, and the 200 billion investment has already been transferred.
Keep an eye out for the bank's deposit notification text. Bye.
With that, Bai Xiaoting hung up the phone.
Ha! Can't even act properly. I'll be watching to see when this 20 billion actually arrives.
Before Gao Jianhong could finish his sentence, Wang Xueting's phone buzzed with a message notification.
Immediately after, an automated voice announced.
Your bank account ending in 8848 has received a transfer of 20 billion yuan.
Current balance, 20 billion yuan, 23,457 yuan. Hearing the bank's deposit notification, everyone present froze in disbelief. This actually went through? And it's a full 200 billion? I don't believe it. Let me see the message.
Gao Jianhong, his face filled with disbelief, snatched the phone right out of Wang Xueting's hand. But when Gao Jianhong saw the genuine bank deposit notification, his expression instantly froze. Seeing Gao Jianhong's frozen expression, the others immediately understood.
This was all real.
The call had indeed come from Bai Xiaoting, and she had genuinely invested 200 billion yuan.
It wasn't someone Shen Ye had brought in to put on a show. Even Wang Xueting herself wore an expression of utter disbelief.
She had assumed the call was a deliberate setup orchestrated by Shen Ye, and that she was merely playing along.
Yet, to her astonishment, the 20 billion yuan had actually been deposited directly into the account.
Zhao Shui beside her was equally stunned, finding it utterly unbelievable. By all logic, Bai Xiaoting of the Bai family was a highly intelligent woman. How could she have genuinely believed Shen Ye's tall tales? It seemed Zhao Shui needed to find Bai Xiaoting and set the record straight that Shen Ye was nothing but a fraud with no real talent to prevent Bai Xiaoting from being deceived and happily counting out money for him. Zhao Shui genuinely sympathized with Bai Xiaoting's plight. Her entire family had been slaughtered, and as a woman, she had painstakingly managed the Bai family into order, even elevating it to a second-tier clan.
She couldn't bear to see Bai Xiaoting's hard-earned achievements destroyed by Shen Ye's deception, plunging the Bai family into ruin. Shen Ye, don't get too cocky.
Bai Xiaoting must have been deceived by you to partner with Wang Xueting. Once this matter is settled, I'll personally explain everything to her and get her to withdraw the 20 billion investment. Zhao Shui said to Shen Ye, her face brimming with displeasure. Shen Ye was momentarily speechless at Zhao Shui's words.
Where did she see him gloating? Exactly, don't get cocky. Even with the Bai family's cooperation, reviving Wang Xueting's businesses would be a drop in the bucket. It might even drag the Bai family into the mire.
Zhang Shihao chimed in from the side.
Oh? You lot seem pretty smug yourselves?
Shen Ye sneered coldly at Zhang Shihao and the other family heads. She hadn't settled the score with them yet for obstructing Captain Wang's funeral procession earlier.
Since they were jumping around so merrily, Shen Ye didn't mind doling out a little punishment.
Originally, I had no intention of pursuing the matter of you intercepting the funeral procession, Shen Ye sneered. But you've been jumping around far too merrily.
It seems I have no choice but to settle this with you. Don't talk big.
If you've got the guts, show us what you're made of. I'd love to see just how much you're worth, whether you're even worthy of showing off in front of the heads of our top-tier families.
Zhang Shihao sneered disdainfully. Fine, wish granted.
Shen Ye smiled faintly, then picked up his phone and dialed Li Wuying.
Night King, what is it? Li Wuying's respectful voice came through the phone. Li Wuying, weren't you always bragging in prison about being Qingzhou's local tyrant? Shen Ye said.
Night King, that wasn't bragging, it was the truth, Li Wuying retorted, raising an eyebrow in defiance. The title of Qingzhou's underground king was the only thing Li Wuying could still boast about in front of Shen Ye. How could he let Shen Ye dismiss it?
In that case, I'll give you a task. Use your connections immediately.
Within half an hour, I want to see the Zhang family, the Gao family.
What were the other family names again?
Shen Ye turned his gaze to the other two family heads and inquired. I must say, you put on quite the act, even calling Li Wuying. As if he'd ever answer your calls, one of the family heads Shen Ye questioned sneered at him.
I'm the head of the Qin family.
I'll see how long you can keep up this act, Qin Zhengdong declared. I am the head of the Wu family, Wu Jinyuan stated. Hearing this, Shen Ye withdrew his gaze and continued speaking into the phone. Oh, and the Qin and Wu families. I want you to cause these families' market value to drop by 30% within half an hour.
Can you do it? Did these families offend the Night King? Li Wuying asked.
If so, no need for such trouble.
I'll personally visit each clan and wipe them out. Their crimes don't warrant death. A minor punishment will suffice. Shen Ye replied. Shen Ye wasn't a bloodthirsty man, he didn't kill entire families just because someone crossed him. Ha! He really does talk a big game. Qin Zhengdong sneered with utter disdain. Chapter 164, 30%, exactly 30%. Shoo, don't interrupt his showboating.
Zhang Shihao made a shushing gesture.
Exactly. Let's just sit back and watch him strut. Truth is, seeing someone who wants to take us down but can't is quite the pleasure. Gao Jianhong quipped. I guarantee the mission will be completed.
Li Wuying assured with utmost respect on the other end of the line.
Shen Ye then hung up.
On the other end, Li Wuying had already begun acting. He immediately called one of his butlers.
Execute the order.
Within half an hour, I want the market value of the Zhang, Wu, Gao, and Qin families to drop by 30%. Additionally, terminate all collaborations between my holdings and those families. On the other end, a white-haired old man froze upon hearing Li Wuying's words. He asked uncertainly, Master, are you certain? You hold over 30% equity in the businesses owned by these families.
Are you questioning my orders? Li Wuying inquired, raising an eyebrow. Startled, the old man on the line quickly replied, Not at all. I'll carry out your orders immediately.
At Wang Xueting's residence, the heads of the four top-tier families stared at Shen Ye with expressions that suggested they were looking at a fool, their eyes filled with mockery.
Regardless of whether Shen Ye even knew Li Wuying, and even if he did, so what?
They were all well aware that Li Wuying held over 30% of the shares in their family businesses.
Shen Ye wasn't Li Wuying's father. Why would Li Wuying sacrifice his own interests to indulge Shen Ye's pretentiousness?
Among those present, only Zhao Shui knew that Shen Ye and Li Wuying had been cellmates, and that Shen Ye was currently staying at Li Wuying's villa. But even if Zhao Shui knew Shen Ye and Li Wuying were acquainted, she didn't believe Li Wuying would go out of his way to suppress several top families in Qingzhou for Shen Ye's sake. Zhao Shui even thought Shen Ye was being rather presumptuous. Did he really believe that just because they were cellmates, Li Wuying would spare no effort to help him? Yet, just as those people were staring at Shen Ye like he was a fool, Zhang Shihao's phone rang first.
Zhang Shihao answered, Head of the family, it's bad news.
Our Zhang family's stock is under malicious attack, and the share price is plummeting rapidly.
Hearing the news, Zhang Shihao paled.
He hung up immediately and checked his own stock.
The sight made his expression darken further.
Their Zhang family stock had plummeted from 30 yuan per share to 28 yuan and was still falling.
Zhang Shihao shot Shen Ye a look of disbelief and suspicion, wondering inwardly, could this really be his doing?
But Zhang Shihao quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was simply impossible.
Li Wuying was the major shareholder of their Zhang family's company. How could he possibly suppress the Zhang family's stock just to help Shen Ye? That would be like throwing money away. It must just be a coincidence.
Zhang Shihao reassured himself. Soon after, his phone rang again. It was the director of the company's sales department. Seeing the incoming call, Zhang Shihao felt a vague sense of unease. He suspected this call could only bring bad news. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Mr. Zhang, it's bad news. Some of our major clients have suddenly started calling to terminate our partnerships. I don't know what's going on. Hearing this, Zhang Shihao's face instantly turned ashen. The recent drop in the company's stock price could potentially be rebounded with some manipulation, but losing actual clients was a different matter. This would inflict massive damage on the company. Just then, Gao Jianhong's phone rang beside him. Having witnessed Zhang Shihao's ordeal, Gao Jianhong was now like a startled bird. The moment he saw the incoming call, beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Head of the family, it's bad news. The stocks of our Gao family companies are under malicious attack, and their valuations are plummeting rapidly. Immediately after, Qin Zhengdong and Wu Jinyuan's phones also rang one after another. The messages were all similar. Their family companies' stock prices were being suppressed and plummeting rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, the 4 family heads received no fewer than 30 calls, all from their family members or company executives. Some reported the extent of the stock plunge, others relayed that major clients were terminating partnerships. Only then did the 4 patriarchs realize that Shen Ye's earlier call wasn't a fluke. He did genuinely reach Li Wuying. And whatever possessed Li Wuying to do this? He held significant shares in his own company, yet he actually pulled the trigger. Zhao Shui, standing nearby, felt utterly humiliated. She had previously dismissed the idea that Li Wuying would target those top-tier families for Shen Ye's sake. Yet here he was, doing precisely that, crushing those families for Shen Ye. Zhao Shui couldn't fathom what kind of personal magnetism Shen Ye possessed that could make a heavyweight like Li Wuying go to such lengths for him. However, Zhao Shui didn't hold Shen Ye in any higher regard because of this. She remained convinced that this wasn't due to Shen Ye's own abilities. In fact, she began to look down on him even more, thinking Shen Ye was utterly deluded, incapable of standing on his own and only relying on friends for help. Brother Shen, is this truly your doing? Gao Jianhong had even changed how he addressed Shen Ye, now using the honorific Brother Shen instead of his given name. The other families all turned their expectant gazes toward Shen Ye, waiting for his answer. At that moment, the representatives of the other families were like ants on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Yet Shen Ye paid Gao Jianhong's words no mind whatsoever. This left Gao Jianhong utterly flustered, forcing a strained smile as he pleaded, Brother Shen, we know we were wrong. Please have Li Wuying withdraw his divine power immediately. Our families simply can't withstand such a devastating blow. Oof. I said your family's market value would drop by 30%, so it will drop by 30%. Consider it a lesson learned. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Gao Jianhong and the other family heads all wore grim expressions, yet none dared to react. They feared provoking Shen Ye further. If he called Li Wuying again and ordered the destruction of their families, they would be finished. Brother Shen, we admit our past actions were wrong. We accept the penalty of a 30% market value drop. But now, our families are suffering far more than just financial losses. Major clients have terminated their partnerships with us. The damage is too immense, we simply can't bear it. We beg you. Wu Jinyuan pleaded. Chapter 165, Leave room for others. That's your own business. You heard what I said on the phone earlier. I only mentioned reducing your family's market value by 30%. As for the rest, you'll have to take it up with whoever did it. Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the family heads froze in surprise. It seemed he was right. Shen Ye hadn't instructed Li Wuying to sever their family's partnerships with major clients. For that, they truly couldn't hold Shen Ye accountable. And in just that brief moment, the market value of their families had indeed plummeted by 30%. Mr. Zhang, among us, you have the closest relationship with Mr. Li. Why don't you give him a call and plead our case? Gao Jianhong suggested to Zhang Shihao. Hearing this, Zhang Shihao glanced at the other family heads, who were all looking at him expectantly. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and dialed Li Wuying. After a few rings, the call connected. Li Wuying's cold voice came through. What do you want? Mr. Li, Zhang Shihao said with a forced smile. Brother Shen suggested you reduce the market value of our families by 30%. There's no need to cut off our major clients too. Besides, you hold significant shares in our families. We all rise and fall together. In front of Li Wuying, he dared not put on the airs of the Zhang family patriarch. He knew full well how terrifying Li Wuying was. Calling him the underground emperor of Qingzhou was no exaggeration. You have the nerve to call me? Shen Ye is my brother. How dare you cross him? This is merely a warning. Keep talking back, and I'll make sure your entire family vanishes from Qingzhou. Beep. Li Wuying didn't give Zhang Shihao a chance to speak further, hanging up the phone immediately. After tucking his phone away, Zhang Shihao exchanged pained glances with the other family heads. Their expressions were grim. They knew appealing to Li Wuying was futile. The only way out was to seek Shen Ye's forgiveness. That was their only hope for a resolution. Brother Shen, no, Mr. Shen, we truly understand our mistake.
Please intercede for us with Mr. Li.
We would be eternally grateful, Gao Jianhan pleaded, plastering on a smile.
This has nothing to do with me.
Whoever did it, you'll have to find them yourselves, Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, a shadow of gloom flashed in the eyes of the several family heads. These two were treating them like a ball to be kicked around. Tell them to find this one, and it's none of his business. Tell them to find that one, and he says they've offended his brother.
Wasn't this exactly treating them like a ball, being kicked back and forth? Mr. Shen, must you be so ruthless? Remember, leave a little room for future encounters.
Zhang Shihao's smile had now turned forced.
If I hadn't demonstrated superior tactics, would you even consider leaving room for future dealings? Shen Ye sneered coldly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Shihao completely dropped his fake smile and coldly retorted, fine. Since you refuse to give us any face, we'll see about that.
You'll regret this.
With that, Zhang Shihao flung his sleeves and stormed out, his assistant following close behind. Seeing this, the other family heads each shot Shen Ye a vicious glare before turning and leaving. You'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Zhao Shui tossed the words at Shen Ye before striding out the door. In Zhao Shui's view, Shen Ye had simultaneously offended the heads of Qingzhou's 4 premier families, a profoundly unwise choice.
Li Wuying could afford to ignore those family heads because he possessed the strength to do so. But Shen Ye couldn't.
After all, he wasn't Li Wuying. He didn't have the capital to go up against several family heads. Ignoring Zhao Shui's words, Shen Ye turned to address both her and Xiao Shuelian.
Alright, matters here are mostly settled. I should be heading back. Get a good night's rest tonight.
Then come up with company names for the businesses you're handling. First thing tomorrow morning, go to the companies and change the original names to the new ones.
Wang Shueting, if you aspire to be a strong woman, tomorrow marks your beginning.
You must give it your all.
Of course, if any difficulties arise, you can always come to me.
I'll provide whatever assistance you need.
Yes, I'll prove myself and never let you down. Wang Shueting nodded earnestly. Go for it. I believe you can do it.
Shen Ye smiled gently at Wang Shueting.
With that, Shen Ye and Mao Tu departed. The moment Shen Ye left, Wang Sanyuan's mind began racing.
He was now almost certain that the businesses in Wang Shueting and her mother's hands had survived. His current focus was figuring out how to secure a share of the equity from this mother-daughter duo.
Shuelian, Shueting, Wang Sanyuan addressed the mother and daughter. Strictly speaking, shouldn't the businesses you hold also be considered part of Xixi's inheritance left to you? Wang Shueting and Xiao Shuelian were utterly baffled by Wang Sanyuan's words.
Seeing their confusion, Wang Sanyuan explained with a smile, the businesses you hold, though Shen Ye helped seize them from the Young family, would never have been secured without the Southern King's covert support.
Am I right?
The mother and daughter nodded in agreement. So what I'm saying is, the Southern Frontier King gave those Young family properties to Wang Xixi as a token of gratitude for saving his life.
Do you understand what I mean?
Wang Sanyuan continued.
Hearing this, the mother and daughter nodded again, finding Wang Sanyuan's reasoning plausible.
Yet they were also utterly baffled, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Seeing their nods, Wang Sanyuan beamed with satisfaction and continued, since these properties are considered Wang Xixi inheritance, and I, Wang Sanyuan, am his own brother, legally speaking, I also have the right to inherit this fortune. I don't ask for much, just give me a quarter share of the businesses you hold.
Hearing this, Wang Shueting and Xiao Shuelian's expressions immediately darkened.
So all along, Wang Sanyuan had been talking about this. He wanted a share of the businesses they held. And his earlier words had been a trap, designed to get them to acknowledge these businesses as Wang Xixi's inheritance. Only if these properties were classified as Wang Xixi's inheritance would he have the legal right to claim them.
Chapter 166, Xiao Chen's Deception. Uncle, these businesses actually belong to Shen Ye. He merely entrusted their temporary management to me.
So, you really shouldn't set your sights on them, Wang Shueting said, her expression sour.
Wang Shuetong, are you trying to use Shen Ye to pressure me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of him. This is what I deserve. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't escape the principle of justice.
Wang Sanyuan roared angrily. Wang Sanyuan's claim of fearlessness toward Shen Ye was false, but his desire to secure a quarter share of Wang Shueting's holdings drove him to disregard such concerns. After all, even a quarter share was worth at least 10 to 20 billion.
Uncle, how can you be so shameless? Wang Shueting retorted. Shameful? I think the shameless ones are you too.
Wang Xixi is my own flesh and blood.
His inheritance is mine by right. I'll draft the contract right now. Sign it quietly, and you'll remain my niece.
Refuse, and don't blame me for turning ruthless.
Wang Sanyuan declared before turning and storming out. After Wang Sanyuan left, Wang Shuetong and her mother looked utterly devastated. They never imagined Wang Sanyuan could sink to such a shameless level. Upon returning home, Wang Sanyuan's wife and son immediately surrounded him, their faces brimming with anticipation. Sanyuan, how did it go? What about those properties Wang Shueting holds? Did you get any money?
Wang Sanyuan then recounted everything that had transpired at Wang Shueting's home to his wife and son. After hearing his account, both his wife and son were filled with rage, especially his wife, whose face twisted into a look of biting sarcasm. His wife's name was Lu Xiuying, and his son was Wang Haizhen.
How shameless are that mother and daughter. You're Wang Xixie's own brother, and they actually think they can monopolize his inheritance? I say we sue them right now. Lu Xiuying declared. Wang Sanyuan shot Lu Xiuying a withering look. Are you stupid? What good would suing do?
We have no proof that the properties they hold are Wang Xixie's inheritance. After all, they originally belonged to the Yang family. Unless we can get the prince of the southern frontier to testify that these properties were his token of gratitude to Cixi, but he'd definitely side with that mother-daughter duo.
Then what do we do? This is worth billions. Are we just going to let it go? Lu Xiuying exclaimed anxiously. Forget it? No way. I'm not going to keep living like this. A flash of grim determination crossed Wang Sanyuan's face.
Then, Wang Sanyuan turned his gaze to his son, Wang Haizhen, and said, Haizhen, go print out a contract later.
The terms are to divide 1/4 of the assets under Wang Shueting's name.
Tomorrow, I'll take it to Wang Shueting and her daughter to sign.
Dad, Wang Shueting and her mother definitely won't sign it. Wang Haizhen protested. Refuse?
Then don't blame me for cutting ties with my own kin.
Haizhen, didn't you tell me you have a classmate who's part of the Black Dragon Society and he's got a pretty high rank? Here's what you do, after printing the contract, don't rush back. Contact that classmate of yours, treat him to a meal and drinks, and see if he can introduce you to a high-ranking Black Dragon Society member, preferably at the chapter master level or above. Then, all you need to do is promise them this: once we successfully seize a quarter of Wang Shueting's assets, we'll give them 10 million yuan as compensation. Wang Shueting only dares act this way because Shen Ye backs her.
If we can get the Black Dragon Society on our side, even Shen Ye won't dare touch us.
Wang Sanyuan declared. Exactly.
The Black Dragon Society is the biggest gray market power in Qingzhou.
Even the top-tier families show them respect. Hearing Wang Sanyuan's words, Lu Xiuying brightened and replied. Alright, I'll print the contract immediately and contact my associate. Wang Haizhen declared. With that, Wang Haizhen turned and hurried off to handle the matter. Outside the gates of Huahui Pharmaceuticals, Tang Duo emerged from Huahui Pharmaceuticals, her expression less than cheerful, even carrying a hint of gloom. The reason was simple: Shen Ye hadn't shown up at the company for days and hadn't even given her a single call. This left Tang Duo feeling deeply wronged. Damn Shen Ye, rotten Shen Ye. If I don't call you, you won't even think to call me. Ugh. This is infuriating. I'm never speaking to you again, you rotten scoundrel. Tang Duo muttered angrily under her breath as she walked. Admittedly, Tang Duo looked rather adorable like this, making one want to step forward and pinch her pouty little cheeks. Just then, a sports car pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, and Xiao Chen leaned out, addressing the fuming Tang Duo. Tang Duo, is it? Xiao Chen's question was entirely unnecessary, as Lin Meng had given him Tang Duo's photo and instructed him to find her. His mission was to seduce her first, then eliminate her, thereby fulfilling Lin Meng's plan to exact revenge on Shen Ye. The moment Xiao Chen laid eyes on Tang Duo, a flash of astonishment and admiration lit up his eyes. He thought Tang Duo was infinitely more beautiful than Lin Meng. She was exactly his type. The thought of soon having such a beauty pinned beneath him filled Xiao Chen with uncontrollable excitement. Who are you? Tang Duo asked, looking at Xiao Chen with confusion. My name is Xiao Chen. I'm a friend of Shen Ye's. He asked me to come pick you up and take you to the bar. Xiao Chen replied. Xiao Chen could have easily avoided all this trouble. He could have simply abducted Tang Duo. But he found that approach uninteresting. Rather than simply abducting her and forcing himself upon her, Xiao Chen preferred to conquer Tang Duo with his personal charm. Only then would he feel a true sense of accomplishment. That's why he pretended to be Shen Ye's friend, aiming to lure Tang Duo to the bar. He was utterly confident in his looks, certain he could capture her heart. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tang Duo's expression betrayed unmistakable delight. Talk about eating her words. Just moments ago she'd vowed never to speak to Shen Ye again, yet now she'd completely forgotten her earlier threats. Oh? Why didn't he come pick me up himself? Tang Duo asked, feigning composure. Maybe he wanted to surprise you, Xiao Chen replied. When he asked me to pick you up, he was all mysterious, saying he needed to prepare something beforehand. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tang Duo's heart skipped a beat with secret delight. Could Shen Ye be planning to propose? Was he setting up the proposal scene, hence sending a friend to fetch her? Chapter 167, Zhang Changming's Unconcealable Pain. The thought sent a blush spreading across Tang Duo's cheeks, her face flushing with coy embarrassment. You deadbeat Shen Ye. Fine, I'll forgive you this once. But I might not accept your proposal. It all depends on how sincere you are. Tang Duo thought to herself with a secret smile. Just as Tang Duo's heart fluttered with springtime thoughts, Xiao Chen stepped out of the car.
With gentlemanly grace, he walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and gestured invitingly toward Tang Duo.
Without a second thought, Tang Duo walked over and got into the car.
Seeing this, a flash of satisfaction crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. He quickly returned to the car and drove toward a nearby bar. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at a large bar with Tang Duo.
Tang Duo entered the bar with eager anticipation. Since it was still early, the place wasn't very crowded. She scanned the room but didn't spot Shen Ye anywhere. "Where's Shen Ye?" Tang Duo asked Xiao Chen, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "He's probably still getting ready. He should be here soon." "Let's find a place to sit first," Xiao Chen replied. He then led Tang Duo to an unoccupied bar counter and sat down. Duo, what would you like to drink?" "I'll have the waiter bring it over," Xiao Chen asked. "Whatever. Any drink is fine." Tang Duo replied dismissively, her mind already filled with romantic visions of Shen Ye proposing to her later. At the thought of that touching moment, Tang Duo's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Seeing this, Xiao Chen called over a waiter and ordered 2 bottles of Ace of Spades to start. This was also a subtle way for him to flaunt his wealth, hoping to see if Tang Duo would develop feelings for him because she perceived him as wealthy. But he was disappointed. Tang Duo didn't care at all what kind of wine he ordered. Soon, the waiter arrived with 2 bottles of Ace of Spades, opened them, fetched 2 glasses, and poured the wine. "Don't worry, Shen Ye will be here any minute. Let's have a drink while we wait," Xiao Chen said, handing a glass to Tang Duo. Tang Duo, feeling excited and in high spirits, didn't hesitate. She raised her glass, clinked it with Xiao Chen's, and downed it in one gulp. After the drink, a rosy blush spread across Tang Duo's pretty face, making her appear even more feminine. Xiao Chen, watching her flush, paused in surprise, his eyes growing even more greedy. Xiao Chen promptly poured her another cup and urged, "Come, have another. You'd better brace yourself, Shen Ye might propose to you shortly. It wouldn't do to refuse him out of shyness. So, while Shen Ye hasn't arrived yet, have a few more drinks. As the saying goes, liquor gives courage." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tang Duo became even more certain that Shen Ye intended to propose to her. Her heart felt as sweet as if it had been coated in honey. At the same time, she agreed with Xiao Chen's reasoning she needed to drink more to build up her courage. So Tang Duo picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, she poured herself another. With several glasses down, her eyes began to glaze over. Seeing Tang Duo was nearly drunk, Xiao Chen wore a smug look. He knew a tipsy woman was easiest to charm, so he prepared to make his move. He began broaching various topics, trying to liven up the conversation with Tang Duo. But he discovered that no matter what he said, Tang Duo only gave perfunctory replies, her mind completely elsewhere. This gradually wore down Xiao Chen's patience, and his expression darkened bit by bit. By now, the bar was filling up. A group of young people had started swaying in the center of the dance floor. Just then, a young gentleman entered through the bar's entrance, his face etched with frustration. If Tang Duo saw him, she would instantly recognize him as Zhang Changming, the Zhang family scion whose balls had been kicked to pieces by Shen Ye. Zhang Changming had just been discharged from the hospital today. His heart ached with pain because Shen Ye had kicked his balls to pieces, and even the hospital couldn't restore them. Over the past few days, Zhang Changming had clearly noticed a significant change in his own voice. It had grown deep and sinister. Moreover, even the pretty young nurses at the hospital failed to stir the slightest stir of desire in him. The reason he headed straight to the bar after discharge was to test whether he truly lost all interest in women. He prayed that his lack of desire for the pretty nurses was simply because they dressed too conservatively. That's why he came to the bar, because the girls here wore revealing outfits, exposing what should be exposed and hinting at what shouldn't, all designed to spark a man's curiosity. He wanted to see if he'd feel any stirrings when he saw these scantily clad women. Upon entering the bar, Zhang Changming headed straight for the center of the dance floor, his gaze fixed on the scantily clad beauties on stage, wildly writhing their pale bodies. But when he saw their breasts bouncing, he felt no arousal whatsoever. In fact, it made him feel a bit queasy. Oh no, not a single flicker of desire. I'm completely ruined. I'm no longer a man. Zhang Changming muttered to himself with a mournful expression, a single crystal clear tear silently sliding down the corner of his eye. Logically, he should have been seething with hatred for Shen Ye at this moment. But the truth was, Zhang Changming dared not hate Shen Ye at all. He felt Shen Ye's identity was simply too terrifying, too intimidating. He knew all too well that provoking Shen Ye again would lead to a gruesome death. "Oh, young Master Zhang. Haven't seen you at the bar in ages. How about you buy me a few drinks? Tonight, I'm all yours." Just then, a strikingly dressed, rather attractive woman approached him, her voice dripping with allure. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, why are you crying?" The woman quickly noticed the tear streaks on Zhang Changming's face and exclaimed in surprise. "Get lost. You're so ugly, and you have the nerve to ask me to buy you drinks?" Zhang Changming snapped angrily. The girl wasn't ugly at all, but Zhang Changming, desperate to hide the fact he wasn't a man, had to pretend to be disgusted by her looks.
Now you're calling me ugly, but you used to flirt with me all the time. Men really are all pigs, the girl said unhappily. After finishing her words, she immediately went off to find her next target.
Hearing the woman's words, tears once again streamed uncontrollably down Zhang Changming's face.
Just as Zhang Changming was about to leave the bar, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Duo and Xiao Chen.
Wasn't she Shen Ye's girlfriend? Why was she drinking with another guy? Zhang Changming wondered. Chapter 168, a good leg to lean on, no worries in life. The moment he saw Tang Duo, Zhang Changming could feel a dull ache below his waist.
His mind flashed back to the image of Shen Ye kicking him in the groin. Just then, Tang Duo, likely having had a bit too much to drink, stood up and staggered toward the restroom. In the brief moment she was gone, Zhang Changming noticed the man with Tang Duo slip a packet of powdery substance from his pocket and pour it into her glass. Seeing this, Zhang Changming instantly understood what was happening. That guy must be trying to sleep with Shen Ye's girlfriend.
Zhang Changming felt a surge of satisfaction.
He himself didn't dare confront Shen Ye to avenge his broken balls, but now someone else was doing it for him. As long as that guy succeeded in sleeping with Tang Duo, he'd feel incredibly pleased.
With that thought, Zhang Changming didn't rush to leave. He wanted to watch the guy get his way. Only then would he feel the thrill of revenge. So he found a corner seat and sat down. However, the moment Zhang Changming sat down, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was his father calling. "Dad, what's up?" Zhang Changming answered. "I heard from the doctor that you've been discharged." "Where are you now?" Zhang Shihao's voice came through the phone. "I'm at the bar," Zhang Changming replied. Zhang Shihao was already in a foul mood today. Learning that Zhang Changming had gone straight to the bar after being discharged only fueled his anger. "You're a hopeless case. Look at other people's sons, they all help their fathers run the family business. But look at me, I ended up with a useless son who never lifts a finger around the house and spends all day hanging out in bars. Even if you're useless, you could at least find a decent wife and give me a grandson. But no, you got your balls crushed. What sin did I commit in a past life to deserve a good-for-nothing like you? You're going to destroy the Zhang family line." Zhang Shihao raged. He was venting the rage Shen Ye had ignited in him today. Hearing Zhang Shihao call him a good-for-nothing over and over, and realizing his testicles were gone, that he could never be a real man, Zhang Changming felt utterly wronged. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Even in this state, his father didn't comfort him, instead, he called him a good-for-nothing. "I'm not a useless piece of trash," Zhang Changming retorted stubbornly, his voice thick with tears. "You call me useless, and you still won't admit it? Then go ahead and do something that'll make me look at you differently," Zhang Shihao retorted. "Just you wait," Zhang Changming roared. "I'll prove I'm not a good-for-nothing. One day, you'll be proud to have a son like me." After the outburst, he slammed the phone down. Zhang Changming had already suffered a devastating blow from Shen Ye, leaving him emotionally vulnerable. Now his father was calling him a loser, the impact was immense. Zhang Changming vowed silently to himself that he would accomplish something great. He would prove to his father that he was not a failure. He began racking his brain, trying to figure out what he could do to achieve something. But the more he thought, the more he realized he was truly useless. He couldn't come up with a single thing to prove he wasn't a failure. Just as Zhang Changming stood there, his face a picture of utter defeat, convinced he was nothing but a complete failure, Tang Duo staggered out of the bathroom. The moment he saw Tang Duo, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Changming. He thought of what he considered a brilliant idea. That was to latch onto someone powerful. Become a bootlicker. Since he had no real skills, he'd pick something simple, suck up to someone powerful. Licking boots required no real talent as long as he could swallow his pride and go all in. There was no powerful person he couldn't latch onto. And Tang Duo's boyfriend, Shen Ye, was undoubtedly an excellent target for this strategy. Even Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society, who was so well connected in Qingzhou, groveled before Shen Ye. Even the deputy commander of the city garrison, that cowardly Mao Tu, had to respectfully call Shen Ye big brother. This alone proved Shen Ye was no ordinary man. If he could cling tightly to Shen Ye's coattails and suck up to him effectively, Shen Ye wouldn't treat him unfairly. Yes, cling to the right leg, and life's troubles vanish. Zhang Changming gritted his teeth inwardly. Right now, a golden opportunity to latch onto Shen Ye's coattails presented itself. Quickly notify Shen Ye and report the situation here. That would be a major achievement. With this thought, Zhang Changming hastily pulled out his phone to call Shen Ye, only to realize he didn't have Shen Ye's number. Right, call Zhao Heilong. He must have Shen Ye's number. With that thought, Zhang Changming dialed Zhao Heilong directly to ask for Shen Ye's number. "Chairman Zhao, I have urgent business with Mr. Shen. Could you please give me his number? Just tell me what it is." "I'll pass it on to Mr. Shen," Zhao Tailong replied impatiently. "No, I must tell Mr. Shen personally. Give me his number immediately. Otherwise, if something major happens and Mr. Shen holds us accountable, neither of us can take the blame." Zhang Changming naturally wouldn't let Zhao Tailong relay the message. This was his chance to earn merit and curry favor with Shen Ye.
Hearing Zhang Changming make such a dire warning, Zhao Tailong reluctantly handed over Shen Ye's phone number. After all, Zhang Changming wasn't capable of harming Shen Ye, so giving him the number wouldn't cause any harm. Mr. Shen, where are you now? I have an urgent matter to report to you. Zhang Changming dialed Shen Ye immediately upon receiving the number and relayed what he had witnessed. Upon hearing the situation, a violent aura erupted from Shen Ye's body. Zhang Changming, no matter what it takes, you must protect Tang Duo for me. Don't let that man take her away. If you can accomplish this, I won't shortchange you. I'm heading over immediately. Shen Ye said. Mission accomplished. Zhang Changming had been waiting for Shen Ye's assurance. He immediately pounded his chest and pledged his commitment. Meanwhile, Tang Duo had returned to her seat. Her gaze unfocused, she asked Xiao Chen, Shen Ye still hasn't come? Are you lying to me? Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, he'll be here soon. While you were in the restroom, Shen Ye already called me. He's on his way. You've had a bit too much to drink. Have some water to sober up first. With that, Xiao Chen picked up the cup he'd spiked and handed it to Tang Duo. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tang Duo took the glass with a mix of belief and doubt. Just as she was about to drink, a voice sounded from behind her. Don't drink it. He drugged that water. Chapter 169, Zhang Changming gets beaten up. The speaker was none other than Zhang Changming. Tang Duo turned around and saw Zhang Changming. Her expression changed instantly. She remembered all too well how this man had treated her not long ago. If Shen Ye hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kid, if you dare spout any more nonsense, watch out, I'll cut out your tongue, Xiao Chen threatened. Xiao Chen had chosen to drug Tang Duo because he preferred women who were exceptionally proactive and uninhibited in bed. It brought him immense satisfaction. His pride wouldn't tolerate any hint of refusal from others in any aspect. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw you put the drug into Miss Tang's cup with my own eyes, Zhang Changming stated. Though Tang Duo harbored no fondness for Zhang Changming, indeed, she found him quite repulsive. His words now demanded her attention. She felt increasingly uneasy. She'd been at the bar for over an hour, yet Shen Ye still hadn't emerged. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, who claimed to be Shen Ye's friend, kept urging her to drink. This made her suspect Xiao Chen. However, upon hearing Zhang Changming's words, Xiao Chen completely lost patience. No longer bothering to pretend, his gaze grew icy. He swiftly rose, grabbed Tang Duo's chin, forcing her mouth wide open. Then, he picked up the water from the cup and poured it directly into her mouth. Startled, Tang Duo naturally resisted swallowing the water. Yet after forcing it into her mouth, Xiao Chen tapped her shoulder. Immediately, Tang Duo lost control and swallowed the water in her mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Changming beside them lost his temper. He rushed forward, trying to pull Tang Duo away from Xiao Chen's grasp. But Xiao Chen merely kicked him casually, sending Zhang Changming flying backward. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many patrons in the bar. As a regular at the establishment, Zhang Changming was recognized by quite a few people. Several thugs immediately recognized the kicked Zhang Changming. Eager to curry favor with their boss, they scrambled to help him up from the floor. Turning to Xiao Chen, they snarled, "You've got some nerve, hitting young Master Zhang. Today, we'll teach you a lesson and make him pay back for this." With that, the thugs' eyes flashed with menace as they surged toward Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen wore a look of utter contempt. While holding Tang Duo to prevent her from escaping, he casually kicked out several times, sending all the charging thugs flying backward. Those punks were just ordinary guys. Even though Xiao Chen hadn't kicked them with much force, it was still more than they could handle. They fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs and wailing in agony. Zhang Changming, watching from the sidelines, was frantic. He recognized Xiao Chen as a martial arts master, someone he couldn't possibly handle. "So you're the young master of the Zhang family. Out of respect for your father, get lost right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Xiao Chen glanced at Zhang Changming indifferently. Xiao Chen's master served as the Zhang family's guest honored revered master, so Xiao Chen couldn't really do anything to Zhang Changming. Otherwise, if it reached his master's ears, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhang Changming assumed Xiao Chen was intimidated by the Zhang family. Having never met Xiao Chen before, he was unaware that this young man was the disciple of their family's honored guest master. "Fine, I'll leave. But leave Miss Tang here," Zhang Changming declared. Xiao Chen's expression hardened at Zhang Changming's words. "Don't push your luck. Get the hell out of here," he snapped coldly. At that moment, after drinking the spiked water, Tang Duo's face began to flush red, and her gaze grew increasingly hazy. Seeing the drug take effect on Tang Duo, Xiao Chen could hardly contain his impatience. He tossed out a final remark and prepared to take Tang Duo away. Seeing this, Zhang Changming panicked. If he let Xiao Chen take Tang Duo away, he'd be in big trouble when Shen Ye arrived. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Changming gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and lunged at Xiao Chen. He clamped his arms tightly around Xiao Chen's legs, dragging him down to prevent his escape. "You can't leave. Miss Tang is my older brother's girlfriend. I've already called him, he's on his way here. You'd better let Miss Tang go, or else when my brother arrives, you're dead meat.
Zhang Changming clung tightly to Xiao Chen's leg while trying to invoke Shen Ye's name, hoping to intimidate Xiao Chen. Seeing Zhang Changming clinging desperately to his leg, Xiao Chen's face flashed with anger. He lifted his other leg and delivered a vicious kick straight to Zhang Changming's face. The impact sent Zhang Changming reeling, yet his hands remained locked around Xiao Chen's leg. He refused to be a good-for-nothing failure, despised by his father. His only way out was to cling to Shen Ye, the mighty tree. Only then could he possibly soar to the heavens on Shen Ye's coattails. Seeing Zhang Changming refuse to let go even after being struck, Xiao Chen's anger flared. He unleashed a barrage of kicks, one after another, raining down on Zhang Changming's face. Since Zhang Changming was the young master of the Zhang family, Xiao Chen naturally couldn't bring himself to kill him. But precisely because Xiao Chen held back, Zhang Changming managed to endure the brutal assault with sheer willpower, clutching even tighter with each kick. Go ahead and kick me. Just wait until my big brother Shen Ye gets here. He'll avenge me. Zhang Changming roared with every ounce of strength he had left, his eyes closed. His face had been kicked into a pig's head by Xiao Chen, not a single spot untouched by swelling. At this moment, even if Zhang Shihao arrived and saw Zhang Changming like this, he probably wouldn't recognize his own son. Shen Ye? Hearing that name, a flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Chen's face. It wasn't just contempt for Shen Ye, but also for Zhang Changming. Zhang Changming was, after all, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of Qingzhou's top clans. Yet he dared to call Shen Ye, that green-haired turtle, big brother. He'd brought utter disgrace upon the Zhang name. You really are an embarrassment to your father, acknowledging Shen Ye as your big brother. No wonder everyone in the Zhang family thinks you're a good-for-nothing. Xiao Chen couldn't care less about Shen Ye. If not for Li Wuying's words, he would have slaughtered Shen Ye's entire family long ago. If Shen Ye dares show up, perfect. I'll just take his girlfriend right in front of him, then kill him. Xiao Chen declared. Xiao Chen reasoned that under these circumstances, Shen Ye wouldn't have time to seek Li Wuying's help. If he came alone first, that would be perfect. Xiao Chen planned to take Tang Duo right in front of Shen Ye, then kill him. Afterward, he could return and boast to Lin Meng about his victory. Perhaps Lin Meng would be pleased and reward them even more generously. Chapter 170, Beat You Until You Say Stop. With that thought, Xiao Chen didn't rush off. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called Lin Meng. Junior sister, I'm at the Crown Bar right now. Barring any surprises, I should be able to kill Shen Ye for you shortly. If you're interested, you can come watch. Senior brother, is this real? Alright, wait for me. I'll be right there. You must keep Shen Ye alive until I arrive. I want to personally torture him to death, bit by bit. Lin Meng's heart leapt with joy at the other end of the line. After hanging up, she immediately jumped into a car and sped toward the Crown Bar. Useless piece of trash, I'm not leaving. Let go of me. I'll wait right here for your big brother to show up. Then I'll let you watch how I toy with his girlfriend right in front of him. Xiao Chen kicked Zhang Changming, whose consciousness was fading but whose hands still clung stubbornly. I won't let go. I'd rather die than let go. Zhang Changming slurred weakly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was furious enough to burst. If Zhang Changming weren't the young master of the Zhang family, he would have beaten him to death already. Just then, Shen Ye rushed over with Mao Tu in tow. The moment he saw Tang Duo, flushed and dazed, clutched by Xiao Chen, Shen Ye's eyes instantly turned icy. A frigid aura surged from his body, sending a shiver through everyone in the bar. Damn, what's going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold? Someone in the crowd muttered. Shen Ye soon spotted Zhang Changming sprawled on the floor, clutching Xiao Chen's leg desperately. But Zhang's face had been kicked into a pig's head, so Shen Ye didn't recognize him at first. Mr. Shen, you're finally here. I fulfilled my duty and waited for you. Zhang Changming lifted his head, flashing a smile as he addressed Shen Ye. With his face swollen like a pig's head, the smile looked particularly grotesque. The moment Zhang Changming finished speaking, the tension in his heart relaxed. Instantly, he lost consciousness, and the hands that had clung desperately to Xiao Chen's thigh went limp. Shen Ye stared blankly at the unconscious Zhang Changming. He never imagined Zhang would push himself to this extreme. It was beyond his expectations. Xiao Chen, who had been observing Shen Ye since the moment he entered the bar, had sensed something extraordinary about him from the icy aura Shen Ye had emitted earlier. Xiao Chen knew Shen Ye was far from the useless that Lin Meng had claimed him to be. Yet when he attempted to gauge Shen Ye's cultivation level, he found himself utterly unable to discern it. This presented only two possibilities. First, Shen Ye's cultivation far surpassed his own by an enormous margin. Yet Xiao Chen found this unlikely. After all, he was supremely confident in his own talent. He couldn't imagine anyone possessing talent so vastly superior that someone of comparable age could reach a cultivation level so high that he couldn't discern their exact strength. Thus, only the second possibility remained: Shen Ye was not a martial artist at all. The chilling aura emanating from him earlier was merely the result of his overwhelming desire to kill. When a person's intent to kill reaches a certain intensity, they can indeed radiate a bone-chilling coldness. Shen Ye, you really are foolish.
If you had brought Li Wuying with you, you might have managed to rescue your girlfriend from my grasp.
But you came alone.
I must admire your courage. Xiao Chen said to Shen Ye with a cold smile on his face. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shen Ye instantly realized the truth. The man who had tried to kill his family at the villa just days ago was none other than the young man standing before him now. A flash of icy murderous intent flickered in Shen Ye's eyes.
Shen Ye turned to Mao Tu and ordered, "Watch over Duo first. Don't let anything happen to her."
"Yes, brother."
Mao Tu responded before walking towards Tang Duo.
Xiao Chen, having no regard for Shen Ye whatsoever, paid no attention to Mao Tu escorting Tang Duo away. Shen Ye's icy gaze then fixed on Xiao Chen, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. "Tell me," Shen Ye said coldly, "who ordered you to kill my family in Tangwood was?"
"Spill it, and I might grant you a quick death, leave you with a whole body." Hearing Shen Ye's words, the bar patrons froze in shock.
They'd all witnessed Xiao Chen's prowess moments ago, disposing of 7 or 8 thugs effortlessly with just one leg. He was undoubtedly a martial arts master.
As for Shen Ye, they didn't recognize him at all.
They simply couldn't believe Shen Ye could be more formidable than that Xiao Chen, daring to speak to him like this.
"Ha, you're truly arrogant. Even your cellmate Li Wuying wouldn't dare claim he could kill me. What makes you think you can?"
Xiao Chen sneered at Shen Ye with utter contempt. "Since you refuse to talk now, I'll beat you until you do,"
Shen Ye replied coldly.
With that, Shen Ye wasted no more words. His palm shot straight toward Xiao Chen's chest.
You're asking for it."
Xiao Chen sneered with utter disdain, casually raising a hand to block his chest.
In his eyes, how much force could Shen Ye possibly pack into a single strike? Thud. Snap. Yet, to Xiao Chen's utter shock, Shen Ye's strike carried overwhelming force.
It shattered the arm he'd extended to block, sending his body reeling backward 7 or 8 steps before he could barely steady himself. Still, Xiao Chen was a tough bastard. Even with his arm bone shattered, he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single groan. "So you've got some skills after all.
I underestimated you. But now, you'll pay a heavy price."
Xiao Chen snarled at Shen Ye through gritted teeth. As the words left his mouth, his form blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged straight at Shen Ye. To others, his speed was blindingly fast, but to Shen Ye, it was as slow as a snail.
Shen Ye moved with deliberate calm, reaching out and catching Xiao Chen's incoming punch mid-air.
Xiao Chen's face paled, but before he could react, a powerful force pulled him toward Shen Ye.
In the next instant, Shen Ye's other hand seized Xiao Chen's hair.
With a violent jerk, he slammed Xiao Chen's head into the bar counter.
Thud. Clang. Clang.
Xiao Chen's head smashed the bar counter to pieces.
Liquor spilled from the counter, shattering on the floor. Chapter 171, Killing Xiao Chen. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were stunned. To them, Xiao Chen had already demonstrated formidable strength moments ago. Yet they never imagined Shen Ye would prove even more ferocious than Xiao Chen.
Shen Ye's beating of Xiao Chen was like an adult playing with a kindergarten child, effortless and thoroughly enjoyable.
At that moment, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with utter shock.
He never imagined that Shen Ye, who was roughly his age, could be so much more powerful than him. He had always assumed Li Wuying was protecting him, but now he realized that wasn't the case at all.
Judging by Shen Ye's demonstrated power, Li Wuying wasn't even worthy of being his shoe shiner.
Now, he finally understood why his master had been so cautious and vigilant.
There was no doubt about it.
The pressure he felt facing Shen Ye now was no less than what he'd felt facing his own master. He couldn't even muster the will to resist. Soon, Shen Ye yanked Xiao Chen's hair, hoisting him up, then slammed his knee hard into Xiao Chen's chest.
Snap. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Ah! Xiao Chen's agonized scream erupted uncontrollably.
Just then, Lin Meng rushed over in a panic. As she reached the doorway, she witnessed her senior brother being mercilessly brutalized by Shen Ye.
Disbelief washed over Lin Meng's face.
She never imagined her senior brother, so formidable, could be no match for Shen Ye. Lin Meng hurriedly sought cover in a crowded spot, desperate to avoid Shen Ye's gaze.
"Now you can properly answer my questions, right?"
Shen Ye tossed Xiao Chen to the ground with a cold expression.
Cough.
Xiao Chen, tossed onto the ground, began coughing violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood.
Ha.
After a violent coughing fit, Xiao Chen lifted his head and grinned savagely at Shen Ye. "You must be dying to know, but I won't tell you."
"Do you really think you can kill me?"
"If you dare kill me, my master won't let you off the hook."
Xiao Chen snarled. "Ha! Your master is that guest-honored expert of the Zhang family, right?" Shen Ye sneered coldly. "Exactly. I admit you're formidable, I'm no match for you.
But you're certainly no match for my master.
If you know what's good for you, release me now.
Otherwise, my master will certainly not let you off the hook." Xiao Chen's face brimmed with smug satisfaction. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Shen Ye's expression turned cold.
He replied indifferently, "Threatening me? If your master dares come seeking revenge for you, I won't mind killing him too.
Since you refuse to answer my question, there's no need for you to live. Die." As the words left his lips, a cold, murderous intent flared in Shen Ye's eyes. He planted his foot squarely on Xiao Chen's chest. With a sudden surge of force from beneath, the sound of cracking bones echoed, sending a chill down the spine. Ah! Feeling the murderous aura radiating from Shen Ye and the excruciating pain tearing through his chest, Xiao Chen was overcome with fear. Terror flashed in his eyes. He tried to beg for mercy, but the agony left him speechless. As Shen Ye pressed down harder, Xiao Chen's chest could no longer bear the weight and caved in. Black blood gushed relentlessly from his mouth. Xiao Chen's agonized screams gradually faded as life left him. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, filled with utter despair and terror. Lin Meng, hiding among the crowd, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but tremble. She was utterly horrified. She had never imagined that Shen Ye, whom she had always looked down upon, could be so ruthless. Lin Meng dared not linger. Fearful Shen Ye would spot and kill her, she lowered her head and hurried through the crowd toward the restroom, ducking into the bar's bathroom. After killing Xiao Chen, Shen Ye pulled out several silver needles from his person and flicked them with precision. The needles struck the unconscious Zhang Changming without fail. Shen Ye was healing Zhang Changming's wounds. Then, Shen Ye turned his gaze to Tang Duo beside him. She was slumped on a sofa, her face flushed as if it could be squeezed dry, her eyes unfocused. She kept murmuring Ruo while her hands frantically fumbled over her body, as if trying to tear her clothes off. Yet a sliver of reason seemed to linger in her mind, forcing her to resist the urge. Seeing this, Shen Ye hurried over and helped Tang Duo up from the sofa. However, to Shen Ye's surprise, the moment his hand touched her, Tang Duo instantly wrapped herself around him like an octopus. He could feel the intense heat radiating from her body, as well as the softness of her chest. "I'm hot, I'm so hot. Shen Ye, please save me," Tang Duo murmured incoherently. As she spoke, her face rubbed uncontrollably against Shen Ye's body. In that moment, Shen Ye felt his heart pounding violently, screaming inside that he couldn't take it. Fortunately, Shen Ye's will was strong. He managed to suppress the chaotic, burning desire surging within him. He quickly restrained Tang Duo and inserted a silver needle into her neck. As the needles pierced her skin, a glimmer of clarity returned to Tang Duo's eyes, and the flush on her cheeks gradually faded. Within about 2 minutes, Tang Duo had fully returned to normal. Once recovered, Tang Duo recalled how she had clung to Shen Ye like an octopus moments ago, even rubbing her face against his body. A blush of shy embarrassment instantly spread across her cheeks. "Thank you, Shen Ye," Tang Duo murmured softly, her voice barely audible to anyone but herself. "Don't thank me just yet. The drug you took isn't ordinary C-type. I've only temporarily sealed your desire point with silver needles. In about 2 hours, if there's no antidote, the drug's effects will still kick in," Shen Ye said. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo gasped in alarm, panic rising within her. "What should I do?" Tang Duo asked anxiously. "2 options. First, find a man to release it. Second, find the antidote and take it. Otherwise, once the drug's full effect kicks in, if you don't release it or get the antidote, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die," Shen Ye stated. After finishing his explanation, Shen Ye walked straight over to the dead body of Xiao Chen. He searched the man's body thoroughly but found no trace of the antidote. This left Shen Ye feeling anxious as well. The C-type poison Tang Duo had been infected with was peculiar and extremely rare strain. Without the antidote, neutralizing it would be exceedingly difficult. With Shen Ye's medical skills, the poison could be counteracted, but it would be extremely troublesome. It would require undressing Tang Duo and applying acupuncture needles to several sensitive areas on her body to achieve the detoxifying effect. The thought alone made Shen Ye's head spin. Chapter 172, Being a Lick Dog Isn't Easy. Ah! It hurts so much. Just then, the unconscious Zhang Changming slowly regained consciousness and couldn't help but cry out in pain. After Shen Ye's acupuncture treatment, the swelling on Zhang Changming's face had noticeably subsided, though his eyes still held traces of bloodshot. The first thing Zhang Changming saw upon waking was Xiao Chen's corpse lying not far from him, his chest caved in. The sight startled him. His eyes then swept the surroundings. Spotting Shen Ye, he felt a surge of relief. His gamble had paid off. Shen Ye had killed Xiao Chen. "Mr. Shen. I'm sorry I couldn't stop that beast from forcing Miss Tang to drink the spiked water." Zhang Changming scrambled to his feet, apologizing profusely to Shen Ye. "It's fine. You did your best." Shen Ye smiled faintly at Zhang Changming. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Changming's heart swelled with joy. "It's my duty. When you spared my life earlier, I swore I'd be your loyal dog, serving you day and night," Zhang Changming declared loudly. He didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed by the crowd of onlookers nearby. Shen Ye froze at his words. Zhang Changming's change was too drastic. "You seem different from before," Shen Ye remarked. "Mr. Shen awakened me. Before, I was aimless and useless, a failure whom my family treated like a worthless piece of trash. I couldn't accept that, but I also knew my own limitations. I realized that if I wanted to achieve anything on my own, it was impossible. But I know Mr. Shen is no ordinary man. I believe that as long as I cling to his coattails unwaveringly, I will soar to the heavens one day. So, please take me in, Mr. Shen."
I'm willing to be your loyal sidekick, Zheng Changming declared.
Hearing Zhang Changming's words, Shen Ye was utterly speechless.
What kind of logic is this? Knowing he's incompetent, yet aspiring to be a bootlicker?
Still, Zhang Changming had decent insight. He could see Shen Ye's extraordinary potential and knew that following him would lead to his own meteoric rise.
You handled today's situation quite well. What reward do you want?
I can grant it, Shen Ye nodded approvingly, addressing Zhang Changming.
If Zhang Changming hadn't been here to hold Xiaochen back today, Tang Duoduo's fate would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Zhang Changming absolutely deserved the credit. As he spoke, Shen Ye deliberately glanced at Zhang Changming's crotch area.
He intended to remind Zhang that even if he asked Shen to mend his shattered testicles, it wouldn't be a problem after all. Shen's medical skills weren't just empty boasts.
But Zhang Changming clearly misinterpreted Shen Ye's meaning.
Spotting Shen Ye's gaze on his crotch, he instantly felt a chill down below, clamped his legs together, and shook his head. Serving Mr. Shen, I wouldn't dare ask for a reward.
You really don't want it? Shen Ye stared at Zhang Changming's crotch and asked with amusement. No, really, no.
Zhang Changming felt his scalp tingle under Shen Ye's gaze. He covered himself with his hand, clamped his legs together, took 2 steps back, and shook his head like a bobblehead.
Alright then. I'll save the reward for you. Whenever you want it, just give me a call. If nothing else comes up, you can go back and rest up for now, Shen Ye said. So, Mr. Shen, about me being your lapdog? Zhang Changming asked without a hint of embarrassment. Fine, get back to it. Shen Ye chuckled, amused by Zhang Changming's audacity. Hearing this, Zhang Changming beamed with delight. Mr. Shen, I'll head back now. Whenever you need me, just give me a call, I'll be there in a flash. With that, Zhang Changming left the bar, his heart brimming with joy. Bro, that Zhang Changming is such a suck-up, right? Mao Tu said with utter disdain, staring at the direction Zhang Changming had disappeared. No, I admire him. Do you think being a bootlicker is that easy? Take today, for instance. Look at the state he was beaten into, yet he clung to that guy's leg like a lifeline, refusing to let go. He only dared to pass out after I arrived. Without ironclad resolve, who could pull that off? Shen Ye remarked. Hearing Shen Ye's reasoning, Mao Tu nodded in agreement. Guess every profession has its challenges. Even being a bootlicker requires special skills like being able to take a beating. I'm really grateful to him for today. If it weren't for Zhang Changming, I'd have ended up in a much worse state. Tang Duoduo nodded gratefully. After speaking, she shot Shen Ye a reproachful glance. It was all that stinking Shen Ye's fault. If he hadn't taken so long to come find her, she never would have fallen for Xiao Chen's trap. Let's go. We'll figure out a way to counteract the poison first, Shen Ye said to Tang Duoduo. Then, Shen Ye led Tang Duoduo and Mao Tu out of the bar, heading straight back to the Longquan No. 1 villa. Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing were overjoyed to see Tang Duoduo arrive. They couldn't stop praising Shen Ye for his progress, especially since he'd brought Tang Duoduo home late at night. Hearing Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing's shameless remarks, Tang Duoduo felt flattered yet blushed deeply, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Dodo got poisoned. I brought her back to counteract the poison. Look at where your minds wandered. Can't you think straight? Shen Ye rolled his eyes, speechless. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing both paled. Concern flooded their faces as they asked, what happened? How did she suddenly get poisoned? Is it serious? It's nothing serious. I can handle it. Just don't disturb me, Shen Ye replied. He certainly couldn't tell Li Fengmei and the others that Tang Duoduo had been poisoned by drug C. Alright, take Duoduo to get the antidote immediately. Make sure she doesn't suffer any lasting effects, Li Fengmei urged urgently. Shen Ye then took Tang Duoduo back to his room. At the doorway, Tang Duoduo hesitated, feeling awkward about entering Shen Ye's room. Shen Ye grabbed her arm and pulled her inside. What's the point of worrying about that now? If the poison takes effect, we'll be in real trouble. Duoduo, you need to be mentally prepared. Since there's no antidote, I can only perform acupuncture to counteract the poison. However, for the treatment, you'll need to undress completely. The needles will be placed on your private areas. After returning to the room, Shen Ye pondered for a long time before finally laying everything out honestly with Tang Duoduo. There was no time to waste. Ha! Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duoduo couldn't help but gasp in shock. Her heartbeat quickened. How incredibly embarrassing. Can you make an antidote? Tang Duoduo tentatively asked. Yes, but time is too short. There's no way to prepare an antidote in time, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duoduo's face flushed so bright red it looked like it could be squeezed to produce water. Asking her to strip naked so Shen Ye could insert needles into her private areas, how could she ever face him again after this? This was utterly mortifying. Chapter 173, Worse Than a Beast. Tang Duoduo bit her lips lightly, head bowed in deep thought, remaining silent. Shen Ye sat beside her, waiting intently as time ticked by second by second. After nearly 20 minutes, a flush began to spread across Tang Duoduo's face.
The sea drug within her body could no longer be suppressed and was starting to take effect. At this moment, Tang Duo could distinctly feel her body temperature soaring. Shameful images began to flood her mind. Yet Tang Duo still clenched her lips tightly, unable to make up her mind. Don't hide your illness from the doctor. Quickly take off your clothes. I'll perform acupuncture on you. Seeing Tang Duo's hesitation, Shen Ye sternly admonished her. Hearing Shen Ye's stern voice, Tang Duo could only nod slightly. Then, with her hands, she began slowly removing her top, revealing that sliver of snow white. Half an hour later, Tang Duo had dressed again, the flush from her face faded, her eyes regaining their brightness. Clearly, Shen Ye had successfully neutralized the sea drug poison within her using silver needles. Tang Duo kept her head bowed, unable to meet Shen Ye's gaze. The memory of him administering the needles earlier made her blush so fiercely she wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Meanwhile, Shen Ye beside her was inwardly cursing his luck. His mind was filled with the vivid, sensual images from moments ago, images he couldn't shake. After all, this was Shen Ye's first time ever seeing a woman unclothed. And Tang Duo's figure was nothing short of perfect. If Shen Ye hadn't felt a surge of desire, he wouldn't be a man. The poison in your body is completely gone now. I'll have Mao Tu take you back. Otherwise, your father will be worried sick. After a long silence, Shen Ye spoke up, breaking the quiet in the room. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo couldn't help but freeze in surprise, then a hint of resentment welled up in her heart. This Shen Ye? Was he made of wood? He'd seen her naked, and she hadn't even said she wanted to leave yet and he was already asking her to send him back? Damn Shen Ye, rotten Shen Ye. I already called my dad when I was heading to the bar. I told him I'd be with you, so he won't worry. Tang Duo murmured under her breath, her voice barely audible to herself. Tang Duo's words carried an unmistakable implication, she didn't want to go back. Hearing Tang Duo's words, Shen Ye couldn't suppress a surge of excitement. He understood exactly what she meant. What left Shen Ye speechless, though, was how trusting Tang Duo's father seemed to be. It was nearly dawn now, and she still hadn't returned home. Her father hadn't even bothered to call. Didn't he fear Shen Ye might do something to his daughter? Little did Shen Ye know that Tang Wenshan was actually hoping Shen Ye would ruin his daughter. That way, he could gain Shen Ye as a son-in-law worthy of his daughter. That was precisely why Tang Wenshan hadn't made a single call to Tang Duo all this time. He was afraid of interfering with Shen Ye, and Tang was important business. I'm going to take a shower first. Tang Duo suddenly stood up, tossed out the words, and immediately strode toward the bathroom in the room. She shut the door, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. About half an hour later, the sound of running water ceased. A few minutes after that, Tang Duo emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair still dripping wet. Her face was so flushed it looked like it could be squeezed to produce water. She dared not meet Shen Ye's gaze, covering her chest with her hand as she hurried to the other side of the bed and sat down. The moment Tang Duo emerged from the bathroom, Shen Ye nearly stared himself into a daze. She was breathtakingly beautiful. So tempting. I'm going to take a shower. Shen Ye muttered before scurrying into the bathroom. He turned on the cold water and let it pour over his head. The icy water cooled him down, and he couldn't help but exhale heavily. Damn it, he almost couldn't hold back. By the time Shen Ye finished showering, dressed, and emerged, Tang Duo had already dried her hair and crawled into his bed. Would he be able to hold out tonight? Shen Ye silently groaned inwardly before making his way to the other side of the bed. The moment Shen Ye sat down on the bed, Tang Duo sprang up from under the covers. Grabbing several pillows, she positioned them right down the middle of the bed, creating a clear dividing line. With a guarded look, she declared, "If you dare cross this line tonight, you're a beast." With that, she burrowed back under the covers and pretended to fall asleep. Seeing this, Shen Ye scratched his nose, inwardly puzzled. Are you kidding me? This is my room, my bed. Still, Shen Ye said nothing. He pulled back his half of the covers and lay down. The moment he did, the intoxicating scent emanating from Tang Duo filled his senses, instantly setting his imagination racing. Fortunately, Shen Ye possessed strong self-control. He eventually overcame the restlessness in his heart and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Shen Ye woke up feeling refreshed. He stretched lazily, his body full of energy. But as he stretched, Shen Ye immediately felt his hand brush against another body. Shen Ye jerked his hand back as if electrocuted, only then realizing Tang Duo was still lying in bed beside him. Shen Ye turned his head and saw Tang Duo facing him, her eyes slightly closed. She must still be asleep. Seeing this, Shen Ye felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness Tang Duo was asleep. Otherwise, that sudden touch would have surely made her scream. If that had happened, it would have drawn his parents over, and then he'd be in deep trouble no matter what. Little did Shen Ye know that Tang Duo hadn't slept a wink all night. Her closed eyes were merely a pretense of sleep. Shen Ye then gently pulled back the covers, slipped on his shoes, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. The moment Shen Ye entered the bathroom, Tang Duo's closed eyes slowly fluttered open.
She glared in the direction of the bathroom with a look of resentment, muttering under her breath, worse than a beast. Humph. Woman. You crossed the line, calling you a beast. If I don't cross the line, you call me a beast. Men have it so tough. Soon, Shen Ye finished washing up. Seeing Tang Duo still lying in bed with her eyes half closed, he simply walked out of the room. As soon as he descended the stairs, he spotted Li Fengmei preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Busy at work, Li Fengmei naturally spotted Shen Ye descending the stairs. Seeing his energetic demeanor, a peculiar smile flickered across her face as she muttered to herself, "Youth is wonderful, so full of energy." After a night of activity, he shows no sign of fatigue. Li Fengmei's mutterings were, of course, clearly heard by the sharp-eared Shen Ye. His face darkened. It was over. This time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash away the stain. Chapter 174, A Huge Misunderstanding. Shen Ye couldn't be bothered to explain. He knew all too well that such matters only grew murkier the more he tried to clarify. "Hey, big bro, your wife hasn't come down yet? You didn't wear her out so bad she can't get out of bed, did you?" At that moment, Mao Tu emerged from his room, wearing a sly grin as he addressed Shen Ye. Hearing this, Shen Ye shot him a fierce glare and snapped, "What the hell is going on in your head? Why are you thinking such nonsense?" Mao Tu, having earned Shen Ye's glare, stuck out his tongue mischievously and muttered with a pout, "We're all adults here. I get it, I totally get it." Meanwhile, Mao Tu thought to himself, "I wonder when Big Brother will finally take notice of me. I've been with him all these years, could it be I'm not proactive enough?" Soon, Li Fengmei finished preparing breakfast and brought it over. But when Shen Ye looked at the bowl of noodles Li Fengmei handed him, he suddenly lost his appetite. The noodles were loaded with eggs, beef, and even goji berries. "Yair, eat up quickly. Let's get your dad and me a grandchild soon. I'll go upstairs and wake up Duo for breakfast." Li Fengmei gave Shen Ye a peculiar smile before heading upstairs. "Put. Big brother, eat more. Goji berries are super nourishing." Seeing the goji berries in Shen Ye's bowl, Mao Tu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, saying this to Shen Ye. Hearing this, Shen Ye's face darkened. He promptly pushed his bowl of noodles toward Mao Tu, grabbed his own bowl, and retorted irritably, "If you think it's nourishing, then you eat it." Mao Tu shot Shen Ye a resentful look. "Bro, you never give me the chance. What good is nourishment to me? How about I come to your room tonight? Get lost." Shen Ye snapped irritably. Not long after, Li Fengmei and Tang Duo came down from the second floor together. Li Fengmei was beaming from ear to ear, practically grinning from ear to ear. Tang Duo, on the other hand, had dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't slept a wink. No wonder Li Fengmei was so happy, she'd probably seen those dark circles and was even more certain Shen Ye and Tang Duo hadn't behaved properly last night. "Dodo, why don't you move in with us starting today? Then Shen Ye can drive you to and from work every morning. What do you think?" Li Fengmei said to Tang Duo with a smile. "Auntie Li, you've got the wrong idea. Last night." "Dodo, no need to explain. I've been there," Auntie Li cut her off. Then, Tang Duo plopped down directly across from Shen Ye, glaring at him with puffed-up indignation. At that moment, Tang Duo could have killed Shen Ye. That damn Shen Ye hadn't done anything to her last night. Did he despise her? Because of him, she hadn't slept all night, ending up with dark circles under her eyes. When Aunt Li Fengmei saw them, she misunderstood, confirming the rumor that Tang Duo and Shen Ye had slept together. Shen Ye, who was being glared at by Tang Duo, wore an innocent expression, completely baffled as to why she was giving him such a look. But a sudden pang of guilt struck Shen Ye. Could it be that when he stretched this morning, he accidentally brushed against her somewhere, and now she was angry? The thought made him quickly lower his head, burying himself in his noodles and avoiding Tang Duo's gaze. After a few hurried bites, Shen Ye set down his bowl and said, "I'm heading back to my room." With that, he headed straight for the stairs. After tossing and turning all night, you should catch up on some sleep." Li Fengmei's voice came from behind him. Her words made Shen Ye stumble, nearly tripping on the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Ye found Li Wuying seated in the hall, holding a stack of documents, seemingly waiting for him. "Night King." Seeing Shen Ye ascend the stairs, Li Wuying immediately stood up and addressed him with respectful deference. You performed well these past few days." Shen Ye nodded, offering Li Wuying his praise. Li Wuying's face lit up with joy at Shen Ye's words, as if receiving his praise were the greatest honor imaginable. Li Wuying then presented the stack of documents he was holding to Shen Ye, stating, "Night King, these are the share certificates for several companies I control in Qingzhou. They include holdings from several first-tier families, as well as some second- and third-tier families. I hereby transfer all these share certificates to the Night King." "Why are you giving these to me?" Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. "Night King, my only wish now is to stay by your side and protect your parents. These things mean nothing to me, so I thought I'd gift all these shares to you. In the future, if any of those families dare to provoke you, you can use these shares to slap them right in the face."
Then, Li Wuying handed Shen Ye a piece of paper with a phone number and said, "This is the butler managing all my assets.
His surname is Chan. If you need anything in the future, just instruct him directly. I've already briefed him."
Hearing Li Wuying's words, Shen Ye clapped him on the shoulder with satisfaction.
"Not bad.
I didn't expect your awareness to be so high. Since you're so perceptive, I won't shortchange you. I'll impart a cultivation technique suited to you. With this method, your progress will be twice as fast with half the effort."
Li Wuying beamed at Shen Ye's words, repeatedly thanking the Night King.
Shen Ye then took the share certificates from Li Wuying's hands and proceeded to impart a cultivation technique to him. Shen Ye's decision to impart cultivation techniques to Li Wuying wasn't solely motivated by those share certificates. Even without them, Shen Ye had long intended to teach him. Only by strengthening Li Wuying would his parents be safer. "By the way, where is Li Yi?" Shen Ye inquired after imparting the cultivation technique. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying froze for a moment before breaking into a peculiar smile. "Captain," he said, "the incident a few days back hit him pretty hard. He's probably too thin-skinned to face anyone. He's been holed up in his room ever since, likely training his ass off." Shen Ye chuckled, rubbing his nose as he listened to Li Wuying's explanation. He'd already heard about their recent battle with Xiao Chun from Li Wuying. "All right, you should hurry and practice the new technique. I'll go check on Li Yi," Shen Ye said. "Got it," Li Wuying replied, then hurried back to his room. Shortly after, Shen Ye arrived at Li Ye's door and knocked lightly. "Who is it?" Li Ye's voice came from inside. "It's me," Shen Ye replied. Silence fell. After a long moment, Li Yi opened the door, head bowed, unable to meet Shen Ye's gaze. Visible bruises still marred his face. Chapter 175, Yi Juntian arrives in Qingzhou. Seeing Li Yi like this, Shen Ye chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Why do you look like a frostbitten eggplant?" "Master, you know exactly what I mean. I'm already miserable enough." "What, master, I can't show my face to anyone," Li Yi said, his face full of grievance. "I heard about what happened a few days ago from Li Wuying. To protect my parents, you risked your life, fearlessly facing powerful enemies. You drew them away, creating an opportunity for Li Wuying to evacuate my parents. You did exceptionally well. How could I possibly mock you?" Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Yi froze, then lit up with delight. He lifted his head, his face brimming with anticipation. "Master, you really think I did a great job?" "Yes, absolutely," Shen Ye nodded earnestly. Truthfully, Shen Ye held back one final thought. Seeing Li Yi in this state, he couldn't bring himself to deliver the blow. That thought was, Li Wuying was just too foolish. Before even gauging Li Wuying's true strength, he'd instinctively assumed Li Wuying was inferior to him. The result? Getting thoroughly beaten by Xiao Chen. That was incredibly unwise. "With those words from you, master, even if I die, it would be worth it." Li Yi was so moved he was sniffling and teary-eyed. "But master," Li Ye's eyes twinkled mischievously as he sought credit, "this should count as a major achievement, right?" "MHM. Shen Ye nodded solemnly. Hearing this, Li Yi beamed with delight. Instantly adopting a pitiful expression, he pleaded. "Master, as the head of your bodyguard squad, my skills are inferior to those of my own team member, Li Wuying. I'm utterly ashamed to show my face. Don't stop me, let me die and be done with it." As he spoke, Li Yi produced a long strip of cloth from somewhere. He pretended to thread one end through the chandelier above the room, pulled it down, tied a knot, and then dramatically slipped his own head through the noose, mimicking the act of hanging himself. "Master, just let me die. I can't go on living. Please, don't save me." Seeing Shen Ye hadn't stopped him, Li Yi turned back and repeated his plea. Shen Ye was amused by Li Ye's antics. He delivered a hard kick to Li Wuying's backside and laughed, scolding, "Enough with the charade. I'll teach you a profound cultivation technique. As long as you practice diligently, you'll surpass Li Wuying someday." "Hee, thank you, master." Hearing this, Li Yi beamed with delight. Rubbing his sore backside, he grinned cheekily at Shen Ye in gratitude. Shen Ye then selected a cultivation technique suitable for Li Yi and imparted it to him. Truth be told, Shen Ye had genuinely felt a twinge of pity for Li Yi when he saw him feigning helplessness earlier. That's why the cultivation technique he selected for Li Yi was slightly more potent than the medicine Li Wuying had received. After imparting the cultivation technique, Shen Ye instructed Li Yi to practice diligently before returning to his own room. Not long after returning to his room, Tang Duo entered, her face flushed with shyness. "Aunt Li asked you to take me to the company." "Oh. Let's go. I actually have some business to attend to today anyway," Shen Ye replied. With that, Shen Ye slipped on his shoes and headed out the door. Watching Shen Ye stride out alone, Tang Duo shot him a reproachful glare, inwardly muttering, "You wooden-headed fool. Couldn't you at least hold my hand on the way out?" Meanwhile, a bombshell piece of news was rapidly spreading throughout Qingzhou. "What? Yi Juntian, who just topped the dragon list, is coming to Qingzhou?" "Yes, word is Yi Juntian is here to find someone named Shen Ye. Rumor has it Shen Ye killed his younger brother, and Ye Juntian has come to seek vengeance.
Shen Ye? Who is this guy? I've never heard of anyone by that name in Qingzhou. Did this Shen Ye swallow a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? How dare he kill Ye Junlin of the Yi family from Zhengzhou? Looks like this Shen Ye is as good as dead. You bet. Ye Juntian is the top-ranked expert on the dragon list. They say when he defeated the previous number 1, he even let his opponent fight with one hand and still crushed him effortlessly. TSK. With a master like that coming to Qingzhou for revenge, Shen Ye is as good as dead. Such whispers of doom echoed throughout Qingzhou. Upon learning that Ye Juntian had come to Qingzhou seeking vengeance against Shen Ye, everyone concluded Shen Ye was doomed. After all, this was Ye Juntian, the top-ranked martial artist on the dragon list. Naturally, the Zhang, Qin, Wu, and Gao families, Qingzhou's foremost clans, had also received this news. The heads of these families had recently suffered significant losses at Shen Ye's hands. They now harbored deep hatred toward him, yet they dared not act directly against Shen Ye due to Li Wuying's presence. But now the situation was different. Ye Juntian was coming to Qingzhou. With his status as the top-ranked cultivator on the dragon list and the Yi family's standing in Central Province, there was no need to fear Li Wuying. Sure enough, the heads of the 4 top-tier families gathered together to discuss how to curry favor with Ye Juntian and humiliate Shen Ye. At the same time, this presented them with a golden opportunity to climb the social ladder. They believed that with Ye Juntian anchoring the Yi family in Central Continent, the clan would swiftly rise to become the foremost among Central Continent's top families, perhaps even ascending to the status of a noble house. Before that happened, they had to curry Ye Juntian's favor. If they could ingratiate themselves with him, their families would surely reap benefits in the future. Heaven's wrath comes upon the arrogant, misfortune follows human hubris. Shen Ye, you're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? With Li Wuying backing you, you dare to disregard us family heads, showing us not the slightest courtesy. Well, now you'll see. Your arrogance will meet its match, someone far more arrogant than you. Shen Ye, just wait. We'll make sure you die a miserable death. Gao Jianhong's face darkened with menace. Exactly. Every time I recall Shen Ye's arrogant demeanor before us, I want to tear him limb from limb. Now that Ye Juntian has arrived, just wait, Shen Ye won't survive this. Wu Jinyuan seethed with hatred for Shen Ye. Alright, let's hurry to the airport to welcome Ye Juntian. Remember, we must make a grand entrance. We absolutely cannot let Ye Juntian feel we're not taking him seriously. Zhang Shihao declared. Shortly after, the 4 major families dispatched over a dozen Rolls-Royces. The patriarchs of each family personally boarded the vehicles to greet Ye Juntian at the airport. Meanwhile, Wang Sanyuan arrived at Wang Shueting's residence with his wife, son, and the contract drafted the previous night. At that moment, Wang Shueting and her daughter had also changed into formal attire, preparing to visit the companies under their names and change the company names. Just as they were about to leave, the Wang family of 3 blocked their exit. Niece, this is the contract I had Haijian print last night. All you need to do is sign it. We're not asking for much, just a quarter of the assets under your name. Wang Sanyuan handed the prepared contract to Wang Shueting, his expression haughty. Chapter 176, Wang Shueting forced to sign the contract. Uncle, give up that notion. I won't sign this contract. Wang Shueting replied, her expression sour. Hearing her words, the expressions of Wang Sanyuan and his 2 family members darkened. Wang Sanyuan sneered coldly. Humph. If you don't sign, you won't leave this door. Wang Shueting, do you and your daughter have any sense of decency? Those properties you hold are Wang Sihui's inheritance. My husband, Wang Sanyuan, is Wang Sihui's own brother. He has every right to inherit. Lu Xiaoying sneered, her voice dripping with venom. Uncle, don't you have any shame? These assets were all reclaimed from the Yang family by Shen Ye. What right do you have to claim a quarter of them? How about this? Once the company turns a profit and distributes dividends, I'll give you a share of the money. What do you say? Wang Shueting, having no other recourse with this family, thought that backing down might open up possibilities. She promised to give them a portion of the profits once the company became profitable. Don't even think about it. We're only taking what's rightfully ours. And let me tell you this, if you don't sign that contract today, you won't be leaving this door. Wang Sanyuan snorted. Uncle, I'm only holding back because you're my uncle. If you keep this up, I'll call Shen Ye. When he arrives, he won't be as easygoing as me, Wang Shueting said. You really think I'm scared of threats? What does Shen Ye think he is? Does he really believe he's something special just because he can take on the Yang family? Let me tell you this, my son's classmate is in the Black Dragon Gang. Last night, my son was drinking with Scarface from the Black Dragon Gang. If Shen Ye dares to meddle in the Wang family's affairs, I'll have my son summon Black Dragon Scar. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Wang Sanyuan declared with smug satisfaction. Last night, Wang Haijian had already spoken with Scarface from the Black Dragon Society. After promising a reward of 10 million yuan upon success, Scarface readily agreed to help them secure a quarter of Wang Shueting's assets.
Shueting, you might not recognize the nickname Scarface, but you've surely heard of the Black Dragon Society. Scarface is their leader Zhao Tielong's right-hand man.
Do you really think Shen Ye can take on the entire Black Dragon Society? Wang Haizhen added smugly. Hearing the words of Wang Sanyuan and his son, Wang Shueting's expression darkened.
She hadn't heard of Scar, but she knew the Black Dragon Society. It was Qingzhou's largest gray market power. And as Wang Haizhen mentioned, Scar was Zhao Tielong's right-hand man, proof of his immense influence within the organization.
Scar's presence essentially represented the entire Black Dragon Society. Even if Shen Ye could handle Scar, what about Zhao Tailong behind him? What about the Black Dragon Society itself?
Shen Ye might have crushed the Yang family, but he might not have the strength to take down the Black Dragon Society too.
That was Wang Shueting's worry.
Seeing Wang Shueting's expression darken, Wang Sanyuan and the others wore smug grins, knowing she was beginning to fear the Black Dragon Society.
Zuotings, just sign the papers. You're my own niece.
I truly don't want things to come to this. Besides, you hold so many businesses in your hands.
I'm not asking for much, just a quarter of it.
Once you sign, you'll still be my niece, and I'll remain your uncle. We share blood ties.
If your father were still alive, he wouldn't want to see our family torn apart by conflict, would he?
Wang Sanyuan began playing the emotional card, employing both hard and soft tactics.
Uncle, those businesses are truly just being managed temporarily on behalf of Shen Ye.
If they truly belonged only to my mother and me, even if you demanded half, I wouldn't bat an eye, I'd gladly give it to you.
Or, uncle, how about this?
I can't give you shares, but since we're managing those businesses, Shen Ye will definitely give us a substantial dividend once they turn a profit.
When that happens, we'll take our share and give you half of it. How does that sound? Wang Shueting pleaded. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Think I'm so easily fooled? Wang Shueting, don't push me.
I'll stop at nothing, and you'll regret it later. Wang Sanyuan, convinced Wang Shueting was trying to deceive him, instantly flew into a rage.
Honey, why waste words with her? If she won't sign, we'll just hold her hand and make her sign.
Lu Xiaoying suggested from the side.
Hearing this, a vicious glint flashed in Wang Sanyuan's eyes as he glared at Wang Shueting. I'll ask you one last time, sign or not? No. Wang Shueting declared stubbornly. Wang Sanyuan's expression twisted. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine.
With that, Wang Sanyuan strode toward Wang Shueting, his eyes flashing with menace. He grabbed her hand, shoved a pen into it, and was about to force her hand to sign the contract.
Brother, what are you doing? You can't do this.
Xiao Shuelian cried out in alarm as she rushed forward to help Wang Shueting. But Lu Xiaoying, who was nearby, immediately lunged at Xiao Shuelian, pinning her to the ground. The two women wrestled on the floor, one grabbing the other's hair, the other tearing at her clothes. Meanwhile, Wang Sanyuan was forcing Wang Shueting to sign by holding her hand.
Naturally, she resisted, struggling fiercely to pull her hand free.
This enraged Wang Sanyuan, who slapped her hard across the face, leaving a bright red handprint.
Haizhen, what are you standing there for? Come help.
After slapping Wang Shuetong, Wang Sanyuan saw she still refused to cooperate and urgently called his son over for assistance.
With Wang Haizhen joining in, Wang Shuetong's resistance was futile.
After all, she was just a woman, no match for two men's strength. Her hand was held down as she signed the contract and then pressed her fingerprint onto it.
Only after the contract was signed did the Wang Sanyuan family leave, satisfied.
As they departed, Lu Xiaoying spat on Wang Shueting and Xiao Shuelian, who were still lying on the ground.
Pa! You're asking for it. Watching the Wang Sanyuan family strut away, Wang Shueting and her daughter, lying on the ground, couldn't help but burst into tears. Mom, they bullied us so badly. How could my dad have brothers like that? Wah!
Wang Shueting stroked her stinging face, choking back sobs.
Hey, Shuiting, don't cry. We have to be strong. Get up quickly, tidy yourself up, and let's go to the company.
Shen Ye is still waiting for us there. Though Xiao Shuelian felt furious and wronged herself, her greater life experience kicked in. She sprang to her feet, comforting Wang Shueting while helping her up and brushing the dust off her clothes.
But the contract's already signed.
A quarter of the shares are theirs now.
How am I supposed to explain this to Shen Ye? Wang Shueting exclaimed. Chapter 177, Running into an Old Classmate. Hearing Wang Shueting's words, Xiao Shuelian's face darkened with worry, unsure what to do. What if we just tell Shen Ye that it was our uncle who forced us to sign? Wang Shueting suggested. No way.
If Shen Ye finds out, he'll definitely come after your uncle.
And with the Black Dragon Society backing him, I'm afraid Shen Ye isn't a match for them, Xiao Shuelian worried. I don't think Shen Ye is necessarily outmatched by the Black Dragon Society. Remember back at the Yang family?
We all thought Shen Ye couldn't stand up to them, but in the end, he wiped them out effortlessly. Wang Shueting remained confident in Shen Ye, convinced he wasn't intimidated by the Black Dragon Society.
What do you know? How can the Yangs compare to the Black Dragon Society? The Yangs are merchants.
Sure, they have a few skilled fighters, but the Black Dragon Society earned its current status through force. Their elite fighters outnumber the Yangs by several times, and they have tens of thousands of foot soldiers. No matter how skilled Shen Ye is, he can't fight 100 hands alone. Qiu Shuelian retorted. Hearing Qiu Shuelian's words, Wang Xueting fell silent. She had to admit it made sense. Even if Shen Ye could defeat Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society, what good would it do? The Black Dragon Society had so many members. No matter how skilled Shen Ye was, he couldn't possibly fight thousands of people. We should hurry and get ourselves together before meeting up with Shen Ye. We can't let him notice anything. As for the shares, let's stall as long as possible. If we really can't hide it, we'll just say we willingly gave them to your uncle. Shen Ye probably won't make a fuss about it. Qiu Shuelian suggested. Wang Xueting nodded in agreement, realizing there was no other choice. She followed Qiu Shuelian back home, changed into neat clothes, tidied her disheveled hair, and then hailed 2 taxis to head toward the meeting spot arranged with Shen Ye. Meanwhile, after obtaining Wang Xueting's signature, Wang Sanyuan and his family took the contract to the notary office to transfer the 1/4 shares under Wang Xueting's name to his own. By 8:30 a.m., Shen Ye had already dropped Tang Duo off at the company and arrived at the base of the Yang Group office tower. He and Wang Xueting had agreed to meet here at 8:30. But when Shen Ye stepped out of his car, neither Wang Xueting nor her daughter was in sight. This puzzled him. They didn't seem like the type to be so unpunctual. He waited for half an hour, until just past 9 in the morning, when a taxi pulled up beside Shen Ye. Immediately, Wang Xueting and her daughter, dressed in business suits, hurriedly stepped out of the vehicle. Shen Ye, I'm so sorry. We ran into an acquaintance on the way and got delayed. Did we keep you waiting long? Qiu Shuelian said apologetically the moment she stepped out of the cab. Wang Xueting followed behind Qiu Shuelian, her expression clearly off. She seemed displeased. Though Wang Xueting had deliberately applied makeup to conceal the slap mark on her face with powder, Shen Ye could still make out the faint outline. What happened? What's wrong with your face? Shen Ye asked, pointing at the slap mark on Wang Xueting's cheek. As the words left his mouth, Shen Ye clearly noticed the mother and daughter tense up. Wang Xueting hurriedly covered half her face with her hair. Nothing, Wang Xueting hastily explained, fearing Shen Ye would spot the inconsistency. Just a mosquito bite from last night. I scratched it. Shen Ye naturally didn't believe Wang Xueting's story. He was certain the mark on her face was from being slapped. If it had been scratched by her hand, it wouldn't look like this. But since Wang Xueting and her mother weren't going to say anything, Shen Ye didn't press the issue. Shen Ye nodded and pointed to the towering building behind them. This is the Yang Group headquarters. Let's go inside first. You can familiarize yourselves with the environment. After all, you'll be working here from now on. Hearing this, Wang Xueting and Qiu Shuelian looked up at the towering Yang Group building. A flicker of excitement lit their faces. Wang Xueting's eyes brimmed with anticipation as she silently vowed to work hard and never disappoint Shen Ye. The group then headed toward the building's entrance. Who are you? What brings you here? 2 security guards stopped them at the entrance. I'm your new chairman, Wang Xueting. Today is my first day on the job. Wang Xueting quickly smoothed her clothes and smiled at the security guard. Hearing her words, the guard eyed Wang Xueting and the others up and down, his eyes flashing with contemptuous disdain. He could tell that although they were dressed reasonably cleanly, the clothes they wore from head to toe were nothing more than cheap market goods worth a few hundred yuan at most. How could such people possibly be Wang Xueting, the newly appointed chairwoman of Yang Group? In the guard's experience, anyone worthy of being called a chairman of anything was always dressed in dazzling finery, a single outfit easily worth several years of his salary. Get lost. Look at yourselves. How dare you claim to be the new chairman of Yang Group? The security guard snapped at Shen Ye and his companions. Why don't you call your boss to verify this first? Shen Ye said calmly. Get lost. You think our boss has time for this? If you don't leave, I won't be polite. With that, the guard brandished an electric baton, pressing the power switch to make it emit a hissing sound. Just then, a flashily dressed beauty approached from outside, her high heels clicking loudly as she walked over. What's your business here? The security guard stopped her as well, demanding. I'm here for a job interview. My boyfriend is your company's manager, Zhang Hao. He should have introduced me to you, right? The woman shot the security guard a look of utter contempt and declared in a haughty tone. Hearing her words, the security guard's expression instantly turned deferential. He bowed deeply to her and flattered, Miss Liu, of course. Please come in. Her face lit up with satisfaction at his flattery. She shot a dismissive glance at Shen Ye and his group before turning to enter the building. But when her gaze landed on Shen Ye, she froze involuntarily, her footsteps halting. Oh, isn't this my old classmate Shen Ye? You're here for the job interview too? The beauty's expression grew even more smug as she addressed Shen Ye in a sarcastic tone. Her name was Lu Shaoling, a high school classmate of Shen Ye's who had once pursued him. On one occasion, she had even publicly confessed her feelings to him on the school playground in front of the entire student body and faculty, only to be rejected. After that public humiliation, Lu Xiaoling felt her pride had been shattered, and she harbored a grudge against Shen Ye ever since.
Chapter 178. Finding a boyfriend isn't just about looks.
Hearing the woman's words, Shen Ye turned his gaze toward her with curiosity.
After a moment of recollection, he finally recognized who she was. Miss Lu, so they're your classmates?
They were just bragging to me, claiming they're the newly appointed chairman of this group. The security guard nearby was quite perceptive.
Noticing the tension between Lu Xiaoling and Shen Ye, he chimed in. Put.
Hearing the security guard's words, Lu Xiaoling couldn't help but chuckle, letting out a soft laugh.
Old classmate, come on. You actually made up such a ridiculous lie just to sneak in for the interview? Lu Xiaoting looked at Shen Ye with amusement. We're telling the truth.
He just doesn't believe us, Shen Ye replied indifferently.
Alright.
You're just lying to sneak in for the job.
Since I'm already here, you might as well stop pretending. I can get you guys inside.
My boyfriend, Zhang Hao, is the HR manager for this group.
Getting you guys jobs? That's just a word from him.
Lu Xiaoling suppressed her laughter, putting on a kind face as she said. She was using this to flaunt her superiority, wanting Shen Ye to see how well she was doing now, to make him envy her, thereby satisfying her desire for revenge.
But honestly, I really should thank you. If you hadn't rejected my advances back then, I'd still be stuck job hunting with you, getting turned away at every door. Thank goodness you turned me down. That's how I met my current boyfriend, Zhang Hao.
He was in the same class as us and attended our alma mater. Though he wasn't as outstanding as you back in school, his potential truly blossomed after entering the workforce. Now he has even become the HR manager at Yang Group. As Lu Xiaoling spoke, she fixed her gaze intently on Shen Ye's eyes, seemingly searching for traces of regret or envy. But she was disappointed. After hearing her words, Shen Ye's eyes remained as still as an ancient well, showing no hint of emotion. Finding no satisfaction in Shen Ye, Lu Xiaoling shifted her gaze to Wang Xueting and her daughter beside him, finally settling on Wang Xueting.
You must be Shen Ye's girlfriend, right? Hearing Lu Xiaoling's words, Wang Xueting's pretty face flushed.
She stole a glance at Shen Ye, her heart racing wildly. She thought to herself, if only I really were his girlfriend.
Wow, you're gorgeous. Not only is your face beautiful, but your figure is amazing too. No wonder Shen Ye chose you as his girlfriend. His standards are still as high as ever, though his capabilities clearly don't match them. Little sister, being pretty is an advantage, but living well is the real skill. Let me give you some advice. When choosing a boyfriend, don't just look at his looks. You have to consider his abilities too. Otherwise, you'll have a rough time ahead.
Lu Xiaoling didn't give Wang Xueting a chance to explain. She fired off a barrage of words, clearly trying to persuade Wang Xueting to break up with Shen Ye.
Little did she know, Wang Xueting wasn't even Shen Ye's girlfriend.
As for Wang Xueting herself, she was desperate to become Shen Ye's girlfriend.
She dismissed every word Lu Xiaoling uttered as utter nonsense. She knew exactly what kind of man Shen Ye was.
Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a plump, rotund man stepped out.
Spotting the man emerging from the elevator, Lu Xiaoling's face lit up.
She waved at him, calling out, "Honey, I'm over here."
Wang Xueting, however, couldn't help but stifle a laugh.
She finally understood what Lu Xiaoling meant when she said you shouldn't judge a boyfriend by his looks alone. Her boyfriend was this fat, with shifty, sly eyes.
Don't laugh, I mustn't laugh, it's impolite.
Wang Xueting admonished herself silently, covering her mouth.
This is my boyfriend, Zhang Hao. What do you think? Isn't he quite charming? Lu Xiaoling turned back with a proud expression, asking Shen Ye and the others.
However, when Lu Xiaoling caught Wang Xueting's stifled laughter, her brow furrowed involuntarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Soon, Zhang Hao walked up to Lu Xiaoling and said to her, "Ling, let's go. I've already secured the job for you.
You'll be my assistant. All you need to do now is go through the motions."
Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Lu Xiaoling turned back with a smug look on her face, her eyes brimming with defiance. That look seemed to say, "See? My boyfriend might not be much to look at, but he gets things done."
"Honey, do you recognize him?" Lu Xiaoling asked, pointing at Shen Ye. Zhang Hao then scrutinized Shen Ye. It didn't take long for him to recall, wasn't this his high school love rival? "Ling, how did you end up with him? Don't forget, he publicly rejected you in front of the entire school back then, humiliating you completely." Zhang Hao glared at Shen Ye with hostility. "Oh dear, what nonsense are you thinking? I'm yours now. Back in high school, I was immature and only cared about appearances. Now that I'm out in the real world, I finally understand that a person's abilities are always so much more important than good looks. Now I only have eyes for you. As for him? Just a chance encounter." Lu Xiaoling sensed Zhang Hao's jealousy and nestled into his embrace like a little bird clinging to its mate, speaking in a coquettish tone. Her words were clearly meant to elevate Zhang Hao while diminishing Shen Ye. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's hostility toward Shen Ye softened considerably, leaving him feeling quite pleased. "Honey, guess what they came here for? They came here for an interview.
And earlier, when the group's security stopped them from entering, they actually lied and said they were the newly appointed chairman of this group just to sneak in.
Isn't that hilarious? Lu Xiaoling said. Oh? Really? That's hilarious. Zhang Hao said with a face full of amusement.
He then turned to Shen Ye and remarked, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. You knew our Yang group had a new chairman and actually tried to impersonate him. You'd better put away that petty cleverness. This is Yang group, such tricks won't work here. But since we went to the same school, and fate brought us together today, come in with me. I'll put in a good word for you with the interviewer.
I'll definitely get you a job. Zhang Hao said. Zhang Hao wasn't being kind.
He was plotting revenge for his girlfriend.
He'd pretend to bring Shen Ye in for the interview, then tell the interviewer to assign him a toilet cleaning job to humiliate Shen Ye. Chapter 179, Swift and Decisive. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. Shen Ye replied. Shen Ye, you wouldn't be too proud to do it, would you? My boyfriend kindly offered you a job.
You should cherish it. Not everyone gets such an opportunity, Lu Xiaoling interjected.
I really don't need it.
But you too, if you apologize to me now, I won't hold your sarcastic remarks against you. Shen Ye said with a faint smile. He could clearly see that these two were merely putting on a show in front of him, using the opportunity to mock him. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Hao and Lu Xiaoling both paled, anger flushing their faces.
What did you say? How ungrateful. I'm generously trying to arrange a job for you, and you expect us to apologize? Lu Xiaoling snapped at Shen Ye. Forget it, Lingling. Don't waste your breath on this lowlife. Let's hurry to the interview. I'll have security throw him out.
Zhang Hao shot Shen Ye a glare before offering this consolation to Lu Xiaoling.
What are you standing around for? Get him out of here.
Zhang Hao barked at the security guard by the door.
With that, Zhang Hao wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoling's waist and strode toward the elevator. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude.
Seeing Zhang Hao and Lu Xiaoling enter the elevator, the security guard's eyes flashed with malice as he snarled at Shen Ye and his group.
You're just a lackey. Shen Ye retorted coldly. Who do you call a bully? You're asking for trouble.
The security guard flew into a rage, his electric baton crackling as he lunged toward Shen Ye's chest. But Shen Ye's foot was faster. He delivered a swift kick to the security guard's chest, sending him flying backward.
Ouch! Ouch!
The security guard landed on the floor, clutching his stomach and wailing in pain.
Let's go! Without even glancing at the guard, Shen Ye led Wang Xueting and Xiao Xuelian into the building, heading straight for the front desk. The receptionist, who had witnessed Shen Ye's kick sending the guard flying, now stared at the approaching trio with a look of terror. Xuetong, show him your shareholding certificate. Shen Ye turned back and instructed Wang Xuetong. Wang Xueting nodded, then pulled out a thick stack of share certificates from her bag.
Placing them before the receptionist, she declared, I am the trusted chairman of your group. These are your group's share transfer documents, bearing my name. The receptionist quickly flipped through them, confirming they were indeed the group's share transfer documents. Her expression immediately shifted to one of deference.
Chairwoman Wang.
The receptionist greeted her respectfully. Just then, the security guard at the entrance stormed over with a group of guards, clearly intending to teach Shen Ye a lesson. However, upon hearing the receptionist address Wang Xueting, the security guards all froze in surprise. Especially the one Shen Ye had kicked. His heart skipped a beat. Could they really be the newly appointed chairman? Tell HR to pack his things and get him out of here, Wang Xueting pointed at the security guard and instructed the receptionist.
Yes, ma'am.
The receptionist immediately dialed HR and relayed the new chairman's orders. The security guard, hearing the receptionist's call to HR, turned pale and nearly burst into tears.
What are you lot standing around for? Get him out of here. Wang Xueting barked at the other security guards. The guards exchanged glances, then sprang into action without hesitation.
They grabbed the security guard and marched him toward the exit of the building.
Let's go. Take me to the chairman's office, then notify the company's senior management to come to my office for a meeting, Wang Xueting instructed. Yes, chairman.
The receptionist replied respectfully before hurrying to the elevator bank, pressing the button, and then gesturing politely for Wang Xueting and her group to enter. Seeing Wang Xueting issue these commands, Shen Ye felt deeply gratified. It had to be said, Wang Xueting truly possessed the potential to be a chairman. The way she issued those orders swift, decisive, and commanding was nothing short of impressive.
The chairman's office occupied the top floor of the building.
Luxuriously decorated and spacious, it contained not only a desk but also a sofa and a large bed. It had to be said, Yang Hai certainly knew how to enjoy himself. That large bed, needless to say, was undoubtedly Yang Hai's tool for deepening his exchanges with his secretary. As the saying goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary handles it. When there's no work, handle the secretary. After briefly touring the office, she instructed the receptionist to have the bed removed. She then had him summon the group's senior executives for a meeting. Once the receptionist left, Wang Xueting's tense expression finally relaxed. By now, a thin layer of sweat had beaded on her forehead.
Who knew how nervous and excited she'd been inside while giving those orders? Mom, Shen Ye, what did you think of my performance just now? Wang Shueting asked Xiao Shuelian and Shen Ye, her face full of anticipation.
I've never seen a real chairman in person, but your demeanor just now felt completely different, almost unrecognizable, Xiao Shuelian remarked. You did very well. You're starting to embody the essence of a chairman. Keep it up, Shen Ye said with a smile.
Receiving Shen Ye's affirmation, Wang Shueting felt elated inside. But you called all the company executives to this meeting. Have you thought about what you'll actually discuss? Shen Ye inquired.
Yes.
This is my first step into the business world. I'll do my absolute best, Wang Shueting replied, nodding solemnly. As long as you're clear on your goals, that's all that matters.
But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember, you're now the chairman of this group, their leader. You don't need to read their faces, they should be reading yours.
Shen Ye could tell Wang Shueting was actually quite nervous, so he offered this reassurance. Wang Shueting nodded.
By then, the receptionist had already relayed Wang Shueting's orders to the group's senior executives. Several of them had begun gathering by the elevator doors, waiting for it to arrive. Naturally, Lu Xiaoling's boyfriend had also received the directive. After receiving the order, Zhang Hao, eager to impress the trusted chairman, chose to climb the stairs to the top floor. His office was located directly below the chairman's. Zhang Hao aimed to be the first to reach the chairman's office, demonstrating his execution skills. Due to his considerable weight, Zhang Hao was already panting heavily by the time he reached the next floor. He leaned forward, hands braced on his knees, gasping for breath. After catching his breath, Zhang Hao dared not delay and immediately walked into the chairman's office. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze in shock. The only people present were Shen Ye and two others. Chapter 180, Zhang Hao kneels. How dare you? Do you even know where you are? This is the chairman's office. Get out immediately, or when the chairman arrives, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Zhang Hao pointed angrily at Shen Ye and the others, his face twisted with fury. In Zhang Hao's mind, these country bumpkins must have come to apply for jobs but ended up in the wrong place, the chairman's office. Hearing Zhang Hao's angry shout, Shen Ye and his companions, who had been chatting, turned around. Seeing Zhang Hao, they couldn't help but stare in surprise. They hadn't expected this guy to be the first one here. They stared at Zhang Hao as if he were an idiot, finding him utterly foolish. They were already in the chairman's office, yet Zhang Hao still stupidly thought they had come to the wrong place. He had absolutely no sense of the situation. How on earth did he even get hired as HR manager? What are you all staring at me for? Get the hell out of here, or I'll have security drag you out. Zhang Hao roared. Go ahead and call them, Wang Shueting retorted coldly. But who knows, maybe the security guards will be dragging you out instead of us. Hearing Wang Shueting's words, Zhang Hao froze in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected her to speak to him like that, and it made him feel utterly humiliated. Fine, you wait. Zhang Hao snapped. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed the security team supervisor. What the hell are you security guards doing? Letting just anyone into the group? Get 7 or 8 security guards to the chairman's office immediately, someone's causing trouble here. With that, Zhang Hao hung up without giving the other party a chance to respond, demonstrating his authority within the group. After Zhang Hao hung up, other senior executives from the group gradually entered the room. Among them was the receptionist from earlier. Pointing at Wang Shueting, he introduced her to the executives. Ladies and gentlemen, this lovely young lady, Wang Shueting, is our group's newly appointed chairman. Hearing the receptionist's words, the executives all turned to look at Wang Shueting. Upon seeing that the new chairperson was a girl of around 20, they were all taken aback, their faces then showing a hint of contempt. She was just a wet behind the ears little girl. With her as the group's chairman, the group's future prospects looked bleak. Zhang Hao, who had entered first, paled and felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing the receptionist's words. The chairman? She really is the newly appointed chairperson? How could that be? If she's the group's chairman, how could she possibly be Shen Ye's girlfriend? Xiao Wang, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly be the group's chairman? Zhang Hao said incredulously to the receptionist. Hearing Zhang Hao's doubt, the other group executives also turned their gaze toward the receptionist. Clearly, they too were unwilling to believe that Wang Shueting was their group's chairman. Manager Zhang, there's no mistake. I've seen the share certificates in her hands. She is our group's new director. If you don't believe me, take a look yourselves. With that, the receptionist handed over the stack of share certificates Wang Shueting had given her. Zhang Hao snatched the documents first. Seeing the name Wang Shueting printed on them, he turned to her and demanded, "You claim to be our company's chairman. What is your name?" Clearly, Zhang Hao didn't believe these share certificates belonged to Wang Shueting. He was trying to verify her identity. Wang Shueting. Here's my ID. Wang Shueting declared, pulling an ID card from her bag and tossing it onto her desk. The implication was clear: if you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Zhang Hao was naturally the first to step forward.
He didn't believe Wang Xueding was who she claimed to be. But when he saw the name Wang Xueding on the ID, his expression completely fell. She was actually the group's chairwoman. In that moment, Zhang Haozi felt his legs tremble, a wave of despair washing over him. It's over. It's all over. All his hard work, all the brown-nosing and stringing favors together to finally climb to the position of HR manager, he was about to lose it all. Thud. Zhang Haozi fell to his knees before Wang Xueding, pleading, "Chairwoman, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you earlier, I was blind. Please, don't fire me. Abusing your authority for personal gain, arranging for your girlfriend to hold a key position in the group, tell me, what reason do I have not to fire you?" Wang Xueding said coldly, her gaze fixed on Zhang Hao. Hearing Wang Xueding's words, Zhang Hao's face darkened further. He knew her accusations were merely excuses. The real reason for her dismissal was his earlier mockery of them. Zhang Hao immediately knelt and turned to Shen Ye beside him, pleading desperately, Shen Ye, help me. We graduated from the same school. My girlfriend was even in your class. I apologize for what happened before. Please, beg the chairman to spare me." Hearing Zhang Hao's plea, Shen Ye gave a faint smile and replied, "I already gave you a chance back at the group's entrance. Don't you remember?" Hearing Shen Ye's words, Zhang Hao froze in surprise. Of course he remembered what Shen Ye had said at the group's entrance, but at that time, he had no idea that Wang Xueding was actually the group's chairman. "But back then, I had no idea about your true identities," Zhang Hao protested. "Not knowing our identities gave you license to mock and humiliate us freely? When you were mocking and humiliating me, did you ever consider that we were classmates? Now that trouble has come, you suddenly remember? Then I can only tell you, you brought this upon yourself," Shen Ye said coldly. Just then, another person entered the office. It was none other than Zhang Hao's girlfriend, Lu Xiaoling. Her face was beaming with joy. She'd landed the job and was now Zhang Hao's assistant. Lu Xiaoling knew Zhang Hao had come to the top-floor chairman's office for a board meeting. She had followed him up because she believed that as the manager's assistant, she could now count herself among the group's upper management. Such a golden opportunity to make an impression before the chairman was one Lu Xiaoling wasn't about to pass up. If the chairman took a liking to her, she could truly transform from a commoner into royalty. However, the moment Lu Xiaoling entered the office, she saw Shen Ye and the other two. Zhang Hao, kneeling on the floor, was completely blocked from view by the other executives. "Shen Ye, what are you doing? Job interviews are on the 15th floor. This is the chairman's office. Get out immediately. This isn't a place for lowly people like you to just walk into." Like Zhang Hao, Lu Xiaoling naturally assumed Shen Ye had wandered into the wrong place. Chapter 181, Establishing Authority. "You're the one who should get out. Group executives are in a meeting. What right do you have to be here?" Wang Xueding barked at Lu Xiaoling. Hearing Wang Xueding's words, Lu Xiaoling didn't grow angry. Instead, a look of smug satisfaction spread across her face. "You ask what right I have? Let me tell you exactly what right I have. I just passed the interview and successfully became the assistant to the HR manager. From the moment I passed that interview, I'm already part of this group's top management." However, as soon as Lu Xiaoling finished speaking, the other executives in the group shot her a wave of contemptuous and mocking glances. Since when did an assistant to the HR manager count as a group executive? Even Zhang Hao, the HR manager himself, barely scraped into the upper echelons, and he was at the very bottom of that tier. And Lu Xiaoling had only just passed the interview for this assistant position, yet she had the audacity to boast about being part of the group's upper echelon? Most crucially, it was still uncertain whether Zhang Hao himself would retain his position as HR manager. So, now you understand my standing, right? As for you lot, as job applicants, you actually dared to barge into our chairman's office and disrupt a high-level group meeting. How utterly clueless. Now get out of here," Lu Xiaoling said triumphantly to Wang Xueding. "Lu Xiaoling, you damn well shut your filthy mouth." At that moment, Zhang Hao, who had been kneeling on the floor, seemed to find an opportunity to redeem himself. He immediately scrambled to his feet, charging toward Lu Xiaoling while yelling at her in anger. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Lu Xiaoling froze in surprise, bewildered by his sudden hostility. She couldn't help but feel a pang of hurt. "Honey, why are you being so mean to me?" "Being mean to you? I'd beat the crap out of you." Smack! Zhang Hao reached Lu Xiaoling's side. Hearing her whiny words, his anger boiled over, and he slapped her hard across the face. Stunned by the blow, Lu Xiaoling felt tears welling up uncontrollably. Rubbing her stinging cheek, she glared at Zhang Hao and snapped. "Zhang Hao, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? I'm breaking up with you." In Lu Xiaoling's experience, whenever Zhang Hao angered her, all she had to do was threaten to break up, and he'd immediately soften, apologize, and beg for forgiveness. She was certain this time would be no different. Thud. But Lu Xiaoling was disappointed. Instead of apologizing, Zhang Hao kicked her straight in the stomach, sending her tumbling to the ground. You really think you're so great? Threatening to break up with me? Break up? Fine. Starting today, we're done. Get the hell out of my life. Don't ever show your face again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Zhang Hao shouted angrily, pointing at Lu Xiaoling lying on the ground. Lu Xiaoling was still in a daze. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Not long ago, Zhang Hao had been calling her Lingling with such affection. But less than 20 minutes later, he was like a completely different person, not only hurling abuse at her, but also beating her so brutally. After berating Lu Xiaoling, Zhang Hao turned back and forced a flattering smile at Wang Xueting. Chairwoman, this deliberately insulted and mocked you at the door earlier. I've already taught her a lesson for you. And as you saw, we've broken up. I'll have nothing more to do with her. Chairwoman, could you please spare me this once, considering I took care of her for you? Hearing Zhang Hao's words, the most intense reaction came from Lu Xiaoling, still lying on the ground. What did Zhang Hao call Shen Ye's girlfriend? Chairwoman? How could that be? How could Shen Ye's girlfriend possibly be the chairman of this conglomerate? In that moment, Lu Xiaoling finally understood why Zhang Hao had suddenly changed like a different person. Zhang Hao, you must be mistaken. She's just the girlfriend of that good-for-nothing Shen Ye. How could she possibly be the group's chairman? Gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, Lu Xiaoling scrambled to her feet and confronted Zhang Hao. Hearing Lu Xiaoling's words, rage surged through Zhang Hao. It was all this S fault. If not for her, how could he have gotten involved with the group's new chairman? When Wang Xueting had been at the door, she had clearly stated she was the group's new chairwoman. Yet Lu Xiaoling had dismissed it as her showing off, ultimately misleading him. In the end, this whole mess was all Lu Xiaoling's doing. The thought made Zhang Hao tremble with rage. He lunged at Lu Xiaoling, pinning her to the ground, and began slapping her face repeatedly. Lu Xiaoling wasn't one to back down either. She snarled, Zhang Hao, you bastard. I'll fight you to the death. With that, she lunged at Zhang Hao's face, clawing at him. In just a few swipes, she left several bloody gashes across his face. Finally, she grabbed a handful of his hair and yanked it violently. Pulling my hair, huh? I'll kill you. Zhang Hao's eyes turned red with rage. He roared, grabbed Lu Xiaoling's hair with both hands, and yanked violently. Clumps of hair came out in his grasp. Watching the two of them tear into each other like dogs fighting, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Clumps of hair were being yanked out like that. How excruciatingly painful must that be? In the blink of an eye, several patches on Lu Xiaoling's head were torn bald by Zhang Hao. The bloody sight was utterly revolting. Help! Someone, please help me! Lu Xiaoling began wailing, her heart-wrenching cries echoing as she desperately pleaded for help. Yet not a single person in the crowd stepped forward to intervene. After a long while, Zhang Hao finally climbed off Lu Xiaoling, seemingly having vented his anger. But Zhang Hao's face was also scratched to pieces by Lu Xiaoling, covered in blood. Security! What are you standing around for? Get them out of here. And make sure they never set foot in the group again. Seeing the two had stopped fighting, Wang Xueting immediately gave the order to the security guards who had just entered the door. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, the security guards didn't dare hesitate. They immediately dragged Zhang Hao and Lu Xiaoling out the door. As he was being dragged out, Zhang Hao kept pleading for mercy, but Wang Xueting showed no sign of softening. Wang Xueting had her own reasons for this. As the newly appointed leader, she needed to establish her authority immediately. Using Zhang Hao's case as a warning, she intended to make an example of him to intimidate the other executives in the group. After watching Zhang Hao and Lu Xiaoling being dragged away, Wang Xueting swept her gaze across the assembled executives and raised her voice. Starting today, I am your chairman. I don't care what you think, but remember this, you're all eating under my roof. Chapter 182, A Toad Crawling Up Your Leg. Since you're all eating under my roof, you'd better listen to me. If I catch anyone paying lip service to my orders while secretly disobeying, I can kick you out anytime. Hearing Wang Xueting's words, the group's top executives exchanged stunned glances. They never imagined this newly appointed young upstart could speak with such overwhelming authority. Her sheer presence alone already rivaled that of their former chairman, Yan Hai. Furthermore, my group isn't a retirement home. Don't try to pull seniority on me just because you've been here longer. That won't work. Starting today, performance speaks for itself, survival of the fittest. Whoever delivers results and makes the group profitable will be promoted without regard to seniority. I'll break all the rules for them. Likewise, if I discover anyone occupying a high position, drawing a hefty salary, yet producing zero results, I'll remove them from their post immediately to make room for someone more capable. Personally, I believe in clear rewards and punishments, rewards for achievements, penalties for mistakes. Of course, I've just taken office today and don't yet know the capabilities of each of you. Therefore, your current positions will remain unchanged for now, with adjustments to follow based on future performance. Wang Xueting's words left the listeners stunned. Could this truly be spoken by a mere 20-year-old girl? Sitting nearby, Shen Ye couldn't help but nod inwardly upon hearing Wang Xueting's words. Clearly, her performance had surpassed his expectations. Next, Wang Xueding had the executives introduce themselves, name, position, and the projects they were responsible for.
Meanwhile, the Wang Sanyuan family had finished their business at the notary office. Now they arrived at the group's building, striding toward the tower with chests puffed out in smug expressions. The security guard at the entrance stopped them, but Wang Haijin charged straight at him and slapped the guard hard across the face.
What the hell do you think you're doing? We're the new directors of your group. Even your chairman calls my father uncle. Who do you think you are, blocking our way? Wang Haijin shouted at the guard with an arrogant air. With that, Wang Haijin brandished the notarized share certificate before the guard's eyes.
After seeing the certificate in Wang Hagen's hand, the security guard dared not show any defiance.
He immediately apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't recognize you. Is an apology enough? Pack your things and get out.
Our group has no use for a snob like you, Wang Haijin sneered, his nouveau riche arrogance on full display.
Dad, let's go in.
Wang Haijin then said to Wang Sanyuan before leading the way, chest puffed out, striding into the group's building. Some security guards in the lobby, having witnessed the scene at the entrance, naturally dared not obstruct them. Several even approached with beaming smiles, fawning over the Wang Sanyuan family. Listening to the guards' fawning compliments, the vanity of Wang Sanyuan and his two family members was greatly satisfied.
Has the new chairwoman, Wang Xueding, arrived at the group? Wang Sanyuan inquired.
Yes, she arrived an hour ago and is currently in a meeting in the chairman's office, the security guard hastily replied. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Sanyuan's face at the guard's words. How dare Wang Xueding hold a high-level group meeting without even calling to notify him? Did she not regard him, her uncle, with any respect? Take us to the chairman's office. Wang Sanyuan commanded. Follow me. The security guard led Wang Sanyuan and his family into the elevator, heading toward the chairman's office upstairs. At the door to the chairman's office, the security guard said, "This is the chairman's office. He's currently in a meeting inside. My position is too low to enter, so I can only take you this far." What's your name? Wang Sanyuan was quite impressed with the security guard, finding his flattery rather agreeable. Hearing Wang Sanyuan ask his name, the security guard beamed with delight and quickly replied, "My name is Husan." Wang Sanyuan patted Husan on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride. Husan, you're quite good. I admire you. After the meeting, I'll promote you to security captain. Thank you, director. I'll follow your lead from now on. Hearing this, Husan was overjoyed, quickly expressing his gratitude and loyalty. Hearing this, Wang Sanyuan felt a warm glow of satisfaction. Being a director sure felt good. As long as you remain loyal to me, I won't shortchange you in the future. Wang Sanyuan nodded and said. With that, he pushed open the office door and walked in, dragging Wang Haijin and his wife along. Wang Xueding, who was holding a meeting with senior executives in the office, saw Wang Sanyuan and his family of three walk in. Her expression immediately darkened. Uncle, I'm in the middle of a crucial meeting with the group's top executives. Why didn't you knock before entering? Wang Xueding asked indignantly. You have the nerve to say that? You didn't even notify me about a high-level group meeting? Do you even respect me as your uncle? Even if you disregard me, I'm still a director of this group, holding a quarter of its shares. Shouldn't you have notified me before convening a meeting? Wang Sanyuan retorted angrily at Wang Xuetong. Hearing Wang Sanyuan's words, Wang Xueding and Xiao Xuelian immediately panicked, realizing the truth couldn't be hidden. After all, Shen Ye was right beside them and had naturally heard Wang Sanyuan's words. Shen Ye, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes at Wang Sanyuan's outburst. In that moment, Shen Ye understood everything. No wonder Wang Xueding and her daughter were late, and why Wang Xueding bore the marks of a slap on her face. It was all the doing of Wang Sanyuan's family. Shen Ye could figure it out with his toes. It was undoubtedly Wang Sanyuan's family who had beaten Wang Xueding and forced her to sign the equity transfer agreement. Soon, Wang Sanyuan spotted Shen Ye. At first glance, Wang Sanyuan felt a flicker of unease. But quickly, he dismissed Shen Ye as insignificant, remembering the Black Dragon Society stood behind him. The group executives in the office had naturally heard Wang Sanyuan's words. A hint of amusement flashed across their faces. They knew a good show was about to unfold. Wang Sanyuan, accompanied by Wang Haijin and his wife, strode directly to Wang Xueding and declared, Xueding, though I hold fewer shares than you, I believe my greater age and experience make me the more qualified candidate for the chairman's position. Don't even think about it. Wang Xueding snapped, glaring at Wang Sanyuan with fury. You're like a toad crawling up someone's leg, utterly repulsive. Shen Ye said coldly, his gaze fixed on Wang Sanyuan. Facing Shen Ye's icy glare, Wang Sanyuan felt a flicker of unease. But remembering his backing from the Black Dragon Society, he straightened his posture and sneered at Shen Ye. Shen Ye, this is our Wang family's corporation. What business do you have here? Chapter 183, Zhao Tailong arrives, yet must kneel. Shen Ye, let's ignore him. Those shares were voluntarily given to him.
Xiao Shuelian, fearing Shen Ye would provoke the Black Dragon Society, hurriedly interjected. Shen Ye froze at her words. He could clearly see that Xiao Shuelian and Wang Shueting were anything but willing.
Their insistence must stem from some hidden fear. Meanwhile, Wang Sanyuan grew even more smug, convinced that with the Black Dragon Society backing him, Shen Ye was finished. If you were truly willing, Shen Ye pressed, pointing at the slap mark on Wang Shueting's face, then how did that bruise get there?
I hit her. What are you gonna do about it?
Before Wang Shueting and her mother could respond, Wang Sanyuan cut in immediately.
Oh? You actually dare admit it? Looks like you must have someone backing you up to have such nerve, huh?
Shen Ye sneered coldly at Wang Sanyuan.
You're right, I do have someone backing me up. And if I told you who it is, it'd scare the hell out of you, Wang Sanyuan said smugly. Well then, tell me. Who gave you such audacity? Shen Ye asked with amusement. Scarface from the Black Dragon Gang. Ever heard of him? Wang Sanyuan declared. At Wang Sanyuan's words, the group executives in the office collectively sucked in their breath.
The name Scar Brother was no stranger to them. He was Zhao Tielong's right-hand man.
I've heard of him. So you're relying on him to talk to me like this? Shen Ye nodded, acknowledging the name, his tone icy. Scar?
He'd heard of him, of course. Not only heard of him, but seen him too.
Last time at Huawei Pharmaceuticals, some rich kid brought Scar to cause trouble for Shen Ye.
Scar recognized Shen Ye and nearly scared the out of him. He gave that rich kid a thorough beating and even called in Black Dragon Society members to help Shen Ye fight off Yi Lin. Since you know who he is, this makes things much easier.
If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Sanyuan declared. Smack. But before Wang Sanyuan could finish his threat, Shen Ye's hand came down hard across his face.
Shen Ye was furious, and the blow carried more force than intended.
The blow knocked a tooth right out of Wang Sanyuan's mouth.
Witnessing this sudden blow, the faces of all the corporate executives in the office turned pale.
Has this guy lost his mind?
Wang Sanyuan had clearly stated that Scar Brother from the Black Dragon Society was protecting him.
Yet Shen Ye dared to strike Wang Sanyuan? Wasn't this courting death?
Even Wang Shueting and her daughter, standing nearby, were startled by the scene.
Wang Shueting was somewhat composed, instinctively feeling Shen Ye must not fear the Black Dragon Society.
But Xiao Shuelian felt the situation had escalated far too much. She refused to believe Shen Ye had the capability to trample the Black Dragon Society underfoot. You actually dared to hit me? Wang Sanyuan touched his blood-soaked mouth, pointing angrily at Shen Ye, his voice thick with disbelief.
Thud. But Shen Ye delivered another kick to Wang Sanyuan's abdomen, sending him crashing to his knees. Hit you? You beast, you even raised your hand against your own niece. What if I killed you? Shen Ye's face was as cold as ice. Fine. 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 Very fine. You dare strike me? Then prepare to face the wrath of the Black Dragon Society.
Wang Sanyuan repeated fine several times, his rage palpable.
He then turned to his son, Wang Haizhen, and barked, Son. Call Scarred Brother immediately. Tell him to bring his men over. Got it. Wang Haizhen responded, immediately pulling out his phone and dialing Scarface. Scarface, it's me, Wang Haizhen. We were drinking together last night. Yeah, get your guys to the chairman's office at Yang Group right now. My dad got beaten up. Hurry. After exchanging a few hurried words, Wang Haizhen hung up.
Turning back with a grim expression, he declared to Shen Ye, you're finished. Scar Brother is already on his way with his men.
If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to my dad to apologize. Then let him knock your teeth out too. That way, when Scarface shows up, I might let him spare your life, just break one of your arms. Otherwise, when Scarred Brother arrives, I'll take your life.
Shen Ye dismissed Wang Hagen's words with contempt, laughing derisively. Scarface kneels before me.
Who do you think you are, demanding I kneel before you? Do you even deserve it? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Everyone present thought Shen Ye's arrogance knew no bounds.
How dare he claim that Scar Brother of the Black Dragon Society would kneel before him? He was blowing his own horn to the heavens.
Fine. I'll remember your words.
When Scarred Brother arrives, I'll relay them exactly as you said.
Let's see how he deals with you. Wang Haizhen declared.
I'll be waiting, Shen Ye replied indifferently.
Shen Ye, why don't you leave first?
The Black Dragon Society is powerful. I hear they have thousands upon thousands of foot soldiers alone. Xiao Shuelian urged Shen Ye from the side, hoping he would slip away before Scar Brother arrived.
Ha! Leave? Where could you possibly go? The entire Qingzhou is Black Dragon Society territory. Unless you leave Qingzhou and hide somewhere else, you might as well tuck your tail between your legs and live like a coward. Wang Haizhen raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with smugness. No problem.
Even if it's not Scarface, but Zhao Tailong himself from the Black Dragon Society, he'll have to kneel and kowtow to me before leaving today.
Shen Ye reassured Xiao Shuelian.
Shen Ye was truly furious.
He had already warned Zhao Tailong to rein in his men, yet he still couldn't control them. Scar even helped Wang Sanyuan commit such an unspeakably heinous act. To the group's executives and Wang Sanyuan's trio, Shen Ye's words sounded like pure bragging, claiming even Zhao Tailong would have to kneel and kowtow 3 times before leaving. Well, bragging wasn't a crime, so why not brag to the max? About 10 minutes later, Scarred Face stormed into the office with his crew, shoving the door open as they poured in. Seeing Scar arrive with his men, the Wang family beamed with delight. They turned to Shen Ye and sneered, "Shen Ye, you've been talking a big game. Now that brother Scar is here, let's see if you still dare to keep up your arrogance." The moment Scar entered the office, he spotted Shen Ye's icy expression. Instantly, his legs went weak, his gait faltered, and a chill ran down his spine. Damn it! That bastard Wang Haijian, did he send me here to deal with Mr. Shen? Hell. Scar roared inwardly, cursing Wang Hagen's entire lineage to hell. Scarface, you're just in time. This guy not only hit my dad, but he also bragged that even if you showed up, you'd have to kneel before him. Once Scar approached, Wang Haijian pointed at Shen Ye and began complaining to Scar. Chapter 184, Settling Accounts with the Wang Sanyuan Family. At that moment, the group executives in the office all wore expressions of terror upon seeing Scar and his men enter. They feared Scar might take it out on the innocent. At the same time, they adopted an attitude of watching the show unfold. They were eager to see if Shen Ye would still dare to brag in front of Scarface. Scarface, this bastard not only said he'd make you kneel, but also claimed that even if your boss, Chairman Zhao, showed up, he'd still make him kneel and kowtow several times before leaving. Wang Haijian completely ignored the beads of sweat on Scarface's forehead, continuing to speak without pause. Thud. Yet the next moment, everyone present froze in shock, jaws dropping to the floor. Because they witnessed Scarred brother suddenly drop to his knees before Shen Ye with a thud. What the hell is this? Someone muttered, face full of question marks. I must be seeing things. Getting old means my eyes aren't what they used to be. Someone couldn't believe what they were witnessing, thinking they must be hallucinating. You're not seeing things. I swear I saw Scar kneel too, another person exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the Wang Sanyuan family was utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom why Scar would suddenly kneel before Shen Ye. Nearby, Wang Xueting and her daughter were also dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a dramatic reversal. But Wang Xueting quickly snapped out of it, her heart surging with wild joy. Sure enough, Shen Ye wasn't afraid of the Black Dragon Society at all, it was the Black Dragon Society that feared Shen Ye. Scar's kneeling was the best proof of that. Scarface, why'd you kneel before him? Did your leg cramp up or something? Wang Haijian demanded. At that moment, he could only pray that Scar brother had suddenly gotten a leg cramp and fallen to his knees. But deep down, he knew that was highly unlikely. Beside him, Wang Sanyuan and Lu Xiaoying were also visibly panicked, sensing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me you were going after Mr. Shen? Scarred brother turned with bloodshot eyes, glaring viciously at Wang Haijian as he roared. I beat him. Beat him hard. Scarred Face turned back and barked the order at his henchmen. No. Wang Hagen's face was filled with terror as he screamed for mercy, but Scar's men paid no heed. They swarmed around him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. The office echoed with Wang Hagen's blood-curdling screams. Scarred brother, stop. If you keep this up, my son will die. Wang Sanyuan pleaded desperately, his face twisted with anguish. Yes, Scarred brother, please don't hurt my son. He didn't know about your relationship with Shen Ye. Lu Xiaoying cried, tears streaming down her face. Damn it. So you're this bastard's parents. If a child isn't taught right, it's the parents' fault. Everyone, beat him. Scarface roared angrily. No. But their pleas were drowned out by the shouts and blows of the thugs. The couple was pinned to the ground by over a dozen Black Dragon Society members, who unleashed a brutal beating, leaving not an inch of their bodies unscathed. Mr. Shen, this isn't my fault. I was tricked by that bastard Wang Haijian. He told me he was fighting for his uncle's inheritance, but his uncle's wife and daughter refused to cooperate. He asked me to help, promising a 10 million yuan reward. I thought since his father and uncle were blood brothers, he had a right to the inheritance, so I chose to assist him. I never imagined they were targeting your friend. Scar turned back and explained to Shen Ye. Hearing Scar's explanation, Shen Ye's anger subsided considerably. Indeed, if Wang Haijian had truly told him that, then Scar wasn't at fault at most, he'd been deceived by Wang Haijian. The inheritance they're talking about? That was something I fought for on behalf of my former captain. It wasn't inheritance at all, Shen Ye stated. Scar's anger flared even more upon hearing Shen Ye's words. He never imagined Wang Haijian would dare deceive him. Unable to swallow his pride, Scar rose abruptly from the floor, snatched a chair, and bellowed, "Move." A dozen henchmen parted, revealing Wang Haijian, beaten beyond recognition in the center. Thud. Without hesitation, Scar swung the chair down hard onto Wang Hagen's head. Instantly, blood spilled across the floor. Wang Sanyuan and Lu Xiaoying, watching from the sidelines, panicked.
They struggled through the crowd and rushed toward Wang Haijian to check on his condition. Kill them all, Scar coldly ordered. Then chop them into pieces and feed them to the fish in the sea. He had nearly been killed by these people. Now he wanted nothing more than to tear them limb from limb. Hearing Scarface's words, Wang Sanyuan was horrified, his fear reaching its peak. He knew that the only ones who could save them now were Wang Shueting and her daughter. He immediately knelt and crawled toward Wang Shueting, pleading, Niece. Niece. Please speak well of us to Shen Ye. We're family. You can't bear to watch us get killed, can you? Hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Wang Shueting's eyes. After all, Wang Sanyuan and her father were blood brothers. Blood was thicker than water. When you slapped me and forced my hand to sign that contract, did you ever think about the fact that I'm your own niece? Wang Shueting said coldly. Niece, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. We'll never dare to do it again. If you'll just plead for us, spare our lives, I'll transfer all my shares to you. I won't take a single one. Wang Sanyuan begged. Hearing Wang Sanyuan's words, Wang Shuetong's heart softened. She turned to Shen Ye and suggested, why not let them off this once? They've already received their punishment. Shen Ye nodded at her plea, then addressed Wang Sanyuan coldly, if not for your status as Shueting's uncle, you'd all be dead today. Learn your lesson. Treat Shueting and her daughter as your own kin. Dare to trouble them again, and I'll make your deaths gruesome. Yes, yes. I swear I'll treat her like my own niece from now on and never cause her any trouble again. Wang Sanyuan nodded frantically. Hearing this, Shen Ye nodded and said, all right, hurry and get your son to the hospital. Any later and it might be too late. Someone, help me. Please take my son to the hospital. I beg you. Wang Sanyuan and his wife had been beaten badly. They were too incapacitated to take Wang Haijian to the hospital themselves, so they could only plead for assistance from those around them. Shen Ye gave Scar a knowing look. Scar understood immediately and promptly ordered several henchmen to lift Wang Haijian off the ground and carry him toward the hospital. After Scar and his men departed, Shen Ye swept his gaze over the group's executives and said flatly, all right, let's continue the meeting. At Shen Ye's command, the executives sat up straight without delay. Chapter 185, Asserting Dominance. Shen Ye felt quite satisfied observing the executives sitting upright and composed. Shen Ye had deliberately allowed Wang Haijian to call Scar over to intimidate the others. Shen Ye could tell that none of the executives truly respected Wang Shueting. They saw her as a wet behind-the-ears young girl, incapable of leading them. Though Wang Shueting's presence had initially intimidated them, that effect was fleeting. Once the meeting ended, these seasoned veterans would surely pay lip service to her orders while secretly defying them. But now, seeing even Black Dragon's Scar cower in fear, they wouldn't dare defy Wang Shueting again, not even if you gave them 100 times the courage. The rest of the meeting proceeded much more smoothly. With Shen Ye's intimidating presence looming, the group's executives scrambled to report their progress, each eager to make a favorable impression on him. After gaining a thorough understanding, Shen Ye now had a broad grasp of the diverse industries under the Yang Group's umbrella. These included real estate, electronics, and a wide array of sectors like catering, hotels, and entertainment. The Yang Group had essentially dipped its toes into any industry that promised profits. However, when the topic turned to the group's current market value, the executives' faces fell like frostbitten eggplants. It was well known that when the Yang Group was still under the Yang family's control, its market value had soared to 80 billion. Now, it had plummeted to a mere 50 billion. Several major clients had already terminated their partnerships with the Yang Group. If this continues, the group will likely collapse soon, facing the risk of bankruptcy. Though the executives now harbored fear toward Shen Ye, they didn't believe he and Wang Shuetong possessed the capability to turn the group's fortunes around. Chairman Wang, several major clients who previously collaborated with our group have terminated their partnerships. Currently, our group only has a few small projects, but the profits from these minor projects aren't even enough to cover our employees' salaries. The group's general manager stated. Don't worry about the clients. Yesterday, the head of the Bai family, a second-tier family from Zhengzhou, called me. They're willing to sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with us, Wang Shueting stated. The Bai family, a second-tier family in Zhengzhou, wants to partner with our group? Hearing Wang Shueting's words, the group's senior executives all wore expressions of disbelief. Yes. I expect Bai Xiaoting, the head of the Bai family, will personally arrive shortly to discuss the details of our partnership, Wang Shueting confirmed with a nod. The Bai family head, Bai Xiaoting, is personally coming to discuss cooperation? Hearing Wang Shueting's words, the group's executives looked even more incredulous. After all, the Bai family was a second-tier family in Central Province, yet they were incomparably stronger than those so-called first-tier families in Qingzhou. And now that their Yang Group had fallen into such disrepute, how could the Bai family possibly choose them as a partner, let alone send the head of the family to negotiate personally? Chairman Wang, you're not pulling my leg, are you? How could we possibly believe this? Even at our peak, we'd never have earned the privilege of having the Bai family head negotiate personally. We'd be begging them for cooperation if we went to Central Province. The general manager voiced what every executive was thinking. Hearing the general manager's words, a barely perceptible flicker of smug satisfaction flickered in Wang Xueting's eyes. Simultaneously, she shot a glance towards Shen Ye beside her. Had it not been for the 200 billion yuan deposited into her bank account, Wang Xueting would have shared the same skepticism as the others, believing this impossible. The Bai family partnering with the Yang group was pure flattery on their part. Yet, here was Bai Xiaoting, the head of the Bai family, acting as if she were the one flattering the Yang group. All of this was Shen Ye's doing. At that moment, Wang Xueting was intensely curious about Shen Ye's true identity. Not only was he exceptionally powerful himself, but even the Black Dragon Society feared him. Even the Bai family, a second-tier clan in Zhengzhou, obeyed his every word without question. Just then, Wang Xueting's phone rang. She pulled it out to see a call from Bai Xiaoting. Speak of the devil, Bai Xiaoting, head of the Bai family, was calling. Wang Xueting flipped her phone over and waved it in front of the group executives. She wasn't showing off, she was giving them reassurance so they could focus on their tasks. She pressed the answer button and activated speakerphone. Hello, Ms. Bai. Wang Xueting greeted politely. Hello, Miss Wang. I've arrived at Qingzhou Airport. Are you at the company now? Ms. Bai, I'm currently in a meeting at the company. Shall I come pick you up? Wang Xueting asked. No need for that. You've just taken over the company, Miss Wang. You must have plenty on your plate. I'll just grab a cab after landing, Bai Xiaoting replied. But that's not right. Mr. Bai has come all this way to discuss our partnership. How could I let you take a taxi? Wang Xueting said, sounding a bit embarrassed. It's fine. You've just taken over and have so many matters demanding your attention, I completely understand. Oh, Miss Wang, I was wondering, is Mr. Shen with you? Bai Xiaoting inquired. Ever since their parting in Zhengzhou, Bai Xiaoting had missed Shen Ye deeply. Even in her dreams at night, she would dream of him saving her on the plane. Bai Xiaoting was certain she had likely fallen for this man she'd known for less than a day. Her trip to Qingzhou under the guise of business negotiations was really an excuse to see Shen Ye. Otherwise, she could have easily sent someone from her company to handle the talks. The corporate executives in the office couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Shen Ye as they heard the words spoken over the phone, their eyes filled with awe. Bai Xiaoting, head of a second-tier family from Zhengzhou, was actually addressing Shen Ye respectfully as Mr. Shen. Just how extraordinary was this man's status? Now, they understood clearly, the Bai family's willingness to fully cooperate with the Yang group was undoubtedly due to their respect for Shen Ye. For a moment, the group executives were filled with confidence. With a figure like Shen Ye backing their chairwoman, what could possibly threaten the group's future? Upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, Wang Xueting's eyes flashed with an imperceptible pang of jealousy. A woman's intuition was remarkably sharp. She knew Bai Xiaoting definitely had feelings for Shen Ye, and this instantly stirred a sense of crisis within Wang Xueting. He has been with me these past few days, Wang Xueting declared. She was staking her claim. She deliberately phrased it ambiguously, aiming to make Bai Xiaoting misunderstand the nature of her relationship with Shen Ye. Chapter 186, full of prestige. After Wang Xueting finished speaking, Bai Xiaoting fell silent on the other end of the line. A full 5 seconds passed before she finally replied, "Alright, I'll be right over." Then she hung up. After hanging up, Bai Xiaoting headed toward the airport exit. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw a row of Rolls-Royces parked there. Beside the Rolls-Royces stood bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, standing at attention. At the very front of the vehicles stood the heads of several top families from Qingzhou. These patriarchs were none other than Zhang Shihao, Qin Zhengdong, Wu Jinyuan, and Gao Jianhong. They had come to welcome Yi Juentian's arrival. What a grand display! Is some important figure visiting Qingzhou? Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at the row of Rolls-Royces. Just as Bai Xiaoting was gazing at the row of Rolls-Royces in a daze, 4 figures radiating an intense aura walked past her. Bai Xiaoting lifted her gaze and froze. Wasn't that Yi Juntian, the man who'd been making waves across the Great Xia Empire lately? And the 3 men accompanying him were no ordinary figures either, all were masters ranked on the Dragon List. Thud! Seeing Yi Juntian and those Dragon List experts, Bai Xiaoting's heart skipped a beat. She had heard the rumors, Yi Junlin, Yi Juentian's younger brother, had been killed by a man named Shen Ye in Qingzhou. Yi Juentian's arrival in Qingzhou meant only one thing: he was here to seek revenge against Shen Ye for his brother's death. At that moment, Bai Xiaoting could only silently pray that this Shen Ye was merely a namesake of the Mr. Shen she knew. Otherwise, she was finished. We humbly welcome young Master Yi Juntian to Qingzhou. As Yi Juntian emerged, Zhang Shihao and the other clan representatives immediately plastered on smiles, rushing forward to greet him with loud, respectful cries. We humbly welcome young Master Yi Juntian to Qingzhou. As the family heads spoke, their bodyguards echoed the greeting in unison, their voices booming. Their voices naturally drew the attention of passengers entering and exiting the airport, all eyes turning toward Yi Juntian. Oh my god, Yi Juntian, the number 1 on the Dragon List.
I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. He's so young and handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend."
A starstruck young woman immediately screamed, her face glowing with adoration.
"Yeah, he looks barely 30, yet he's already the top expert on the dragon list. He's truly a role model for our generation. I hate that I'm a guy. If I were a girl, I'd definitely chase after him," a man remarked enviously as he watched Yi Juntian. See those middle-aged men in front of him? They're all heads of Qingzhou's top-tier families. For family heads personally welcoming him, that's some serious clout.
An observant onlooker recognized Zhang Shihao and his group, remarking enviously,
"That Shen Ye fellow really doesn't know when to quit. To think he dared kill Yi Junlin of the Yi family."
Now that Yi Juntian, his elder brother, has arrived, Shen Ye is surely doomed.
Someone sighed, silently mourning Shen Ye's fate. There are plenty of fools out there, but few as blind as Shen Ye. To kill a young master of the Yi family and the younger brother of Yi Juntian, the top ranked on the dragon list? Yi Juntian could crush him with a single finger. "This guy's practically begging for death," another chimed in.
Yi Juntian surveyed Zhang Shihao and his companions before him, his expression haughty.
"And who might you be?"
"Greetings, young Master Yi. I am Zhang Shihao of a prominent family in Qingzhou.
Upon hearing of your arrival, I immediately dropped all my affairs to pay my respects."
Zhang Shihao introduced himself, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. "Young Master Yi, I am Gao Jianhong from one of Qingzhou's premier families." "Young Master Yi, I am Wang Jinyuan from one of Qingzhou's top families." "Young Master Yi, I am Qin Jingdong from one of Qingzhou's foremost families." Subsequently, several other family heads hurriedly introduced themselves and expressed their welcome to Yi Juntian.
Upon hearing these names, Yi Juntian's expression grew smug with satisfaction. This felt incredibly flattering.
But his expression quickly darkened. He realized that while Qingzhou had 7 first-rate families, only 4 heads had come to greet him. Where were the heads of the other 3 families?
"I understand Qingzhou has 7 prominent families. Why have only 4 of you come?"
Yi Juntian asked, narrowing his eyes. Seeing the chill in Yi Juntian's expression, the remaining family heads felt a surge of relief, realizing he was displeased with the absent clans. "Young Master Yi, you may not be aware, but while Qingzhou did indeed have 7 first-rate families, the Chang and Yang families were recently annihilated. As for why the remaining Wang family failed to greet you, we have no knowledge of their reasons," Zhang Shihao explained.
"The Wang family." Yi Juntian repeated the words, his expression icy. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the other families rejoiced inwardly. They knew the Wang family's downfall was imminent. The 4 families harbored deep-seated resentment toward the Wang family, having endured much humiliation at their hands. Though all were first-rate families, the Wang family's power towered above theirs, securing the top rank among the elite clans solely due to their formidable backing the military. "We humbly request young Master Yi to grace our Zhang family with his presence, so we may properly welcome him," Zhang Shihao said, gesturing invitingly toward Yi Juntian. His bodyguards, making a point of being conspicuous, opened the rear doors of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing this, Yi Juntian nodded with satisfaction, then strode toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom with an air of haughty superiority. The Dragon List experts accompanying Yi Juntian were also respectfully ushered into other vehicles. A procession of Rolls-Royces then set off in grand fashion toward the Zhang residence. Only after the convoy of Rolls-Royces had faded into the distance did Bai Xiaoting snap out of her daze. She walked to the roadside, intending to hail a taxi to Yang Group. No sooner had Bai Xiaoting reached the curb than an SUV pulled up beside her. The rear window rolled down, revealing Zhao Shui seated inside. Seeing Zhao Shui inside the SUV, Bai Xiaoting froze again, her heart pounding with shock. She recognized Zhao Shui, of course. After all, Zhao Shui was the first female general of Great Xia. Few people didn't know her. "Miss Bai, I assume you're heading to the Yang Group for a business meeting? How about I give you a ride?" Zhao Shui offered with a smile. Zhao Shui had come specifically to find Bai Xiaoting. She admired Bai Xiaoting and also felt sympathy for her. Therefore, she was here to stop Bai Xiaoting from collaborating with the Yang Group, believing this partnership would lead to Bai Xiaoting's bankruptcy. Chapter 187. What exactly is Shen Ye's charm? Zhao Shui held this view because she doubted Shen Ye possessed the capability to revive the Yang Group. And now, Bai Xiaoting was investing 200 billion yuan and entering into a full-scale partnership with the Yang Group. This would absolutely drag the Bai family down. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Bai Xiaoting was flattered beyond belief. She never imagined she'd one day ride in the car of the Great Xia's top female general. "Wouldn't that be a bit awkward?" Bai Xiaoting asked tentatively. "Hop in, no need to hesitate," Zhao Shui said, then pushed open the door and motioned for Bai Xiaoting to get in. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoting felt a surge of excitement. She quickly climbed into the car, and Zhao Shui then motioned for Lu Yao to drive. "Miss Bai, what's your relationship with Shen Ye?" Zhao Shui asked. Hearing Zhao Shui's question, Bai Xiaoting froze. So Zhao Shui knew Mr. Shen too? It dawned on her that Zhao Shui had likely come specifically to find her. Just ordinary friends.
He saved my life once, Bai Xiaoting replied, deliberately avoiding specifics about the incident.
Zhao Shui nodded upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's explanation.
It made sense now why Bai Xiaoting obeyed Shen Ye so readily. He had saved her life.
Miss Bai, I've heard about your family's situation and sympathize deeply.
At the same time, I admire your resilience. That's precisely why I don't want you to be deceived. When Shen Ye called you earlier, claiming he had a great business partner for you, he was actually deceiving you. I trust you've already investigated the current state of the Yang Group. Investing 200 billion yuan now, and even entering into a comprehensive partnership with them, I think that's highly irrational. True, he saved your life, but you could repay him in other ways by giving him a sum of money or offering assistance within your means. But you absolutely don't need to drag your entire Bai family into this just to repay his kindness. Zhao Shui spoke in one breath, unwilling to see Bai Xiaoting deceived by Shen Ye. I appreciate General Zhao's concern, Bai Xiaoting replied, but I see nothing wrong with investing in Yang Group and forming a comprehensive partnership. I trust Mr. Shen He wouldn't deceive me.
Why can't you listen?
Let me tell you straight, Shen Ye has no real talent. He's only survived this long because of help from his former prison mates. Even his living arrangements are just staying at one of their homes, Zhao Shui said. Hearing Zhao Shui's words, Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but freeze in surprise. She felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Ye, thinking how hard his life must be. He doesn't even have a place to live? Thank you for telling me this, Bai Xiaoting said gratefully to Zhao Shui. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known how hard Mr. Shen's life has been. Had I known sooner, I would have bought him a villa long ago. However, Zhao Shui was utterly speechless upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's response. Had she shared this information to persuade Bai Xiaoting to buy Shen Ye a villa? Could she grasp the main point? Zhao Shui was trying to dissuade Bai Xiaoting from investing in the Yang Group, let alone signing a comprehensive cooperation agreement with them.
Miss Bai, you may have misunderstood me.
My point is that you shouldn't invest in the Yang Group, and you certainly shouldn't sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with them. Because he will drag down your Bai family, Zhao Shui said. Thank you for your advice, General Zhao, but my decisions are final, Bai Xiaoting replied. Hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, Zhao Shui nearly lost her temper. She'd made it crystal clear, yet Bai Xiaoting remained stubbornly single-minded. She couldn't fathom what charm Shen Ye possessed that made so many people willingly assist him. From the Zodiac commander of the South, Li Wuying, who rose to fame over a decade ago, to now even Bai Xiaoting of the Bai family, all were helping him without hesitation.
Miss Bai, would you reconsider?
Zhao Shui asked, reluctantly. General Zhao, there's no need to persuade me further.
My mind is made up.
Bai Xiaoting clearly didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer, her stance unwavering. The reason Bai Xiaoting was so resolute in helping Shen Ye, even if it meant her own ruin, was because she knew her very survival and the Bai family's current standing were entirely due to Shen Ye. Had Shen Ye not saved her and destroyed the Sun family, she would have been ruined by young Master Sun long ago, ending her life in bitter regret. Had Shen Ye not persuaded old Chen to provide covert assistance, the Bai family would never have been able to absorb the Sun family's vast holdings and rise to become a first-rate clan in Zhengzhou. Her parents had instilled in her from childhood that even a drop of kindness deserved a spring of gratitude, let alone such immense debt. Seeing Bai Xiaoting's resolute stance, Zhao Shui shook her head helplessly. She knew she couldn't sway Bai Xiaoting, so she simply stopped trying. But Zhao Shui was certain that when the Yang Group dragged the Bai family into ruin, Bai Xiaoting would bitterly regret today's decision. Several minutes later, Zhao Shui dropped Bai Xiaoting off at the entrance of the Yang Group headquarters. After Bai Xiaoting stepped out of the car, Zhao Shui sighed regretfully before instructing Lu Yao to drive away. Having called ahead, Wang Xueding was waiting at the entrance with the group's senior executives to greet Bai Xiaoting.
Mr. Shen.
The moment Bai Xiaoting saw Shen Ye, her face lit up with a radiant smile. She hurriedly walked towards him with a cheerful expression.
Shen Ye couldn't help but stare at Bai Xiaoting, now dressed in a professional suit.
He inwardly marveled at how much she had changed. It had only been a short time since they last met, yet she had grown even more beautiful than before, especially in that certain area. Shen Ye offered Bai Xiaoting a warm smile before pointing to Wang Xueding beside him and introducing her. Bai Xiaoting, this is Wang Xueding, the newly appointed chairwoman of Yang Group.
Hello, Miss Wang.
I never imagined your voice would be so sweet over the phone, and you're even more beautiful in person. Truly worthy of being Mr. Shen's girlfriend. As Bai Xiaoting spoke these words, a pang of envy stung her heart. Hearing Bai Xiaoting say she truly lived up to being Mr. Shen's girlfriend, Wang Xueding flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Shen Ye before quickly averting her eyes.
You might have misunderstood. She and I aren't in a romantic relationship, she's my comrade's daughter.
Shen Ye scratched his nose awkwardly as he explained.
Hearing Shen Ye's explanation, Wang Xueding felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Did he think she wasn't good enough to be his girlfriend?
Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoting felt a surge of secret delight at Shen Ye's words. She was thrilled there was still a chance for her.
Chapter 188, All Dragon List Masters.
Soon after, the group escorted Bai Xiaoting to the chairman's office on the rooftop.
Next, Wang Xueding and Bai Xiaoting would discuss their business collaboration.
Meanwhile, Yi Juntian was invited to the Zhang residence by Zhang Shihao and the other family heads. In the Zhang family's grand hall, Zhang Shihao respectfully ushered Yi Juntian to the seat of honor. The dragon list experts accompanying Yi Juntian were also seated at the upper positions by Zhang Shihao, while the family heads themselves occupied the lower seats. To show his respect for Yi Juntian, Zhang Shihao also summoned his wife and Zhang Changming to join the meeting. Head of the Zhang family, Yi Juntian inquired curiously, "You mentioned earlier that the Chang and Yang families have been annihilated. How is this possible? Could someone in Qingzhou truly wipe out two first-rate families so easily?" Young Master Yi, the downfall of the Chang and Zhang families involved some coincidental circumstances, Zhang Shihao replied. However, both families' downfalls are connected to Shen Ye, the man who killed your younger brother, Zhang Shihao replied. Shen Ye? Hearing that name, Yi Juntian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flashing in them. Does he possess such immense power that he could annihilate two top-tier families? Yi Juntian inquired, his eyes narrowed. It's not entirely accurate to say he destroyed them. It's more that he was involved. The Cheng family's downfall stemmed from a recent joint military exercise between our Qingzhou garrison forces and the southern frontier. Seeking vengeance for your brother, the Chengs kidnapped Shen Ye's parents. Coincidentally, the garrison troops discovered them during the exercise. This incident drew significant attention from higher-ups, who subsequently intervened and wiped out the Cheng family. As for the Yang family's downfall, it seems they provoked the wife and daughter of a southern frontier captain. That captain had once saved the southern frontier king's life, so the king secretly orchestrated the Yang family's destruction. Zhang Shihao explained. Oh, so that's how it was. That explains it. Still, even if it wasn't coincidence, Shen Ye could likely have destroyed both families anyway. I've heard he has a top-tier expert ranked 9th on the dragon list by his side, someone called Li Yi, I believe. If that Li Yi hadn't defeated our Yi family's guardian, my brother wouldn't have died. Yi Juntian said. Zhang Changming, standing nearby, was startled by Yi Juntian's words. How could Mr. Shen have killed Yi Juntian's younger brother? That's incredibly ruthless. But Zhang Changming wasn't like the others, thinking Shen Ye had killed Yi Juntian's brother out of sheer recklessness. He'd witnessed a fraction of Shen Ye's power and knew the man wasn't that foolish. Zhang Changming concluded that Shen Ye must have killed someone from the Yi family because he was confident in his own strength and didn't hold the Yi family in any regard. This thought only reinforced Zhang Changming's conviction that aligning himself with Shen Ye was the right move. His only worry now was that when Shen Ye killed Yi Junlin, he probably hadn't anticipated Yi Junlin had an older brother capable of instantly defeating the top-ranked martial artist on the dragon list. Zhang Changming harbored doubts. Could Shen Ye similarly disregard Yi Juntian? If Shen Ye proved unable to handle Yi Juntian, then his decision to align himself with Shen Ye would be utterly wasted. Zhang Changming calculated in his mind that he would call Shen Ye later to test his stance, and in passing, inform Shen Ye of the events here so he could prepare in advance. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the family heads all froze in surprise. Clearly, they had no idea Shen Ye had someone like Li Yi by his side, let alone a top-tier expert ranked 9th on the dragon list. Young Master Yi, the Li Yi you mentioned is likely an alias used by Li Wuying, Zhang Shihao interjected. Shen Ye is currently staying at Li Wuying's villa. Word is they were cellmates and share a rather close relationship. Just yesterday, Li Wuying deliberately manipulated the market to crush our family's stock prices by 30% to vent his anger for Shen Ye. He even cut off many of our major clients, Zhang Shihao explained. At this mention, Zhang Shihao and the other family heads gritted their teeth in fury. Oh, so you've crossed paths with this Shen Ye too? Yi Juntian raised an eyebrow. Young Master Yi, you have no idea how arrogant that Shen Ye is. With Li Wuying backing him, he shows us absolutely no respect. He even threatened that if we dare provoke him again, he'll destroy our families. Gao Jianhong declared. Ha! If he truly has the support of Li Yino, Li Wuying, ranked 9th on the dragon list, then destroying your families would indeed be within his capabilities, Yi Juntian remarked with a dismissive smile. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the expressions of the several family heads darkened slightly. Clearly displeased with his remark, they dared not let Yi Juntian detect their discontent, hastily forcing smiles onto their faces. Of course. How could any of Qingzhou's top families possibly stand against Li Wuying, ranked 9th on the dragon list? But none of that matters now. With young Master Yi here, given your power, crushing Shen Ye would be child's play. Even Li Wuying himself wouldn't dare speak out against you. Zhang Shihao fawned, his face plastered with flattery. Hearing Zhang Shihao's fawning words, Yi Juntian relished the praise, his voice dripping with arrogance. That insignificant Li Wuying? I couldn't care less about him. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the several family heads felt a surge of joy. Wu Jinyuan tentatively asked, Young Master Yi, why not wait until after dinner to seek out Shen Ye and avenge your brother? Yi Juntian's eyes turned cold as he glared at Wu Jinyuan. Are you telling me what to do? Not at all. Not at all. Startled, Wu Jinyuan hastily waved his hands. Oof. A mere Shen Ye isn't worthy of my personal attention. Yi Juntian snorted coldly, his face brimming with disdain.
Hearing Yi Juentian's words, the family heads exchanged glances. Zhang Shihao spoke up, "Young Master Yi, if you don't handle this personally, who else could possibly kill Shen Ye? You must remember, he has Li Wuying backing him. A mere 9th-ranked Dragon List contender? Trivial." Yi Juntian dismissed. He then turned his gaze to the 3 individuals he had brought with him, saying smugly, "These are all Dragon List experts I brought from Central Plains. Please introduce yourselves." Hearing Yi Juentian's words, the Dragon List experts all offered him respectful smiles. Then, with proud expressions, they turned their heads, gave the family heads a sweeping glance, and began their introductions. "My name is Lu Chengfeng, ranked 6th on the Dragon List. My name is Duan Ziyuan, ranked 7th on the Dragon List. My name is Peng Shang, ranked 4th on the Dragon List." Those Dragon List experts were all independent cultivators. Upon learning that Yi Juntian had easily defeated Zhao Zhozhou, the top-ranked cultivator on the Dragon List, they immediately rushed to pledge their allegiance to Yi Juntian, becoming revered masters of the Yi family. Chapter 189, 5 Ghosts Wealth Gathering Formation. Hearing the introductions of those Dragon List experts, Zhang Shihao and the other family heads were utterly stunned. They never imagined Yi Juntian would bring 3 Dragon List experts at once. Simultaneously, they were filled with delight. With so many Dragon List experts, each ranked higher than Li Yi, the 9th-ranked figure, they now had leverage to see if Shen Ye could still act so arrogantly. In truth, Yi Juntian had his own agenda for bringing so many Dragon List experts. First, to seek vengeance for his younger brother against Shen Ye. Second, to flex his muscles to build momentum for himself and the Yi family. Yi Juntian believed that with his current strength, he could elevate the Yi family to a new level, transforming them into a true aristocratic clan that stood above the first-rate families. But to become a true aristocratic house, mere combat prowess wasn't enough. It required profound, deep-rooted foundations. The Yi family had only risen to prominence within the last 20 years. Whether in wealth, heritage, or true stature, they couldn't compare to the established aristocratic houses. To achieve this, the Yi family must expand its influence and solidify its foundations. However, Central Province was firmly controlled by those 3 established families, meaning the Yi family's growth would inevitably face constant constraints. Thus, Yi Juntian set his sights on Qingzhou. Should he secure over 60% of Qingzhou's influence and bring it under the Yi family's banner, the Yi family would undoubtedly leap to become Zhongzhou's 4th great clan. Congratulations, young Master Yi, on successfully recruiting 3 Dragon List generals. With these 3 Dragon List experts stationed here, the Yi family gains formidable strength. I believe the Yi family's rise to a great family is just around the corner. Zhang Shihao and several other family heads flattered Yi Juntian. Yi Juntian nodded with satisfaction at their flattery, clearly relishing their adulation. Becoming a great family is no easy feat, Yi Juntian remarked, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the clan heads. Wealth and influence are both indispensable. It requires the accumulation of several generations and centuries of effort. After all, a great family holds the weight of 6 first-rate clans. Catching Yi Juntian's meaningful gaze, the 4 family heads froze, exchanging puzzled glances. They didn't quite grasp the implication behind his words. "Let me be blunt," Yi Juntian declared without mincing words, clearly dismissing their status as family heads. "I want your families to become subordinate branches of the Yi family. Are you willing?" Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the expressions of the family heads darkened. Become subordinate families to the Yi family? Naturally, the family heads were unwilling. Once they became subordinate to the Yi family, they would have to hand over 50% of their annual profits to the Yi family. Yet, intimidated by Yi Juntian's overwhelming presence, they dared not refuse outright. For a moment, the heads exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. After exchanging glances for a long while, they nudged Zhang Shihao, signaling him to politely decline. With no other choice, Zhang Shihao steeled himself and addressed Yi Juntian with flattery. "Young Master Yi, though our families rank among Qingzhou's elite, we've just suffered severe losses at the hands of Li Wuing. Our family businesses have plummeted in value, and we've lost many major clients. Even if we were willing to become a subordinate family of the Yi family, we fear we would be of little use to you." His words were clearly a demand for concessions from Yi Juntian. Without sufficient benefits, they would never willingly hand over half their annual profits to the Yi family. "That's no problem. These are minor issues. As long as you become a subordinate family of the Yi clan, I will resolve them all for you." Yi Juntian, naturally seeing through the family head's intentions, responded thus. "Moreover, I can guarantee that once you become an affiliate family of the Yi family, I will elevate your clan to surpass second-tier families in Central Plains, even to rival first-tier families." Yi Juntian continued. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the heads of the families couldn't help but feel tempted. The prospect of surpassing the second-tier families of Central Plains was undeniably a significant allure. However, these family heads were all seasoned veterans. They wouldn't take Yi Juntian's empty promises at face value. They asked, "Young Master Yi, do you truly possess the ability to elevate our families beyond second-tier status in Central Plains, even to first-tier status?" "Of course."
You must have heard that 20 years ago, our Yi family wasn't even considered a third-rate family in Central Plains. It was my master who set up a feng shui formation for our Yi family, enabling us to become a first-rate family in Central Plains within just 15 years. And as the most favored final disciple of my master, Xingyun Jusher, if I lack such abilities, wouldn't I be a laughingstock? Yi Juntian declared with radiant confidence. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the family heads all felt a surge of delight. They had all heard about the feng shui formation Xingyun Jusher had set up for the Yi family and had witnessed the Yi family's rise from obscurity to becoming a top-tier family in Zhengzhou. They were thoroughly convinced of Xingyun Jusher's abilities. As Master Xingyun's final disciple, Yi Juntian must surely have mastered his master's skills in arranging feng shui formations. Even if he wasn't quite as skilled as his master, he certainly wouldn't be far behind. They weren't greedy, they only needed Yi Juntian to set up a feng shui arrangement that would elevate their families to rival second-tier clans in Central Plains within a decade or so. Young Master Yi, how much of your master's feng shui expertise have you mastered? Zhang Shihao ventured to ask. Hearing Zhang Shihao's question, Yi Juntian's expression turned smug as he declared, I wouldn't dare say more, but at least 80%. Hearing this, the family heads rejoiced. 80%? That was more than enough. They exchanged glances, then bowed in unison toward Yi Juntian, respectfully declaring, we are willing to become subordinate families of the Yi clan. We pledge to remit 50% of our annual income to the Yi clan, in exchange for young Master Yi setting up a feng shui formation for us. Yi Juntian nodded with satisfaction. Setting up a feng shui formation is simple. Not only can I arrange one for each of your families, but I will also provide you with the greatest assistance whenever your families encounter difficulties. The family heads beamed with ecstasy, showering Yi Juntian with flattery. Yi Juntian wasted no time, immediately declaring he would set up a feng shui formation for the Zhang family right then and there. He then instructed Zhang Shi how to guide him around the Zhang residence to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Throughout the tour, Yi Juntian held a compass in his hands, occasionally studying it intently before falling deep in thought. After inspecting every corner of the Zhang residence, Yi Juntian made his decision. He addressed Zhang Shihao, I've assessed the Zhang family compound. I've decided to establish a 5 ghosts wealth-attracting formation for your household. This formation possesses the power to transform fortune and accumulate wealth. Chapter 190, Zhang Changming's request. 5 ghosts wealth-gathering formation? Hearing the name, Zhang Shihao's face lit up with excitement. Yes. Yi Juntian nodded and continued, once this formation is complete, I guarantee your Zhang family will surpass third-tier families in Central Plains within 5 years and second-tier families within 10. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Zhang Shihao trembled with excitement, his smile stretching so wide his mouth couldn't close. He said to Yi Juntian, then I humbly request young Master Yi to lay this formation for my Zhang family. Yi Juntian then listed the items required for the formation, instructing Zhang Shi how to gather them. Once everything was assembled, Yi Juntian began setting up the 5 ghosts wealth-gathering formation for the Zhang family. The entire process took less than half an hour, and the 5 ghosts transporting wealth formation was complete. After completing the Zhang family's formation, the other clans eagerly invited Yi Juntian to set up formations for them as well. Yi Juntian readily agreed. As he stepped out of the Zhang family's main gate, he seemed to recall something and turned back to address Duan Ziyuan, ranked 7th on the dragon list. Old Duan, I have a task for you. Go to Shen Ye's home now. Kill both his parents and bring their heads back to me. As for Shen Ye himself, spare his life for now. I want him to experience the agony of losing his loved ones. Let him spend every day henceforth in fear and remorse, slowly tortured by me until his death. Yes, young Master Yi. Duan Ziyuan replied respectfully. You're taking on the 9th rank Li Yi while you're 7th, are you sure you can handle it? If you lack confidence, I can have Lu Changfeng accompany you for backup. Yi Juntian said. The 9th ranked Li Yi? I don't even consider him a threat. I'll go alone and guarantee I'll bring back the heads of Shen Ye's parents, Duan Ziyuan declared with unmistakable arrogance. After all, he was ranked 7th on the dragon list. If he lacked confidence in defeating the 9th ranked, wouldn't Yi Juntian look down on him? Alright. Yi Juntian nodded, then turned to Zhang Shihao, head of the Zhang family, give Duan Ziyuan the address of Shen Ye's residence. I'll go set up formations for the Gao, Wu, and Qin families first. With that, Yi Juntian climbed into the car of the other family heads and headed toward their respective residences. After Yi Juntian departed, Zhang Shihao handed Shen Ye's address to Duan Ziyuan. Upon receiving it, Duan Ziyuan left with an air of superiority, heading straight for Longquan No. 1. Father, I can actually resolve the clients our family lost and the decline in market value. Only after Duan Ziyuan had departed did Zhang Changming, who had been following closely behind Zhang Shihao, finally speak up. Zhang Changming recalled Shen Ye's promise that he could claim a reward from him any time. Knowing Shen Ye was behind their family's current troubles, he seized this chance to prove himself to his father to show Zhang Shihao he wasn't useless. You? Just don't cause trouble for me, and I'll consider that a win. What else could I possibly expect from you? Zhang Shihao shot Zhang Changming a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with contempt. Clearly, he held his son in utter disdain.
Dad, am I even your son? Why do you look down on me like this? Just wait and see if I say I can handle it, I will.
Zhang Changming retorted defiantly before storming off to his room. Back in his room, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Shen Ye. At that moment, Shen Ye was at Yang Group discussing business matters with Wang Xueting and Bai Xiaoting. Seeing Zhang Changming's call come in, he stood up, stepped out of the office, and pressed the answer button.
Mr. Shen, I have urgent news to report. Zhang Changming's anxious voice rang out over the phone. Go ahead. What is it? Shen Ye asked calmly. Yi Juntian, the top-ranked Dragon List expert, has arrived in Qingzhou.
It seems he's here seeking revenge for his brother, and he's brought 3 other Dragon List masters with him. He's already dispatched Duan Ziyuan, ranked 7th on the Dragon List, to your home to kill your parents. Mr. Shen, you must be extremely careful.
Zhang Changming warned. Shen Ye's eyes turned cold at Zhang Changming's words. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Shen Ye's tone was icy. One more thing, Mr. Shen.
You previously promised me a chance to earn a reward. I decided, considering my past contributions, I'd like you to spare our Zhang family this once.
Lift the sanctions against us. What do you say? Zhang Changming inquired. Are you certain you wish to use this reward opportunity on behalf of the Zhang family? Shen Ye inquired. Absolutely. Zhang Changming affirmed with unwavering certainty. Very well.
Since you're so certain, I shall lift the sanctions against your Zhang family.
Shen Ye said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Shen.
Zhang Changming exclaimed, his face beaming with gratitude. Little did Zhang Changming know that Shen Ye had originally intended to reward him personally to heal his shattered testicles, giving him a chance to reclaim his manhood. Instead, he used this opportunity to benefit the Zhang family's business. Who knows if Zhang Changming would regret it to death once he found out. After hanging up, Shen Ye returned to his office. He informed Wang Xueting and Bai Xiaoting that he needed to head home urgently to handle some matters, then promptly left Yang Group. He drove swiftly toward his residence. Truthfully, Shen Ye paid little heed to Duan Ziyuan, nearly the 7th ranked on the Dragon List. With Li Wuying at home, Duan Ziyuan stood no chance of succeeding. Yet, since the matter involved his parents, Shen Ye could afford no carelessness. While driving home, Shen Ye called Li Wuying's butler and instructed him to lift the sanctions against the Zhang family, restore their market value, and recover the major clients they had lost. After the call, Li Wuying's steward immediately executed the orders. He restored the Zhang family's market value to its original level and prompted the major clients who had been in contact with the Zhang family to resume their cooperation. Within half an hour, Zhang Shihao received a flurry of calls. The first came from company executives informing him that the family's market value was rapidly rebounding. The subsequent calls all came from major clients who had previously terminated their partnerships with the Zhang family. Each caller reached out to Zhang Shihao, expressing their willingness to resume cooperation with the Zhang family. After handling all those calls, Zhang Shihao was overjoyed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Young Master Ye's 5 Ghosts wealth-attracting formation is truly miraculous. Within an hour of setting up this needle technique, our family's lost market value and departed clients have all returned. Looks like we'll have to cling tightly to young Master Ye's coattails from now on." Zhang Shihao nodded firmly, his face set with resolve as he naturally attributed all the credit to the 5 Ghosts wealth-attracting formation set up by Yi Juntian. Chapter 191, Credit Stolen, Zhang Changming cries in frustration. After calling Shen Ye, Zhang Changming kept monitoring updates from his family. Upon learning their assets had recovered their market value and the major clients who had terminated partnerships had returned, Zhang Changming puffed out his chest and immediately sought out Zhang Shihao to claim credit. Soon, Zhang Changming found Zhang Shihao, his face beaming with smugness, and said to him, "Dad, I told you I could help solve our family's problems, and now you finally believe me, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shihao deliberately lifted his nose in the air, his nostrils flared as if to say, "Come on, praise me. Come on, praise me." However, upon hearing Zhang Changming's words, Zhang Shihao gave him a dismissive glance and retorted irritably, "What are you gloating about? All this is thanks to young Master Ye's 5 Ghosts gathering wealth formation. What did you even do? Not only are you useless and good for nothing, but now you even try to take credit for this? How could I have given birth to such a good-for-nothing piece of trash? If I'd known you'd turn out like this, I should have plastered you onto the wall when you were born." Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, Zhang Changming's eyes whitened in fury, 1,000 curses erupting in his mind. Roaring past. What credit was he trying to take? This was clearly his achievement. Why would he need to steal it? "Dad, I was the one who tracked down Shen. Get out. Seeing your effeminate appearance makes me sick. Get the hell out of here." Just as Zhang Changming tried to explain, Zhang Shihao impatiently cut him off, ordering him to get lost. In that moment, Zhang Changming felt utterly wronged, tears welling up in his eyes. With a face full of hurt, Zhang Changming ran out of Zhang Shihao's room and threw himself into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
My baby's heart is so bitter.
Fortunately, seeing her son's heartbroken state, Zhang Changming's mother felt deeply for him. She patted his back repeatedly to comfort him, lest he cry himself unconscious. He had hoped to use this reward opportunity to earn his father's respect, only for the credit to be stolen by Yi Juentian's 5 Ghosts wealth-gathering formation.
How could Zhang Changming possibly accept this outcome?
If Zhang Changming had known that he'd given up Shen Ye's chance to cure his testicles to help the family business, he'd probably have fainted from crying in the bathroom.
Meanwhile, Duan Ziyuan arrived at the Villa King of Longquan No. 1 ahead of Shen Ye.
Upon reaching the grand entrance, Duan Ziyuan wasted no time. He delivered a powerful kick straight to the massive door.
Boom!
The massive door crashed to the ground under the force of his kick.
The deafening noise instantly caught the attention of Li Wuying and Li Yi, who were practicing a new martial art technique inside.
They immediately halted their training, leaped out the upstairs window, and stood before Duan Ziyuan. Gazing at the old man before them, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, Li Yi and Li Wuying's expressions darkened. They sensed this old man was no ordinary figure, though his exact strength could only be gauged through direct confrontation.
Which one of you is Li Wuying? Duan Ziyuan shot them a dismissive glance, his expression haughty as he demanded. I am.
Li Wuying replied coldly. After hearing Li Wuying's answer, Duan Ziyuan scrutinized him for a moment before shifting his gaze to Li Yi.
Then you must be Shen Ye's father, right? Duan Ziyuan was unaware that Li Yi and Li Wuying were two entirely separate individuals. Like the others, he assumed Li Yi was merely an alias used by Li Wuying.
Thus, upon seeing Li Ye's age, he naturally concluded this must be Shen Ye's father. Hearing Duan Ziyuan's words, Li Yi felt his legs go weak. He nearly fainted from the shock. He dared not claim to be the master's father. If the master found out, he'd be pinned to the ground and rubbed into the dirt. I'm your uncle, you bastard. How dare you kick down our front door? If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll skin you alive.
Li Yi roared at Duan Ziyuan. You're courting death. Duan Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy as he barked at Li Yi.
Wuying, step aside. I'll handle this guy.
Li Yi shoved Li Wuying away and declared.
Ever since getting beaten up by Xiao Chen last time, Li Yi had felt like he couldn't hold his head up in front of Li Wuying. But now his chance had come. If he could just beat the crap out of this old man in front of him, he could finally feel a little vindicated. Little did Li Yi know, however, that standing before him was Duan Ziyuan, ranked 7th on the dragon list, 2 places higher than himself. Captain, you'd better be careful. I can sense this old man is no pushover, Li Wuying warned. Yet upon hearing Li Wuying's words, Li Yi felt even more elated. If Li Wuying himself said the old man was formidable, then defeating him would only make his triumph all the sweeter. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today and dared to kick down our door, I'd still peel a layer of skin off him, Li Yi declared with unmistakable arrogance. With that, Li Yi lunged forward in a single stride, unleashing a right hook at the old man. Seeing this, a flash of contempt crossed Duan Ziyuan's eyes. Sneak attack. Cowardly. As he spoke, Duan Ziyuan remained alert, swiftly stepping back while reaching out to grab Li Ye's arm. Duan Ziyuan's speed was blinding. Before Li Ye's fist could land, he seized his arm and applied force, halting the punch dead in its tracks. Feeling the immense force gripping his arm, Li Yi was startled. He clearly hadn't expected the old man's strength to be so formidable. So you've got some skills after all. Looks like I'll have to get serious. To salvage his pride, Li Yi spat out the words before mustering all his strength to wrench his arm free. He then launched a sweeping kick aimed squarely at the old man's throat. Duan Ziyuan remained utterly unflustered. He raised an arm to parry Li Ye's sweeping kick aside, then swiftly countered with a punch aimed squarely at Li Ye's chest. Li Yi gasped in shock, hastily raising his fist to meet the blow. Boom! The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward. Li Yi was sent reeling backwards several steps by the force of the blow, while Duan Ziyuan stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. Captain, come back. You're no match for him. Let me take over. Li Wuying, standing nearby, tried to step in to help. Hearing Li Wuying claim he wasn't a match for the old man, Li Ye's eyebrow shot up. With a look of defiance, he waved Li Wuying off. No need. I was just careless earlier. Chapter 192, Li Yi gets his comeuppance for showboating. Truthfully, Li Yi could sense the old man was slightly stronger than him. But he couldn't admit it otherwise, he'd never hold his head high in front of Li Wuying again. Li Yi reasoned that while the old man held a slight edge, his youth granted him superior stamina. He only needed to grit his teeth and endure, wearing the old man down until exhaustion claimed him. Victory would still be his in the end. Duan Ziyuan, standing opposite Li Yi, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that besides Li Wuying, someone else here could actually exchange blows with him and that person's strength was only a hair's breadth below his own. After a moment's reflection, Duan Ziyuan quickly grasped the truth. Li Yi was Li Yi, and Li Wuying was Li Wuying. They were fundamentally not the same person. With this realization, Duan Ziyuan regretted rejecting Yi Juentian's suggestion. If he'd known, he would have brought Lu Chengfeng along. He had heard of Li Wuying's reputation, a formidable powerhouse whose name had echoed throughout the Great Xia Empire over a decade ago. Had Li Wuying joined the fray alongside Li Yi against him, Duan Ziyuan doubted he could have defeated both. At that moment, Duan Ziyuan mentally cursed Zhang Shihao and the other family heads. It was all because of the false information provided by this bunch of idiots that he had been led into danger. If he could go back, he would skin Zhang Shihao and the others alive. Again! Li Yi roared, charging toward Duan Ziyuan once more. This time, Li Yi had wised up. He avoided direct confrontation with the old man, instead focusing on relentless attacks and evasive maneuvers to wear down his opponent's stamina. Duan Ziyuan clearly saw through Li Yi's strategy. Playing along, he deliberately concealed part of his power to deceive Li Yi, making him believe he was only marginally stronger. This lulled Li Yi into complacency, allowing Duan Ziyuan to seek an opening for a fatal strike. Even if lethal wasn't possible, he aimed to at least incapacitate Li Yi. Only by neutralizing Li Yi could he focus solely on Li Wuying, perhaps even gaining a sliver of advantage. Sure enough, Duan Ziyuan's counter-strategy proved highly effective. Li Yi genuinely believed he could match the old man blow for blow, gradually shedding his earlier caution. Once a person relaxed, vulnerabilities became glaringly obvious. Duan Ziyuan clearly wouldn't let any chance to severely wound Li Yi slip by. After Li Yi threw a punch that Duan Ziyuan dodged, Li Yi exposed a critical opening. Seeing this, a ruthless gleam flashed across Duan Ziyuan's face. He immediately channeled all his strength into his fist and slammed it viciously toward Li Yi's chest. Seeing Duan Ziyuan's fist hurtling toward his chest, Li Yi was startled. But it was too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as Duan Ziyuan's fist slammed into his chest. Thud! Instantly, Li Yi was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Duan Ziyuan's intent was clear, to kill Li Yi. Without hesitation, he grabbed Li Yi's foot mid-air and slammed him violently into the ground. Instantly, Duan Ziyuan mounted Li Yi, his sandbag-sized fist hurtling straight toward Li Yi's face. Li Wuying, watching from the side, was horrified. But it all happened too fast. He too had been deceived by Duan Ziyuan earlier and hadn't been constantly on guard. By the time he reached them, Li Yi had already taken 2 punches to the face. Stop it! Li Wuying roared, charging toward Duan Ziyuan. Duan Ziyuan, clearly anticipating Li Wuying's move, sensed his approach and instantly pivoted on his toes, leaping backward to create a safe distance. Li Wuying rushed forward, immediately cradling Li Yi's head as he helped him up from the ground. "Captain, are you okay?" he shouted. "I'm fine." Li Yi was severely injured, his voice weak and strained. At this moment, Li Yi felt utterly disgraced. The physical pain paled in comparison to the searing shame he felt. He'd intended to show off and salvage some pride, but instead of pulling it off, he'd been humiliated. He was so ashamed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and die. Li Yi felt utterly disgraced. He might as well just knock himself unconscious, close his eyes, and die. Seeing Li Yi collapse unconscious, Li Wuying's face twisted with rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He slowly laid Li Yi back on the ground, then stood up, his face twisted with rage as he shouted at Duan Ziyuan, "You bastard! How dare you hit my captain like that? I'll kill you!" However, Duan Ziyuan heard Li Wuying's furious words with utter disdain. He had heard Li Wuying address Li Yi as captain, so he instinctively concluded Li Wuying must be weaker than Li Yi. Otherwise, the captain wouldn't be Li Yi, it would be him, Li Wuying. "Ha! Your captain Li Yi is already beaten to this state. Do you really think I'd fear you now? Blame your own stupidity. If you teamed up against me from the start, I might not have been your match. But now? Ha! I've won hands down." Duan Ziyuan declared triumphantly, basking in the satisfaction of his clever maneuver. "You're asking for death." Li Wuying roared furiously, lunging forward in a single stride toward Duan Ziyuan. His fist, carrying a world-shattering momentum, slammed toward Duan Ziyuan. "See? Rage clouds judgment. If your captain couldn't handle me, what chance do you have?" Duan Ziyuan sneered, swinging his fist to meet Li Wuying's attack. Boom! Snap! As their fists collided, a violent shockwave radiated outward from their center. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of bone snapping. Ah! Suddenly, Duan Ziyuan's face drained of color as a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat. His body was violently propelled backward through the air by the immense force. Duan Ziyuan could feel his fist had been shattered into a colluded fracture by Li Wuying's single punch. How could this be? How could Li Wuying's strength surpass even that of his own captain, Li Yi? Duan Ziyuan could even sense that Li Wuying's power was in no way inferior to Zhao Zhozhou, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list. After flying over 10 meters, Duan Ziyuan slammed violently into the villa's perimeter wall, cracking it before crashing heavily to the ground. Li Wuying clearly wasn't done with him. Seeking vengeance for Li Yi, he pounced, pinning the old man beneath him. Fists the size of sandbags rained down relentlessly on Duan Ziyuan's face. Just then, the roar of a sports car engine echoed through the air as Shen Ye sped up in his vehicle. When Shen Ye stepped out of the car and saw Li Yi lying unconscious on the ground, he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. He didn't even need to think to know Li Yi had definitely been showing off and got his ass kicked again. Chapter 193, No hope left, just cremate him. When Shen Ye saw Li Wuying sitting astride an old man, pounding his face relentlessly with fists, the knot in Shen Ye's stomach finally loosened. Li Wuying, who was in the thick of the fight, naturally noticed Shen Ye's return. He scrambled off the old man and bowed respectfully, shouting, Night King. At that moment, Duan Ziyuan lay on the ground, blood streaming down his face, barely clinging to life after Li Wuying's beating. Though he caught Shen Ye's presence out of the corner of his eye, Li Wuying's address of him sent a chill down Duan Ziyuan's spine. After all, Li Wuying was a renowned master with over 20 years of fame. For such a veteran to address a young man in his 20s as Night King, and with such profound respect, was utterly astonishing. Good work, Shen Ye nodded to Li Wuying. Night King, this old man came to kill your parents. He's now under my control. How should he be dealt with? Li Wuying inquired. Kill him. Shen Ye replied bluntly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Duan Ziyuan was utterly shocked, his face twisted with terror. You can't kill me. If you do, Yi Juntian won't let you off. Duan Ziyuan desperately invoked Yi Juntian's name, hoping to save his own skin. You fool! Do you really think Yi Juntian's top rank on the dragon list makes him invincible? With his measly abilities, he's not even worthy of being the Night King's shoe shiner. Li Wuying shot Duan Ziyuan a look of utter contempt. Hearing Li Wuying's words, Duan Ziyuan's heart raced with anxiety. Ever since he'd overheard Li Wuying refer to Shen Ye as the Night King, he'd suspected Shen Ye might be even more formidable than Li Wuying himself. Now, hearing Li Wuying's words, his suspicions were confirmed. Enough. Stop wasting breath on him. Just kill him. Shen Ye ordered. At Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying nodded, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he turned to face Duan Ziyuan. Duan Ziyuan was utterly terrified by the icy murderous intent in Li Wuying's eyes. His pupils contracted violently as he begged, No, don't kill me. I'll give you. Ah! Before Duan Ziyuan could finish his plea, Li Wuying's claw-like hand snapped his neck clean off. Then, Li Wuying walked over to Shen Ye, pointing at Li Yi who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. He apologized to Shen Ye, Night King, I'm sorry. Earlier, I considered helping the captain deal with that old geezer, but the captain wouldn't let me. As a result, the captain ended up like this. Lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness, Li Yi felt utterly ashamed upon hearing Li Wuying's words. He could have avoided getting beaten, yet every time, his habit of showing off led to him being pummeled into a pig's head. Shen Ye had known Li Yi was faking unconsciousness the moment he returned. As for why he was pretending? Shen Ye understood perfectly well. Take Li Ye's body and that old man's body out to be cremated, Shen Ye ordered. Li Wuying froze upon hearing Shen Ye's words. Li Yi wasn't dead yet, he could clearly feel Li Yi still breathing. Why would the Night King order the captain's body to be cremated? Lying on the ground, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Shen Ye's words. Night King, the captain is only temporarily unconscious. He's not dead, right? Li Wuying asked. His injuries are too severe. There's no saving him. Rather than letting him suffer a painful death, it's better to put him out of his misery quickly, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Yi's heart sank. By the sound of it, his master intended to kill him outright. Li Yi dared not feign ignorance any longer. He scrambled to his feet, brushed off his buttocks, and feigned bewilderment. What happened? Where's the old man? Seeing Li Yi spring up instantly, Li Wuying beside him froze for a moment before realizing the captain had been feigning unconsciousness all along. No wonder Night King had spoken that way, he'd seen through it from the start. Night King, you're amazing. You saw right through the captain's act. Li Wuying gave Shen Ye a thumbs up in admiration. Hearing Li Wuying's words, Li Yi's face flushed crimson. He snapped back to his senses, realizing his master had deliberately frightened him earlier. Shame washed over him, leaving him utterly mortified. Master, you're being so mean. How could you do this? I'm already embarrassed enough, and you still have to tease me like this. Li Yi put on a heartbroken expression as he spoke. As the saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that couldn't be truer. Seeing Li Yi like this, Shen Ye actually felt a pang of pity for him. He seemed so pitiful, always getting beaten to a pulp. Shen Ye pulled out a bottle of healing pills from his robe and handed it to Li Yi. Here, take these to mend your wounds. Seeing the pills Shen Ye offered, Li Yi felt a warm surge in his heart. He thought to himself, Master still cares about me. Master, these pills are incredibly potent. I don't need this many, just one will suffice, Li Yi said. Take it. You'll definitely need it later. Shen Ye shoved the entire bottle into Li Yi's hand before striding into the villa. After receiving the pills, Li Yi froze for a moment before quickly grasping his master's meaning. His master must think he'll get beaten to this sorry state again next time. Instantly, Li Yi's face flushed crimson. Without another word, he leapt through the second-floor window. After Li Yi departed, Li Wuying suppressed a chuckle as he began handling Duan Ziyuan's corpse. Upon entering the villa, Shen Ye saw Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing looking visibly shaken, clearly terrified by the scene outside.
In truth, Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing had heard Duan Ziyuan kicking their front door long before.
By the time they rushed to investigate, Li Yi was already locked in combat with the old man. To avoid hindering Li Yi and Li Wuying, they had no choice but to hide inside the villa. "Dad, Mom, you weren't too scared, were you?" Shen Ye asked with concern. "Yeah, you needn't worry about us. But how did you come to make such formidable enemies?" Li Fengmei shook her head, her concern evident. "Mom, you don't need to worry about me. There are very few people in this world who can hurt me. But you too, it's best to stay indoors as much as possible for the time being," Shen Ye said.
"We understand. You must be careful too. Unless absolutely necessary, you should also stay home more. With Li Yi and Li Wuying protecting us here, we're much safer," Li Fengmei replied.
Li Fengmei had no idea Shen Ye's strength far surpassed Li Wuying's by an unimaginable margin.
"Alright, I'll be careful."
Shen Ye nodded to ease his parents' worries before heading upstairs.
Chapter 194, Li Wuying's Breakthrough. Upon returning to his room, Shen Ye's expression turned cold. He had already sent the Yi family's revered elder back to warn their patriarch. Yet, the Yi family had completely ignored his warning and dared to send assassins after Shen Ye's parents. This had undoubtedly touched Shen Ye's most sensitive nerve. In that moment, Shen Ye had already sentenced the Yi family to death in his mind. However, Shen Ye wasn't in a rush to kill Yi Juntian. Yi Juntian was undoubtedly doomed, but before his death, Shen Ye wanted to make him useful. He would keep Yi Juntian alive to pressure Li Wuying and Li Yi, compelling them to train more diligently and rapidly elevate their strength. As Shen Ye's parents' personal bodyguards, Li Wuying and Li Yi had to be exceptionally strong. Shen Ye knew all too well that future enemies would only grow stronger. If Li Wuying and Li Yi couldn't rapidly improve their abilities, they'd be utterly incapable of protecting his parents effectively. Shen Ye knew full well that while Li Wuying possessed decent strength, he still fell slightly short compared to Yi Juntian. With this in mind, Shen Ye summoned Li Wuying and Li Yi directly to his room. "Night King, did you summon me for something?" Li Wuying inquired. "Master, is there something new that can help us strengthen our abilities quickly?" Li Yi asked, his face full of anticipation. After enduring several brutal beatings, Li Yi's mind was now consumed with the urgent need to strengthen himself. "You've heard of Yi Juntian, right?" Shen Ye ignored Li Yi's question and asked directly. "Yes, we've heard of him. A prodigy who, before turning 30, already stands as the top expert on the dragon list," Li Wuying nodded. "Then how confident are you in defeating him?" Shen Ye pressed Li Wuying. Hearing Shen Ye's question, Li Wuying instantly felt awkward, a look of shame crossing his face as he replied, "I'm no match for him. If it were the previous top-ranked Zhao Zhozhou, I'd have a 50% chance. But Yi Juntian is clearly far stronger than Zhao Zhozhou. Unless I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I wouldn't even stand a chance in battle." Shen Ye nodded in response to Li Wuying's words. He admired this quality in Li Wuying, his lack of arrogance and his clear recognition of his own shortcomings. "Let me tell you this, that old man today was sent by Yi Juntian. His name is Duan Ziyuan, a 7th-ranked expert on the dragon list." And by Yi Juntian's side were 2 other dragon list masters, ranked 4th and 6th respectively, Shen Ye stated. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Yi finally understood. No wonder he had suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of that old man. The old geezer was the 7th-ranked expert on the dragon list. How reckless of me. Had he known, he should have asked for the man's name first. If he'd known his name, Li Yi wouldn't have foolishly charged into a fight against the 7th-ranked expert on the dragon list, nor would he have ended up beaten to a pulp. Li Yi silently vowed to himself that in similar situations henceforth, he would always ascertain his opponent's name first. "I don't care about those 4th and 6th-ranked experts," Li Wuying said without much confidence, "but that Yi Juntian. I'm afraid you'll have to handle him personally, Night King. Looks like you're not cut out to be a bodyguard for my parents. I'd better send you back to that prison in Qingyu Prefecture," Shen Ye declared. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Li Wuying instantly grew desperate. He had no desire to return to that prison. Sending him back there was worse than death. "No, Night King. That cold prison, I never want to go back there again in my life," Li Wuying pleaded, his face twisted in despair. "Then let me ask you this, do you have the confidence to defeat Yi Juntian?" Shen Ye asked with a hint of amusement. "Night King, give me some time. I will train diligently and strive to catch up to Yi Juntian's strength in the shortest time possible," Li Wuying assured him. Shen Ye was quite satisfied with Li Wuying's attitude. Nodding, he said, "As long as you have confidence, that's enough. Yi Juntian is merely the beginning. The opponents you'll face in the future will only grow stronger. Therefore, you must seize every moment to cultivate. Not a single moment can be wasted. Only then can I trust you to protect my parents. Yes, I won't disappoint Night King. I promise. Night King, I'll return to my training now." Li Wuying genuinely feared Shen Ye would send him back to the prison in Qingyu Prefecture.
Not daring to waste a moment, he hurriedly left after speaking, heading back to his room to train. After Li Wuying departed, Shen Ye turned his gaze to Li Yi, who was still standing there like a dumbfounded fool.
What are you still standing there for? Shen Ye asked. Master, do you have any of those pills? The kind that instantly breaks through cultivation levels when taken? Li Yi asked eagerly. Get lost. Shen Ye's expression darkened as he barked the order.
Seeing Shen Ye's darkening expression, Li Ye's heart skipped a beat.
He quickly replied, got it.
Then he scurried out of Shen Ye's room and returned to his own quarters to practice. In truth, Li Wuying and Li Yi had long realized that the cultivation techniques Shen Ye had imparted to them were immeasurably superior to their previous methods. Had they practiced Shen Ye's techniques from the very beginning, they would have long since ceased to regard the top rank on the dragon list as anything to be concerned about. Upon returning to his own room, Li Wuying circulated the cultivation technique Shen Ye had taught him through his body several times. Suddenly, his expression brightened with delight. He sensed a breakthrough point emerging in his cultivation. This wasn't to say Shen Ye's cultivation method guaranteed breakthroughs with casual practice. Rather, Li Wuying had already spent sufficient time consolidating his current realm, needing only a catalyst to advance. Upon sensing this breakthrough, Li Wuying immediately channeled his qi to assault the realm barrier. Through relentless effort, his cultivation finally surged forward, transforming from Earth Grade 9th tier to Heaven Grade 1st tier. Shen Ye, who was seated in his own room meditating and cultivating, naturally sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Li Wuying's quarters. Realizing that Li Wuying had successfully ascended to become a Heaven Grade expert, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Just as Shen Ye prepared to resume his cultivation, his phone rang. Seeing it was Bai Xiaoting calling, he pressed the answer button. Mr. Shen, have you taken care of the matters at home? Bai Xiaoting's sweet voice came through the phone. Bai Xiaoting had already signed a comprehensive cooperation contract with Wang Xueting. At that moment, she had just stepped out of the Yang Group building and was preparing to call Shen Ye out for a meal. After all, her entire trip to Qingzhou had been for the purpose of seeing him. Yes, it's taken care of. Shen Ye replied. Then, Mr. Shen, would you be free to meet me now? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your kindness, Bai Xiaoting asked cautiously, fearing Shen Ye might refuse. Chapter 195, The Domineering Woman. I should be the one inviting you. You came all the way from Zhengzhou. It's only right that I extend hospitality as your host, Shen Ye replied. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly replied, Great. I'm right at the entrance of Yang Group now. Come over. Alright, I'll be right there. Shen Ye nodded and hung up. After hanging up, Shen Ye walked out of the room while dialing Mao Tu's number. Big brother. Mao Tu's voice came through the phone. Yi Juntian has arrived in Qingzhou. Keep someone watching him. If he makes any sudden moves, call me immediately. Shen Ye instructed. Yes. Mao Tu replied respectfully. Oh, and about that investigation into my father's background, any progress? Shen Ye inquired. Nothing concrete yet, but I've found a lead. I should be able to uncover your father's past identity soon, Mao Tu reported. Got it. Notify me immediately with any updates. Shen Ye said before hanging up and driving toward the Yang Group. Soon, Shen Ye picked up Bai Xiaoting. Sitting in the car, Bai Xiaoting looked somewhat uneasy, even avoiding Shen Ye's gaze. After picking up Bai Xiaoting, Shen Ye didn't drive off immediately. Instead, he called Wang Xueting to ask if she and her daughter wanted to join them for dinner. Wang Xueting wanted to join Shen Ye for dinner, but she had just taken over the group and was swamped with work. She was currently on her way to the relevant authorities to change the group's name. After hanging up, Shen Ye turned to Bai Xiaoting and asked, Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll take you. Anything is fine, as long as it fills my stomach, Bai Xiaoting replied with a smile, her voice tinged with shyness. Shen Ye nodded and took Bai Xiaoting to a decent restaurant for a meal. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Xiaoting suddenly addressed Shen Ye, Mr. Shen, how about I gift you a villa? I heard you're still staying with your parents at your cellmate's place. Mr. Shen, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that you've done me such a huge favor, so giving you a villa is the least I can do. At least this way, Mr. Shen won't have to stay at someone else's place. Bai Xiaoting hurriedly explained, afraid Shen Ye might misinterpret her intentions. Shen Ye froze upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's words. How did she know he was staying at someone else's place? Besides, it wasn't really staying, he had bought this villa himself, even if Li Wuying had provided the funds. How did you find out about this? Shen Ye asked curiously. General Zhao Shui told me. After I landed today, I happened to run into General Zhao. She was the one who drove me to the Yang Group, Bai Xiaoting replied. At the mention of Zhao Shui's name, Shen Ye's expression shifted slightly. Just how much did this woman look down on him? Don't listen to his nonsense. I bought that villa myself, so you don't need to offer me a villa or anything, Shen Ye stated. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting simply assumed he had a strong sense of pride, which was why he insisted the villa was his own. However, since Shen Ye had declined her offer, she couldn't insist. Otherwise, she feared he might think she was pitying him.
Then accompany me shopping for clothes. Ever since taking over the Bai family affairs, I've been swamped daily and haven't bought clothes in ages.
This would be a perfect chance to relax, Bai Xiaoting suggested.
Hearing Bai Xiaoting mention shopping for clothes, Shen Ye couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Were all women like this? So fond of shopping? Honestly, Shen Ye was quite averse to activities like shopping for clothes. Just walking around made his legs ache. Seeing Shen Ye's reluctant expression, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Xiaoting's eyes, instantly making her feel insecure. Could it be that she wasn't pretty enough, that Mr. Shen didn't even have the interest to accompany her shopping?
Come on, Mr. Shen, Bai Xiaoting pleaded, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. I rarely get a chance to relax. Just do me a favor and accompany me.
Besides, I'm new here in Qingzhou. What if I run into trouble?
Even Bai Xiaoting was stunned by her own words.
How could she sound so unlike herself, spouting such sappy, clingy lines?
A blush crept across her pretty face.
Fine.
Shen Ye then took Bai Xiaoting to a nearby large shopping mall.
He vaguely remembered this mall being part of Li Wuying's holdings.
However, Li Wuying had now transferred all his assets to Shen Ye.
Strictly speaking, this mall now belonged to Shen Ye. Upon entering the mall, Shen Ye led Bai Xiaoting straight to the clothing store. Soon, they arrived at a Chanel boutique. Surveying the dazzling array of garments inside, Shen Ye unexpectedly declared with rare generosity, "See if there's any style you like. Pick whatever you want, it's on me." Really?
Bai Xiaoting's heart leapt with joy as she asked.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, this mall is under my name, so go ahead and pick whatever you like. No need to be polite. Shen Ye feared Bai Xiaoting might feel hesitant to choose anything, thinking he couldn't afford it.
So he revealed that the mall was his property, hoping to ease her mind and let her shop without pressure. Shen Ye's voice carried, and two saleswomen nearby overheard him. They sized him up from head to toe, noticing he was dressed in cheap, street-stall clothes. They curled their lips in disdain, shooting him a look of utter contempt. They naturally assumed Shen Ye was bragging to impress the beautiful woman beside him. But his boast was wildly exaggerated. This mall was worth at least 20 billion yuan, while his entire outfit barely cost 200. Bai Xiaoting clearly didn't believe Shen Ye either, but she didn't call him out. Instead, she walked straight toward the clothes, intending to pick out a few items. If necessary, she'd just insist on paying for them herself later. Soon, Bai Xiaoting had selected a set of Chanel's latest collection. Just as she was about to head to the fitting room with the clothes, a young couple entered the store. The woman was dressed up to the nines, heavily made up, while the man wore a floral suit, clearly some rich kid from a well-to-do family. The moment the woman entered the store, her gaze locked onto the outfit Bai Xiaoting had chosen, finding it utterly stunning. The woman strode quickly to Bai Xiaoting, snatched the outfit from her hands with an air of arrogance, and ignored Bai Xiaoting entirely. She turned directly to the salesperson and demanded, "How much is this outfit? I'll take it. Wrap it up for me." Chapter 196, The Leading Actor and Actress. Miss, I saw this outfit first, Bai Xiaoting said, staring blankly at her now empty hands, her expression tinged with displeasure as she addressed the flamboyantly dressed beauty. So what if you saw it first?
Did you pay for it? If not, then it's still not yours. I have every right to buy it.
The flamboyantly dressed beauty shot Bai Xiaoting a disdainful glance and argued stubbornly.
Hearing the woman's words, Bai Xiaoting grew angry. First come, first served, got it?
Don't give me that first come first served nonsense.
As if you're worthy of it?
I'm a long-time customer of this boutique, spending at least 100,000 yuan here every month.
If you don't believe me, just look. Did the salesperson sell the dress to you or to me? The woman retorted arrogantly. Miss Lu, what are you talking about?
Of course they'd sell it to you, you're our VIP customer. Just then, the two sales assistants approached, their faces plastered with smiles as they addressed the woman. After finishing their sentence, the two beauties turned their gaze to Bai Xiaoting, their eyes carrying a hint of contempt and disdain.
Miss, this outfit is reserved for Ms. Lu. We only have one set in stock. Perhaps you could look at something else? What the saleswoman didn't say was, even if we sold it to you, that pretentious sycophant by your side couldn't afford it anyway. Didn't you hear? The salesperson said it's sold to me. What else is there to discuss? The woman called Miss Lu smirked triumphantly, shooting Bai Xiaoting a defiant look. I saw this outfit first. Why are you selling it to her? Is this how your store does business? Bai Xiaoting retorted indignantly to the salesperson. This dress belongs to our store. We sell it to whomever we choose. Do we need to explain ourselves to you? Besides, how our store does business is none of your concern. The clerk had clearly lost patience, speaking to Bai Xiaoting in a sharp, sarcastic tone. Forget it, Mr. Shen. Let's find another store. Bai Xiaoting turned away, her expression sour, ready to lead Shen Ye out. Wait. Shen Ye grabbed Bai Xiaoting's hand. What? You're still going to stick up for her, you lapdog? The clerk raised an eyebrow, sneering at Shen Ye. The clerk naturally assumed Shen Ye was Bai Xiaoting's lapdog.
Shen Ye's expression turned cold at the clerk's words, but she refused to waste her energy on such a petty person.
You have 1 minute, she said. Pack up this outfit for us, and I won't hold you accountable. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the two beautiful saleswomen burst out laughing, as if they'd heard the funniest joke ever. Oh, you're not seriously trying to tell me you're the owner of this mall, are you? That if I don't sell you clothes, you'll shut down our store? The clerk said in a sarcastic tone. Ha! That's hilarious. You've been bragging so much you've convinced yourself, haven't you? Mall owner, my foot.
That line might fool some young girls, but we've worked in this boutique for years.
We've seen it all. We can spot a real wealthy person in a heartbeat. And you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You're wearing knockoff junk worth less than a few $100, and you have the nerve to act like you own this mall? The other clerk shot Shen Ye a scornful look. The woman addressed as Miss Lu, who had been standing nearby, perked up at the employee's exchange. Her tone grew exaggerated. No way. This broke loser actually claims to own this mall? Yeah, Miss Lu, you wouldn't believe it. When they walked in earlier, this cheapskate was probably trying to impress that girl. He bragged this mall was his and told her to pick whatever she wanted. The clerk explained to Miss Lu with a smirk. Bai Xiaoting, standing nearby, couldn't stand the shop assistant's mocking and ridicule of Shen Ye. She pulled out her phone, made a call, and said into it, Butler Chen, investigate Qingzhou's Wanmao Mall for me, then acquire it immediately. Bai Xiaoting intended to acquire the mall and vent Shen Ye's frustration. Xiaoting, no need for such trouble. Didn't I tell you? This mall is mine. I've got everything under control. I can handle it. Shen Ye said to Bai Xiaoting. Are you sure? Bai Xiaoting asked uncertainly. Trust me. Shen Ye assured her. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting thought about it. After all, Mr. Shen had wiped out a top-tier family in Zhengzhou with ease, let alone a mere shopping mall. With that, Bai Xiaoting muttered forget it into the phone and hung up. Click. The moment Bai Xiaoting hung up, the two shop assistants and Miss Lu burst into applause. Wow, that double act was pretty convincing. They should be actors. Not winning Best Actor or Actress would be a waste of talent, Miss Lu teased. For a moment, I actually thought they made a pretty good pair. Both so full of themselves, one claiming to be the mall's owner, the other constantly threatening to call someone to buy it out. They're both such pretentious jerks. The clerk remarked. Go fetch your boss, Shen Ye ordered the two clerks in a cold tone. No need. I'm already here. A voice boomed from outside just then. Immediately after, a portly man with a large head and ears waddled into the store, indeed the owner of this boutique. The moment he entered, the owner immediately plastered on a smile and greeted the young master in the beauty, Mr. Li, Miss Lu. The young master in the beauty merely gave slight nods in response to the owner's greeting, seemingly paying him little mind. The owner dared not voice any objections. He turned directly to Shen Ye and asked coldly, I'm the owner of this Chanel boutique. You're looking for me? You're right on time. My friend spotted a set of clothes he liked in your store, but then that woman came over and snatched it away. Your sales staff even insisted on selling it to her. I'd like to know your take on this, Shen Ye stated. Shen Ye intended to start with diplomacy before resorting to force. Since the store belonged to the fat man, he needed to gauge the owner's attitude first before deciding how to handle the shop. You're asking me? Didn't my staff already say they'd sell it to Miss Lu? The fat man retorted. Oof. Are you sure? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Absolutely. What exactly do you think you can do to me? Don't you know your place? Daring to compete with Miss Lu for the same dress? I'm already showing you considerable favor by not calling security to throw you out. The fat man retorted with a cold sneer. Chapter 197, Pack your things and get out. Ha! Then pack your things and prepare to move out of this mall. Shen Ye said with a faint smile. With that, Shen Ye pulled out his phone and dialed the number for Li Wuying's butler. Have the general manager of Wanmao Mall come to the Chanel boutique immediately. I'll give him 5 minutes, Shen Ye stated into the phone. With that, Shen Ye hung up. Ha! He's putting on airs again. After Shen Ye hung up, the two female sales assistants beside him burst into laughter. They'd never seen someone put on such an act before. The overweight owner, who hadn't been present earlier, was completely baffled by the shop assistant's uproarious laughter. Boss, you don't know. While you were gone, that guy was trying to impress a girl by claiming he owns this entire mall. Haha, I was laughing so hard I almost cried, one saleswoman explained to the chubby boss. Hearing this, the plump owner turned back and gave Shen Ye another once-over. Upon realizing Shen Ye was dressed head to toe in cheap street stall clothes worth less than a few hundred yuan, he couldn't help but relax. Truth be told, he had been genuinely startled by Shen Ye's earlier phone call. Ha! So that's what happened. Young man, I admire your guts. I'll wait right here and see if you can actually get the mall's general manager over. The fat man laughed heartily at Shen Ye. Meanwhile, the mall's general manager was leisurely reclining in his office chair, his bare feet propped up on the desk, looking utterly content. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, the general manager's expression tightened. He quickly answered the phone.
Ma Wenlong, you have 2 minutes to get to the Chanel boutique in your mall and find a man named Mr. Shen. If you don't, you can kiss your position as general manager goodbye. The voice on the line belonged to Li, the butler, before the call abruptly ended.
Hearing the demand, Ma Wenlong's heart skipped a beat. 2 minutes to reach the Chanel boutique? Are you kidding me? This was practically a death sentence.
But this was Butler Li calling.
Ma Wenlong dared not hesitate for a moment.
Without even bothering to put on his shoes, he dashed barefoot out of the office.
As he sprinted, Ma Wenlong's mind raced. Who exactly was this Mr. Shen that Li the butler held in such high regard?
2 minutes later, Ma Wenlong finally made it to the Chanel boutique within the allotted time. As soon as he entered the store, he was already gasping for breath, bent over with his hands braced on his knees, panting heavily. The overweight owner and the 2 female sales assistants were startled to see Ma Wenlong enter. They recognized him immediately. He was the general manager of this mall.
Mr. Ma, what's happened?
The overweight manager hurried over, his expression tense as he asked.
However, after taking a few deep breaths, Ma Wenlong paid no attention to the plump owner. Instead, he scanned the store and asked respectfully, "Which one of you is Mr. Shen?"
"That would be me," Shen Ye replied calmly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Wenlong hurried forward, bowing slightly as he addressed him respectfully. "Mr. Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Mr. Li instructed me to come find you.
My name is Ma Wenlong, and I am the general manager of this mall.
Is there anything I can assist you with, Mr. Shen?"
The overweight owner and the 2 female clerks watched Ma Wenlong show such deference to Shen Ye, addressing him repeatedly as Mr. Shen. Their faces instantly drained of color.
Could he truly be the owner of this mall?
The thought sent cold sweat trickling down the fat boss's back. He shot a vicious glare at the 2 female clerks. It was all their fault. Those 2 ES had made him offend the mall's owner. "I have just one question," Shen Ye asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Ma Wenlong.
"Can any shop owner secure a spot in Wanma Mall, regardless of their character?"
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Wenlong's heart sank. Could it be that this store's owner had offended Mr. Shen? Ma Wenlong whipped around and glared fiercely at the fat man. "You fat pig! How did you offend Mr. Shen? Get over here and apologize to him immediately. Do you want your shop to stay in our mall or not?" Hearing Ma Wenlong's words, the fat man's face turned pale with panic. He hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Shen Ye. "Mr. Shen, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Don't apologize to me. I don't need it. Remember what I said earlier?" Shen Ye replied coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the fat man froze, momentarily unable to recall what Shen Ye had said earlier. After all, he simply didn't believe Shen Ye had that kind of power. "Pack your things and get out of Wanma Mall." Shen Ye repeated his earlier order. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the fat man was startled. He immediately glanced at Ma Wenlong, hoping he would intercede on his behalf. "Why are you looking at me? Didn't you hear what Mr. Shen said? Pack up your junk and get out of Wanma Mall." Ma Wenlong glared at the fat man and barked. At this moment, Ma Wenlong dared not intercede for the fat man. Whether he could keep his position as general manager depended entirely on Mr. Shen's favor. "Mr. Shen, I truly regret my actions. Please give me another chance. I'll give your friend the garment he admired for free. Furthermore, if your friend sees any other clothes he likes, he can take them freely. Consider it my apology." The fat man's face immediately fell as he pleaded with Shen Ye. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about a few pieces of clothing? I gave you a chance before, but you looked down on me. Since that's the case, get out," Shen Ye said coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the fat man's face twisted with despair. He knew he couldn't possibly keep working in this mall anymore. And it was all because of those 2 female clerks. The mere thought of those 2 female clerks sent rage surging through the fat man. He glared at them furiously and shouted, "You 2 ES. It's all your fault I offended Mr. Shen. I'll beat you to death." With that, the fat man lunged at the 2 saleswomen, grabbing one by the hair and yanking violently. "Ah!" The 2 saleswomen let out agonized screams. At that moment, they were filled with regret. They never imagined that Shen Ye was actually the owner of this mall. After yanking at their hair for a while, the fat man's rage subsided somewhat. Calming down a bit, he quickly shifted his gaze toward that Mr. Li. The fat man now pinned all his hopes on young Master Li. For no other reason than that young Master Li was the son of the Li family, a second-tier clan in Qingzhou. If he could lend a hand, his shop might just avoid being kicked out of Wanma Mall. Chapter 198, The Mysterious Old Man Emerges. "Young Master Li, please speak up for me. I offended Mr. Shen because of you. You have to help me." The fat man approached young Master Li and pleaded earnestly. "What does this have to do with me? I didn't tell you to offend him. This is your own business. I don't have time to meddle in it." Mr. Li's words dashed the fat man's hopes. "Come on, dear, let's check out some other clothing stores." Young Master Li turned back, wrapped his arm around Miss Lu, and started to leave the boutique. But just as they were about to pass by Shen Ye, he stepped forward and blocked their path. "Hold on a moment. Your girlfriend hasn't apologized to my friend yet, Shen Ye said calmly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, young Master Li couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
He hadn't intervened to help the fat man because he saw no benefit in it and simply didn't care.
Did Shen Ye really think he was afraid of him? Do you know who you're talking to?
Young Master Li glared at Shen Ye, his face cold and menacing.
Exactly. Just because you're the owner of this mall, you think you're so great?
My boyfriend is the young master of the Li family, a second-tier clan in Qingzhou. If he wanted to, he could buy out your entire mall anytime he pleased. Miss Lu, Mr. Li's girlfriend, sneered at Shen Ye with utter contempt. I couldn't care less whether you're second-rate or first-rate.
Since you've provoked my friend, you'd better apologize.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you both a lesson in manners.
Shen Ye declared coldly.
The chubby guy nearby, seeing young Master Li and Shen Ye clash, felt a surge of delight. He couldn't wait for them to come to blows no matter who won or lost, he'd find it utterly thrilling.
Do you know the consequences of speaking to me like this?
Young Master Li extended a finger, pointing at Shen Ye with a chilling tone.
Click. Ah!
Yet Shen Ye seized his finger, wrenching it with force. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Li Gongzi's piercing scream.
I hate it when people point their fingers at me. Shen Ye released Li Gongzi's hand and said coldly. Witnessing this scene, those nearby couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines.
They hadn't expected Shen Ye to be so ruthless. Mr. Li had merely pointed a finger at him, yet Shen Ye had snapped one of his fingers clean off. At the same time, they secretly felt relieved that they hadn't pointed fingers at Shen Ye earlier.
Otherwise, they would have been the ones suffering. Ignoring the wailing Li Gongzi, Shen Ye turned his icy gaze toward Miss Lu.
This is your final chance, he said coldly.
Apologize to my friend. Don't test my limits.
Miss Lu, already trembling violently from Shen Ye's earlier display, now heard his words.
Though unwilling and resentful, she was forced by his intimidating presence to lower her head.
Approaching by shouting, she bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier. I hope you can forgive me.
Kneel and apologize. Shen Ye commanded coldly. Shen Ye had no patience for such snobbish, judgmental types. Miss Lu's face froze at Shen Ye's demand.
She desperately didn't want to kneel, but fearing he might snap her fingers like he had her boyfriend's, she swallowed her pride and knelt, repeating her apology. Only when he saw Miss Lu kneeling in apology did Shen Ye's expression soften slightly, no longer as cold as before.
Get the hell out of here with your boyfriend. Shen Ye ordered. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Miss Lu felt as if she'd been granted a reprieve.
She scrambled to her feet and immediately dragged her boyfriend toward the exit of the boutique. You just wait. Mr. Li turned back, his face twisted with fury as he roared at Shen Ye. If you dare break my fingers, I'll make you pay tenfold, a hundredfold.
I'll be waiting. But I advise you, if you have an issue, take it up with me directly. Don't go picking on my friends.
Otherwise, I won't hesitate to wipe your Li family off the map, erasing your name from Qingzhou.
Shen Ye replied with a faint smile.
Shen Ye's words sent a chill through the others. After all, the Li family was a second-tier clan in Qingzhou. For Shen Ye to threaten their annihilation, how utterly audacious. After leaving the boutique, young Master Li turned to Miss Lu and said, Darling, stay here and follow them.
Don't let them spot you. I'll call for reinforcements from home immediately. I won't let them off the hook. Ouch, this hurts like hell. I need to get to the hospital immediately.
You stay here and keep a close watch, young Master Li groaned in pain as he instructed. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch. But you must get your family here quickly, otherwise, I fear they'll escape, Miss Lu replied.
Got it.
Young Master Li responded before hurrying out of the mall. He drove to the hospital while simultaneously calling his family to send people to apprehend Shen Ye and by shouting. Inside the boutique, Ma Wenlong's forehead was already covered in a thick layer of cold sweat. He knew whether he could keep his position as general manager depended entirely on Shen Ye's word. Mark this well, Shen Ye said coldly to Ma Wenlong. When recruiting tenants for this mall, you must personally vet the character of every shop owner.
Those of questionable integrity are not to be allowed in. Understood? Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Wenlong's heart leapt with relief.
If Shen Ye had spoken so decisively, it meant his position was effectively secured. I will strictly adhere to your guidance, Mr. Shen. From now on, I will rigorously vet all incoming merchants and ensure none with questionable character are allowed into the mall, Ma Wenlong hastily assured him. Shen Ye nodded in acknowledgement before leading by shouting out of the boutique to shop for clothes at other clothing stores. The Zhang family's backyard. The eerie old man stared coldly at Lin Meng before him, while Lin Meng kept her head bowed, her face frozen in terror.
Lin Meng, tell me what exactly happened to your senior brother. Why haven't I seen him since emerging from seclusion?
After staring at her for a long while, the eerie old man finally spoke. The sinister old man had been in seclusion for cultivation recently. Not long ago, he sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he entered seclusion to attempt advancing his cultivation. But clearly, judging by the aura emanating from the old man, he had failed to achieve his desired breakthrough. Senior brother. Senior brother is dead, Lin Meng stammered, her voice trembling. After all, his death was inextricably linked to her. Had she not encouraged Xiao Chen to seek out Tang Duoduo, he would never have died. What? You say Xiao Chen is dead? Hearing this, the eerie old man's eyes widened in shock. A violent, strange aura erupted from his body, sending tables and chairs flying across the room. Chapter 199, Lin Meng deceives her master. Feeling the strange aura emanating from the eerie old man, Lin Meng's body trembled uncontrollably. Speak! Who killed my disciple? The eerie old man demanded furiously. It was Shen Ye, Lin Meng stammered, trembling. But before her words had fully left her mouth, the eerie old man had already seized her throat, lifting her off her feet. I warned you repeatedly never provoke him without my command. Why wouldn't you listen? If you hadn't incited your senior disciple, how could he have dared to provoke Shen Ye? How could he have been killed by Shen Ye? The eerie old man roared furiously. The strange old man had long been aware of the messy affairs between Lin Meng and Xiao Chen, but he had never exposed them. Master, let go. Let me go. I can't breathe. Lin Meng, her throat clamped by the strange old man as he hoisted her up, was flushed crimson. She frantically slapped at his hands, struggling to break free, her pleas for mercy coming out in broken gasps. Humph. Seeing Lin Meng's eyes gradually glaze over, the sinister old man slammed her violently onto the ground. If it weren't for the old man's unrelenting rage. He began, but mid-sentence, he seemed to realize he'd said too much and abruptly stopped. Cough. Lin Meng, sprawled on the ground, clutched her sore throat and began coughing violently. At the same time, she was intensely curious what exactly had the sinister old man been about to say? Lin Meng understood clearly that the eerie old man had meant to say, if you weren't such and such, I'd have to kill you. Master, if I weren't what? Could you please not leave your words hanging? Lin Meng forced herself to ask, suppressing her fear. By now, Lin Meng had a hunch. She was certain there was some secret about her that was why her master wouldn't kill her, and that was precisely why she dared to ask the strange old man so directly. Truthfully, from the very beginning, Lin Meng had been curious, why had the strange old man saved her? And why had he taken her as his disciple? Now, she understood a bit more, yet still not everything. Mind your own business, the eerie old man snapped coldly. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Meng couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Speak. How did Shen Ye kill your senior disciple? Were you present? Did you witness their battle? How much stronger was Shen Ye compared to your senior disciple? By this point, the strange old man's anger had subsided considerably as he questioned Lin Meng. Hearing the old man's questions, Lin Meng's mind began racing. She knew her master was probing to gauge Shen Ye's true strength. However, Lin Meng hadn't witnessed the actual fight between her senior disciple and Shen Ye. By the time she arrived, she had only seen her senior disciple severely wounded before being killed by Shen Ye. But Lin Meng had no intention of telling the truth. She wanted her master to seek out Shen Ye personally and avenge his disciple. I was present at the time, but I hid myself, which is why I managed to survive by sheer luck, Lin Meng stated. I saw the entire fight between Shen Ye and my senior brother very clearly. Shen Ye's strength was only slightly greater than my senior brother's. It was only after battling him for over half an hour that my senior brother momentarily lost his guard. Shen Ye seized the opening, inflicting a critical wound before ultimately killing him. Lin Meng stated thus. In Lin Meng's view, no matter how formidable Shen Ye might be, he could never have been a match for her master. After all, her master's age spoke for itself, and his cultivation time far exceeded Shen Ye's by several times. Even if Shen Ye was exceptionally gifted, he simply couldn't have been stronger than her master. Hearing Lin Meng's words, the eerie old man fixed his gaze intently on her eyes, as if trying to discern the truth in her words. But Lin Meng was clearly prepared for any consequences of lying. She met the old man's gaze directly, revealing nothing that might give away her deception. After a long moment, the sinister old man withdrew his gaze, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. Shen Ye! You dared to kill my beloved disciple. Unless I tear you limb from limb, my hatred will never be appeased. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Meng felt a surge of joy. She knew her master was about to take action against Shen Ye personally. Meanwhile, Yi Juntian had already set up the 5 ghosts wealth-gathering array for the other 3 top-tier family households. To express their gratitude, the family heads took Yi Juntian directly to a 5-star hotel to treat him to a banquet. Seated in the hotel's private dining room, Zhang Shihao couldn't hide his elation, his smile never leaving his face. Master Zhang, Dao Jianhong inquired curiously, I've noticed you've been smiling non-stop since we entered. Is there something particularly pleasing? Hearing Gao Jianhong's question, Zhang Shihao beamed with pride. He glanced around at the other family heads in the private room and declared triumphantly, young Master Yi's 5 ghosts wealth-attracting formation is truly miraculous. Hearing this, the other family heads looked at Zhang Shihao expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Do you know what happened? Within half an hour of young Master Yi setting up the 5 ghosts wealth-attracting formation for our family, our Zhang family's market value surged back up. It's now fully recovered to its peak levels. Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, the other family heads looked at him with envy, their hearts filled with delight. After all, Yi Juntian had also set up the 5 ghosts wealth-attracting formation for their families.
If that was the case, wouldn't their market values also rebound immediately? But that's not all.
Even those major clients who had previously terminated their partnerships with our family have returned, all expressing their desire to continue collaborating with the Zhang family.
Zhang Shihao declared with unmistakable pride.
Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, the other family heads beamed with delight.
They then turned to Yi Juntian with faces full of admiration and awe, flattering him. Young Master Yi truly is extraordinary. Who would have thought that the 5 ghosts wealth-attracting formation would yield such results so soon after being set up? With your skills, young Master Yi, you've likely surpassed your master already, haven't you?
Hearing the flattery, Yi Juntian's face also brimmed with pride, though a slight surprise lingered in his heart.
While the 5 ghosts wealth-gathering formation he had set up did indeed possess the power to alter fortune and accumulate wealth, surely it couldn't work that quickly? Little did Yi Juntian know that the Zhang family's current state was entirely due to Zhang Changning's efforts. Yet Yi Juntian would never voice his inner doubts.
He simply smiled, accepted the credit, and adopted a modest tone.
This is nothing special.
Still, my abilities pale in comparison to my master's. After speaking, Yi Juntian glanced at the 2 dragon list experts beside him, puzzled.
Logically, Duan Ziyuan should have returned by now, shouldn't he? Chapter 200, The Azure Dragon Society. Duan Ziyuan has been gone so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Yi Juntian asked the 2 dragon list experts beside him in confusion. The other 2 dragon list experts looked equally puzzled upon hearing Yi Juntian's question.
Logically speaking, Duan Ziyuan had been gone for 3 or 4 hours already. He should have completed his task and returned by now. Young Master Yi, please hold on a moment while I call Duan Ziyuan to check on the situation, Lu Chengfeng said.
After finishing his sentence, Lu Chengfeng pulled out his phone and dialed Duan Ziyuan's number.
The call connected, but no one answered. Lu Chengfeng tried calling several times in a row, but no one answered. Little did Lu Chengfeng know that Duan Ziyuan's body, along with his phone, had already been tossed off the cliff by Li Wuying.
Young Master Yi, no one's picking up.
But knowing Duan Ziyuan, he's probably off at some club with a pretty lady after finishing his task, which is why he's not answering,
Lu Chengfeng explained to Yi Juntian. Upon hearing this, Yi Juntian nodded, not giving the matter much thought.
After all, Yi Juntian's primary objective now was to consolidate all major and minor factions in Qingzhou, expand the Yi family's influence, and strive to elevate the Yi family to the status of a prominent clan in Zhangzhou. Zhang, head of the Zhang family, tomorrow you're to notify every 1st tier, 2nd tier, and 3rd tier family in Qingzhou.
Have them come to this hotel. Tell them Yi Juntian is hosting a banquet in their honor.
Yi Juntian turned and addressed Zhang Shihao thus. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the 4 family heads exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. They understood Yi Juntian's intent perfectly. He intended to gather every family in Qingzhou, forcing them to submit to his authority and become subordinate branches of the Yi family. Those who align with me shall prosper, those who defy me shall perish.
Yi Juntian's ambitions were no small matter. He intended to swallow all of Qingzhou whole.
Young Master Yi, Zhang Shihao asked, what if someone refuses to give you face and doesn't come? At Zhang Shihao's words, a shadow of menace flashed in Yi Juntian's eyes. He replied coldly, those who dare to refuse me, Yi Juntian, the honor of their presence, they have no reason to exist.
Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Zhang Shihao and the others rejoiced. This scenario would greatly benefit their family heads. If certain clans refused Yi Juntian's invitation and skipped the banquet, he would undoubtedly order them to devour those disobedient families, a move from which Zhang Shihao and his allies could profit handsomely.
Especially the Yang group. Zhang Shihao and his allies had never given up on devouring it. Previously, they'd been held back by Shen Ye's backing from Li Wuying, but now they had Yi Juntian's support. Your largest gray market power here must be the Black Dragon Society, right? Yi Juntian inquired.
Indeed.
In Qingzhou, the Black Dragon Society practically rules with an iron fist. Even top-tier families like ours are often overlooked by them. By the way, I heard the Black Dragon Society once helped Shen Ye against your younger brother, Yi Junlin.
Young Master Yi, are you asking about them because you plan to cause trouble for the Black Dragon Society?
Zhang Shihao inquired. Anyone daring to challenge the Yi family has no right to exist. I happen to need to expand my influence in Qingzhou and require a faction to support me.
Do you have any good recommendations?
Yi Juntian narrowed his eyes and said.
The Azure Dragon Society. It's Qingzhou's second largest gray market power, second only to the Black Dragon Society.
Moreover, their leader, Ling Feng, possesses strength that can match the Black Dragon Society's leader, Zhao Tailong, blow for blow, Zhang Shihao replied. Zhang Shihao was naturally delighted that Yi Juntian could eliminate the Black Dragon Society, remembering how often he'd been humiliated before Zhao Tailong in the past.
Call that Ling Feng and have him come over. Tell him I want to see him, Yi Juntian ordered.
Got it. Zhang Shihao responded, then pulled out his phone and dialed Ling Feng of the Blue Dragon Society. President Ling, drop everything immediately and come to room 8808 at the Heavenly Court Hotel.
Just hurry over. Yi Juntian, ranked number 1 on the dragon list, wants to see you. You'd better come quickly.
Young Master Yi intends to support you and help you eliminate your mortal enemy, the Black Dragon Society. Ling Feng, hearing this on the other end, was overjoyed. He replied, I'll be right there, and hung up. In less than 10 minutes, a short, shifty-eyed middle-aged man entered the private room. After scanning the people inside, he immediately addressed Yi Juntian, seated at the head of the table, with utmost deference, Young Master Yi.
Sit down, Yi Juntian said indifferently.
Upon hearing this, Ling Feng promptly found an empty seat and sat down.
Young Master Yi, what might you require of me? Ling Feng asked respectfully after settling down. I intend to consolidate all business factions across Qingzhou. I need someone loyal to handle matters for me. Are you willing? Yi Juntian stated.
Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Ling Feng was overjoyed and hastily replied, I will serve Young Master Yi with utmost dedication until my dying breath.
Yi Juntian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. With that, I give you 3 days to completely eradicate the Black Dragon Society. Do you have confidence?
Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Ling Feng's face darkened with worry as he stammered. Young Master Yi, you must understand I have no fear of Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society. However, the few trusted lieutenants under Zhao Tailong are also extremely powerful. My Azure Dragon Society started late, and I simply cannot find anyone capable enough to oppose them. Chairman Ling, you needn't worry about that. Since Young Master Yi intends to support you, he will certainly provide assistance, Zhang Shihao interjected from the side.
Quite right.
Since you're willing to work for me, I won't shortchange you. Yi Juntian nodded, then pointed to the 2 Dragon List experts beside him and addressed Ling Feng. These 2 rank 4th and 6th on the Dragon List. I'll have them accompany you back to the Azure Dragon Society to assist in dealing with the Black Dragon Society's elite fighters.
Shouldn't that give you confidence now? Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Ling Feng's heart surged with elation. With these 2 Dragon List experts by his side, he was utterly confident he could eradicate the Black Dragon Society from Qingzhou within 3 days. Thank you, Young Master Yi. From now on, I'm your loyal dog. Bite whoever you tell me to bite. Ling Feng hastily pledged his allegiance.
Lu Chengfeng, Peng Sheng for the next few days, you will accompany President Ling and assist him in confronting the Black Dragon Society's elite fighters.
Yi Juntian addressed the 2 Dragon List masters.
Yes, Young Master Yi. The 2 Dragon List experts bowed their hands and responded respectfully.
President Ling, let your heart stir. Yi Juntian urged Ling Feng.
Yes, I'll return immediately to gather my men and plan a massive purge against the Black Dragon Society. Ling Feng responded respectfully. He then turned to the 2 Dragon List experts and said earnestly, thank you both for your assistance.
The 2 Dragon List experts merely nodded slightly before following Ling Feng out. Chapter 201, Straight Male Cancer.
At Wanmao Mall, Shen Ye accompanied by shouting for over half an hour as she shopped. She bought 7 or 8 outfits, and Shen Ye naturally became the one carrying her bags. Shen Ye wore a thoroughly disgruntled expression. He should never have agreed to accompany by shouting shopping. It was exhausting work.
Shen Ye couldn't help but wonder, could Bai Xiaoting possibly wear all these clothes she bought at once? Xiaoting, maybe we should stop shopping?
Just as they stepped out of one clothing store, Shen Ye noticed Bai Xiaoting still looked reluctant to leave. As she started heading toward the next boutique, Shen Ye quickly called out to her.
Bai Xiaoting, caught up in her shopping frenzy, turned back and asked Shen Ye, what is it?
Shen Ye gestured toward the large and small shopping bags in his hands.
You bought so much. Will you even wear it all?
Seeing the pile of bags Shen Ye held up, Bai Xiaoting felt a pang of embarrassment. Only then did she realize she'd unconsciously treated Shen Ye like her personal bag carrier. She hurried over and took several bags from him.
Sorry, Mr. Shen.
I got a little carried away, Bai Xiaoting said.
Shopping with women really is exhausting.
Back when I was a lowly soldier in the southern border, I never felt this tired. For this kind of grueling task, you'd be better off finding a boyfriend to handle it, Shen Ye remarked.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but pout.
Countless men begged her for a chance to accompany her shopping, but she never granted it. Yet here was Shen Ye, asking her to shop with him, only to complain about the effort. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over Bai Xiaoting.
Did she really look that bad in Mr. Shen's eyes? Mr. Shen, am I really that unattractive? Bai Xiaoting mustered the courage to ask.
Shen Ye froze at her question.
Why was she suddenly asking this? Not at all. You're quite pretty. Shen Ye replied. Then why were you so reluctant when I asked you to accompany me shopping?
Bai Xiaoting felt a surge of delight at his words, but she still couldn't quite believe it and asked skeptically. Maybe because I just don't like shopping, Shen Ye replied.
But what if you were shopping with someone you like? You wouldn't feel that way, right? Bai Xiaoting asked curiously.
After speaking, Bai Xiaoting gazed intently at Shen Ye, eager to hear his answer. This might be the first time I've ever accompanied a woman shopping, Shen Ye said, sounding uncertain.
Lin Meng was my fiancée before, but since I was stationed in the southern border, I never had time to take her shopping. As for Tang Duo, I only took her out for a meal and a movie that doesn't count as shopping, right?
Yeah, right.
Who'd believe that?
Bai Xiaoting retorted skeptically.
It's the truth. If you don't believe me, that's on you. Shen Ye retorted.
Seeing Shen Ye didn't seem to be lying, Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but feel a flutter of secret delight.
If that was the case, then she was the first woman Shen Ye had ever accompanied shopping, right? And the only one.
Alright, what time is your flight back to Zhengzhou? I'll drive you to the airport, Shen Ye asked. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting felt speechless inside. This guy was utterly blunt.
Even if he didn't want to waste time with her, he didn't have to be so direct just saying he'd take her to the airport? In truth, Bai Xiaoting had misunderstood Shen Ye.
He'd assumed she'd just taken over the Bai family affairs and must be swamped with work, so he'd instinctively figured she'd bought a same-day return ticket. Mr. Shen, I bought a ticket for the day after tomorrow. I plan to spend 2 days sightseeing in Qingzhou to relax. Bai Xiaoting said softly. As she spoke, she felt a flicker of hope, wondering if Shen Ye might offer to accompany her on the trip.
Oh, I see. Honestly, Qingzhou doesn't have much to offer in terms of attractions. But since you want to travel, how about I ask a friend to show you around tomorrow?
She's a local and should know some interesting spots, Shen Ye suggested.
Shen Ye was thinking of having Tang Duo take her sightseeing for a few days.
Tang Duo hadn't been in the best mood lately, so it would be a good chance for her to clear her head too. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting couldn't help but roll her eyes. She'd never met such a clueless guy before. She wanted him to accompany her, but instead, he was suggesting introducing her to a friend.
Forget it. I don't know your friends anyway.
I'll just wander around by myself, Bai Xiaoting said, sounding a bit disappointed.
Shen Ye nodded in understanding and said nothing more.
He then dropped Bai Xiaoting off at a 5-star hotel. After all, she was a young woman, and bringing her back to his place would inevitably invite gossip. While Shen Ye himself didn't care, he feared it might tarnish her reputation.
After dropping Bai Xiaoting off at the hotel, Shen Ye drove straight home.
The moment Shen Ye pulled away, a figure emerged from a Mercedes parked at the hotel entrance. Her face was dark and foreboding, none other than Miss Lu, the woman Shen Ye had forced to kneel and apologize to Bai Xiaoting earlier. She had been following Shen Ye and Bai Xiaoting all along, determined to keep tabs on them until someone from Mr. Li's family arrived so she could exact her revenge. But now that they had split up, she had no choice but to follow Bai Xiaoting. After all, as long as she kept Bai Xiaoting in sight, Shen Ye wouldn't be able to escape. A few minutes later, 3 more vehicles pulled up at the hotel entrance. A dozen or so people stepped out, the reinforcements sent by young Master Li to assist Miss Lu.
Miss Lu.
A man who appeared to be their leader approached her and addressed her respectfully.
Why did you take so long? That man has already escaped.
I had no choice but to guard the woman, Miss Lu said, her voice tinged with irritation.
Miss Lu, we sincerely apologize.
We drove here immediately after receiving young Master Li's call, but the distance was considerable and caused some delay, the man explained.
Enough. That woman is staying in this hotel.
Get inside and drag her out. She dared make me kneel before her. If I don't cripple her today, I'll never vent this rage in my heart, Miss Lu said impatiently.
Yes, ma'am.
Hearing this, the leader responded respectfully, then waved his hand.
He led a dozen henchmen into the hotel with fierce determination, followed closely by Miss Lu. A young couple just checked in. Which room did she take? Miss Lu approached the front desk and asked the receptionist.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Our hotel policy prohibits disclosing guest information, the receptionist replied politely, though visibly intimidated by the large group, maintaining a courteous smile.
Smack. Miss Lu asked you a question. Just answer honestly. What's with all the nonsense?
If you don't speak up, believe me, I'll break your legs right here, the leader growled menacingly. Hearing his words and seeing his vicious expression, the receptionist's face turned pale with terror. She stammered, room 5308.
Chapter 202, The Shocking Miss Lu.
At that moment, Bai Xiaoting had just finished showering in her hotel room. She'd changed into a brand new outfit and was now standing before the mirror, admiring her curvaceous reflection. She murmured to herself. This is strange. With a face this pretty and a figure this good, there's no reason Mr. Shen wouldn't like me.
Could it be he doesn't like women?
That must be it. Bai Xiaoting nodded, reaffirming her suspicion. Beyond this possibility, Bai Xiaoting truly couldn't fathom any other explanation. After all, every man she'd encountered before had stared at her with drooling desire, practically wanting to devour her whole. Mr. Shen was the sole exception. Knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door.
Hearing the knock, Bai Xiaoting froze, then her brows lifted in delight. Could it be Mr. Shen knocking outside?
With that thought, Bai Xiaoting walked cheerfully toward the door. But instead of rushing to open it, she first peered through the peephole.
One glance was enough to make Bai Xiaoting's face turn pale.
For standing outside the door was not Shen Ye at all, but Miss Lu from the clothing store earlier, accompanied by a dozen or so people she didn't recognize. Thud. Seeing no response to their knocking, the people outside immediately began hammering on the door with force. The deafening sound made by Xiaoting's face go pale, her heart pounding wildly. Kick the door open. That won't dare answer. Miss Lu's arrogant voice boomed from outside. As soon as Miss Lu finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Immediately after, a dozen men stormed in one after another. Spotting Bai Xiaoting frantically searching for cover, they immediately pounced and pinned her down. After securing Bai Xiaoting, Miss Lu strode in from outside, stopping before her. She yanked Bai Xiaoting's hair, then delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. You were so smug just now, weren't you? Go on. Keep being smug. Miss Lu snarled, her face twisted with arrogance as she yanked Bai Xiaoting's hair. Bai Xiaoting. Her face flushed with rage after the 2 slaps, glared at Miss Lu and retorted, "You were clearly in the wrong first. How dare you bring people to beat me? Smack. So what if I hit you? You worthless trash have no right to lecture me on right and wrong. Get down on your knees right now." Miss Lu delivered another vicious slap across Bai Xiaoting's face, her voice dripping with arrogance. "You'd better let go. Do you even know who I am?" Bai Xiaoting, after all, was the head of a second-tier family in Zhengzhou. To be humiliated like this in Qingzhou was unbearable. She tried to intimidate her opponent by revealing her status. "Kneel and speak to me." Miss Lu completely ignored Bai Xiaoting's words. In her mind, no matter how powerful the other party might be, could they possibly be stronger than her boyfriend, young Master Li? Young Master Li was the heir of a second-tier family in Qingzhou. While she might not personally know those who could surpass him in influence, she had at least seen them. Bai Xiaoting, however, was a complete stranger. Naturally, she assumed Bai Xiaoting's family couldn't possibly rival the power of the Li family. After enduring the annihilation of her own family, Bai Xiaoting had developed a fiercely competitive streak. Now, having not only been slapped repeatedly but also forced to kneel, she couldn't take it anymore. Seizing a moment when her captors weren't paying attention, she suddenly slammed her head into Miss Lu. Thud. Bai Xiaoting's forehead slammed viciously into Miss Lu's, causing Miss Lu to see stars and stumble backward. A large bump immediately formed on her forehead. Beat her. Beat her to death. Miss Lu's eyes blazed with fury, consumed by the desire to kill Bai Xiaoting outright. "Miss Lu, young Master Li ordered we spare her life. He wants to vent his anger personally when he arrives," the leader of the men said. Just then, Miss Lu's phone rang. It was a call from young Master Li. "Hello, dear. I've captured the woman, but the man has already left," Miss Lu said into the phone. "Good. Bring her to my place immediately. I've had my finger bone reset. I intend to torture her properly." Mr. Li's dark voice echoed through the phone. "Yes, I'll bring her to your place right away," Miss Lu replied before hanging up. "Take her away. Back to the Li residence." Lu Xiaoting ordered the man in charge. Moments later, over a dozen men forcibly dragged Bai Xiaoting out of the hotel, shoved her into a car, and sped toward the Li residence. Half an hour later, at the Li residence, young Master Li stared at the disheveled Bai Xiaoting before him, his eyes dark and filled with the blazing fury of hatred. "Didn't expect this, did you? So quickly, you've fallen into my hands. In Qingzhou, when have I ever endured such humiliation? You even had your boyfriend break my finger. Tell me, how should I treat you to vent this rage burning inside me?" Young Master Li said, his face dark and grim as he stared at Bai Xiaoting. "Young Master Li, she's so beautiful. Why not just take her? Humiliate her completely, then break both her legs and arms." Miss Lu, standing nearby, offered with a cold, mocking smile. Hearing Miss Lu's words, young Master Li froze in shock. He never imagined his own girlfriend would propose such a thing. "Are you serious? You don't mind?" Young Master Li turned to ask Miss Lu. Truthfully, he found Bai Xiaoting far more beautiful than his own girlfriend. If it were possible, he'd gladly sleep with her before breaking her limbs. "What would I mind? I love you, so naturally I want you happy. As long as your heart is with me, you can play with as many women as you like, I won't care. Just be happy," Miss Lu declared. In Miss Lu's eyes, although her Lu family was wealthy, they were still far below second-tier families. Being with young Master Li now was purely climbing the social ladder. She understood perfectly well that his current interest in her was merely novelty. Once he grew tired of her, he'd discard her without a second thought. Therefore, she planned to use this method to move him, to make him realize that even as his wife, she wouldn't interfere with his affairs with other women. Sure enough, upon hearing Miss Lu's words, young Master Li felt a surge of emotion. He declared to her, "Meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Rest assured, no matter how many women I have in the future, you will always be the one I love the most." Bai Xiaoting, standing nearby, heard Miss Lu's utterly shocking words and looked horrified. She never imagined this couple could be so shameless. Chapter 203, The Downfall of the Li Family 1. I advise you not to act impulsively. Otherwise, Mr. Shen won't let you off, Bai Xiaoting cautioned.
Hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, young Master Li froze momentarily before asking, Mr. Shen? Is that the man who broke my finger earlier?
That's him, Bai Xiaoting confirmed with a nod. At the mention of Shen Ye, a shadow of hatred crossed young Master Li's face.
He would never forget the pain and humiliation Shen Ye had inflicted by breaking his finger.
He longed to flay Shen Ye alive and tear him limb from limb. You know nothing of our Li family's strength.
As a second-tier family in Qingzhou, we have countless experts.
Any one of them could crush him.
How dare you think I'd fear him? Actually, I've been wanting to settle the score with him.
Call him right now and tell him you're with the Li family.
Let's see if he has the guts to come save you.
Young Master Li said darkly.
Are you sure you want me to call him? Don't regret this. Have you heard of the Sun family, one of Zhangzhou's top-tier clans?
The very one Mr. Shen annihilated, Bai Xiaoting said. Bai Xiaoting harbored no doubts about Shen Ye's prowess. She had witnessed firsthand when Shen Ye annihilated the Sun family. Yet Li young master grew even more smug upon hearing Bai Xiaoting's words, assuming she dared not contact Shen Ye.
Afraid to call, huh? Then I'll do it myself. Give me his number. Young Master Li pulled out his phone, waiting for Bai Xiaoting to provide Shen Ye's contact details. Seeing young Master Li so confident and offering her a chance to seek help, Bai Xiaoting naturally didn't want to miss it. She promptly gave him Shen Ye's phone number. Young Master Li swiftly dialed the number on his phone and connected the call. At that very moment, Shen Ye had just returned home. Before he could even settle into his seat, Li Gongzi's call came through. Mr. Shen, the voice on the line was eerily sinister. Do you know who I am?
Shen Ye instantly recognized the voice on the line, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew Bai Xiaoting was likely already in Li Gongzi's grasp, otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained his phone number. I warned you before, if you want revenge, come after me.
Don't touch my friends. Why can't you learn your lesson? Shen Ye's voice was icy. Ha! Who are you trying to scare? You have half an hour to get yourself to the Li residence. Otherwise, I'll be taking this delicate beauty to bed. TSK, such a gorgeous woman, she'll be a real treat to play with. Young Master Li said in a sinister, mocking tone. I'll be there in half an hour. If a single hair on my friend's head is harmed, I'll make your entire Li family pay with their lives. Shen Ye's voice was as cold as ice. With that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, he swiftly descended the stairs, revving his sports car into a thunderous roar as he sped toward the Li residence. Simultaneously, Shen Ye dialed Mao Tu's number, ordering her to lead the city guard to the Li residence immediately. He intended to erase the Li family from Qingzhou. At the Li residence, after putting away his phone, young Master Li grinned wickedly at Bai Xiaoting. Seems you're quite fond of that Shen fellow, he said. If I were to sleep with you right in front of him, do you think he'd dare stop me? But Bai Xiaoting now stared at young Master Li with the gaze reserved for the dead. She thought to herself, go ahead and show off your sharp tongue now. Once Mr. Shen arrives, you might never speak again for the rest of your life. Seeing Bai Xiaoting's utterly unflappable expression, young Master Li felt a sudden pang of unease. Could this Shen fellow truly be that formidable? Otherwise, why would Bai Xiaoting remain so calm? Notify all the martial arts experts in the family, Li Gongzi turned and ordered his subordinate. Have them lie in ambush nearby, awaiting my command. The subordinate respectfully acknowledged the order and departed. Before long, he returned with every martial expert from the Li family, who positioned themselves in ambush as instructed. Seeing his own experts fully positioned, young Master Li finally felt completely at ease. He simply couldn't believe that one man named Shen could turn the tables. Darling, you're just being overly cautious. If that Shen fellow really had such influence, how could he have let us off so easily at that clothing store earlier? Miss Lu chimed in from the side. While I don't believe that Shen fellow is that powerful either, it's always better to be cautious. Today at the clothing store, I paid dearly for my carelessness. I didn't bring bodyguards, Mr. Li remarked. That's true. Miss Lu nodded in agreement. Honey, that Shen guy won't be here anytime soon anyway. Waiting here is boring. Why don't you just get that over with first? Whenever Miss Lu imagined herself kneeling before Bai Xiaoting to apologize, she felt profound shame. Now, her sole desire was to humiliate Bai Xiaoting, only then would she feel vindicated. No rush. Once that Shen fellow arrives, I'll humiliate this right in front of him. Won't that be even more satisfying? Young Master Li sneered. True. If he could take that woman right in front of Mr. Shen, the humiliation would be off the charts and the satisfaction would be even greater. With that thought, Miss Lu nodded in agreement, not minding waiting another half hour. Boom! Over 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car engine echoed outside the Li family's gates. Instantly, the vehicle slammed through the open entrance at breakneck speed. Seeing the speeding car show no sign of braking, young Master Li, Miss Lu, and the others turned pale with fear. They scattered in panic, terrified of being knocked flying by the vehicle. At the same time, young Master Li seethed with rage.
He never imagined that man surnamed Shen would be so brazen, daring to drive his car right into the Li family compound and attempt to ram them, forcing him into a humiliating retreat that left him utterly disgraced. Fortunately, Shen Ye hadn't pursued him in the sports car. To Shen Ye, young Master Li was nothing but a clown, hardly worth risking his multi-million-dollar vehicle to ram into him. Soon, Shen Ye executed a drift with his Win-Sun sports car, coming to a smooth stop right in the center of the Li family compound. He pushed open the door and stepped out slowly. Spotting Shen Ye emerge, young Master Li finally exhaled in relief before stepping out from behind a large tree. His face darkened as he glared at Shen Ye and bellowed, "Shen, are you looking for death? How dare you act so arrogantly on Li family property?" Shen Ye shot Li Gongzi a dismissive glance, ignoring his outburst. Instead, his gaze shifted to Bai Xiaoting, who was being held tightly by two men. When he saw the slap mark on her cheek, his expression turned icy, and a murderous intent flared from his body. Chapter 204, Annihilating the Li family 2. Get him. Teach him a lesson. Young Master Li barked orders to the dozen or so henchmen surrounding him. At his command, the thugs swarmed toward Shen Ye. But these were mere ordinary men. The moment they reached Shen Ye, he sent them flying back, crashing painfully to the ground as they wailed in agony. Watching his men get knocked back after charging, young Master Li was startled. He hadn't expected Shen Ye to be this powerful. Not even a dozen men could stand against him. Fortunately, he had the foresight to summon the Li family's martial arts experts in advance, who were now lying in ambush nearby. Clap! Young Master Li clapped his hands. At his signal, a dozen martial arts experts burst from their hiding spots, surrounding Shen Ye completely. Heh, young Master Li sneered at Shen Ye. I'll admit you're quite the fighter, but so what? Our Li family has plenty of martial arts experts. You might be able to take on a dozen ordinary thugs, but do you really think you can handle a dozen martial arts masters? Ha! Shen Ye scoffed coldly, not even glancing at the martial arts experts surrounding him. He had long noticed the ambush of martial artists around him, but these men were too weak for him to care. A bunch of rabble daring to call themselves martial arts masters? Don't you fear being laughed out of your minds? Shen Ye remarked with disdain. Hearing Shen Ye's words, the Li family martial artists' faces darkened with fury. How dare he call them a rabble? This showed utter contempt for them. Kid, you're too cocky. Calling us a rabble? I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to us right now. Otherwise, I won't mind dislocating one of your arms first before we talk. A shifty-eyed middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. That middle-aged man was the third-ranked expert of the Li family, possessing cultivation at the 5th tier of the Xian realm. Same goes for you. Kneel now, and I might spare your life. Shen Ye shot the man a cold glance. You're asking for death. The man's face twisted with rage as he roared, instantly transforming his hand into a claw and lunging viciously at Shen Ye. However, Shen Ye didn't even bother to look. With a casual grab, he precisely seized the man's wrist, yanked it back, and simultaneously delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The middle-aged man was kicked squarely in the abdomen, his body flying backward over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth in a steady stream. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Especially young Master Li and Miss Lu. Their expressions turned grim. This was the third-ranked expert of the Li family, yet Shen Ye had dispatched him with such effortless ease. It was a stark testament to Shen Ye's formidable strength. Yet young Master Li remained composed. After all, this was only their third-ranked expert. The Li family still held the second and first-ranked masters. He refused to believe Shen Ye could defeat them. Old Yuan, you go? Young Master Li commanded, fixing his gaze on a man who appeared to be around 70 years old. The old man gave a slight nod, then strode forward to stand before Shen Ye. Young man, he said, don't get too. The old man had intended to deliver a few opening lines to build momentum, but before he could finish, he suddenly sensed Shen Ye's figure blur before his eyes. Just as he gasped in shock, unable to react, a tremendous force slammed into his chest. Put! A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as the old man flew backward like a whoa! Witnessing this scene, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. This was the Li family's top-ranked expert, yet he'd been sent flying by that young man. What kind of prodigy was this youth? Barely in his 20s, yet possessing such terrifying strength. Even young Master Li and Miss Lu beside him saw this, their pupils contracting as panic flashed across their faces. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? Get on with it. Shen Ye clapped his hands impatiently. Seizing the moment Shen Ye spoke, young Master Li swiftly moved to Bai Xiaoting's side. Pressing a sharp dagger against her throat, he threatened Shen Ye, Shen, don't get too cocky. Your friend's life is in my hands. Kneel before me now, or I'll kill her. Shen Ye glanced at the dagger in Li Gongzi's hand, his voice utterly unruffled. Then go ahead and kill him. She's just an ordinary friend of mine anyway. Once you've killed him, I'll kill you to avenge her. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting's expression flickered slightly beneath the knife pressed against her throat. Though she knew his words were likely meant to deceive young Master Li, they still stung her heart. Especially the part where he said, she's just an ordinary friend. However, young Master Li, who was pressing the dagger against Bai Xiaoting, panicked upon hearing Shen Ye's words. He dared not actually stab her, otherwise, his own death would be certain.
Don't lie to me.
You must care about him.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed over the moment I called.
How about this, I release your friend, and you promise not to cause trouble for me afterward.
We'll call it even. What do you say?
Mr. Li dared not gamble on this and could only choose a compromise, hoping Shen Ye would agree.
Impossible.
I warned you before, if you want revenge, come after me. Don't touch my friends, or I'll wipe out your entire Li family. You refuse to listen, so my word stands.
Shen Ye sneered coldly. Hearing Shen Ye's words, young Master Li's face twisted in agony.
He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, frantically searching his mind for a way to respond.
Make your move. If you don't act soon, I'll have to intervene to save him. Shen Ye said impatiently.
Don't come any closer, or I'll really kill him.
Li Gongzi exclaimed in alarm, hastily pulling Bai Xiaoting backward while threatening Shen Ye. Whoosh! Ah! A sudden whistling sound pierced the air.
Instantly, Li Gongzi felt excruciating pain shoot through his dagger-clutching hand, erupting in a piercing scream. His grip loosened, and the dagger clattered to the ground. In its place, a gaping wound gaped in his palm, embedded with a thumb-sized stone. Taking advantage of Li Gongzi's injury, Bai Xiaoting immediately seized the opportunity to dash toward Shen Ye and hide behind him.
Are you okay? Shen Ye asked, turning back with concern. Hearing Shen Ye's question, Bai Xiaoting shot him a reproachful glance and said, We're just ordinary friends. I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Shen. I'm fine, really. Chapter 205, Annihilating the Li Family 3.
Shen Ye froze at Bai Xiaoting's petulant words. It seemed this woman truly held grudges.
Wasn't that to distract him so I could find a chance to save you? Shen Ye said awkwardly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting felt a little better inside.
Thank you, Mr. Shen. Who hit you? Shen Ye inquired.
Her. Bai Xiaoting pointed an accusing finger at Miss Lu, who cowered nearby, her face frozen in terror. Whatever she did to you, pay her back tenfold. Shen Ye shot a cold glance at Miss Lu before addressing Bai Xiaoting. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting didn't hesitate for a moment.
She strode directly towards Miss Lu.
As the current head of the Bai family, she had suffered a major loss earlier and naturally refused to let it go.
What do you think you're doing?
If you dare touch me, I won't let you off. Miss Lu backed away frantically, her voice trembling with fear as she threatened Bai Xiaoting.
Smack!
You dare!
Smack!
Bai Xiaoting showed no mercy. One after another, her slaps landed hard across Miss Lu's face.
But Miss Lu dared not fight back. She feared Shen Ye.
After landing over 20 slaps across Miss Lu's face, Bai Xiaoting finally stopped when her own hands began to burn with pain. By then, Miss Lu's face was swollen and puffy, her eyes bulging from the force of the blows. But Bai Xiaoting clearly wasn't done. She grabbed Lu Xiaojia's hair with both hands and yanked violently, wrenching clumps of hair from her scalp. The exposed, blood-soaked scalp was a sight that made one's hair stand on end. Watching this scene from a short distance away, Shen Ye felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, this woman is best avoided in the future, she's far too brutal. Help! Help me! Lu Xiaoting's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the air as she repeatedly cried for help. Yet not a single person present dared to step forward to assist her. Are you kidding? Even the Li family's top fighter was beaten until he coughed up blood and was left for dead. If any of them tried to intervene, they wouldn't even be enough to fill Shen Ye's teeth. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout rang out from nearby. Following the sound, he saw a middle-aged man with a sullen expression, his eyes blazing with fury. The man was none other than Li Shang, the current head of the Li family. Li Shang quickly approached young Master Li. When he saw the gaping wound on the young man's palm, murderous intent flared in his eyes. Father, you've come at the perfect moment. It was him, he's the one who did this to my hand. You must avenge me. Young Master Li pointed at Shen Ye, his face twisted with malevolence. You injured my son? Li Shang's icy gaze fixed on Shen Ye as he demanded coldly. I did, Shen Ye replied indifferently. Kneel now. I'll spare your life if you let me cripple your hands and feet. Li Shang declared with unmistakable authority. Before avenging your son, shouldn't you first understand why I struck him? Shen Ye asked with a cold smile. I don't care what your reasons are. Li Cheng is my son. Only I have the right to strike him, no one else. Li Sheng declared. Ha! Since you refuse to reason, I have nothing more to say. But haven't you grasped the situation? None of your Li family's experts are my match. The one who should be kneeling and begging for mercy is you. Shen Ye sneered coldly. Oof. Do you truly believe the Li family has no other means? My son's uncle is a 1,000-man commander in the city guard. I've already called him. He's on his way with reinforcements. If you know what's good for you, kneel before me right now. Otherwise, when my son's uncle arrives, breaking a few arms and legs won't be enough to settle this. Li Sheng declared with evident smugness. However, no sooner had Li Sheng finished speaking than the sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. Instantly, a stunning woman burst in, flanked by dozens of city guard soldiers wielding machine guns. The woman leading the group was none other than Mao Tu. Li Sheng was unaware that Mao Tu had been summoned by Shen Ye. He was still puzzled how could his son's uncle have dispatched men in less than a minute after his call. Could it be that his men happened to be nearby on a mission, allowing them to arrive so swiftly? See? These are the city guards sent by my son's uncle. Now you'll find it hard to escape death. Li Sheng declared triumphantly to Shen Ye. With that, he walked toward Mao Tu with a broad smile, saying, "Comrade, I'm the brother-in-law of your 1,000-man commander. Thank you for coming all this way." Mao Tu froze upon hearing Li Sheng's words, confused by the situation. She turned to Shen Ye with a puzzled look. Seeing Mao Tu's bewildered expression, Li Sheng paused slightly, thinking to himself, this woman is so slow-witted, she's unsuitable as a captain. I'll have to talk to my brother-in-law later and get her replaced. Proceed, Shen Ye commanded Mao Tuesday break the hands and feet of all direct descendants of the Li family. Those who sever ties with the Li clan will be forgiven. All Li family assets are confiscated. However, upon hearing Shen Ye issue orders to Mao Tu, Li Sheng wore a sneer. You've got the wrong idea, he said. She's someone my brother-in-law brought in. She's here to... Ah! Snap! Before Li Sheng could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt excruciating pain shoot through his thigh, accompanied by the crisp snap of breaking bone. Turning around, he saw Mao Tu swinging the butt of her rifle with all her might, smashing it into his other leg. Snap! Another sharp crack of breaking bone echoed. Li Sheng could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees with a thud. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you hitting me? I'm your 1,000-man commander's brother-in-law. Li Sheng roared at Mao Tu, his eyes bulging with rage. But Mao Tu paid no heed to his words. She grabbed both his arms and wrenched them violently. Two more sharp snaps echoed as Li Sheng's arms went limp and dangled uselessly. Execute the order. Break the legs of every direct descendant of the Li family. Seize all their property and confiscate it. After breaking Li Sheng's arms, Mao Tu turned to the dozens of men she had brought and barked the command. At Mao Tu's command, the city guards charged without hesitation toward the Li family members. They executed the order ruthlessly, showing no mercy to those who resisted, firing their guns to suppress the resistance. Witnessing this, Li Sheng's face darkened to an extreme. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Why would the city guards side with Shen Ye? Just as Li Sheng was lost in confusion, his brother-in-law charged in with 100 or so city guards in a mighty procession. Chapter 206, Go ahead, shoot. Bang. Cease fire. A tall, middle-aged man fired a shot into the air and bellowed. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Sheng's brother-in-law, Wang Chuanfeng. Watching the chaos unfold at the Li residence, Wang Chuanfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Seeing his brother-in-law and nephew lying on the ground, their limbs broken, writhing in agony, his eyes blazed with fury. Brother-in-law, Li Chang, are you both all right? Wang Chuanfeng hurried to Li Sheng and young Master Li, half lifting them up as he asked with concern. Uncle, they've broken both my hands and feet. You must avenge me. Young Master Li Chang said to Wang Chuanfeng, his face contorted with pain. As he finished speaking, he turned his face toward Shen Ye with a hideous grimace, revealing a savage grin as he said. Haha, Shen, my uncle commands a 1,000-man unit of the city garrison. He brought over 100 soldiers. You think you're so tough? Let's see if your hands and feet are faster than the guns of my uncle's garrison troops. Beside him, Li Sheng wore a sinister, triumphant grin. Though he now suspected Mao Tu's garrison troops might be allied with Shen Ye, it mattered little. His brother-in-law commanded a 1,000-man unit, and with more men than Mao Tu, ultimate victory would still belong to the Li family. Chuanfeng, it was that woman. She broke both my hands and feet, and those of your nephew. I demand you beat him into a honeycomb. Anything less won't quench my thirst for vengeance. Li Sheng's eyes widened as he glared at Mao Tu in the distance, his words directed at Wang Chuanfeng. Wang Chuanfeng followed Li Sheng's gaze and looked toward Mao Tu. But at the sight of Mao Tu's breathtaking beauty, Wang Chuanfeng's pupils contracted violently. Deputy Commander Mao. Cold sweat beaded on Wang Chuanfeng's forehead as he stammered out the words to Mao Tu in a trembling voice. Deputy Commander? Hearing Wang Chuanfeng address the woman as Deputy Commander, both Li Sheng and Li Cheng beside him paled. Chuanfeng, what did you just call that woman? Li Sheng asked Wang Chuanfeng, struggling to believe his ears. Yeah, uncle, did you get that wrong? Li Cheng chimed in. Thud. However, Wang Chuanfeng ignored their words, kneeling abruptly before Mao Tu with a thud. He pleaded, Deputy Commander Mao, I had no idea you were here. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't have brought my men to oppose you. Hearing Wang Chuanfeng's words, Li Sheng and Li Cheng's faces instantly fell into despair. Li Cheng especially regretted his actions so much he could have kicked himself. He never imagined that man surnamed Shen had such immense influence enough to summon the deputy commander of the garrison troops.
Had he known earlier that the man surnamed Shen wielded such immense power, he would never have dared to provoke him, even if it cost him his life. Commander Wang, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Think becoming a commander makes you something special? Still helping your relatives bully the weak? Mao Tu stared at Wang Chuanfeng with an icy expression. No, I wouldn't dare.
Wang Chuanfeng bowed his head low, his words stumbling out.
You wouldn't dare? Then what the hell did you bring these 100-odd city guards here for? Mao Tu sneered.
Enough, no need to explain. If you have anything to say, tell my elder brother.
How to deal with you is entirely up to him. Mao Tu cut Wang Chuanfeng off. After speaking, Mao Tu respectfully asked Shen Ye, brother, how should we deal with this Wang Chuanfeng?
Seeing Mao Tu respectfully address Shen Ye as brother, those nearby were even more astonished.
Speculation began to swirl about Shen Ye's identity. Why would even the deputy commander of the garrison troops address him with such deference?
Wang Chuanfeng swiftly turned and knelt before Shen Ye, his face pleading for mercy.
Brother, no, big brother.
Tell me how my brother-in-law's family offended you.
I'll avenge you personally.
Hearing Wang Chuanfeng's words, Li Shang and Li Chang felt a wave of despair wash over them.
Had even the powerful figure they'd always relied on now sided with Shen Ye? Oof. I can handle my own affairs. But you?
Becoming a 1,000-man commander has made you forget your own name. Abusing your power to help your relatives bully the weak people like you deserve to die. Shen Ye shot Wang Chuanfeng a cold glance, his voice icy.
Wang Chuanfeng's face twisted in horror. He knew Shen Ye wouldn't let him off.
His mind raced, a flash of savage light darting through his eyes. He swiftly pointed his gun at Shen Ye, then whipped his head around to threaten Mao Tu. Tell your men to drop their guns, or I'll shoot him dead right now.
Mao Tu paid Wang Chuanfeng's threat no mind whatsoever, a mocking smile spreading across his face. In Mao Tu's view, Wang Chuanfeng's actions were pure suicide. Had he not pointed the gun at Shen Ye, he might have had a chance to survive. But now, he was as good as dead. What are you laughing at?
Tell your men to drop their guns, or I'll really shoot. Seeing the mocking smile on Mao Tu's lips, Wang Chuanfeng grew even more panicked, his finger tightly gripping the trigger, ready to pull at any moment. Li Shang and Li Chang, watching Wang Chuanfeng point the gun at Shen Ye, were overjoyed. To them, pointing the gun at Shen Ye meant everything was under control.
Go ahead and shoot if you dare.
Facing the black muzzle pointed at him, Shen Ye showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he walked toward Wang Chuanfeng with a cold smile, his voice icy and piercing.
Don't come any closer, or I'll really shoot.
Wang Chuanfeng gripped the gun with both hands, pointing it at Shen Ye while threatening him, simultaneously backing away step by step. He dared not pull the trigger, for he knew all too well that if he did, though Shen Ye would die, so would he. And he had no desire to die.
Not even daring to pull the trigger.
I really don't understand how someone with your level of courage managed to climb to the position of 1,000-man captain. Shen Ye sneered coldly, closing in step by step, drawing ever closer to Wang Chuanfeng.
Die. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Wang Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and everyone except Mao Tu instinctively believed Shen Ye was dead.
Even Bai Xiaoting beside him turned deathly pale, letting out a shriek as she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching. Even Wang Chuanfeng himself, the shooter, closed his eyes the instant he pulled the trigger. He knew all too well that once he fired, he might as well be dead.
Chapter 207, Internal Strife Within the Black Dragon Society.
Yet the next moment, everyone froze in shock. They watched as Shen Ye merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the bullet.
Whoa!
100 or so garrison soldiers sucked in their breath simultaneously, staring at Shen Ye as if they'd seen a ghost, utterly dumbfounded.
Is this even human? Less than 2 meters away, and he dodged the bullets?
After a long moment, one of the city guards snapped out of his shock first, his voice trembling with horror.
Good heavens! Someone tell me this isn't real, that I'm dreaming.
A guard, utterly incredulous, pinched his thigh hard enough to draw tears from the pain. Li Shang and Li Chang now stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Hearing the guard's shocked murmurs, those who had closed their eyes in fear now cautiously peeked open their lids. They saw Shen Ye standing unscathed before Wang Chuanfeng, his face twisted into a cold sneer as he stared intently at the man. As for Wang Chuanfeng himself, he was so terrified he wet himself right then and there. Yellow liquid dripped and splattered onto the ground from his crotch. How is this possible? At such close range, how could you possibly dodge the bullets? Wang Chuanfeng stared at Shen Ye with a dazed expression. Snap! Shen Ye didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and snapped Wang Chuanfeng's neck. Even in his final moments, Wang Chuanfeng's face remained frozen in utter disbelief. Continue executing the order. After snapping Wang Chuanfeng's neck, Shen Ye casually tossed a single sentence to Mao Tu before turning to Bai Xiaoting, who still stood there dumbfounded. Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting nodded blankly before stiffly following him into the car. Only after the car had driven away from the Li residence did Bai Xiaoting snap out of her shock. She glanced at Shen Ye with a look of admiration and awe, asking,
Mr. Shen, I never imagined you were this formidable. With your strength, what rank would you hold on the dragon list?
The dragon list is but a trivial measure of my abilities, Shen Ye replied indifferently. Hearing his confident words, Bai Xiaoting felt even more astonished.
Could it be that even the dragon list couldn't measure Mr. Shen's true strength? In that moment, Bai Xiaoting's admiration for Shen Ye deepened.
The fact that someone of his formidable strength hadn't even bothered to compete for that so-called dragon list proved beyond doubt that Mr. Shen was not a man driven by ambition or fame. Soon, Shen Ye drove Bai Xiaoting back to the hotel. Having learned from past experience, he called Ma Tu again before leaving, instructing him to send people to secretly protect Bai Xiaoting. Just as Shen Ye was about to drive back, he received a call from Tang Duoduo. She informed him that her father, Tang Wenshan, wanted to invite him to dinner at their home. Hearing Tang Duoduo mention her father's invitation, Shen Ye froze momentarily.
Could Tang Wenshan also assume he and Tang Duoduo had become intimate?
Shen Ye had intended to decline, but Tang Duoduo kept pouting and acting cute. Reluctantly, he agreed, turned his car around, and headed straight for the residential complex where Tang Wenshan lived. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Qinglong Society, Ling Feng immediately mobilized his men to launch an attack against the Black Dragon Society.
Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Society's headquarters descended into utter chaos.
Senior members received urgent calls from their branches reporting that numerous outposts had been attacked and seized by the Blue Dragon Society.
In Zhao Tielong's office, several of his trusted confidants gathered.
Their faces were grim, eyes blazing with fury. They had dispatched elite fighters to reinforce their positions, but every single one of these reinforcements had been wiped out by two unexpected masters from the Azure Dragon Society. According to reports from their subordinates, these reinforcements hadn't even lasted a single move against the Azure Dragon Society's masters. Even Leopard Head, one of Zhao Tielong's 4 elite commanders, had been killed in a single strike by the Qinglong Society's expert.
What the hell is going on? How did the Qinglong Society suddenly produce 2 such formidable experts out of nowhere?
Scarface said, his face twisted with frustration. Yeah, they've already seized control of several of our Black Dragon Society branches. If this keeps up, it won't take 2 days before the Qinglong Society reaches our headquarters, another man with a face full of fleshy bulges said anxiously. If my hunch is correct, those 2 elite fighters who suddenly appeared from the Azure Dragon Society are likely the Dragon List masters brought by Yi Juntian, Zhao Tailong said after a long silence. Hearing Zhao Tielong's words, the expressions of those present changed drastically.
Dragon List masters? How can we possibly fight them? Our men can't even make it onto the Tiger List. No doubt about it, it's because you, the former leader, helped Shen Ye against Yi Junlin, enraging the Yi family. That's why Yi Juntian sent Dragon List experts to aid the Blue Dragon Society, aiming to wipe out our Black Dragon Society. Declared the middle-aged man with the fleshy face.
Hearing the man's words, the others nodded in agreement.
President, I just can't wrap my head around it. Who exactly is this Mr. Shen? Why would you risk offending the Yi family to help him?
Now look, our Black Dragon Society is ruined because of that Mr. Shen, the burly man complained.
Fat Tiger, shut your mouth. Are you questioning the president's decision? Scar snapped. Fatty Tiger glared and retorted, Scarface, what gives you the right to tell me to shut up? We're equals in status. How dare you tell me to be quiet? Besides, am I wrong? If the chairman hadn't insisted on helping that Shen fellow against Yi Junlin, how could Yi Juntian have turned his wrath on our Black Dragon Society? How could he have gone back to support the Blue Dragon Society to destroy us? Exactly. Fat Tiger's right.
That so-called Mr. Shen's got no skills whatsoever, but he sure knows how to stir up trouble.
Didn't he even consider his own limitations? How dare he kill Yi Junlin of the Yi family? Isn't that dragging us all into a pit of fire? In the office, another man, thin as a monkey, spoke up.
This man, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, was one of Zhao Tielong's 4 top lieutenants just like Fat Tiger.
Does the boss need your approval for everything he does? Scarface retorted. Heh, he doesn't need our approval. But now that our Black Dragon Society is in this predicament, why don't you let that Mr. Shen come solve it for us?
Don't make us die for nothing because of him.
Fei Hu retorted. Exactly.
Mr. Shen started this mess. He should clean it up. If he won't, we'll tie him up and deliver him to Yi Juntian to beg for mercy.
Maybe Yi Juntian will spare the Black Dragon Society this time. Skinny Monkey declared. Chapter 208, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey. Shut up.
Zhao Tielong's expression turned icy at Shouho's words, and he barked an angry command at him.
President, I'm not wrong.
This mess started because of Mr. Shen.
Suggesting he fix it isn't that reasonable?
Lean Monkey retorted, clearly not backing down.
Exactly, President.
You can't just stand by and watch the Black Dragon Society get wiped out by the Blue Dragon Society.
We're talking about thousands of lives here. His life matters, but don't the lives of our Black Dragon members count? Fat Tiger chimed in.
If you're afraid of dying, you can leave the Black Dragon Society. I'll publicly announce your departure, and the Blue Dragon Society won't bother you then.
Zhao Tailong declared.
Hearing Zhao Tielong's words, Fei Hu and Shouhou exchanged glances. Clearly, neither was willing to relinquish their current positions. After all, they had earned their status with their very lives.
What? Unwilling to give up your current status?
Zhao Tailong narrowed his eyes.
Fatty Tiger and Skinny Monkey remained silent, their faces still brimming with defiance. Alright, you two can leave now. I'll give you one night to consider. Give me your answer first thing tomorrow morning, Zhao Tailong declared.
Hearing this, the pair turned on their heels and left Zhao Tielong's office without so much as a farewell, clearly harboring deep resentment toward him.
After they left, Scarred Face looked worried as he asked Zhao Tailong, "Boss, what should we do now? Maybe you should contact Mr. Shen. He might be able to help us through this crisis? Scar, you should leave the Black Dragon Society too. Only then can you save your own life."
Zhao Tailong sighed and said to Scar. Contacting Shen Ye was beyond Zhao Tielong's reach. Though he knew Mr. Shen was the war god of the southern frontier, he couldn't be certain if Mr. Shen could defeat Yi Juntian, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list. After all, when Yi Juntian defeated Zhao Zhozhou, the top-ranked dragon list fighter, it was a complete rout.
Boss, what are you saying? You raised me from nothing. How could I possibly abandon you and live on alone?
If death comes, I'll die with you. A head chopped off leaves a scar the size of a bull, but 18 years later, you're a man again.
What's there to fear? Scarface declared with unwavering resolve. Hearing Scarface's words, Zhao Tailong nodded with relief.
I never misjudged you.
But I've failed you and the entire Black Dragon Society. I brought this upon us all. Boss, don't say that. Whatever decision you make, I'll stand by you, Scar said. Alright, you may go now.
I need to be alone to think through a solution, Zhao Tailong said.
Yes, boss, Scar answered before stepping out. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey had already exited the Black Dragon Society headquarters building.
Instead of parting ways, they both got into a Mercedes-Benz, clearly needing to discuss something.
Fatty Tiger, if things keep going like this, we'll end up just like Leopard Head. Got any good ideas? Skinny Monkey asked the man beside him.
What good advice could I possibly have? That's a dragon list expert, a completely different level of power from us. Unless we do as Zhao Tailong suggested and withdraw from the Black Dragon Society, Fat Tiger replied, his face filled with worry.
Actually, I have a good idea. What do you think? Shouhou said mysteriously. Hearing this, Fei Hu's eyes lit up. Really? If it means we don't die and can keep our current status, I'll follow your lead on anything. Take our men to defect to the Azure Dragon Society. Only then will we not only avoid death but might even keep our positions.
It's just switching factions to keep eating, said Skinny Monkey.
Will the Azure Dragon Society agree? Fat Tiger asked uncertainly. They should. The Qinglong Society is weak. Even with 2 Dragon List experts joining, their rank and file is thin. They need more people to properly manage their operations.
If we bring our men over to join them, they'll likely agree 9 times out of 10.
After hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Fat Tiger hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, alright, let's do it. You contact Ling Feng from the Qinglong Society right away and see if we can arrange a place to sit down and talk properly. Got it. Skinny Monkey nodded. He immediately dialed Ling Feng's number. After 2 rings, the call connected. Who is it? I'm busy right now, came Ling Feng's impatient voice. Chairman Ling, this is Skinny Monkey from the Black Dragon Society. I wonder if you have time to talk. Skinny Monkey asked cautiously. Talk my ass. Negotiations? Not a chance.
Your Black Dragon Society can just wait to be wiped out by me.
Ling Feng's voice boomed arrogantly over the phone.
But Skinny Monkey paid no heed to Ling Feng's arrogance.
Chairman Ling, you might have misunderstood. We're not here to negotiate. We want to bring our people over to join your Qinglong Society.
Ling Feng perked up on the other end.
If that's the case, I can make time. Here's the deal, I'm busy now and can't explain everything over the phone. Meet me at Happy Sing KTV at 10 p.m. tonight. We'll drink and talk.
Great. I'll reserve a private room in advance and text you the number later, replied Skinny Monkey cheerfully. After hanging up, Skinny Monkey and Fat Tiger exchanged glances, each seeing the excitement in the other's eyes.
Meanwhile, Shen Ye drove to Tang Duo's residential complex.
As soon as he stepped out of the car, Tang Duo came running toward him, her face beaming with a smile.
What's going on? Why did your dad suddenly invite me over for dinner? Shen Ye asked.
Truth be told, Shen Ye had never flinched at facing mountains of knives or seas of fire, yet now, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous.
Tang Duo didn't rush to answer Shen Ye's question. Instead, she peered into his car and noticed it was completely empty. Shen Ye, you're not serious, are you? Coming to my house for dinner for the first time and showing up empty-handed? Tang Duo shot Shen Ye a disapproving look. Hearing Tang Duo's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but look embarrassed. How could he have forgotten about this?
I knew you'd be too dense to think of bringing a gift, so I got something ready for you, Tang Duo said, pointing to 2 gift bags placed on the ground nearby.
These are 2 bottles of Mao Tai I just bought.
Take them upstairs later and drink plenty with my dad during dinner, Tang Duo instructed.
Hearing you say that, I can't help but feel like I'm meeting the father-in-law. Shen Ye began to back out. Ask if Shen Ye liked Tang Duo? The answer was undoubtedly yes.
But Shen Ye felt this was nowhere near the stage of meeting the parents.
Chapter 209, The Lie Exposed.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo's pretty face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness.
She rolled her eyes and glared at Shen Ye, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? My dad just wants to treat you to a simple meal. Can you stop overthinking things? Let's hope so."
Shen Ye muttered before striding over to pick up the 2 bottles of Mao Tai from the floor. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo was so annoyed she nearly stomped her foot. The way he was talking, it sounded like she was the one throwing herself at him, and he wasn't even interested.
Soon after, Shen Ye followed Tang Duo to the Tang family residence.
Upon entering the house, he saw Tang Wenshan wearing an apron, bustling about in the kitchen.
"Uncle Tang, you've really gone out of your way." Shen Ye greeted Tang Wenshan as he worked.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Uncle Tang's face lit up with a delighted smile. He wiped his hands on his apron, stepped out of the kitchen, and greeted Shen Ye warmly.
"Little Ye, you're here. You came, but why bring gifts?"
Hearing Uncle Tang's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but look awkwardly at the 2 bottles of Mao Tai in his hands, unsure how to respond. "Dad, Shen Ye heard you like liquor, so he specially bought 2 bottles of Mao Tai. They cost thousands each." Seeing Shen Ye silent, Tang Duo quickly took the bottles from him and explained to Tang Wenshan.
Hearing Tang Duo's words, Tang Wenshan's smile grew even broader as he said,
"Xiao Yi, you've gone to too much trouble. Don't buy these next time. I couldn't bear to drink wine costing thousands per bottle.
Duo, keep Xiao Yi company and watch TV. I'll be right back after I stir-fry something in the kitchen," Tang Wenshan said. With that, he flashed Shen Ye a smile before turning and heading back to the kitchen. "Uncle Tang, can I help you?" Shen Ye asked. "No need. The kitchen's small, it's just right for me alone. 2 people would be a bit cramped. You sit here and chat with Duo. I'll be done in no time," Uncle Tang replied without turning back. Duo, you never mentioned your dad drinks. If I'd known, I would have brought a few bottles of that decades-old vintage." Shen Ye turned back to Tang Duo. "You have that kind of decades-old liquor?" Tang Duo's eyes lit up at Shen Ye's words. She knew well that connoisseurs of fine liquor preferred aged bottles, the longer the better. "I have some. They were gifts from friends. I don't drink much myself, so I've been storing them at home." Shen Ye nodded. After Li Wuying got out of prison, he brought quite a few bottles of that decades-old vintage from his home. He mentioned he'd paid a hefty price to acquire them from others. "How about this? I'll call and have a few bottles delivered right now," Shen Ye suggested. After all, this was his first time dining at Tang Duo's home. Arriving empty-handed and having Tang Duo foot the bill for his drinks made Shen Ye feel quite uncomfortable. "No need," Tang Duo replied. "No problem." After saying that, Shen Ye called Mao Tu and instructed him to send someone to his room to fetch 2 bottles of vintage liquor from 1950 and 1960. No sooner had Shen Ye hung up than the sound of a door unlocking echoed through the hallway. Moments later, Chang Wenjing entered, carrying a bag. When Chang Wenjing spotted Shen Ye sitting on the sofa, her expression darkened. To her, Shen Ye was responsible for the deaths of both her father and older brother. It was the Shen family who had destroyed the Changs, leaving her burdened with a mountain of debt. Duo, why did you bring him home? Didn't I tell you before? Stay away from him. He's not worthy of you." Chang Wenjing shot Shen Ye a withering glare before turning to Tang Duo. At first, Chang Wenjing had believed Shen Ye to be exceptionally powerful, capable of destroying their entire family. Later, she learned the truth: the Chang family's downfall wasn't Shen Ye's doing at all. It was sheer misfortune they'd been caught in the crossfire during a military exercise between the city garrison and the southern frontier forces while attempting to kidnap Shen Ye's parents. Yet Chang Wenjing remained utterly unaware that the destruction of the Chang family was indeed Shen Ye's doing. The official announcement issued by the higher-ups was likely just an excuse concocted by the sovereign to conceal Shen Ye's identity. At the same time, Chang Wenjing should count herself fortunate she hadn't participated in the kidnapping of Shen Ye's parents. Otherwise, she would surely be nothing more than a rotting corpse by now. "Aren't you meddling a bit too much?" Tang Duo retorted irritably to Chang Wenjing. "My father and I took you in out of pity because you had nowhere to stay. You have no right to interfere with who we invite into our home." After speaking, Tang Duo feared Shen Ye might misinterpret the situation and quickly explained to him, "Shen Ye, don't mind her. My dad and I took her in because we felt sorry for her. She has no right to dictate whether you come to my house or not." Hearing Tang Duo's words, Chang Wenjing's face turned an ugly shade of green, as if she'd swallowed a fly. Duo, I just went to the liquor store to buy some wine as a gift. The owner told me you bought 2 bottles of Mao Tai from him. Where are they? Your dad doesn't like such expensive wine anyway. Why don't you just give them to me to give away?" Chang Wenjing changed the subject.
As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Wenjing began looking around frantically, searching for the 2 bottles of Moutai Tang Duo had bought. Soon, she spotted the 2 bottles sitting on the table. She walked straight over and picked them up. Just then, Tang Wenshan emerged carrying a tray of freshly prepared dishes. Seeing Chang Wenjing about to leave with the bottles, he hurriedly called out to stop her. "What are you doing? These bottles of Moutai were bought by Xiao Yi to give to me. How can you just take the liquor Xiao Yi gave me?" Hearing Tang Wenshan's words, Chang Wenjing froze for a moment. Then, with utter contempt, she turned to Shen Ye and said, "Shen Ye, have some backbone. If you want to pursue my daughter, at least show some sincerity. Coming to my house as a guest, it's one thing if you can't afford a gift, but to have my daughter buy 2 bottles of Moutai, and then you bring the Moutai my daughter bought to my house as a gift? What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Ye bought this for me, it wasn't bought by Duo at all." Tang Wenshan retorted. Tang Wenshan, you actually believe Shen Ye bought this liquor? Let me tell you, I just went downstairs to the liquor store to buy some wine. Guess what the owner said? He said our dodo had just bought 2 bottles of Moutai from him not long ago. Shen Ye can't afford to buy gifts himself. Duo bought the 2 bottles of Moutai and then handed them over to Shen Ye to give to you. Chang Wenjing said. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Hearing it, a delighted expression flashed across Chang Wenjing's face as she hurried toward the entrance. Chapter 210, Living Off Others' Money. As Chang Wenjing opened the door, a handsome man in a suit stepped inside. The handsome man carried a bag containing 2 bottles of premium red wine. "Auntie Chang, it's my first time visiting your home and I wasn't sure what to bring. But I heard Uncle Tang enjoys wine, so I brought 2 bottles of Feitian as a welcome gift for him," the handsome man said. Chang Wenjing took the 2 bottles of Feitian Moutai from the handsome man's hands and replied with a beaming smile, "Xiao Chun, you should have just come over. Why buy such expensive wine? You've really gone out of your way." At that moment, Tang Duo, who was in the room, couldn't help but freeze upon seeing the handsome man. She recognized him, he was her high school classmate, Chen Dong. Chen Dong had once pursued Tang Duo, but she had politely declined his advances. After high school, Chen Dong had gone abroad to study, and they had lost touch. What Tang Duo never expected was that Chang Wenjing would invite him over as a guest. "Aunt Chang, it's just a small amount of money. No big deal," Chen Dong said. Hearing his words, Chang Wenjing's smile broadened. "True," she replied. "You're a returnee from studying abroad, Chen, and now you're the general manager at the Bai family's company, a second-tier family in Zhengzhou. Your annual salary must be no less than 5 million, right? It's nothing special. My annual salary is only 10 million yuan. That's hardly anything," Shendong said, though his expression betrayed a hint of smug satisfaction. Duo, it's been ages. You're growing more beautiful every day." Chen Dong's gaze shifted toward Tang Duo, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of greed flashing in his eyes as he spoke. "Chen Dong, it's been a while. You've grown quite handsome yourself." Tang Duo offered only a polite reply. Indeed. Not only is Chen Dong handsome, but he's also an overseas returnee. He's now the general manager of Bai Family Company, a second-tier family in Zhengzhou, with an annual salary of 10 million. That's 1,000 times better than your friend Shen Ye. If you ask me, it's like comparing heaven and earth, they're not even in the same league. Chang Wenjing shot Shen Ye a contemptuous glance and said in a sharp, sarcastic tone. "Chang Wenjing, please watch your words. Shen Ye is a guest invited by me and Dad." Tang Duo's expression darkened as she spoke with displeasure. "Did I say something wrong? Look at Chen Dong, his first visit to our home, and he brought 2 bottles of Feitian Moutai worth tens of thousands. Now look at Shen Ye, not only can he not afford it, but he actually made you pay to buy Moutai for him to give to your father. How embarrassing." Chang Wenjing retorted with sharp wit. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Chen Dong's gaze immediately shifted to Shen Ye, his eyes flashing with hostility. He could tell from Chang Wenjing's remarks that Tang Duo was probably interested in that guy, otherwise, why would she go out of her way to buy him a gift? "No way, bro, you're totally freeloading off her. Respect. Chen Dong deliberately said this to Shen Ye, labeling him as a freeloader. "Chen Dong, what nonsense are you spouting? Shen Ye isn't a freeloader. He just got here in a hurry and didn't have time to buy a gift. But he already called and had someone deliver some 50-60 vintage liquor over." Tang Duo stepped in to defend Shen Ye. "Duo, you're still making excuses for him? A bottle of 5,060 vintage liquor costs tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands. If he can afford to send something that expensive, it'd be a miracle." Chang Wenjing sneered. "Enough, Aunt Chang. No matter what, Brother Shen is a guest invited by Dodo and Uncle. It's rude of us to speak like this." Seeing Tang Duo's expression darken, Chen Dong knew mocking him further would only provoke her. So he deliberately played peacemaker. Chen Dong's actions were no different from those of a two-faced hypocrite trying to have his cake and eat it too. "Xiao Chun, you truly live up to your reputation as an overseas returnee. Your manners are worlds apart from certain people," Chang Wenjing remarked. "Come in, Chan."
Sit down. Uncle Tang is cooking. Dinner should be ready soon. Chang Wenjing ushered Qindong inside, seating him between Tang Duoduo and Shen Ye. Chang Wenjing had her own ulterior motive for this seating arrangement.
She intended for Qindong to become her son-in-law. Once he was, she could leverage his resources to make a comeback. After sitting down, Qindong seemed to completely ignore Shen Ye, constantly finding different topics to chat with Tang Duoduo. But Tang Duoduo clearly wasn't interested in him, only responding with polite platitudes. Over time, Qindong clearly realized that Tang Duoduo had been stringing him along all along. He stopped making a fool of himself by searching for topics to try and get her to open up. He knew full well that Tang Duoduo's thoughts were likely focused on Shen Ye. He needed to make her realize that he was superior to Shen Ye, more suited for her than Shen Ye could ever be. By then, Tang Wenshan had finished preparing the meal and called everyone to the table. Once seated, Qindong recalled Tang Duoduo's earlier remark about Shen Ye having sent over a vintage liquor aged 50 or 60 years. He didn't believe Shen Ye could actually procure such an old bottle, so he planned to use this as an opportunity to mock him. "Hey, brother Shen," Qindong addressed Shen Ye, "didn't Duoduo just mention you had the decades-old vintage delivered? Why hasn't it arrived yet? I'm dying to taste that 50-60-year-old stuff." "Ha, little Chen, you actually think he can afford to send that kind of wine? Just take it as a joke. Let's stick to the Fei Tian Maotai you brought." Chang Wenjing sneered. However, no sooner had Chang Wenjing finished speaking than the door knocked again. Tang Duoduo went to open it and saw a tall, well-built man carrying several bottles of liquor walk in. "Mr. Shen, here are the wines you requested." The man handed the bottles to Shen Ye before bowing respectfully and exiting. Qindong and Chang Wenjing clearly hadn't expected someone would actually deliver liquor for Shen Ye. But they certainly didn't believe the bottles in his hands were genuine 50 or 60-year-old vintages. "Ha, looks like you've done your homework. You actually got someone to deliver the liquor, and deliberately had the bottles aged to give the impression they're decades-old treasures," Chang Wenjing sneered, glancing dismissively at the bottles in Shen Ye's hands. Yet Tang Wenshan's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the bottles in Shen Ye's hands. They appeared to be the limited edition apricot blossom liquor released by the state for the 10th anniversary of the nation's founding, complete with the commemorative inscription. Chapter 211, $1 million salary, is that impressive? Tang Wenshan stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Pointing at the bottles in Shen Ye's hands, he exclaimed. "Xiao Yi, those bottles of wine, could they possibly be the limited edition apricot blossom wine from our nation's 10th anniversary? If that's the case, they'd be nearly 60 years old." "I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's probably right," Shen Ye replied. "Can I take a look?" Tang Wenshan asked, his face brimming with anticipation. "Of course. I was actually planning to give these bottles to you, Uncle Tang." With that, Shen Ye handed the bottles to Tang Wenshan. Tang Wenshan took the bottles and examined them carefully. The more he looked, the more excited he became. By the end, he was almost certain these were indeed the limited edition apricot blossom liquors from the nation's 10th anniversary. It was said that during the 10th anniversary, the head of state had ordered the Apricot Blossom Winery to produce only 200 bottles of this wine. They were intended as rewards for those who had made significant contributions to the nation. No mistake about it, this is the Apricot Blossom wine from the 10th anniversary. Only 200 bottles were made back then, awarded by the head of state for those projects. Never imagined that over 60 years later, I, Tang Wenshan, would have the privilege of tasting this wine. What an immense honor. Tang Wenshan was overcome with emotion, his voice trembling as he spoke. Hearing Tang Wenshan's words, Qindong's face darkened beside him. He had hoped to use this opportunity to belittle and mock Shen Ye, only to find himself humiliated instead. Tang Wenshan tremblingly unscrewed the cap. Instantly, a rich, heady aroma filled the air. Merely inhaling it felt intoxicating. Even someone who didn't drink could sense this wine was extraordinary. Fragrant, so incredibly fragrant. Truly worthy of a 60-year-old vintage. Tang Wenshan closed his eyes in rapture, savoring the rich, mellow aroma. "Dad, how does this compare to Flying Heaven Maotai?" Tang Duoduo asked excitedly. "Compare? How could Flying Fairy Maotai compare? This is the limited edition apricot blossom wine commissioned by the chairman for the 10th anniversary of the nation's founding. It holds immense collectible and commemorative value. If auctioned, a single bottle could fetch at least 1,000,000 yuan. Compared to this wine, Flying Fairy Maotai isn't even worth a dog's fart." Tang Wenshan's eyes widened as he declared dramatically. Hearing Tang Wenshan's words, Qindong's face turned ashen. After all, Tang Wenshan had just implied that the Flying Heaven Maotai he had gifted was worth less than dog. "Little Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying your wine is bad, it's just that Shen Ye's wine is so exceptional, there's simply no comparison." Tang Wenshan noticed Qindong's expression and hurriedly explained. Tang Wenshan's explanation only made matters worse, effectively slapping Qindong in the face again. Qindong couldn't very well confront Tang Wenshan about it, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Determined to salvage his dignity, Qindong pondered briefly before turning to Shen Ye and changing the subject. "Brother Shen, what line of work are you in?"
Shen Dong turned back, feigning familiarity as he addressed Shen Ye. Unemployed. Shen Ye didn't want to engage with Shen Dong and gave a dismissive reply.
However, upon hearing Shen Ye's words, the smug look on Shen Dong's face grew even more pronounced.
He adopted a solemn tone and said, "Bro, that won't do. We're still young. If we don't fight for it now, are we supposed to wait until we're old? Besides, without a job, how are you supporting yourself? What if you marry someday, have kids, how will you afford formula for them?"
Shen Dong's words seemed directed at Shen Ye, but they were really meant for Tang Duo. He wanted her to realize that if she married Shen Ye, she'd end up begging for scraps alongside him.
This isn't really your concern, is it?
Shen Ye shot Shen Dong a cold glance, his voice icy.
Brother Shen, I'm only looking out for you. You can't just focus on the present, you need to plan for the future. Life isn't just about the daily grind, there's poetry and distant horizons too. Shen Dong insisted. I don't need your concern.
If you have the time, you'd be better off worrying about your own poetry and distant horizons.
Shen Ye retorted. Earning 10 million a year and still daring to brag in front of Shen Ye?
If Shen Ye so much as opened his mouth, hordes of people would be scrambling to offer him tens or even hundreds of billions. Even if Shen Dong worked himself to the bone, he'd never earn that much. What's there to worry about? I'm the general manager at the Bai family's company now, earning 10 million a year.
My future is bright. Shen Dong declared proudly. Fine.
Since your Dwed was friend, I'll do you a favor and give you a hand.
Starting tomorrow, you'll come work as my assistant.
As for pay, I'll give you 6,000 a month, Shen Dong said.
Shen Dong was supremely confident Shen Ye wouldn't pass up this chance to become his assistant.
After all, it was a position under the general manager, an opportunity countless people would kill for. The real reason Shen Dong offered Shen Ye the assistant position was to undermine him in front of Tang Duo. He wanted her to see that he was superior to Shen Ye, who could only serve as his subordinate.
Shun, you absolutely mustn't let him be your assistant. He doesn't know anything, how could he possibly handle the role of general manager's assistant? Chang Wenjing hurriedly interjected. Auntie Chang, it's fine.
I don't expect him to handle any actual work. His main job will be making coffee and fetching water.
Surely he can manage that much? Shen Dong replied.
Oh, I see. Well, if he can't even manage something as basic as serving tea and water, he might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Chang Wenjing said, then turned to Shen Ye with disdain.
Shen Ye, why don't you hurry up and thank Brother Chen?
So?
Brother Shen, wanna come work as my assistant? Shen Dong asked Shen Ye. Serving you tea and water? Do you think you're worthy enough? Shen Ye sneered coldly.
Hearing Shen Ye's words, Shen Dong's expression shifted, a shadow of displeasure flickering in his eyes.
Brother Shen, that's a bit harsh, don't you think?
I was genuinely trying to help you find a job.
Aren't you being a bit ungrateful?
Shen Dong said, his expression sour.
Oof. You just want to flaunt your superiority in front of me, don't you? A 10 million yuan annual salary, is that so impressive? You think I'm useless and want to trample me underfoot as your stepping stone, right?
I may not be that powerful, but I can make one phone call and strip you of everything you have now.
You believe that? Shen Ye genuinely couldn't stand people like Shen Dong.
He hadn't done anything to offend him, yet Shen Dong constantly found excuses to try and step on him.
Shen Ye wasn't about to put up with that kind of attitude. Chapter 212, Shen Dong calls him grandpa. Shen Ye's words left everyone stunned.
Clearly, they couldn't believe what they'd heard. After all, Shen Dong was the general manager of a company belonging to a second-tier family in Zhongzhou. Shen Ye, on the other hand, was just an unknown young upstart from Qingzhou.
Where did he get the nerve to say such things? Did I hear that right? You claim one phone call could strip me of everything I have now?
Shen Dong exclaimed, his expression exaggerated.
Shen Ye, you're all talk and no action. Don't you know your own place? How dare you spout such nonsense?
Chang Wenjing sneered at him. Shen Ye ignored Chang Wenjing and addressed Shen Dong calmly. I just want to tell you this, don't think too highly of yourself, and don't look down on others.
Who knows?
The person you despise might be someone you can never afford to provoke in this lifetime.
You'd better be careful. Ha! So you're saying you're the one I'd never dare cross in my entire life? You're not afraid of making yourself look ridiculous?
Shen Dong roared with laughter.
Didn't you say one phone call could make me lose everything? Well, go ahead and make that call. I'd love to see how you're going to make me lose everything. No regrets? Shen Ye sneered. I'd regret being your grandson. Shen Dong retorted.
Shen Ye nodded, then pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Xiaoting directly. The call connected quickly, and Bai Xiaoting's delighted voice came through.
Mr. Shen, what is it?
On the other end, Bai Xiaoting assumed Shen Ye was calling to invite her out for a movie or something.
Xiaoting, I need to ask, does your company have a general manager named Shen Dong? Shen Ye inquired. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Bai Xiaoting felt a pang of disappointment. Yes, there is such a person. I personally interviewed and hired him. Mr. Shen, why are you suddenly asking me about him? Could he be a friend of yours?
If so, I'll immediately adjust his annual salary from 10 million to 20 million.
That's not what I meant, Shen Ye replied.
What I'm saying is, Chen Dong's character is questionable.
Oh, pretending to call our CEO by, huh? But I must say, he's quite convincing.
That acting talent, it's a shame he's not pursuing a career in showbiz.
Since Shen Ye hadn't put the call on speaker, Chen Dong couldn't hear anything on the line.
Assuming Shen Ye was just putting on a show, he sneered sarcastically from the side.
If I'm not mistaken, you didn't actually call anyone. You're just putting on a show, talking to yourself, right? Chen Dong continued.
As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and snatched the phone from Shen Ye's hand, intending to expose his little trick in front of everyone.
Well, looks like you did your homework.
You knew I'm the general manager of a company owned by the Bai family, a second-tier clan in Zhengzhou.
You even saved someone's number under the name Bai Xiaoting beforehand.
Shen Dong saw the call had indeed gone through and been answered, and the contact name displayed was Bai Xiaoting. He assumed Shen Ye had randomly grabbed someone's number and labeled it as Bai Xiaoting beforehand.
If I'm not mistaken, Chen Dong said smugly, the person on the other end must be an actor you hired, right?
He then switched to speakerphone and addressed the call. This is Chen Dong, general manager of the Bai Group.
You must be Shen Ye's friend, hired by him to play along, correct?
At that moment, Chang Wenjing beside him wore an expression of eager anticipation, waiting for Shen Ye's lie to be exposed and for him to be thoroughly humiliated.
Meanwhile, Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo were secretly sweating bullets for Shen Ye. They couldn't believe he actually knew Bai Xiaoting, the head of a second-tier family in Zhengzhou. Chen Dong, Mr. Shen is indeed my friend. Do you have a problem with that? No sooner had Chen Dong finished speaking than Bai Xiaoting's icy voice rang out over the phone.
The moment he heard that voice, Chen Dong's face instantly drained of color.
He recognized it immediately. It was their boss Bai's voice. Beside him, Chang Wenjing, seemingly oblivious to Chen Dong's drastic change in expression, asked, "Well, Shen, is that your boss Bai's voice?"
However, Chen Dong couldn't spare a thought for Chang Wenjing. His lips trembling, he stammered, "Mr. Bai, it really is you. Mr. Bai, please don't misunderstand, brother Shen and I were just messing around. We're good friends." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dong hurriedly pressed his palms together in front of Shen Ye, pleading for him to put in a good word. Chang Wenjing, Tang Wenshan, and Tang Duo, standing nearby, were all taken aback by Chen Dong's words. Clearly, none of them had expected Shen Ye to actually be on the phone with Mr. Bai. Moreover, judging by the conversation, Shen Ye and Mr. Bai seemed to have a remarkably good relationship. Shen Ye's face twisted into a sneer at Chen Dong's words. "I seem to recall you saying that if you ever regretted this, you'd be my grandson?" "Brother Shen, no, Grandpa, I regret it. I'm your grandson. Hurry up and explain to Mr. Bai, or I'll really lose my job." Chen Dong set his phone aside and whispered to Shen Ye. "Really? You're actually friends with Mr. Shen? If that's the case, for Mr. Shen's sake, I can adjust your annual salary from 10 million to 20 million. Bai Xiaoting's uncertain voice rang out over the phone. Hearing this exchange, everyone present froze in shock. What kind of relationship did Shen Ye and Bai Xiaoting share? Why would his favor make Bai Xiaoting willingly add 10 million to Chen Dong's annual salary? That favor was worth an awful lot, wasn't it? As for Chen Dong, hearing Bai Xiaoting's words made him regret it so much he could have kicked himself. If he'd known Shen Ye and Bai Xiaoting had this kind of connection, he'd never have dared to target Shen Ye like that. Instead, he should have treated Shen Ye like a god. Thud. Chen Dong dropped to his knees before Shen Ye with a thud, preparing to smash his head against the floor. But Shen Ye stopped him, catching his head with his hand. "Get up. Kneeling and kowtowing won't change anything. I told you before, the people you look down on might be the very ones you can't afford to provoke. You refuse to believe me. Well, this time serves as a lesson. I hope you stop judging people by their appearance." After finishing his words, Shen Ye took back his phone and said into it, "Chen Dong's character is flawed. You decide how to handle him. Understood, Mr. Shen. Rest assured, effective immediately, Chen Dong is no longer the general manager of Bai Group. I'll also have HR release a statement to the industry exposing his unethical conduct. Once that's out, no one will dare hire him again." Bai Xiaoting's voice came through the phone. Chapter 213, Chang Wenjing's sudden affection. Hearing Bai Xiaoting's words over the phone, Chen Dong's face turned ashen, filled with utter despair. He knew that once Bai Xiaoting publicly declared his character unfit and his dismissal from the Bai Group, any future job applications would be immediately rejected. This would completely sever his career path. "Grandfather, I know I was wrong. I'm kowtowing to you. Please, beg Ms. Bai not to fire me." Chen Dong desperately bowed his head repeatedly, pleading for mercy. However, Shen Ye paid no heed to Chen Dong's pleas and hung up the phone immediately. Seeing Shen Ye's complete indifference, Chen Dong realized that even if he kowtowed until his head bled, it would be useless. A shadow of malice flashed in his eyes as he stood up from the ground, brushed the dust off his knees, and glared at Shen Ye with venom in his eyes. "We'll see about that. Someday, I'll make you regret this." "Is that supposed to be a threat?" Shen Ye asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Chen Dong. Shen Ye's icy stare made Shen Dong feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine.
He dared not linger any longer. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away. Come on, now that Shen Dong's gone, let's continue eating. Xiao Yi, don't just stand there, sit down. However, to everyone's surprise, after Shen Dong left, Chang Wenjing seemed like a completely different person. She beamed at Shen Yi, warmly inviting him to sit down and eat. Chang Wenjing's sudden change in attitude made Shen Yi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Still, since she was Tang Duoduo's biological mother, Shen Yi couldn't maintain a stiff upper lip. He had no choice but to sit down. But no sooner had Shen Yi sat down than Chang Wenjing stood up, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in his bowl, beaming as she said, Xiao Yi, don't be so polite. Help yourself to the food. Just treat this place like your own home. Tang Wenshan and Tang Duoduo, watching from the side, were stunned. But they quickly realized Chang Wenjing was trying to curry favor with Shen Yi after seeing how close he was with Bai Xiaoting. Xiao Yi, if I may ask, what exactly is your relationship with Bai Xiaoting from the Bai family of Zhengzhou? Chang Wenjing inquired after returning to her seat. Hearing Chang Wenjing's words, Tang Duoduo beside her immediately shot Shen Yi a nervous glance, waiting for his answer. Her face wore a sour expression clearly. Tang Duoduo was jealous, convinced Bai Xiaoting and Shen Yi must have a special connection. Nothing much, Shen Yi replied. I saved Bai Xiaoting's life during my recent trip to Zhengzhou. I suppose you could say I'm her savior. Hearing Shen Ye's explanation, Chang Wenjing's face lit up. A life-saving favor? That's a huge debt of gratitude. Xiao Yi, from the moment I first saw you, you struck me as so kind and familiar, just like my future son-in-law. I approve of you and Duo being together. From now on, we're family. Chang Wenjing said with a smile. Tang Duo, standing nearby, blushed at Chang Wenjing's words, her face flushing with embarrassment. She was so flustered she forgot to argue back. Seeing Chang Wenjing's sudden change, Shen Yi felt uneasy and momentarily didn't know how to respond. Xiao Yi, why don't you go home and discuss it with your parents? Pick an auspicious date, and then you and Tang Duo can get married. I can't wait to have you as my son-in-law. Seeing Shen Ye's silence, Chang Wenjing, fearing he might change his mind over time, quickly pressed her advantage. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Yi and I haven't gotten that far yet. Tang Duo feigned annoyance beside her, though inwardly she was overjoyed. She gazed longingly at Shen Yi, hoping he would agree. I also feel we're not there yet with Duo. We're still young, and marriage isn't urgent. Shen Yi stated. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Tang Duo felt a pang of disappointment. Her mind raced with doubts. Did Shen Yi not like her? Why else would he not want to marry her? Young? You and Duo are both at the age to discuss marriage. How about this? I'll personally visit your home tomorrow to discuss your wedding with your parents. Chang Wenjing sounded quite anxious. We're really not in a hurry. Shen Yi replied. He could tell Chang Wenjing was pushing so hard because she had ulterior motives. Alright then. Since you two aren't in a hurry, I'll just have to go along with your wishes. Hearing this, Chang Wenjing couldn't press the matter further and could only respond thus. Oh, and Xiao Yi, remember when I was at the Chang family? I was a general manager overseeing all their businesses. My capabilities speak for themselves. Now, isn't the general manager position at Bai Group just becoming vacant? Why don't you give Bai Xiaoting a call and see if she'd consider me for it? As for the annual salary, I don't need much, just 20 million will do. Chang Wenjing revealed her true colors. Mom, how could you? How could you exploit Shen Ye's life-saving favor to Bai Xiaoting for your own gain? Tang Duo protested. Dodo, what nonsense are you talking? Shen Yi and our family will be one soon. What's wrong with him helping me? It's not a big deal. Given how he saved Bai Xiaoting's life, it's practically a given, right? Chang Wenjing shot Tang Dodo a dismissive glance. The Chang family's business and the Bai family's business aren't compatible. Even if I recommend you to the Bai family, you might not be qualified for the job. Shen Yi stated. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Chang Wenjing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. She felt Shen Yi was deliberately refusing to help her, making excuses. Business mismatch isn't a problem. Just give me some time to familiarize myself with the Bai family's operations, and I'll definitely be able to handle it. Chang Wenjing still clung to a sliver of hope, refusing to immediately burn bridges. Forget it. Shen Yi knew Chang Wenjing well enough. While she wasn't inherently malicious, she shared the same condescending nature as Chen Dong. Both looked down on others. Using his connection with Bai Xiaoting to place her as general manager at Bai Group would be irresponsible toward Bai Xiaoting. Truthfully, Shen Yi harbored a thought: if Chang Wenjing could change her ways in the future and treat Tang Duo and Tang Wenshan kindly, he wouldn't mind unfreezing the Chang family's assets and returning them to her. But that was contingent on Chang Wenjing genuinely reforming herself. Just as Shen Yi was about to voice his thoughts, Chang Wenjing's expression suddenly darkened. She lashed out at him with harsh words. Shen Yi, if you don't want to help me, just say so. Stop making up all these ridiculous excuses. You won't even help me with this small favor? I see through you now. You clearly don't care about our duo. Otherwise, how could you refuse to help me with such a minor request? Chapter 214, A Wise Bird Chooses Its Perch. Wenjing, how can you speak like this? General manager of the Bai Group, with an annual salary of 20 million, is that a small favor? Tang Wenshan couldn't stand by any longer.
Steeling himself, he addressed Cheng Wenjing with these words.
Tang Wenshan, what right does a good-for-nothing like you have to speak here? We're family here, and you're siding with an outsider?
Besides, everything I've asked for could be settled with a single word from Shen Ye.
If that's not a small favor, what is? Tang Wenshan's words ignited a powder keg.
Cheng Wenjing planted her hands on her hips, glaring at him with eyes wide with fury.
She unleashed a torrent of scathing insults that left Tang Wenshan's face flushing crimson.
He buried his head in his hands, unable to retort.
You're not a real man, just a spineless coward.
Divorcing you was the best decision I ever made. Seeing Tang Wenshan lower his head and swallow his pride, Cheng Wenjing grew even angrier, berating him as unmanly and weak. Seeing Tang Wenshan cowering before Cheng Wenjing, Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. Even after divorcing her, Tang Wenshan still feared her so much, no wonder Cheng Wenjing looked down on him.
Mom, you're being completely unreasonable.
Sure, for Shen Ye, it's just a matter of saying a few words. But don't forget he earned that right by saving Bai Xiaoting's life.
Try sending someone else to talk to Bai Xiaoting and see if they can pull it off. Tang Duo couldn't stand Cheng Wenjing's haughty attitude and snapped back.
After speaking, Tang Duo turned her gaze to Tang Wenshan, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction.
Dad, can't you stand up to her? Haven't you endured her bullying long enough? Don't forget, you're divorced from her now. Why should you keep indulging her? Do you really think she'll be grateful? That she'll be touched by your concessions? Not a chance.
Your tolerance only makes her look down on you more, thinking you're not a real man.
Hearing Tang Duo's words, Tang Wenshan's body trembled slightly.
Clearly, her words had struck a deep wound. Only Tang Wenshan himself knew the truth. It wasn't that he feared Cheng Wenjing. The real reason was that he still loved this woman, though his love was so deeply ingrained that it had always been this way then and now. But Tang Duo's words seemed to shake Tang Wenshan to his core. His fists clenched tightly.
He realized she had a point.
His excessive love for Cheng Wenjing had always made him fearful of displeasing her. In the past, whenever her expression turned even slightly sour, he would immediately yield and rush to appease her. Now, reflecting on it, he realized his love had been too subservient. Perhaps, as Tang Duo had said, the more he yielded, the less moved Cheng Wenjing became. She only saw him as less than a man. Tang Wenshan silently vowed to change. He wouldn't yield to Cheng Wenjing like he had before. Just as Tang Wenshan, having long plotted his rebellion, prepared to erupt, Cheng Wenjing shot him another glare. The moment he met her piercing stare, Tang Wenshan deflated like a punctured balloon. His head drooped, unable to meet her eyes, and the vow he'd just made vanished from his mind. Throughout the entire exchange, Shen Ye had been observing the shifts in Tang Wenshan's demeanor. Seeing him deflate like that, Shen Ye shook his head in resignation. He'd been on his knees for so long, it seemed he'd forgotten how to stand. Shen Ye knew Tang Wenshan wouldn't change overnight. It would take time, and whether Tang Wenshan had the resolve to see it through. With matters having reached this point, Shen Ye lost all appetite to continue dining. Rising to his feet, he addressed Tang Wenshan and Tang Duo. Uncle Tang, Duo, thank you both for your generous hospitality. I'm full and shall take my leave now. With that, Shen Ye turned and walked straight out of the house. Watching Shen Ye leave, Tang Wenshan looked up at his retreating back with an apologetic expression. Tang Duo immediately rose and followed Shen Ye out the door. Shen Ye, I'm truly sorry. We genuinely wanted to treat you to a meal. I never imagined things would turn out this way. My mother can be sharp-tongued and a bit snobbish, but deep down, she's not a bad person. I think her current behavior is partly due to my father's weakness. She wasn't always like this. Please don't hold it against her too much. After leaving the house, Tang Duo walked up beside Shen Ye, her face filled with apology. Yeah, I know. Don't feel bad about it. It's nothing. I can tell your mom isn't fundamentally a bad person. I won't pick a fight with her. You can rest assured. Shen Ye nodded and replied. Shen Ye also agreed that Cheng Wenjing wasn't fundamentally a bad person. After all, she hadn't participated in the kidnapping of his parents by Cheng Hong and Chang Wenhai. From this, Shen Ye could see that Cheng Wenjing wasn't truly malicious, she was just rather opportunistic. I'm glad you understand, Tang Duo said. Alright, you should head back. I should be going too. By this point, Shen Ye had walked over to his car, opened the door, and said this to Tang Duo. Yet, the moment Shen Ye finished speaking, Tang Duo suddenly stepped forward. Standing on tiptoe, she planted a kiss directly on his forehead. Then, her face flushed with embarrassment, she turned and dashed up the stairs. Feeling the lingering warmth on his forehead and the faint fragrance, Shen Ye stood frozen for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips. After a long while, Shen Ye snapped back to reality, got into his car, and drove back. Meanwhile, at Happy Sing KTV, Fatty Tiger and Skinny Monkey were already waiting inside the private room, their expressions brimming with excitement. Soon after, the door swung open. A short, shifty-eyed man entered, accompanied by two others. This short man was none other than Ling Feng, the leader of the Qinglong Society. Following behind him were Lu Chengfeng and Peng Shang. Ling Feng had brought these two Dragon List experts along precisely because he suspected Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey were feigning allegiance only to set a trap for him. "Chairman Ling, you're here. Please, have a seat." Spotting the arrival, Fei Hu and Shouho immediately sprang from the sofa, their faces plastered with smiles as they rushed forward to greet Ling Feng. Soon, Ling Feng was seated. Fei Hu and Shouho promptly poured wine, toasting him repeatedly. "Enough. Why do you wish to join our Qinglong Society?" Ling Feng asked after a few cups, halting their refills. "A wise bird chooses its perch, a loyal minister chooses his master. Zhao Tailong is foolish. For the sake of Shen Ye, he dared to openly defy the Black Dragon Society and the Yi family of Central Plains. Isn't that courting death? We don't want to die with him, so we humbly request Chairman Ling to give us a chance," said Skinny Monkey. Chapter 215, The Goofball Li Yi. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Ling Feng's face clouded with difficulty as he replied. "I'd be delighted to welcome you into my Qinglong Society. But simply showing up like this, I can't trust your sincerity." Hearing Ling Feng's words, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey exchanged glances, each seeing the anxiety in the other's eyes. "President Ling, what must we do for you to believe our sincerity?" asked Skinny Monkey. "A pledge of loyalty. Since you've come to pledge allegiance to me, you must demonstrate your sincerity with tangible proof," Ling Feng declared. "Brother Ling, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just tell me straight, what exactly do we need to do to convince you of our sincerity?" Fat Tiger pleaded. However, upon hearing Fat Tiger's words, Ling Feng didn't answer his question. Instead, he kept his mouth shut and smiled broadly at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey's eyes darted around frantically as if pondering something. Soon, his eyes lit up. "Chairman Ling," he said, "if we could capture Zhao Tailong and present him to you as a gift, would that prove our sincerity?" "Ha! If you truly manage to bring Zhao Tailong here, that would be absolutely perfect." Clearly, Ling Feng was highly satisfied with Skinny Monkey's suggestion, bursting into laughter. "Alright, Chairman Ling, just wait for our good news. I'll have Zhao Tailong tied up and delivered to you as a gift very soon," said Skinny Monkey. "Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Qinglong Society. I'll be taking my leave." Ling Feng rose with a broad smile, departing the KTV with the two Dragon List experts. After Ling Feng departed, Fat Tiger looked worriedly at Skinny Monkey and asked, "Skinny Monkey, we both know Zhao Tailong's strength. Even if the two of us teamed up, we wouldn't be a match for him alone, right?" "Ha! In combat, we're no match for him. But when it comes to strategy, I'm second to none in the entire Black Dragon Society." Shouho's face twisted into a sinister grin. Skinny Monkey, cut the suspense. "What's your plan? Spit it out already. I'm getting impatient," Fei Hu urged. "Fat Tiger, call Zhao Tailong right now. Tell him we've made up our minds, we're leaving the Black Dragon Society. But before we go, we want to treat Zhao Tailong to a proper feast. It's our way of thanking him for looking out for us all these years," Lean Monkey said. "You wouldn't be planning to get him drunk so we can take him down together, would you? That won't work. Zhao Tailong can hold his liquor way better than us. He won't get drunk, but we'll be wasted first." Fat Tiger worried. "Just make the call. Trust me, and that's that," Shouho insisted. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Fat Tiger took out his phone with a mix of belief and doubt, then stepped out of the private room to call Zhao Tailong. As soon as Fat Tiger left, Skinny Monkey pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket and poured it into an empty wine glass. This powder was a drug that, once ingested, would completely incapacitate someone within a short time. Skinny Monkey planned to get Zhao Tailong to swallow it, then tie him up and deliver him to Ling Feng. He hadn't shared the plan with Fei Hu because he knew his temperament. If Fei Hu learned of the scheme, fear would likely overcome him. When Zhao Tailong arrived, Fei Hu might give himself away. Meanwhile, Shen Ye drove back home. Li Fengmei and Xin Shangqing had already retired for the night. Just as Shen Ye entered his room, took a shower, and prepared to sleep, he suddenly sensed a powerful, sinister aura approaching. The moment he sensed it, Shen Ye's expression darkened. He could recognize that aura. It belonged to the sinister old man from the Zhang family. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed from the direction of the newly repaired main gate of Villa Wang, which had been kicked to the ground once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Ye threw on a shirt, dashed out of his room, leaped from the living room window, and landed at the villa's main entrance. The moment Shen Ye landed, he saw two figures standing at the entrance, an old man and a young woman. The old man was none other than that eerie old man from the Zhang family, while the young woman was Lin Meng, Shen Ye's former fiancée. As Shen Ye regained his footing, Li Wuying and Li Yi leapt down one after the other from the second-floor window, landing on either side of him. "You old geezer, you want to die, huh? You dare kick down my master's front door? Looks like you're tired of living.
Li Yi had just jumped down from upstairs. Seeing the old man knocked down by the gate, he couldn't resist showing off again, pointing at the old man and cursing him out. You dare speak of my death? You're not even worthy. The eerie old man shot Li Yi a cold glance, his voice as icy as the winter wind. Hearing the eerie old man's icy words, Li Yi instinctively flinched. Recalling his recent string of humiliating defeats, he feared this old man might be another opponent he couldn't handle. His resolve began to crumble. Having learned his lesson from past failures, Li Yi now understood a crucial truth. Before attempting to show off, one must first ascertain the opponent's standing lest they encounter a master ranked higher than themselves on the dragon list. Old geezer, I don't kill nobodies. If you're not afraid of dying, give me your name. Li Yi asked, steeled his nerves. Shu Yuan, the eerie old man replied indifferently. Hearing the old man's words, Li Yi frantically searched his mind for names of Dragon Clan masters. After comparing them, he realized there was no one named Shu Yuan on the dragon list. Instantly, Li Yi felt his confidence surge. He retorted to the strange old man, so you're just a nobody. Old geezer, you better give me a perfect explanation, or I'll kill you for sure. Heh, if you want to fight, just come at me. Why all the nonsense? The strange old man sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Li Yi's anger flared. He hadn't expected the old codger to have such a temper. Since that was the case, Li Yi didn't mind teaching the old man a lesson. Just as Li Yi was about to attack the eerie old man, Li Wuying rushed over to stop him, warning, Captain, you're no match for him. Don't be reckless. Li Yi's eyes widened at Li Wuying's words, his face flushing with displeasure. He had learned from past mistakes and had already investigated the old man's name. He was certain the old man wasn't even a top-tier expert on the dragon list. As the 9th-ranked expert on the dragon list, how could he possibly back down? Li Yi suspected Li Wuying was jealous, worried he'd steal the spotlight in front of their master. He dismissed the warning with a cold snort and charged straight at the eerie old man. Chapter 216, The Strange Old Man Comes Calling. Seeing Li Yi charge forward, Shen Ye had intended to stop him. But Li Yi, eager to prove himself, moved with blinding speed. Shen Ye's attempt to intervene came too late. By then, Li Yi had already closed in on the eerie old man, swinging his fist ready to smash it into the old man's face. Yet, the moment his fist rose, Li Yi suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Then, slaps echoed sharply against both sides of his face, followed by a searing, stinging pain. Li Yi hadn't even seen how the old man had moved before his face took at least 30 slaps. Only then did Li Yi realize that Li Wuying's warning hadn't been out of fear he'd steal the glory, it was because he truly wasn't a match for the old man. Li Yi had already sensed that he and the old man were simply not on the same level. After enduring dozens of slaps, Li Yi slowly turned around, presenting his swollen, pig-like face to Shen Ye and Li Wuying. His voice trembled with utter grievance, laced with a hint of tears. Wah, this is so damn unfair. With that, Li Yi staggered back to Shen Ye's side, his face twisted in despair as he pleaded to Li Wuying, Captain, I can't beat him. You go instead. Seeing Li Yi's face swollen like a pig's head, Li Wuying forced back a laugh and offered a wry smile. Captain, you're overestimating me. I'm no match for him either. Hearing Li Wuying's bitter words, Li Yi wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. If even Li Wuying admitted defeat, how could he have been so foolish to charge in and fight? What a bloody embarrassment. Just then, Shen Changqing and Li Fengmei heard the commotion. They dressed quickly and emerged from the villa. The moment Shen Changqing saw the eerie old man, his face fell completely, replaced by an expression of utter terror. Clearly, Shen Changqing recognized the strange old man. Shen Changqing, I never imagined your son would inherit your talent. So young, yet his strength already surpasses my disciple, he even slew him. How do you expect me to settle this debt with your Shen family? The sinister old man narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Shen Changqing emerge from the house. He looked at Shen Changqing with utter disdain and coldly remarked. Shen Changqing's face paled at the old man's words. He never imagined the old man's disciple had been killed by his own son. This was a disaster of epic proportions. Chu, Elder Chu, surely there must be some misunderstanding. My son, Shen Ye, is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly have killed your disciple? You must be mistaken. Shen Changqing hurriedly explained to Chu Yuan. Heh, Shen Changqing, you still try to defend your son now? I saw Shen Ye kill my senior brother, Xiao Chen, with my own eyes. How could that be false? At that moment, Lin Meng, standing beside the strange old man, stepped forward. Her face darkened as she glared at Shen Ye, then addressed Shen Changqing. No! You must have mistaken him. The one who killed your senior brother must have been someone who resembled my son, but that person was definitely not my son. I watched my son grow up. I know his capabilities better than anyone. He absolutely could not have defeated your senior brother. Shen Changqing shook his head frantically, trying to justify his son. Though he knew deep down that Lin Meng's words were true, he understood he must never admit it. Otherwise, Shen Ye would surely die. Shen Changqing simply didn't believe Shen Ye could be stronger than Chu Yuan. Seeing Shen Changqing's terrified expression, Lin Meng felt an intense sense of satisfaction. She sneered coldly. Heh, now you're scared? Too cowardly to admit it? Weren't you all so arrogant before?
Her words finished, Lin Meng turned her gaze back to Shen Ye, her eyes filled with venom as she declared.
Shen Ye, you had the guts to kill someone but not the guts to admit it?
Heh, I did kill that person.
What's there to be afraid of? Shen Ye sneered coldly. Yair, don't talk nonsense. You didn't kill him.
Hearing Shen Ye's confession, Shen Shangqing beside him immediately flew into a rage, scolding Shen Ye urgently.
Dad, don't worry.
I know my limits, Shen Ye said, casting a reassuring glance at Shen Shangqing.
Shen Ye had already deduced from Shen Shangqing's intense fear of the eerie old man that Shen Shangqing must know him. Otherwise, Shen Shangqing wouldn't be so terrified of him. Shen Ye saw this as an opening. If he could subdue the eerie old man, he was certain to extract information about Shen Shangqing from him. Admit it. I admit I underestimated you before, but so what?
You'll still end up dying by my master's hand. If you kneel obediently now and kowtow to apologize, I might consider asking my master to spare you a whole corpse.
Lin Meng said smugly to Shen Ye. Shut up. Shen Ye barked coldly.
A flash of silver light shot from his hand as a needle darted straight toward Lin Meng's throat.
Clang.
Simultaneously, a cold gleam flashed from the eerie old man's hand.
A dagger shot forth, colliding with Shen Ye's silver needle and sending it flying. This sudden turn of events sent a chill through Lin Meng, who paled and quickly hid behind the eerie old man. Trying to kill my disciple right in front of me? You really don't think much of me, do you? The sinister old man sneered coldly. Master, don't waste words with him. Break his limbs first, leaving him barely alive.
I'll put him in a pig cage and sink him to the ocean floor. Lin Meng whispered from behind the old man. She would never forget the day Shen Ye had her and Wang Dachui stuffed into a pig cage and sunk into the sea.
That humiliation would haunt her for life.
Now, she intended to repay the favor by using Shen Ye's own methods against him.
Boy, will you break your own limbs, or shall I assist you?
The sinister old man coldly addressed Shen Ye, his aura erupting.
Cut the crap.
Shen Ye spat coldly, charging straight at the eerie old man with blinding speed, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake.
Overestimating your abilities. Since that's the case, I won't mind making you suffer a bit more.
The eerie old man snorted coldly, his form unfurling as he met Shen Ye head-on.
Boom!
In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows.
Clang!
The eerie old man was sent staggering back 3 steps by Shen Ye's strike before regaining his footing. In contrast, Shen Ye stood rooted to the spot, not a muscle twitching.
The sinister old man's expression shifted slightly.
He glared back at Lin Meng, knowing full well she had misreported the situation. When Shen Ye had slain his disciple, Xiao Chen, it certainly hadn't taken dozens or even hundreds of exchanges to gain the upper hand, as Lin Meng had claimed. After all, the old man had engaged Shen Ye at 70% of his strength. Yet, he himself had been forced back by Shen Ye's strike. Had it been his disciple, he would have been sent flying backward.
Chapter 217, The Sinister Old Man Assassination.
Lin Meng, who had been glared at by the eccentric old man, paled. She never imagined Shen Ye's strength could be so formidable. He had pushed her master back right from the start.
This filled Lin Meng with a sense of foreboding. Young man, it seems I underestimated you.
Never imagined that at such a young age, your strength would reach this level. Such talent is in no way inferior to your father's 20 years ago. If you're given a few more years to grow, I might truly not be your match. The eerie old man spoke with utter shock etched across his face. As his words fell, his aura surged violently. The sheer force radiating from his body kicked up a cloud of dust, blinding others nearby. But this is where you stop.
I won't give you the chance to grow any further. That is my duty.
With that, a great sword radiating icy coldness materialized in the strange old man's hand.
He swung it down with terrifying force, aiming straight for Shen Ye. Facing the old man's descending blade, Shen Ye neither dodged nor retreated.
Instead, he extended a hand and reached directly for the blade. Witnessing this, Shen Shangqing, Li Fengmei, and the others paled.
Shen Ye must be insane grabbing a blade with his bare hands? That was suicide.
The sinister old man, however, let out a cold, savage chuckle, the corners of his mouth curling up. He never imagined Shen Ye would dare to reach out and catch his blade. It was practically handing him his own head on a platter. Yet the next moment, everyone froze in shock. Shen Ye had merely extended 2 fingers to steady the great sword. No matter how hard the eerie old man strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. In that instant, jaws dropped in stunned silence. No one could fathom how Shen Ye had caught the old man's blade with just 2 fingers. Li Yi and Li Wuying, in particular, stared wide-eyed. They knew Shen Ye was formidable, but they had no idea he was this terrifyingly powerful. As for Chu Yuan, his face had turned ashen, his eyes betraying utter panic. In that instant, Chu Yuan wished he could devour Lin Meng alive. If that hadn't deceived him, how could he have been so reckless as to come seeking revenge against Shen Ye for his disciple? Regret, utter regret. Boom! Put! Just as Chu Yuan was consumed by regret, Shen Ye delivered a kick straight to his chest. Chu Yuan's face instantly drained of color as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying over 10 meters, slamming violently into a large tree and shattering it.
Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, including Lin Meng. Cold sweat now beaded thickly on Lin Meng's forehead. She couldn't believe Shen Ye was this powerful, even her own master couldn't stand against him. At the same time, regret gnawed at her heart. She cursed herself for conspiring with Wang to frame Shen Ye and send him to prison. If she hadn't meddled, she might have been his wife by now. With his extraordinary abilities, he could have made her life one of luxury and privilege, enjoying every conceivable comfort and wealth. Had Lin Meng known Shen Ye was actually the war god of the southern frontier, her regret would have been even more profound. But regret was one thing Lin Meng knew. The most urgent matter now was figuring out how to escape. Otherwise, once Shen Ye finished dealing with his master, she would be next. At that moment, Shen Ye paid Lin Meng no mind. He strode directly to Chu Yuan, who lay on the ground coughing up blood. Reaching out, he hoisted Chu Yuan off the floor as easily as lifting a dead chicken. "Speak," Shen Ye demanded coldly. "Why have you been watching me? Why have you been watching our Shen family? Tell me, and I might consider giving you a chance to live." You promise you'll spare me after I tell you?" Chu Yuan gasped out. He wanted to live. He wanted to survive more than anyone. So if it meant staying alive, he was willing to reveal everything. "You have no right to bargain with me. Answer my question, or die." Shen Ye's voice was icy. At Shen Ye's words, Chu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. His eyes darted wildly as he weighed the pros and cons, calculating his chances of survival after answering. I'll tell you," he stammered. "Put." At that very moment, a bullet pierced straight through Chu Yuan's skull, blood gushing violently from the wound. Chu Yuan's mouth remained in the shape of speaking, yet all signs of life had vanished completely. Shen Ye frowned deeply at the lifeless Chu Yuan. Last time at the Yang family, when he had severely wounded that Elder Lin and was preparing to interrogate him, Elder Lin had also been assassinated. Now this again. This feeling of enemies lurking in the shadows while he operated in the open left Shen Ye deeply unsettled. Without hesitation, Shen Ye sprinted toward the direction the bullet had come from. Judging by the bullet's trajectory and force, Shen Ye had already determined the shooter was positioned over 500 meters away. Within mere breaths, Shen Ye reached the mountaintop 500 meters away. There, he found a smoldering cigarette butt on the ground, but the area was already deserted. Shen Ye glanced at the cigarette butt on the ground. He had never seen this brand before. Emblazoned on it was a trident logo. The fact that the person who shot Chu Yuan dead could retreat so swiftly, leaving no trace for Shen Ye to follow, clearly indicated that this individual possessed either exceptional agility or combat prowess far surpassing Chu Yuan's. With this realization, Shen Ye dared not linger, fearing he might fall into the killer's diversion tactic. He hurried back to Villa Wang. Fortunately, upon his return, Shen Changcheng and Li Fengmei were unharmed, though Li Yi and Li Wuying looked grim. Upon inquiry, he learned that while he was away, someone had come and taken Lin Meng away. According to Li Yi and Li Wuying, the person moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had snatched Lin Meng from right before their eyes. By the time they reacted, the person had already fled dozens of meters away. Fearing for the safety of Li Fengmei and Shen Changqing, they dared not pursue, forced to watch helplessly as the intruder carried Lin Meng away. "Did you get a clear look at the person's face?" Shen Ye asked. "No." He was clad entirely in night black robes, his face concealed by a dark hood. Li Wuying shook his head. "You did well. No matter the circumstances, my parents' safety must always come first." Shen Ye nodded, not only refraining from blame but offering praise instead. With that, Shen Ye stepped directly before Shen Changqing and said, "Father, you've witnessed my strength firsthand. Now, can you finally tell me what secret you've been hiding?" Chapter 218, Zhao Tailong loses all his cultivation. "Yer, what nonsense are you talking about? What secret could your father possibly have?" Li Fengmei asked, puzzled. Shen Ye ignored Li Fengmei's question, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Changqing. He waited for Shen Changqing to reveal everything himself, but he was disappointed. Shen Changqing sighed heavily, shook his head, and spoke to Shen Ye with solemn earnestness. "I admit your growth has surpassed my expectations. But your current strength is nowhere near enough to confront those people. They won't give you time to grow. Chu Yuan is merely a minor figure in their eyes. Little Yi, listen to me. Keep a low profile from now on. Avoid trouble as much as possible. Nothing matters more than our family staying safe and sound. My only wish now is for the three of us to live out our remaining days in peace." Hearing Shen Changqing's words, Shen Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Though he hadn't used his full strength when dealing with Chu Yuan earlier. But judging by the fear in Shen Changqing's eyes toward those behind Chu Yuan, Shen Ye sensed that even if he revealed his full strength, Shen Changqing would still believe he was no match for them. "Changqing, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Li Fengmei asked Shen Changqing with a puzzled look. "Fengmei, it's nothing. Let's go back to bed," Shen Changqing replied. "All right." Though Li Fengmei suspected Shen Changqing was hiding something, she didn't press further since he clearly didn't want to talk about it. She gave Shen Ye a lingering look before following Shen Changqing back to the villa. Watching Shen Changqing's slightly despondent retreating figure, Shen Ye shook his head helplessly. Since he wasn't willing to talk, Shen Ye would just have to investigate slowly on his own. Dispose of the body. Also, starting today, you must be on high alert to protect my parents' safety. Shen Ye turned to instruct Li Wuing and Li Yi before heading back to the villa himself. Happy karaoke. Fatty Tiger and Skinny Dragon sat on the sofa inside the private room. Fatty Tiger had already called Zhao Tailong, who had agreed to join them for a farewell drink. Not long after, the door swung open. Zhao Tailong entered, followed closely by Scarface. Chairman, you're here. Please sit down. Skinny Monkey hurriedly stood up to greet him, ushering Zhao Tailong to a seat. He then opened a bottle of liquor, fetched several cups, filled them to the brim, and handed one to Zhao Tailong and another to Scarface. Fat Tiger, Skinny Monkey, I'm truly sorry. Because of my personal reasons, you've had to give up everything you currently possess. I owe you both an apology. Zhao Tailong picked up the cup Skinny Monkey handed him and spoke to Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey with a face full of remorse. President, what are you saying? Our current status is all thanks to your brilliant leadership. Without you, we might still be hanging around in that shabby place at the foot of the mountain. We've enjoyed the good life for so long, it's time to be content. If anyone owes apologies, it's us two to you. We lacked the courage to fight alongside you, President. Lean Monkey raised his cup, his face a mix of gratitude and remorse. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Zhao Tailong nodded with a look of deep satisfaction. Ah, no need for words. Everything is in this wine. This cup, I raise to you both. With that, Zhao Tailong raised his cup and downed it in one gulp, his spirit soaring. As he watched Zhao Tailong down the entire cup, a faint, icy glint flickered in Skinny Monkey's eyes. Instantly, he and the others raised their cups and drained them in unison. Once the wine was finished, Skinny Monkey quickly grabbed the bottle and refilled everyone's cups. Scar, Zhao Tailong turned and addressed him. Starting today, you're out of the Black Dragon Society too. Boss, I, Scar, am no coward. Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey may fear death, but I do not. I'm willing to live and die with you, sharing hardships and glory. Scar shot a displeased glance at Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey as he declared. Hearing Scar's words, Fat Tiger remained unmoved, but a cold glint flashed in Skinny Monkey's eyes. Clearly, he was deeply displeased with Scar's statement. Scar, your loyalty means much to me, Zhao Tailong said, patting Scar's shoulder. But with 2 Dragon List Masters aiding the Qinglong Society now and Yi Juntian backing them, staying here would only lead to your certain death. It's a pointless sacrifice. So be it. I'm alone anyway. If I die, I die. It's no big deal. Scarface's face was set with resolve. Ah, why must you be so foolish? Seeing Knife Scar's resolute expression, Zhao Tailong sighed deeply, his face filled with regret. Clap. At that moment, Skinny Monkey began clapping beside them. His expression had completely changed, now wearing a faint, wicked grin. Heh, your brotherly bond is truly touching. Since that's the case, I'll tie you both up and present you to President Ling. Consider it fulfilling your brotherly vow. Skinny Monkey stood up, still clapping, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Fatty Tiger, watching this, was alarmed. How could Skinny Monkey be so reckless, exposing everything now? Wasn't this suicide? After all, Zhao Tailong could handle both of them single-handedly with ease. Skinny Monkey, what exactly do you mean by that? Zhao Tailong and Scarface's expressions darkened. Scarface demanded coldly. What do I mean? Exactly what I said. Can't you understand? Do I need to spell it out for you? Skinny Monkey sneered. Skinny Monkey, you're courting death. Where do you get the nerve to threaten to tie us up? Scarred stepped forward, glaring at Skinny Monkey. Me and Fat Tiger taking on one of you? What courage do you need? Skinny Monkey sneered. Skinny Monkey, you're showing no respect for the boss. Has it been too long since he last fought, making you forget how formidable he is? Scar said. How could I forget his power? It's just that the Zhao Tailong of today is no different from any ordinary person. The Skinny Monkey sneered coldly. Hearing the words, Zhao Tailong and Scar both stiffened, realizing something. Zhao Tailong immediately tried to circulate his internal qi, but the next moment, his face paled. He discovered he couldn't sense the qi within his body at all. You drugged my drink? Zhao Tailong roared at Skinny Monkey, his face twisted with rage. Heh, Zhao Tailong, don't blame me for this. Blame yourself for dragging our entire Black Dragon Society into conflict with the Yi family just for Shen Ye. I had no choice but to use some tactics to bind you and deliver you to Chairman Ling. Only then will we have a glimmer of hope. Lean Monkey said, his face dark and sinister. Chapter 219, Zhao Tailong bound. Skinny Monkey, you ungrateful bastard. You drugged the boss? Have you forgotten he saved your life? Scarface roared at Skinny Monkey, his face twisted with fury. Yes, he saved my life. So what? Does that mean I should trade my life for his just because he saved me once? Skinny Monkey shrugged indifferently. The boss doesn't need you to die with him. But drugging him to kidnap him and take credit with Ling Feng, what else is that but ingratitude? Scarred face snapped. Heh, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Fatty tiger, tie up Zhao Tailong for me. If he dares resist, make him suffer. Skinny monkey turned to Fat Tiger and ordered. Only then did Fat Tiger snap out of his daze. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, he nodded urgently, pulled out a rope he'd prepared earlier, and walked toward Zhao Tailong. You dare! Scarred man instantly stepped in front of Zhao Tailong, glaring at Fat Tiger. Scar, do you really think you can take on both of us? If you know what's good for you, just surrender quietly and spare yourself the pain. Skinny Monkey sneered at Scar. Scar, get out of here. Don't worry about me. Zhao Tailong knew Scar stood no chance against Fei Hu and Shouho together, so he urgently shouted to him. Boss, rest assured. I'll never abandon you. Even if it means dying, I'll die with you. Scar remained unmoved. Very well, then I'll grant your wish. Fat Tiger, team up with me, let's take care of Scar first. Skinny Monkey barked at Fat Tiger before charging headlong at Scar. Fat Tiger didn't hesitate either, immediately joining the fray. Together with Skinny Monkey, they attacked Scar. In one-on-one combat, Scarred was naturally superior to both Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey. But when the two teamed up, Scarred was no match for them. He was forced back relentlessly, taking countless blows from Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey in just moments. Blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth. Scar, you must leave now. Go alert Mr. Shen, perhaps he can save me. Watching Scar suffer severe injuries at the hands of Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey, Zhao Tailong could only fret helplessly. His own body was limp and weak, unable to stand steadily. He refused to let Scar die because of him, so he urgently urged Scar to seek out Shen Ye. Though Zhao Tailong couldn't be certain if Shen Ye was a match for Yi Juntian, he knew without a doubt that escaping with Knife Scar was entirely possible. Zhao Tailong told Scar that Mr. Shen might save him because he knew Scar wouldn't leave otherwise. Once Scar found Shen Ye, if Shen himself lacked confidence in defeating Yi Juntian, he'd naturally take Scar away. If Shen had confidence, he'd come to rescue him. Boss, don't try to fool me. If Mr. Shen had that kind of power, you would have contacted him long ago. Why wait until now to send me looking for him? Scar wasn't stupid. He saw through Zhao Tailong's scheme, fending off the attacks from Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey while speaking these words. Scar, trust me, Mr. Shen absolutely has the strength to save me. If you don't leave now, I'll truly have no hope of survival. Zhao Tailong urged. Thud. At that moment, Scar took a solid kick from Fat Tiger, sending him flying backward, spitting blood. Fortunately, Scar had decent endurance. After crashing to the ground, he rolled several times on the spot, flipped upright, and sprinted toward the exit of the private room. Boss, I'll trust you this once. But if Mr. Shen can't save you, I'll be back to die with you. Scarface hurled the words over his shoulder without looking back, then yanked open the private room door and bolted out. Seeing Scarred Man flee, Fat Tiger wanted to chase after him, but Skinny Monkey stopped him. Fat Tiger, no need to chase him. Our priority now is to tie up Zhao Tailong and take him to Chairman Ling. As for Scarface, he won't cause much trouble, said Skinny Monkey. But Scarface will definitely go get backup. He'll find Shen Ye to rescue Zhao Tailong. Fei Hu worried. Fatty, use your brain. If Shen Ye were truly powerful, Zhao Tailong would have sought his help ages ago. Why wait until now? Sending Scar to Shen Ye is just a ploy to distract him. Hopefully, Zhao Tailong can escape. Besides, even if Shen Ye dares to come save Zhao Tailong, so what? As long as we get Zhao Tailong to President Ling quickly, he's got 2 Dragon List experts backing him. No matter how capable Shen Ye is, can he really take on Dragon List masters, said Skinny Monkey. Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Fat Tiger nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Zhao Tailong lay limp on the sofa. Seeing Scarred Man escape, he looked visibly relieved. Now, he could only pray Scarred Man wasn't foolish enough to return and throw himself to his death. Soon, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey had Zhao Tailong bound and gagged. Skinny Monkey then pulled out his phone and called Ling Feng. Chairman Ling, we've got Zhao Tailong tied up. Where are you now? I'll bring him over immediately. Ling Feng, hearing Shouho's words on the other end, brightened and hurriedly replied, I'm at the Qinglong Society headquarters right now. Bring him over immediately. After hanging up, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey dragged Zhao Tailong out of the KTV and headed straight for the Qinglong Society headquarters. Inside Villa No. 1 Longquan, Shen Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in cultivation. Suddenly, his phone on the cabinet rang. He picked it up to see it was Scar calling. Scar, calling me this late? What's up? Shen Ye answered. Mr. Shen, please. Hurry and save my boss. He's been kidnapped by 2 traitors from the Black Dragon Society. They plan to deliver him to the Blue Dragon Society as a gift for their defection. Scar's frantic voice rang through the phone. The Blue Dragon Society? If I recall correctly, in Qingzhou, your Black Dragon Society's influence should far surpass that of the Blue Dragon Society. Why would your men want to defect to them? Shen Ye asked, puzzled. Mr. Shen, you don't know the whole story. Our boss angered the Yi family of Zhengzhou to help you. Now Yi Juntian is backing the Qinglong Society to destroy our Black Dragon Society. Mr. Shen, you must save our boss. He risked everything to lead the Black Dragon Society against the Yi family of Central Province for your sake. Scarface pleaded. Tell me your location. I'll come find you immediately. Shen Ye declared. Even setting aside that Zhao Tailong had incurred the Yi family's wrath for his sake, the mere fact that Zhao Tailong had once been a soldier under his command meant Shen Ye could never abandon him. Chapter 220 Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey regret their actions. Fat Tiger and Skinny Dragon, with Zhao Tailong bound, quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Qinglong Society. At the entrance to the Qinglong Society headquarters, Ling Feng had been waiting there for quite some time with his subordinates and 2 Dragon List experts. Ling Feng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Back when the Black Dragon Society was powerful, Zhao Tailong had given him no end of grief. Now, finally, he had the chance to redeem himself, and he was naturally beyond excited. Soon, Fat Tiger and Skinny Dragon emerged from the car, dragging Zhao Tailong, who was bound like a rice dumpling. Chairman Ling, this gift should prove our sincerity, right? Shouho said to Ling Feng with a fawning expression. Enough. More than enough. Ling Feng stepped forward, his face beaming with delight as he spoke, then shot a triumphant glance at Zhao Tailong. Zhao Tailong, never imagined you'd end up in my hands, did you? Ling Feng extended his hand, his expression smug and triumphant. He slapped Zhao Tailong's face hard and declared. Ling Feng, you're despicable. Using my own men to drug me. Zhao Tailong retorted, his face twisted with disgust. The victor writes history, that's an eternal truth. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. The means don't matter. What matters is that you're now my prisoner. Besides, even without your 2 henchmen's help, I'd have stormed your Black Dragon Society headquarters and captured you in no time. Blame your own stupidity for siding with some nobody like Shen Ye and antagonizing the Yi family of Central Plains. Ling Feng declared. At the end of the day, you're nothing more than a lapdog under Yi Juntian. What's there to gloat about? Zhao Tailong sneered. Smack. No sooner had Zhao Tailong finished speaking than Ling Feng's hand came down hard across his face. Still haven't grasped the situation? Think you're still that high and mighty Black Dragon Society leader who ruled Qingzhou with an iron fist? Now, you're nothing but my prisoner. When I tell you to kneel, you kneel and obey. Ling Feng said coldly. Pa! You're nothing but a dog. How dare you think I, Zhao Tailong, would ever kneel before you? You're not worthy. Zhao Tailong spat directly at Ling Feng, his face twisted with contempt and scorn. Smack! Thud! Ling Feng wiped the spit from his face and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Zhao Tailong, followed by a kick to his chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Humph! Stubborn to the bitter end. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Chairman Ling, when we were tying up Zhao Tailong, one of his men escaped. Zhao Tailong sent him to ask Shen Ye to come save him. Fei Hu stepped forward, speaking to Ling Feng in a flattering tone. Shen Ye? Hearing that name, Ling Feng paused, then his brow lifted in delight. If Shen Ye truly came, he could capture him outright. Delivering both Shen Ye and Zhao Tailong to Yi Juntian would surely earn him a generous reward. That would be perfect. If Shen Ye dares show up, I'll tie him up too and present him to Yi Juntian. Another major achievement. Ling Feng chuckled. Clearly, Ling Feng held Shen Ye in utter contempt. With 2 Dragon List masters backing him, he was confident Shen Ye wouldn't dare show up. President Ling, about us joining the Azure Dragon Society that should be settled now, right? Fat Tiger inquired. At Fei Hu's words, Ling Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Oof! You betrayed your own boss. How could I possibly accept you? If I let you into the Qinglong Society, and someday someone more powerful than me appears, I'd be afraid you'd stab me in the back. Ling Feng shot Fei Hu and Shouho a look of utter contempt as he spoke. At Ling Feng's words, Fei Hu and Shouho both paled, anger flaring in their eyes. President Ling, you promised earlier that if we came with sincerity to pledge allegiance, you'd accept us. Now we've brought Zhao Tailong here, and you're saying this? Aren't you just toying with us? Skinny Monkey forced back his rage as he spoke. I'm playing you? What can you do about it? If I recall correctly, Zhao Tailong saved your lives. Yet you've shown nothing but ingratitude, scheming against your benefactor for personal gain. I honestly can't accept such ungrateful people. Ling Feng declared. Ha! Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey, this is your comeuppance. Zhao Tailong roared with mocking laughter. Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey turned ashen. If they could have beaten Ling Feng, they would have charged at him right then and there. Zhao Tailong, what's so funny? We've merely lost our status, but you? You've lost your life. Shouho dared not confront Ling Feng directly and instead vented his anger at Zhao Tailong. With that, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey turned on their heels, ready to drive away. Did I say you could leave? Ling Feng asked coldly. What? Chairman Ling, you wouldn't be planning to throw the dog out after it's done its work, would you? Skinny Monkey turned back, forcing down his anger. That's right. I intend to throw you out after using you. What are you going to do about it? Guys, tie them up. If they resist, shoot them on sight.
At Ling Feng's command, his henchmen immediately surrounded Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey. Several men approached them with ropes in hand.
Neither Fat Tiger nor Skinny Monkey dared resist.
They knew Ling Feng had issued a death sentence. Any defiance would mean certain death. In that moment, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey regretted their actions so deeply they could have turned green.
If they'd known this would happen, why would they have risked being branded ungrateful and kidnapped Zhao Tailong?
Soon, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey were tightly bound by Ling Feng's men. After securing them, Ling Feng didn't rush to take them to Yi Juntian. He planned to wait a little longer, hoping Shen Ye would walk right into the trap. He knew that capturing Shen Ye would earn him even greater credit than capturing Zhao Tailong.
Before long, the distant roar of a sports car echoed through the air. Moments later, a Winson sports car came into view. Here it comes. The big fish is here.
Ling Feng's face lit up with excitement as he watched the sports car speed toward them.
Mr. Lu, Mr. Pang, I'll need your help in a moment. Take down that Shen Ye.
Ling Feng addressed the two Dragon List experts beside him.
Of course. The two Dragon List experts nodded.
They too hoped to capture Shen Ye and then seek credit from Yi Juntian. Soon, the Winsun sports car came to a halt before the crowd. Shen Ye and the severely wounded scarred man stepped out.
Chapter 221, Human Pile Driver. Tailong, are you okay?
Shen Ye looked at Zhao Tailong, smiling as he asked with concern.
Mr. Shen, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Instead, you had to come save me.
Zhao Tailong's eyes welled up with tears of emotion, yet he also felt deeply indebted to Shen Ye.
Don't talk nonsense.
You ended up in this mess because of me, Shen Ye said. Ling Feng, standing nearby, watched Shen Ye completely ignore him, the president of the Qinglong Society. His face darkened. This was blatant disrespect for his position.
On my turf, you just ignore me like that? Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful?
Ling Feng stepped directly in front of Shen Ye, his expression dark.
Who are you? Shen Ye asked coldly.
I'm Ling Feng, president of the Qinglong Society, Ling Feng declared with smug satisfaction.
Smack.
However, the moment Ling Feng finished speaking, Shen Ye delivered a vicious slap across his face. The blow stunned Ling Feng completely. He never imagined that even at the headquarters of his own Qinglong Society, Shen Ye would dare to slap him across the face.
Damn it!
Snapping out of his daze, Ling Feng erupted in rage, hurling insults at Shen Ye while lunging to attack. But Shen Ye countered with a single kick, sending Ling Feng flying backward. Landing hard on the ground, Ling Feng was shocked. Clearly, he hadn't expected Shen Ye's strength to surpass his own.
A mere Qinglong Society leader dares to show off in front of me? You think you're worthy? Shen Ye said coldly.
His words barely finished when Shen Ye flickered, appearing beside Zhao Tailong. With two swift punches, he sent the two henchmen guarding Zhao flying.
He then proceeded to untie the ropes binding Zhao Tailong. Mr. Shen, be careful. Those two are Dragon List experts.
Zhao Tailong, newly freed, pointed at the two Dragon List masters and warned Shen Ye.
Oof. A mere Dragon List expert? I couldn't care less. Shen Ye sneered dismissively. Kid, you sure talk big.
I wonder if your skills match your big mouth. Lu Chengfeng's face darkened at Shen Ye's words. He stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you're curious about my strength, feel free to test it. But to save time, I suggest you two come at me together, no need to waste my time. Shen Ye extended a finger toward the two Dragon List masters, his tone dripping with contempt.
Mr. Lu, this brat's too cocky.
Don't waste words on him. First cripple his hands and feet, let him learn how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Ling Feng, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled to his feet and urged Lu Chengfeng.
That's exactly what I had in mind.
As soon as Lu Chengfeng finished speaking, his body surged forward toward Shen Ye, delivering a direct punch aimed squarely at Shen Ye's face. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but let a smug look cross his face.
He was certain Shen Ye wouldn't even be able to block Lu Chengfeng's punch. After all, Lu Chengfeng was ranked 6th on the Dragon List. His strength was undeniable. Scar, who had accompanied Shen Ye, now clenched his fists so tightly his palms were sweaty. Unaware of Shen Ye's true identity, he harbored doubts about the young man's capabilities.
Simultaneously, Scar was silently praying that Shen Ye could defeat those two Dragon List masters. Otherwise, he and Zhao Tailong would be doomed today. Yet Shen Ye showed no intention of dodging Lu Chengfeng's incoming punch. He simply watched as the fist closed in on him. Ha! He must be so stunned by Mr. Lu's powerful punch that he forgot to dodge. Ling Feng, standing nearby, laughed smugly. Boom! As expected, Lu Chengfeng's fist slammed straight into Shen Ye's face. What others failed to notice, however, was that Lu Chengfeng's fist halted less than a millimeter from Shen Ye's face. The distance was so minuscule that bystanders were convinced Lu Chengfeng's fist had connected. Yet Lu Chengfeng's face instantly drained of color. He felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, the pain nearly bringing tears to his eyes.
This can't be possible. Lu Chengfeng exclaimed, his face frozen in utter horror. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng's mind was in turmoil, reeling from the shock. He dared not even contemplate just how formidable Shen Ye's strength must be to achieve such a feat. Boom! Put! At that very instant, a ferocious aura erupted from Shen Ye's body. The sheer force of it sent Lu Chengfeng reeling, his face instantly turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in confusion, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. They had clearly seen Lu Chengfeng land a punch squarely on Shen Ye's face. Why was it Lu Chengfeng who ended up spitting blood and flying backward? Peng Shang, seeing Lu Chengfeng's backward flight, rushed forward to catch him. His expression grave, he demanded, "What happened? He's too strong. I'm no match for him." Lu Chengfeng reluctantly admitted, though he couldn't deny it. Hearing Lu Chengfeng's words, everyone's expressions changed, their faces filled with horror. None of them had seen Shen Ye make a move, yet Lu Chengfeng claimed he was no match for him. Peng Shang set Lu Chengfeng down on the ground, his expression sour. Though he didn't know how Shen Ye had sent Lu flying, he refused to believe Shen Ye could surpass him, the fourth-ranked expert on the dragon list. "Kid, let me test your strength." Peng Shang stepped before Shen Ye, his voice cold. "Enough chatter. You're wasting my time." Shen Ye snapped impatiently. With that, Shen Ye took a long stride and leaped directly toward Peng Shang, then brought a vicious punch crashing down on Peng Shang's head. Seeing this, Peng Shang quickly raised an arm to block. Snap! The moment Shen Ye's fist struck Peng Shang's hand, a series of cracking sounds echoed as bones snapped. Instantly, Peng Shang's face drained of color, his expression frozen in sheer terror. Shen Ye paid no heed to his terror. His other hand slammed down on Peng Shang's head with brutal force. Thud! Instantly, the ground beneath Peng Shang's feet cracked open. His legs were forced downward by the immense force, sinking deeper and deeper into the earth. Blood gushed continuously from his mouth. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. What immense strength could possibly drive Peng Shang's feet into the earth like that? Only after confirming Peng Shang's legs were completely buried did Shen Ye lift his hand from the man's head. By then, Peng Shang had already ceased all signs of life, his eyes still frozen in a look of utter terror. Chapter 222, Supporting Zhao Tailong. Seeing Peng Shang dead, Ling Feng's expression darkened to the extreme, while a look of terror also flashed across his face. With one of the two Dragon List experts already slain by Shen Ye, his own fate was clear. Death was inevitable. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng dropped to his knees before Shen Ye, pleading for mercy. "Mr. Shen, I'll be your loyal dog. Please spare my life." Ignoring Ling Feng's pleas, Shen Ye turned to Zhao Tailong and declared, "Tailong, this man is yours to dispose of. How he dies is entirely up to you." With that, Shen Ye pulled a dark red pill from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Tailong, adding, "This is an antidote. It neutralizes all poisons." Shen Ye had already noticed Zhao Tailong was poisoned. "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Zhao Tailong expressed his gratitude, then took the antidote pill from Shen Ye's hand and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment the pill touched his stomach, Zhao Tailong felt his dissipating martial prowess rapidly returning. In the blink of an eye, his strength had fully restored to its peak. Feeling the extraordinary potency of this antidote pill, Zhao Tailong grew even more deeply impressed by Shen Ye. He cracked his joints with a series of loud pops, then strode toward Ling Feng with a face frozen in cold fury. "Ling Feng, you never imagined you'd end up falling into my hands, did you? Zhao Tailong, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. If you spare my life, I'll lead the Green Dragon Society to submit to your Black Dragon Association. I'll serve under you." Seeing the murderous intent in Zhao Tailong's eyes, Ling Feng was overcome with terror and immediately begged for mercy. "Ha!" Zhao Tailong sneered coldly. "You wanted me dead before. Do you really think I'd give you a chance to live? Zhao Tailong, don't kill me. I only opposed your Black Dragon Society because Yi Juntian forced me to. If I didn't do as he demanded, he'd kill me. I had no choice." Ling Feng lied desperately. "Hoof. You think I'd believe your bull? Enough talk. Die." With that, Zhao Tailong reached out and snapped Ling Feng's neck. Watching Zhao Tailong kill Ling Feng, Shen Ye's gaze shifted toward Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng noticed Shen Ye's gaze and panicked, stammering, "Shen Ye, you can't kill me. I'm Yi Juntian's man. If you kill me, Yi Juntian won't let you off." "Heh," Shen Ye sneered coldly. "I've already killed Yi Juntian's own brother, Yi Junlin. Whether I kill you or not, Yi Juntian will come looking for me anyway. Do you really think you can intimidate me?" Hearing Shen Ye's words, Lu Chengfeng's face drained of color. He knew intimidating Shen Ye with Yi Juntian's name was futile. His only option now was to flee. If he could reach Yi Juntian, everything would be fine. With that thought, Lu Chengfeng spun around and dashed toward the distance. Whoosh! A cold gleam shot from Shen Ye's hand, a silver needle that pierced straight through Lu Chengfeng's back of the head. Thud! Lu Chengfeng collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly lifeless. Only when Lu Chengfeng hit the ground did Scar, who had followed Shen Ye, snap out of his shock. His face instantly lit up with wild joy. Only now did Scar understand why Zhao Tailong had gone out of his way to aid Shen Ye. Shen Ye was this formidable. Recovering, scarred face strode smugly toward the bound fat tiger and skinny monkey. With a triumphant expression, he sneered, "You two traitors never saw this coming, did you? Victory still belongs to us. I wonder what you're thinking now." Hearing Scarface's words, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey's expressions shifted. They regretted it. Had they known Shen Ye was this formidable, they would never have betrayed Zhao Tailong. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Whichever side won, their fate was sealed. "Scar, we were once brothers. Yes, we made a mistake in our moment of folly. We deserve to die. But for the sake of our past brotherhood, please plead with the boss to spare us this once." Skinny Monkey begged desperately. "Yeah, Scarface, we were brothers who went through hell together. Even though we messed up, we had no choice. Please plead for us with the boss." Fat Tiger also begged with a mournful face. "Ha! If only you'd known then what you know now. Our brotherhood ended the moment you betrayed the boss. Don't expect me to plead for you. I want to kill these two traitors even more than the boss does." Scar sneered coldly. Seeing their plea to Scar was futile, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey quickly turned their gaze to Zhao Tailong, begging, "Boss, we truly regret our actions. Please forgive us this once. We swear we'll never do it again." "Heh, Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey, I understand your fear of death. But to betray me for wealth and glory, to forget all loyalty, that I cannot comprehend. So spare me your pleas. Once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. Scarface, send these two on their way. Out of respect for our past brotherhood, give them a quick death." Zhao Tailong declared. "Yes." Scar answered respectfully, then drew a dagger and slashed at Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey's necks. "No!" Fat Tiger and Skinny Monkey screamed in terror, but Scar gave them no chance. The dagger sliced cleanly across their throats. Thud! Thud! Fatty Tiger and Skinny Monkey both collapsed to the ground, dead as a doornail. "Tailong, have your men come over and swallow up the Qinglong Society." Shen Ye turned his head and said this to Zhao Tailong. Shen Ye instructed Zhao Tailong to absorb the Qinglong Society because he sought to expand the Black Dragon Society's influence. After witnessing the assassination attempt on the mysterious old man, Shen Ye realized numerous shadowy figures were watching him. The more power he exposed, the more perilous his situation became. Until he uncovered the identities of these adversaries, Shen Ye preferred to keep his trump cards hidden. Thus, he planned to elevate Zhao Tailong, using him as a proxy to handle affairs. Only then could he better conceal his true strength. "Yes, Mr. Shen." Zhao Tailong was no fool. He understood Shen Ye's meaning perfectly, his heart surging with excitement. At last, he could serve the king of the southern frontier again. Zhao Tailong responded respectfully, then immediately called Black Dragon Society headquarters to mobilize his men. They were to march on Qinglong Society headquarters and take it over. Chapter 223, The Feast at Hongmen. Shortly after Zhao Tailong hung up, Black Dragon Society members began pouring in. Scar then led his men in a sweeping purge of the Azure Dragon Society. Soon, the Black Dragon Society had completely occupied the Blue Dragon Society, absorbing it into their own sphere of influence. After the Black Dragon Society's takeover, Shen Ye instructed Scar to retrieve the cell phones from Ling Feng and the two Dragon List experts. Scar and Zhao Tailong were still puzzled. What use could Shen Ye possibly have for these men's phones? "Tailong, find another reliable brother to come with me back to the villa," Shen Ye instructed. Soon, Zhao Tailong found another trusted brother to accompany Shen Ye back to Villa King. Upon returning to Villa King, Shen Ye immediately altered the appearances of Zhao Tailong, Scar, and the other brother. He transformed Zhao Tailong into Ling Feng's likeness, while Scar and the other man were altered to resemble the two Dragon List experts. Shen Ye then handed Ling Feng's phone to Zhao Tailong and the phones of the two Dragon List experts to the other two men. Shen Ye's intent was clear: Zhao Tailong would impersonate Ling Feng, while the other two would pose as the Dragon List experts. He planned to infiltrate them into Yi Juntian's inner circle to uncover his next move. Although Shen Ye could have simply tracked down Yi Juntian and killed him outright, doing so would inevitably expose his own strength. This was highly disadvantageous, as he had no idea what level of power the individual Shen Changqing feared actually possessed. After completing the disguises for the group, Shen Ye gave them a few instructions before dismissing them to return to their respective quarters. After Zhao Tailong and the others departed, Shen Ye returned directly to his room to cultivate. He didn't know who his enemies were or the extent of their power. To gain a greater advantage, the only thing he could do was continuously enhance his own strength. The next day, nearly every clan in Qingzhou, large and small, received invitations from the four great families. They were summoned to the Supreme Hotel to attend Yi Juntian's banquet. Nearly everyone recognized this as a trap, yet they dared not refuse. To decline would mean offending the Yi family of Central Province and provoking Yi Juntian, the top-ranked martial artist on the Dragon List. With no other choice, the families, both large and small, prepared various precious gifts and headed to the Supreme Hotel to attend the banquet.
Wang Xueting, who had just taken over the Yang group, also received an invitation from the four great families. The one who called to inform her was none other than Gao Jianhong, one of the heads of the four great families. Upon receiving the notice, Wang Xueting felt thoroughly uneasy. She understood Yi Juentian's intentions all too well, but constrained by his status as the Dragon List's top-ranked powerhouse, she had no choice but to follow the others' lead, shouldering her gifts and heading to the Supreme Hotel. She didn't call Shen Ye. Though she knew Shen Ye was formidable, she didn't believe he could surpass Yi Juntian, the top-ranked martial artist on the Dragon List. However, while Wang Xueting didn't call Shen Ye, Zhang Shihao, a member of one of the four great families, did reach out to him. Zhang Shihao had never forgotten the humiliation he suffered at Shen Ye's hands. Now that a golden opportunity for revenge presented itself, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Early that morning, Shen Ye was still immersed in his cultivation when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Shen Ye answered. Shen Ye, it's Zhang Shihao. We've met before. Remember how you had Li Wuying cause our Zhang family's market value to plummet by 30%? Do you recall that? Zhang Shihao's tone was dripping with smugness. Now that the Zhang family's market value had recovered and the lost clients had returned to cooperate with them, he made this call primarily to show off and rub salt in Shen Ye's wounds. Little did Zhang Shihao know that the Zhang family's recovery in market value and the return of their partners were due to his son begging Shen Ye to spare them this once. It had nothing to do with the five ghosts wealth-attracting formation Yi Juntian had set up for his family. Oh, it's you. What's up? Shen Ye asked coldly. Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know our Zhang family's market value, which had plummeted by 30%, has now recovered. Plus, all those clients who left after the losses have come back to continue working with us. Disappointed? Zhang Shihao bloated. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Shen Ye replied indifferently. Hearing Shen Ye's indifferent tone, Zhang Shihao's eyebrows twitched furiously on the other end of the line. He felt incredibly frustrated. Why wasn't Shen Ye even surprised? Why didn't he show any reaction? This made Zhang Shihao feel utterly unfulfilled. Aren't you surprised at all? Zhang Shihao asked. What's there to be surprised about? Shen Ye thought, speechless. He had Li Wuying's butler handle it, what else could there be? Hearing Shen Ye's response, Zhang Shihao inwardly cursed in frustration. He'd intended to brag and humiliate Shen Ye, but Shen Ye's nonchalance wasn't the outcome he'd hoped for. Forget it. I'm here to inform you, Yi Juntian is hosting a banquet at the Supreme Hotel for all the major and minor families in Qingzhou. Wang Xuetong is among the invited guests. I'm warning you, if Wang Xuetong shows up, Yi Juntian will devour at least half her shares. Aren't you so cocky because you have Li Wuying backing you? If you've got the guts, show up at the banquet and help Wang Xuetong defend her holdings. I'll have someone deliver your invitation shortly. Zhang Shihao declared. With that, Zhang Shihao hung up. His call served only to notify Shen Ye whether he showed up or not. Zhang felt vindicated. If Shen stayed away, it proved his cowardice. If he came, Yi Juntian would deal with him. Supreme Hotel. At the Grand Hotel's entrance, countless luxury cars from Qingzhou converged. The hotel's parking lot couldn't accommodate them all, forcing some minor family patriarchs to park their vehicles along the roadside. Today, Yi Juntian had invited them all under the pretext of celebrating his birthday. As the heads of these families, large and small, stepped out of their vehicles, some recognized familiar faces. They exchanged glances, their expressions settling into wry, bitter smiles. At the hotel entrance stood over 100 henchmen from the Grey Forces, dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses. The clan leaders' faces darkened to the extreme as they stared at the henchmen guarding the entrance. They knew that the moment they stepped inside this hotel, their family's assets would be stripped away layer by layer. They would never walk out unscathed. Yet even knowing the outcome, they had no choice but to enter. They understood that refusing could mean their entire family would be annihilated by Yi Juntian. Chapter 224, Consolidating Forces. In the hotel's vast banquet hall, Zhang Shihao, Gao Jianhong, Wu Jinyuan, and Qin Jingdong, the heads of Qingzhou's four foremost families, sat at the head table. Their faces wore broad, triumphant smiles. Head Zhang, Head Gao, Head Wu, Head Qin, congratulations. You're now favored by young Master Yi himself. Your futures are boundless. A middle-aged man in a suit and wig approached them with his entourage, offering flattery. Hearing the flattery, Zhang Shihao and his companions looked even more pleased. Not at all, they replied. We've merely done some errands for young Master Yi. Nothing to mention. Mr. Zhang, might you reveal why young Master Yi has gathered all of Qingzhou's powerhouses here? What is he planning? Someone inquired. Though they had their suspicions about Yi Juntian's intentions, those were merely their own speculations. Without a definitive answer, they clung to a sliver of hope that things weren't as they feared. What else could it be? Didn't the invitation make it clear? Today marks young Master Yi's 28th birthday. He invited you all to share in his joy. Zhang Shihao replied with a smile.
Hearing Zhang Shihao's reply, the others wore expressions of disappointment. Clearly, extracting the desired answer from him was nearly impossible. A birthday? Yeah, right. They didn't even know Yi Juntian. Even if it were his birthday, why would he invite them to celebrate? They believed only one thing: there's no such thing as a free lunch. The less the heads of the four great families clarified, the more uneasy these men felt, their hearts pounding with anxiety. The middle-aged man in the wig leaned close to Zhang Shihao, discreetly pulling a bank card from his sleeve and slipping it into Zhang Shihao's hand. He whispered urgently, "Head of the Zhang family, this is a token of my sincerity. I humbly ask that you speak well of me before young Master Yi later." Several sharp-eyed individuals nearby noticed the wigged man's subtle gesture and began imitating him. They approached the four family heads, discreetly slipping bank cards into their hands. Seeing so many people fawning over them and offering gifts, the four family heads felt even more certain that aligning with Yi Juntian was the right choice. Yet they knew full well they couldn't accept these bank cards. If word reached young Master Yi, he would surely harbor resentment toward them. "We appreciate your sentiments, but we cannot accept these bank cards," Zhang Shihao declared as he led the others in returning the cards. "If young Master Yi discovered we'd accepted bribes from you, he wouldn't let us off lightly." "Head Zhang, if you don't mention it and I don't mention it, how could young Master Yi possibly find out?" someone argued. "Absolutely not. Young Master Yi is the top expert on the dragon list. He has eyes and ears everywhere. How could such a thing possibly escape his notice?" Zhang Shihao countered. Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, disappointment washed over their faces. "While I can't speak on your behalf, there is one thing I can reveal to you all." Seeing their dismay, Zhang Shihao didn't want to completely alienate them and spoke thus. Hearing this, the group perked up, their eyes brimming with hope as they waited for Zhang Shihao to continue. "As everyone knows, today is young Master Yi's birthday, a day of great celebration. Later, as long as your gifts are precious and valuable enough, you're sure to earn young Master Yi's favor. Moreover, seating arrangements today will be determined by the value of your gifts. The more valuable your gift, the closer your seat will be to young Master Yi," Zhang Shihao explained. Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, everyone instinctively glanced at the gifts they held in their hands, then looked around at the gifts in others' hands, and began to feel anxious. After all, every person present naturally hoped to leave a favorable impression on Yi Juntian and secure a seat closer to him. This proximity would make it easier for them to build connections with Yi Juntian and minimize the financial sacrifices their families might have to make. "Hey, get some money and buy a birthday gift right now. The more expensive, the better. Is a few 10,000 enough? I'll be damned. Pick the most expensive one. The pricier, the better. Anything under $1 million isn't even worth considering. Once you buy it, deliver it to the Supreme Hotel immediately. Yes, hurry. Hey, Lou the steward. Didn't our jade shop recently get a pair of imperial green bracelets? What? They're already reserved for 5 million? Forget that. Bring that pair of imperial green bracelets to the Supreme Hotel immediately. Hurry, you must hurry." Some family heads whose gifts weren't particularly valuable quickly pulled out their phones, calling family members to rush out and buy new gifts, expensive ones, the best they could find, and have them delivered immediately. When word spread that someone intended to present a pair of imperial green jade bracelets worth 5 million, many faces immediately fell. Wasn't that gift far too extravagant? Yet this couldn't dampen their gift-giving fervor. Even if some couldn't afford such extravagant presents, as long as theirs surpassed others in value, they could sit closer to Yi Juntian. Who knows? They might even gain favor. Hearing the sounds of these people calling to have gifts purchased, Zhang Shihao and the other family heads couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They thought to themselves, just from the gifts Yi Juntian would receive today, the total value would likely reach tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Ahem. Everyone, quiet please. Seeing that most of the phone calls had concluded, Zhang Shihao cleared his throat twice, raising his voice slightly to signal for quiet. He had something to say. At Zhang Shihao's words, the vast restaurant capable of seating thousands fell instantly silent. Every mouth shut, all ears pricked up, eager to hear what Zhang Shihao had to say. As everyone knows, young Master Yi's primary purpose in coming to Qingzhou this time is to avenge his deceased younger brother. The man responsible for his brother's death is Shen Ye, Zhang Shihao declared in a raised voice. By revealing this matter in front of so many people, Zhang Shihao naturally had his own plans. He believed his previous defeat at Shen Ye's hands was due to Li Wuying's backing of Shen Ye. Therefore, he now intended to seize this opportunity to consolidate the entire strength of Qingzhou to suppress and retaliate against Li Wuying. Ideally, he would destroy every single one of Li Wuying's businesses in one fell swoop. Chapter 225, Birthday Gift. Who the hell is this Shen Ye, acting so brazenly? He even dared to kill young Master Ye's own brother. Zhang family head, tell me where that Shen Ye is. I'll lead our family's martial arts experts right now to capture that scoundrel and present him as a birthday gift to young Master Yi, a middle-aged man declared indignantly. Yes, head of the Zhang family. Tell me where Shen Ye is.
I'll be young Master Ye's vanguard, capture that Shen Ye, and present him as a gift to young Master Ye, another man chimed in. One after another, countless others began echoing the sentiment, declaring their willingness to capture this Shen Ye fellow and present him as a birthday gift to young Master Yi. Hearing this fervor, the heads of the 4 top-tier families wore smug expressions. Zhang Shihao spoke up. Gentlemen, that Shen Ye has Li Wuying backing him. It said Li Wuying once used the alias Li Yi and successfully climbed to 9th place on the dragon list. Are you certain you can bring Shen Ye here? At Zhang Shihao's words, the faces of those who had vowed to capture Shen Ye all paled, their complexions flushing crimson. Are you kidding? With Li Yi, the 9th-ranked dragon list contender, backing Shen Ye, what could they possibly use to capture him? That's suicide. Seeing their flustered expressions, Zhang Shihao felt no disappointment. He never intended to rely on them to capture Shen Ye anyway. His true target was Li Wuying. Everyone, there's no need to panic. That Shen Ye is young Master Ye's enemy. Why would young Master Ye need to use others to take revenge? He will personally seek out Shen Ye for retribution. But that Li Wuying? He's practically Shen Ye's accomplice. Without Li Wuying's backing, Shen Ye wouldn't have had the guts to kill young Master Ye's younger brother. I see this as a golden opportunity. Many of you are familiar with Li Wuying. His business empire in Qingzhou is vast. I'm certain his shares are embedded in numerous family-owned companies among you. When it comes to fighting, even if we banded together, we wouldn't stand a chance against Li Wuying. But when it comes to financial power, if we pool our resources, we could easily crush even 2 Li Wuyings. Therefore, I propose we unite to target every business under Li Wuying's name. If we can bankrupt him, that would be a major achievement in young Master Ye's eyes. Zhang Shihao delivered his speech in one breath. After finishing his speech, Zhang Shihao and his group scanned the room, gauging the reactions of those present. Little did Zhang Shihao know that Li Wuying had already transferred all his assets to Shen Ye. Though the deeds hadn't been officially registered yet, the property certificates were firmly in Shen Ye's hands. Upon hearing Zhang Shihao's words, the heads of Qingzhou's major and minor clans began whispering among themselves, debating the feasibility of his proposal. After a heated debate, they unanimously resolved to unite and collectively suppress all businesses under Li Wuying's name. They acted immediately. Everyone pulled out their phones and began contacting their respective family leaders, instructing them to sever all ties and cooperation with Li Wuying's businesses. This represented a consolidated effort across the entire Qingzhou region. The sheer terror of such a collective strike was unimaginable. Within less than half an hour, the market value of all businesses under Li Wuying's name plummeted by 80%. Witnessing this, Zhang Shihao and the other family heads wore smug expressions, feeling immensely satisfied. At that very moment, several figures entered the hotel restaurant, instantly silencing the entire space so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yi Juntian entered, accompanied by Ling Feng, the leader of the Qinglong Society, and 2 other Dragon List experts, striding in with effortless grace. Welcome, young Master Yi. Welcome, young Master Yi. Zhang Shihao and the other heads of the top-tier families shouted in unison, Welcome, young Master Yi. Immediately, a deafening chorus of greetings erupted throughout the entire restaurant, the sound reverberating like thunder. Yi Juntian responded with a dismissive wave of his hand, his face radiating arrogance, before striding to the head table at the far end of the dining hall and taking his seat. Zhang Shihao, head of the Zhang family of Qingzhou, presented a genuine painting by Tang Yin valued at 66.66 million yuan, wishing young Master Yi a happy birthday and ever-rising cultivation. He also extended congratulations to the Yi family of Zhengzhou, wishing them swift ascent to the throne of Zhengzhou's noble houses. Zhang Shihao led the announcement of his gift, followed by a torrent of blessings. Gao Jianhong, head of the Gao family of Qingzhou, presented a villa valued at 66.66 million yuan. Wu Jinyuan, head of the Wu family of Qingzhou, presented a custom-made Koenigsegg worth 66.66 million yuan. Qingzhou's Qin family patriarch Qin Jingdong presented a top-grade jadeite worth 66.66 million yuan. As the heads of the 4 major first-tier families presented their birthday gifts, other families of varying sizes in Qingzhou began stepping forward to offer their own presents. The second-tier Shao family of Qingzhou presented a Tang Dynasty jade vase valued at 20 million yuan. 5 second-tier families of Qingzhou presented gifts valued at 19.88 million yuan. Second-tier families of Qingzhou. Subsequently, Qingzhou's various clans, both large and small, commenced presenting their prepared birthday gifts. The minimum value of each gift exceeded 1 million yuan, and the entire process lasted over an hour without concluding. As she listened to each person present birthday gifts worth at least 1 million, Wang Xueting's expression in the crowd darkened to its worst. After all, she had only recently taken over the Yang group and was completely cash-strapped. The gift she had purchased was worth less than 20,000 yuan, and even that had drained her entire savings. After everyone had presented their gifts, Wang Xueting nervously approached Yi Juntian with her own offering. In a voice barely audible to anyone but herself, she declared, Wang Xueting of Qingzhou Yeshue Group presents a watch valued at 18,888 yuan. Wishing young Master Yi a happy birthday. Night Snow Group was, of course, the new name Wang Xueting had given to the Yang Group. The characters Night Snow were taken from the names of Shen Ye and Wang Xueting respectively. Boom! Though Wang Xueting's voice was barely audible, many still caught her words, instantly sending the entire restaurant into an uproar.
Damn it, Night Snow Group can afford to gift a 18,888 yuan watch? They clearly don't hold young Master Yi in high regard. Night Snow Group? I've never heard of that name before. Judging by the gift she gave, it must be some small company. Calling themselves a group like that, don't they fear being laughed out of town?
For a moment, everyone stared at Wang Xueting as if she were a fool, murmuring among themselves. As for Zhang Shihao, Gao Jianhong, Wu Jinyuan, and Qin Zhengdong, the moment they saw Wang Xueting's gift, their eyes flashed with mockery, their expressions clearly anticipating a good show.
Upon hearing about Wang Xuetong's gift, Yi Juentian's smile instantly froze.
His expression darkened. To him, this gift was nothing short of a deliberate slap in the face. His features hardened, a cold frost settling over his features.
Chapter 226, The 1,000-Year Wild Ginseng. Seeing Yi Juentian's face as cold as ice, Wang Xueting's body trembled slightly, her face turning deathly pale. Yi. Young Master Yi, I spent every last penny I had to buy this watch. I truly couldn't afford a better gift. Please, young Master Yi, don't be angry.
Wang Xueting hurriedly explained. Young Master Yi, don't believe her nonsense.
Her Yeshui group originated from the Yang group, an enterprise of the Yang family, one of Qingzhou's premier clans.
But now, she's taken over all of the Yang family's assets. Among those present here, aside from us few heads of the top clans, no one is wealthier than her.
Gao Jianhong hurriedly interjected to Yi Juntian. Oh? Hearing Gao Jianhong's words, Yi Juntian raised an eyebrow. His icy gaze fixed on Wang Xuetong as he demanded coldly. Is what he said true? Young Master Yi, I truly have no money.
Though I took over the entire Yang group, it had been severely suppressed by several other families beforehand.
There's literally no money in the accounts now.
Wang Xueting hurriedly explained.
Ha! If I recall correctly, Bai Xiaoting from Zhengzhou's second-tier families just invested 200 billion into your group, didn't she? And you still dare to deceive young Master Yi? Do you think young Master Yi is a 3-year-old child, so easily fooled by you?
Zhang Shihao interjected with a sneering tone. The 20 billion invested by President Bai is earmarked for corporate development.
How could I possibly misappropriate it? Wang Xueting retorted immediately. Wang Xueting, don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes.
You're just puffing yourself up because you have Shen Ye backing you, so you don't give a damn about our young Master Yi. That's why you dare to toy with him like this.
Wu Jinyuan declared. At Wu Jinyuan's final words, a flash of icy coldness shot through Yi Juentian's eyes.
A frigid aura erupted from his body, causing those nearby to shiver involuntarily.
Young Master Yi, don't believe them. I truly didn't mean it that way.
If you dislike this gift, I'll go back immediately and buy you an even more expensive one.
Wang Xueting exclaimed in alarm, scrambling to explain. This was Yi Juntian, the top-ranked individual on the dragon list.
She didn't want to implicate Shen Ye, so she was prepared to even divert the 20 billion yuan Bai Xiaoting had invested to buy a proper gift for young Master Yi.
If necessary, she'd repay it later once the group made profits. Oof. Do you really think I care about a gift worth a few million or even tens of millions? What matters is your attitude.
Since you dare to disregard me, relying on Shen Ye's backing, then your Yeshui group has no reason to exist. As for your crutch, Shen Ye, once I'm done with my current affairs, I'll personally deal with him. He'll learn the consequences of killing someone from the Yi family.
As for you, you do possess some charm. If you're willing to become my sex slave, I might spare your life.
Yi Juentian's face twisted with greed as he leered unabashedly over Wang Xueting's curvaceous figure, his words dripping with contempt. Hearing Yi Juentian's words, Wang Xuetong hastily took several steps back, pleading, Young Master Yi, I truly didn't mean it that way. Please calm your anger.
Humph. Young Master Yi offering you as his sex slave is an honor. Countless others would kill for such an opportunity.
Gao Jianhong walked up behind Wang Xuetong with a cold sneer, his words dripping with contempt. Simultaneously, he shoved her hard, sending her stumbling and tumbling straight toward Yi Juntian. Seeing this, Lu Chengfeng, who had been standing behind Yi Juntian, flashed an imperceptibly cold look in his eyes. He immediately stepped forward, catching Wang Xueting before she could fall into Yi Juentian's embrace. It must be noted that Lu Chengfeng was the man with the scar. Having seen Wang Xueting before at the Yang group, he assumed she was Shen Ye's girlfriend. Naturally, he couldn't allow Mr. Shen's woman to be defiled by Yi Juntian.
Gao Jianhong, what are your intentions?
To shove this woman into young Master Ye's arms in full public view. How do you think this reflects on young Master Ye's reputation?
Lu Chengfeng, desperate to conceal his true motives from Yi Juntian, immediately adopted an indignant posture and barked coldly at Gao Jianhong.
Startled by Lu Chengfeng's outburst, Gao Jianhong hastily explained, I acted rashly. Please forgive me, young Master Yi. Yi Juntian had initially intended to rebuke Lu Chengfeng for meddling, but upon hearing his righteous indignation and reflecting carefully, he found some merit in it. After all, he was currently the top-ranked martial artist on the dragon list, renowned far and wide. In such a public setting, he did need to be mindful of his personal image.
Deputy City Lord of Qingzhou, Lu Changren, reporting for duty.
At that moment, a voice rang out from the restaurant entrance.
The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire gathering. None could have imagined that Yi Juntian's birthday celebration would draw the Deputy City Lord of Qingzhou City himself.
Soon, a man in his 50s strode into the restaurant with his head held high and chest puffed out. Behind him followed several subordinates, one of whom carried a gift box. This man was none other than Lu Changren, the Deputy City Lord of Qingzhou, a figure who stood alone at the pinnacle of power, towering above all others in the city.
Ha ha! Brother Yi, I hope I'm not too late? Lu Changren laughed heartily at Yi Juntian with a face full of generosity. Not at all, not at all. It is my utmost honor that Brother Lu could attend my birthday banquet. Yi Juntian responded with a hearty laugh. Lu Changren had been specially invited to help suppress the various clans in Qingzhou, while also boosting Yi Juntian's own prestige. As Qingzhou's deputy city lord, Lu Changren sought to curry favor with Yi Juntian because he hoped to use Yi Juntian as a bridge to ingratiate himself with Yi Juntian's master, the Qingyun hermit. Lu Chengren's desire to ingratiate himself with Qingyun Jusher stemmed from hearing that the sage possessed not only formidable strength but also mastery of feng shui that bordered on the supernatural, along with unparalleled medical skills. His son had fallen ill with a strange disease, and despite seeking out renowned physicians across the land over the years, no cure had been found. Thus, he hoped to consult Qingyun Jusher. Ha ha! Brother Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? We're brothers, aren't we? Lu Changren laughed heartily.
With that, he turned and accepted a gift box from his attendant, opening it before everyone. Inside lay a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng root. Brother Yi, this is a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng I recently acquired at auction for 18 million. I brought it especially as a birthday gift for you. Consuming this root will surely boost your cultivation immensely. Lu Changren declared. Seeing the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, Yi Juntian's eyes burned with fervor. He hastily accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Brother Lu, you're too kind. But since you've gone to such trouble, I can't very well refuse.
Chapter 227, Bullying Others with Power. And what about my son? Seeing Yi Juntian take the ginseng, Lu Changren probed cautiously. Leave it to me.
On my wedding day, my master will attend the ceremony.
Treating your son's illness then will be no trouble at all. Yi Juntian replied. Ha ha.
Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yi to put in a good word for me with your master.
Hearing this, Lu Changren was overjoyed and hurriedly added. Yuan Jiping, commander of Qingzhou's garrison forces, reporting for duty.
At that moment, a powerful voice boomed from the restaurant entrance.
Hearing this, everyone present was startled once more. The commander of the garrison forces had come to celebrate Yi Juntian's birthday? After all, the commander of the garrison held a position nearly equal to that of the Lord of Qingzhou, a truly formidable figure in the city, wielding substantial power. Junior Brother Yi, I hope I'm not too late?
A man in his 30s, clad in military attire, burst into the room and smiled at Yi Juntian.
Yuan Jiping was a nominal disciple of Master Qingyun.
Due to his lack of innate talent, he hadn't been accepted as a formal disciple. His presence here was also an attempt to curry favor with Yi Juntian, hoping to gain an opportunity to become Master Qingyun's official disciple.
Ha, Senior Brother Yuan, you've arrived just in time, not a moment too late. Yi Juntian chuckled.
Ha, Junior Brother Yi, I'm just a soldier with little money to spare.
I can't offer you any valuable gifts.
But I heard you wish to develop in Qingzhou, so I'll present you with this tiger token. With this token in your possession, you may freely command the 5,000 garrison troops at any time.
Yuan Jiping declared, thrusting the token directly before Yi Juntian.
Seeing Yuan Jiping present the token to Yi Juntian, Ling Feng behind him and the two dragon list experts couldn't help but show a trace of worry on their faces, worry for Shen Ye. They were all well aware of the feud between Shen Ye and Yi Juntian. Now Yi Juntian had secured the support of both the deputy city lord and the commander of the garrison forces. Worse still, the commander had gifted him the tiger token, granting him unrestricted command over 5,000 garrison troops. This development was extremely detrimental to Shen Ye. At that moment, even Wang Shueting beside them turned deathly pale, her heart filled with relentless worry for Shen Ye. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou city lord's mansion, Ma Chuan sat leisurely at a tea table, sipping his tea with an air of supreme calm. At that moment, an aide approached and respectfully reported, Lord City Master, the latest news is that Yi Juntian is hosting a birthday banquet at the Supreme Hotel, inviting the heads of every major and minor family in Qingzhou to attend. Even the deputy city lord and the commander of the city garrison have attended the banquet.
Humph, Ma Chuan chuckled faintly. A birthday banquet? That's just a pretext. His real goal is to eliminate rivals and consolidate power in Qingzhou, isn't it? Your insight is brilliant, Lord. Should we intervene? The subordinate inquired. Survival of the fittest. As long as he doesn't stir up too much trouble, let him have his way. Ma Chuan declared. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied respectfully. By the way, that friend of Mr. Shen's the one named Wang wedding, I believe? Her Yeshua group should have been invited as well, correct? Ma Chuan inquired. Yes, sir, the subordinate nodded. Give Yi Juntian a call and let him know.
I have no objection to him consolidating the other factions, but he must not touch the Night Snow group.
Ma Chuan declared. Yes. Wait, what about Mr. Shen? Will he be attending? If I recall correctly, Mr. Shen is still Yi Juntian's sworn enemy. Didn't he kill Yi Juntian's younger brother, Yi Junlin? Ma Chuan suddenly remembered this and asked.
According to our investigation, Zhang Shihao did send an invitation to Mr. Shen. And now Mr. Shen has left his residence and appears to be heading toward the Supreme Hotel. The subordinate replied. Then don't call Yi Juntian. I'll go myself. This is a golden opportunity to befriend Mr. Shen. Ma Chuan's eyes lit up instantly as he stood up and declared. Sir, are you planning to assist Mr. Shen? Asked the subordinate. Of course. Though Mr. Shen may not need it, I must make my stance clear. Let him know I stand with him. Ma Chuan declared. Supreme Hotel. After seating Lu Changrun and Yuan Jiping, Yi Juntian turned to Zhang Shihao and asked, So, have all the major and minor families in Qingzhou sent representatives? Reporting to young Master Yi, the Wang family, Qingzhou's foremost clan, has not arrived. Zhang Shihao replied. Hearing this, Yi Juntian's expression turned cold. That Wang family again, he growled. Young Master Yi, you may not know this, but the Wang family, relying on their connections in the military, have always looked down on everyone in Qingzhou. I doubt they hold you in any regard either, Zhang Shihao added with exaggerated emphasis. Oof. If that's the case, after today, the Wang family will have no reason to exist. Yi Juntian declared without reservation. Though seemingly directed at Zhang Shihao, his words were also a veiled warning to the other banquet attendees, a stark reminder that disobedience would meet the same fate. Enough. Have them seated in order, Yi Juntian commanded. As Yi Juntian's words fell, the heads of the four top-tier families began seating the various heads of Qingzhou's families. Their seating positions were arranged according to the weight of the gifts they had presented. Those who presented the heaviest gifts were seated closest to Yi Juntian, while those with lighter gifts were placed farther away. Once everyone was seated, Yi Juntian rose from his place, took a microphone, and cleared his throat before speaking. First, welcome to my birthday banquet. Your presence here is a show of respect for Yi Juntian. Since you honor me with your presence, I shall honor you in return. As for those who refuse to show me, Yi Juntian, respect, I, in turn, will show them no mercy. Once matters here conclude, I shall have the Qinglong society purge them. Today, I invited you all here for two reasons. First, to celebrate my birthday. Second, the Yi family of Zhengzhou seeks to ascend to the throne of Zhengzhou's noble houses. We require the assistance of those present here. I propose that you become affiliated families of the Yi clan of Zhengzhou, committing to provide 30% of your annual net profits to our family. Of course, becoming an affiliate family of the Yi clan comes with its perks. Any resources our clan possesses that you can utilize, I will provide free of charge. I wonder if anyone has any thoughts on becoming an affiliate of the Yi family? Please speak your minds freely. Boom! As Yi Juntian's words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Demanding they become a subordinate family of the Yi clan and surrender 30% of their annual profits. How could anyone possibly accept such terms? Young Master Yi, isn't this a bit like bullying the weak with your power? A man in his 60s stood up, his voice filled with discontent. Chapter 228, If you dare kill her, I will slaughter your entire clan. Am I bullying you? Yi Juntian retorted with a forced smile. Yes, you are bullying us. Why should we hand over 30% of our family's profits to the Yi family every year? Another man stood up in protest. Though they feared Yi Juntian, surrendering 30% of their family's profits was utterly unacceptable to all present. Ha! Since you two think I'm bullying you with my power, I'll show you just how I do it. Yi Juntian sneered coldly. As he finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Gao Jianhong. Gao Jianhong, seeing this, immediately signaled to one of the martial arts experts he had brought along. The expert understood the hint and walked directly up to one of the elders. He flashed a savage grin at the old man, then swiftly grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it violently. Snap! The old man's head snapped so violently it nearly touched his back, a sight that made anyone watching feel a chill run down their spine. Ah! A wave of terrified screams erupted throughout the hall. After dispatching the old man, the martial artist strode straight toward another opponent. You, don't come any closer. What do you think you're doing? The man, seeing this, was utterly horrified. He backed away while shouting, then turned and fled straight for the restaurant entrance. Seeing the man flee, the master grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and flicked them toward the escaping figure. The chopsticks shot out like a blade leaving the bowstring, aiming straight for the back of the man's head. Thud! The chopstick pierced clean through the back of his head. A jet of blood spurted out. Before the man could even scream, he collapsed to the ground. Whoa! Witnessing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in horror. That was brutal. He merely voiced dissent, and now he's dead. Seeing the terror on their faces, Yi Juntian looked supremely satisfied. He continued. Any objections? The vast dining hall, filled with thousands of people, fell completely silent. Who would dare oppose him now? They knew the price of dissent was death. Though they numbered in the thousands, Yi Juntian's side was no less formidable. Hundreds of Qinglong society members were present, with hundreds more stationed at the hotel entrance. Moreover, Yi Juntian himself was the top-ranked expert on the dragon list. To defy him was certain death. Why is no one speaking? Does this mean you all have no objections and are willing to become subordinate families of the Yi clan? Yi Juntian asked. Young Master Yi, our Zhang family willingly becomes a subordinate family of the Yi family of Central Plains. A bald old man assessed the situation, realizing resistance was futile. Better to lead the way in expressing submission, at least that might earn Yi Juntian's favor. Young Master Yi, our Li family is willing. Young Master Yi, our Wang family also wishes to join. With the first to speak up, others quickly followed suit, declaring their willingness to submit to the Yi family and become its subordinate families. They feared speaking too late might provoke Yi Juntian to kill again. By the end, nearly everyone had declared their willingness to become Yi family affiliates except for Wang Xueting of the Night Snow Group, who remained silent. At this moment, the others shot Wang Xuetong glances as if she were already dead. After all, she had already provoked Yi Juntian earlier during the gift presentation. At the time, due to the deputy city lord's presence, Yi Juntian had refrained from pursuing the matter. Yet now, she dared to remain silent. This was sheer suicide. You refuse? Yi Juntian asked, his eyes fixed on Wang Xueting with a cold smile. Wang Xueting was terrified, stammering so badly she couldn't form words. It wasn't that Wang Xuetong didn't want to make a decision. The truth was, she had promised Shen Ye that she was only temporarily managing the Night Snow Group on his behalf. She couldn't possibly agree to hand over 30% of the group's annual profits to the Yi family without Shen Ye's permission. Young Master Yi, don't waste your breath on her. Just kill her outright. She's clearly relying on Shen Ye's backing to show you no respect. Gao Jianhong suggested. He and Wang Xueting had a deep grudge. He couldn't wait for Yi Juntian to dispose of her immediately to satisfy his rage. Originally, I found you attractive and considered sparing your life to make you my sex slave. But since you're so reckless, I'll just have to send you on your way. Yi Juntian said, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing this, Gao Jianhong's eyes lit up. He immediately signaled to the expert he'd brought along. The expert understood and strode directly toward Wang Xueting. Seeing him advance, Wang Xueting recalled the gruesome scenes of his earlier killings. A wave of dread washed over her, turning her face deathly pale. Yet she steeled herself, refusing to utter a single word of surrender. Just as the man reached Wang Xueting, and everyone believed her fate was sealed, a cold voice cut through the air from outside the restaurant. If you dare harm her, I will slaughter your entire family. Hearing those icy words, everyone startled. Who dared speak such defiance in Yi Juntian's presence? All eyes turned toward the doorway, eager to see who this audacious figure might be. A tall, handsome young man stepped slowly through the doorway, followed by a beautiful woman. The handsome man was none other than Shen Ye, and the beautiful woman by his side was Mao Tu. Who is this person, acting so brazenly? I don't recognize him. I've never seen anyone like him in Qingzhou before. I know him, Yi Shen Ye, the very Shen Ye who killed Yi Juntian's younger brother. Holy crap, no way, Yi Shen Ye? He's got some nerve, knowing full well Yi Juntian wants him dead for his brother's revenge, yet he walks right into the trap. Isn't this like a lamb walking into the wolf's den? In an instant, the voices of thousands in the hall erupted in discussion. Those who recognized Shen Ye immediately revealed his identity. Suddenly, everyone regarded Shen Ye as a complete fool, knowing full well Yi Juntian intended to kill him for his brother's revenge, yet he still walked right into the trap. What kind of fool does that make him? Young Master Yi, this is Shen Ye, the murderer of your brother. Zhang Shihao hurriedly pointed at Shen Ye as he entered, declaring to Yi Juntian. Hearing Zhang Shihao's words, Yi Juntian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the murderous intent radiating from his body surged forth unrestrained. Shen Ye, why did you come? Yi Juntian is the top expert on the dragon list. He's backed by the Azure Dragon Society, the deputy city lord of Qingzhou, and the commander of the city's garrison forces. You're no match for him. You should leave immediately. Seeing Shen Ye appear, Wang Xuetong showed no joy. Instead, her face filled with panic as she rushed to Shen Ye's side, pushing him as if trying to drive him away. Chapter 229, no matter how much you bluster, I'll give you 2 big slaps. Thinking of leaving now? Isn't that a bit late? Yi Juntian abruptly rose from his seat, his voice icy. Ha! Shen Ye, I never imagined you'd actually dare to show up. Should I commend your audacity or call you foolish? Young Master Yi is the top-ranked expert on the dragon list.
You actually brought a woman here? How little regard do you have for the #1 expert?
Zhang Shihao was overjoyed to see Shen Ye arrive, thinking today he could finally redeem the face he'd lost before.
Shen Ye's eyes flashed with disdain at Zhang Shihao's words. With undeniable arrogance, he retorted. Is being #1 on the dragon list so impressive? Sorry, I've never given it a second glance. As Shen Ye's words fell, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Insane. Too arrogant. He's gone off the deep end. To claim he'd never given the top spot on the dragon rankings a second glance, just how arrogant must one be to utter such words? Damn, this kid's got some nerve. I kinda admire him.
Once young Master Yi takes him out, I'll light a stick of incense at his grave to honor his guts.
Blowing smoke without a care, so what if he's top of the dragon rankings? I'm itching to smash him with a hammer. Does he really think lying is legal? No way, I can't stand watching this anymore.
Never seen anyone brag this much. Even though I don't like Yi Juntian, at least he's got the skills. I'm dying to see Shen Ye get crushed. In an instant, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided, not a single soul backed Shen Ye. Some were even fed up with his bragging and wanted to see him get utterly destroyed.
I'll give you a chance.
Kneel before me now, kowtow 3 times, then follow me back to Central Plains. Kneel at my brother's grave for 3 days and nights straight.
I might consider leaving you a whole corpse.
Yi Juntian narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as he addressed Shen Ye.
Ha! I'll return your words.
Kneel before me now, kowtow 3 times, and I might spare your Yi family a path to survival just because you're my junior disciple.
Shen Ye sneered coldly. Shen Ye calling Yi Juntian his junior disciple wasn't an empty claim.
Yi Juntian's master, Xingyun Jushi, had once been Shen Ye's master's nominal disciple. By this lineage, Xingyun Jushi was Shen Ye's senior disciple, making Yi Juntian as Xingyun Jushi's disciple Shen Ye's junior disciple by extension. Though Xingyun Jushi had long since severed ties with his lineage, it remained undeniable that his formidable skills were inherited from Shen Ye's own master, an irrefutable truth. Facing certain death, he still clings to his stubborn pride, daring to try and take advantage of young Master Yi.
Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie absolutely cannot.
Never before had they seen someone so fearless in the face of death.
Wasn't this proof of the saying, a dead pig fears no boiling water?
Shen Ye's words ignited another wave of heated discussion among the crowd.
Young Master Yi, a mere Shen Ye doesn't warrant your personal attention.
I'll have my men subdue him immediately and make him kneel before you to speak. Seeing Shen Ye hadn't brought Li Wuying along, Zhang Shihao believed his men could easily handle the situation.
He intended to curry favor with Yi Juntian.
Yi Juntian nodded at Zhang Shihao's suggestion. After all, as the top-ranked expert on the dragon list, it would be beneath him to personally confront an obscure nobody.
Seeing Yi Juntian's consent, Zhang Shihao gave a subtle signal to the elite fighters he'd brought. They understood immediately and charged toward Shen Ye. However, before they could reach Shen Ye, Mao Tu, standing beside him, met them head-on. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, she sent the elite fighters flying backward, spitting blood. Watching this unfold, Zhang Shihao's expression darkened. He never imagined the woman by Shen Ye's side could be so formidable. He had intended to impress Yi Juntian, only to be humiliated instead. You all attack together. Seeing this, the other heads of the top-tier families immediately ordered their own experts to attack. As their words fell, over a dozen more elite fighters charged toward Mao Tuesday. But Mao Tu didn't even glance at these so-called masters. She casually grabbed a handful of chopsticks from the dining table and flicked them. Whoosh! The chopsticks shot toward the experts at incredible speed. The experts' faces paled as they tried to dodge, but the chopsticks were too fast. Unable to evade, they could only watch helplessly as the chopsticks pierced their bodies. One by one, they let out agonized screams and collapsed in pools of blood. SSSH. Witnessing this scene, those present couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. No one could have imagined that the beautiful woman Shen Ye had brought with him could be so terrifying. All the elite fighters from the 4 top-tier families had been taken out in a single exchange. In that moment, everyone understood. No wonder Shen Ye had been so arrogant, his confidence stemmed from that beautiful woman. But what good was this woman's skill? Yi Juntian was the top-ranked expert on the dragon list. Yi Juntian, witnessing this, felt a jolt of shock but remained utterly unflustered. From Mao Tu's display just now, he could tell her strength had at least reached the level of the dragon list. You two, go together and take that woman down. Yi Juntian turned and ordered Lu Changfeng and Pang Sheng behind him. Yet the 2 dragon list masters, receiving Yi Juntian's order, showed no urgency to act. They merely exchanged a knowing smile and remained motionless. Didn't you hear me? I ordered you to subdue him. Seeing the 2 dragon list experts unmoved, Yi Juntian's expression darkened. He felt utterly humiliated his own men wouldn't obey his orders. Who the hell do you think you are, giving orders to us too? Lu Changfeng snapped coldly. Exactly. Keep giving us that cocky attitude, and I'll slap you silly. Pang Sheng echoed.
Hearing Lu Changfeng and Peng Sheng's words, Yi Juntian froze, his face darkening to the extreme. He couldn't fathom what had possessed these two to speak to him like this. Are you two looking to die? Yi Juntian's face turned as cold as ice as he addressed them icily. At that moment, even the onlookers were utterly bewildered. They all knew these two dragon list experts were brought by Yi Juntian. How could they not only show him no respect at this critical moment but also dare to openly challenge him? Looks like you're the one courting death. Ling Feng roared furiously. Brothers, surround him. Ling Feng turned and barked orders to the hundreds of underlings he'd brought along. As Ling Feng's words fell, hundreds of henchmen drew their blades and clubs, encircling Yi Juntian completely. Chapter 230. Who has the qualifications? Yi Junlin's face darkened to the extreme. It was bad enough that the two dragon list experts he'd brought had inexplicably turned against him, but now Ling Feng, the man he'd intended to support, was also betraying him. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. The onlookers were equally baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Yi Junlin, aren't you the top expert on the dragon list? Aren't you supposed to be unbeatable? Well, I'd like to see just how many you can take on alone. There are hundreds here, and I've got thousands more waiting outside the hotel. I wonder if that's enough for you to handle. Ling Feng said, staring at Yi Junlin. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Yi Juntian's face darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. Though he held the top rank on the dragon list, he possessed no such confidence in taking on thousands. You're not Ling Feng. And you too, you're not Lu Changfeng and Peng Sheng either. Who exactly are you? Yi Juntian remained composed despite his shock. After all, seated beside him were two major figures from Qingzhou. A mere Qinglong society held no real weight in his eyes. Regaining his composure, Yi Juntian quickly realized the figures before him were imposters. Heh, you're not entirely stupid. At least you recognized we weren't the real deal. Ling Feng sneered, then tore off the disguise covering his face, revealing his true identity, Zhao Tailong of the Black Dragon Society. Lu Chengfeng and Peng Sheng followed suit, tearing off their disguises to reveal their true faces. Zhao Tailong. Yi Juntian didn't recognize Zhao Tailong, but the heads of several top-tier families beside him did. They immediately gasped in shock. The revelation of Zhao Tailong's true identity caused quite a stir among the crowd. As the leader of Qingzhou's grey market underworld, he was well known to all the major and minor clans. Hearing the exclamations from the family heads, Yi Juntian's expression darkened further. He had intended to support Ling Feng to replace Zhao Tailong's position in Qingzhou, but the outcome was clear. Not only was Zhao Tailong still alive, but Ling Feng and the two dragon list experts he brought had perished. Very well, Zhao Tailong. I truly underestimated you. But you wouldn't seriously believe I have no means to deal with your Black Dragon Society, would you? Yi Juntian sneered coldly. Bang! At that moment, Lu Changren, the deputy city lord seated beside Yi Juntian, slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. He roared at Zhao Tailong. Zhao Tailong, do you truly believe you can rule Qingzhou with an iron fist? I'm sitting right here, and you dared to have me surrounded? Do you think I won't make one phone call to erase your Black Dragon Society from Qingzhou entirely? Hearing Lu Qingren's words, Zhao Tailong's expression shifted noticeably. Lu Changren was the deputy city lord of Qingzhou, wielding real power. With just one order from him, the guards at the magistrate's office could immediately storm in with guns blazing and wipe out every last member of his Black Dragon Society. Brother Lu, calm down. I, Yi Juntian, value talent. Zhao Tailong, I see potential in you. Apologize to me now and swear allegiance to me, and I'll overlook your past actions. Yi Juntian declared. Yi Juntian's reasoning was straightforward. Though Lu Changren and Yuan Jiping were powerful figures wielding real authority, they were ultimately officials. Certain matters were inconvenient for them to handle directly. He needed to recruit gray area forces like Zhao Tailong to handle the dirty work. He had previously sought to support Ling Feng, but Ling Feng proved useless. Zhao Tailong had actually killed him. Now, Yi Juntian had no choice but to set aside his prejudices and bring Zhao Tailong into his fold. He was certain that if he offered Zhao Tailong a way out, the man would take it. After all, Yi Juntian was seated with two major figures from Qingzhou, and he himself was the top-ranked expert on the dragon list. Unless Zhao Tailong was a fool, he would know which choice to make. You're not qualified to be my master, Zhao Tailong. Zhao Tailong gave Yi Juntian no face whatsoever. Zhao Tailong's words sent the crowd into an uproar once more. Yi Juntian had ascended to the top of the dragon list at such a young age, truly a dragon among men. Yet Zhao Tailong dared say he wasn't worthy? What sort of person, then, would be fit to be Zhao Tailong's master? I, Yi Juntian, am 28 years old and already stand atop the dragon rankings. If even I am unworthy to be your master, then who in this world possesses such worth? Yi Juntian spoke with unflinching pride, his anger unseen. As Yi Juntian finished speaking, the crowd watched as Zhao Tailong's gaze shifted toward Shen Ye in the center of the arena. In this world, no one but Mr. Shen has the qualifications to be my master, Zhao Tailong, declared Zhao Tailong. Hearing Zhao Tailong's words, the onlookers were all stunned. They had heard before that Zhao Tailong had dared to confront Yi Junlin of the Yi family for Shen Ye's sake, but they never imagined that Zhao Tailong, the formidable leader of the Black Dragon Society, would willingly acknowledge Shen Ye as his master. What kind of power did this Shen Ye possess that could make Zhao Tailong willingly acknowledge him as master? To everyone present, Yi Junlin was immeasurably superior to the obscure Shen Ye. It seems you've made up your mind to side with Shen Ye against me. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to uproot your Black Dragon Society from Qingzhou, Yi Juntian declared, his face darkening. After finishing his speech, Yi Juntian turned his gaze to Lu Changren and said, Brother Lu, the Black Dragon Society has been wreaking havoc in Qingzhou. As the deputy city lord of Qingzhou, shouldn't you do something for the common people of Qingzhou? Younger brother Yi, rest assured. A mere Black Dragon Society? A single phone call from me will settle it. Lu Changren replied with a smile. With that, Lu Changren pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and ordered into the receiver, Lu Hu, bring your men in. Round up the Black Dragon Society members. Lu Changren had long been aware of Yi Juntian's plans. To be prepared for any eventuality, he had stationed numerous men outside the hotel and now, unexpectedly, they proved invaluable. Less than a minute after hanging up, the restaurant hall echoed with the rhythmic thud of marching footsteps. Instantly, dozens of armed guards burst in, machine guns at the ready. Their barrels were trained on the Black Dragon Society members, poised to open fire the moment Lu Changren gave the order. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers all stared at Zhao Tailong with expressions of utter disbelief, convinced he was utterly foolish. How could he openly defy Yi Juntian for the sake of Shen Ye? Wasn't this courting death? Yi Juntian, meanwhile, wore a smug expression. With a faint smile on his lips, he looked at Zhao Tailong and said, didn't you say I, Yi Juntian, wasn't qualified to be your master? Now, with just one word from me, you and your men will be riddled with bullets like a beehive. You think Shen Ye is more qualified than me? Well, I'd like to see if he has the ability to turn the tide for you, to save every last one of your men from those black muzzles. Chapter 231, Ma Chuan's Sense of Justice. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, the others in the restaurant all turned to Shen Ye with expressions of watching a show. They were eager to see what kind of ability Shen Ye possessed that made Zhao Tailong treat him this way. Yet Shen Ye remained utterly composed at that moment, paying no heed to the guards wielding machine guns. After all, these guards were no match for the former Stinger mercenary corps. If Shen Ye so desired, he could wipe them all out in the blink of an eye. Ha! Shen Ye, Zhao Tailong willingly serves as your master. With all these guns pointed at them now, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Zhang Shihao wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity to mock Shen Ye, his voice dripping with scorn. Well, what a lively scene we have here. Just then, two more men entered the restaurant. One of them, a middle-aged man, glanced at the scene unfolding inside and chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The newcomers were none other than the fearless Ma Chuan. The sight of him sent shockwaves through the restaurant. Ma Chuan, the city lord of Ma City who in all of Qingzhou didn't know him? In that moment, everyone assumed Lord Ma had come to celebrate Yi Juntian's birthday. Their astonishment deepened. Who would have thought a mere birthday celebration could draw the city lord, deputy city lord, and garrison commander of Qingzhou? Yi Juntian himself, assuming without question that Ma Chuan had come for his birthday, beamed even more brightly. He promptly rose to his feet and stepped forward to greet Ma Chuan. I had no idea Lord Ma would grace us with his presence. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight, Lord Ma. Lu Changren, noticing Ma Chuan's arrival, also rose quickly and approached him, addressing him respectfully, Lord Ma. Deputy City Lord Lu, what's going on here? Why such a grand display? Ma Chuan ignored Yi Juntian, fixing his gaze directly on Lu Changren as he asked. Your Excellency, Lu Changren declared with righteous indignation, Zhao Tailong, emboldened by the might of the Black Dragon Society, has dared to disrupt young Master Ye's birthday banquet. He is a cancer within Qingzhou. To preserve the peace of our city, I have resolved to eradicate this malignant tumor and restore Qingzhou to its rightful clarity. Hearing Lu Changren's words, Ma Chuan narrowed his eyes into slits, fixing Lu Changren with an intense stare. This made Lu Changren's heart race, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Then how is it I've heard that this birthday banquet for Yi Juntian is merely a pretext? That he deliberately used this birthday excuse to gather all the major and minor families of Qingzhou, then pressured their heads to force them into becoming subordinate families of the Yi clan of Zhengzhou? Deputy City Lord Lu, are the families of Qingzhou destined to become mere appendages of the Yi family of Central Plains? Ma Chuan narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, cold sweat poured down Lu Changren's forehead and trickled down his cheeks, his face filled with panic. Beside him, Yi Juntian's face darkened. Only now did he realize Ma Chuan hadn't come to celebrate his birthday at all, he'd come to cause trouble. You call Zhao Tailong a cancer on Qingzhou, but I see the Black Dragon Society not as a cancer, but as a glimmer of hope in Qingzhou's darkness. His voice grew stern as he gestured around the room, encompassing all the family heads present. When you bowed before Yi Juntian's tyranny, it was Zhao Tailong who led the Black Dragon Society to resist. He fought for your family's freedom. Hearing Ma Chuan's words, the heads of all the families present, both major and minor, instinctively lowered their heads, their faces flushed with shame. Lord Lu, you are the deputy city lord of Qingzhou. You should be working for the welfare of our people. But what are you doing now? When did you become Yi Juentian's lackey? Ma Chuan shifted his tone, his words sharp as he addressed Lu Changren. Lu Changren's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen, his expression utterly wretched, yet he found no words to counter. Seeing Lu Changren at a loss for words, Ma Chuan turned his gaze to Lu Hu, the leader of the group, and barked sternly, Lu Hu, don't you dare order your men to lower their guns? Do you not fear that pointing weapons at the heroes of Qingzhou will chill the hearts of our people? At Ma Chuan's command, Lu Hu dared not hesitate. After all, Ma Chuan was the true ruler of Qingzhou, whose order should they follow? Lower your weapons. Lu Hu immediately ordered his escort guards to sheath their guns. Only when he saw the guards comply did Ma Chuan nod in satisfaction. Instantly, his face broke into a broad smile as he approached Shen Ye, saying, Brother Shen, I failed to discipline my men properly. I apologize for the embarrassment. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. How could Lord Ma's demeanor seem like he was fawning over Shen Ye? Only then did everyone realize, despite Ma Chuan's earlier righteous indignation and fiery words, he wasn't truly motivated by justice at all. Everything he'd done was merely to curry favor with Shen Ye. In that instant, speculation about Shen Ye's identity began to swirl. A man worthy of a city lord's flattery must possess extraordinary status. Meanwhile, Zhang Shihao and his group stood nearby, their expressions grim. They had hoped to ride Yi Juentian's coattails to trample Shen Ye, perhaps even eliminate him. But now, this unexpected intervention by Lord Ma had instead allowed Shen Ye to effortlessly steal the spotlight. Thankfully you're a man of principle, Lord Ma. People like you who prioritize the greater good are rare these days. Shen Ye said with a smile to Ma Chuan. Ma Chuan's appearance had been unexpected for Shen Ye, but it worked out well. It spared him from having to intervene personally and expose his own strength. Watching Ma Chuan and Shen Ye converse so easily, Yi Juentian's face darkened to the extreme. Even a fool could see now that Ma Chuan had come to back Shen Ye. Yi Juntian turned and shot a meaningful glance at his senior disciple, Yuan Jiping. As commander of Qingzhou's garrison forces, Yuan Jiping held a position equal to Ma Chuan's. Now, only Yuan Jiping could truly challenge Ma Chuan. Yuan Jiping immediately understood the meaning behind Yi Juentian's glance. Rising from his seat, he walked to stand opposite Ma Chuan and declared, Lord Ma, I take issue with what you just said. Oh? Might Commander Yuan care to share his insights? Ma Chuan narrowed his eyes and countered. While my junior brother Yi Juntian does seek to consolidate Qingzhou's factions into subordinate branches of the Yi family, such matters rest on mutual consent. Does Lord Ma, by virtue of his position as Qingzhou's city lord, presume to interfere with others' commercial autonomy? Yuan Jiping declared. As he finished speaking, Yuan Jiping swept a threatening glance toward the people inside the restaurants, his eyes brimming with warning, a clear demand for them to toe the line. Chapter 232, Commander of the City Garrison. Seeing Yuan Jiping's menacing gaze, the heads of the various clans, both large and small, couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. Their faces twisted with unease. After all, neither Ma Chuan nor Yuan Jiping were people they could afford to offend. While siding with Ma Chuan might better serve their family interests, Yuan Jiping's earlier glare had made it abundantly clear he would settle scores with them in secret should they speak for Ma Chuan. Moreover, Yuan Jiping had Yi Juntian, the top-ranked expert on the dragon list. If he came after them later, wouldn't their entire families be slaughtered? After much deliberation, they resolved to cover for Yuan Jiping. After all, as the lord of Qingzhou City, Ma Chuan surely wouldn't engage in such unsavory deeds behind the scenes, right? Oh? So you truly became an affiliate family of the Yi clan of your own free will? Ma Chuan swept his gaze across the group and asked. Lord Ma, first I must thank you for your kindness. But we truly did voluntarily become a subordinate family of the Yi clan. Though becoming a subordinate family requires us to remit 30% of our annual profits to the Yi family has also promised us that their voluntary recruitment will be open to all of us. One man, eager to curry favor with Yi Juntian and Yuan Jiping, stepped forward and said this to Ma Chuan. Indeed, we all voluntarily became subordinate families to the Yi clan. Lord Ma, we appreciate your kindness. As the first person stepped forward to speak, others began to follow suit, helping Yi Juntian and Yuan Jiping cover up their lies. After all, they feared the scheming little men more. Hearing them one by one speak up for Yuan Jiping, Ma Chuan couldn't help but feel annoyed, silently cursing these spineless cowards. Lord Ma, you saw it yourself, they all voluntarily became subordinate families to the Yi clan. Surely you wouldn't interfere with our commercial freedom? Yi Juntian said to Ma Chuan with a smug expression. If they're all willing participants, it's none of my business, Ma Chuan replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. I didn't do this voluntarily. At that moment, Wang Shueting stepped forward and declared loudly. If you're not willing, I won't force you. You may leave. Yi Juentian's eyes turned cold as he addressed Wang Shueting icily. Let's go.
Shen Ye said to Wang Shuetone. With that, he turned to lead her away. As for the others, since they claimed it was their own choice, Shen Ye couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. If they didn't want to stand, he certainly couldn't stop them from kneeling, right? Ma Chuan didn't care either. He'd come only to curry favor with Shen Ye. As long as Shen Ye took the person he wanted to take, his goal was achieved. She can leave, but you can't. Yi Juntian suddenly blocked Shen Ye's path, his voice cold and sharp. I want to leave. Do you really think you can stop me? Shen Ye sneered, fixing Yi Juntian with a cold stare. Oof. I admire your courage. Whether I can keep you here or not, why not give it a try? Yi Juntian sneered. Yi Juntian, brother Shen is my good friend. Are you really going to do something to him? Ma Chuan raised an eyebrow, addressing Yi Juntian. Lord Ma, this is a personal matter between Shen Ye and me. Do you intend to interfere? Yi Juntian's expression turned icy as he addressed Ma Chuan. Didn't I already say? Shen Ye is my good brother. His affairs are my affairs. If you touch him, you touch me. Ma Chuan declared. Ma Chuan, I'm giving you face by addressing you as Lord Mayor. Without that, you're nothing. Do you really think just because you're the mayor of Qingzhou City, I'd fear you? Yi Juntian snapped, his voice icy. Lord Ma, Yuan Jiping stepped forward, addressing Ma Chuan. Shen Ye killed my junior brother's own brother. This debt of blood, my junior brother will not let rest. And as his senior brother, I cannot stand by and watch him be bullied by you like this. Yuan Jiping's meaning was clear. If Ma Chuan refused to back down, he was prepared to sever ties with him completely. Hearing Yuan Jiping's words, Ma Chuan's expression darkened. His eyes fixed coldly on Yuan Jiping, who showed no sign of backing down, locking stares with Ma Chuan. Ma Chuan, are your Yahweh guards eager to test their mettle against my garrison troops? Yuan Jiping sneered coldly. Though Yuan Jiping held equal standing to Ma Chuan in Qingzhou, his garrison forces vastly outmatched Ma Chuan's guards in combat capability. After all, Yuan commanded heavy weaponry of every kind, while Ma Chuan's guards possessed only machine guns. Hearing Yuan Jiping's words, Ma Chuan's expression shifted repeatedly. He knew full well his guards stood no chance against the garrison troops. Setting aside the disparity in numbers, the gap in weaponry alone placed them on entirely different tiers. Lord Ma, Shen Ye suddenly interjected, I sense your capabilities extend beyond merely holding the position of city lord. You possess the potential to concurrently lead the garrison forces. Might you consider taking on that dual role? His unexpected remark left everyone utterly bewildered. Ma Chuan looked at Shen Ye in confusion and asked, Brother Shen, what exactly do you mean by that? Lord Ma, simply answer whether you have the confidence. If you do, I'll entrust you with the dual role of city commander and garrison commander. Shen Ye declared. Hearing Shen Ye's words, Ma Chuan's heart leapt with joy. He thought to himself, I truly haven't misjudged Shen Ye. Of course I have confidence. Being the lord of Qingzhou City is nothing but a pain in the ass. If I could take on the commander of the Qingzhou garrison as a side gig, it would perfectly fill my life. I'm confident that with my abilities, I could manage the garrison better than Yuan Jiping. Ma Chuan quickly replied. Overhearing their exchange, Yuan Jiping beside them stared at the pair as if they were fools. After all, his position as commander of the garrison troops had been personally appointed by Old Chen of the War Department. How could Shen Ye simply decide to hand it over to Ma Chuan as a side gig? At that moment, even the other patrons in the restaurant were staring at the two with expressions that clearly said they were looking at fools. Did Shen Ye really think he was someone special? The ruler of the nation? The position of commander of the city garrison wasn't something he could just hand over to anyone he pleased. Ha! Shen Ye, you wouldn't be suggesting you want to remove me as commander and have Ma Chuan take over, would you? Yuan Jiping looked at Shen Ye with amusement, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Precisely. As the commander of Qingzhou's garrison forces, your duty is to safeguard the peace of Qingzhou. Yet you've abused your authority to aid Yi Juntian in consolidating his power over Qingzhou. That alone disqualifies you from commanding the garrison. Shen Ye nodded, his tone calm. Ha! Well then, I'd love to see how you plan to remove me from this command and have Ma Chuan take it on part-time. Yuan Jiping roared with laughter. Chapter 233, What kind of identity? Hearing Yuan Jiping's words, Shen Ye smiled faintly and immediately pulled out his phone to call Old Chen from the War Department. As soon as the call connected, Shen Ye cut in before Elder Chen could speak. Elder Chen, you're in charge of personnel for the Qingzhou garrison commander, right? Good. Yuan Jiping, the commander of Qingzhou's garrison forces, has been abusing his position for personal gain. I believe he is unfit to continue in that role. Remove him from command. Oh, and Ma Chuan, the lord of Qingzhou, I think he's a decent man, truly dedicated to the people of Qingzhou. I believe he'd be well suited for the role of commander. Why not have Ma Chuan take on the commander position as well? Alright, that's settled. Thank you for handling this. With that, Shen Ye hung up the phone. Throughout Shen Ye's call, Yuan Jiping stared at him with a look of utter disbelief, convinced Shen Ye couldn't possibly know Old Chen from the War Department. Moreover, the tone Shen Ye used when speaking to old Chen was unmistakably commanding.
This was old Chen, the commander-in-chief of the War Department.
In the Great Xia Kingdom, only the sovereign stood above old Chen.
Beyond the sovereign, perhaps only the southern frontier king held comparable authority. Naturally, Yuan Jiping assumed Shen Ye was putting on an act. That call he made wasn't to old Chen at all, he probably hadn't even dialed the number.
Heh, you put on quite the act. But have you considered this? No matter how convincing your performance, what difference does it make?
I remain the commander of the city defense forces.
That's not something you can change by pretending to call old Chen. Yuan Jiping said to Shen Ye with a mocking smile.
Meanwhile, Ma Chuan, standing beside Shen Ye, felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He wasn't sure if Shen Ye truly possessed the capability to unseat Yuan Jiping and have him take over as commander of the city defense forces. His reason for fawning over Shen Ye stemmed from observing where Shen Ye had been imprisoned in the most mysterious facility, leading him to speculate about some extraordinary identity.
Yet that remained mere conjecture, unconfirmed.
Now, however, presented the perfect opportunity to validate his hunch. If Yuan Jiping were truly removed and he assumed the dual role of commander, it would prove his hunch correct. His gamble had paid off. From then on, by steadfastly following Shen Ye's lead, his future prospects would be limitless. Conversely, if Yuan Jiping remained in power and did not take on the additional role of commander of the city guard, it would prove his guess wrong. He would have lost his bet and, worse, incurred the wrath of Yuan Jiping, the commander of the city guard. At this moment, even the thousands of onlookers believed Shen Ye was putting on an act. After all, old Shen was the commander-in-chief of the War Department, a figure of such high standing that he wasn't someone just anyone could know.
Even if they did know him, why would he listen to Shen Ye? Did Shen Ye really think he was the sovereign, or perhaps the prince of the southern frontier? Just as everyone was treating Shen Ye like a fool, Yuan Jiping's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed abruptly. The number displayed was none other than that of old Chen from the War Department. Clunk! A chill ran through Yuan Jiping's heart as a wave of foreboding washed over him. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Maybe old Chen just happened to need something from me. Yuan Jiping tried to reassure himself. To appear less guilty, Yuan Jiping deliberately held his phone screen toward Shen Ye and declared, "See that? Old Chen's call. Watch me expose your lies."
After finishing his sentence, Yuan Jiping waved the phone screen toward the other people in the restaurant before pressing the answer button and activating the speaker.
"Old Chen, your timing couldn't be better.
Just moments ago, someone named Shen Ye pretended to call you, demanding you remove me as commander of the city guard and replace me with Ma Chuan."
Yuan Jiping deliberately adopted a nonchalant tone, speaking cheerfully into the phone.
"Yuan Jiping, effective immediately, you are no longer the commander of the city guard.
Pack your things and leave the garrison at once." Chen Lao's detached voice echoed through the phone. Hearing the voice on the line, Yuan Jiping's smile instantly froze.
His face drained of color, panic flashing in his eyes as he stammered, "Old Chen, why?
Why? Beep." However, Yuan Jiping was met only with a dial tone. Old Chen had already hung up. Witnessing this, the onlookers froze in shock. A single question filled their minds: could Shen Ye truly know old Chen? No, impossible.
Old Chen was a figure of immense stature, the commander-in-chief of the War Department.
How could a nobody like Shen Ye possibly know him? This must be a coincidence. Unless Lord Ma truly holds the concurrent position of commander of the city guard, I refuse to believe it. Just as the crowd refused to believe Shen Ye could have orchestrated this, Ma Chuan's phone rang. Ma Chuan pulled out his phone and saw it was Chen Lao calling. His expression lit up instantly. He quickly answered the call and simultaneously activated the speakerphone. "Chen Lao. Ma Chuan, due to your outstanding capabilities, the War Department has unanimously decided to appoint you as the concurrent commander of the city defense forces. You are to assume this position immediately." Old Chen's voice came through the phone. Boom! The entire restaurant erupted the moment they heard Chen Lao's voice on Ma Chuan's phone. That call he just made was actually to old Chen. Holy crap, that's insane. Not only does he know old Chen from the War Department, but old Chen actually listens to him? What kind of status does he have? Could he be the war god of the southern frontier, the king of the south? It couldn't be the southern frontier war god. If he were, Yi Juntian wouldn't dare speak to him, like that he'd have been slapped to death long ago. If he's not the southern frontier war god, could he be the sovereign of our great Xia? Are you out of your mind? Haven't you seen the sovereign on the news? Not the king of the southern frontier, nor the emperor, then what is his true identity? Why would old Chen from the War Department obey him so readily? In an instant, everyone began speculating about Shen Ye's identity. Their guess that he was the king of the southern frontier was actually correct. The reason Shen Ye hadn't immediately struck Yi Juntian down with a single blow was to conceal his strength. He knew someone was watching him from the shadows. "Thank you for your trust, Elder Chen. Thank you." Only then did Ma Chuan snap out of his elation, repeatedly expressing gratitude into the phone. Yet old Shen had already hung up long ago. Brother Shen. Oh no, Mr. Shen, why does Elder Chun from the War Department obey your commands so readily? What is your true identity? Ma Chuan asked Shen Ye excitedly, desperate to uncover his true identity. Hearing Ma Chuan's question to Shen Ye, thousands of eyes in the hall turned toward Shen Ye in unison. Clearly, everyone was intensely curious about his identity. Chapter 234, Yi Juntian slinks away. What identity could I possibly have? Just a convict who served a few years in the Southern Frontier military before getting thrown into prison for 3 years of re-education through labor. Shen Ye chuckled indifferently. Clearly, no one believed Shen Ye's answer. A soldier? A convict? Then why does old Chen listen to you so readily? Mr. Shen, that's impossible. If it's truly as you say, why would old Chen from the War Department listen to you so readily? Ma Chuan voiced the question on everyone's mind. It's not exactly that he obeys me, Shen Ye explained. 3 years ago, when I was serving in the military, I saved the life of old Chen's son during a mission. To show his gratitude, he made me a promise. That promise was that no matter what I needed his help with, he had to agree unconditionally unless it harmed national interests. Everything else was fair game. Shen Ye explained. Of course, Shen Ye was making all this up to conceal his true strength and identity. Upon hearing Shen Ye's explanation, the onlookers looked as if they had suddenly understood. So that's how it was. I thought Shen Ye must have some truly formidable background. But Shen Ye was truly foolish. That promise came from old Chen himself. He could have used it to secure wealth and prestige, getting old Chen to hand him the position of commander of the city garrison. Instead, he stupidly gave it to Ma Chuan. Utterly foolish. Who wouldn't agree? Utterly foolish. But those who finally understood all thought Shen Ye was utterly foolish. How could he use the promise given by old Chen for someone else instead of securing wealth and honor for himself? Little did they know that Shen Ye, as the prince of the southern frontier, wouldn't even glance at the paltry position of garrison commander. Yet Ma Chuan, the man at the center of it all, saw through it clearly. He knew Shen Ye must be deliberately concealing his identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed such a golden opportunity to him. Meanwhile, Yuan Jiping, standing nearby, turned an extremely sour expression upon hearing Shen Ye's explanation. He never imagined his luck could be so rotten that he'd get caught up in something like this. If Shen Ye truly possessed some formidable status that had cost him his command position, Yuan Jiping might have found it easier to swallow. But Shen Ye's status was utterly insignificant. All because he'd once saved old Chen's son during a mission, earning a promise from the elder. And now, Shen Ye had exploited that promise to strip him of his command position. Yuan Jiping felt profoundly wronged and utterly unable to accept it. Right now, Yi Juntian wore the most grim expression. After all, he had arrived in Qingzhou with the air of a conqueror, vowing to kill Shen Ye and avenge his dead brother. Yet not only did Zhao Tailong and Ma Chuan of the Black Dragon Society stand firmly behind Shen Ye, but even his own senior brother had been stripped of his commander position. All of this left Yi Juntian feeling utterly humiliated. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Yi Juntian's eyes. His expression turned icy as he charged toward Shen Ye with the speed of thunder. Yi Juntian's intent was clear, to eliminate Shen Ye while he was off guard. At the same moment, Mao Tu, who had been standing beside Shen Ye, moved. She stepped forward to meet Yi Juntian. In the blink of an eye, Mao Tu engaged Yi Juntian in combat. However, Mao Tu's strength was clearly inferior to Yi Juntian's. After exchanging only a few blows, Mao Tu was struck in the chest by Yi Juntian's palm and sent flying backward. Yi Juntian showed no intention of letting Mao Tu off. He followed relentlessly, transforming his palm into a claw as he lunged for the fleeing rabbit's throat. If Mao Tu couldn't dodge, Yi Juntian's claws would surely snap his neck. As Yi Juntian's claws closed in on Mao Tu's throat, at this critical moment, a cold gleam flashed in Shen Ye's hand. A silver light shot from his grasp, streaking straight toward Yi Juntian's hand. Of course, Shen Ye ensured no one noticed it was him who acted. As the silver beam approached, Yi Juntian's expression instantly changed. He sensed the dangerous aura emanating from it. He tried to dodge, but realized the silver beam's speed was so extreme that evasion was impossible. Thud! The silver beam pierced clean through Yi Juntian's palm. Ah! A piercing cry of agony erupted from Yi Juntian's mouth. Simultaneously, as if struck by a heavy blow, Yi Juntian staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance. Yi Juntian quickly looked down at his palm and discovered a silver needle had pierced through it. With his other hand, he pulled the silver needle out of his palm. His eyes darkened as he scanned the direction from which the needle had come, intent on finding the person who had attacked him from the shadows. However, his gaze naturally skipped over Shen Ye and focused on the people behind him. Yet, he discovered that not a single person in that group seemed capable of firing such a silver needle. Only then did Ma Chuan realize. At his command, dozens of guards raised their spears, all aimed squarely at Yi Juntian. Yi Juntian, you'd better not make any sudden moves. Otherwise, with a single command from me, dozens of muskets will instantly riddle you like a honeycomb. Ma Chuan barked coldly at Yi Juntian.
Yi Juntian glanced at the dozens of spears aimed at him, his expression darkening. He turned to Shen Ye and coldly declared, "Shen Ye, today you've been lucky. I'll let you cling to life for a while longer. But when my cultivation breaks through to the 5th tier of the heavenly rank, that will be the day you meet your end."
Yi Juntian seethed with frustration.
Had his cultivation not yet reached the 5th tier of the heavenly realm, preventing him from dodging too many bullets at once, he would have killed Shen Ye today. Alas, he was currently only at the 4th tier of the heavenly realm. While he could evade bullets, he couldn't dodge too many at once. However, once he married Zhao Shui and his cultivation broke through to the 5th tier of the heavenly realm, he would be able to ignore bullets entirely. When that time came, he would return to kill Shen Ye, and no one could save him. By then, even if 1,000 guns were aimed at him, he would remain utterly fearless.
Yet Yi Juntian could never have known that Shen Ye had long since reached that very realm of bulletproof invulnerability. Even if Yi Juntian truly attained heaven rank 5, he would be nothing but a mere puppet before Shen Ye. "Senior brother, let's go. Everything you lost today, I will reclaim for you in the future. What's a mere city defense commander? Follow me, and one day, I'll make you a figure as revered as Old Shen of the War Division." Yi Juntian turned to Yuan Jiping and said. With that, Yi Juntian led Yuan Jiping toward the restaurant exit.
Watching Yi Juntian depart, Ma Chuan did not order his men to shoot him immediately. He knew that with Yi Juntian's strength, it would be no easy task to stop him.
Chapter 235, The Young Man in the Middle of the Road.
Shen Ye didn't try to stop Yi Juntian either. After all, with so many people around, it wouldn't be convenient for him to expose his true strength. To Shen Ye, Yi Juntian was nothing more than a mere nuisance. What truly concerned him was the formidable force that Shen Shangqing feared. He refused to risk exposing his own capabilities to that power over someone like Yi Juntian. However, since Yi Juntian dared to have his people target Shen Ye's parents, Shen Ye wouldn't let him off so easily. It just wouldn't be here. After Yi Juntian and his men departed, Shen Ye exchanged farewells with Ma Chuan before leaving the restaurant with Mao Tu and Wang Shueting. At the hotel entrance, Shen Ye instructed Mao Tu to drive Wang Shueting home while he himself took his car in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Yuan Jiping drove the car, with Yi Juntian sitting in the back seat, his expression as dark as water. Pressing his palm where the silver needle had pierced him, Yi Juntian's mind raced with thoughts of the person who had struck him in the restaurant. Had that hidden figure not suddenly thrown a dart at him, he could have killed Mao Tu and immediately turned to finish off Shen Ye. But all that had been ruined by the person lurking in the shadows. "Junior brother Yi, how is your hand? Are you all right?" Yuan Jiping asked with concern from the driver's seat. "Nothing serious. A few days of healing and it'll be fine," replied Yi Juntian. "Junior brother Yi, who exactly was that person hiding in the shadows? To actually injure you, their strength can't be underestimated," Yuan Jiping remarked. "Oof. It was just a sneak attack. If we'd fought head-on, I'd have beaten the crap out of him," Yi Juntian snorted disdainfully. In Yi Juntian's view, the person who injured him with silver needles was undoubtedly weaker. The only reason they succeeded was the element of surprise. Otherwise, why wouldn't they step out and face him head-on? "That's true. Junior brother, you're now the top expert on the dragon list. In this world, the only ones who could possibly injure you are likely those ancient monsters ranked on the sub-god list. But those sub-god list veterans wouldn't just wander around casually," Yuan Jiping said. The sub-divine rankings? It won't be long before I, Yi Juntian, claim the top spot," Yi Juntian declared with unshakable confidence. Beep. Just then, Yuan Jiping spotted a figure standing motionless in the middle of the road, facing away from their car. He immediately honked the horn, signaling the person ahead to move. "Damn it, are you deaf?" After honking several times, Yuan Jiping noticed the person showed no reaction whatsoever, prompting him to curse angrily. "Ignore him. Just plow through. My mood's already rotten, let's take it out on this guy," Yi Juntian said coldly. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Yuan Jiping froze, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself, this junior brother of mine is truly ruthless, willing to kill an innocent person just because he's angry. But Yuan Jiping said nothing. After all, running someone over wasn't a big deal to him. So he simply floored the accelerator and steered straight toward the person in the middle of the road. "Young man, run. A car is coming." A dozen meters ahead, passers-by spotted a young man standing in the middle of the road. Behind him, a car accelerated toward him. Their faces paled as they shouted warnings to the young man. Some even dashed to the roadside, trying to pull the young man away. But they realized it was too late and had to retreat. As the car closed in on the young man, the pedestrians' hearts leapt into their throats. The more timid among them closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. But just as the car was about to hit him, the young man suddenly spun around, thrusting both hands forward to brace himself against the hood of the vehicle. Witnessing this, the pedestrians' breath caught in their throats.
Wasn't this like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Yet the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief.
Instead of the young man being sent flying as they'd expected after the collision. Instead, the young man slid several meters along the ground, propelled by the car's momentum.
Then, astonishingly, he managed to brace himself against the vehicle. Yes, you read that right, he stopped it. Not the car coming to a halt.
Even as the young man pushed the car to a halt, all four tires continued spinning wildly in place, emitting a shrill, screeching sound.
The engine continued to roar, as if the driver was still flooring the accelerator. How is that possible? Am I seeing things? Who could tell me this wasn't real? Onlookers' jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. It was utterly unbelievable. Junior brother Yi, this guy seems to be targeting us. He's actually using his bare hands to block our car. Yuan Jiping, still pressing the accelerator, said to Yi Juntian with a grim expression.
Ha! Since he's targeting us, let's go take a look, Yi Juntian sneered coldly.
In Qingzhou, someone actually dared to provoke him? He wouldn't mind sending them to meet their maker.
As for the man blocking the car with his bare hands, Yi Juntian didn't give it a second thought. To him, it was nothing special, something he could easily do himself.
Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Yuan Jiping lifted his foot off the accelerator and brought the car to a halt.
Yi Juntian pushed open the door and stepped out, walking directly to the front of the car.
His icy gaze fixed on the young man.
In that single glance, Yi Juntian recognized a familiar look in the young man's eyes, as if they'd crossed paths in the restaurant of the Supreme Hotel.
Yet, he couldn't immediately place who this person was. Could this be the man who secretly attacked me with silver needles in the restaurant? Yi Juntian pondered inwardly. With that thought, Yi Juntian addressed the young man. At the Supreme Hotel, was it you who pierced my palm with a silver needle?
That's correct. It was me, the young man replied indifferently. That young man was none other than Shen Ye, who had just come from the Supreme Hotel. However, his face had undergone a simple disguise, which was why Yi Juntian couldn't recognize him, only finding his gaze vaguely familiar.
Hearing the young man's answer, Yi Juntian's eyes instantly turned cold.
So it was this man who had pierced the palm of his hand with silver needles. Truly, heaven offers a path, but you refuse to take it, while hell has no door yet you throw yourself in.
I admire your courage, Yi Juntian sneered. You wouldn't seriously believe that injuring me with a sneak attack means you can defeat me, would you? Chapter 236, The Mysterious Blood Jade.
Wow, Yi Juntian, the top-ranked martial artist on the dragon list, he's so handsome.
I wondered why he looked familiar. It's Yi Juntian.
So young, barely in his 20s, yet already the top expert on the dragon list.
Truly a phoenix among men. Soon, people recognized Yi Juntian's identity.
Some girls swooned, cupping their flushed cheeks with both hands, eyes sparkling as they stared at him, waving frantically to catch his attention. Meanwhile, the guys looked at him with pure admiration, wishing they could be as exceptional as Yi Juntian.
Who was that young man? Was he actually going to challenge Yi Juntian? That would be incredibly presumptuous. Who knows? He certainly has the looks for it, but his brain must be lacking if he's foolish enough to challenge Yi Juntian, the top ranked on the dragon list. He must think he's immortal. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted back to Shen Ye. They all thought he was the one overestimating his abilities like an egg hitting a stone. He was either stupid or foolish. Yi Juntian, naturally, overheard the crowd's murmurs. With a smug grin, he addressed Shen Ye. Hear that? Seems like everyone's betting against you. You sure talk a lot. Does anyone else's opinion matter? All that matters is that I can kill you. Shen Ye couldn't be bothered with Yi Juntian's nonsense.
Dropping a single sentence, he lunged forward in a single stride. His fist shot out like a bullet, aiming straight for Yi Juntian's jaw. The moment Shen Ye attacked, Yi Juntian's expression changed, a flash of terror darting through his eyes. When Shen Ye stood motionless, Yi Juntian sensed no aura emanating from him. He didn't seem like a martial artist at all. But the moment Shen Ye moved, he surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, radiating overwhelming momentum. Yi Juntian dared not take it lightly. He swiftly retreated 2 steps to create distance, simultaneously reaching out to grab Shen Ye's open palm. Twisting his body, he prepared a whipping kick, aiming to strike Shen Ye from the side. Yet Shen Ye seemed to have anticipated his move entirely. He swiftly altered his stance, retracting his outstretched fist. With lightning speed, he lightly tapped Yi Juntian's incoming whipping leg, using the force to propel himself upward. His knee shot straight toward Yi Juntian's jaw. Seeing this, Yi Juntian was startled. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Shen Ye's knee struck his chin squarely. A tremendous force surged through him. Yi Juntian felt his mind go blank as his head snapped back. His body flew into the air, spinning a full 360 degrees. Fortunately, Yi Juntian possessed considerable strength. After his body spun uncontrollably once, his legs swiftly planted on the ground. He slid 2 or 3 meters before finally stabilizing his stance. This couldn't be possible. Who is this young man?
How could he be so ferocious, actually overpowering Yi Juntian, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list? What outclassing! This was outright crushing. The onlookers watched the scene unfold, their faces frozen in disbelief. Yi Juntian, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list, had been beaten by another young man? Instantly, many pulled out their phones to record the fight. This footage would become their bragging rights among friends after all. They had witnessed firsthand a stranger defeating Yi Juntian, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list. After regaining his footing, Yi Juntian's face darkened to the extreme. He couldn't believe that someone his age could actually be stronger than him. With his fans watching nearby, the humiliation was palpable. Again! Yi Juntian roared furiously, charging toward Shen Ye at breakneck speed. His tightly clenched fist radiated an earth-shattering aura, giving the impression that if this punch connected with the young man, it would absolutely obliterate him into mincemeat. Yet, to everyone's shock, the young man showed no intention of dodging Yi Juntian's devastating punch. Instead, he clenched his own fist and met Yi Juntian's blow head-on. Yet, purely in terms of momentum, Yi Juntian's punch radiated overwhelming power. In stark contrast, Shen Ye's fist seemed utterly ordinary, as if delivered by any common person. Boom! Two fists collided, instantly producing a sonic boom much like the blast generated when a fighter jet breaks the sound barrier. The overwhelming force of the impact sent onlookers tumbling haphazardly to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Yi Juntian's body flew backward as if struck by a speeding car. He slammed into the windshield of an oncoming vehicle, shattering it completely. Whoa! The crowd scrambled to their feet, gasping in shock at the scene. That was brutal. It took a full 5 or 6 seconds before Yi Juntian finally crawled out from behind the car. He looked utterly battered, a trail of bright red blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed, fixed on Shen Ye, who stood more than 10 meters away. If looks could kill, Shen Ye would have died hundreds of times over. Who the hell are you? Yi Juntian demanded coldly. A man facing death needn't know so much. Shen Ye replied, his gaze cold and detached. You dare kill me? I'm the disciple of Qing Yun Jusher. If you dare kill me, no matter where you flee to the ends of the earth, my master will never let you off. Yi Juntian immediately invoked his master's name, realizing the young man before him possessed the capability to kill him. He hoped his master's reputation would intimidate his opponent. Humph. Hearing Yi Juntian's words, Shen Ye merely gave a cold laugh before transforming into a blur and charging toward Yi Juntian. Humph. Think you can kill me? Not so fast. Seeing this, Yi Juntian snorted coldly. He swiftly drew a blood-red jade from his robe, his lips moving as he chanted a series of incantations. As Yi Juntian chanted, those nearby felt the air suddenly grow bitterly cold, swept by a chilling wind. Simultaneously, a piercing, wretched howl erupted, causing the onlookers' faces to turn ashen, their eyes filled with terror. Amidst the piercing wail, an utterly pallid ghostly face suddenly materialized within the blood-red jade, swiftly hurtling toward Shen Ye. Seeing the ghostly face charging toward him, Shen Ye frowned and halted abruptly. His hands swiftly formed hand seals, launching an attack at the specter. Ah! As Shen Ye's hand seal struck the ghostly face, it emitted a piercing, agonized scream. Simultaneously, a wave of pitch-black Yin energy swiftly enveloped Shen Ye. The Yin energy coalesced into terrifying ghostly faces, lunging toward Shen Ye to tear him apart. Chapter 237, Spirit Form. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive crack echoed. With that explosion, the dark energy enveloping Shen Ye and the ghostly faces formed from it instantly let out a piercing scream and dissipated. As the darkness dissipated, Shen Ye stood unscathed where he had been. Breaking free from the shroud of darkness, Shen Ye looked toward where Yi Juntian had been standing, only to find Yi Juntian had vanished without a trace. Even Yuan Jiping, who had remained seated in the car the entire time, was gone. Clearly, they had both fled. Seeing Yi Juntian flee with Yuan Jiping, Shen Ye showed no sign of disappointment. You might escape once, but you won't escape forever. Shen Ye turned and slowly walked away. Only when Shen Ye had walked dozens of meters away, his figure nearly disappearing from view, did the onlookers finally snap out of their daze. What the hell? Were those things ghosts? They were ghosts, damn it. I've never seen a ghost in my entire life, and they're even more terrifying than I imagined. Damn, who was that young man? Even ghosts couldn't touch him. He's incredible. At that moment, the onlookers all wore expressions of lingering fear, while simultaneously feeling utterly astonished by the young man's power. As for those ghostly faces formed from condensed Yin energy, only Shen Ye knew the truth. They weren't ghosts at all, but Sha manifest according to human fear, taking the form of whatever terrifies people most, what folk commonly call ghosts. But they aren't ghosts, they possess immense aggression. The stronger the Sha energy, the greater their destructive power. The Sha energy Yi Juntian had just unleashed far surpassed his own combat prowess. Had Shen Ye not possessed formidable strength, he would have met his end here today. Shen Ye's master had once taught him techniques for cultivating Sha energy, but Shen Ye always considered it a mere side path, not true personal strength, so he never pursued it. After leaving the scene, Shen Ye sought out a secluded spot.
He removed his disguise, restoring his true appearance, then drove back to the villa at Longquan No. 1.
What Shen Ye didn't know was that after he left, the onlookers had uploaded videos of his fight with Yi Juntian online. Once uploaded, the footage immediately sparked a frenzy across the internet.
Initially, when netizens of the Great Xia Kingdom saw a young man intercept Yi Juntian's car and challenge him to a fight, no one gave the youth a chance.
But as the battle commenced, it left the Great Xia netizens utterly stunned.
From the very first exchange, the young man demonstrated an overwhelming advantage, completely overwhelming Yi Juntian, the top-ranked fighter on the dragon list, leaving him utterly defenseless. The scene resembled an adult beating a kindergarten child.
Holy crap, who is this kid? How can he be so dominant? Even the top-ranked Yi Juntian can't stand a chance against him. Damn impressive. Wow, this guy is so handsome. I want to have kids with him. Don't you dare fight over him, this hottie is mine. I'm going to have his babies every single day. In no time, the videos went viral across the internet.
Countless people flooded the comments section, with some love-struck girls even brazenly declaring they wanted to have kids with the young man who defeated Yi Juntian, utterly shameless.
Some men, desperate for followers, even commented under the videos claiming they were the young man.
If you don't believe them, they said, just follow them and they'll prove it with videos. Within minutes, those making such claims gained tens of thousands of followers. The first to post such a comment saw their follower count skyrocket past 1 million in under 10 minutes. In the first-class cabin of a flight from Qingzhou to Zhongzhou, Yi Juntian and Yuan Jiping sat with grim expressions. Yi Juntian, in particular, looked utterly disheveled, his clothes drenched in blood.
Junior brother Yi, who exactly was that person?
He looked several years younger than you, yet his strength surpassed yours.
Truly a prodigy of the heavens. Yuan Jiping exclaimed. Hearing Yuan Jiping's words, Yi Juntian shot him a vicious glare. After all, he just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of that young man. Had he not activated the life-saving artifact his master had entrusted him with at the critical moment, he would have lost his life. Yet here Yuan Jiping was, praising that young man as a prodigy right in his ear. Catching Yi Juntian's furious glare, Yuan Jiping instantly realized his mistake. He quickly lowered his head, avoiding Yi Juntian's gaze.
Oof. That brat forced me to use the life-saving technique my master left me.
One day, I'll get my revenge.
When that day comes, I'll tear him to pieces.
Yi Juntian snorted coldly. Junior brother Yi, why not ask our venerable master to come out of retirement and avenge you? Yuan Jiping suggested. In Yuan Jiping's view, the young man was younger than Yi Juntian yet surpassed him in strength, clear proof of his superior talent. For Yi Juntian to seek revenge by strengthening himself was unrealistic. After all, while Yi Juntian could improve, his opponent wouldn't stand still waiting to be overtaken. Senior brother, are you looking down on me?
Yi Juntian arched an eyebrow, his voice cold.
No, I didn't mean that. How could I look down on you, junior brother? I only said this for your own good. Junior brother, think about it.
That person is several years younger than you, yet his strength already surpasses yours.
This clearly shows his cultivation talent is no less than yours. You can improve your strength, but so can he.
The possibility of you overtaking him through cultivation alone is slim. Therefore, it would be wiser to have our venerable master step out and deal with that fellow early.
Only this is the most reliable solution. Yuan Jiping explained. Hearing Yuan Jiping's words, Yi Juntian fell silent.
Clearly, Yi Juntian recognized this truth. Though he refused to admit he was inferior, he couldn't deny the undeniable facts before him.
Even if his cultivation talent truly surpasses mine, so what? Talent doesn't determine everything.
After a long silence, Yi Juntian lifted his head, his eyes dark and shadowed. Yuan Jiping detected from Yi Juntian's words that he still refused to seek help from his master.
Did he have his own way of dealing with it? Junior brother, do you have a better solution? Yuan Jiping asked curiously.
Of course I do. Though his talent surpasses mine, I've been blessed with good fortune. I have an exceptional master. My master foresaw long ago that Zhao Shui, the eldest granddaughter of Zhao Qinkuan from the Zhao family of Central Plains, possesses a spirit body of rare and extraordinary quality. If I can practice dual cultivation with Zhao Shui, my strength will instantly break through at least 3 minor realms.
Moreover, my cultivation growth rate will multiply several times over. What does he have to compare with me? Yi Juntian declared with pride. Chapter 238, The Four Family Heads Seek Backing.
Upon hearing the words spirit body, Yuan Jiping's expression shifted, his breathing becoming ragged. He had heard of spirit bodies of physique encountered only once in a millennium. Cultivators who could practice dual cultivation with a spirit body could instantly break through at least 3 minor realms, and their future cultivation progress would accelerate exponentially. Junior brother, are you certain Zhao Shui possesses a spirit body?
Yuan Jiping asked, his voice trembling with excitement.
This is what my master personally told me when I left the mountain. How could it be false?
Yi Juntian declared with certainty.
If Zhao Shui truly possesses a spirit-body constitution, and you could practice dual cultivation with her, that young man from earlier wouldn't stand a chance against your cultivation level.
Yuan Jiping declared, his face brimming with envy.
At that moment, a flicker of jealousy stirred within Yuan Jiping. He envied Ji Juentian's good fortune. Not only did he possess superior cultivation talent, but he also enjoyed the master's special favor. Even a spirit physique, a constitution encountered only once in 1,000 years, had been bestowed upon him.
2 months now seemed far too long. Upon returning to Central Plains, I must pressure Zhao Qiankuan of the Zhao family to hasten Zhao Shui's marriage to me. Once I possess Zhao Shui and practice dual cultivation with her, that young man from earlier, I could crush him with one hand. Yi Juntian declared, his face twisted with vicious intent. In the Supreme Hotel's dining hall, all guests had departed except for the 4 heads of the premier clans, Zhang Shihao, Gao Jianhong, Wu Jinyuan, and Qin Jingdong. Their expressions were grim, eyes heavy with worry. They knew they had just mortally offended Shen Ye. And Shen Ye, having helped Ma Chuan secure the position of commander of Qingzhou's garrison forces, now had Ma Chuan's unwavering loyalty. If Shen Ye gave the order, wouldn't their 4 families be finished? As for Yi Juntian, they had called him. Yi Juntian informed them he had already returned to Central Province. This meant they now had no one to turn to for support, leaving them completely at Shen Ye's mercy. Head Zhang, what are we to do now?
Gao Jianhong asked Zhang Shihao, his face etched with worry.
After today's events, Shen Ye's standing in Qingzhou will only soar.
Even Lord Ma now firmly stands by his side.
If he turns his attention to our families, we won't stand a chance. You're asking me? How should I know?
Zhang Shihao replied with a headache. If you ask me, we should personally go to Shen Ye's residence, bear the brunt of our guilt, and beg for his forgiveness.
Qin Jingdong proposed.
No way, Gao Jianhong objected immediately.
We're all powerful figures dominating our own territories in Qingzhou. How could we possibly go groveling before a young upstart a generation younger than us? If word got out, wouldn't people laugh us to pieces? We'd never be able to hold our heads high again for the rest of our lives. That's right. Shen Ye is our enemy. How can we bow to him?
He's just been lucky. Saving old Chen's son once earned him a favor, but favors only last so long. Old Chen won't help him every time.
Wu Jinyuan agreed.
Hearing their words, Zhang Shihao nodded thoughtfully, his expression troubled. So what do you suggest we do? While Shen Ye has exhausted old Chen's favor, our Qingzhou city lord, Ma Chuan, owes him a significant debt of gratitude.
I have a suggestion. What do you think? Gao Jianhong proposed. Speak quickly. Wu Jinyuan urged impatiently.
Even though Ma Chuan is the esteemed lord of Qingzhou city, his authority is confined to Qingzhou alone.
If we can find someone who isn't afraid of Ma Chuan to back us up, wouldn't that solve everything? Gao Jianhong suggested.
In Qingzhou, who could possibly outshine Ma Chuan? You must understand, he's not merely the city lord now, he also holds the position of commander of the garrison forces.
His influence is unmatched.
Zhang Shihao countered.
The Wang family, one of Qingzhou's foremost clans. Gao Jianhong declared.
Hearing Gao Jianhong's words, the other 3 exchanged glances, each wearing a look of confusion.
Old Gao, you're not mistaken, are you? The Wang family is just like us, a top-tier family in Qingzhou, yet still under Ma Chuan's control? Zhang Shihao asked doubtfully. Head of the Zhang family, you're not in the loop, are you? I've heard through the grapevine that the Wang family has some incredibly powerful backers.
Gao Jianhong said, deliberately sounding mysterious. At Gao Jianhong's words, the other 3 perked up, their eyes lighting up with interest.
Old Gao, cut the suspense. Who exactly is backing the Wang family? Qin Jingdong pressed impatiently.
The northern frontier war god, Wang.
Gao Jianhong declared. The other 3 were stunned by Gao Jianhong's revelation.
The northern frontier war god, Wang, they had all heard of him. Though his power might not quite match that of the southern frontier war god, it was still formidable. If the Wang family truly had Wang as their patron, they certainly had no reason to fear Ma Chuan.
Old Gao, tell us. What exactly is the Wang family's connection to the northern frontier war god Wang? Why do you say he's their patron? Qin Jingdong pressed. I can't say for certain.
As I mentioned earlier, it's just a rumor. I have no idea how reliable it is.
Gao Jianhong replied.
Forget whether it's gossip or official news, just tell us what the rumor actually says.
Wu Jinyuan urged.
Rumor has it that the northern frontier war god Wang is the illegitimate son of the current head of the Wang family, Wang Chenyuan. Wang was born decades ago to Wang Chenyuan, and a commoner, a Cinderella story, you might say.
You've probably heard about it.
The Wang family has connections within the military, and that connection is precisely the war god of the northern frontier.
Gao Jianhong said. The other 3 fell into deep contemplation.
After a long pause, Zhang Shihao looked up and said, Old Gao, if what you're saying is true, but the Wang family has always been at odds with us, they probably wouldn't help us, right?
What if we became a vassal family to the Wang clan, contributing 50% of our annual profits to them? Gao Jianhong countered. Hearing Gao Jianhong's words, the others visibly stiffened. Becoming a subordinate family was one thing, but surrendering 50% of their profits? That was far too steep a price. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. If we don't find the Wang family as our backing, once Shen Ye regains his senses, the young family's fate could very well become our own. Then we'll lose everything. But if we align with the Wang family, even if we hand over 50% of our profits each year, at least we'll still have the other half, right? Weigh the pros and cons yourselves. But I'll state my position up front. If my investigation confirms those rumors are true, I'll immediately become a vassal of the Wang family and seek their protection," declared Gao Jianhong.